The true young master was abandoned at the Taoist temple after birth and left unattended. But 22 years later, he was told that his biological parents had come looking for him and were demanding that he return home quickly. However, the truth was that he was to return to replace the fake young master in a marriage alliance. Simply because the bride-to-be was the top female CEO of Nanchang, she had encountered misfortune, becoming not only disabled but also disfigured. Initially, I thought that since they were blood relatives, it wouldn't be bad to go home and recognize them. But as soon as I returned home, these so-called family members directly started playing the green tea act. What they didn't know was that my master had only instructed me one thing when I descended the mountain: no matter what happens, as long as it doesn't go against my own principles, it's fine. And my principle consists of 8 words: treat life and death lightly, and if you don't agree, just fight. The spell I am most proficient in is the household registration book elimination technique. What the true young master never expected was that the first person to make things difficult for him would be his own mother. Jiang Wan said, "You really grew up in the countryside, lacking any upbringing. Don't you know to greet people when you meet them? All these years, it has been Qini accompanying us. Don't think you can replace his position in our hearts." Upon hearing this, the fake young master Qini immediately revealed a smile and said, "Mom, you are so good to me, but please don't say it so directly. I'm worried my brother will be sad." Hearing this, Jiang Wan immediately showed a face full of affection and said to the true young master, "You should learn well from your brother." The true young master looked at the scene before him, filled with disgust, and had no desire to speak. At this moment, the biological father Qin Weiya noticed that the true young master had been silent and expressed some concern, saying, "Could it be that he is mute? If so, the Su family probably won't agree to him marrying in." Upon hearing this, the youngest daughter Qin Wan expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Humph, so what if he is mute? The daughter of the Su family is already disabled and disfigured from a car accident. Are we really going to let my brother marry her?" Hearing this, Qin Yi became even happier. "Brother Qin Yang, you are blessed. Just back from the countryside and you can marry our South City's #1 female CEO. That's a good match that others can only dream of." At this moment, the real young master's voice suddenly rang out, "Are you done talking?" Qin Weiyi looked at him in surprise, and the real young master said, "Of course, I'm not mute. I just can't be bothered to deal with you unreasonable people." As soon as these words came out, Qin Weiyi stood up in a rage. "You ungrateful little beast. I am your father. How dare you insult me?" The real young master remained unfazed. The old didn't teach well, raising an ill-mannered young one. That's not wrong. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Weiyi was almost so angry he had a heart attack, gasping for breath as he sat directly on the sofa. At this moment, Qin Yi looked at the real young master with anger. "Brother, how can you speak to dad like that? If it's because of me, then just come at me. No matter if you hit me or scold me, I can endure it, as long as you don't drive me away from this home." Upon hearing this, the real young master's eyes suddenly lit up, and he slapped Qin Yi, causing half of his face to swell up. "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" At this moment, Jiang Wan, who had come to her senses, immediately stood up to protect Qin Yi, glaring at the real young master. Seeing this, the real young master sighed. "He asked me to hit him. Didn't you hear? Or perhaps you heard it but didn't understand. You really are unreasonable." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan felt her vision darken and almost fainted from anger. At this moment, Qin Shui, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, looked at the real young master with dissatisfaction. "You country bumpkin. You really have no upbringing at all. How can you speak to mom and dad like that?" Before she could finish, the real young master slapped her directly. Suddenly, Qin Shui covered her face, unable to believe what had just happened. The real young master said, "Don't look down on country people. Without country people, what would you eat? I was abandoned in a Taoist temple since I was a child, with no family, so how could I have any upbringing? I am someone who has life but no one to raise me. Do you think what I said is right?" Qin Shui was left speechless, covering her face, while the younger daughter, Qin Wan, shrank her neck and didn't dare to speak. The real young master walked over and grabbed Qin Wan, then directly threw her outside the door. Qin Wan shouted, "Ah, I knocked out my front tooth." The real young master turned around and said casually, "Since I have come back to recognize my family, and this girl has said I am not her brother, then she definitely does not belong to this family. From now on, she is not allowed to enter the house." Suddenly, the entire Qin family fell into an eerie silence. Seeing that the situation was developing in an uncontrollable direction, Qin Weiye shouted angrily, "Where are the bodyguards? Come in and take this ungrateful child down. I want to teach him a good lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen bodyguards rushed in and surrounded the real young master. Seeing this, the real young master raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Is it useless to reason with you? In that case, I also know a bit about fighting." In the next moment, he stepped down hard, and the marble floor was directly crushed. Seeing this, The dozen or so bodyguards swallowed hard and involuntarily took a few steps back. Qin Weiye's face turned extremely ugly, so angry that he couldn't speak, but he also didn't dare to take any further action. The real young master said, "Alright, prepare some daily necessities for me, all brand new, and send them to my room in a while." After saying that, he walked upstairs. Just as he reached the stairs, he turned around and said, "By the way, bring them over within 20 minutes, or I won't mind directly tearing down this building." Then, he went straight to a room on the second floor, opened the door, and walked in. Seeing this, Qin Yi panicked. "That's my room." However, the next moment, his belongings were being thrown out one by the real young master, some of them falling to the first floor and shattering into pieces. Soon, the voice of the real young master came out, "From now on, this will be mine." Once there was no movement upstairs, Jiang Wan weakly said, "Honey, what should we do now? Should we call the police?" Upon hearing this, Qin Weiye glared at her and shouted, "Call the police for what? Hurry up and prepare daily necessities for him." Jiang Wan doubted if she heard wrong. "What do you want to do then? Are you really waiting for him to tear down this villa?" Qin Weiye glanced at the crushed marble floor, gritted his teeth, and said, "Let's endure him for a while. Once he marries into the Su family, the people from the Su family will naturally deal with him." He then turned to a group of bodyguards and shouted, "Go prepare. What are you still standing there for?" After making arrangements, the family hurried to the hospital. Soon, the bodyguards delivered all the daily necessities, and only then was the young master satisfied, waving his hand to let them leave first. Just as he was about to take a good rest, a cold voice rang out, "Sun Wanyu of the Su family requests to see the head of the Qin family." The young master thought to himself, could it be the disfigured cripple that Qin Weiyi and the others mentioned? He then opened the door and went to the living room, where he saw the person sitting in a wheelchair, her face covered with a veil, and a woman in her 20s pushing the wheelchair, exuding a dangerous aura. At that moment, the young master suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you are not a cripple, nor disfigured." Bai Yun, the old Taoist, had extraordinary medical skills, and as the eldest disciple, the young master naturally inherited the old Taoist's medical knowledge. He could see Sun Wanyu's physical condition at a glance. Sun Wanyu was taken aback, a chill emanating from her as she stared at the young master. "Who are you?" In response, the young master smiled and answered, "I am Qin Yang, the true young master of the Qin family, and the substitute they found to marry you." Upon hearing this, Sun Wanyu continued to sneer coldly, "I think the Qin family has gone mad, actually letting their own son marry a disfigured cripple like me. What about Qin Weiyi and the others? I dealt with them, and they should be heading to the hospital in a group now." Upon hearing this, Sun Wanyu was momentarily stunned, looking at the young master with a strange expression. "You are willing to marry me?" The young master smiled and nodded. "Before I met you, I naturally was not willing, but after seeing you, I think it is acceptable." But Sun Wanyu still coldly said, "Being with me is much more dangerous than you think, you could die at any moment." However, the young master immediately revealed a big smile. "That sounds really interesting. My master said I have a strong fate, and I won't die easily." At this, Sun Wanyu finally gave a faint smile. "I wonder which is more powerful, your skills or your mouth." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt her veil being lifted, and a warm sensation came from her lips. Sun Wanyu's female bodyguard was about to speak, but her mouth was also blocked. Seeing this, Sun Wanyu widened her eyes. This guy kissed her, and now he was also making a move on her bodyguard? But the female bodyguard quickly reacted and slapped out. But the young master had already retreated. The real young master said, "Now do you believe it? My skills are as impressive as my words." Sun Wanyu, however, glared at him with gritted teeth. "Why did you kiss Xiaoli?" There was even a hint of jealousy in her tone. The real young master was surprised. "Isn't she the maid you found for me?" Sun Wanyu instantly lost control of her emotions. "Don't talk nonsense, there is no such maid." At that moment, bodyguard Dooley also turned red in the face, glaring fiercely at the real young master. As soon as Sun Wanyu gave the order, she would definitely rush up to teach the real young master a lesson. However, what she didn't expect was that Sun Wanyu coldly said, "Let's go back." Dooley found it hard to believe. "Boss, you're not canceling the engagement?" Sun Wanyu shook her head slightly. He was joking. "If he marries me, no man would like other women. I have confidence in myself." At this moment, the real young master looked serious. "I'm serious. I have decided on both of you. You will both be my partners in the future." Sun Wanyu just took a deep breath. "Let's go." Dooley glared at the real young master, just about to say something harsh, but the real young master touched his lips, causing Dooley to shiver all over and quickly turn around, her breathing becoming a bit rapid. Then, the real young master looked at the two departing figures and revealed a big smile. "It's great to be down the mountain." After a while, having rested for a bit, the real young master felt a bit hungry. He opened the door and immediately instructed the maid, Get me something to eat. It doesn't have to be too fancy, just abalone, sea cucumber, fish fins, or something like that. As a result, the maid just gave him a cold glance and completely ignored him. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. Ignoring him? He didn't make a move, but shouted, "Where are the bodyguards? Get your ass in here." At once, several bodyguards rushed in. "She won't do what I tell her to do. Give me a fight." At this moment, Qin Yang was alive with the appearance of a vicious young man. A few bodyguards looked at each other, they didn't make a move. The nanny had a sarcastic smile on her face as she said disdainfully, "Country bumpkin, you really think you're a city dweller?" Qin Yang sneered and said, "If you guys don't beat her, I'll beat you guys and cripple you. I'll see if the Qin family will still want you then." The few bodyguards were startled. They did not doubt Qin Yang's words in the slightest. He even dared to make a move on a few of the Qin family's masters, let alone his own bodyguards. With that in mind, several bodyguards surrounded the nanny and went straight for the punch. The nanny was in her 40s and had worked in the Qin family for many years, and usually these bodyguards were still quite respectful of her. At this moment, a group of people punched and kicked her, directly blinding her. "You dogs, how dare you hit me? I'll tell the master later so he can fire you." Originally, a few bodyguards were not very heavy-handed, but when they heard the nanny's words, they couldn't help it, and their hands were more than twice as heavy. The babysitter was quickly knocked out. Only then did the few bodyguards stop, their eyes falling on Qin Yang, asking him if he still wanted to make a move. "Not bad, brother's cell phone out, add a WeChat," Qin Yang said. Several people took out their cell phones and added WeChat with Qin Yang. They then received a transfer from Qin Yang, $50,000 each. That's worth a month's salary for them. A few people's eyes instantly glowed as they looked at Qin Yang with a touch of respect. These days, no words are as good as money. "Listen to me, and you will not suffer. The poor Taoist has nothing but money." "Many thanks, young master. We'll lay down our lives for young master in the future," several bodyguards said excitedly. Qin Yang waved his hand and told them to go down. Several bodyguards immediately, their hearts agitated. They weren't worried now. Even if the Qin family didn't want them, they were much better off following this true young master than following the Qin family. This handiwork of the true young master alone was not something that could be compared to that of the Qin family, who were rich, but were quite stingy with their men. "I'm hungry, and in half an hour, make me a table, or you'll all be just like her." Qin Yang pointed at the nanny lying on the ground. Those servants were instantly jolted, and those in charge of cooking rushed into the kitchen. They had come to understand that this true young master, although he had just returned and was not favored, was a great devil in his own right. Even the old master and wife are not in the eyes. The first day back, let their whole family into the hospital. Themselves, these servants, it is better to obey. Otherwise, it's like that ungrateful nanny glance that's still lying unconscious on the floor. Soon, a dish was served. Abalone, ginseng, shark's fin and maw, and Qin Yang ate with pleasure. Inside the Taoist temple, it's not so good. Although their Taoist temple was not short of money, even very rich, just by treating those people with his master, he and his master had amassed an extremely terrifying fortune on hand. What's more, they used the money to invest it, and it's anyone's guess how much the Taoist temple's estate actually is now. And among the White Cloud Guan, the only ones who could mobilize this money at will were Qin Yang and his master. Just as Qin Yang was having a good meal, Qin Weiye and the others returned. They were confused when they saw a table full of food. "What's going on? Who told you guys to cook for him, and serve that good stuff?" Qin Weiye cursed. "This little man doesn't deserve to eat so well. It would be nice to give him a bite of the leftovers." Jiang Wanru also said angrily. Qin Li, however, stopped the two and said, "Dad, Mom, don't be angry. Brother must have been so extravagant because he didn't have good food in the countryside. Don't blame him." Qin Weiye sneered. "Indeed, you are a country bumpkin with no upbringing. You can't even compare to a single toe of Qin Li." Qin Yang raised his head and glanced at Qin Weiye before reaching out and lifting the table. Soup and water spilled all over the floor. Qin Shui and the others were startled and all backed away, but they were still splashed with some soup broth. "If you don't open your mouths, no one will treat you as mute. Since you don't want to live a good life and have to be mouthy, I don't mind playing with you," Qin Yang said indifferently, without a care in the world. He elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin and casually threw it in Qin Li's face. This move made Qin Weiye's eyes flame up again. "By the way, since I'm back, all expenses need to be paid by the Qin family. I don't have a high demand for living expenses. 3 million a month, not even 1 point less," Qin Yang said indifferently. "You have a big face. What makes you think I will give you money?" Qin Weiye said through clenched teeth. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to give $3 million, but it was just too much of a nuisance. "Don't think I don't know. Your family's nanny told me. Qin Li and his family's monthly expenses are $1 million. I'm the Qin family's true young master, so naturally I need a bit more. The nanny had just woken up and almost fainted when she heard Qin Yang's words. When had she ever said such words? Of course, it's fine if you don't give it. I'll leave now and just let your bloodless son join the family. Qin Yang grinned. Do you think you can still walk away? Qin Weiye said coldly. Do you think anyone can stop me? The old Qin Yang said leisurely. Qin Weiye's eyes were on fire. This treacherous little man is simply lawless. However, seeing that trampled marble in the living room, Qin Weiye's heart was weak. Dad, I don't want to marry that woman. And I don't want to join the family and become a flunky, so just grant my brother's request. Qin Li said nervously. It would have been better to kill him to let him marry a crippled and disfigured woman. At that time, it was also because of Su Nuyu's position in the Su family. Now that she was disfigured plus crippled, it wasn't that easy for her to inherit the Su family's industry. If Qin Li were to join the family, he was afraid that he wouldn't get anything, so he was naturally unwilling to do so. However, the marriage contract could not be broken, and Qin Yang must marry. Qin Weiye's face was gloomy, and only after a long time did he say, "All right, I promise you. Old Den, transferring money now. My bank card number is 621336. Qin Yang immediately reported the bank card number. Qin Weiye gritted his teeth and said, "I've promised you, can I still back out?" Qin Yang grinned and said, "That's not necessarily true. The White Cloud View that I'm in is only a dozen kilometers away from here. You guys didn't go to find me for 20 years. Instead, you need someone to take the place of this unrelated son of yours to get married when you're getting me back. I'm not holding out hope for your character." Qin Weiye and the rest of them didn't look good. "All right, Lao Deng hit the money or not? I'm leaving now if I don't have it," Qin Yang urged, taking a deep breath. Qin Weiye said coldly, "I'll transfer the money now." Soon, $3 million arrived. "There's a dinner party tonight. You'll go along to it, and by the way, I'll introduce you to everyone, but not as a true young master, but as an adopted son. I don't want to affect Xiao Li's reputation because of you," Jiang Wanru said. "The party, I'm sure I'll be there," Qin Yang said smilingly. "It's good to know." Qin Weiye's face looked slightly better. He laughed coldly in his heart. After enlisting Qin Yang into the Su family, with his kind of character, after Sun Wanyu was crippled, her character was so tyrannical that she would definitely torment him, and then he himself would be able to watch Qin Yang's jokes. Thinking of this, a flash of pleasure flashed across Qin Weiye's eyes. Chapter 4 Incorrigible. Qin Yang returned to his room as he played with his cell phone. A man pushed the door in, holding a set of clothes, and it was none other than Qin Li. "Brother, I've come to bring you clothes. Dad said you can't dress too shabby for today's dinner. Don't embarrass the family. Put it there. You can go down." Qin Yang didn't even raise his head. Qin Li's face was a bit ugly, really treating himself as an inferior. He sneered and casually threw his clothes to the floor. Qin Li sneered and said, "You're a poor sourpuss from the countryside. What are you pretending with me here? I'm the recognized young master of the Qin family. Even if you're related to them by blood, I'm the only one in their hearts." Qin Yang raised his head, his gaze finally landing on Qin Li. "Want a beating?" Qin Yang asked. Qin Li's expression stagnated as he said with some annoyance, "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a bit better with your hands. There are too many people in this world with better hands than you. Don't force me to find someone to get you." Touch! With a muffled sound, Qin Li was kicked straight out of the room by Qin Yang. He let out a scream and groaned in pain from outside the room. Qin Weiye and the others rushed up. Seeing Qin Li, who had fallen to the ground, Qin Weiye and the others were startled. Jiang Wanru even rushed over and hugged Qin Li, saying nervously, "Xiao Li, are you alright? What's going on here?" Qin Li said painfully, "Mom, don't blame your brother. When I gave my brother the clothes just now, I might have offended him with my tone. That's why he got angry and hit me. It's all my fault." Jiang Wanru's eyes were red. She looked at Qin Yang angrily and said angrily, "You uneducated thing. This is really too much. Qin Li didn't provoke you. Why did you hit him?" Qin Yang took out his cell phone and pressed the play button. "You're a poor sourpuss from the countryside. What are you pretending with me here? I'm the recognized young master of the Qin family. Even if you're related to them by blood, I'm the only one in their hearts. Want a beating? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a bit better. There are too many people in this world with better hands than you. Don't force me to find someone to get you." Qin Li was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Qin Yang to have recorded it. "This recording is fake. It must have been synthesized by my brother. How could I say such a thing?" Qin Li said hurriedly. Qin Weiye and the others originally had some odd expressions on their faces, and after hearing Qin Li's words, they immediately reacted. Jiang Wanru stared even more angrily at Qin Yang and said, "It's true that you're from the countryside. You know how to play with your heart. Even if Xiao Li really said what he said just now, it's because you guided him. It has nothing to do with Xiao Li." Qin Yang was speechless. This family is incorrigible. Qin Li glanced at Qin Yang triumphantly, the corner of his mouth lifting up a wisp of contemptuous smile. even if there was a recording. So what? These people in the Qin family still listen to themselves. You apologize to Roku immediately. Jiang Wanru snapped. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and directly closed the door. Just as they tried to push open the door, Qin Yang's voice came. Roll. A few people were angry, but eventually they held back. Now was not the time to turn the tables on Qin Yang, and when he joined the Su family, everything would be settled. Let's go. Prepare for the dinner. When the time comes, we'll say that Qin Yang is the adopted son, while Shaoli is the real young master of our Qin family. Anyway, we can't let Qin Yang's return affect Shaoli's future, Jiang Wanru said. Qin Weiye nodded. Well, we need to get ready first. The swelling on my face hasn't gone down yet. I need to put on some good makeup to hide it, Qin Shui said in a depressed voice. She gritted her teeth at the mention. No one had ever hit her since she was a little girl. Alright, all of you go ahead and make your preparations. There can't be any mistakes at the dinner tonight, Qin Weiye said. All the people looked grave. At night, in the Qin family's mansion, a lot of people came, all of them celebrities from the southern city. People greeted each other and talked and laughed. There are also people who are looking for some valuable people to get to know each other and want to expand their network. Qin Li was surrounded by people, talking and laughing with everyone. Young Qin, what exactly is there to announce at this Qin family banquet? Could it be your marriage to the Su family's one? A youth asked curiously. Su Nuyu used to be the #1 beauty in our southern city, and the head of the Su family, but after the car accident, her legs were crippled and her face was disfigured. The Su family couldn't possibly allow a cripple to be in charge, and it said that her elder brothers and younger brothers are eyeing the identity of the head of the Su family, the others said. Right now the Su family is a den of right and wrong, and the average person who gets involved in it is afraid that they will be swallowed without any bones left. The crowd was murmuring, but Qin Li didn't care at all. He smiled faintly and said, naturally, I will not marry Sun Wanyu. Of course it's not that I don't see her. It's just because the person who was engaged to Sun Wanyu is someone else. The crowd was doubly amazed. Who? Is there another male in the Qin family? The crowd asked. You'll find out soon enough. At this time, Qin Yang walked out from the middle of the room, still in his own casual attire, looking out of place here. Seeing Qin Yang appear just like that, Qin Weiye's face sank. He walked over and said with dissatisfaction, why are you still wearing such poor clothes? Deliberately disgracing our Qin family, aren't you? Qin Yang glanced at him and said indifferently, if you feel ashamed, I can leave now. Qin Weiye was choked enough. He grunted coldly and said nothing more. The main character of today's banquet was Qin Yang. He couldn't leave. At this time, Dooley pushed Sun Wanyu in. Seeing the two appear, Qin Yang's eyes lit up. He walked directly over to Su Nuyu and said with a smile, we're really destined to meet twice in one day. It seems like you and I were born for each other. You and Qin Li have seen more of each other today than with me, and you're more of a natural pair. Sun Wanyu said faintly. Qin Yang, this girl has a poisonous mouth. The others watched the scene before them in amazement, all whispering. They became even more curious about Qin Yang's identity. Although Su Nuyu was disfigured and even had both legs crippled, not everyone could approach her. The bodyguard Dooley alone couldn't afford to pass that hurdle. Su Nuyu said lightly, in a moment, Qin Weiye is going to announce that you are the one who is engaged to me. Do you want to marry a crippled plus ugly person like me? So? Qin Yang asked with a smile. Su Nuyu glanced at him and said indifferently, if you don't want to, I can help you break the engagement. But I do. Qin Yang said with a smile. Su Nuyu raised her head in surprise and looked at Qin Yang. What the hell was he thinking? Is it for their Su money? Right at this moment, Qin Yang pulled out a black card and handed it over. This is the pocket money I gave you. There's $1 billion in it. Take it and spend it first. Ask me for it when you're done. Qin Yang slipped the black card into Sun Wanyu's hand. Sun Wanyu was confused. It's $1 billion out of the gate, and that's just pocket change. It could be completely ruled out that Qin Yang was here for his money, because, in all likelihood, he's richer than he is. Chapter 5 I'll cripple anyone. The black card is real. Dooley was sharp-eyed and said immediately. Su Nuyu nodded. Her eyes were complicated as she looked at Qin Yang and asked, why? Beautiful skins are 1 in 1,000. Interesting souls are 1 in 1,000,000. So, you think I have an interesting soul and look at my inner self? Sun Wanyu said. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I like your beautiful skin, from the outside in, until I like you as a person. I'm a disfigured ugly and you're looking at my skin? Sun Wanyu's voice suddenly went cold. The disfigurement is fake. The crippled legs are real, but I know 1 billion points of medicine. Your legs, give me a week. I'll let you stand up. Sun Wanyu was shaken. She looked at Qin Yang incredulously, not knowing if what he said was true or not. If you can cure my leg, there's no harm in my marrying you, Sun Wanyu said. The crippling of her legs is her heartbreak. After the accident, many people were eyeing her. She knew very well that once she lost her power, it would end badly. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "This is not a quid pro quo. You are my fiancé and I must treat your leg. Not that I will treat your leg and you are my fiancé. Is there a difference?" Dooley couldn't help but spit. "I'm talking to the master mother. The common maid should not interrupt." Grass. Dooley wanted to punch someone. She clenched her fists, but when she thought of Qin Yang's ghostly speed, she gave up her intention to punch someone. After all, it's likely that you can't beat it. The only martial art in the world is fast. "I see." Sun Wan Yu's eyes rippled a little. Just then, Qinli came over and said to Qin Yang, "Brother, father asked you to go over, to introduce you to everyone." Qin Yang nodded to Sun Wan Yu and was about to go over. At this time, Sun Wan Yu's voice rang out, "Do what you want, let it go. I'm on your side." Qin Yang smiled and walked over to Qin Weiya. Instead, it was Qinli who said somewhat nervously, "What are you going to do?" No one took care of him. Sun Wan Yu didn't even look at Qinli, directly treating him as heir. This caused Qinli to look a little embarrassed. He grunted coldly and turned away. At this time, Qin Yang and Qin Weiya, husband and wife, came on stage. The gazes of the crowd were all drawn to the two. Qin Weiya smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this time we are having a banquet, mainly because we want to introduce you to our Qin family's adopted son." Qin Yang, adopted son? Before his words could fall, he was interrupted by Qin Yang. Qin Weiya's heart jumped and he instantly knew that Qin Yang was up to something. He gave Qin Yang a warning look, telling him not to talk nonsense. "I only returned to the Qin family today and ate a meal from your Qin family. How did I become your Qin family's adopted son?" Qin Yang asked with a surprised face. The bottom was silent. No one had expected that the protagonist of today's banquet would directly punch the Qin family in the face. There are melons here, and many people came to be interested in seeing Qin Weiya's reaction. "I remember you guys looking for me to come back with a paternity test, saying that I'm the real young master that the Qin family carried by mistake, and Qinli is the fake young master. So how come I've become an adopted son in the blink of an eye? I still have the paternity test here, issued by an authoritative organization. Do you guys want to give me a reasonable explanation?" When these words came out, Qin Weiya's face turned red with anger. As for Qinli, his face was pale. He hadn't expected that Qin Yang would directly lash out and tell the truth. "You're talking nonsense. Qin Yang, shut up," Jiang Wanru angrily rebuked. "You think you can fool everyone by taking a fake paternity certificate? Let me tell you, whether Qinli is my real son or not, our Qin family, too, has only him as the only true young master." Qin Yang glanced at Jiang Wanru as he smiled. "Don't you regret it?" Qin Yang said this and stopped looking at her. Jiang Wanru sneered with a disdainful face. As for Qinli, his face was pale, and under the gaze of the crowd, he said in an aggravated manner, "I don't know where I have offended my brother, but I even used a fake paternity certificate to set me up. Brother, if you're dissatisfied with me in any way, just tell me, and I'll apologize to you. I've seen green tea all the time, but it's the first time I've seen a male green tea, and it's really something else." A youth laughed softly. The crowd couldn't help but want to laugh. Which one of the people present was not a savant, who didn't understand Qin Li's little mind? The Qin family's faces were a little bit embarrassed. "Qin Yang, why don't you apologize to your brother? Is it that hard to admit that you are an adopted son? Do you have to destroy your brother to make it enough? Why don't you have any humanity at all?" Jiang Wanru said coldly, seeing Qin Yang's face of disbelief. Qin Weiya said coldly, "Qin Yang, if you continue to make trouble, you're afraid that you won't be able to stay in this Qin family, and there's no place for you to stand in the southern city." "Who said that there's no place for my fiancé to stand in the south city? The Qin family is making things difficult for my fiancé. Are they not putting my Su family in their eyes?" Su Nuyu's voice came out cold and icy, surprising everyone. Qin Weiya froze for a moment. His face was a bit ugly as he said, "Mr. Su, this is my Qin family's family matter. Please stay out of it. This is also my Su family's matter. Qin Yang is my recognized fiancé. If your Qin family wants to bully him, ask me if I agree first." Sun Wan Yu said faintly. Qin Shui couldn't help it. She laughed coldly. "Su Nuyu, you dead cripple. What are you so arrogant about? Even the control of the Su family is almost gone for you. Do you think you can still represent the Su family?" Snap. At this time, a slap was slapped on Qin Shui's face, blinding her. Qin Shui looked at Qin Yang angrily as she yelled, "Qin Yang, how dare you hit me again? You scolded my woman, so I naturally had to teach you a lesson." Qin Yang said indifferently, "She's supposed to be a dead cripple or an ugly, and I'm telling the truth. So what?" Qin Shui said angrily. In the next moment, Qin Yang's eyes turned cold as he kicked out. Click! Qin Shui's leg was broken by his kick and her whole body fell to the ground. Without waiting for Qin Shui to scream out in misery, Qin Yang stomped out again. Click! Qin Shui's other leg was also stepped on. "I'll make anyone who dares to call my woman a cripple." Qin Yang's movements were too fast, and by the time the crowd reacted, Qin Shui's legs were already broken. This scene stunned everyone. They looked at Qin Yang in fear. He was really too ruthless. He said he would do it and instantly broke Qin Shui's legs. If Qin Yang was really the Qin family's young master, Qin Shui was his own sister, and he had gone so far as to break his own sister's legs alive. By the way, you called her ugly, now I'll ruin your face and make you ugly too, Qin Yang said, about to make a move. Qin Shui's heart and guts were so cold and scared that she trembled, even forgetting about the pain. Chapter 6 Blood relationships don't matter. Forget it, she's been taught a lesson too. Spare her this time. Sun Huanyu's voice rang out. Qin Yang immediately withdrew his hand as he said with a smile, Qin Shui, why don't you thank Huanyu? She saved you. Qin Shui was so infuriated that she rolled her eyes and directly fainted. Adverse son. You adverse son. I'll beat you to death. Zhang Wanro slapped at Qin Yang's face. Qin Yang reached out and dragged Qin Weiye to himself. Snap. The sound of a crisp slap resounded on Qin Weiye's face, and 5 clear fingerprints appeared on his face. What are you doing? Qin Weiye said angrily. Ah, honey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Zhang Wanru was startled and hurriedly apologized. Shut up. Qin Weiye angrily rebuked. Zhang Wanru had to shut up. Actually, I'm very surprised. Qin Weiye, aren't boys the most important thing for you worldly families? Wanting a son to inherit the family business. Now that you have me as your own son, you don't value it. Is it hard to believe that you want to hand over the industry to Qinli as your adopted son? Qin Yang asked. The crowd's eyes lit up. Is there a big melon in here? Shut up. It's not because you're not competitive. You're not even 1/10,000th of Shaoli, and you still want to inherit the family business? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Qin Weiye said angrily. Qin Yang was pondering. His eyes glanced between Qinli and Qin Weiye and said, I realized that you guys look quite similar. You guys can't really be related, right? He is also your own son. If that's the case, the logic makes sense. Sun Huanyu smiled faintly. Of course, we just said that Qinli is the true young master of our Qin family. Zhang Wanru immediately said. Qin Yang gave her a pitying look and said, if I were you, I'd go to the brain department before dragging Qin Weiye and Qinli to get a paternity test. Before Zhang Wanru could react, Qin Weiye's face changed. He said angrily, Qin Yang, what are you babbling about? I think you're crazy. Su Nuyu was thoughtful, and a flash of sarcasm flashed within her eyes. I'm sorry gentlemen, the banquet ends here today. Our Qin family still has a few things to take care of, Qin Weiye said, and at this moment, Zhang Wanru looked like she had thought of something. She stared hard at Qinli as if she had thought of something. Mom, what are you looking at? Qinli said with some uneasiness. Zhang Wanru's gaze landed on Qin Weiye's body as she said coldly, Qin Weiye, tell me why Qinli looks so much like that woman. What are you babbling about? You picked up Qinli by yourself. How do I know? Don't you listen to that rebellious son's nonsense and hurt Qinli. Only then did Zhang Wanru seem to think of something. She nodded and said, that's true. I was almost fooled by that retrograde son. Qinli aggressively hugged Zhang Wanru's arm and said, Mom, don't talk about your brother like that. Even though he came back and made a mess of the house and injured the family, he is after all your own son. You mustn't blame him. Qin Weiye laughed coldly. What kind of biological son? Having feelings is what is called a son. Blood relationship is not important at all. Not bad, you're our own son. How does that country bumpkin deserve it? Zhang Wanru also said. Bunch of idiots. Qin Yang sighed. Same feeling. Sun Huanyu also said. Alright, it's late. You go back to rest too. I'll go and help you heal tomorrow. Qin Yang said. I'll wait. Sun Huanyu said softly. She could also see that even if she didn't make a move, it was impossible for the Qin family's people to bully Qin Yang and take advantage of him. The guests dispersed. However, the Qin family's matter would ultimately become a joke today, reduced to an after-dinner talking point for many families in the southern city. Humph, it's true that you're a guy who grew up in the countryside. You don't have the slightest sense of the big picture. If you make a scene at this time, it's our Qin family's face that will be disgraced, and the only ones who will lose are our Qin family. Qin Weiye said coldly. He was so angry that if he hadn't thought of Qin Yang's terrifying hands, he would have definitely let his bodyguard make a move. Your Qin family, what does it have to do with me? You don't even recognize me as your son, and the estate isn't going to be handed over to me, so why should I defend your Qin family? It's not like I'm brain dead like you guys. Qin Yang said strangely. There has to be a reason for him to defend the Qin family. You. Qin Weiye's body trembled as he covered his heart. Qin Yang bristled. He yawned and said, forget it, I'm going to rest. I'm too lazy to talk to you guys. I'm afraid of pulling down my IQ. After saying that, Qin Yang returned to his room. At this time, Qin Shui woke up leisurely, and the intense pain made her cry out, Dad, my leg is broken. I'm going to kill that guy. I'm going to waste that guy. Qin Weiye's face was ugly. Just then, Qin Yang's voice came. Shut up and cut your tongue out if you cry again. Qin Shui decisively closed her mouth. Her face was filled with horror. She felt that Qin Yang could do such a thing. Take her to the hospital, Qin Weiye said. A few bodyguards hurriedly carried Qin Shui out. Even if it hurt, Qin Shui didn't dare to make a sound. She was frightened by Qin Yang. Dad, we have to teach my brother a lesson or I'm afraid he'll hurt you all, Qin Li suddenly said. What do you have in mind? Qin Weiye was actually worried. Qin Yang's hand was too ruthless, and without blinking his eyes, he stepped on both of Qin Shui's legs. This made him worry that Qin Yang would make a move against him. How did you invite this bogeyman back yourself? Thinking of this, Qin Weiye looked at Qin Li with a bit of resentment in his eyes. If it wasn't for his unwillingness to tie the knot with Sun Wanyu, where would there be so much trouble? Qin Li didn't see the dissatisfaction in Qin Weiye's eyes as he remained immersed in his own thoughts. I'm classmates with Yi Nanshan's son. I used to help him deal with his teachers at school. He's very grateful to me. I can get him to hire an expert to clean up that Qin Yang, Qin Li said. Qin Weiye's eyes flashed with brilliance. Yi Nantian was the underground hegemon of the southern city and had countless strong men under his command. If he could really invite his men, Qin Yang, a rebellious son from the countryside, would definitely not be able to beat them. It's okay, it's still Shaoli who has a way. Much better than that rebellious son, Qin Weiye appreciated. Jiang Wanru also said, don't hit too hard, just break 2 legs. If you kill them, there will be no one to marry Sun Wanyu for you. Mom, don't worry, I'm just letting someone teach my brother a lesson. He's your real son after all, how could I really hurt him? Qin Li said with a smile. In his heart, however, he was sneering. He absolutely had to cripple Qin Yang. Anyway, as long as a person lives, they can marry that woman Sun Wanyu in his place. Chapter 7 can't stand the slightest bit of aggravation. Waking up early the next morning, Qin Yang asked for the address of Sun Nuyu's home, winded up eating breakfast, and rushed over. Seeing the mess on the table, Qin Weiye snorted coldly, somewhat unable to eat. Dad, don't worry, starting today, brother will be honest, Qin Li said with a smile. Jiang Wanru appreciated. It's still Lear who is capable. She glanced at the dining room table and sighed. There were 5 members of the family, and now 2 have been wounded. Qin Shui is in the hospital, and Qin Wan even broke her tooth. At this rate, they'll probably all end up in the hospital. Teaching Qin Yang a lesson was imperative. Anyway, he's a country bumpkin with thick skin. He can't be broken. Jiang Wanru thought in her heart. Qin Yang went out, called a cab and rushed to Su's house. As a result, the cab driver took him inside a dead end. Qin Yang laughed, completely unconcerned. Opening the car door and walking down, Qin Yang said, hurry up and do it, I have to go to the Su family after the fight. The driver got out of the car. He had a long scar on his face that looked very creepy. A pair of eyes stared coldly at Su Tian as the driver said, someone told me to break your legs, so you might just have to crawl your way to the Su family. Qin Yang cocked his head and stared at the driver, then smiled. A minute later, a cab drove out of the cul-de-sac while the cabbie lay on the ground with his legs broken. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed a number. Young master, I failed. That man is very powerful. He kicked and broke my leg. On the other side of the phone, Yi Chen's face sank. Scar was the number 3 warrior under his father. Strong and powerful. He had thought that he was just teaching a country bumpkin a lesson, but he didn't think that even he would fail. How strong is the other party? Yi Chen asked. A kick broke my leg. I didn't even see his movements clearly. Scar said bitterly. I'll have someone pick you up and take you to the hospital. Don't worry, your leg will be fine, Yi Chen said. He then hung up the phone. Soon after, Qin Li received a call from Yi Chen. Yi Xiao, things are settled right? Great. Brother's treat for the night. Let's go to Zyankalai for a drink, Qin Li said with a smile. Yi Chen said coldly, Qin Li, you dare to play with me? Wait for me. I'll have to kill you. Qin Li was confused and was just about to explain when Yi Chen hung up his cell phone. He dialed back again, and all of them sounded occupied. Yi Chen had blackballed himself? What's the situation? Feeling the anger in Yi Chen's tone just now, Qin Li's scalp was a little numb. It was clear in his mind that something must have gone wrong. At this moment, Qin Yang arrived at the Su family. Saying his identity, Qin Yang was invited in. However, after he entered, what he saw was not Sun Wanyu, but a feminine-looking youth. The other party's gaze landed on Qin Yang's body with undisguised contempt. You're Qin Yang, right? The son that the Qin family just picked up from the countryside. The youth asked. Why are you calling your father? Qin Yang said without any good humor. The youth froze for a moment, then became furious. He stared at Qin Yang and said coldly, surely you are from the countryside. You don't know any manners. Do you know who I am? Qin Yang looked as if he had come to a realization. So it's an idiot. Go on. Off and play. I don't talk to idiots. Grass. You dare to curse me. Do you believe I'll get you killed? The youth was anxious. Growing up, No one had ever dared to scold him to his face. Xin Yang smiled faintly and said, "I'm just being honest. You don't even know your own name and you're still saying you're not an idiot?" The youth almost blew his lungs out. Did he mean that? Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to a redneck like you. Before the youth could finish his words, he was slapped in the face by Xin Yang. He covered his face, then opened his mouth and spat out several bloody teeth. The youth looked at Xin Yang incredulously. He dared to hit himself. "Your mouth stinks. Let me treat you. And if you dare to curse again, I don't mind knocking out your mouth full of teeth." Xin Yang glanced at the youth. The expletive that the youth was about to blurt out was directly held back. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Where are the bodyguards? Are they all dead?" "Young master, I'm getting beaten up, so why don't you guys get your asses over here?" With the youth's words, a dozen bodyguards rushed in and surrounded Xin Yang. "Waste him for me," the youth shouted. A dozen bodyguards were about to make a move. "Stop." At this time, a voice rang out. Duly pushed Sun Wanyu over. Those bodyguards heard Sun Nuyu's words and immediately stopped moving and stood to the side. "In this house, Sun Wanyu has the final say." Sun Wanyu glanced at the youth and said indifferently, "Su Chang, what are you going to do to your future brother-in-law?" Su Chang had an unbelievable expression on his face as he pointed at his face and said angrily, "What do you mean I did something to him? It was clearly him who hit me. Look at my face." "You hit it?" Sun Wanyu's gaze fell on Xin Yang's body. "Yes." Without any hesitation, Xin Yang directly admitted it. Su Chang sneered. He wanted to see what Sun Wanyu was going to say. Even if it was to save face, she still had to punish this Xin Yang, right? Sun Wanyu frowned and said, "Next time, hit harder. It's better to beat to death. In that case, there will be no one to snatch the Su family's property with me." Xin Yang's eyes lit up slightly as he smiled and said, "I can kill him right now." The moment he spoke, he had somehow arrived at Su Chang's side, and one hand cupped his neck. Su Chang's face turned red, and he was a little out of breath. In his mind, a terrifying thought arose that this guy really wanted to kill him. "Forget it, even if he lives, he's not much of a threat to me anyway," Sun Wanyu said. Xin Yang somewhat regretfully let go of his hand, and Su Chang instantly went limp on the ground, gasping for air. He looked at Xin Yang in horror. A little later just now, the other party would have really strangled himself. This caused Su Chang's heart to be filled with fear towards Xin Yang. "That, brother-in-law, a word of warning. I'm not very good-tempered and can't bear a little bit of aggravation. Before you mess with me next time, remember to buy the coffin in advance," Xin Yang kindly reminded. Su Chang's face was horrified as he winced and shook his head frantically. I believed that he would never mess with Xin Yang easily again. "Don't you scare him." Sun Wanyu smiled faintly. Xin Yang gave her an odd look and said in surprise, "You actually think I'm scaring him? Isn't it scaring him? That's really going to take out So Kung." Su Nuyu's heart was shaken. This Xin Yang, what kind of background is it? Killing people at every turn. Duly stared at Xin Yang. She had never felt that Xin Yang was bluffing from the beginning to the end. In Xin Yang's body, Duly felt a terrible killing intent. Only someone whose hands have been stained with blood, and the blood of more than one person, possesses such a terrible murderous intent. Chapter 8 80% sure the baby is yours. Wouldn't it really be dangerous for Miss to tangle with someone like that? Unlike Duly's worry, Su Nuyu's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Xin Yang. "Come on, go to my room." Duly pushed Sun Wanyu and walked towards the bedroom. Xin Yang followed closely behind. Looking at the back of going to Xin Yang's departure, Su Chang gritted his teeth. This matter, there was no way he would just let it go. Thinking of this, Su Chang took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Mom, my sister and her man bullied me and beat me up." Xin Yang's ears twitched slightly as he smiled. "You saved that brother of yours, and he's not grateful," Xin Yang said. Duly also heard Su Chang on the phone. She said directly. Su Chan called his mom to tell her off. "Don't mind him," Sun Wanyu said. She didn't take it to heart in the slightest. The two were annoying, but in her eyes, they were just two jumping clowns. At this time, Xin Yang squatted down and directly grabbed Su Nuyu's leg. That sent a jolt through Duly's mind and straight into a kick. In the next moment, she felt a gentle force envelop her, and then her entire body involuntarily fell back. This horrified Duly as she said incredulously, "True Qi externalization, innate Grandmaster?" At this moment, Duly's eyes were filled with awe when she looked at Xin Yang. Xin Yang didn't comment on it and just smiled. His gaze fell on Su Nuyu's leg and said, "Although your leg is broken, it's not crippled. Someone has used a means for you to make your leg unable to stand up. Within a year, your leg will completely atrophy, and then it will start to affect your body. Within a maximum of 2 years, your body will be dragged down, and you will be dead by then." At these words, Duly's face changed drastically. "I can't believe they're that ruthless." Sun Wanyu was calm, like she wasn't surprised at all. She just asked, "How is it? Can it be cured?" "Simple," Xin Yang said. His fingertips roamed around Su Nuyu's legs, looking extremely lewd. This caused Du Li to be filled with anger. This guy even took advantage of his own young lady. She was just about to snap when Sun Wanyu gave her a look that instantly calmed Su Li down. Su Nuyu was facing Qin Yang. She could tell that in Qin Yang's eyes, there was not a trace of unpleasant emotions. It was full of seriousness. He was a healer now, pure and unadulterated. As Qin Yang moved, a painful sensation caused Sun Wanyu to reveal a shocked expression. But soon, that pain was removed by a stream of warmth. Su Nuyu looked at the scene in front of her with surprise. Just now when Qin Yang's hand was placed on her leg, she hadn't felt it. But, now she could already feel Qin Yang's hand, roaming around her leg non-stop. A warm breath that didn't enter her leg. A red cloud drifted across her face. The scent was really too comforting. Seeing Su Nuyu's appearance, Du Li thought wrongly again. She looked viciously at Qin Yang, itching to strike immediately and cripple him. This guy was clearly taking advantage of his lady. Just then, Qin Yang withdrew his hand. He said to Sun Wanyu, "Stand up and try." Stand up? Sun Wanyu froze for a moment. Then a wave of ecstasy surged in her heart. She stood up tentatively, her hands on the wheelchair. Soon, amidst Du Li's surprised gaze, Sun Wanyu stood up. She had her hands on the wheelchair, her legs still a little shaky. Only, her standing up was a try, and it was nothing like it had been before when her legs were completely insensible. Qin Yang nodded his head and said, "The effect is not bad. All of your blocked meridians were all opened by me just now. The person who harmed you is also really ruthless, directly sealing all of your meridians with silver needles. This is the rhythm of wanting you to die." It was that woman, the herbalist. She got to see the lady then. "I knew she wasn't that kind," Du Li said. "Luckily, the bones that were picked up don't have any problems. Plus I've opened up your meridians now, and I've used my true essence to help you nourish your bones and meridians. So you just need to walk around a bit more. And in 2 days' time, you'll be able to be indistinguishable from a normal person." Qin Yang said. "Thank you." Sun Wanyu said, "You're my woman. There's no need to be so polite with me." Qin Yang smiled faintly. Du Li bristled. She didn't say anything. Just now, Qin Yang's martial arts and medical skills had truly stunned her. Otherwise, she would have come up with a comment about a toad wanting to eat swan meat by now. Sun Wanyu's expression was a bit strange, but she still gently nodded. The man, it seems, is very nice. The personality was to her liking. The tactics were strong enough, and most of all, he was good-looking. No one knew that Sun Wanyu, the powerhouse of the hallowed Su family and the iceberg female president of South City, was actually a face controller. Her criteria for choosing a spouse was, first and foremost, good looks. As for money and family history, she didn't care. Su Nuyu was confident in her abilities. Money, she can earn herself. Power, the power of their Su family. In the entire South City, one of the best. Just then, the bedroom room door was pushed open and a group of people rushed in. At the head of the group was a woman who looked to be around 40 years old, dressed in a designer label, looking graceful and luxurious. However, at this moment, she had a raging look on her face, and with a group of people, she rushed in. "Get out!" Sun Wanyu's face sank as she chided. "Good." The woman panicked and turned away with the men. Having just left the bedroom, the woman suddenly reacted to the fact that she was here for trouble. How could she be intimidated? At the thought, the woman turned back around. As a result, a man stood in front of her and slapped her across the face, knocking the woman straight to the ground. The one who struck out was Du Li, who had a fury in her eyes. "Du Li, you're just a bodyguard of our Su family. How dare you hit me?" The woman raged. As the mistress of the Su family, she was actually beaten by a bodyguard, which filled her heart with shame. Du Li said coldly, "You're wrong. I'm only Mrs. Bodyguard, not your Su family's bodyguard. Not to mention you. Even if that old man Su Zhonghai dares to disobey Mrs. orders, I'll slap him all the same." Su Zhonghai was none other than Sun Wanyu's father. The fact that Du Li dared to speak like this showed that she truly didn't put anyone in the Su family in her eyes besides Sun Wanyu. The woman was shaking with anger. She couldn't afford to offend Du Li, so she took it out on Qin Yang. "Who is this wild man? What are you doing in Wanyu's bedroom in broad daylight? If you don't give our Su family a satisfactory explanation, you don't have to go out from my Su family today." The woman snapped. Qin Yang stroked his chin. Did he look like a good bully? Su Nuyu revealed a smirk, wondering how Qin Yang would treat her as her stepmother. At this time, Qin Yang walked over and was just about to make a move when he suddenly said, "Forget it, I don't hit pregnant women. Since you're pregnant, I'll let you off the hook." What? Everyone's face changed, and the woman even stared at Qin Yang with an angry face and snapped, "Don't you talk nonsense. How could I possibly be pregnant? Are you serious?" Sun Wanyu's face became ugly. Qin Yang nodded his head and said seriously, "Yes, with my medical skills, how can there be a mistake in looking at a person's pregnancy? She's about 3 weeks old. TSK, This is considered an advanced maternal age. Congratulations, wife. You're going to have another brother. Brother? Oh. Su Nuyu smiled a bit oozingly. 3 weeks? The woman's face was pale. That's not her, and when she thought about it, she was suddenly a little panicked. Could she really be pregnant? But my dad had an accident 3 years ago and can't be humanized. Su Nuanyu said. Oh, so it's cheating, ah. I said that what brother of yours Su Chang? How and you are not at all like. There is not a bit of sibling feeling. He should not be your father's seed either. Qin Yang continued. Su Nuanyu was all a bit tense. She sat in her wheelchair, a bit stunned. Qin Yang's words were true or false. If it was as he said, even Su Chang wasn't her father's seed. She, the stepmother, really had her heart in the right place. A trace of panic flashed across the woman's face, and she suddenly regretted a bit why she had come to provoke this guy. Just then, a man of about 50 walked in. Frowning, he lined up the crowd and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? What are you guys doing? You are Nuanyu's father, right? Don't be sad. Although the son is not yours, the wife is yours." Qin Yang patted Su Zhenghai's shoulder. Su Zhenghai didn't know Qin Yang, but Qin Yang's words made him uncomfortable. "What do your words mean?" Su Zhenghai asked. Su Nuyu's stepmother. That is, Shen Yan hurriedly said. "Hubby, he's just a crazy person. He's talking nonsense here. Quickly drive him away." Su Zhenghai frowned. A liar. How did he make so much noise at home? Just then, Su Nuanyu's voice rang out. "He's Qin Yang, my fiancé." Su Zhenghai's frown slightly relaxed. However, he was still a bit haunted by Qin Yang's words just now. "What did you mean by what you just said?" Su Zhenghai asked. Without waiting for Qin Yang to open his mouth, Su Nuyu said, "Su Chang might not be your child. There is also the fact that your wife cheated on you and is now pregnant. If you don't believe me, take them to the hospital for a checkup and you'll know." What? Su Zhenghai's body trembled a few times. He finally understood the meaning of Qin Yang's words just now. "Honey, don't listen to them. I'm not that kind of person. You have to believe me." Shen Yan hurriedly said. "We're going to the hospital now," Su Zhenghai said. Shen Yan's face turned white as she let out a forced smile and said, "Husband, don't you trust me? I have accompanied you for so many years." Su Zhenghai, however, said, "Don't you have confidence?" Shen Yan hurriedly shook her head as she blurted out, saying, "Husband, no, of course I'm confident. I'm 80% sure that Su Chang is your biological child." 80% sure? Everyone was plummeting. Shen Yan also realized that she had let her words slip, and she was instantly chagrined. "Go, now come with me to the hospital and get that wild bastard Su Chang back too. I only believe in science." After saying that, Su Zhenghai let the people drag Shen Yan away regardless of whether she was willing or not. As for Su Chang, he was in the hospital right now, and Su Zhenghai had received Su Chang's call before he came over to find trouble with Su Nuanyu. Who knew that I would hear such bad news? He was full of doubts now. Chapter 9 No Blood Relationship. Shen Yan came over in a rage, only to be carried away. She was now filled with trepidation. Although there is 80% certainty that the child is Su Zhenghai's, but what if? So, she was quite nervous. However, no matter how she went about it, Su Zhenghai didn't believe her, and just had to wait until the paternity test and examination were done, and then he would make plans then. An hour later, Shen Yan was pale. She is indeed pregnant. Upon learning this news, Su Zhenghai directly slapped her, causing half of Shen Yan's face to swell. However, Su Zhenghai didn't continue to make a move. He said coldly, "I can't help you because my body is broken. I can understand if you go to someone else. Just abort the baby. I won't blame you." "Honey, you're so sweet. Thank you," Shen Yan said excitedly. She hadn't expected that Su Zhenghai would be able to understand herself. Su Zhenghai shook off her hand with some disgust as he said coldly, "But, you'd better pray that Su Chang is my seed, or else, I'll make you mother and son, begging for your lives, begging for death." Shen Yan trembled. Then she said confidently, "Don't worry, I'm certain that Su Chang is definitely your child." Grasp. Su Zhenghai smiled to himself. This woman, she really has been lying to him for years. Su Zhenghai had always thought that he was the love of this woman's life and that she had only one man. Now it seems that everything was just a good disguise for this woman. Thinking of this, Su Zhenghai had already begun to consider that if Su Chang really wasn't his child, he himself would have to treat Su Nuyu's legs and face no matter what. She was the only bloodline he had left. Under the pressure of Su Zhenghai's power, he quickly got the results. Su Chang and Shen Yan stood to the side, a little apprehensive. Su Zhenghai unwrapped the paternity report and he shuddered. "Shen Yan, you're fine, fine," Su Zhenghai said with an expressionless face. When Shen Yan saw that he wasn't angry, she was delighted. She thought Su Zhenghai was praising herself. Shen Yan said happily, "Husband, am I right? I told you that Xiao Chang is your child and won't be someone else's. See for yourself." Su Zhenghai handed over the appraisal report. Shen Yan took it and opened it. The smile on his face, instantly solidified. Shen Yan was confused. The identification report gave the conclusion that the two were not related. In other words, Su Chang is not Su Zhenghai's son. Her body was powerless as she knelt on the ground. Shen Yan knew that she was finished. Then, as if she thought of something, she hugged Su Zhenghai's leg and said excitedly, "Hubby, just let Xiao Chang go. Even though he's not your real son, he's also called out to you as his father for so many years. He's a good boy. This matter, it has nothing to do with him." "Good boy?" Su Zhenghai sneered. "To buy a murder with you, and to get a doctor to completely cure his sister's leg. You say he's a good boy. He's a... You know all that?" Shen Yan was stunned. She thought that she and Su Chang did it without God knowing, but she didn't think that Su Zhenghai knew all about it. Su Zhenghai sneered with a disdainful expression. Shen Yan finally understood it this time. She laughed miserably and said, "You yourself are the worst. The control of the Su family. You can't snatch Sun Wanyu, and you don't want to carry the charge of killing your own daughter. So you borrow our hands. Want to get rid of Sun Wanyu, so that you can take control of the Su family. Su Zhenghai. At most I am just a misdemeanor, and you are worse than that. Your own biological child is not even spared. Come on people, take them away. Hand over the collected evidence to the law enforcement team. I want the two of them to sit through the bottom of the jail." Su Zhenghai was annoyed. At the Su family, Qin Yang once again massaged Su Nuyu for a while before he got up. "Okay, any more presses and I won't be able to control it. Let's call it a day." "What do you mean?" Sun Wanyu was a bit puzzled. "You're too beautiful. I can't control it." Qin Yang cupped Su Nuyu's chin. Dooley was furious and clenched her teeth, wanting to teach Qin Yang a lesson. This guy is too much, to blaspheme his lady so much. Su Nuyu, however, didn't care at all, but instead smiled faintly and said, "You and I are unmarried couples. Even if we can't control it, there's no harm in it." These words already spoke volumes about Sun Wanyu's heart. Qin Yang was a bit moved, so he was ready to do something about it. Just at that moment, a knock sounded on the door. "Mr. Su, there is something important to tell you." An eager voice sounded outside. "Come in." Sun Wanyu's expression returned to coldness and her voice said calmly. A young man in his 20s pushed his way in. He glanced at Qin Yang with some surprise before he respectfully said to Su Nuyu, "Su Zhenghai sent Shen Yan, mother and son, to the law enforcement team. Su Chang is not Su Zhenghai's child?" The youth was a bit surprised. "How did Mr. Su know?" He nodded and said, "Before sending them into the law enforcement team, Shen Yan was checked to be pregnant, and Su Chang was identified as not being the Su family's child. Su Zhenghai had already sent the two to the law enforcement team, and together with them, there was also the evidence that they had purchased the murderer to try to kill Mr. Su. He really did know already." Su Nuyu smiled faintly, only there was not a bit of laughter in her eyes. It was cold to the extreme. "Beastly." Qin Yang sighed. Afterwards, he pinched Su Nuyu's small face and said with a smile, "However, both of ours are pretty much the same, with thin parental margins. I'll be your relative in the future." Su Nuyu glanced at Qin Yang. She looked odd. "You want to be my father?" "It's not impossible. A godfather is a father too." Qin Yang hemmed and hawed. Ahem. Both the youth and Dooley choked on their own saliva. What is all this talk of tigers and wolves? Is this still their Mr. Su, who is known as the flower of the High Sierra? Su Nuyu smiled faintly. She lifted her veil and uncovered the scar drawn on her own face, and said faintly, "Since Su Chang's mother and son have gone in, there's no need for a disguise. Notify the group's senior management that in an hour's time, there will be a meeting at the group's headquarters." Dully and the youth were shaken. They knew that Sun Wanyu was going to get real. This time, her hold on the Su family would be even stronger. Qin Yang wasn't interested in this kind of thing. He yawned and said, "All right then, you get busy. I'm tired too. I'll go back first." Sun Wanyu nodded her head. Qin Yang turned around and left. He drove that cab and hurried back in the direction of the Qin family. Looking at the time, Qin Yang couldn't help but speed up. Any later and he wouldn't be able to eat lunch. That family, for sure, won't leave him any food. Not far from the entrance of Qin's house, Qin Yang was blocked. A group of people, all menacing, blocked his way. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and directly increased the throttle and crashed through. Chapter 10. Uncle. Those people were still brutal, but when they saw that the car not only didn't stop, but accelerated towards them, they were all startled, then frantically dodged away. Not far away, a youth with a gloomy face cursed a waste. They saw Qin Yang drive his car and enter the middle of the Qin family. Bunch of losers. The youth's expression was grim. "Young master, shall we kill our way in?" the man beside the youth asked. The youth glanced at him and said coldly, "That's the Qin family there. A family with a face. If I kill my way in so blatantly, I don't need to not have someone else make a move. My father will beat me to death." They were ultimately an underground force, and making too much noise was not what they wanted. "Let's go." We'll fix him when we find a chance. And that Qinli, ask him out. I want him to give me an explanation. The youth said coldly. If Qinli were here, he would be able to recognize that the youth was none other than Yi Chen, the son of the South City's underground power overlord. Qin Yang didn't take those people to heart, and when he saw that they didn't come after him, he parked his car at the entrance and walked in. As soon as he entered, Qin Yang realized that Qin Weiye and the others had already eaten. This made Qin Yang laugh as he walked over. You guys are eating without me? Qin Yang asked. You're the one who is uneducated and doesn't come back when it's time to eat. Do you want everyone to wait for you? Zhang Wanru said coldly. Qin Weiye also said, it's you who are uneducated, just coming back and running around. You can't blame others. If you had 1/10 of Qin Li's understanding, you wouldn't have just come home and run around. No upbringing at all. You shouldn't eat for lunch today. Zhang Wanru continued. Finished? Qin Yang asked. The three suddenly developed a bad feeling. You don't. Before the word messy could be finished, Qin Yang directly lifted the table. The meal spilled all over the floor and on the three men. Ah, my high definition. Zhang Wanru screamed. Qin Yang, you're crazy. Qin Li also jumped away, but he wasn't spared a soupy mess. Qin Weiye's face turned blue as he covered his heart, almost spitting blood from anger. Since I'm not waiting for me to eat, no one should eat, Qin Yang said lightly. The servants stood to the side, not daring to breathe. This was a matter for the master's family, and they were in no position to speak. No one is not waiting for you. It's just that you didn't come back yourself. Can't it be that we won't eat if you don't come back? Zhang Wanru said angrily. If Qin Li hadn't returned, would you have waited for him? Qin Yang asked. Of course we have to wait. We are family, Zhang Wanru said without thinking. Qin Yang sneered. It was only at this time that Zhang Wanru realized what she had said. She instantly blushed and closed her mouth. Make another table for dinner and follow the one we just had, Qin Yang commanded. The servant didn't move, but only gazed at Qin Weiye. Qin Yang directly picked up a vase next to him and smashed it at the servant in charge of cooking. The other man was startled and ducked away. The vase fell to the ground and Qin Weiye roared. You're crazy. That's my yuan Qinghua, $20 million. I'm hungry. I need to eat. This underling doesn't listen to me. I'll smack one thing, Qin Yang said indifferently. Get out. You get out of the Qin family now. I don't have a father like you. Qin Weiye was furious and confused. After saying that, Qin Weiye's face darkened. You get the hell out of the Qin family, Qin Li said on the side in a fake sympathetic manner. Brother, you've gone too far. Look at how angry you've made Dad. Why don't you hurry up and apologize so that Dad doesn't kick you out of the Qin family? You're accusing me? Qin Yang's gaze fell on Qin Li's body. Without waiting for Qin Li to open his mouth, Qin Yang slapped him across the face, causing Qin Li to fall headfirst to the ground and faint. From inside his slightly open mouth, it was vaguely visible, and a few bloodied teeth could be vaguely seen. Although you are an adopted son and not related to me by blood, nominally I am still your older brother. How dare you accuse your own brother of not knowing the slightest bit of respect? You deserve to be beaten, Qin Yang said in a serious manner. Qin Weiye almost went crazy. Have you spoken to us about the inferiority of the eldest and the youngest? That's different. You don't deserve it, Qin Yang said indifferently. Roll. Qin Weiye pointed to the gate. Bump. Qin Yang kicked down and directly shattered a table. The corner of Qin Weiye's mouth twitched. That table was over $200,000. Remember, it's easy to invite the gods but hard to send them away. If I hear you say get lost again, next time I'll just demolish this villa. Qin Yang finished speaking and heckled the maid. Don't go cook yet. The maid was startled and rushed into the kitchen. What not to be beaten. Qin Yang made a double entendre. Husband and wife, all looking like they're about to have a heart attack. They had gotten a bogeyman back, and ever since Qin Yang had returned, the entire Qin family was in disarray. Qin Weiye gritted his teeth, snorted coldly, and turned around to go out. Out of sight, out of mind. Zhang Wanru, on the other hand, commanded the servants to carry Qin Li out and send him to the hospital. If I had known, I should never have had you born in the first place. Putting down these words, Zhang Wanru turned around and left, following Qin Li, who was being carried away. With a concerned look on her face, Qin Yang smiled. He didn't care at all, without any expectations. What's the disappointment? A meal, quickly made. The servants looked at Qin Yang with awe. It was true that this one wasn't liked by the head of the family or the madam, but who let him be great on his own? Even the head of the family and his wife couldn't help him. After finishing his meal, Qin Yang remembered that someone was looking for trouble with him today. He had just blocked himself on his way back to the Qin family home, so it seemed that he needed to settle things. At this moment, Yi Chen was at a clubhouse, embracing a young model on his left and right, going up and down. Just then, a call came in. Adverse son, get your ass back here. Yi Chen was confused. As far as I could remember, This was the first time my own father had ever spoken to me like this. Have you broken the rules of heaven? Pressing down the doubts in his heart, Yi-chan returned home. Upon taking a good look at the person sitting in the middle of the living room, his eyes instantly widened. Why are you here? Yi-chan exclaimed. In the next moment, a slap directly smacked him in the face, causing half of Yi-chan's face to swell instantly. On your knees, Yi Filong said coldly. Without saying anything, Yi-chan directly knelt down. He trusted his old man, 100%. If dad told him to get on his knees, he must have had a reason to get on his knees. Apologize to your uncle, Yi Filong said. Uncle? Him? Yi-chan's eyes widened, but he still said, Uncle, I'm sorry. Get up. Qin Yang opened his mouth. Yi-chen stood up and looked at his father with a pair of puzzled eyes. Isn't the other party a long-lost child of the Qin family? How did he become his uncle? Chapter 11. Your uncle is my boss. This uncle of yours is called Qin Yang, my sworn brother, Yi Longfei said. Without waiting for Yi-chen to react, Yi Longfei continued. Actually, I wanted to worship your uncle as my elder brother in the beginning, but he disliked me for being old, so he accepted me as his elder brother. I am your uncle's elder brother, and your uncle is my elder brother. Yi-chen tilted his head and stared blankly at his father. Though his own father's words were garbled, he probably understood what his father meant. It means that one has to listen to Qin Yang. Thinking of this, Yi-chen directly said, Uncle, I asked you to lay hands on you before because of that Qin Li of the Qin family. He asked me to do it. I don't know the relationship between uncle and father. That Qin Li, he dared to lay hands on my brother. Go get him for me. Yi Longfei's temper came straight up. What kind of trashy thing dares to make a move on his own brother? Qin Yang, however, waved his hand and said, No need. A little scum is just a little scum. It just so happens that I've been bored lately, so I can let me have some fun. I came to look for you because I don't want my great-nephew to keep looking for trouble. I'm afraid that at that time, I'll accidentally let you send your hair to the black hair. Yi Longfei winced as he said gratefully, Brother has a heart. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, By the way, when you meet Sun Wan Yu of the Su family in the future, be polite to her. She's my fiancé. Understood. Brother, don't worry. I will order it down. To have a need to go out, you must not be polite with your brother. Yi Longfei was full of smiles. Qin Yang nodded his head before he turned to leave. Yi Longfei was about to send Qin Yang off when Qin Yang's voice came over. No need to send it. It was not until Qin Yang left that Yi Longfei let out a long breath. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sat down on his butt on the couch, while his clothes, already wet with sweat. Dad, what's going on with this uncle? When did you get another sworn brother like this? Yi-chen asked suspiciously. Most of all, looking at his father's appearance, he was also particularly scornful of Qin Yang, simply like a mouse seeing a cat. Yi Longfei took a deep breath before he said, Do you remember the Taoist priest I once told you about? Is he? Yi-chen froze. Yi Longfei shook his head and said, No, Qin Yang is the Taoist master's disciple. However, I would rather face the Taoist master than this brother of mine. Why? Yi-chen asked suspiciously. 5 years ago, we weren't even the biggest underground force in South City, Yi Longfei said. Yi-chen nodded his head and said, Yes, at that time, the third master of the southern city was the strongest. Our family was nothing at all. If it wasn't for the fact that overnight, the third master of the southern city, he and the top brass under him, were all exterminated, it wouldn't have been our family's turn. Speaking here, Yi-chen suddenly reacted. He said in surprise, Shouldn't it be? Not bad. It's him. That night, I was being chased by a few of third master's men to get rid of me, but I ran into Qin Yang and the Taoist master. They saved me, Yi Longfei said. Originally, Qin Yang didn't have a murderous intent, but they were unforgiving and wanted to get the Taoist master and Qin Yang killed, which is why Qin Yang was furious, and then asked me to lead the way to exterminate the southern city's third master and the higher-ups under their command in one night. When he said this, he had a slightly fearful expression, as if he had thought of a frightening image. You know what? He Chang, the strongest undercard under the third master, didn't even last a single move under Qin Yang before he was crushed to death. Yi Longfei winced. Yi Chen's mouth was wide open as he thought that he had let Scar to beat up Qin Yang today, and Scar only had his leg broken by Qin Yang, mostly because he was merciful. Forget it, I won't say so much to you. Just know that when you meet your uncle in the future, be polite to me, more polite than you would be to your old man me, Yi Longfei said. Dad, don't worry, when I see my uncle in the future, I'll definitely be closer to him than to my own father, Yi Chen assured. Yi Longfei nodded his head. Although he agreed with Yi Chen's words, he always felt that there was something strange somewhere. Before that, though, I'm going to get someone in trouble. After saying this, a stern color flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. That bastard Qin Li dared to let himself go to his uncle's trouble, almost killing his father and son. You're a measured child, do whatever you want, As long as you don't touch the bottom line, we still have your uncle's thigh to hold. This South City underground world can't change the sky, Yi Longfei said with a smile. He closely guarded the bottom line given to him by Qin Yang, and although he was an underground big shot in South City, he had never done something that touched the bottom line. Otherwise, Yi Longfei believed that he didn't even need anyone else to make a move. Qin Yang would be able to directly destroy him. It was easier than destroying the third master of the South City in the first place. After all, his current power was not even comparable to the third master of the southern city. Dad, don't worry, I don't touch ordinary people, only the world family fights. They give money, so I do something for them. These guys from the world family, there aren't many of them are clean. Yi Chen grinned. Go on. Yi Longfei smiled. Yi Chen left and then began to inquire about Qin Li's whereabouts. Young master, we've found Qin Li, at the first hospital. Go over to him, Yi Chen said. Zhang Wanro they accompanied Qin Li in the hospital, and when they were about to finish seeing the disease, a group of people rushed in, and then directly started to beat up. Qin Li screamed miserably as he recognized these people. All of them were Yi Chen's men. I'm friends with your young master. What are you doing hitting me? Qin Li shouted. However, the guys didn't say anything at all and continued to beat people up. Zhang Wanro and Qin Weiye were so frightened that they stood to the side, not daring to move for fear that they would beat themselves up as well. As for their bodyguards, they've been taken under control. Along with Qin Li's scream, he fainted. Rubbish. A few of the beaters sneered as they turned to leave. Their purpose had been achieved, breaking both of Qin Li's legs, so they could go back and hand in their orders. Doc, get over here, Qin Weiye shouted nervously. Only then did the doctor rush in and then send Qin Li to the operating room. Who did this? How dare you hit Xiaoli? I will definitely not let him go, Qin Weiye roared. Just then, an exhausted voice came. Is that so? How is Mr. Qin going to not let me go? Qin Weiye was jolted, and when he saw the person who spoke, he was dumbstruck. Young Yi, why is it you? Aren't you and Xiaoli good friends? Qin Weiye's attitude instantly softened. He was richer than Yi Longfei and the others, but they were underground forces with ruthless methods. That was not something he could easily mess with. He is worthy to be my friend? A wild seed from who knows where is just a mere thing. Dare to harm me in a special way. You tell him that this is just the first time. In the future, he'd better not show up in front of me, or else I'll see him once and beat him once. After saying that, Yi Chen raised his head and left. Qin Weiye's face turned blue. He glanced at the operating room with some indignation. Ever since he listened to Qin Li's words and picked up Qin Yang, nothing good had happened to their family, if not for the fact that Qin Li is. At that thought, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Chapter 12 down. Zhang Wanru, however, was very angry as she said to Qin Weiye, Hubby, that Qin Yang is too much. Not only did he beat up Xiaoli himself, but he also had people come over and beat him up. You must do right by Xiaoli. Qin Weiye looked impatient and said irritably, I'll make the decision for him? How do you make the decision? Do you want me to fight Yi Longfei to the death? Zhang Wanru shut her mouth at once. Yi Longfei was the underground overlord of South City, not something they could offend. Could it be that Roku just took a beating for nothing? Zhang Wanru said angrily, I do have an idea. Maybe we don't need to make a move to take care of Qin Yang. Qin Weiye said after some thought. What way? Zhang Wanru's eyes immediately lit up. Let's invite Sun Wanyu over, then drug them and let Qin Yang do Sun Wanyu. Qin Weiye said. What kind of solution is that? Zhang Wanru was a bit confused. You don't understand. Since her disability, Su Nuyu's personality has changed drastically. Once Qin Yang puts her to sleep without her consent, what do you think she'll do? Qin Weiye said with a grim smile. Zhang Wanru's eyes lit up as she instantly understood what her husband meant. At that time, the worst outcome would be for the two of them to get married as soon as possible, so that we would also be rid of Qin Yang. And the best outcome would be for Zhang Wanru to abolish Qin Yang, and he would no longer be able to pose a threat to Lear. Qin Weiye nodded. Zhang Wanru looked at Qin Weiye with a touched look and said, when parents love their son, they plan far and wide for him. Lear would definitely be moved if he knew we were treating him like this. These two are really too bad. Simply worse, for an adopted son, to treat their own son so. No, I want to tell uncle. Around the corner, Yi Chen turned away. He was a little confused as to how anyone could treat their own son so viciously because of their adopted son. It was no wonder that after Qin Yang had returned home, he had made the entire Qin family a mess. Back on top of the car, Yi Chen dialed Qin Yang's number. This was given to him by Yi Longfei so that he could contact Qin Yang if anything happened. Qin Yang picked up the phone and said lazily, Who is it? Uncle, it's me Yi Chen. I just heard a message. He said the conversation between the two of them, as it was, to Qin Yang. I know, thank you, Qin Yang said. It wasn't long before Qin Yang heard a knock on the door. Open the door yourself. It's unlocked, Qin Yang said lazily as he lay on the bed. Jiang Wanru opened the door, and when she saw Qin Yang, she barely squeezed out a smile on her face. Xiao Yang, your father and I have just discussed this. We are planning to invite Guan Yu over to discuss about your marriage. What do you think? Okay. Qin Yang nodded his head. Jiang Wanru was instantly relieved. She smiled and said, that's fine. I'm going to get ready. Just for tonight. You also get ready. I'll have someone send a few dresses in a little while. You'll put them on at night, so you don't let people look at you and laugh. No problem. You guys are really good to me, thinking so much for me. It's true that if a parent loves their son, they plan far and wide for them, Qin Yang said calmly with a smile on his face. When Jiang Wanru heard that the parents love their son, then they plan far and wide for him, her heart suddenly jumped wildly. There was some suspicion in her heart. Qin Yang didn't know about their plan, right? Glancing at Qin Yang suspiciously, Jiang Wanru dismissed the idea. With Qin Yang's character, if he knew what he was going to do, he definitely wouldn't be so calm. However, after going out, she still asked the maid what Qin Yang was doing each time. She was relieved to learn that Qin Yang was already at home when she was in the hospital. Other than being able to count, it was impossible for Qin Yang to know what the two of them were planning to do. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanru was relieved. Just at this time, Qin Yang's cell phone rang. Honey, what's the matter with me? Su Nuyu's voice rang out. Tonight, Qin Weiya invited me over for a banquet, saying that he wanted to finalize our wedding date. I know, Qin Yang said. What are their plans? Su Nuanyu asked. They wanted to put some kind of trick on us to get me to put you to sleep. And then with your current persona of a twisted personality, you sure as hell wouldn't let me off the hook to teach me a lesson by your hand. Qin Yang said lazily. Really down on the head. Su Nuanyu said disdainfully. However, if Qin Li sees you recovered at night, he may not agree to this matter. Didn't he break his leg? I didn't realize that you and Yi Longfei were still related. Qin Yang was slightly stunned. Su Nuanyu was so well informed. It had only just happened and she knew about it. I'll go over there at night. I'd like to see what tricks they're going to pull. I see that the Qin family doesn't want to hang around in South City anymore. Su Nuanyu sneered. You know there's a tiger on the mountain. You're so courageous. Qin Yang sighed. Su Nuyu faintly said, isn't this still you? I believe you won't let anything happen to me. Such trust in me? Qin Yang was a bit surprised. You are my fiancé. Even if you really were slept with by you, there's nothing unacceptable. It's not like it's cheaper for outsiders. Su Nuyu said rightfully. That's really the point. Don't worry. With me here, no one can touch you. Qin Yang said. I know. Su Nuanyu smiled slightly. The two ended the call, and Qin Yang opened his cell phone and swiped through the videos in boredom. Not long after, Qin Yang's eyes lit up and he suddenly swiped a live stream. The other party even live broadcast fortune-telling, but not many people watching. 3 trigrams per day surprisingly not yet finished. The main reason is that the anchor is just too young. A good-looking girl, and many people don't have confidence in her. Also, a carnival counts as one time and is a bit too expensive for the average person. Qin Yang smiled and casually swiped a carnival. The girl had been staring at the screen somewhat listlessly, only to be energized by the sight of the carnival. She immediately said excitedly, many thanks to Big Brother Qin Yang for the carnival. I wonder what Big Brother Qin Yang wants to count. In-laws, I guess. Qin Yang sent the message. Host Xian Mendauda said, Big Brother, send me your birthdate and real name. Qin Yang sent his birthdate and name. Soon, the anchor began to divine, but it didn't take long for her expression to freeze. Qin Yang, how was it? Xian Mendauda looked odd and said, the trigrams show that Big Brother Qin Yang has many concubines. Even I am one of them. Qin Yang smiled. This Xian Mendauda is really something. Master also said that he has a lot of peach blossoms and he is afraid that he will have more than one wife in the future. Qin Yang directly sent 100 carnivals. Good math. Reward you for that. And I look forward to our future meetings. The audience was abuzz. Is it that easy money? Just a couple of random comments. 100 carnivals said to be swiped is really trenchant. Ji Daoda was also confused. Before she could wake up from the shock, she saw the 100 carnivals sent by Qin Yang, and then the other party exited the live broadcast room. She had been somewhat unable to accept that she had become one of the many women of others, but once Qin Yang had swiped this 100 carnivals, Ji Daoda felt that there was nothing unacceptable about it. It was meant to be anyway. She reads her own fortune and naturally believes in fate. I just don't know when I'll get to meet the other half of this trenchant future. Chapter 13 Change of Mind. Ji Daoda contacted Qin Yang in a private chat, asking for his contact information, but Qin Yang shows that he has gone offline. This made Ji Daoda a little depressed. So big a fortune. I hope I don't miss it. This is the man of her destiny. In the evening, the Qin family returned. However, Qin Shui and Qin Li both returned in wheelchairs, and Qin Wan also looked at Qin Yang somewhat nervously. They were all scared by Qin Yang. A flash of malice flashed through Qin Li's eyes. He smiled and said, Brother, I'm really envious. The marriage date between you and Sun Wanyu will be finalized this evening. In the future, you will be a member of the Su family when you join the Su family. You will be a member of the Su family, and you will be able to enjoy all the glory and wealth that you can get. It's a blessing for you. That's right. A blessed man does not enter a house without blessings. Your Qin family can't keep me, Qin Yang said indifferently. Brother is so eloquent. I just hope that when I get along with Sun Wanyu in the future, I can be so reasoned, Qin Li said. Qin Yang said in surprise, my wife is so beautiful, can't I just let her be? What's the point of arguing with her? Pretty? Qin Yang, you just have a hard mouth. It's true that you came from the countryside. You can say anything for the sake of money. Su Nuyu may have been pretty before, but now that she's disfigured, she looks just like a ghost. She doesn't want to give it to any other man, and it's only you, brother, who has a good appetite. Qin Li said mockingly. The husband and wife, Qin Weiye, were also contemptuous. I'm sure it's something that can't be upheld. Nonsense and open mouth. You're saying I look like a ghost? Are you trying to become a ghost? An icy voice rang out as Sun Wanyu walked in. At this moment, she was dressed in a professional outfit, quite capable, and carried a powerful aura. Although she was just a woman, she pressed a few people a little out of breath. Sun Wanyu as well. Not only her appearance is restored, but her legs can still walk. Realizing this, Qin Li's eyes turned red. He hated Qin Yang. If it wasn't for him, this Sun Wanyu would belong to him. It was all because of this countryside guy, who robbed Sun Wanyu from himself. Mr. Su, your face and legs? It's already healed. Disappointing Mr. Qin, Sun Wanyu said faintly. Qin Wei's expression stiffened as he laughed dryly. What are you talking about? Mr. Su, you are the future daughter-in-law of my Qin family. I'm more than happy that you've recovered. Please have a seat. I'll have it served, Jiang Wanru said. Instead, Qin Li said, Mom, push me over there while I get ready. Jiang Wanru was a bit strange, but still pushed Qin Li over. Leaving the living room, Qin Li somewhat anxiously grabbed Jiang Wanru's hand and said, Mom, I don't want Qin Yang and Sun Wanyu to get married. I want to be with Sun Wanyu. Jiang Wanru was taken aback as she said in surprise, What did you say? Didn't you say you didn't like Sun Nuyu before? You had to ask us to get Qin Yang back. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Qin Li gritted his teeth and said, At that time, how did I know that Sun Nuyu could recover? She's not crippled now, and her appearance has been restored. The Su family is definitely still her Zhang family. Only if I marry her can I control her and help the Qin family. But, Jiang Wanru was a little hesitant. Mom, don't but it. Think about that guy Qin Yang. He's a guy with a backbone in his body. It's impossible for him to help the Qin family. He might even let the Su family deal with our Qin family, and we'll be in trouble then. Jiang Wanru's heart fluttered. This possibility is not non-existent. Thinking about it, she clenched her teeth and said, Tell me how I can make mommy help you. After drugging Su Nuyu, send her to my room. As long as the raw rice is cooked, everything will be finalized. Qin Li said confidently. You're not afraid that Sun Wanyu will wake up and fight you? Jiang Wanru said with some surprise. Mom, don't worry. When the time comes, I'll take a few pictures of Su Nuyu, and she'll still be at my mercy? Qin Li said smugly. Are you okay with this leg? Jiang Wanru said with some worry. Mom, don't worry, I've got it covered. At the mention of his broken leg, a cold light flashed in Qin Li's eyes. When he got Sun Wanyu and took control of the Su family, when the time came to use the power of the Su family to retaliate against Yi Chen, he must let him have a taste of this as well. Thinking of this, a flash of pleasure flashed across Qin Li's eyes. As the food was served, Qin Yang had a faint smile on his lips. He came to Su Nuyu's ear and whispered, In a moment, you should eat and drink. Don't worry, with me here, I won't let you get hit. Aha! Sun Wanyu nodded her head. She didn't doubt Qin Yang at all. With Qin Yang's ability, if she really wanted to do something to herself, she couldn't defend herself. Su Nuyu also ignored the Su family crowd and casually ate her own. Suddenly, she and Qin Yang all had their heads tilted and fainted onto the table. Qin Li was overjoyed as he hurriedly said, Quickly, send Sun Wanyu to my room. Other than Jiang Wanru, everyone else was a bit surprised. Lil, what do you mean by that? Qin Li repeated what he had just said to the crowd. Right, now that Sun Wanyu has recovered, she can definitely control the Su family. Only if Lier marries her can we get the Su family to help our Qin family. And we can even end up helping little Li and getting the Su family. Qin Weiye's eyes lit up. It's just Lil your leg? Qin Weiye asked with some concern. Qin Li said confidently, Dad, don't worry, I can do it. Just find someone to busy me. Who's going to help? Definitely not for your own family. After all, you have to avoid suspicion as well. Men also can't. When the time comes, I'm afraid that Sun Wanyu can't receive it. Their Qin family's daughter-in-law also can't be seen by other men. Thinking of this, Qin Weiye said, Wang Ma, go help the young master. A woman in her late 40s, in her late 50s, stepped forward and said, yes, boss. What about Qin Yang? Jiang Wanru asked. A flash of disgust flashed across Qin Wei's eyes as he said with a cold smile, first send him back to his room, and tomorrow when he wakes up, tell him to get out of the Qin family. Jiang Wanru hesitated, but only for a moment. She nodded and said, then I'll listen to you. After saying that, she commanded the people to send Qin Yang to his room. Afterward, they sent Qin Li and Sun Wanyu. Inside Qin Li's room, Wang Ma, help the young master well. We'll leave first. Be careful of the young master's legs. Jiang Wanru reminded. Don't worry, ma'am, I will serve the young master well. Wang Ma assured. Qin Li's face was full of smiles. Jiang Wanru closed the door of the room behind her and left with a sense of relief. Wang Ma, quickly take off her clothes, Qin Li said. Just then, he realized that Wang Ma's expression was not right. As she stared at herself blankly with a gluttonous look, Qin Li's heart was beating wildly. What was she going to do? Chapter 14. He has your blood in his body. 2. Early the next morning, a group of people broke into the Qin family. There was also a large number of reporters with them, and then they went straight to the door of Qin Li's room. What's the situation? Did you get the reporter? Qin Weiya was a bit confused and asked Jiang Wanru. Jiang Wanru shook her head and said, it wasn't me. At this time, the door to Qin Li's room had been opened, and a furious roar came out. Get out, all of you. It was Qin Li's voice. Asterisk is so bombastic. I'm blind. It turns out that the rich second generation has such heavy tastes, such peculiar tastes. Today's hot search has it. What the hell? Qin Weiya and Jiang Wanru rushed over. They crossed the crowd and saw a rather shocking sight. Qin Li was a little birdie, lying in Wang Ma's arms, and Wang Ma had a happy look on her face, a look of being nourished to the core. Moreover, from the messiness inside the room, one could tell how fierce the battle was last night. At the corner of Wang Ma's mouth, there were even a few curved threads. It shows how much fun they had last night. What's going on? Qin Weiya was also confused, but asked anyway. Qin Li said in horror, Dad, quickly tell Wang Ma to get out. Vomit. I'm going to kill that Qin Yang. He must have done it. He set me up. Wang Ma said with an aggrieved face. Last night, she even called people sweetie, and early in the morning, she told them to get out. What a heartless man. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. Don't you dare accuse me falsely. I can't do anything with a broken leg. Qin Li could only think of this reason. I know, but I can move, Wang Ma said. The crowd understood in seconds. Young master, it's still my first time. You have to be responsible for me. Wang Ma looked aggrieved and pointed to a pool of blood on the bed. The crowd was in an uproar, not realizing that this Wang Ma was almost 50 years old, but it was her first time. No wonder young Master Qin has taken a fancy to this Wang Ma. She may be average looking, but she's pure. Not bad, young Master Qin. You're responsible for taking someone's Wang Ma's body. I'm sorry if I don't marry Wang Ma. The crowd spoke up. Just at this time, Qin Yang's voice came. What's going on? What's all the hustle and bustle? When Qin Yang squeezed in and saw the scene in front of him, he cracked his mouth and laughed. Qin Li, you can do it. You can still wreak havoc on other people's Wang Ma with a broken leg. You really deserve to be the true young master of the Qin family. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Qin Weiya's heart shook. After this incident, it would likely affect their Qin family's reputation. Thinking of this, he immediately said, what true young master of the Qin family? Qin Li is only the adopted son of the Qin family. You are the true young master of the Qin family. Speaking of which, he deliberately asked, by the way, where's Nuanyu? Wasn't she in your room yesterday? Mr. Qin seems to be getting old and has a bad memory. Nuanyu left yesterday after dinner. When did she stay in the Qin family? Qin Yang said. Qin Weiya's heart shook. He stared at Qin Yang, knowing that this was all Qin Yang's tactic. Taking a deep breath, Qin Weiya revealed an amiable smile. He patted Qin Yang's shoulder and said gently, you are the true young master of my Qin family. Don't ever learn from that adopted son and mess around with messed up women. Make sure to get along with Nuanyu, and don't do anything wrong to Nuanyu. Qin Li looked like he couldn't believe it as he exclaimed, Dad, what do you mean by that? Qin Weiya's eyes were slightly cold and he had an impatient look on his face. Don't call me father. I don't have a son like you who doesn't deserve it. An adopted son is an adopted son and will always be on the up and up. Qin Li's face instantly lost its blood color. It was clear in his mind that his father had abandoned him. Because his image was ruined, he was unable to gain enough face for the Qin family as the true young master. So, the other person unceremoniously abandoned himself. Gentlemen, can you give me face and not report this matter? Qin Weiya said. Immediately, a reporter tried to refuse. Qin Weiya said directly, it's also hard for everyone to make the trip, as long as everyone agrees to help. One person $1 million for hard work. The eyes of those reporters lit up at this statement. Of course, if any of you received the red packet and leaked the matter out, my Qin family has come this far and is not a soft persimmon to be bullied. Speaking here, a fierce light flashed in Qin Weiya's eyes. The crowd hurriedly said, surely it won't leak. Only then did Qin Weiya reveal a satisfied expression. The reporters retreated, and Qin Yang felt a little bored. He came out into the hall, yawned, and said, that was quite a breakfast today. I like it. When he finished, he ate. Qin Weiya walked over to sit beside Qin Yang as he stared at him and said, this matter today, it's your handiwork, isn't it? Yes. Qin Yang nodded. Very good. Worthy of being the seat of the Qin family, tactful and ruthless enough. From today onwards, you are the true young master of my Qin family, and from now on, everything that is dear to me will be inherited by you, Qin Weiya said. Zhang Wanru pushed Qin Li over and heard these words. She was instantly anxious. Honey, what are you babbling about? Qin Weiya glanced at her and said coldly, Lear's reputation has already been ruined. I can't let the Qin family's industry be inherited by someone with such a ruined reputation, and it has been proved that he really doesn't have the means as Qin Yang. It's only been a few days. Look at what he's already become. Do you think such a person can lead our Qin family to a better place? Zhang Wanru glanced at the pale Qin Li and said hesitantly, but isn't Lear our favorite son? Qin Weiya smiled faintly as he glanced at Qin Yang and said, don't forget that Qin Yang is your biological son. Zhang Wanru was shaken. At this time, Qin Yang stood up. He wiped his mouth and said, eat up, you guys take your time to chat. What do you mean? Qin Weiya's eyes stared. Qin Yang said carelessly, my meaning is very simple. I can't look at your Qin family's industry, and I don't want to play this game of real and fake young masters with you anymore. From today onwards, I no longer have any semblance of relationship with your Qin family. When these words came out, Qin Weiya's face changed wildly. He said coldly, don't you dare. Don't you forget that it's my Qin family's blood that flows within your body. You can never sever your ties with my Qin family. Qin Yang laughed disdainfully as he pointed at Qin Li, who was sitting in a wheelchair, his expression indescribably mocking. What about him? He also has your blood flowing in his body, so how can you just say that you can give him up? Aside from Qin Weiya, Qin Li and Zhang Wanru were all stunned. Chapter 15 You're the mistress. What are you babbling about? Qin Weiya became anxious and questioned loudly. Just at this time, Sun Wan Yu walked in. She held a file bag in her hand and said, there's no nonsense. This paternity report is enough to say everything. She threw the papers over. Zhang Wanru picked it up. Qin Weiya's face changed drastically and he immediately said, you're not allowed to look. Obviously, Zhang Wanru couldn't possibly listen to him as she dodged Qin Weiya's hand, opened the file bag, and pulled out the appraisal report inside. The next moment, Zhang Wanru's face turned pale. She threw the appraisal report in her hand, directly threw it over, flung it at Qin Weiya's face, and said angrily, do you want to give me an explanation? What the hell is going on here? How could Qin Li be your biological son? Qin Weiya's face was ugly, and he knew that things were lost. Taking a deep breath, Qin Weiya's expression became grim. He laughed coldly. That's right, Qin Li is my own son. Haven't you noticed that he looks like a human being? It was only at this time that Zhang Wanru looked like she had discovered some heavenly secret. Her whole being was a little broken. Su Nuyu glanced at her. Not a bit of pity in her eyes, only deep disgust. She said faintly, it's not just that. Back then, when Qin Yang was lost, it was your husband who did it. His purpose was to lose Qin Yang and pick up his illegitimate son with his mistress to inherit the Qin family. Speaking here, Su Nuyu snorted a laugh and said disdainfully, no wonder outsiders are wondering. The Qin family let their biological son go. Instead they love a lookalike, even wanting to give all their industries to their adopted son. Now it seems that people just want to give their industries to another biological son. Zhang Wanru's face was pale. The barrage of blows was a little too much for her to bear. It turned out that the truth of Qin Yang's loss back then was actually like this, and he has been loving the son of his mistress and has gone on to target his own biological son because of him. She couldn't help but feel a gouging pain at the thought. I was wrong. I'm sorry for Qin Yang. Dad, am I really your real son? Qin Li said anxiously. Qin Weiya nodded his head, dotingly glanced at Qin Li, and said, that's right, you are my own son, the son that my favorite woman gave me. Qin Weiya, you scum, I'm going to divorce you. Zhang Wanru said angrily. Qin Weiya smiled disdainfully and said, I've wanted to divorce you for a long time. Back when you forced the death of my beloved, I wanted to divorce you, but for the sake of me and her son, I've put up with you until now. Speaking here, Qin Weiya said mockingly, however, you're also really stupid, targeting your own son for her son's sake. You're really the dumbest woman in the world. Zhang Wanru's face turned pale as her gaze fell on Qin Yang's body, wanting to say something, but for a good half a day, Zhang Wanru couldn't even say a word. She didn't know how to apologize to Qin Yang. nowadays. Her heart was filled with guilt towards Qin Yang. You abandoned your own son for a mistress. Qin Weiye, you are not human, Jiang Wanru said. Qin Weiye laughed out loud as he said triumphantly. You went and framed your own son for the sake of someone else. You're the one who's truly not a human being. You're really ruthless enough to lay your hands on your own biological son. Speaking here, a coldness flashed across Qin Weiye's face. As for the mistress, in love, it is the unloved who is the mistress, and you are the one who is the mistress. Pust. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of Jiang Wanru's mouth, and her entire body staggered, almost fainting. Mom, are you okay? Mom, don't scare us. Qin Wan and Qin Shui both appeared in the middle of the hall. They heard the conversation between a few people and their entire being had been completely dumbfounded. At this time, while Jiang Wanru vomited blood, they finally reacted and hurriedly surrounded. Xiao Yang, I'm sorry, it's Mommy who's sorry. You believe Mommy. In the future, Mommy will make it up to you. Can you forgive Mommy? Jiang Wanru was dead to Qin Weiye. However, she still had some expectations for Qin Yang. I hope Qin Yang can forgive her for being an incompetent mother. Qin Yang smiled faintly as he turned to leave. Late deep love is cheaper than grass. Sun Wanyu smiled faintly and followed Qin Yang away. As for what the Qin family had become, Qin Yang no longer cared. He didn't care to get involved with them. Slime should be with slime. A family of slime didn't deserve to waste his time. Come on, to your house, Qin Yang said. Really planning to be a door-to-door son-in-law? Sun Wanyu said with a smile. It's just a name. I don't care, Qin Yang said indifferently. Sun Wanyu also knew that the so-called door-to-door son-in-law was just a name. It was impossible for her to bind Qin Yang. The other man was a true dragon of a man who would not be bound to any woman. When the two stayed at the Su's house, Qin Yang lay comfortably inside his room. This place is much more comfortable than the Qin family. At least, it's a place to do things without having to tie your hands. He will crush anyone who dares to mess with him. That's one of the reasons he lives here. Sun Wanyu got better. Those who were ready to seize power were naturally anxious at this time. Together with Su Nuyu's cheap brother, who wasn't a member of the Su family at all, there were now a handful of people in the Su family who were eyeing them. What Qin Yang wanted to do was to crush that group of people. At this time, the Qin family was fighting to the death. That evening, the parties announced their divorce. And, the Qin family's property, husband and wife, half each. Jiang Wanru's mother's family is very powerful. And back then, Qin Weiye also saw this point, and only frantically pursued Jiang Wanru and married her. Now that the divorce is finalized, he wants to not give Jiang Wanru a single penny. That's impossible. 1.5 is a good enough result for him. If Jiang Wanru's mother's family made a move, he was afraid that he wouldn't get anything. Jiang Wanru exposed all the causes and consequences of the matter online. The crowd was shocked and realized that the original Qin family's melon was so big. Then, someone exposed what happened between Qin Li and Wang Ma, and the videos went up. There was also Wang Ma's cry that Qin Li had started a mess and abandoned her, taking someone's first time but then putting up his pants and abandoning her. For a while, the entire Qin family was in a state of chaos, and it was estimated that it would not appear in Qin Yang's site for some time. At this time, Qin Yang once again opened the live broadcast software, and immediately realized that Xian Mendaodu is still on the air, and she also sent her contact information to Qin Yang, wanting to add him. At this time, Xian Mendaodu's room was still sparsely populated. Qin Yang came in and got his hands on hundreds of carnivals. Hubby, you're here, Xianfeng Daoda shouted excitedly. Husband? Chapter 16 Dress to Impress. The others who were watching the live stream were abuzz. Quite a few people sent messages making fun of the anchor. Anchors are really too realistic and call their husbands if they give money. 100 carnivals, if you give it to me? Not to mention letting me call you my husband. I'd be willing to let me give you a monkey. Get out upstairs. You're a man. I could take a trip to Thailand. That's tough upstairs. The crowd was shocked. For a couple $100,000, it's really not that bad. That's a lifetime of happiness. Let's not speculate. I did my big brother's math yesterday. I'm one of the women he's destined to be with, so it's not like I'm seeing money when I call him my husband. Gen 2 said, don't believe me, unless you call out to me too. All rich people are your husband, right? Someone's words are rather underhanded. Xian Mendaodo said indifferently, my friend, please pay attention when you speak. Casually slandering, you will bring karma to yourself. When you suffer, don't blame yourself for your bad fate. As a result, the other party laughed maniacally and said mockingly, I'd like to know what can come out of this. If you can give me a spell, I'll believe you. Just then, Xian Mendaodo silently chanted. It wasn't long before the man started sending messages begging for mercy. Sis, I was wrong. It's my mouth. Don't me. Master. No. Celestial master. Fairy sister. I'll paint you a carnival. Give me a break. After saying that, he immediately swiped a carnival. Okay. Xianmen Daodu immediately said. That person was quick to send a comment. I've really seen it all today. Guys, it's the real deal. That's all I have to say. See you later. With that, the man exited the room. People also came to be interested, wondering what the other side had been through. Others feel that the other side is just acting out, and the purpose is just to give the anchor publicity. Where is it so mysterious that the other person just sits there and reads a couple of sentences, and then they can hurt someone? Xin Yang's eyes flashed as he stared at Xianmen Daodu, then asked, you calculate what kind of happy event I have today? Xianmen Daodu pinched, after a while, then said, congratulations big brother Qin Yang, your parents divorced. You also cut off relations with the family. Congratulations. The audience was dumbfounded. Parents divorced? What kind of joy is it when you cut yourself off from your family? I'm afraid the anchor is going to be scolded, right? Offending a big shot on a list like this. I wonder what she was thinking. There's no need for that, even if you want to clown around. Just then, Xin Yang once again sent out hundreds of carnivals. The audience was dumbfounded. Good math. Exactly the same. Thanks hubby. By the way, I sent you my contact info. I'm going to find your husband, Gen 2 said. Xin Yang added the contact information of Xianmen Daodu. Soon after, Xianmen Daodu first sent a WeChat message over. Qin Yang? Right. Where are you? Xianmen Daodu asked anxiously. South City, my fiance's house. Qin Yang replied. Xianmen Daodu entered immediately. Can I get you to go? The two of us are destined by heaven to be together. Yes, come over when you can and I'll pick you up. Qin Yang returned. After a while, a message from Xianmen Daodu was sent. Be at the Southside South Station at 9 a.m. Tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Qin Yang returned. Ji Daodu put her cell phone down with an excited smile on her face. Master said that after descending from the mountain, I can only pass through the tribulation peacefully if I find my destiny. I didn't expect to run into it so soon. She immediately packed her packages and prepared to rush to South City. The train tickets are all bought, just waiting for the time to come. And Qin Yang had just put his cell phone aside when the sound of knocking sounded. Qin Yang opened the door and Dooley was standing there. The lady asked me to drive you out to a reception with her, Dooley said. Qin Yang nodded and said, alright, let's go. You're just going to go out like that? Dooley looked at Qin Yang with a look of disgust. A casual outfit that doesn't add up to more than $1,000. If this was seen by people and they knew Qin Yang's identity, they would think that their Su family had gone bankrupt. Need to dress up? Qin Yang asked. Yes, the grander the better. Dooley nodded fiercely. Okay then. Qin Yang nodded as he turned around and entered the room. Dooley stood waiting at the door. 5 minutes later, Qin Yang opened the door. Dooley was dumbfounded. At this time, Qin Yang was dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, and he directly walked out. What are you doing? Dooley asked. Well, didn't you say to dress as grandly as possible? This is the grandest thing I've ever worn, can't I? Qin Yang asked. Not. Dooley tried to explain. No is fine. Let's get going, Qin Yang said. He then took a 4-square step and headed out. Dooley gritted her teeth. This guy really didn't know, or did he do it on purpose? However, the yellow Taoist robe. Among the Taoists, this represented supremacy. Can't it be that Qin Yang is actually a celestial master of the Taoist family? Thinking of this, Dooley hurriedly shook her head, putting this ridiculous idea behind her. Kidding aside, just because of his age, Qin Yang wasn't enough for the title of Heavenly Master. However, this yellow Taoist robe really looked quite bluff. Dooley drove and pulled Qin Yang to where the reception was. Qin Yang wore a yellow Taoist robe and walked inside amidst the strange eyes of the crowd. Dooley hurried to keep up. She knew very well that if Qin Yang went over alone like this, she was afraid that he would be beaten out as a psychopath. The waiter, who knew Dooley, didn't ask questions and opened the door directly, inviting them in. Although they felt that Qin Yang was a bit strange, they did not inquire. The old bosses at today's reception are all very powerful. You mustn't mess around and offend them, Dooley said. At this point, she suddenly had some regrets. Why don't you just change your clothes? Dooley reminded. Qin Yang said strangely, why should I change? I'm originally a Taoist priest, and this is the grandest dress I've ever worn. Seeing him look unimpressed, Dooley decided that he would not be persuaded any further. Anyway, it was he, Qin Yang, who would be the one to lose face when the time came. And still, he had bullied himself, even if it was revenge for that incident. Dooley pulled open the door of the box, and Qin Yang just walked in wearing a yellow Taoist robe. The people were talking to each other. Only after seeing Qin Yang come in and seeing him all dressed up, everyone froze. What the hell? Isn't it their big brother party? Why is there suddenly a Taoist priest? One of the older men, probably in his 50s, saw the yellow Taoist robes that Qin Yang was wearing, and his face immediately revealed a flash of anger. He stood up and walked over to Qin Yang. Chapter 17 Immortal Master. He was just about to reprimand, when he saw Qin Yang's looks. the man's body trembled violently. Then with a flutter, he knelt in front of Qin Yang. It froze everyone in their tracks. Sun Wanyu, who was originally thinking about how to explain to the crowd, was also dumbfounded at this moment. Immortal Master, why is it you? Why didn't you notify me when you came to South City so I could entertain you? The man said excitedly, looking at Qin Yang's eyes. It was almost like seeing a diluted treasure. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Sun Wanyu couldn't help but ask. The others also looked surprised, clearly not understanding Mr. Lu's unusual behavior. This is the Immortal Master I told you about, who once saved my family's lives 3 years ago, and who is truly a celestial master of great ability. Mr. Lu opened his mouth, his face full of excitement. Hearing his words, the eyes of the others all lit up. The eyes they looked at Qin Yang were all filled with scorching heat. Sun Wanyu was slightly stunned. Everyone knew about Mr. Lu. 3 years ago he traveled to Thailand, and when he came back, the whole family fell ill. Later, I heard people say that they were offended and had their heads subdued. It's just that Mr. Lu has invited many Xianmen masters over, but it's no use. Those are all charlatans. Just when Mr. Lu's family was almost desperate, he met a Taoist master. The other party just casually struck out and extinguished the buck in his home. Originally, we all thought that the high Taoist scholar was mostly an immortal, crane-haired old man. Only now did they realize that the other party was actually just a youth, in his 20s, exactly as they had imagined. Calculating like this, 3 years ago this immortal master, wouldn't he have been just a teenager? It's really a Taoist monk. 3 years ago? Qin Yang thought for a moment, and he then remembered who the person in front of him was. So is the old Lua. Have said let you do not be so polite. That year to help your family, just because you usually do more good deeds. The family are good people, so I help you. You do not have to thank me. More good deeds on the line. Qin Yang said. He helped Mr. Lu to his feet, looking unconcerned. Lu Lixing nodded excitedly and said, I have always listened to the words of the Immortal Master. I have donated a lot of money in the past few years, and even more so to improve the welfare of the employees, and now the industry is twice as big as it was before. This is the so-called good people have good rewards, right? Qin Yang nodded. Everyone else's eyes lit up. Could doing good really pay off? Or else they would try it too. All they believed in before was killing and setting fire to gold belts and building roads and bridges without corpses. For doing good, these people are disdainful. Now that they were told that doing good deeds would also increase the estate in their name, they were instantly interested. Did the immortal come specifically to see me? Lu Lixing asked with an expectant face. Qin Yang shook his head and said, No, I'm here to find my wife. Wife? There was only one female in here. Sun Wanyu. All gazes, all focused on Sun Nuyu's body. Sun Wanyu was a little embarrassed, mainly because Qin Yang's outfit was really too unexpected. Still, she stepped forward and said, He's coming for me. Lu Lixing was thoughtful and said, Isn't Mr. Su's fiancé, the true young master of the Qin family who just returned? Could that person be you, Immortal Master? It's me. Qin Yang nodded. Lu Lixing froze for a moment, then couldn't help but shake his head and said, This person, Qin Weiye, is short-sighted and doesn't know what's good and bad. He didn't expect to give up Immortal Master, a true dragon among men, for an illegitimate child. If he knew of Immortal Master's ability, he would definitely regret it to death. Qin Yang smiled. He had no intention of letting Qin Weiye know what he was capable of. It used to be that he didn't want them to know, because if he was capable, the other party wasn't based on affection even if they were nice to him. It doesn't matter if you know it or not now. He and the Qin family had made a complete break. Afterwards, Lu Lixing's gaze landed on Su Nuyu's body as he exclaimed, General Manager Su is really lucky to have this fiancé of Immortal Chief. In the future, the Su family is going to be on a level playing field. Sun Wanyu was a bit surprised, not expecting Lu Lixing to have such a high opinion of Qin Yang. Even, he thought that the entire Su family would take off because of Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled. He didn't say anything, he just crossed over the crowd and sat beside Sun Wanyu. Afterward, Qin Yang signaled the crowd to sit down. It was only at this time that Su Nuyu couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Why are you wearing this over here? Qin Yang shrugged and said, It was Du Li who told me, saying that this banquet is full of bigwigs, and it's very important to you, so I was told to come over dressed solemnly, and this is the most solemn dress I've ever worn. Sun Wanyu's eyes jumped. Yellow Taoist robes, which are only worn by celestial masters of high merit. It represents supremacy. Even the position in the Taoist sect was above the purple robe. The significance that Qin Yang's yellow Dao robe represented far exceeded that of their so-called group presidents. Suffice it to say, he was a heavenly master recognized by the state and the Taoist sect, and wherever he went, he was respected as a guest of honor. Some of those high and mighty men have to be in awe of them. Well dressed, Sun Wanyu said. She knew very well that this business of her own was, more than likely, a done deal today. Sure enough, Lu Lixing spoke directly. That project of Mr. Su, I agree with it. What to do? You can just tell me directly. With Immortal Chief by Mr. Su's side, I am completely at ease. Seeing Lu Lixing agree so painfully, the others looked at each other in disbelief as they glanced at each other, seeing the heartbeat in each other's eyes. If this Taoist master was really as powerful as the one in the legend, they wouldn't have to worry about it at all. Originally, they were very optimistic about Su Nuyu's project, or else they wouldn't have gone to the banquet. With that in mind, everyone agreed. Even, on the spot, he let Sun Wanyu bring the contract. Sun Wanyu was a little surprised, not thinking that things would be so simple. It was all because of Qin Yang, and she glanced at him. It seemed that after he met Qin Yang, all of his problems were solved, and his condition got better and better. Just then, Qin Yang suddenly stared at a man and said, "You want to not have a child?" "What?" The man froze for a moment, then got violently excited. "Immortal, can I have children? You didn't lie to me?" the man said excitedly. His name was Gu Tianming, and he was considered a prominent figure in South City. But, no matter how good he was, not having children was the regret of his life. Already approaching 50, he has used various methods and has now basically given up on the idea. "Simple, I can help you, so you can have your own children." Qin Yang nodded. Since Sun Wanyu's collaborator, it wasn't a big deal for him to help out a little. Besides, this person wasn't bad. There was a vague golden light of merit and virtue on his body, so he had obviously done a lot of good deeds. If the Taoist master can help me get a child, I'm willing to offer $100 million as payment, Gu Tianming said excitedly. Money doesn't matter. This is a simple method. You go back and divorce your wife and find a new one, Qin Yang said. Gu Tianming's face changed. He stared angrily at Qin Yang. Everyone else's faces changed a bit as well, and Lu Lixing desperately gave Qin Yang a wink. Who didn't know that Gu Tianming was famously devoted in South City and favored his wife the most? Chapter 18 Catching an Adulterer. Immortal, there's no need to say such words in the future. The bond between my wife and I won't be separated by a child, Gu Tianming said in a deep voice. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders. He did not say anything else. The atmosphere was a bit dull for a while. Lu Lixing, however, knew that Qin Yang was not someone who believed in what he said. He said somewhat unhappily, "Mr. Gu, don't jump to conclusions so early. As far as I understand it, Immortal Chief has never been aimless. There must be a reason why he said that just now." Gu Tianming's face was a bit ugly, but he was still quite scornful of Lu Lixing, and could only say, Immortal Master might have just not paid attention for a moment as well. But that kind of method, I definitely won't accept it. Even Sun Wanyu felt that what Qin Yang said was a bad idea. Gu Tianming is famous for loving his wife and being a dedicated person. Even if she is really infertile, it is impossible for him to change her. Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Gu is not that kind of person, Sun Wanyu reminded. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, "I know." Then he stopped talking. Lu Lixing, however, didn't want people to misunderstand Qin Yang. He continued to ask, "If Immortal Master said that just now, there must be a reason for Immortal Master. It definitely won't be what Mr. Gu thinks. Please explain it, so that we can know what Immortal Master really meant." Grand Hyatt, 2705. Be there in half an hour to find out why, Qin Yang said. The crowd's faces changed. What does Qin Yang mean by this? Does it? They all breathed heavily at the thought of this possibility. Gu Tianming's face was ugly. He didn't trust Qin Yang, much less think his wife would cheat on him. "Alright, I'll go to the Grand Hyatt Hotel today, and if it's different from what Immortal said, I'll sue Immortal for rumor mongering." Gu Tianming stood up. "Let's go together. I do believe in the Immortal. Mr. Gu, knowing people, the Immortal's words are not wrong," Lu Liyang said. Gu Tianming coldly grunted. The group set off for the Grand Hyatt. It's not far from the Grand Hyatt, just 10 minutes away. When they arrived at 2705 of the Junyue Hotel, Gu Tianming kicked open the door of the room. "Who is it? What's going on?" An angry cry came from inside the room. Hearing this familiar voice, Gu Tianming stiffened. He rushed in. The crowd rushed in with them. A man and a woman, both in their 40s, were lying in bed, covered with blankets. There were also small used umbrellas on the floor. 3 in all. Qin Yang smiled faintly, grasping at adultery. "Tianming, why are you here? I can explain to you. Don't misunderstand." The woman opened her mouth, and although she was a woman, it was hard to hide her splendor. When she was young, she was definitely a great beauty, and even when she was close to 50, she was still very beautiful. At this time, the pasty shoulders were half exposed, making people think about it. Everyone recognized the woman. She was no one else but Gu Tianming's wife, Xia Manqing. She had always been elegant and noble, and had a notable reputation in the entire circle of noble women in the South City. And Gu Tianming and Xia Manqing were a famous loving couple inside the circle, except for the lack of children. Between them, they were the envy of all inside the circle. No one could have imagined that Xia Manqing would cheat with someone here. Explain what? Explaining that you and your godbrother cheated on me here. Explaining that it was an accident that you slept under the same covers? Or are you trying to explain something? Gu Tianming asked coldly. Xia Manqing's face turned slightly white as she was filled with guilt, but it quickly turned into a cold smile. Gu Tianming. Ah, Nan is my true love. You're nothing but a bastard who took my love from me. If it wasn't for you, I would have already tied the knot between me and Nan. And at that time, when I married you, I decided that even though I became your person, I wouldn't give you any children for the rest of my life, and I want you to be cut off from your children and grandchildren. Xia Manqing snapped. The crowd looked at Qin Yang in surprise. They finally understood why Qin Yang had asked Gu Tianming to change his wife. Gu Tianming's face paled. And he gets it. You didn't know, did you? I took the pill every time I was with you, and even then, I still got pregnant twice, but I didn't even tell you about it. I told you I was traveling abroad, actually going to some other city, and secretly getting rid of the baby. Sherman Green continued. Gu Tianming clenched his fists. His family had been single for 3 generations, and God knew how much he wanted a child. Even so, for the sake of Xia Manqing, he could not want a child. As a result, what you end up with is such a result. When did you guys start? Gu Tianming asked. Before I married you, I already had a relationship with Nan. Xia Manqing said smugly. No way. Your first time was clearly for me. Gu Tianming's face changed. It's only a couple $100 of film. You're just naive enough to believe it. Xia Manqing said triumphantly. Gu Tianming clenched his fists. The other party had lied to him for almost 30 years. Qin Yang yawned and said, don't bother listening. Dirty years, let's go back. Aha. Sun Wanyu gently nodded her head. Don't worry, immortal. There's definitely no problem with the cooperation with Mr. Su, and there won't be any problems on Mr. Gu's side if you help him. Lu Lixing hurriedly said. Qin Yang said indifferently, as you wish. After saying that, he and Sun Wanyu left. As for what Gu Tianming and the others ended up like, Qin Yang didn't care. It's not about him anymore anyway. Qin Yang drove the car and left with Sun Wanyu. How did you know about Gu Tianming's wife? Sun Wanyu asked. I can tell fortunes and read faces. Qin Yang explained. A little? Sun Wanyu clearly didn't believe it. It's more like saying billion. In fact, she was the one who misunderstood. Qin Yang means a billion points. Sun Nuyo stared at Qin Yang and sighed. You're really becoming more and more mysterious. I really don't know what else you're capable of. Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, what I know is not much. I know a little bit about a billion points of zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. And, Sun Wanyu asked curiously, killing people in goods, poison, compulsion, and Taoism all know a billion points. Qin Yang continued. Sun Nuyu winced. These skills are scary to hear. Refining corpses, harvesting yin to replenish yang, feng shui, and cutting down demons and removing devils are also slightly proficient. Qin Yang continued. Are there really demons in this world? Sun Wanyu was taken aback. It's not like you haven't heard that hell is empty and demons are on earth. Qin Yang said with a smile. Su Nuyu also breathed a sigh of relief. So it turned out that the demons in Qin Yang's mouth were just bad guys. She thought that in this world, there were really demons and ghosts. The Qin family is really too stupid to give up on you. They'll regret it to death in the future. Sun Wanyu sighed. Blessed is the man who does not enter the house of the unblessed. Qin Yang was calm. Chapter 19 Yi Longfei's Men. At this time, the Qin family husband and wife were divorcing, and the rumors were spreading throughout the entire South City. It was only then that people realized that Qin Li was actually Junior's son, and Qin Weiye sent both his and Jiang Wanru's sons to an orphanage for the sake of Junior's son. The man is also ruthless. However, many people sympathized with Jiang Wanru, pushed his own son away and even severed his relationship for the sake of his mistress's son. She must be regretting it to the core right now. Jiang Wanru did regret it, and she sought out Qin Shui and Qin Wan, telling them of her intentions. Mom, what do you mean? You're going to go apologize to that redneck? And you want us to come along? Qin Wan said incredulously. Jiang Wanru glared at Qin Wan as she said coldly. Shut up, that's your own brother, but I don't like him at all. Qin Wan said with dissatisfaction. Jiang Wanru said coldly, if you are not willing to follow me to apologize and recognize Qin Yang back, I will disown you as my daughter, and then you will follow Qin Weiye. That goes. Hearing Jiang Wanru's words, Qin Wan winced. Now that the two sides have torn their faces apart, Qin Weiye hates their mothers and is also hostile to them. If her mother didn't want her, she would really be a fatherless orphan. Thinking of this, Xinwan could only hold her tongue and say, I see. I agree to go with you tomorrow to apologize to that country bumpkin Qinli. Seeing Jiang Wanru's gaze glaring at herself, Xinwan hurriedly changed her words and said, No, it's brother. I just said I'm used to it. Qin Shui sat on top of her wheelchair. She smiled bitterly and said, We said such excessive words before. I'm afraid that Qin Yang hates us, and now that he has Sun Wan Yu as a backer, I'm afraid that he won't forgive me so easily. A cold color flashed in Jiang Wanru's eyes. She said coldly, He is my own son. Even if he is a mother's fault, he must forgive. I will make him agree. Only if Qin Yang joins us can we get revenge on that scum and wild seed. Jiang Wanru wanted to recognize Qin Yang back. More than that, she wanted to fight with Qin Weiye. She was just a woman, and although Qin Shui had some abilities, she was still a bit behind compared to Qin Weiye. As for Qin Wan, she is a stupid girl. The only way to help her deal with Qin Weiye was for Qin Yang to return. Qin Shui sighed. She had a feeling that it was impossible for her mother to turn Qin Yang back like this. She just wanted to use Qin Yang, and Qin Yang wasn't a little cutie. Calming down, Qin Shui recalled Qin Yang's behavior, where it wasn't clear that people simply didn't put the Qin family in their eyes. Moreover, I'm afraid that Qin Yang's ability was even more powerful than they had imagined. Talking to my mother about this now is unlikely to make her listen. Jiang Wanru sighed. A good family, how did it become like this now? Qin Weiye moved out. He has another place to live in the south side. Qin Li followed him, but his expression was somewhat complicated. Don't worry, although you are no good, but after all, you are her son. In the future, what I have, I will leave it to you, but you can't go on like this yourself. Your little thoughts that can't be on the stage. In the future, all give me to put it away, and learn how to run the company properly. Qin Weiye said coldly. He was well aware of some of Qin Li's previous little thoughts and movements. The reason it was not revealed was because it was not necessary. But not anymore. Qin Li must stand up. Dad, don't worry, I'm sure I won't let you down, Qin Li said seriously. Qin Weiye nodded. Qin Yang and Sun Wanyu stopped in front of a barbecue restaurant. Parking the car here, Qin Yang opened the door and walked out. What's the point of coming here? Sun Wanyu asked suspiciously. Hungry? Eat? I didn't get enough just now, Qin Yang said rightfully. Sun Yu then realized that Qin Yang hadn't eaten yet. She got out of the car as well, only to see the surroundings and couldn't help but frown. She had never eaten in this environment before. Can we change places? Sun Wanyu asked. Qin Yang, however, shook his head and said, I can't, this is it. Seeing that he insisted, Sun Wanyu could only follow him in with a stiff upper lip. Actually, I know of a barbecue that's delicious. Let me take you there, Sun Wanyu said. Qin Yang continued to walk inside. Sun Wanyu could only follow and walk in. The inside of the store was quite clean, but it was a little different from what Sun Wanyu had imagined. Just then, a sweet voice rang out. Brother Qin Yang, you came to see me. A girl of 18 or 19 years old ran directly over to Qin Yang, then hugged him. Sun Wanyu's face went black. She thought that Qin Yang had come to eat. Who knew that he had come to find someone else's girl? Qin Yang laughed and said, I've told you that you've grown up and can't just hug boys. Have you forgotten all about it, you girl? But your brother Qin Yang, you're different. The girl pouted. Seeing this scene, Sun Yu had the urge to turn around and leave. She didn't think she had a crush on Qin Yang, but that slightly sour feeling in her heart made her gag. Come, let me introduce you. This is your sister-in-law Sun Wanyu. Shouting, Qin Yang said as he pulled away. The girl's eyes lit up and she directly hugged Sun Wanyu. Hello sister-in-law, my name is Qiao Qiao. You're beautiful, prettier than a star. Sun Wanyu was baffled by the girl's enthusiasm. Shouldn't she be tit-for-tat with herself? Doubtful eyes. Looking at Qin Yang, Sun Yu hoped that he would give her an explanation. By the way, where's that Sun Chang kid? Qin Yang asked. Mentioning Sun Chang, Qiao Qiao blushed, then said with some worry, he went on an errand. There were some problems in the store yesterday. A guest said he had food poisoning and wanted us to pay for it. Uncle Sun couldn't get away, so Sun Chang went to negotiate with the other party. Call him and tell him to bring the men here and I'll take care of it, Qin Yang said. Qiao Qiao's eyes lit up at once, and she hurriedly took out her cell phone and called Sun Chang. That Sun Chang is? Jojo's boyfriend. The two of them were at the same table from elementary school through high school. Childhood friends, Qin Yang said with a smile. How do you know them? Sun Wanyu asked a little strangely. They had something happen and I solved it for them. So Qiao Qiao is extraordinarily affectionate when she sees me, and Sun Chang treats me like an older brother. And I've told them a fortune before and knew that they'd be in trouble lately, so I came over to solve it. So it was like this. Sun Wanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Qiao Qiao ran out with a pale face and said to Qin Yang, Brother Qin Yang, it's not good. Sun Chang has been detained. Those people asked us to bring $1 million over to ransom him. $1 million? Simple. I'll have someone send it now, Sun Wanyu said. $1 million really isn't a lot of money to her. No, tell me where the address is and I'll bring him out, Qin Yang said. Giving money is impossible. Originally those people were blackmailing. That person is Yi Longfei's henchman. Yi Longfei is the overlord of the underground world in South City. Brother Qin Yang, don't be impulsive. Uncle Sun and I are ready to get the money together. Even Sun Wanyu was startled. Yi Longfei was not to be messed with. She also felt that spending money on a solution was the way to go. Chapter 20 Breaking the Rules. It's okay, I know Yi Longfei, Qin Yang said. Really? That's great. I don't have to worry, Jojo said excitedly. Sun Wanyu's eyes were even more filled with marvel as she looked at Qin Yang. This man even knew Yi Longfei. How many more secrets does he have? Come to the place designated by the other side. Sun Chang was on his knees, beaten and bloodied. When he saw Qiao Qiao appear, he shook his head frantically and shouted, Qiao Qiao, you have to go. They are deliberately luring you here. Their target is you. Targeting yourself? Jojo froze, and it suddenly occurred to her that the other party had molested herself once before. Only, after being chastised by her, the others stopped that behavior. Then there was the food poisoning thing. Thinking about this, Xiao Qiao finally realized that the other party was here for herself. No wonder Sun Chang let himself run. Brother Qin Yang is here. We don't need to run, Jojo said. Only then did Sun Chang see Qin Yang. He was instantly happy and his mind relaxed. In his eyes, Qin Yang was practically indistinguishable from a god. Since Qin Yang was here, he didn't have to worry about anything happening to Qiao Qiao. It's useless even if your father comes. Today this woman, I'm going to play. This was a man in his 40s. Not tall, a little on the thin side, with a large gold chain, staring at Xiao Qiao with a cold smile, the desire in his eyes, even if he was a little cutie, could all see it. He was accompanied by 4 other men, all of whom were staring at Jojo at the moment with a bad grin on their faces, looking like they were salivating. When their gazes landed on Su Nuyu, they immediately drew a breath of cold air. It was the first time they had seen such a beautiful woman in reality. It was simply prettier than all those actresses, which made a few people look horny. That woman is staying too. First time I've seen such a superb one, the man said excitedly. Sun Wanyu's face sank. She said coldly, do you know who I am? Also dare to talk to me like this. Release the person. I'll give you $1 million. This matter is even ended. Otherwise, even if you are Yi Longfei's henchman, I'll let you have it. The man's mind reeled. Only then did he realize that Su Nuyu might not be an ordinary person. However, he wasn't afraid. Not at all. On the basis that he was Yi Longfei's subordinate, the man laughed coldly. I don't care who you are. In this South City, our boss Yi Longfei is the real boss. Even if you have some skills, how dare you offend my boss? Qin Yang said indifferently. Yi Longfei, right? I've already sent him a message. He'll be here within 10 minutes. If he doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation for what happened today, I'll personally crush him. People are saved by him, but scourge ordinary people. Qin Yang now had the heart to get Yi Longfei killed. He didn't discriminate against the people of the underground world, but if they did evil, Qin Yang couldn't possibly ignore it. The man was full of cold smiles and said disdainfully, you damn dare to insult my boss. Kid, you're dead. Whoever comes today won't be able to save you. Just at this time, an icy voice rang out. Fine dog, who are you calling dead? As that voice rang out, Yi Longfei appeared with a group of people. Qin Yang turned around. Fine dog saw an image he would never forget. Yi Longfei directly knelt down in front of Qin Yang and said with a face full of guilt, Brother Qin, I'm wrong. It's me who didn't discipline my men well, letting them do such things. You punish me. Fine dog was confused, and his whole body froze. Even Sun Wanyu was the same. Her entire body was confused. She thought that Qin Yang just knew Yi Longfei and the two of them were on good terms. Sun Wanyu, however, did not expect that Yi Longfei would directly kneel down when he saw Qin Yang. Everyone present, except for Sun Wanyu and Xiao Qiao, all knelt down. Even Yi Longfei had knelt, so they naturally didn't dare to stand. The fine dog's legs were weak, and the inside of his pants was hot and wet. A smell of urine reached the nostrils of the crowd, and all of them showed disgust. I saved you back then just because I saw that you're not bad, but if your men are all like that, brutalizing ordinary people, you can go to hell, Qin Yang said indifferently. Yi Longfei had a jolt. He hurriedly said, Brother, I dare to assure you that I really didn't condone my men to brutalize ordinary people. If you don't believe me, you can ask these brothers under me. They know my rules. Qin Yang's gaze landed on Fine Dog and the others. As for them, they are also just the lowest juniors. I didn't expect that they would be bold enough to go against my rules. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation, Yi Longfei said anxiously. He was a little apprehensive in his heart, and he didn't know whether Qin Yang would be able to forgive himself. If Qin Yang was bent on punishing himself, today would be the day of his death. Yi Longfei didn't blame Qin Yang. If it wasn't for Qin Yang, he would have died long ago, much less still be the underground hegemon of South City. Okay, I believe you this time, and if something like this happens again in the future, think about the consequences, Qin Yang said indifferently. Yi Longfei busily nodded his head and said, don't worry brother, if something like this occurs again in the future, without you having to make a move, my brother himself won't have the face to see you. Qin Yang pulled Sun Chang to his feet and turned to leave. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thin Dog was more of a hijacker. Right at this moment, Yi Longfei stood up, then coldly said, break their limbs, from now on, expel them from our hall. From now on, I don't want to see them again in South City. Yes, the others were vicious. These guys, how dare they go against the boss's rules and brutalize ordinary people, almost causing the boss to be punished. Naturally, they won't leave them alone. Fine Dog and the others were horrified to the core and begged loudly for mercy. However, there was not a single person who took pity on them. Yi Longfei said coldly, pass the order down. In the future, if anyone dares to break my rules, don't blame me for turning the other cheek and not remembering the brotherhood. Yes, the crowd of minions hurriedly said. Yi Longfei turned around and left. All that was left here was the sound of screens rising and falling. Fine Dog and the others, all wasted. The other minions, too, were aghast. Mentally, he warned himself that he must not break the boss's rules. Otherwise, they would definitely end up worse off than these few people. Sent Sun Chang and the others back. Qin Yang touched his stomach. It seemed that he hadn't eaten anything again. Come on, let's go home and have the babysitter cook for you, Sun Wanyu said. Well, it doesn't look like it's a good idea to go out today. There's too much going on. Qin Yang sighed. Sun Wanyu laughed lightly. By the way, how come that Yi Longfei is afraid of you? Sun Wanyu couldn't help but ask. Oh, I saved him a few years ago and destroyed his rival. That's why he's so afraid of me, Qin Yang explained carelessly. Sun Wanyu stiffened, and her eyes snapped wide open. Yi Longfei's miraculous rise to power back then was said to have been aided by a high-ranking person who exterminated one of the largest underground forces in South City at the time. That tall man. It turned out to be Qin Yang. What kind of man did she get back? Chapter 21. Gotta add money. After going back, Qin Yang finally got to eat. It had to be said that the Su family's cooks were much better than the Qin family's. Qin Yang feasted on the food and was not polite at all. Just as he was eating, Su Zhanghai walked in with a gloomy face. When he saw Qin Yang, his face changed and he said coldly, who told you to stay in my house? Where's your wife? Qin Yang asked with a smile. Su Zhanghai's face darkened. Wife gave him a cuckold, raised a son for many years, but it is not his seed. For Su Zhanghai, it is simply a strange shame. Now that Qin Yang deliberately mentioned it, it made Su Zhanghai simply explode his lungs with anger. You shut up, Su Zhanghai said angrily. Men, throw him out, Su Zhanghai said coldly. The entire Su family, not a single movement. It wasn't that the guards hadn't heard the order, but chose to ignore it. This made Su Zhanghai's face turn white with anger. Su Nuyu, who was sitting on the side, said indifferently, Dad, now that I'm in charge of the Su family, no one will listen to your orders, and it's a bit too presumptuous of you to want to kick my man out. Su Zhanghai gritted his teeth and said coldly, he's already been kicked out by the Qin family, and because of him, the entire Qin family is already in chaos. He's an ominous person. Do you want our Su family to become like that as well? The Qin family, that was their own reason. What does it have to do with my Su family? Sun Wanyu said faintly. However, he is no longer the young master of the Qin family, and there is no need for your union with him to continue. I want you to cancel your engagement, Su Zhanghai said through clenched teeth. Finished? Qin Yang suddenly asked. Su Zhanghai was just about to open his mouth when Qin Yang stood up and slapped him in the face. Bump! Su Zhanghai fell on his head and fell unconscious. Seeing Su Nuyu's dazed look, Qin Yang sighed. Your father sleeps so well that he falls back to sleep. Blankly glancing at Qin Yang, Su Nuyu cried and laughed. This guy doesn't have a light hand, and he's not afraid of breaking someone. Is it okay? Sun Wanyu asked. Don't worry, I'm sure. Don't forget I know medicine. He's just passed out. Nothing will happen. At most, your face will be swollen for a while. Qin Yang thought secretly in his heart. That's good. Sun Wanyu breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the time, stood up, and said, there's been too much going on today. I'm a little tired. I'm going to get some rest. You rest too. Although it was only just evening, the events of today had made Sun Wanyu a little tired. She needed to get some rest, and she had a partnership to go to tomorrow. Aha! Qin Yang nodded his head. As for Su Zhanghai, he was lying on the ground like that. Sun Wanyu didn't give a word, and no one moved Su Zhanghai. The corner of Du Li's mouth rose slightly. After the young lady had more contact with Qin Yang, her acting style, surprisingly, was also somewhat similar to Qin Yang. The change, however, was a good thing, in Dooley's opinion. The previous Su Nuyu, although she was ruthless in her methods towards outsiders, she was still too tolerant towards her family. Now this, instead, is for the best. Su Zhanghai had been lying there until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and only then did he wake up. A little confused, he touched his swollen face and then looked at his surroundings, finally realizing what had happened. I'm surprised no one cares about me after being beaten up and unconscious for hours. Thinking of this, Su Zhanghai's heart to kill was in his mouth. It's all because of that Qin Yang. If it wasn't for him, my daughter wouldn't have turned out like this. The previous Nuanyu wouldn't have treated me like this even though she didn't have a good relationship with me either. I'll make sure to drive that calamity out of my home. Su Zhanghai gritted his teeth. Against a descendant with no background, he was still sure of himself. Even Su Nuanyu couldn't protect Qin Yang. With a cold snort, Su Zhanghai left the villa. He doesn't usually live here and has his own room. Call the assistant, who drives over. When he saw Su Zhanghai's appearance, he was startled. Mr. Su, what's wrong with you? Su Zhanghai gritted his teeth and said coldly. It wasn't the Qin family's wild seed that hit him. Now Nuanyu is also demoralized and even listens only to that wild seed. I must teach him a good lesson. Should we contact Yi Longfei? As long as he is willing to make a move. That Qin Yang is not enough to worry about, the assistant said. Su Zhanghai's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, contact Yi Longfei for me and tell him that I'm willing to pay $5 million for him to scrap that Qin Yang kid for me. Yes, the assistant said. Su Zhanghai had a sneer on his face. When Yi Longfei struck, he didn't believe that Qin Yang would still be able to dodge it. Thinking of this, Su Zhanghai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. In the next moment, he drew in a breath of cold air. Half of his face was swollen and hurt when he smiled. Don't take me back yet. Take me to the hospital first, Su Zhanghai said. He cursed Qin Yang in his heart. This guy's hands were too hard. However, thinking that Yi Longfei was going to fix Qin Yang, Su Zhanghai felt much more comfortable in his heart. If he dared to offend himself, he would make Qin Yang suffer. The assistant hurriedly sent Su Zhanghai to the hospital and then started to contact Yi Longfei. Yi Longfei was still angry because of what happened during the day, mainly because he felt annoyed at the little brothers who had acted in a masculine manner. Just then, the assistant's call came through. Assistant Lin, what can I do for you? Yi Longfei said indifferently. The tone of his voice says nothing about respect. The other party was just an assistant of the Su family, or the assistant of Su Nuanyu's untalented father. He naturally did not put it in his eyes. If Dooley had called her, it would have been different again. That's the assistant and bodyguard of Qin Yang's woman. It is natural to treat it respectfully. Mr. Yi, our Mr. Su is offering $5 million and wants you to teach a lesson to someone, Assistant Lin said with a smile. $5 million? Not a small amount. Yi Longfei came to be interested and immediately asked, teach a lesson to whom? That wild seed Qin Yang from the Qin family who just came back. Mr. Su is not happy with him and is willing to pay $5 million to abolish him, Assistant Lin said with a smile. Wasted who? Yi Longfei thought he had heard wrong. Qin Yang, Assistant Lin said. Yi Longfei was silent for a moment before he said, he's very powerful. $5 million isn't enough. You have to add more money. Assistant Lin also froze for a moment. Repairing a person, $5 million was not enough. He immediately asked Su Zhanghai for instructions. Su Zhanghai sneered. It's just a sitting duck. Tell him that I'll give $10 million to scrap that Qin Yang. Assistant Lin immediately passed the word along. Okay, call in the money, Yi Longfei said. Assistant Lin is not afraid of Yi Longfei reneging on the bill. He is a Jianghu mixer. Naturally, he should pay attention to credibility. If Yi Longfei reneged on his debt, he was afraid that no one would dare to find him in the future. Soon, $10 million hit. Seeing the amount on the account, Yi Longfei smiled. Chapter 22 Moral Kidnapping. Yi Chen got the news. He walked over and inquired, Dad, are you really going to go after Uncle Qin? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Even if I were to die myself, I wouldn't make a move against your Uncle Qin. Yi Longfei cursed at once. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. So what do you take people's money for? Teach him a lesson. And this $10 million will buy him a lesson, Yi Longfei said indifferently. Yi Chen gave his father a thumbs up. You take a few people and go to Su Zhanghai's villa to teach him a lesson, Yi Longfei suddenly said. This made Yi Chen's heart startled. He was aware of the relationship between Su Nuyu and Qin Yang. Would Qin Yang be angry if he taught Su Zhanghai a lesson? Seeing his son's worried face, Yi Longfei was furious. He kicked on his son's leg and said without any good humor, that Su Zhanghai asked us to lay our hands on your Uncle Qin. There's only one possibility that he doesn't approve of your Uncle Qin and doesn't agree with the marriage between him and Su Nuyu. If you teach Su Zhanghai a lesson, your Uncle Qin won't blame you. Yi Chen suddenly came to a realization. He had been a little worried. but now that his own father had analyzed it, he knew what to do. This is also a way to tell Su Zhanghai and the others about the relationship between your Uncle Qin and us, so that those ungrateful people won't keep looking for trouble from your Uncle Qin. Although Qin Yang did not put those people in his eyes at all and could teach them a lesson with his hands. But, after all, it's annoying to have more of this kind of thing. Yi Longfei wanted to make Qin Yang's life a little more comfortable. Understood. Don't worry, Dad. I know what to do. After saying that, Yi Chen turned around and left. Su Zhanghai stayed in his villa and was about to call one of the women he had adopted to come over and serve. Just then, a group of people rushed in. The person in the lead he recognized at once. It was Yi Longfei's son, Yi Chen. What are you guys doing here? Did you bring Qin Yang to me? Su Zhanghai was still unaware of the seriousness of the matter. He glanced around and didn't see Qin Yang, and immediately frowned. Just then, Yi Chen stepped forward and kicked Su Zhanghai's body. Su Zhanghai was confused. Then furious, he snapped, Yi Chen, you dare to hit me. Are you guys crazy? I gave you guys money to help me teach that Qin Yang a lesson. I didn't ask you guys to come and beat me up. As soon as his words fell, Yi Chen slapped him in the face. The other half of Su Zhanghai's face was also swollen. It confused his entire being. Do you at least know what kind of person Qin Yang is to me? Yi Chen kicked Su Zhanghai's leg, instantly making him kneel down. Su Zhanghai instantly realized that something was wrong. From Yi Chen's words, it was obvious to hear that Yi Chen knew Qin Yang. Not only that, between him and Qin Yang, the relationship was more than likely also very good. Thinking of this, Su Zhanghai hurriedly said, Yi Chen, I was wrong. I didn't know that Qin Yang was related to you. If I had known that he was your man, I couldn't have asked you guys to deal with him. Fart. Yi Chen kicked Su Zhanghai's body. Su Zhanghai screamed miserably as the intense pain almost made him faint. His whole body was confused. Could it be that Qin Yang is not related to the other party? But that's not logical. It was at this time that Yi Chen said, Qin Yang is my father's benefactor. He is a brother with my father, and he is also my Yi Chen's uncle. You damn well want to hit my uncle. Do you think I can spare you? Su Zhanghai finally understood why he was instead approached by Yi Chen after he had paid out the money. The other party turned out to be Yi Longfei's benefactor. If he had known this, he definitely wouldn't have disliked Qin Yang. If the Su family had Yi Longfei's support, the influence of their Su family in the entire South City would increase a lot. He was more than happy. How could he possibly dislike Qin Yang? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I recognize Qin Yang as my son-in-law. Su Zhanghai hurriedly said. Yi Chen, however, was unwilling to bull *******. With a wave of his hand, a group of people positioned Su Zhanghai and then frantically output. That night, Su Zhanghai went back into the hospital. The next day when she woke up, after Sun Wanyu heard the news, her whole body was a bit confused. Although Qin Yang slapped him, it wasn't enough to hospitalize him, was it? Sun Wanyu said coldly. Assistant Lin stood in front of him, sweat on his forehead. He glanced at Qin Yang, who was eating, and said awkwardly, Mr. Su was beaten by Yi Chen. Su Nuyu was slightly stunned. She glanced at Qin Yang and asked with some surprise, why did Yi Chen hit my father? Assistant Lin lowered his head and whispered, Mr. Su offered $10 million for Yi Longfei to clean up his aunt. Surprisingly, Sun Wanyu was infuriated and laughed. She laughed coldly. Qin Yang is Yi Longfei's brother. He let Yi Longfei beat up his own brother. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has money? It was only then that Assistant Lin realized that Su Nuyu actually knew about the relationship between the two. He hurriedly said, Mr. Su already knows that he's wrong. Please ask your aunt to speak to Boss Yi and ask him to spare Mr. Su. Qin Yang ate, and when he heard his words, he didn't raise his head and said, Yi Longfei is a person with a sense of propriety. That's it? When Assistant Lin saw that Qin Yang was unwilling to speak again, he didn't dare to say anything. Just then, a beep came from Qin Yang's cell phone. He opened his cell phone and saw that his bank card balance was $10 million more. Obviously, Yi Longfei was hitting him with this money. Qin Yang didn't push back either. This amount of money was nothing to Yi Longfei. Assistant Lin, you can go now. Tell my dad that as long as he doesn't mess around, Yi Longfei won't find him in trouble, so that he can rest assured. Sun Wanyu said. Assistant Lin then breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly passed the news over. At this time, Su Zhanghai, who was lying on the hospital bed, was relieved. He was worried that he had completely offended Yi Longfei and would be beaten up later. With Qin Yang and Sun Wanyu's words, he was much more relieved. Tell auntie that I was wrong before, and that I won't object to him and Wanyu in the future, and that I'll fully support whatever he wants to do. Su Zhanghai sent the message. Assistant Lin hurriedly repeated the original words. Qin Yang nodded, not very concerned. Obviously, he didn't care about Su Zhanghai's attitude. At this time, Su Nuyu finished eating. She said something to Qin Yang and left the place. With everything going on these days and having to be busy with the collaboration, she really didn't have the time. Qin Yang was also ready to go out. The time he had agreed with Xian Mendao was almost up, so he had to leave now. Just then, a servant came to report that someone was here to look for Qin Yang. Qin Yang frowned and already knew who it was. He said faintly, "Not seen. Now that the decision has been made, it's a complete stranger." The other party was looking for them now, and Qin Yang didn't think that they had a clear conscience. Mostly, he wanted to get his support so that he could fight with Qin Weiye. Qin Yang had no interest in this kind of over-the-top game. If you have this time, you might as well go and watch the anchorwoman dance. After all, you'll be in a much better mood. However, it was clear that Zhang Wanru and the girls were not willing to give up. Relying on their status, Zhang Wanru and the girls rushed in. The Su family's guards were somewhat helpless. They knew that it was the aunt's mother and sisters, so they didn't dare to do it. Anyone else would have been beaten out of them long ago. They rushed into the middle of the living room. Qin Yang happened to finish his meal and he stood up. At this moment, Qin Yang acted as if he didn't see the three of them as he directly walked outward. "Son, do you really disown mommy? It was mom who was wrong before. Now that mom knows she's wrong, will you forgive mom? Give mommy another chance." Zhang Wanru's eyes were red and pitiful as she looked at Qin Yang with a careful tone, which made the Su family's guards and servants move a little. They felt that if they were themselves, they must have immediately forgiven Zhang Wanru. They knew something about the Qin family. It also knew that Qin Yang had been treated unfairly. But, after all, Zhang Wanru was her real mother. She has recognized her mistake. Qin Yang should forgive her. Qin Yang stood still. He stared at Zhang Wanru and said indifferently, "Ms. Zhang, please don't shout at me casually. I'm an orphan, fatherless and motherless, raised by my master since I was young." Zhang Wanru was shaken. Qin Yang was determined not to recognize her. Zhang Wanru said bitterly, "It is all Qin Weiye that harmed. You are a piece of meat that fell off my body. How can I not love you? Before it was all mom's mistake. You give mom another chance. Mom gives you a knee." Speaking here, Zhang Wanru directly knelt on the ground. Everyone was startled, except for Qin Yang, who stood there with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "You're playing a moral game, aren't you?" Chapter 23. One kind of person. His own mother knelt before him and begged for forgiveness. Anyone else, even if there was more hatred in their hearts, it should have dissipated. Unfortunately, Qin Yang was not someone else. He said indifferently, "In the future, they are not allowed to enter the Su family, and if they dare to force their way in again, they will directly break their legs and throw them out." When these words came out, Zhang Wanru was filled with disbelief. He's already on his knees himself, and I'm surprised he hasn't even changed his mind. "Qin Yang, how could you do this? Mom has even knelt down for you. What more do you want?" Qin Wan said with dissatisfaction. She already disliked Qin Yang, and now she was even more on the verge of dying of anger. "Not bad, Qin Yang, even if you have more grievances in your heart, mom has knelt down for you. You should still be demoralized. After all, where is a mother who doesn't love her son?" Qin Shui said. Qin Yang didn't even look at them and directly left. Morality kidnapped him. Unfortunately, he has no morals. Zhang Wanru knelt here, her entire body dumbfounded. At this time, Assistant Lin, who hadn't left yet, suddenly reacted as he said loudly, "Whisk them out. Didn't you hear what Auntie said? Just chuck them out directly when you see them in the future." Those guards reacted instantly and immediately whisked the person out. "Qin Yang, aren't you afraid of being scorned if you treat your own mother like this?" Qin Wan shouted behind Qin Yang. However, Qin Yang did not even look at her and left the entrance of the villa before disappearing. This made Qin Wan depressed to the extreme and hated Qin Yang in her heart. Qin Shui was relatively sensible. She sighed and said, "We treated Qin Yang too poorly before, so it's no wonder he's not willing to accept us. Mom, I think this matter, it's better not to force it." A hint of madness flashed in Zhang Wanru's eyes as she said coldly, "There are no parents in the world. He is my son. If I want to recognize him back, he must agree." "Idiot, get the hell out of here or we'll be rude," Assistant Lin said with dissatisfaction. Although he was Su Zhanghai's man, at this moment, he was quite attached to Qin Yang's matter, living up to the appearance of a lapdog. After knowing the relationship between Qin Yang and Yi Longfei, he knew that Qin Yang was not an ordinary person. If he could work as a dog's leg for Qin Yang, he would have a great future. Assistant Lin's position on himself was quite accurate. A flash of sternness flashed in Zhang Wanru's eyes as she stared at Assistant Lin and said coldly, "You wait for me. After we recognize mother and son, I will definitely let Qin Yang teach you a good lesson. Then I'll wait and see. I guess it's impossible for you to recognize your aunt as mother and son in this life. It would be ridiculous for your aunt to recognize you for the things you've done." Assistant Lin looked disdainful. That about the Qin family is spread all over the South City. Who didn't know that Qin Yang's real parents treated him extremely badly? even counting on Qin Yang for Qinli. Such parents, don't want them. Jiang Wanru and the girls were thrown out. Mom, let's go back, Qin Shui said as she sat in her wheelchair. No, contact the reporters for me. I'm going to force Qin Yang to recognize me, Jiang Wanru said through clenched teeth. Qin Shui was shaken. She immediately said, no, Qin Yang's character, it's not like you don't know. If you force him to recognize you, the result will only backfire. I don't care. He was born to me, my own son. He has to listen to me, Jiang Wanru said. Qin Shui wanted to say something else, but Jiang Wanru glared at her and said in a somewhat frantic manner, shut up, no one can oppose what I decide. Qin Shui and Qin Wan looked at each other. They looked at each other and both saw the helplessness in the other's eyes. Since yesterday, his own mother has been going a little crazy mentally. They knew that it was stimulated by Qin Weiye. The two of them didn't dare to say anything for fear of irritating Jiang Wanru even more. Qin Yang arrived at the train station in the southern city. He stood at the exit and waited for Jen to Bean. An unassuming-looking girl came out of the exit, wearing a long white dress and a somewhat round face that looked cute. A pair of big eyes fixed on Qin Yang's body. Then the girl revealed a big smile. Honey, you came to pick me up. She rushed over and hugged Qin Yang. Qin Yang also hugged the girl. Those who didn't know about their relationship would have thought they were two young lovers, reunited after a long time. In fact, the two, in reality, were only meeting for the first time. After a while, Qin Yang put Shen Mendao down. Shen Mendao sized up Qin Yang, then smiled and said, earned a lot. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. My name is Ji Daodu. She stretched out her own tender white little hand and placed it in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang. Qin Yang also stretched out his hand and held Ji Daodu's soft and boneless little hand. Ji Daodu was all smiles as she said, thank you for coming to pick me up, but the most important thing for me right now is to find a place to stay first. I'll set you up, Qin Yang said. Honey, you're so good to me. After saying that, Ji Daodu perfumed Qin Yang's face. Qin Yang touched his face and couldn't help but smile. This girl really doesn't think of herself as an outsider at all. Qin Yang took out his cell phone and dialed Yi Chen's number. Is there a spare house? Yes, uncle. Are you going to live by yourself? Yi Chen hurriedly replied. No, for a friend to stay. Female? Right. Qin Yang didn't deny it. Uncle wants to hide a golden house. Yi Chen immediately came to the spirit. I have a vacant villa just inside the city. I'll send the status to my uncle now and you guys can just come straight over. Yi Chen said. He remembered his father's words. What Uncle Qin wanted, he would just try to fulfill it. Uncle Qin never asked for anything for nothing. He would not let him suffer. Aha, Qin Yang said. He hung up the call. Soon, Yi Chen sent over the positioning. Right at this moment, Ji Daodu suddenly said, Qin Yang, you might be in some trouble lately. It seems like it's coming from someone who was related by blood. Nice. Qin Yang nodded his head. Ji Daodu knew she had counted correctly. She continued, my advice to you is to make a decision when it's time to make a decision. Teach a lesson when it's time to teach a lesson. Send it in when it's time to send it in. And don't hesitate to cause trouble for yourself in the future. That's what I thought. Qin Yang nodded. The two looked at each other and laughed out at the same time. They realized that the other person and themselves are actually one of a kind. Under Ji Daodu's soft exterior was a heart that was as murderous and decisive as Qin Yang's. Otherwise, she wouldn't have calculated that she was destined to be with Qin Yang and come to him at the first opportunity. She does things very decisively. Ji Daodu also had some touches in her heart. Perhaps Qin Yang could help himself and accomplish what she had in mind. The two men, each with their own thoughts, followed the directions and arrived at the residence. It's a villa area, a townhouse, and it's worth a lot of money. The smallest house is at least $30 million or more. Yi Chen had clearly shed a lot of blood this time. Seeing Qin Yang appear, Yi Chen immediately greeted him. This is Auntie Right. This villa, I will immediately arrange for someone to transfer it to you. In the future, this villa will be your property. Yi Chen pointed at a villa that covered an area of at least 1,000 square feet and said, Chapter 24 Qin Family Bankruptcy. Ji Daodu nodded with satisfaction. She patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said, not bad, great nephew. You're very sophisticated. This is for you, a peace talisman, to keep you safe. After Ji Daodu finished speaking, she casually shoved a talisman paper into Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen froze for a moment, then looked a bit odd. I didn't expect this little ant to believe in such things. Right at this moment, Qin Yang said, keep it, it can save your life. This thing is really going to be taken out for auction. It's worth more than this villa of yours. Yi Chen was taken aback. Originally, he was a little dismayed. Now that he had heard Qin Yang say so, he naturally would no longer treat this thing as an ordinary talisman paper. Yi Chen solemnly collected the peace talisman and placed it on his body. A villa for a life. You've earned it. Qin Yang sighed. The moment Ji Daodu took out the talisman paper, Qin Yang sensed that it was something really good. If it is not someone close to you, this kind of charm will not be easily gifted. The so-called peace talisman is equal to a life for the average person, and it costs the person who drew the talisman a great deal of energy. The three entered the villa, where everything was newly furnished and already decorated. Originally intended to buy it and use it as a wedding room, but unfortunately I keep meeting people I like. But the decoration, furniture and whatnot here have all been done. I will have some household items sent over in a while, Yi Chen said. Nice. Ji Daodu nodded. This environment, she was happy with. Ji Daodu has a lot of means to make money, but normal means, want to earn this villa, it is very difficult. Otherwise she wouldn't be live telling fortunes. This kind of mansion was something she normally wouldn't dare to think about. Although her charms were valuable, she wouldn't give them away easily. Real charms are so powerful that it takes a lot of effort to draw one. I'll have someone go through the closing process. Yi Chen took Ji Daodu's ID card. Just leave these things to your men. Alright, you go back too. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to me. I'll cover you, little auntie, Ji Daodu said. Thanks, auntie, Yi Chen said happily. Family, you're welcome. Ji Daodu waved her hand graciously. Alright, go back. I want to make out with your Uncle Qin, Ji Daodu said. Yi Chen looked odd. This little ant was also too bold to say it. He turned away in a hurry. Qin Yang was somewhat speechless as he glanced at Ji Daodu and said, Isn't it too fast? What's so fast and furious about being destined to be together? Can't you? Ji Daodu gave Qin Yang an odd look. Qin Yang sneered and directly picked up Ji Daodu. He was the body of the Supreme Yang. Even if the author couldn't do it, there was no way he couldn't do it. The sun sets over the western mountains. The two walked out of the room. Ji Daodu covered her waist. This dog man is so demonic. Then a strange sound came from inside her stomach. Hungry, Ji Daodu said. She'd only had breakfast, and now it was sundown and she was starving. I'll buy you a big meal. $6 for spicy hot roll. Ji Daodu blankly glanced at Qin Yang. Just now have drunk enough, okay? Jokes aside, the two walked out of the room and onto the street. It's a townhouse and there are a number of restaurants right on the doorstep. The two picked a random place and ate something. Ji Daodu had a contented expression on her face as she couldn't help but sigh. It's so cool. Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh and asked her, Are you talking about dinner? Or what happened before? What's the difference? Ji Daodu asked rhetorically. Big difference alright. However, Qin Yang could sort of see that Ji Daodu's personality was big and straightforward, and it was completely different from the previous live broadcast. Alright, you should go back too. After all you have a lot of things to take care of, Ji Daodu said. Qin Yang revealed a puzzled expression. Just go online and see for yourself. Ji Daodu laughed. Qin Yang opened his cell phone and after seeing the information on the internet, his entire face went black. I found it just now during dinner, so you might as well take care of that first, Ji Daodu said. I didn't want to take care of her, but I didn't expect her to seek her own death, Qin Yang said coldly. The internet was all full of Zhang Wanru's accusations against him, and many people believed it and verbally attacked Qin Yang. Zhang Wanru was trying to cyberstorm him and force him into submission. Seeing these messages, Qin Yang felt that he was still too merciful at first. How else would she have dared to make this mess? Just then, Qin Yang's cell phone rang. Answering the phone, Sun Yu's voice came from inside. Zhang Wanru opened a press conference to rumor about you. It should be to force you to identify with her. I've already asked people to start suppressing hot searches. Do we need to go after Zhang Wanru? Could be. Qin Yang agreed without hesitation. When Sun Yu received an affirmative answer from Qin Yang, she immediately started to make her move. Zhang Wanru was at home, waiting for Qin Yang to admit defeat to her. She felt that she was being too tactful. Just then, Qin Wei's phone call came through. Although she was reluctant in her heart, Zhang Wanru still picked up the phone. You stupid woman, what have you done? Now that the Su family is fully blocking our industry, we're going to be finished. The sound of Qin Wei's angry roar came, instantly causing Zhang Wanru to be confused. She then reacted and snapped. Qin Wei, you dogman, who are you to scold me? Dumbass, do you realize what a mess you've made? You're finished. I'm finished. We're all finished. You're waiting to beg for food on the streets, Qin Wei said angrily. Then, Qin Wei hung up the phone. Zhang Wanru angrily slammed her cell phone on the ground. This damn dog man, scaring me at this hour. Just then, Qin Shui's cell phone rang. After she picked up the phone, her face fell hard. Hanging up her cell phone, Qin Shui was a little disoriented. Looking at her mother, who was still furious, Qin Shui said bitterly, Mom, we're finished. Are you bull ting me too? Zhang Wanru said angrily. Qin Shui bitterly looked at her mother and didn't say anything else. Qin Yang returned to the Su family and met Sun Yu. At this time, Sun Yu, with a red wine glass in her hand, lightly laughed and said, It's getting cold. the Qin family should go bankrupt. Chapter 25 Brother-in-law. The Qin family was undergoing drastic changes for several days. It's only been a day since the two Qin Wei families divorced and divided their property, and then they went straight into bankruptcy. All projects, all stopped. The financial chain is broken. The bank door-to-door debt collection. The big Qin family is directly finished. The Qin family's bankruptcy was all Sun Wanyu's tactics, and the most fundamental reason is that Jiang Wanro cyber-violated Qin Yang and wanted Qin Yang to recognize her. So, Sun Wanyu just scared her hands to death. The entire southern city finally understood that in Sun Wanyu's heart, Qin Yang's status was, for fear, frighteningly high. The Su family was very fast, and it was only a day later when Jiang Wanru and the girls were driven out from inside the house. The bankruptcy of the Qin family had made this once famous noblewoman in the southern city, and the whole person seemed to have instantly aged a dozen years. Looking at the sealed door of her home, Jiang Wanru's eyes flashed with monstrous hatred. It's all because of Qin Yang that, if not for him, how could we end up in this situation? He is really even his own biological parents are not spared. Jiang Wanru cursed. Qin Shui's face was filled with bitterness as she said, Mom, have you ever treated Qin Yang as your own son? A sentence that instantly left Jiang Wanru speechless. She stared coldly at Qin Shui and said, even you're starting to think I'm wrong now? Qin Shui said bitterly, it's not that you're wrong, but we're all wrong. Qin Yang is even more capable than we imagined. He went home to recognize his family, but we completely chilled Qin Yang's heart for a wild seed. We're all fools. After knowing Qin Li's identity, Qin Shui regretted it, but even with regret, it was too late. Now Qin Yang simply disowned them. Mom, let's go back to the Jiang family. Uncle just messaged me. He told us to go back. He won't watch us suffer outside. Qin Shui said, yes, I still have your grandparents and your uncle. We haven't lost yet. As long as we have them, we can still deal with Qin Yang and make him regret it. What Jiang Wanru wanted now was no longer to identify with Qin Yang, but to make Qin Yang regret. After the Qin family went bankrupt, she hated Qin Yang. As for recognizing with Qin Yang, this kind of thing, she didn't want to think about it, thinking more about dealing with Qin Yang and making him regret it. Qin Shui shook her head. This was not what a mother should think at all. But, knowing that she could not persuade her own mother, she could only hope that her uncle would be able to persuade her. As for Qin Yang's place, Qin Shui really didn't want to provoke him. She could already tell that Qin Yang had never placed them in his eyes. What kind of person was Su Nuyu, to be able to protect Qin Yang as if he was the apple of her eye? How could Qin Yang be an ordinary person? Jiang Wanru went home, and Qin Yang just got up. He had just arrived in the hall and froze. Ji Daoda surprisingly sat in the middle of the living room. She waved her hand to Qin Yang and shouted, hello brother-in-law. What brother-in-law? Damn brother-in-law? What's Ji Daoda doing here? Sun Wanyu, on the other hand, said with a surprised expression, you guys know each other? Well, didn't I tell you before that I have a heavenly husband in the form of my brother-in-law? Ji Daoda said. Now even Sun Wanyu was confused. Her heaven-defined husband is Qin Yang, so what is she? But, Su Nuyu was convinced of Ji Daoda's words. She did know Ji Daoda and knew what she was capable of. What is your relationship? Qin Yang asked. Between the two of them, there was no blood relationship. This was something Qin Yang could be sure of. If there was a closer blood relationship, he could tell. Chapter 26 You guys are right. Ji Daoda blinked and said with a smile, I'm Nuan Yu's younger sister Qin Yang laughed. He shook his head and said, I also know how to read faces, and I also know how to heal, and between you two, there is no blood relationship. Only then did Su Nuyu say, in fact, Daodu and I have known each other since we were children, and she's also considered my savior. If it wasn't for her, I would have already been killed by that bastard father of mine. So it is. Since you and Daodu are married by heaven, our engagement, let's call it quits. Sun Wanyu said. Despite her words, her expression didn't change, but she was just a little sad in her heart. Only, Sun Wanyu didn't show it. Dooley looked at Qin Yang angrily. This guy was a womanizer. With his own lady, he even looked for another woman. Thinking about what Qin Yang had done to herself, Dooley suddenly felt that there was nothing strange about it. This guy was not a decent person in the first place. No, Qin Yang refused. Sun Wanyu frowned. Is it possible that Qin Yang still wants to embrace the right and the left? Ji Daoda smiled and said, sister, you won't be able to run away. You and Qin Yang are also destined by heaven. I've calculated it. Sun Wanyu froze for a moment. It's all destiny? How is that possible? He's not an ordinary person. Naturally he can't follow the rules of the world. And since you've settled on a name, there's no way he's going to let go. Ji Daoda said. So bossy? Although Su Nuyu still had some lumps in her heart, she was surprisingly and inexplicably much more relaxed. Since you know Nuan Yu, why did you still ask me to pick you up and you didn't tell me? Qin Yang cried and laughed. Ji Daoda said, I didn't realize until later that you were actually my sister's fiancé. So it is. Just then, a servant came to report, Miss Jiang Chanyon, the head of the Jiang family, is here. When these words came out, Sun Yu's expression flinched. Tell them I'm not in right now, Sun Yu said. Qin Yang, however, said, let them come in. Sun Yu glanced at Qin Yang and said, do you know Jiang Chanyon's identity? My grandpa who I never met chanting. I know them, Qin Yang said. Seeing that Qin Yang knew, he even let Jiang Chanyon in. Sun Yu's heart stirred, and she instantly understood that Qin Yang most likely had some idea. She nodded and said, now that you know, I won't stop you. Let them in. The servant rushed to inform. Soon a group of people walked in. At the head of the group were two couples around 70 years old, and as soon as they came in, their gazes fell on Qin Yang. The old woman's lips trembled slightly, her eyes reddened, and she hurriedly walked over to Qin Yang, stretching out her arms. My grandson, Grandma finally meets you. The old woman looked excited and was about to hug Qin Yang. Qin Yang, however, took a few steps back as he smiled faintly and said, this granny, please respect yourself. The old woman looked as if she had been dealt a huge blow as she said in a trembling voice, grandson, I'm your grandmother. Qin Yang said indifferently, I'm sorry, I'm an orphan. I don't have any parents. Where would I get a grandmother? Jiang Changyong said with dissatisfaction, how can you say that? Back then, when you got lost, the one who was most saddened was your grandmother. And over the years your grandmother even kept searching for you, never giving up. The Jiang family's crowd all nodded their heads with a look of approval. Qin Yang laughed as he looked a little playful. Yes, the saddest grandmother, but after I was found, did not come to see me even for a single glance, until now, the Qin family bankruptcy to the door. Do not you think that this reason, a little outrageous? Jiang Changyong was choked for a moment. He explained, that's because your grandmother hasn't been well lately, so people didn't tell you about your return. Qin Yang laughed even more sarcastically. He said lightly, you may not know me very well, I know medicine, and it's still very powerful medicine. You husband and wife, you're in good health, no disease or disaster in the near future. If there's no accident, both of you can at least live to be 90 years old or more, and you're cheating to think of a good reason. Jiang Changyong and Xian Hui both looked at each other. How could they not have thought that Qin Yang would still be able to practice medicine? This caused the two to curse Jiang Wanru in their hearts. A man who could practice medicine and was so skillful in his methods, and who could also take Sun Wanyu down, not wanting such a son, but going to spoil the bastard born of a mistress, and making her own son cut ties with her. She was really hopelessly stupid. We just want to recognize you. We have no other intention. Look at our age. We took the initiative to come and beg you to recognize us. Can you bear to refuse? Jiang Changyong was quite vulnerable, which caused the crowd to stumble. Only Sun Yu sneered. Jiang Changyong, this cunning fox, has no bottom line. In order to achieve the goal, anything can be done. Not to mention apologizing with a junior to show his weakness. Even if he was asked to kowtow to Qin Yang, he wouldn't have any hesitation. I only hope that Qin Yang wouldn't be fooled by them. If we really recognize each other, it will be countless troubles in the future. Qin Yang's face was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. You guys had a good idea. After identifying with you guys, you'll use the name of your elders to make me and Jiang Wanru identify with each other, and then use this reason to make Nguan Yu let go of the Qin clan. You guys really had a good idea, but unfortunately it's useless in my case. Both the old couple were stunned. They hadn't expected that their minds had been completely read by Qin Yang. The old couple had even more pity in their hearts. They felt even more that Jiang Wanru was too stupid. The more excellent Qin Yang performed, the more they felt pity. Such a talent, if recognized back, even assisting the Jiang family, could bring the Jiang family to the next level. Moreover, Qin Yang had the assistance of Sun Wanyu. Alright, the two of you, please go back. Don't put on a show with me. I, Qin Yang, have relatives, but not you, but my master and brothers, and my confidants. Qin Yang said indifferently. Speaking of confidants, Ji Daodu and Sun Wanyu both revealed a smile. Even Dooley's heart is a little up and down. The so-called redhead himself, including himself? But, even if you don't want to admit it anymore, you can't change the fact that you are Wanru's son, our grandson, Moneywise said. Qin Yang thought for a moment, then raised his head and nodded very seriously. You guys are right. Both husband and wife were delighted. Qin Yang recognized his words. Could it be that he was going to identify with himself? Just then, Qin Yang said, if you all die, is it that I don't have to recognize you? Qin Yang stared at them with a very serious expression. This caused Jiang Changyong and the others to tremble in their hearts. What do you mean? Jiang Changyong asked. At this time, Ji Daodu explained. What Qin Yang means is that if you guys are determined to identify with him, he'll destroy you so that you don't have to identify with each other. Chapter 27 Qin Shui's Reminder. Jiang Changyong and the others looked at each other. Qin Yang, how could you do this? We are at least your grandparents. You can't be so cruel even if you disown us, Qian Hui said with red eyes. Scram! I'll give you 30 seconds. If you don't get out, I'll personally throw you out, Qin Yang said indifferently. Jiang Changyong's face sank as he said, I'm standing right here. You're my grandson. I don't believe you'd dare to commit treason and throw us out. Apparently, he was going to cheat. Even if he was forced, he had to make Qin Yang recognize him. As soon as his words left his mouth, a hand cupped his neck. Amidst the shocked eyes of the crowd, Qin Yang directly pinched Jiang Changyong's neck and carried him out. Those bodyguards from the Jiang family tried to make a move, but before they could even get close to Qin Yang, they were kicked out by one of him. This scared Qian Hui and the others. No one had expected that Qin Yang would actually dare to make a move. Moreover, their bodyguards, all of them are good at fighting with one. Who would have thought that they wouldn't even be able to carry Qin Yang's kick? Until Qin Yang carried Jiang Changyong by the neck and threw him out, falling outside the villa. Jiang Changyong lying on the ground, he even was scared. The whole face is white. The others rushed out and helped Jiang Changyong up. Jiang Changyong pointed at Qin Yang and wanted to scold him. As a result, Qin Yang's eyes turned cold and landed on Jiang Changyong's body, instantly causing Jiang Changyong to have a jolt. He suddenly reacted that Qin Yang really dared to make a move against him. If he said anything else, he might even get beaten. After realizing this, Jiang Changyong gulped and didn't dare to open his mouth. Qian Hui's eyes were red and she said with a sad face, Child, we don't blame you for what you do. It's us who are elders who are sorry for you. Grandma just hopes that you give us a chance to make it up to you. Qin Yang watched with cold eyes. Even though everyone else was moved, Qin Yang was not moved at all. Not even a little fluctuation in his heart. The other side is acting very well indeed, and is very good at moral abduction. She showed her weakness first to back off. To then beg Qin Yang for forgiveness was to roast him on the fire. Now, if Qin Yang refused again, it would instead be Qin Yang's fault. Unfortunately, this kind of tactic was useless to him. What others thought, Qin Yang didn't care at all. Are you done acting? When you're done, you can off, Qin Yang said indifferently. Kids, shut up and get out, Qin Yang fiercely chided. Qian Hui shivered, obviously frightened, and instantly dared not open her mouth. Qin Yang did not even look at them and turned around to enter inside the courtyard. Su Nuyo said indifferently, if you don't want your Jiang family to go bankrupt as well, you guys should stop. And don't blame me for being impolite to you if you harass Qin Yang again. Speaking here, Su Nuyu said to Du Li, completely stop all cooperation with the Jiang family, and if they're not honest again, block their industries with all your might, so that they follow in the same footsteps as the Qin family. Jiang Changyong's face changed drastically as he hurriedly said, you can't do this. There's nothing I can't do. Su Nuyu said faintly. She looked at Qin Yang's departing back, but her eyes carried a hint of tenderness. My man, I protect myself, and I won't let anyone who dares to touch my man get away with it. Sun Wanyu said coldly. So do I. Ji Daoda chimed in. She thought about whether or not to set up a feng shui bureau to completely destroy the Jiang family and forget about it. The man who wants to count on her is looking for death, isn't he? Jiang Changyong said coldly. Do you really think our Jiang family is afraid of you? You will only lose both by stopping your cooperation with us? You overestimate your Jiang family. Su Nuyu didn't look back. Du Li sneered and turned away. Jiang Changyong's face was ugly. This time he could only go back without any success. Husband and wife returned to the Jiang family. Jiang Wanru was waiting at the Jiang family home. Seeing the two return, she immediately went forward anxiously and asked, how is it? He disowned us and beat your father. Qian Hui sighed. Jiang Wanru was incredulous. How dare that man be so treacherous? Qian Hui also coldly hummed. He is just a small. If you ask me, what is there to take care of him? Originally is the countryside back. Do not know the rules. Also have no upbringing. Want him to come back for what? Jiang Changyong also said. He is now relying on Sun Wanyu to like him and can do anything for him. Later when Sun Wanyu is tired of playing with him, I would like to see what else he can do. At this time, Jiang Changlong walked in, his face a bit ugly. Dad, Mom, how did you guys provoke that woman Su Nuyu? Their company has now stopped cooperating with us completely, and the company's business has been reduced by at least 30%. Seeing that her big brother was angry, Jiang Wanru hurriedly told what had just happened. Jiang Changlong frowned and said coldly, this is simple. As long as Sun Wanyu doesn't like him, a guy from the countryside is still at our mercy in South City. What does big brother mean? Jiang Wanru's eyes lit up. Nanfeng will be back today. I'll let Nanfeng pursue Sun Wanyu. With Nanfeng's means, Sun Wanyu will soon fall. By then you guys can do whatever you want to that Qin Yang. Jiang Changlong said confidently. Jiang Nanfeng was his son and his successor. Once Jiang Nanfeng was the most outstanding person among his peers in the South City, went abroad for several years to further his studies. and even created a not-so-small company abroad. Now that he had returned, he was even more capable of crushing his peers in the upper-class circle of South City. It couldn't be easier to steal a woman from a redneck. Great, with Nanfeng making a move, that Sun Wanyu will definitely be a handful, and then we'll be able to teach that rebellious son Qin Yang a good lesson, Jiang Wanru said excitedly. Qin Shui glanced at her mother as she sighed. In Qin Shui's opinion, her mother had gone crazy. Had she forgotten that her original purpose was only to recognize Qin Yang? Now it's turned into dealing with Qin Yang. What was she thinking? On the contrary, it was Qin Wan, who said excitedly, not bad, let brother Nanfeng snatch Sun Wanyu over, then we can teach Qin Yang a good lesson. Qin Shui's eyes flickered as she didn't know what she was thinking about. Qin Yang, who was originally in a fairly good mood, was a bit depressed by this. He was just about to suggest a little outing when his cell phone suddenly rang. Qin Yang, this is Qin Shui. Uncle wants cousin Jiang Nanfeng to pursue Sun Wanyu and make her abandon you so he can deal with you. Be careful, don't let him succeed. Qin Yang was slightly stunned. This was a text message sent by Qin Shui. Surprisingly, it was still a reminder to himself. It made him laugh a little. Gangnam Style? Qin Yang recited the name and he sneered. Something that doesn't know how to die. Chapter 28 The Magician. What's wrong? Ji Daodu keenly noticed Qin Yang's expression. Qin Yang smiled and showed the text message to Ji Daodu. This Qin Shui is still considered a bit blessed, and at the critical moment, surprisingly, she didn't make a fool of herself and hasn't completely lost her conscience. Ji Daodu sighed. This text message was equal to saving Qin Shui's life. Qin Yang didn't say anything and just smiled faintly. Late and deep love is cheaper than grass. Besides, just remind yourself, and would one care about that Gangnam Style? The answer is no. Alright, I'm going live, so go find Wanyu. I think that guy might make his move soon. Ji Daodu said. Are you short of money? I'll transfer you some? Qin Yang asked. Yeah. Ji Daodu didn't hesitate at all and nodded in agreement. Qin Yang asked for the account number and directly transferred a sum of money to Ji Daodu. 10 million, billion, 9 figures, the golden father is really good thighs. Ji Daodu excitedly hugged Qin Yang and gave him a kiss on his face, so that you don't have to go live. Qin Yang said. Ji Daodu, however, shook her head and said, I don't broadcast live for money. There are other purposes, so I have to be on the air now. Qin Yang didn't ask too many questions and just said, if there's any problem that can't be solved, you can talk to me. Good. Ji Daodu nodded furiously, and Qin Yang drove a car and rushed to Sun Wanyu's company. Just before he reached the entrance of the company, Qin Yang glanced at a direction with some surprise as he got out of the car and walked over. It was a cafe with a tall man sitting inside. The man's skin was a little dark. He was very tall, almost close to 1 meter 9. His body was bulging with muscles, and he was wearing a sleeveless t-shirt. The whole person was full of masculine energy. Many of the girls looked at the man and drooled. The man must have great stamina, not to mention other things. When Qin Yang sat down in front of the man suddenly had a jolt and stood up directly. Goddammit. It's you. The man was thrilled to the core. He didn't expect that he would be able to see Qin Yang here, looking like he had seen a ghost. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and directly pressed down on his shoulders. Shut up, and don't blame me for being rude to you if you call me a godly man again, Qin Yang said with dissatisfaction. The man hemmed and hawed, then said, God, is not right. Qin Yang, how the hell are you here? When you left the team, the captain has been retaining you. This guy did not stay. I thought I could not see you in this life. Qin Yang's face went black as he clenched his fists and said faintly, do you want to get beaten up? Seeing that Qin Yang was really angry, the man hemmed and hawed and hurriedly shut up. Vajra, what are you doing here? Could it be that there are some difficult guys that have entered South City? Qin Yang asked. Jin Gang nodded, looking grave, and said, there is a difficult fellow that has entered this southern city, but I've lost track of him for the time being, and I only know that there is a person who is in contact with him, called Jiang Nanfeng. Qin Yang's heart stirred. Gangnam Style? Isn't it that guy from the Jiang family? If he had to be more serious, that Jiang Nanfeng was considered his cousin. Only, how could a family like the Jiang family be related to the powerful person that Vajra was chasing? Who are the people you're chasing? It's a wise angel from heaven, King Kong said. Qin Yang was shaken. The so-called heaven, naturally, was not the mythical one, but an extremely terrifying organization. This organization, which encompasses every aspect, from assassins to economics, even technology, can even influence the political scene of some countries. In addition to the one Lord, the 5 archangels are the strongest beings in heaven, and below the 5 archangels are the wise angels. The strength of the wise angels, in the entire blue planet, was considered to be top-notch. I was worried that even if I found the wise angel by myself, there was a chance that he would run away, but now that you're here, I'm not worried. King Kong said excitedly. Qin Yang just smiled faintly. I know, let's add a friend. And when you need my help, let me know directly, Qin Yang said. After the two added WeChat friends, King Kong couldn't help but ask, by the way, how did you get here? My hometown is on the south side. So it is. Vajra came to a realization. Okay, I'm leaving to meet my fiancé. You stay here. Qin Yang stood up and prepared to leave. The essence light in Jin Gang's eyes flashed. He was surprised and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. God stick, you found a woman. If the captain knows this news, I'm afraid that she will be sad. She has liked you for so many years, but you even found another woman. Why are you sad? Qin Yang asked suspiciously. You've got a woman. Ah, won't the captain have no chance? King Kong said naturally. Who said anything about having a woman and not being able to accept her? Qin Yang asked curiously. Jin Gang suddenly understood what Qin Yang meant. Misty grass. You're actually trying to get left and right. Do you think the captain will agree to that? Qin Yang didn't say anything. He just smiled. The choice, it seems, is not in the captain's hands. And that's when King Kong realized it. He took a deep breath, then said with an odd expression, you're damn daring to think, worthy of being a godly man, but why do I feel that you're likely to succeed? What up? Qin Yang smiled. By the way, that Jiangnan Feng you are following should be considered my cousin. Qin Yang said. One of our own? King Kong asked. He's about to pry my fiancé right now. Qin Yang said. He should not survive the day. King Kong exclaimed. Who is Qin Yang? No one knows better than those of them. They had fought together side by side for 3 years, and he knew too well how Qin Yang's methods were. Qin Yang didn't say anything and just smiled faintly. He left the cafe. Until he couldn't see Qin Yang's back clearly at all. Jin just took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Captain, I've met a goddamned man. Yes, it's in South City. There's a message that you must control yourself when you hear it. Qin Yang has a fiancé. Hanging up the phone, King Kong gulped. He looked at Qin Yang's departing back and said sorry in his heart. But for the sake of the captain's happiness, he had no choice but to betray his brother. And at this moment, Qin Yang was being stopped and not allowed to enter the company. Brother, don't give us as security guards a hard time. You don't have an appointment. You're not an employee of this company. You really can't go up, the security guard said with a difficult look on his face. Qin Yang laughed and didn't get angry. He took out his cell phone and dialed Su Nuyu's cell phone number. The cell phone was connected and Qin Yang directly said, I'm downstairs at the company. Come and pick me up. Be right there. Su Nuyu's voice rang out. Chapter 29 Oil and Salt. The security guard was instantly more polite. No matter who the person who picks up Qin Yang is, he is an employee of the company, and their security guards are at the lowest level of the company, so it is better not to offend people. When he saw Su Nuyu walking towards Qin Yang, the security guard's entire body was shocked. The person on the other side of the phone just now turned out to be Mr. Su, the chairman of their group. What is this man's status? Su Nuyu walked to Qin Yang's side, only to see a touch of rancor on her cold face as she said, why did you come? And didn't make a phone call in advance. Came by to see you. Qin Yang said, well, come in with me. I have a guest right now and it may be a while before I can keep you company. Su Nuyu said. Jiangnan Wind? Qin Yang asked. Yes, how do you know? This guy and I were classmates before. This time when he came back from abroad, the first thing he did was to find me, and in the name of a tiak, her, he organized a reunion, and it was hard for me to refuse even if I wanted to. Su Nuyu said somewhat helplessly. Qin Yang smiled and said, since there's no way to refuse, let's agree that your reunion can take this family member. Of course, you want to follow me? Su Nuyu's eyes immediately lit up. Afterward, she said with some suspicion, is there something wrong with this Jiangnan Feng? Yes, Qin Shui sent me a text message, reminding me that this Jiangnan Feng is coming for you, wanting to take you down and then kick me out so that the Su family won't target the Jiang family. Qin Yang said with a smile. Su Nuyu laughed and said, he's quite confident. Go, I'll take you to see him. Speaking of which he's still considered your cousin. Speaking of this, Su Nuyu was filled with smiles. The security guard and receptionist looked dumbfounded. When had they ever seen Su Nuyu smile like this? Just this moment just now. Su Nuyu laughed more times than in years. They were even more curious about Qin Yang's identity in their hearts. Right at this moment, Su Nuyu instructed. In the future, if Mr. Qin Yang comes over, there is no need to make an appointment. Just ask him to go up. And Mr. Qin Yang can go anywhere in the company. Yes, the security guard and the receptionist were shocked. Go anywhere company-wide. You know this power. Even the chairman's father doesn't have it. He's my fiancé. As if knowing the doubts in those people's hearts, Su Nuyu added another sentence. Obviously, she was worried that others were neglecting Qin Yang. It turned out to be the president's fiancé, the future man of the company. the receptionist and the security guard. Looking at Qin Yang's eyes changed, respectful to the extreme. "Hello Mr. Qin." "They say hello. You're welcome." Qin Yang laughed. He treats people in positions of power with considerable dominance, but with people in general, it's very easygoing. In Qin Yang's opinion, bullying the weak was not considered a skill, though those with power were only weak in his eyes. Only then did Sun Wanyu nod her head in satisfaction and lead Qin Yang to the reception room. In the middle of the hospitality room, Qin Yang met his so-called cousin. Zhang Nanfeng was very handsome, wearing a gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a high-fashion suit, looking very successful. The two bodyguards stood behind them with a respectful look on their faces. However, Qin Yang could see that this Zhang Nanfeng was not an ordinary person. Although he was not strong, there was an aura about him that set him apart from ordinary people. This kind of strength was at least equivalent to a freshly initiated martial artist. Against ordinary people, you can just beat 1 or 2 dozen of them, though in his eyes, it was somewhat inadequate. Zhang Nanfeng was also a bit surprised when he saw Qin Yang appear. He didn't know Qin Yang, but when Sun Wanyu answered a phone call just now, she directly left him behind and went to pick up the person herself. Obviously, the visitor was very close to Sun Wanyu, while Qin Yang was sizing up Zhang Nanfeng. Zhang Nanfeng was also sizing up Qin Yang. The first feeling Qin Yang gave him was that it was natural. Qin Yang was also very handsome in looks, but did not have any sharp edges, giving people a very comfortable feeling. And he also exuded a dusty aura, and between his hands and feet, he exuded elegance and calmness, completely unlike people in the world. This is not an ordinary man. Zhang Nanfeng had a judgment in his heart. "Old classmate, don't you introduce me? Who is this?" Zhang Nanfeng asked with a smile. Su Nuyo said indifferently, "Qin Yang, my fiancé." Hearing the words Qin Yang, Zhang Nanfeng's face changed. He hadn't expected to meet the right person just after he returned. But soon, he reacted. "So you're a cousin. My name is Zhang Nanfeng. I'm your cousin, and my father is your uncle." Zhang Nanfeng was full of smiles, then stood up and was about to hug Qin Yang. Qin Yang's gaze was cold as it landed on Zhang Nanfeng's body. Being stared at by Qin Yang's gaze, Zhang Nanfeng's body instantly stiffened, and it was as if his entire body was frozen, and his entire body was unable to move. Zhang Nanfeng was horrified in his heart. How could the other party be so terrifying? One look alone made himself afraid to make any moves. Right at this moment, Qin Yang withdrew his gaze. Zhang Nanfeng's body instantly loosened up, and he was a bit puzzled. The feeling he had just had was as if it was an illusion. He was a little puzzled. Had he really just been mistaken? He no longer had that feeling when he met Qin Yang's gaze again. At this time, Qin Yang said indifferently, "I'm an orphan, raised by my master. I don't even have parents. Where did I get my uncle and cousin?" Zhang Nanfeng's face sank. This Qin Yang, it really was just like what his father said, oil and salt. Chapter 30 I'm an immortal cultivator. Zhang Nanfeng smiled faintly and said, "Regardless of what happens to them, you're a brother, I've decided." After saying that, he reached out his hand and wanted to pat Qin Yang's shoulder. As a result, Qin Yang frowned and directly dodged. Even without Qin Shui's news, Qin Yang could tell that this Zhang Nanfeng was not a good thing. He thought his smile was sincere, but in Qin Yang's eyes, it was a smile that was too fake. "You say one more thing that makes me sick, and I'll throw you out of here." Qin Yang's faint gaze. Zhang Nanfeng glanced outside. This was the 18th floor. If he was really thrown down from here by Qin Yang, even if he had some strength, he would probably die from the fall. Zhang Nanfeng already knew that Qin Yang's stance was very good. He didn't want to make a move with Qin Yang when he wasn't sure how good he was behind him. Thinking of this, Zhang Nanfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, I won't force you. I hope you'll figure it out later." After that, he said to Sun Wanyu, "Nwanyu, don't forget about the reunion at night." Sun Wanyu nodded. Only then did Zhang Nanfeng say, "I'll take my leave then." With that, he turned and left the parlor. A brilliant light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes as he said, "For this recent period of time, don't let Dooley leave your side." "Gangnam Style is great?" Sun Wanyu asked curiously. Qin Yang nodded and said, "The strength is about the same as Dooley. Not great for me, but unbeatable for ordinary people." Sun Wanyu drew a breath of cool air. This Zhang Nanfeng, he was so powerful. She had wanted to be false with him. Now it did seem that she had taken it for granted. "Forget it, I'll accompany you at night. When we come back, I'll help Dooley improve her strength. She's too weak," Qin Yang said. "She's a first-class martial artist, and she's still weak?" Sun Wanyu said with some surprise. Martial artists are categorized into 3 streams. Second, first, Grandmaster, and innate. Innate is rare now, and the sovereign is honored everywhere. A first-class martial artist could also sit on one side. She was just a businesswoman, and a first-class martial artist as her bodyguard was already quite impressive. It was also because between her and Dooley, there was some other kind of bond. If it were anyone else, a third-rate martial artist wouldn't even be able to invite them. The status of a martial artist is very high, and ordinary people, even successful big bosses, can hardly compare with it. Are first-class martial artists strong? Qin Yang asked rhetorically. Sun Wanyu was a bit surprised and shocked. You can't be a Zhongshe, right? Or innate? That's not right. Du Li and I said that even if you are amazingly talented, if you want to step into the innate, you have to be at least 30 years old. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I don't know martial arts. Sun Wanyu's head was full of question marks. I'm cultivating the land. Qin Yang explained. Cultivation land? Sun Wanyu had only seen it in novels. It doesn't matter. What matters is just that I'm awesome, Qin Yang said. Sun Wanyu also revealed a smile. This she did admit. Qin Yang is indeed very powerful. Then to you, both the Qin and Zheng families will regret it, Sun Wanyu said. Qin Yang was simply like a treasure that amazed her and surprised her every single day. There was also this project. If Qin Yang hadn't stepped in, it wouldn't have been so easy for her to negotiate it down. And those old foxes gave her a concession. Su Nuyu knew very well that this was all because of Qin Yang. If it wasn't for Qin Yang, how could those old foxes who ate people without spitting out bones let her easily negotiate the project down? Even if it was negotiated, it would take a lot of money to do so, and it would definitely not be as profitable as it is now. At noon, Qin Yang and Su Nuyu went to the cafeteria to eat together. Sun Wanyu basically ate in the cafeteria and rarely opened a small stove. Seeing Sun Wanyu, those employees didn't have any nervousness. Sun Wanyu did things thunderously, but she was also quite forgiving. As long as she worked well and could create benefits for the company, she didn't care about the falsehoods. Only, when he saw Qin Yang following Su Nuyu, the two of them were still in a seemingly intimate manner. This surprised everyone a bit. Everyone was speculating about Qin Yang's identity. Du Li didn't know which corner she had emerged from, and she wasn't surprised to see Qin Yang. Afterward, she carried a meal and sat beside Sun Wanyu. At this time, Su Nuyu stood up and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Only then did Su Nuyu say, introducing him, he is Qin Yang, my fiancé. In the future, in the company, please respect him as if he respects me. At the same time, what he says, is what I say, and has the same validity. The crowd was surprised. Then they all stood up and shouted to Qin Yang. Hello, Mr. Qin. Qin Yang smiled and nodded slightly. He wasn't rushed either. He looked natural. A situation like this was nothing to him. Not guilty of being nervous at all. The crowd was also a bit surprised. This Qin Yang, his aura was quite extraordinary. That calmness alone made them give it a pretty high rating. At this time, Qin Yang's gaze fell on Du Li's body and said, in a moment, the two of us, find a quiet room and I'll help you check your body. Du Li's eyes bugged out. What does this man mean? In front of the lady, he was about to go with himself to find a quiet room and check himself out. Why is he so shameless to say anything? What are you babbling about? Du Li said, disgruntled. What's wrong with just checking your body and helping you improve your strength in the process? Qin Yang asked. Boosting strength? Du Li froze. She hadn't expected that Qin Yang would mean this. I thought. At this point, Du Li couldn't say any more. Sun Wanyu couldn't help but smile. She knew Du Li had misunderstood. However, Qin Yang might not have not said that on purpose, just to tease Du Li. Du Li quickly reacted. She said with some surprise, boosting strength? How is it possible? You think it's a martial arts novel, and boosting strength? Which martial artist's strength is not practiced by themselves, even if you help? It's just a bit of expert guidance. With Du Li's strength, unless she was an innate expert, it would be possible to help her boost some of her strength regardless of consumption. And how Qin Yang looked, he didn't look like an innate expert. After all, he's here at his age. You don't have to worry about that. I naturally have a way. Your strength is too poor. I'm worried that you won't be able to protect yourself in Nuanyu, Qin Yang said. Du Li was a little speechless when she had retorted. Qin Yang was also worried about himself. In that case, nothing she could say would be appropriate. Fine, but if it's a way to damage your own strength, forget it, Du Li said. Don't worry, Qin Yang said with a smile. Seeing him look confident, Du Li was reassured. After dinner, Qin Yang directly took Du Li and went to the hotel next door. They got a room and when they went in, Du Li looked a little embarrassed. Chapter 31 Marrow and Bone Cleansing. A pair of beautiful eyes staring at Qin Yang. Du Li said oddly, are you sure you really want to help me improve my strength? Qin Yang nodded. Go to bed first, Qin Yang said. Du Li exploded. This guy is really up to no good. Without any hesitation, Du Li turned around and tried to run. As a result, Qin Yang reached out and grabbed her, then directly threw her onto the bed. Du Li looked desperate. She couldn't resist Qin Yang. The opponent's strength was far above hers. She closed her eyes, sighed, and said, gently then, since you can't resist, you'll just have to enjoy it. Just then, Shin Young told her to lie down. Dooley obediently laid down on the bed. Right at this moment, a golden needle surfaced in the void and pierced directly into Dooley's body amidst her surprised eyes. Dooley shuddered, then let out a ghostly scream. She looked at Shin Yang incredulously. Did this guy like this kind of perverted stuff? It's amazing that you have to torture someone before you toy with them. The thought, however, was only in the back of his mind. A flash of light. In the next moment, Dooley's entire body was so hurt that she almost fainted. And in Shin Yang's eyes, Dooley's entire physique was changing. The marrow is cleansed and the bones are broken. And the foundation of the Tao is forged. It's the first step in getting off the ground. Just by completing this process, Dooley's strength would have a skyrocketing change. Shin Yang stood to the side and watched with cold eyes. This is a chance that belongs to Dooley, and she needs to get through it. Dooley was going crazy. She felt like every bit of her flesh and blood was being combed, as well as her bones, like a steel knife to scrape away the impurities in his flesh and bones. At this moment, Dooley understood that Shin Yang was really giving himself a boost, and it was the legendary marrow cleansing. This kind of chance is ridiculously big. Once she succeeded in washing her marrow and bones, her strength was definitely going to skyrocket. It can reach an even more amazing point later on. It really hurts too much. That feeling of having all her flesh and blood scraped by a knife. Even if Dooley thought that her mind was firm and her endurance was quite impressive, she was somewhat unable to bear it at this time, seeing that her whole mind was a bit confused. Just then, a voice rang out in her mind. Mental energy runs with me, Shin Yang said. Dooley was shaken as she felt a spiritual force enter her spirit, guiding her spiritual power. She instantly felt much better as a whole, and the pain of that marrow washing was as if it was nothing. This surprised Dooley a bit. She could feel the entirety of her spiritual power growing as she worked on it. It sent a jolt through Dooley's body. The growth of spiritual power was really too difficult for martial artists. This is a chance more powerful than marrow cleansing. Her heart was complicated. Shin Yang had really given too much. Just then, Shin Yang's voice rang out. Collect your mind. Dooley was shaken as she carefully felt the changes in her body. Right at this moment, a huge stream of true essence surged into her body. Follow my true essence. Shin Yang's voice rang out. At this moment, there was nothing that Dooley could do to disobey Shin Yang's words. She ran her true chi and followed Shin Yang's true essence. Soon, Dooley was fully immersed. Boom! It wasn't long before Dooley shuddered. She felt like a shackle had been opened in her body. The entire person's aura shifted from Hotian to innate. The bridge between heaven and earth was penetrated, and the entire person seemed to experience a fluttering of the essence of life. This is the innate realm? He himself had rushed straight into the innate realm from a first-class martial artist. She was ecstatic and woke up from the realm of cultivation. At that moment, the world in her eyes was different, unmistakable, and what she felt became clearer and clearer. Even with your eyes closed, you can see your surroundings. Not only that, but her ears, like she could hear everything. Is this the innate realm? Feeling the huge power that was running in his body, Dooley was thrilled to the core. She had a feeling that she could crush a first-rate martial artist with her hands up right now. No wonder it was said that an innate master was a true dragon above the 9 heavens. If you don't enter the innate, you're an ant. Now she finally understood the expression. And just how strong was Shin Yang? Who could make himself an innate expert at will? Dooley stared at Shin Yang with a strong battle intent in her eyes. She was eager to try Shin Yang's strength. Shin Yang, however, looked unconcerned as he threw over a set of clothes and said, "Go take a shower. It stinks." Dooley froze for a moment, and then realized that after he washed his own marrow and bones, a bunch of impurities were discharged from his body, and all of his body was covered with fishy-smelling impurities. It surprised her. She was a girl, and she didn't realize that there were so many impurities among the blood and bones. Dooley, who originally wanted to fight with Shin Yang, instantly wilted and hurriedly got into the bathroom. It was half an hour before Dooley stepped out of the shower. She was fully dressed, and her eyes were staring at Shin Yang with a warlike intent. In the next moment, Dooley didn't even greet him and directly made a move towards Shin Yang. Shin Yang carelessly grabbed a hand toward the front. Dooley felt herself enveloped by a huge force, then her figure involuntarily fell into Shin Yang's arms. The punch that contained power landed on Shin Yang's body without a certain reaction. Shin Yang took a deep breath on Dooley's body before sighing. "It smells so good." Dooley blushed as she looked up, just about to say something. The result was that before he could speak, his mouth was gagged. Dooley's eyes widened as she looked at Shin Yang. He actually stuck his tongue out. "This dog man." Soon, Dooley was confused. She responded clumsily, just as the two were in the throes of love. The phone rang. Dooley jerked awake. She hurriedly pushed Shin Yang away, her eyes regaining clarity. Wiping the water stains off the corners of her mouth, Dooley said, "Time's up. Missy's off duty." Shin Yang was a bit of a pity. If he didn't have things to do in the evening, he would have eaten Dooley today. "Let's go and pick up Warm Moon." Qin Yang said. Arriving at the company, Su Nuyu waited there. When she saw Du Li and Qin Yang coming back together, she looked a bit odd and stared at Du Li's lips, saying in surprise, Du Li, why are your lips swollen? Du Li's mind was shaken. This guy Qin Yang is a dog, and he chewed his own lips and swelled them. Du Li just wanted to explain. At this time, Su Nuyu said in surprise again, Du Li, how did you become white? And your skin is so good. It's like sheep's fat jade. Oh my god, what did you do? Sun Wanyu had a face of envy. Naturally, Du Li was aware of the change in herself, cleansing the marrow and bones. This change is just one of them. It was Qin Yang who helped me improve my strength. My cultivation progress made my body quality change as well. My skin naturally became better. If you want, let Qin Yang help you, Du Li said. Sun Wanyu looked at Qin Yang with an expectant face. Qin Yang took Su Nuyu into his arms as he said, this is simple. In the next 2 days, you find a time. I'll help you shed your bones. Yeah. Sun Wanyu instantly lit up. Immediately she said, after the feast today, there will be time in the evening for you to come and help me. No problem, Qin Yang said, and Du Li worriedly said, it's going to hurt. Sun Wanyu looked odd as she gazed over the two, clearly thinking the wrong way. Where Du Li didn't know what she was thinking, she hurriedly said, it's not what you think. Washing the marrow and bones, it's very painful. Don't think wrong. Don't worry, it won't hurt. I'll be gentle, Qin Yang said. Du Li glared fiercely at Qin Yang and asked, then why don't you use a gentler approach for me? Qin Yang said seriously, you're a martial artist. Such pain is good for you. Your spiritual power has increased more than double than before. Du Li reacted then. She knew that she had misunderstood Qin Yang. Forget it, not with you. Du Li had a generous look on his face, and just looked a little embarrassed. It was indeed wrong of him to misunderstand Qin Yang's good intentions. Alright, let's not talk about it. Let's go back and get ready. At night Qin Yang accompanied me to the banquet. Du Li, you don't need to go. You just boosted your strength. Have a good rest. Aha. Du Li wasn't polite either. With Qin Yang following Su Nuyu, she wasn't worried. Chapter 32 Apology not accepted. After going back and preparing a little bit, Qin Yang and Su Nuyu both got into the car and rushed to the place of the class reunion. Grand Hyatt Clubhouse. Room 1. You'd have to pay thousands of dollars just to book this private room. And the amount spent here cannot be less than $100,000. Sun Wanyu was familiar with the place. Lightly, she often dined here with some of her clients, and was familiar with the Grand Hyatt Club, and was also a super VIP of the Grand Hyatt Club. The waiter brought them to room 1, then opened the door for them and the two of them walked in together. There's already quite a few people sitting here. Upon seeing them appear, everyone's gazes fell on the two. Zhang Nanfang's face sank slightly when he realized that Qin Yang had come along with him, and he was also acting like he was close to Sun Wanyu. However, soon, Zhang Nanfang's expression became normal. He smiled and said, our class flower is finally here. Nuanyu, come here and sit down. Mr. Gao has been waiting for you for a long time. Su Nuyu walked over to Teacher Gao as she respectfully shouted, Teacher Gao, it's been a long time. Yeah, it's been a couple months, I think, and I heard you were in a car accident. And by the looks of it now, it shouldn't have been serious. Thankfully, Mr. Gao exclaimed. In fact, Sun Wanyu had been in correspondence with her. It's just that after Sun Wanyu's car accident, the communication between them was cut off. Originally, Teacher Gao was still a bit worried, but now that she saw Su Nuyu's appearance, she was relieved. I'm fine, it's all healed. My fiancé treated me. He's a great healer, Su Nuyu said, then gestured for Qin Yang to come over. Qin Yang stood in front of Mr. Gao as he said to him, hello Mr. Gao, my name is Qin Yang, I am Nuan Yu's fiancé. Teacher Gao sized up Qin Yang before revealing a satisfied expression. The young man is good looking, good temperament, and knows medical skills. It seems that Nuan Yu has really found a good fiancé, Teacher Gao exclaimed, a look of delight on his face. Right at this moment, Jiang Nanfeng smiled and said, Teacher Gao, you don't know yet, actually Qin Yang is my cousin, he is my aunt's son. He got lost since he was a child, and he only recently got back from inside the village. The moment these words came out, the crowd that was still curious, looked at Qin Yang with eyes that were suddenly filled with contempt. There was even a girl who was dressed up in a flamboyant manner said, so it's just a country bumpkin. I thought there was something remarkable about it. Nuan Yu, your vision is also too poor. Right, even looking at such a man, is he holding a favor in return? Jiang Ya, don't talk nonsense. Qin Yang and I are out of two loves. And what's wrong with country people? There are a lot of capable people in the countryside. If I remember well, your boss is from the countryside. It's hard to believe that you even look down on your own boss? Sun Wanyu said faintly. Hearing Sun Wanyu's words, Jiang Ya's face instantly changed. She had only wanted to strike Qin Yang and brush off her superiority, but she didn't expect Sun Wanyu to be so protective of Qin Yang. Seeing Sun Wanyu looking serious, Jiangya hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Wanyu, don't be angry. I'm just joking. I'm not talking about him. Don't ever tell my boss." She looked like she was pleading, but Sun Wanyu was unmoved. "Apologize. Wanyu, I'm sorry." Jiangya immediately apologized to Sun Nuyu. Sun Nuyu, however, said, "Not me, but apologize to my fiancé." Jiangya's entire body was as unpleasant as if she had eaten a dead fly. She glanced at Qin Yang and opened her mouth to apologize, but no words came out. At this time, Jiang Nanfeng interjected, "Wanyu, we are all classmates." Classmate Jiangya just made a slip of the tongue. "Why should we get on the bandwagon?" Sun Nuyu sneered. She didn't pay any attention to Jiang Nanfeng. Instead she stared at Jiangya and said, "I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you're not willing to apologize, I'll inform your boss." When she finished, she started counting. Jiangya knew that it was definitely impossible for her not to apologize. Once you let your boss know, you're done for. Not to mention the fact that you won't be able to keep your job. You'll probably be retaliated against by your own boss. Thinking of this, Jiangya forced herself to endure the humiliation and said to Qin Yang, "I'm sorry, I don't accept." Qin Yang said indifferently, "What?" Jiangya raised her head and looked at Qin Yang incredulously. "He won't take it? Who is he not to accept it?" Sun Wanyu dialed a number. "Mr. Su, calling me now. Is there some good project looking for me to get rich together?" A muffled man's voice came from inside the phone. "Oh no, just want to talk to Mr. Liang. You have a subordinate called Jiangya. She can't stand looking at country people." There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone before Mr. Liang said, "I know." Jiangya went limp and sat on top of the chair, her face pale. Not 2 minutes later, Jiangya's cell phone rang. She rushed to connect, and a cold voice came from inside. "Jiangya, you're fired. Go to the finance tomorrow to settle your salary." At the same time, Mr. Liang sent word to block you in South City. Go to another city. It's impossible for you to find a job in South City. The other party finished and hung up. Jiangya's face was pale. She didn't expect that Sun Nuyu would really do such a desperate thing. "Mr. Jiang, can you help me?" Jiangya suddenly looked like she had grabbed a life preserver. Jiang Nanfeng was just about to nod when Sun Nuyu's voice rang out. "If the Jiang family dares to protect Jiangya, don't blame me for directly blocking your industry. If you are willing to lose hundreds of millions of assets for Jiangya, you can protect her." Sun Wanyu said faintly. Jiang Nanfeng's expression changed slightly. He turned to Teacher Gao and said, "Teacher, persuade Wanyu. We're all classmates. There's no need to treat your classmates like this." Teacher Gao, however, sighed and said, "What happened just now? I also saw it in my eyes. This matter, it was originally Jiangya who was wrong. Wanyu was just trying to protect her fiancé. I don't think she did anything wrong, so I won't stop her either." Jiang Nanfeng knew that it wouldn't work here with Mr. Gao. He could only look at Jiangya and said, "Jiangya, go to another city. You won't be able to stay in South City." Jiangya was about to say something when Jiang Nanfeng's voice rang out. "You should stop talking and shut up if you don't want to get your family involved." Jiangya blanched and hurriedly shut up. She stood up and wanted to leave, but Sun Nuyu said, "Always a classmate. Finish this meal and then leave. If you lose this opportunity, you are afraid that you won't be able to afford to eat such a high-end meal in your whole life. And you still say that other people are country people. You yourself are not as good as a country person." Jiangya's face flushed for a while, but really stayed. Just when the crowd thought that this matter was over, Qin Yang's voice rang out. "Okay, this woman's taken care of. Now it's time to take care of you." Qin Yang's words were directed at Jiang Nanfeng. The crowd was in an uproar. He was actually trying to find trouble with Jiang Nanfeng, wasn't he? Chapter 33 Veterans. Jiang Nanfeng frowned as he said with some displeasure, "Cousin, what do you mean by that? It's not like I've provoked you." Qin Yang stared at him, his eyes a little cold. "First, didn't you purposely say my identity here just to make them despise me? Do you think I can't see that? You misunderstand. I just want to recognize you." Jiang Nanfeng hurriedly said. Qin Yang, however, ignored him and continued. "Secondly, you want to pursue my fiancé, and then after you get your hands on her, have my fiancé dump me so that I won't be able to get Wanyu's shelter and you guys can teach me a lesson, right?" Jiang Nanfeng's face changed drastically. How does Qin Yang know? This matter was only known to some of their Jiang family. Did his aunt betray him? The likelihood of this is very high. After all, mother and son were connected. It was possible for Jiang Wanru to do such a thing in order for Qin Yang not to be driven to extinction by them. A cold color flashed in Jiang Nanfeng's eyes. Dissatisfaction with Jiang Wanru arose in his heart. "Thirdly, do you think I can't see your bottom? You should be familiar with the word heaven," Qin Yang said. When the first two were said, Jiang Nanfeng was still just angry. but when he heard the word heaven, he immediately changed his face. What are you? Zhang Nanfeng said with horror. The students were a bit baffled. Sun Wanyu also didn't understand what heaven meant. Could it be that Qin Yang wanted to send Zhang Nanfeng to heaven? That's not right either. Who would dare to kill someone in front of that many people other than Blow Awesome? You're not qualified to know. Follow me. I'll ask you something. If you're honest, I can consider treating you lightly. Qin Yang said. You'll let me go if I tell the truth? Zhang Nanfeng asked in surprise as his heart stirred. No, I'll make your death more painful. Qin Yang said. Zhang Nanfeng's face darkened as he suddenly turned cold and grabbed at Sun Wanyu. The crowd was startled. No one had expected such a sudden turn of events. Sun Nuyu, however, was calm. She knew that she couldn't avoid it, and there was no need to avoid it. Qin Yang was by his side and would not stand by and watch something happen to him. As expected, when Zhang Nanfeng moved his hand, Qin Yang made his move. He pinched Zhang Nanfeng's neck and directly picked him up. Zhang Nanfeng's face changed drastically as he finally realized that he had underestimated Qin Yang. The other party was a martial artist whose strength was far above his own. What are you doing? Quickly let go of Zhang Nanfeng-san. One of the students stood up and chided. As a result, Qin Yang's gaze looked over and instantly caused that person to tremble and sit back down. Ms. Gao was a bit puzzled, but she was calm and didn't say anything. Where are the people who followed you back? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Nanfeng's pupils shrunk violently as he said with some difficulty, I don't know what you're talking about. He was certain that Qin Yang did not dare to kill himself and was emboldened. Click! With a crisp ringing sound of bones breaking, Zhang Nanfeng's eyes widened as his neck was snapped and his entire vitality was rapidly dissipating. The crowd was filled with shock and horror as they looked at Qin Yang, who had dared to kill, casually throwing Zhang Nanfeng's corpse on the ground. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, Sorry to disturb everyone's pleasure. I'll call out for someone to take care of it in a while. Let's order. This meal is on me. And ordering? Everyone's legs are weak with fear. Qin Yang had actually killed Zhang Nanfeng in front of them. A murderer, a dead man in front of them, telling them to go and order food for dinner. Even though there were bold people among these people, at this moment, they also blew up. Everyone wants to escape. However, when Qin Yang's gaze swept over, everyone's legs went weak. Even Sun Wanyu was a bit overwhelmed. It wasn't impossible to get someone killed, but how could Qin Yang kill Zhang Nanfeng in front of so many people? Once these people walk out, things can't be hidden. Thinking of this, Sun Wanyu had a worried expression on her face. She was thinking about it, or else she would let Qin Yang kill all these people, and she didn't know if she could hide it. If Qin Yang knew what she was thinking, I'm afraid he would be dumbfounded. It's true, if a woman is vicious, she's even more vicious than a man. However, even if that was the case, Qin Yang wouldn't have any bad thoughts. Su Nuyu thought this way, all for his sake. Seeing that everyone was not moving, Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, Since everyone doesn't want to eat, then leave. What happens here has nothing to do with you. The crowd was suddenly as if they had been pardoned. They were busy getting up and hurrying to get away from the place. Only Teacher Gao was still sitting there. She sighed and said to Qin Yang, You kid, you're a bit too impulsive. Even if you have some kind of status, killing someone in front of so many people will eventually lead to some trouble. Teacher Gao was wise enough to see that Qin Yang had something to rely on. Even so, she was still a bit worried and felt that Qin Yang was too impulsive. Qin Yang smiled and said, Don't worry, teacher. I have my heart in the right place and my hands are measured. I'll have someone come over now to take care of it. After saying that, Qin Yang took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number. The call was picked up and King Kong's booming voice came from the other side. Divine bastard, why did you take the initiative to call me? You don't want to tell me that you got Zhang Nanfeng killed. That's smart. Qin Yang marveled. Your honor, give me a moment. I'll be right in to take care of it, King Kong said. He hung up the call and came in quickly. When they saw King Kong's sturdy figure, Teacher Gao and Sun Wanyu were taken aback. This man was really strong. Standing in front of them, that sense of oppression made it a little difficult for them to breathe. Qin Yang kicked Jin Gang's thigh and said with dissatisfaction, Put away your aura. Don't scare your sister-in-law and your sister-in-law's teacher. Su Nuyu was a little worried, afraid that Jin Gang would get angry and beat Qin Yang up. As a result, King Kong surprisingly didn't get angry at all, but instead nervously scratched his head and laughed. It's my negligence. Good day, sister-in-law. Good day, teacher. Sun Wanyu and Teacher Gao both nodded as a greeting. The main reason was that King Kong gave off such a strong sense of oppression that none of them could speak. In that case, wouldn't Qin Yang, who could casually give King Kong a kick, be even more powerful? I'll leave that wise angel to me. I'll find it myself. You deal with this one. I'm going to have dinner with my wife and Mr. Gao. Qin Yang said, Good. It's simply great that you're willing to make a move. Not to mention the wise angels. Even if the boss of heaven himself came, he wouldn't be able to walk away. King Kong said excitedly. Afterward, he carried Jiang Nanfeng's corpse and went out. Qin Yang asked the waiter to directly change a private room, then ordered a meal, and the three of them sat there to eat. Teacher Gao was very relaxed, not at all like the average person, and surprisingly didn't look uncomfortable at all. Inquiring about it, Qin Yang realized that when Mr. Gao was young, he had actually been a soldier and had gone to war, a veteran who had survived the Vietnam War. This moved Qin Yang. No wonder Teacher Gao did not have any fear when he saw him killing people and looked as normal. You guys are from the Dragon Pavilion, aren't you? That paradise. It should be one of the foreign supernatural organizations. I didn't expect that after so many years, they're making a comeback to kill me. Teacher Gao's words once again shocked Qin Yang. Surprisingly, she knew about the Dragon Court, and even more about heaven. When we were on a mission back then, we cooperated with the Dragon Pavilion against heaven, and we lost hundreds of comrades in that battle. Mr. Gao said through clenched teeth. Qin Yang stood in awe. He knew which one of those times Mr. Gao was talking about. It was also after that one incident that the Dragon Pavilion no longer allowed ordinary people to fight the match, because ordinary people against supernatural powerhouses, even if they were just assisting the Dragon Pavilion's masters, would have huge losses. Chapter 34 Ichido Group Special. Nuan Yu. You may not know your man's identity, but he's not a murderous demon, but a hero who guards the Dragon Kingdom. Don't ever think anything you don't want about him, Teacher Gao said to Sun Wanyu. Sun Wanyu nodded her head. She had already heard out that Qin Yang belonged to a mysterious organization, and that mysterious organization is called the Dragon Court. She didn't know what the Dragon Court was, but to make even Mr. Gao, who came down from the battlefield, hold it in such high esteem. This Dragon Pavilion is definitely something out of the ordinary. I'm not really a Dragon Pavilion person now. I've already quit. I just joined into practice for a while back then, Qin Yang said. Just then, King Kong rushed in. Godstalker, the first captain is asking you when you'll return to the team, and if you don't want to be a junior, you can have her captain's position, King Kong said. Mr. Gao had a shocked look on his face. She had thought that Qin Yang was just an ordinary member, but she didn't expect him to have such a high status among the Dragon Pavilion. Even the captain was willing to give him the captain's position in order to get him back in the team. Shut up. I said at that time when I quit the Dragon Pavilion that I wouldn't join it again. My style of doing things was too radical and would easily involve the Dragon Pavilion, Qin Yang said. That won't do. You are the #1 expert of the Dragon Pavilion. You don't know how much our Dragon Pavilion has lost in the past few years when you weren't around. Even that guy, Greedy Wolf, was crippled, and is now lying on the bed, a cripple, and Winged Flame Serpent was even almost taken out, and even though he escaped from life, he was disfigured, and there's also Little Bean who died. Vidra's voice trailed off a bit when he spoke of the Little Bean. Qin Yang directly stood up. He stared at Vidra and asked coldly, who did you say died? Jin Gang didn't dare to look directly into Qin Yang's eyes. He lowered his head and whispered, Little Doozy is dead. He was killed in the island country. Someone betrayed us. A large number of experts were ambushed over there. Qin Yang took a deep breath. He said coldly, I know. Turn around and pass me the information on the person who killed Little Doozy. You're going to the island? King Kong said in surprise. Avenge Little Doozy. After all, he is also considered half of my disciple. A stern light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. He was truly enraged when he heard about Little Bean's death. Okay, I'll have it passed right over. King Kong took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Send information on the forces that ambushed and killed Little Bean, King Kong said. Soon, his cell phone rang with a message tone. Add me on WeChat and I'll pass you the message, King Kong said. Qin Yang opened WeChat and added a friend with him. Soon after, Qin Yang received another friend request. That avatar was familiar. It was a very pretty woman. It was none other than Dragon Pavilion's captain, Xiao Yu. Qin Yang glanced at Jin Gang. This dog thing, just added his friend and sold himself. Adding Xiao Yu's WeChat. Just after adding it, Qin Yang received a video request from Xiao Yu. Qin Yang glanced at Jin Gang, and the danger in his eyes caused Jin Gang to let out a dry laugh. Only then did Qin Yang connect the video call. A pretty face with a bit of blood appeared in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang cried and laughed. At a glance, he knew that Xiao Yu was on a mission that should have just ended, and he didn't even have time to wipe off the blood on his face. Qin Yang, you bastard. Wait for me to go back and look for you. You dare to play missing with me. Wait for me to go back and you to death, Xiao Yu said coldly. As the words fell, without waiting for Qin Yang to open his mouth, Xiao Yu hung up the call. Qin Yang held his cell phone, his face expressionless. He carried King Kong and walked out. Give me a minute. Qin Yang's voice came out. What are you doing? Asterisk 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 him. The two heard Qin Yang's reply. After about 10 minutes, Qin Yang returned. Jin Gang also followed him back. Only his nose was bruised and swollen. He had obviously been beaten up by Qin Yang. Vedra then sat down. turned his grief into an appetite, and began to feast. Qin Yang ordered quite a few more meals. This King Kong guy is a big eater, and can eat 2 days worth of other people's food in one meal. Sun Wanyu had many questions in her mind, but none of them were said on the spot. She was going to ask Qin Yang about it when she returned. By the end of the meal, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Qin Yang asked Sun Wanyu to send Mr. Cao back, and he himself went out with Jin Gang. Divine bastard, you haven't fought enough, have you? Boss is also in love with you. Why are you so desperate? King Kong said glumly. Qin Yang glanced at him and said indifferently, you don't want to catch that wise angel anymore? King Kong's heart stirred as his eyes lit up and he said with some excitement, do you know where he is? Have you forgotten who mine is? Qin Yang smiled faintly. That's right, you're a godly man. You can count. That wise angel can't hide from your projections even if he can hide any better. A sudden realization dawned on King Kong. After not seeing Qin Yang for a few years, he had almost forgotten what this guy was capable of. The ability to pinpoint and find people is second to none. Previously, even if the target of their mission was hidden, Qin Yang could easily find it. He was convinced of this skill. King Kong, finish him off when you find him. I don't like having such a volatile element around. Qin Yang said, the strength of the wise angels is quite not weak. Naturally, he wasn't worried, but it would be different if the opposite party made a move on someone close to him. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom was originally a forbidden place for Western powerhouses, and the fact that the other party dared to appear here clearly showed that they did not put them in their eyes. Great, King Kong said with a smile. Qin Yang cupped his hands and began to search for the other party's whereabouts. Zhang Nanfeng was in contact with that wise angel. He captured a wisp of that wise angel's aura from Zhang Nanfeng's body. It was faint, but it was enough to find the other side. South, 15 kilometers. Qin Yang said, that's the Zhang family. King Kong said in surprise. When he disposed of Zhang Nanfeng's corpse, he checked out the Zhang family in passing. Then, he realized that Qin Yang's relationship with the Zhang family, and his recent treatment. Jin Gang was practically crying from the stupidity of the Zhang and Qin families. It's amazing that they don't even want someone with great skills like the god's Batman. The Qin family even broke with Qin Yang for the sake of Qin Li's junior son. Upon realizing all this, King Kong felt like he was dreaming. Let's go, take out that wise angel. Qin Yang said, what if the Zhang family stands in the way? King Kong asked. Together group special. Qin Yang said. King Kong stuck out his thumb. This kind of determination is truly worthy of a godly man. Thinking about how the godly cleric had just crushed his cousin to death with one hand, Jin Gang felt that it really wasn't a surprise at all that the godly cleric had made such a decision. The two rushed to the Zhang family, and at this point in the Zhang family, they didn't feel right. Because it had been impossible to contact Zhang Nanfeng, something was wrong. Even if Zhang Nanfeng didn't look at his cell phone for a little while, it was impossible to not look at it all the time. Something shouldn't have happened to Nanfeng, right? That guy Qin Yang has ruthless methods. I'm afraid that he's done something excessive to Nanfeng. Zhang Wanru said with a worried face. On the contrary, Zhang Changlong said with a confident face. Don't worry, Nanfeng is not an ordinary person. See that honorable guest just now? He's someone with great skills. Nanfeng has learned a lot of skills from him. That Qin Yang definitely can't hurt him. Seeing that Zhang Changlong had said so, Zhang Wanru was then relieved. Right at this moment, Qin Yang and King Kong pushed their way in. When he saw them appear, Zhang Changlong frowned. Chapter 35. Was it fun? Qin Yang, why are you here? Why didn't the doorman notify us? How did you get in? Zhang Changlong asked. Qin Yang didn't pay any attention to him, but said, come out, wise angel. Since you've come to the Dragon Kingdom, you should know that once you're discovered, you won't have a good ending. What are you talking about? What wise angel? Zhang Changlong said unhappily. Jin Gang coldly laughed. What we do and say, your Zhang family had better not block it, or else the entire Zhang family will have to accompany that wise angel to the funeral. When these words came out, Zhang Changlong drew a breath of cold air. In fact, there were some things about Zhang Nanfeng that he knew. With a pair of eyes staring at Jin Gang and Qin Yang, Zhang Changlong snapped, you guys hurry up and leave, or I'll call the law enforcement team. Feel free to call all you want and see if the law enforcement team arrests you or us when the time comes. Vajra smiled faintly. This caused Zhang Changlong to lose heart. Just then, a man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked down the stairs. He was in his pajamas and had a lazy look about him. Vajra, I deliberately avoided you. I wasn't afraid of you. I just didn't want to clash with you. I didn't expect you to find me anyway. Do you think you're my opponent? The man spoke pure Chinese, his face all disdain. King Kong laughed coldly. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be Tom. I really can't beat you. After all, your strength, among the wise angels, can be ranked at least in the top 3. It's good to know, and I don't want to clash with you. Leave now and I won't kill you. Tom smiled confidently. Instead, King Kong sneered, "It's true that I can't beat you, but don't you look at who's beside me?" Tom frowned. He stared at Qin Yang. He could not see what strength he had in the slightest. Qin Yang gave him the feeling that he was completely like an ordinary person. Just how could the people that Vidra had deliberately brought in be just ordinary people? Realizing this, Tom looked grave. "Who are you?" He stared at Qin Yang. Tom was known to almost everyone in the Dragon Pavilion, especially the powerful ones above him in strength. But this man in front of him, he hadn't seen him before. So, Tom seriously suspected that King Kong had purposely gotten an ordinary person to come over and scare him. Thinking of this, Tom said directly, "King Kong, you don't have to scare me. He's just an ordinary guy." King Kong sighed before he said, "Don't you even recognize the Godstalker? A goddamned man?" Tom's eyes flickered twice. Then in the eyes of the Jiang family's people who were surprised, he directly smashed the window and rushed out. Qin Yang opened the door and walked out through it before his figure flashed and instantly disappeared. Only then did Jiang Changlong and the others react. Where was there any trace of Qin Yang and the others in front of them at this moment? What exactly is he going to do? How dare he drive away our Jiang family's most honored guest? Jiang Changlong said angrily. Jiang Wanru gritted her teeth and said, "Brother, it seems that we have all underestimated this Qin Yang. He is a scourge. I don't think that I will be able to recognize him back. Deal with him however you want, don't care about my feelings." "Good, I'll make him regret it. When Nanfeng comes back, I'll discuss it with Nanfeng," Jiang Changlong said coldly. Just then, a voice rang out. "Your family, Jiang Nanfeng, should not be able to return." As that voice rang out, a group of people rushed in, all enforcers. Jiang Changlong was confused. Looking at the leader of the group, he couldn't help but say, "Captain Gao, what do you mean by this?" The one who was called Captain Gao was a short-haired woman, valiantly dressed in the attire of an enforcer. Even Jiang Wanru shut up when she saw her appear. "This one is a famous god arrester in the South City, with an iron face, and I don't know how many people have been caught by her in her pigtails. Neither the business world, nor the political world, wants to see her." Gao Qinshan said coldly, "You are suspected of colluding with a foreign power. Please follow me." These words were directed at Jiang Changlong. Jiang Changlong's face changed drastically. He immediately said, "Is there some kind of misunderstanding? I'm a proper businessman." Gao Qinshan snorted as she sneered. "Benign? I hope you'll still be able to say that in the future. If you hadn't been taken down, it would have put a lot of people out of work, resulting in a lot of families having no income. Do you think that for all the things you've been doing, you'd still be able to stay out there?" Jiang Changlong froze. Did Gao Qinshan have evidence of some of the things he had done? "All right, hurry up and follow us, and your son's body, too, so you can recognize it and identify it again," Gao Qinshan said. Jiang Changlong was originally still muttering. After hearing Gao Qinshan's words, he immediately changed his face. He immediately rushed to Gao Qinshan and asked loudly, "What do you mean by what you just said? What do you mean by my son's corpse?" "Your son is dead, arrested in the middle of a capture and shot," Gao Qinshan said lightly, rather nonchalantly. Jiang Changlong's face turned white and he directly went limp on the ground. His body was trembling slightly. Filled with the news that his son was dead, a great surprise was born violently in Jiang Wanru's heart. The elder brother's son died, and with only one son for the older brother, he too could be taken in and jailed. In that case, this Jiang family is his own. Thinking about this, Jiang Wanru had a feeling of pie in the sky. If she owned the entire Jiang family, whether it was Qin Weiye or Qin Yang, she would have enough power to retaliate back. Thinking about this, if it wasn't for the fact that her big brother and parents were still here, Jiang Wanru would have simply laughed out loud. Take away. Gao Qinshan didn't care about those. Since he dares to collude with foreign powers, naturally he will not come to a good end. She took the person away directly, leaving the Jiang family behind, not knowing what to do, and Tom took a breath and fled for dozens of kilometers. He was hidden in a mountain, and his heart was finally relieved. It seemed to him that the cleric should not have caught up with himself. His speed, after all, was one of the few in the West. "We have to send the news back. The god stick has appeared again. The Dragon Pavilion will definitely make a big move. He is the #1 expert of the Dragon Pavilion. Once he goes against us, he will pose a great threat to heaven," Tom thought darkly in his mind. Just then, a teasing voice rang out. "Why don't you run?" Tom stiffened. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand to gather energy and struck out across sword chi, chopping in the direction the voice came from. He, himself, fled in the opposite direction at the first opportunity. Just as he ran out a short distance, a hand squeezed his neck. "Fun?" Qin Yang asked. Tom struggled, only to find a powerful force that surged into his body, sealing all of his energy. With his strength, he didn't even have a shred of resistance. He was horrified in his mind. The strength of this godly cleric was far stronger than they had imagined. Chapter 36 Su Zhonghai's suggestion. You're surprisingly so strong that even the blazing angels wouldn't be your match, Tom said appalled. He's the highest of the highest in heaven, under the blazing angels. However, there was no point in fighting back in front of the god stick. To defeat this Dragon Pavilion's #1 powerhouse, it would require the initiative of their heavenly lord, or, at least, 3 or more killing angels teaming up. Tom's mind was filled with horror at the thought. He also knew that he was finished and there was no way he could escape. Blazing angel, I killed 2 of them at that time. I didn't think they were very strong, but it's a pity that your heavenly lord didn't dare to make a move, or else it would have been possible to finish him off as well, Qin Yang said with a look of pity. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Tom was furious. You can't be a match for the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven is invincible. Qin Yang skimmed his mouth. Who in heaven dares to say invincible? Moreover, the strongest people in paradise were still in the realm of martial artists, and since he was an immortal cultivator, if he really went up against him, he could crush the so-called Lord of Heaven with his hands. Perhaps the only way he could be a match for him would be if a true angel came to the mortal world. But, does that angel thing really exist? Qin Yang didn't know either. Maybe, it's just myths and legends. Okay, cut the crap, or think about how you're going to die a quick death. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he rushed towards the city with Tom in tow. Halfway there, he met King Kong. Casually, he tossed Tom over as if he were throwing a piece of trash. It made Tom blush. It was a shame that he, a wise angel, had ended up in this situation. Take it away. His energy has been sealed by me. He can't be rushed within half a year. You guys will be foolproof if you put down some more means, Qin Yang said. Jin Gang grinned and said, pull back. With your tactics, what am I worried about? There's no need to worry about him regaining his cultivation within half a year. I'll take him back now and have the Hall of Punishment interrogate him to see if I can ask about his purpose for coming to the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing the words Hall of Punishment, Qin Yang's eyes were filled with sympathy as he looked at Jin Gang. No one has ever survived the methods of the torture chamber, much less walked out of it in one piece. The group of perverts in the Hall of Punishment were so ruthless that even Qin Yang couldn't help but be shocked. This Tom enters it, and unless he tells the secret, he's afraid to die if he wants to. Alright, it's time for me to go back to bed. I was supposed to accompany a beautiful woman, but I ended up wasting the night with you. Qin Yang yawned. Jin Gang gave Qin Yang a middle finger, despising him for emphasizing color over friendship. Qin Yang returned to the Su family. Seeing Su Zhanghai here, just sitting on top of a wheelchair, he had a strange look on his face. What was this guy doing here? Sun Wanyu sat on the side with a somewhat odd expression. Zhang Changlong has been arrested, rumored to be colluding with foreign forces. This time he may have to sit in jail, Su Zhanghai said. Qin Yang wasn't surprised at all. This is something that was originally arranged by King Kong. And, if King Kong hadn't found out clearly, he wouldn't have let anyone move Zhang Changlong, so there must really be such a thing. So, Qin Yang asked. Su Zhanghai said, according to the news I've gotten, Zhang Changlong will definitely not be able to come out this time. And with the fact that Zhang Nanfeng was killed while resisting law enforcement, the Zhang family may fall into Zhang Wanru's hands in the future. I killed Zhang Nanfeng, Qin Yang said indifferently. Su Zhanghai was jolted. He just knows that Gangnam Style is dead. However, he did not expect that Zhang Nanfeng was actually killed by Qin Yang. What the hell are you going to say? Qin Yang asked. I have a proposal. You can recognize Zhang Wanru and inherit the Zhang family's industry. After all, now that Zhang Nanfeng is dead, you are the only male descendant in the entire Zhang family. As long as you recognize Zhang Wanru, you can inherit the Zhang family's industry. A brilliant light flickered in Su Zhanghai's eyes. That's what he's all about. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to leave the hospital so early just to tell Qin Yang this. Qin Yang asked Sun Wanyu, what do you think? That little thing from the Zhang family, you can't see it, and I don't think it's necessary. Sun Yu said. Su Zhanghai was so angry that he almost wanted to curse. He couldn't help but say, Nuan Yu, can you not be so naive? Although the Zhang family is not as good as us, it's still very considerable. Right now quite a few people in the family are eyeing your position, and I only have you as a child. So if there's no support from outside forces, I'm worried that they'll turn on you. Su Zhanghai meant it. No need. I'm not afraid of them. They can't make any waves. Sun Wanyu said faintly. Although, getting the support of the Zhang family did benefit her, but she also didn't want Qin Yang to do what she didn't want to do. Besides, with Qin Yang's skills, he couldn't look at those things of the Zhang family. You guys are pissing me off. Qin Yang, what do you think? I know you're capable, and you even have a good relationship with Yi Longfei, but in business matters, Yi Longfei and the others don't have much help. Su Zhanghai said. Finished? Qin Yang asked. Su Zhanghai froze for a moment, then nodded. You can go when you're done, Qin Yang said. Su Zhanghai. He could sort of see that Qin Yang had not listened to his words at all. As for Sun Wanyu, it was even more so. Su Zhenghai finally persuaded, said, "You'd better think about it. I'm doing this for your own good. I know that young people are high-minded and proud, and are not willing to bow down easily, but sometimes bowing down a little bit can save a lot of trouble, and it may not be not worth it." Qin Yang just smiled faintly. Su Zhenghai sighed and didn't dare to really just get angry. All he could do was get his assistant to push himself out. "Who's young and foolish? Forget it, I don't care so much." After leaving the villa door, Su Zhenghai sighed. Sun Wanyu smiled and said, "Don't take his words to heart. He's just such a person who likes to speculate and has no lower limits." Qin Yang nodded and said, "Don't worry, I have something in mind." Sun Wanyu nodded her head. "By the way, I said I'd come back to teach you cultivation. Now there are two choices. Let's see which one you choose." Qin Yang changed the topic. Sun Yu instantly became interested and hurriedly asked, "Which two choices?" Qin Yang smiled and said, "Firstly, I will teach you the techniques and at the same time help you to wash your marrow and bones. Then you will start to cultivate. But if you want to cultivate into an expert, you need to work hard on your own." "What about the second option?" Sun Wanyu asked. "We cultivate together, but in this way, we have to maintain the closest relationship. You should understand what I mean, right?" Qin Yang said, staring at Sun Yu's expression. Seeing that she didn't get angry, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "This has one advantage, which is that your strength will progress very fast, and within a very short period of time, even without cultivation, you can become an expert." "I'll take the second one," Sun Wanyu said. Dooley was sitting not far away, and when she heard Sun Wanyu's words, she was a bit surprised. She hadn't thought that her young lady would choose the second humiliating method. Qin Yang was also a bit surprised. Sun Yu was generous and said, "Anyway, between us, we are supposed to be an unmarried couple. Sooner or later we will have to come to this step. I naturally won't be without bitterness and hard to eat." Translucent. Qin Yang stuck out his thumb. At the same time, he glanced at Dooley on the side. The meaning was clear. Dooley blushed and glared at Qin Yang. She didn't have that kind of relationship with him. What did this guy's eyes mean? Chapter 37. Jo Moon is here. Since Sun Wanyu had made her choice, Qin Yang naturally wouldn't be polite. It was a night when the two were completely together. When she woke up on the second day, Sun Wanyu felt like her entire body was falling apart. There wasn't a spot on her body that wasn't sore. Sun Yu covered her waist and tried to get up, but she ended up drawing a breath of cold air. Looking at Qin Yang, who was lying on the side, sleeping soundly, she couldn't help but give him a punch. Qin Yang reached out his hand and grabbed Sun Yu's small hand, then rolled over on top. "No, I can't," Sun Yu said, with a pitiful look. She really couldn't. Her stamina was at its limit. Even what she had just said had startled herself, and her voice was muffled. Qin Yang also knew that Sun Wanyu had reached her limit. He said with some disappointment, "Okay, let's get up and not toss you." Sun Wanyu nodded furiously. At this time, Qin Yang got up and picked Sun Yu up in one hand before entering the bathroom. Wash both of them up before getting dressed and going out. Just outside the door, Dooley brought a cup of tea. "Miss, have a sip of tea first to moisturize your throat. Your voice is hoarse from shouting," Dooley said. Two red clouds floated up on Sun Wanyu's face. She took the tea and drank it in one gulp, and then this hoarsely asked, "What time is it?" 11 noon. Dooley replied, "It's already 11 o'clock? No wonder I was so tired. Yesterday, Qin Yang almost tossed himself until dawn." Qin Yang picked Sun Yu up from behind and then walked outside. He ordered, "Have the kitchen prepare some food. Make it hearty. Nwanyu needs a good tonic today." Sun Yu struggled for a bit, didn't break free from Qin Yang's embrace, and simply gave up. She had been a little sore and weak, and it was better to be carried to the dining room. Anyway, here were all her servants, not daring to say anything about her. Dooley followed and walked over. She sized up Sun Wanyu and said with some doubts, "I can feel that Miss already possesses power beyond the average person. But how can I not see Miss's realm? Could it be that Miss has already surpassed me?" She looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Sun Yu's situation. "I'm afraid that only Qin Yang knows what's going on. It's beyond her cognitive scope." Qin Yang said calmly, "It's true that she's no longer an ordinary person, but she's not a martial artist either." "What do you mean?" Dooley asked suspiciously. "I am not a martial artist myself, but a cultivator, and your lady is now considered a cultivator," Qin Yang explained, because she wasn't practicing martial arts. Dooley couldn't see Sun Wanyu's strength even if she was an innate martial artist now. Sun Wanyu was not as strong as Dooley simply because Dooley did not understand monasticism. "An acolyte? Is there really such a thing?" Dooley said in surprise. Qin Yang said indifferently, "A martial artist enters the innate, then the innate comes to fruition, condenses out the true essence, and steps into the so-called terrestrial immortal realm, and in the terrestrial immortal realm, casts the foundation of the Tao, and even if he enters the Tao with his martial arts, he can still be said to be a cultivator. Martial arts into Taoism? Dooley thought it was just a legend. Now, listening to Qin Yang, using martial arts to enter the Tao really did exist. Can I also use martial arts to enter the Tao in the future? What realm is it after forging the foundation of the Tao? Are you considered powerful amongst cultivators? Dooley asked curiously. Qin Yang shook his head and said, there's no need to talk about my realm. I'm afraid of striking you. As for you wanting to use martial arts to enter the Tao, the easiest way to do so is to cultivate with me. Dooley rolled her eyes. She wasn't going to put herself through that for the sake of strength. After entering the way, one can extend their lifespan and also keep their face, and by spending a certain amount of strength, they can remain forever as they were when they were young. Qin Yang said seductively. It made Dooley breathe a little harder. For women, eternal youth simply possesses a lethal killing power. Really? Then we need to practice together more often in the future. Sun Wanyu said with some excitement. She was now considered a person who had been there. Plus there were no outsiders here. So she naturally let loose a bit and said something different from her usual image. Dooley blushed. How is it that after only one night, the young lady has become like this, saying such shameful things without knowing to avoid her? How could she know that this is the difference between a girl and a woman? After becoming a passerby, there are some things that you let go of, naturally, unlike a teenage girl. Luckily, the maids were quick to bring food. Everyone kicked off, which saved Dooley from embarrassment. Lunch is done. Sun Wanyu is also well rested. She finally felt the change in her. The whole world, in her eyes, was different. Her eyes saw more clearly, slimmer, and her ears were more sensitive. The skin did not use any skincare products, yet it gave off a sheepish look, slightly powdered. Sun Wanyu was stunned by her own appearances. That wasn't all. She felt like she had endless energy within her body, and even her brain's reaction was much faster. This made Sun Wanyu unusually excited. She punched Dooley, who used 30% of her strength to defend herself. This surprised Dooley. She was now at the innate realm, and with 30% of her power, she was close to innate. If Sun Wanyu knew the moves and the use of power, he wouldn't dare to say that he was invincible under the innate, but he would have few opponents, and that's just for one night. It's amazing how much it can change. There was no telling how far Sun Wanyu could go in the future. Shouldn't they surpass themselves soon? Dooley muttered in her mind. After dinner, the two went to the office. Qin Yang, on the other hand, was watching Ji Daodu's live broadcast, and he asked Ji Daodu when she would go off the air, preparing to go find Ji Daodu. Soon after Sun Wanyu arrived at the company, a person approached her. She was taken aback when she saw what the visitor looked like. Jo Moon, the woman we saw inside the video last night, was also the captain of the Dragon Court. She actually found herself? Is this a way to get yourself in trouble? From Xiao Yu's words, Sun Wanyu knew that between Xiao Yu and Qin Yang, it was definitely not a simple superior-subordinate relationship. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Yu. I'm Qin Yang's friend. Xiao Yu stretched out her hand. A pair of black and white beautiful eyes, staring at Sun Wanyu like two big jewels. Sun Wanyu stretched out her hand and said, what a coincidence. My name is Sun Wanyu, and there is also the word month inside my name. I am Qin Yang's fiancé. The two gazes collided as if sparks were splashing out. Dooley quietly took out her cell phone and sent a message to Qin Yang. A woman named Jo Moon has come to see the lady. Soon, she received a reply from Qin Yang. Don't worry, Xiao Yu is not a person without measure. Dooley was a bit angry. She had thought that Qin Yang would come over, but it turned out that this guy just said a simple sentence and left it at that. She could only pray in her heart that this Xiao Yu, who was not an ordinary person at first glance, would never hurt Miss. After all, Dooley didn't even dare to give birth to the idea of striking out in front of Xiao Yu. She knew very well that this woman called Xiao Yu's strength definitely exceeded her own by too much. Chapter 38 Rakshasa Women. Chat. Jo Moon said. Go ahead. Sun Wanyu also spoke. Xiao Yu smiled faintly and said, I like Qin Yang. So? Sun Wanyu asked. I hope you won't ostracize me. Jo Moon said. This caused Sun Wanyu to be a bit stunned. It had been thought that Jo Moon had come to demonstrate to himself, but how come it sounded like she didn't even come here to demonstrate to herself? Instead she wanted her to be accepted. This made Sun Wanyu a little strange, staring oddly at Xiao Yu. She was aware of it. The other party was the Dragon Pavilion captain and had said last night that he would come back to Qin Yang to death. As a result, she had this kind of good attitude in front of herself. Sun Wanyu was a bit caught off guard. Seeing Sun Wanyu staring at herself doubtfully, Xiao Yu said indifferently, we are not ordinary people. We don't need to follow those rules of the world. Since he chose you, it's impossible for him to give up on you. Even though I knew him first, I didn't establish a relationship. According to the rule of first come first served, I should have approached you for a while and convinced you to accept me. Is that it? Sun Wanyu looked a little odd. Seeing Sun Wanyu's silence, Xiao Yu became a bit anxious as she asked again. Just say whether you accept it or not. Sun Wanyu stared at Xiao Yu and asked rhetorically, what if I don't accept it? Jotsu froze for a moment, clearly not expecting such an answer. She hesitated for a moment before she said, I'll come back to you again until you're willing to accept. She looked like she wouldn't stop until she was accepted, which instantly made Sun Wanyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sun Wanyu realized that although Xiao Yu was the Dragon Pavilion's first captain, she was not a strong person at all. Even, it's very reasonable. She was perfectly capable of staying with Qin Yang without even having to inform herself. After all, with Xiao Yu's strength and status, he couldn't do anything to her even if he developed. Thinking of this, Su Nuyu said, I'm not going to ask about Qin Yang's affairs, as long as he's willing to accept you, I have no problem. Really? Zhou Moon's eyes lit up. She was all prepared to be rejected by Sun Wanyu. Sun Wanyu nodded. Thank you, you're such a nice guy. Zhou Moon chuckled. Sun Wanyu was somewhat speechless. Is that what makes you a good person? The main reason was that she was also aware that she couldn't control Qin Yang's love life either. He'd just met himself and laid out his attitude. In front of himself, Qin Yang dared to molest Du Li. It was a way of telling himself that he couldn't be the only woman in the world. Su Nuyu was precisely because she knew this. She couldn't possibly be in such a thing and have any thoughts about it. Now that you've chosen to accept it, don't make a whole lot of fuss about it. Zhou Moon turned to leave, clearly amused. Finally, it's gone. This woman is scary, Du Li said. Do you know the Dragon Court? Sun Wanyu asked. Du Li was slightly stunned, then nodded her head and said, I naturally know the Dragon Pavilion. That woman is from the Dragon Pavilion? Speaking of which, Du Li's face changed. The Dragon Pavilion was indistinguishable from a legend to the average martial arts powerhouse. Nodding, Sun Wanyu said, she is the captain of the Dragon Pavilion. Du Li changed color? That woman, unexpectedly, was the captain of the Dragon Pavilion? Rakshasa Lady Xiao Yu. I said, why is her name so familiar? Du Li said bitterly. Rakshasa? Sun Wanyu looked at Du Li with some doubt. A nice girl, how come she's called that? Du Li explained. It was because she was ruthless and killed her enemies with fear that those people gave her the nickname. Rakshasa woman. So it is. Su Nuyu sighed a little. Completely invisible from the surface, she gave the impression that she was not like a Rakshasa woman, but rather like she was more talkative. Miss, you're too powerful. From now on, the Rakshasa girl will be your sister. If this is told, I'm afraid many people will envy you, Du Li exclaimed. Sun Wanyu cried and laughed a little. Envy yourself for what? However, from Du Li's mouth, she also sort of understood that Xiao Yu's status in the Dragon Kingdom was indeed not low. She should have gone to find Qin Yang by now. Su Nuyu said, it should be. I didn't expect that guy, Qin Yang, to be able to make so many girls like him. It's really incomprehensible, Du Li exclaimed. Sun Wanyu gave her an odd look and asked with a smiling face, do you really not understand? Du Li was slightly stunned and a little unsure. Su Nuyu didn't explain and just smiled faintly. At this point in time, Ji Daodu was off the air. Qin Yang was already waiting in the middle of the living room. Seeing Qin Yang, Ji Daodu excitedly rushed over and threw herself into Qin Yang's arms. Honey, kiss, Ji Daodu said. Qin Yang naturally obeyed the order. A battle unfolds. It was only after 2 or 3 hours that Qin Yang had an insatiable appetite, and Ji Daodu's eyes glittered with excitement. Hubby, your cultivation is so strong. After 2 yin and yang transfers with you, there are signs of a breakthrough in my cultivation. What realm have you actually reached? Ji Daodu said with some shock. Qin Yang laughed and said, not strong, upper Jindan. Jindan? Ji Daodu instantly widened her eyes. Even for immortal cultivators, Jindan was an extremely high realm. Even in some sects, Jindan was referred to as old ancestor. No wonder her cultivation had risen so quickly when she was with Qin Yang. Picked up a treasure for myself. So, if you have any problems, just look for me to solve them. Don't worry about involving me. Qin Yang said. Don't worry, when the time is right, I'll be sure to tell you everything, Ji Daodu said. Qin Yang did not continue to ask. Since Ji Daodu didn't want to say anything, he didn't force the other party. It was like Ji Daodu said, when the time was right, she would naturally tell herself. Just then, a man pushed his way in. Ji Daodu was startled and hurriedly got inside the quilt. Instead, it was Qin Yang who said with a helpless face, Xiao Yu, can you knock before you come in? Xiao Yu stood there with a big grin as she rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, I've been listening outside for 2 hours. You know that I'm coming and you still don't come out. I think you're doing it on purpose. And Ji Daodu was relieved to see that the visitor was a woman. She revealed her little head and stared at Xiao Yu, saying with some surprise, what a strong smell of blood. What a terrifying destiny. This sister is simply the killing god of the world, destined to spend her life conquering and stepping on the bones of her enemies. Hearing Ji Daodu's words, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. She looked at Ji Daodu and said, I didn't expect you to be able to tell fortunes. not bad for a woman of the god stick. Introduce yourself. I'm Dragon Pavilion Captain Xiaoyu. G family, G Daodu. G Daoda said. The Jisan G family? Right, G Daoda said. Xiaoyu took a deep breath as she sighed. Qin Yang, it seems like you have quite a lot of trouble around you. The Qishan G family, a family that was wiped out over a decade ago. G Daoda was actually a member of the G family. No wonder she could project, and her way of projecting was so powerful. Chapter 39. G Daoda makes a move. The Heim family? Qin Yang glanced at G Daoda and didn't say anything more. The G family was destroyed and G Daoda was still alive. There must be something hidden in it. No wonder G Daoda was reluctant to tell himself now. The strength of the group of people who could overthrow the G family should not be underestimated. Forget it, not to mention anything else. Qin Yang, can you afford me? Zhou Moon said suddenly. Qin Yang was confused for a moment, looked at Xiaoyu and asked, where have I wronged you? Back then, I liked you so much. You wouldn't touch me. You and G Daoda only knew each other for a few days, and that soon knew you. You did everything with people. Speaking of which, Zhou Yu's eyes were red. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and said in a bad mood, how old was I back then? Damn it, I was only 16. Can you not be so beastly? Xiaoyu blinked and said, really? You were only 16? Right. Qin Yang gritted his teeth. God knows what he was scared of by Zhou Moon in the first place. The big sister, whom he had always respected in his own heart, suddenly said she liked him, and that very night said she would make him her daughter-in-law. At that time, Qin Yang was so frightened that he ran when he saw Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly and said, I forgot. I thought you didn't like me. At that time, I just thought of you as a sister, and I was too young to understand anything, and you scared me. Qin Yang said through clenched teeth. And now, still think of me as a sister? Xiaoyu looked at Qin Yang with an expectant face. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and said, now I can make you call daddy. Just you? Zhou Moon looked disdainful. Try? Qin Yang said provocatively. Zhou Yu was about to speak when suddenly her cell phone rang. She took out her cell phone and saw the message on it, and immediately looked chagrined. Forget it. Next time. I've got some things to do. I'll you up when I get back next time. Xiaoyu said with an expectant look on her face. G Daoda was speechless. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Even if she was all over it now, it was a little too much to bear. Don't these two know how to be subtle when they talk? Want me to help? Qin Yang asked. A dragon pavilion operation that could use Xiaoyu, a great captain, was definitely not a small trouble. If his help was needed, he would certainly be obliged. Xiaoyu smiled and said, not a big trouble that can be solved. Qin Yang nodded and did not say anything else. Zhou Moon turned to leave. Seeing Xiaoyu leave, G Daoda said, are you really not going to help her? She's in trouble? Qin Yang's heart stirred. Not really, some twists and turns, but no harm done, G Daoda said. Just at this time, Qin Yang's cell phone rang. Seeing the number on it, it was an unfamiliar number. He picked up the call and Zhou Moon's voice came from inside. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I've already spread the news that wise angel, Tom, was killed by you, and now the people in heaven, more than likely, are going to be looking for trouble from you. After saying that, Xiaoyu hung up the phone. Qin Yang, I knew Zhou Yu wouldn't let herself go that easily. The people of paradise, that's an extremely powerful force, so be careful, G Daoda said. It's fine, they're all just secular martial artists. They can't pose a threat to me, Qin Yang said. I'm talking about the people around you, G Daoda reminded Qin Yang. If it was just Qin Yang himself, G Daoda wasn't worried at all. The people of heaven were looking for trouble with Qin Yang. They were just asking for death themselves. Dooley is now at the innate level. It's impossible to injure her unless a wise angel strikes. And Muan Yu entered the first level of Qi refining yesterday, Qin Yang said, practicing the first level of Qi. In other words, Sun Wan Yu had entered the way. Once one successfully builds the foundation after practicing the 9th level of Qi, one can become an immortal cultivator. That's a relief. G Daoda looked relieved. She then touched her stomach and said, hungry, go out and eat something. Although she was not weak, she was not yet able to open up the valley. After a great battle with Qin Yang just now, he was now starving and his physical strength was too much. Well, get up then. Qin Yang gets dressed. No, can't move. Help me get dressed. G Daoda stretched out her own pair of lotus root arms. Qin Yang was certainly obliged. It was already half an hour after helping G Daoda get dressed. G Daoda took Qin Yang's arm and the two of them got into the car. This is the car that G Daoda just bought in the morning, and with the 100 million given by Qin Yang, she naturally won't aggravate herself. To them cultivators, money was the least important thing. Besides, the relationship between her and Qin Yang didn't need to be so polite. G Daoda drove and brought Qin Yang, and the two of them arrived at a restaurant. This is a Huayang cuisine restaurant in the South City, and it's quite upscale. The only way to eat is usually to make a reservation in advance. The two men came in and the waiter asked if they had a reservation. Xin Yang shook his head and said, "No, I'm sorry sir, we're fully booked today. You'll have to make a reservation in advance if you want to eat. There's still room for tomorrow night," the waitress said somewhat apologetically. "It looks like it's not really edible." Right at this moment, Ji Daodo suddenly said, "You are the Su family's property, right?" The waitress was a little surprised, but nodded. "Yes, our boss is Mr. Su Nuanyu Su. Call your sister and tell her to make arrangements," Ji Daodo said. Xin Yang took out his cell phone and dialed Su Nuyu's number. He said the name of this restaurant, and Su Nuanyu immediately said, "I'll give the person in charge a call." Xin Yang hung up the call. The waiter looked at the two with some trepidation. Do they really know Mr. Su? The waitress heard Ji Daodo call Su Nuyu's sister, but she knew that Mr. Su didn't have a sister. However, the two looked confident, which made the waiter unsure, and just told the two to sit down for a while, then poured them water. Just then, a group of people walked in. The person in the lead was no other than Zhang Wanru. She was followed by several wealthy wives, all of whom were quite pleasant to her. Qin Wan, on the other hand, pushed Qin Shui and followed along. When she saw Qin Yang, Zhang Wanru also froze for a moment. The smile on her face disappeared as she gave Qin Yang a disgusted look and said, "I didn't expect to run into you even here. What bad luck." Ji Daodo frowned and said in dissatisfaction, "What are you old woman saying? I think it's bad luck to run into you guys. Who are you? Dare to talk to me like that?" Zhang Wanru said coldly. At this time, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said with a smile, "No, Qin Yang, it's not Su Nuyu you're following around. Did she dump you? What's it got to do with you? Need you bloat?" Ji Daodo said disdainfully. Zhang Wanru's face sank as she said with a cold smile, "Qin Yang, you'd better control this girl beside you. Now that you don't have Su Nuanyu's support, you're just an ordinary person who dares to be wild with me in the southern city. My Zhang family can make you disappear in the southern city at any time." With a haughty look, she stared coldly at Qin Yang. At this moment, the way Zhang Wanru looked at Qin Yang was not like she was looking at her own son, but more like she was looking at an enemy. Qin Shui looked at Qin Yang with some worry and said, "Qin Yang, just admit your mistake with mom. Now that uncle has been arrested and imprisoned, it is estimated that he will not be able to be released in this lifetime. Nan Feng is also dead. Mom inherited the Zhang family, and after you come back, you will be the young master of the Zhang family." She gave Qin Yang a wink, telling him not to disobey Zhang Wanru, now their mother, who has all the control of the Zhang family. As for Qin Yang, he had lost the shelter of Sun Wanyu, and once his mother used the power of the Zhang family to deal with Qin Yang would be in trouble. Zhang Wanru said coldly, "Rebellious son, kneel down now, apologize to me, say you're wrong, and I'll give you back a chance to identify with me, or else I'll make it impossible for you to mix in the southern city." Those rich wives also looked at Qin Yang with contempt. They've seen too many high-minded young men. However, in the face of an absolutely powerful force suppressing them, the end result of those young people was that they still knelt down. That's the reality. Even if Qin Yang was no longer resentful, there was no way he could have confronted the Zhang family. "Idiot." Ji Daodo shook her head. She walked over and slapped Zhang Wanru's face, causing Zhang Wanru to take several steps back. This made Zhang Wanru look in disbelief. She covered her face, looked angrily at Ji Daodo, and said coldly, "You little dare to hit me. Why wouldn't I dare hit you? It's not like you're any of my people." Ji Daodo sneered, and on one side, she even gave Zhang Wanru a direct kick. "Bullying my man in front of me, who gave you the nerve?" Ji Daodo wasn't polite at all and went straight for it. A pugnacious mess. Qin Shui looked odd. How come the people who followed Qin Yang were all so tough? Not to mention that Qin Yang himself was powerful. The girls around him, surprisingly, were also that powerful. "Where's the security guard? Hurry over. Is this how you entertain your guests in your hotel? Can't you see I'm being beaten?" Zhang Wanru shouted. A couple of security guards rushed over and didn't do anything right away. Zhang Wanru took out a silver card. She said coldly, "I'm a silver card member of this hotel of yours. I'm your honored guest. I'm ordering you now. Beat these two murderers for me." The few security guards looked at each other and immediately surrounded Ji Daodo. Ji Daodo naturally wasn't afraid. She was just contemplating whether or not to injure a few security guards. After all, they were Sun Wanyu's men. Zhang Wanru sneered and said disdainfully, "The security guards of this restaurant are all veterans. Their hands are all exceptionally powerful, able to fight 10 by 1. Today you are finished." Zhang Wanru wanted to see Qin Yang and Ji Daodo's scared expressions. It turned out to be a disappointment for her. The two weren't afraid at all, and even found it a little funny. 1 against 10. Is that impressive? Just as Ji Daodo was about to make her move, a roar came out. "What are you doing? Get out of my way." Yi Chen walked in from outside, and when he saw Qin Yang surrounded, He was startled and shouted. Those security guards saw Yi-Chen coming and recognized the identity of this regular customer, so they immediately dispersed, not daring to make a move. "Uncle, are you okay?" Yi-Chen led the people and jogged over with a nervous look on his face. Jiang Wanru looked dumbfounded. Chapter 40 No reception. Yi-Chen, the son of this underground world's overlord, actually knew Qin Yang and called him uncle. The guards were a little surprised. This person was actually Yi-Chen's uncle. It was fortunate that he didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even be able to see the sun the next day. Yi Longfei, the underground overlord of South City, had many strong men under his command, and even more than a few who could fight better than them. "It's okay," Qin Yang said. "Auntie, what happened? Did they try to bully you and uncle?" Yi Chen's gaze fell on Jiang Wanru and the girls. Jiang Wanru was shocked in her heart and immediately said, "Mr. Yi, I'm Jiang Wanru, the current head of the Jiang family. The uncle in your mouth is my own son Qin Yang. We just had a bit of a verbal argument. It's not what you imagined." Jiang Wanru was very nervous. Whoever faced the people of the underground world, I'm afraid they wouldn't be so calm. She was just praying in her mind now that she could muddle things through. Yi Chen naturally knew about Jiang Wanru, and even more so, he knew about all the crap in the Qin family. He sneered and said, "I never knew that my uncle even had parents. My uncle is an orphan." Jiang Wanru's face was ugly, knowing that Yi Chen's words were meant for himself. She said stiffly, "Even if your uncle doesn't want to recognize me, he's still my biological son, and there's no way to erase the relationship on our bloodline." Yi Chen didn't say anything. He also knew this. That's why he didn't do anything immediately. Otherwise, the moment he appeared just now, he had already asked the brothers around him to do it. At this point, it was up to Qin Yang's attitude. "What do you think, Uncle Junior?" Yi Chen asked. Except for Qin Shui, all of them were beaten and thrown out. Qin Yang said. Qin Shui's heart moved, and she instantly understood that because she had reminded Qin Yang was considered to be obliging. However, this alone could only keep Qin Yang from harming himself, but it was impossible for him to accept himself. Jiang Wanru and the girls didn't think about it that much. They just thought that Qin Yang hadn't let anyone make a move on her because Qin Shui had injuries and was still in a wheelchair, not because of any other reason. Yi Chen waved his hand, and the brothers behind him were about to make a move. Jiang Wanru hurriedly said, "Security guards, what are you standing around for? We are your hotel's honored guests. You have to guarantee our personal safety." A few security guards were a bit helpless, but they could only step forward. The company hired them and paid them well. A salary of $30,000 a month was even more or less the same as some bodyguards, and higher than some ordinary bodyguards. With such high salaries, they have a lot of responsibilities. Keeping the guests safe is also in the mix. A few bodyguards somewhat helplessly stopped in front of Yi Chen's men. One of them said, "Yi Xiao, I'm sorry, the rules of our hotel are such that we can't let our guests get hurt, so please give Yi Xiao a face." Yi Chen's eyes were cold. He naturally knew the rules of this restaurant, but now it was him who wanted to beat up someone, and for the other party to block it like this made Yi Chen very upset. In his mind, this was provoking himself. Thinking of this, Yi Chen said coldly, "Get out of my way, or else don't blame me for being impolite to you." The men he brought with him looked like they were about to make a move. The few security guards could only force themselves to calm down and protect the front of Jiang Wanru and the girls. Seeing this scene of saber rattling, Jiang Wanru and the girls were a bit nervous. If there was really a fight, I don't know if a few security guards could protect them. Those rich wives, even more so, regretted a little why they had taken a stand so early, and walked with Jiang Wanru. This is great. If the other party makes a move, he's going to get his ass kicked as well. Just then, an icy voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Sun Wanyu got out of the car and walked over with Dooley. Seeing Sun Nuyu appear, those bodyguards were instantly relieved and shouted in unison, "Good day, Mr. Su." Sun Wanyu nodded. Her gaze fell on Jiang Wanru and asked, "What's going on?" The waiter came over and hurriedly told the story. She was naturally toward Qin Yang's side, and she had just witnessed Qin Yang making a phone call, and then Sun Nuyu came. If he still couldn't guess the relationship between Qin Yang and Sun Nuyu, the waiter would be too stupid. Sun Nuyu said to Yi Chen, "Give me face and tell your people not to make a move." Yi Chen hesitantly glanced at Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded and said, "Listen to your aunt." Yi Chen hurriedly waved his hand, telling his men to come back. He was aware of the relationship between Sun Nuyu and Qin Yang. The waiters and security guards, on the other hand, were startled. This man, surprisingly, is Mr. Su's man. Moreover, he also brought his other women and appeared in front of Mr. Su, and looking at Mr. Su, he was not angry at all. This is too good. The way they looked at Qin Yan was filled with admiration. Sun Wanyu didn't know what they were thinking. Her gaze fell on Jiang Wanru and the girls, and she said indifferently, From today onwards, any restaurants and shopping malls under our Su family will not be allowed to receive people from the Jiang family and the Qin family. When Jiang Wanru heard this, she was in a hurry. She took out her silver card and said, "I'm the silver VIP of your hotel. How can you do this to me?" Su Nuyu took that card over with one hand as she said lightly, "This card is voided. From now on, you will not be a VIP of our hotel." Jiang Wanru was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that Su Nuyu would do something so desperate. "Su Nuyu, you'll regret it. When Qin Yang returns to the Jiang family and you treat me like this, there's no way I'll agree to you being together." Jiang Wanru said angrily. Sun Wanyu couldn't help but laugh. This woman is quite naive. The Jiang family had fallen into Sun Wanyu's hands, and was afraid that it wouldn't be able to exist for long. Stupid people can't run a family. Thinking of this, Sun Wanyu said indifferently, "You still want to recognize Qin Yang? It's impossible in your next life, please." Jiang Wanru blared indignantly at Su Nuyu and turned to leave, until Jiang Wanru and the others disappeared. Su Nuyu then turned around and said to Qin Yang, "Just now you called me. I was also about to call you to come over to eat. This store is its own. If you want to eat, just come over any time." After saying that, Su Nuyu gave another command to the person in charge of the restaurant. "Here she has a private room set aside for this purpose, so you can come right over without making a reservation." However, only Sun Wanyu and Dooley could use this private room. Now there were Qin Yang and Ji Daodu. "It's so nice that this store is actually owned by my little aunt. I'll patronize it more in the future," Yi Chen said with a smile. Being called a little aunt by Yi Chen, Su Nuyu was a little embarrassed, but she quickly returned to normal, nodded, and said, "You're also one of us. Come here to eat in the future. Little auntie will give you a discount." "Great," Yi Chen said happily. "You know this restaurant, there's never a discount. Even, there are levels according to the amount of money spent. If you don't have enough rank, you can't even make a reservation for some of the better private rooms. Come here to eat at a discount." I'm afraid that Yi Chen is the first one to say that it is very dignified. "Come on, let's go in," Sun Wanyu said. Yi Chen didn't bother Qin Yang and the others and went to another table by himself, while Qin Yang and the others went into the private room that Sun Wanyu had reserved for herself. "What did Zhou Moon tell you?" Qin Yang asked directly. He knew that Xiaoyu had a sense of propriety and would definitely not hurt Sun Wanyu, but sometimes Xiaoyu was a bit of a middle child, and who knew if she would say something that would hurt Sun Wanyu. Sun Wanyu smiled and said, "That's not true, she just told me to accept her." Qin Yang let out a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "Xiaoyu is a very good person. So you really plan to have 3 wives and 4 concubines?" Sun Wanyu asked with a smirk. This made Qin Yang's heart jump. Could it be that Sun Wanyu was unwilling? He was just about to speak when Sun Wanyu spoke up. "You don't have to be nervous, I'm not against it." Qin Yang let out a steep sigh of relief. "You're like livestock, I can't carry you alone. I just wish you weren't so flamboyant." "Just about," Sun Wanyu said. "Now look, there's 4 of them already. How long has Qin Yang been in South City? He's already provoked so many people. Who knows how many more women he'll provoke in the future." She was so worried about forming a soccer team that she didn't even need to find opponents. Maybe Qin Yang's women alone would be enough for 2 teams. "Don't worry, I'm not a random person," Qin Yang said with a smile. "Casual up isn't human, is it?" Ji Daodu laughed softly. Qin Yang smiled and said, "I casually get up if it's you. Aren't you clear? Hooligans." Ji Daodu blankly glanced at Qin Yang. "By the way, don't you toss me around tonight? I'm too tired to rest." Ji Daodu said. "Me too," Sun Wanyu also said. Qin Yang placed his gaze on Dooley. Dooley was slightly stunned, then said, "What are you looking at me for? I'm not one of your people. If you dare to hit on me, I'll click you off." Qin Yang skimmed his mouth. Mouthy guy. Still, he really wanted to try, to find out if Dooley would be as hard-hearted as she said she was. After a meal, each went home. Halfway to the road, Qin Yang saw a law enforcer's car, overturned on the road. Some smoke, coming out of it, could explode or catch fire at any moment. "There's someone in there. I'll go check it out," Qin Yang said. "Aha," Sun Wanyu said. Qin Yang got out of the car, only to realize that the car was somewhat deformed by the impact. Inside the car, a woman in law enforcement attire, eyes closed, covered in blood, breathing weakly. Passing drivers, seeing the car smoking, were afraid to approach. Even Qin Yang vaguely heard a passing driver saying that he deserved it. He was a little angry, but quickly suppressed that fire. Qin Yang reached out his hand and yanked the car door down. The car was warped, and it would have been impossible to get the people out without removing these things. Chapter 41 Rescue. Amidst the dumbfounded eyes of the passing driver, Qin Yang tore the entire door of the car apart in 3 tries. Then he pulled the man out from inside the enforcer's car. Qin Yang held the female enforcer in his arms and had just stepped out not too far when the car exploded. Qin Yang protected the woman and came not far away. The clothes on his back were burning. This made Su Nuyu startled and immediately wanted to come over and help Qin Yang put out the fire. No need. Qin Yang is not an ordinary person. This explosion in flames can harm him, Du Li said. In reality, all of this power was nothing to her, who had already entered the innate realm, and she could easily block it, unable to construct any damage. Seeing Du Li say this, Su Nuyu then breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Qin Yang placed the woman on the ground. His true essence surged into the woman's body, healing her. The woman's injuries were very serious, with many broken bones, and her internal organs had taken a huge hit. Her injuries were quite severe. Even if Qin Yang rescued her from inside the car and took her to the hospital, she could have died. Qin Yang understood this and he took the initiative to heal the woman's injuries. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Yang stood up. He exhaled softly, finally stabilizing his injuries. Now take the girl to the hospital. The hospital will take care of her and she will be fine. Just a little more time and it will heal. But how could there be such a serious accident when there are no other cars here? Qin Yang looked around, and he suddenly stared with his eyes. It's hard to believe it wasn't an accident. It was a murder. If one speculates in this way, things can be explained. There are just too many people that the enforcers have offended. They are being retaliated against, and it's possible. It's just that what kind of person would such a pretty-looking girl offend? Soon the ambulance came. Those doctors carried the man to the top of the car, and Qin Yang took advantage of their inattention and got into his car and left. He didn't want to be dragged away. He had to try out Du Li tonight. Back on top of the car, Sun Wanyu asked, "How is it? Is that enforcer alright?" Qin Yang nodded and said, "It's fine. The injury has been stabilized. As long as I go to the hospital to slightly adjust and recuperate, I will be able to leave the hospital." "That's good," Sun Wanyu said with a grateful face. "You seem to care about her?" Qin Yang asked in surprise. Realized that law enforcement defends the people though. However, there are also some rat droppings among them, and what they do is quite unpalatable to the people. So there are quite a number of people who do not take the law enforcers seriously, and they even think that it is good enough for them not to bully the people themselves. Seeing Sun Wanyu like this, she was actually quite worried about the other party. So it was like this. No wonder Sun Wanyu was so worried about that enforcer. People for people. And then there are rat turds. When people put their hearts out to the people will miss each other's goodness. Qin Yang suddenly understood why Sun Wanyu was so worried about the other party. "I'm glad I met you." Sun Wanyu's eyes were looking at Qin Yang with a hint of admiration. Du Li nodded back. She is capable of getting people out, but she didn't have the skills to heal her opponent when he was so badly injured. So, it was also thanks to Qin Yang. Qin Yang didn't care, and didn't even put it on his mind. Do one good deed a day. Do what you can when you come across something good. He signaled Du Li to drive and the three of them returned home. Sun Wanyu directly locked the door and went to bed. There were only Du Li and Qin Yang inside the living room now. Qin Yang stared at Du Li, his meaning obvious. "Don't you mess around," Du Li said. "Want to be a land god or not?" Qin Yang asked. Du Li's expression froze. "A land goddess. Gather the true essence and enter the way with martial arts." Truth be told, the grandson doesn't want to. However, when she thought about what Qin Yang was going to do to her, Du Li was a bit hesitant. She hasn't made a decision yet. "You're too weak. If you don't raise your strength, not to mention protecting your young lady in the future, I'm afraid that your young lady will still need to protect you," Qin Yang said. "What? You're going to let the lady protect you yourself?" Du Li was in a hurry. How can such a thing happen? She wasn't going to hold Missy back. "I'm an innate martial artist now. Only a land god can suppress me, and there won't be any land god who will lay hands on Miss, right?" Du Li said. Qin Yang said indifferently, "Is a land god immortal very strong?" According to the realm, Nuanyu is a land god immortal right now. She has only just practiced her true essence. She will be able to rival the power of a true land god immortal after a few more days and some more enhancement. By then you won't be able to defeat her. How is that possible? Du Li looked incredulous. "And the so-called land gods in your mouth are not even considered initiates within my circle," Qin Yang continued, gulping a mouthful of water. It was only at this time that Du Li finally realized how big the gap between herself and Qin Yang was. In her eyes, the unattainable land immortals, in Qin Yang's eyes, could not even be considered as initiates. And if he himself was not even a land god, how could he ensure the safety of the young lady? Thinking of this, Du Li clenched her teeth and said, "Okay, you come to my room tonight." Qin Yang revealed a smile. Finally he had taken it. However, whether Du Li was doing it for Su Nuyu or because she herself had fallen in love with Qin Yang, I'm afraid she herself didn't know. After taking a shower, Qin Yang drilled into Du Li's room. The blossom can be folded and must be folded. Do not wait until there is no flower empty branch. Early the next morning, Du Li woke up. She was worthy of being a martial artist. Her physique was much stronger than Sun Wanyu's. There was some discomfort, but definitely not enough to get up. Dooley ran her Shin-gong, and she was surprised to find that her true chi had all been transformed into true essence. Nowadays, she was considered to have entered the land goddess level. In 2 days, going from a first-class martial artist to a land god was like a dream. She punched out, directly shattering a huge Taihu lake stone inside the courtyard. Dooley's eyes widened. Such a performance was more than 10 times stronger than her previous strength, and the servants looked at the scene before them in surprise. That Taihu lake stone, rumored to be in the tens of millions, was shattered by that punch. Dooley didn't care. These small amounts of money, Sun Wanyu would not care. She was shocked that her strength had increased so amazingly. Sun Wanyu also saw this scene and she was surprised. Afterward, Sun Wanyu smiled and said, "Congratulations, Xiao Li." Dooley knew that Sun Wanyu was congratulating herself on something. She was a little embarrassed, blushing slightly in embarrassment. "Miss, I know I shouldn't have done that." Before Dooley could finish her words, Su Nuyu said magnanimously, "Don't worry, I understand. Even if you don't want to, Xin Yang won't let you go. That guy's eyes are almost on fire when he looks at you. Moreover, we've been sisters for so many years. I don't want to be separated from you. It's quite good this way." Speaking here, Su Nuyu smiled and continued, "This is kind of answering our words back then. If there's anything good, we have to share it together." Seeing that Sun Wanyu really didn't mind, Dooley was relieved. There had been some guilt in her mind that she had greened the young lady. It was naturally best that Sun Wanyu didn't blame her. "Why don't you take a day off? I know that guy is an animal. He tossed you around all night, I guess," Sun Wanyu said with a smile. Speaking of which, Dooley was a little embarrassed. She naturally wouldn't tell Su Nuyu, and in the end, it turned out to be her own initiative, obsessing over Qin Yang for a night. After all, she hadn't expected that sort of thing to be so pleasurable. "No need to rest. I can do it," Dooley said hurriedly. "Okay then, I'll drive later," Sun Wanyu said. Qin Yang went downstairs and saw the two of them sitting there with breakfast already set up. He walked over and hugged left and right. It made the servants' eyes glaze over. They admired Qin Yang in their hearts that someone was able to take down Miss and Miss Dooley together. And looking at the two, it was surprising that they weren't angry at all. "Come on, don't mess around. People see the joke," Dooley said with some embarrassment. Qin Yang, however, was full of unconcern as he smiled and said, "What a joke. I think they are envious." Seeing that Qin Yang insisted, Dooley did not continue to struggle after all. Just as they were eating, a youth, with a few men, rushed in. The youth looked a few years older than Sun Wanyu. He stared at Sun Wanyu and said coldly, "Sun Wanyu, what the hell do you mean? Why did you cut off my dividend?" Su Nuyu's face, which was originally wearing a smile, suddenly clouded over. She glanced at the other party and said indifferently, "Why, I cut off your share of the profits. Aren't you clear about that? Do I have to make it clear to you?" The youth said coldly, "You must speak and understand today. If you don't, I'm not playing with you. Even if it goes to your grandfather, you have to give me a satisfactory explanation." "Su Zhongchen, how much public funds have you misappropriated? Don't you have any numbers in your own heart? I stopped your dividends to fill the holes in these public funds. If you don't want to, I can hand over the evidence to the Law Enforcement Bureau right now, and you can talk to the Law Enforcement Bureau yourself at that time." Su Zhongchen was shaken. He looked at Sun Wanyu with some disbelief. "I had thought I had done enough to be secretive. Who had thought that Sun Wanyu would still know? She looked like she still had enough evidence. If he really handed over the evidence to the Law Enforcement Bureau, he would have to squat for more than a decade at the very least." Without waiting for Su Zhongchen to speak, Su Nuyu opened her mouth again. She directly said, "By the way, there's also your position. It's already been taken away by me. From today onwards, you can't participate in any of the company's matters." When these words came out, Su Zhongchen stood up angrily. He pointed at Su Nuyu and said angrily, "Su Nuyu, you're out of your mind, aren't you? How dare you suspend my position? Who gave you the guts?" "I gave it to myself, and as the head of the Su family, I have that power," Sun Wanyu said faintly. "Okay, just wait. I'm going to tell your grandfather to talk to you right now." After saying that, Su Zhongchen left. He was filled with anger and hated Sun Wanyu in his heart. In his opinion, the little bit of public money that he had misappropriated was nothing at all. It was clearly Sun Wanyu deliberately finding fault, kicking herself out of the company completely so she couldn't fight her for control of the Su family. This is something he's definitely not going to let go of. "Okay, I'm full. I'll go to the office first." Sun Wanyu stood up. Qin Yang nodded his head as he buried his head in dry rice. However, Qin Yang still asked Dooley if she wanted to stay home with him. The question was asked, and Dooley immediately sped up his pace and left. "Kidding aside, it's almost broken skin, so if you stay, you'll be tossed to death by this guy." Qin Yang sighed. He hadn't felt it before, but now he finally understood what it meant to have a taste for it. For him, It became an indispensable daily pleasure. Chapter 42,000 Illusions. Daytime Jiduzu Live. Qin Yang opened his cell phone software and found that Ji Daoda was broadcasting live, and he casually rewarded some carnival before he exited the live broadcast. Just then, his cell phone rang. What is it? Qin Yang asked lazily. The caller was King Kong. Upon hearing Qin Yang's voice, Jin Gang smiled and said, "There's something that needs you, Godstalker, to do." "Say it," Qin Yang said. He knew that after his whereabouts were exposed, and with the contact information of the Godstalkers and the others, things would definitely be less. There are martial artists making moves against ordinary law enforcers. Go investigate, King Kong said. A martial artist taking on an ordinary enforcer? Qin Yang was instantly in awe. He immediately said, "Where to investigate? How is the person doing?" "It's at the hospital. I'll send you the location. Go over there and ask." "I've already said hello." "Good." Qin Yang didn't have any hesitation. It was not a small thing to realize that a martial artist had made a move against an ordinary law enforcer. Once the other party went on a killing spree, ordinary law enforcers would not be able to stop them. It's important to find each other and take them down as soon as possible. Following the address sent by Jin Gang, Qin Yang rushed over. After seeing the person on the hospital bed, Qin Yang was a bit surprised. "It's you." And the man in the hospital bed, surprised, said, "It's you." Qin Yang was a bit surprised. This person was no other than the female enforcer he had saved. Just how did the other guy know him? It was impossible to know what the other man looked like, knowing that he was unconscious at the time. As if she could see Qin Yang's doubts, the woman said, "It's like this. I tuned the surveillance of the roadway at that time, so I know it was you who saved me." "Thank you. You're welcome, as it should be. The Dragon Court should have greeted you. I'm here to investigate the one who took a shot at you," Qin Yang said. "No wonder I survived all the injuries I received so badly. The doctor said that someone had used special means to treat me long ago, otherwise I wouldn't have survived at all. You are my savior," the woman said, with a look of gratitude. "Just a show of hands." Qin Yang wasn't very concerned. "Introduce yourself." "My name is Gao Chenchen. I'm the brigadier of the South City Law Enforcement Bureau." The woman opened her mouth and revealed her identity. Qin Yang was surprised now. The brigadier general of the South City Law Enforcement Bureau was, surprisingly, a woman. Moreover, looking at the other party's age, he was only in his mid-20s, and to be able to go this far was really impressive. "My name is Qin Yang." "Not a goddamn thing?" Gao Chenchen froze for a moment. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said without any good humor, Those boys shouted randomly. Seeing his depressed look, Gao Chenchen couldn't help but purse her lips. "Tell me, what did the person who attacked you at the time look like? Did you see what the other guy looked like?" Qin Yang asked. "See," Gao Chenchen said. Qin Yang was a bit surprised. He had thought that Gao Chenchen might not know who had attacked her. Now it seemed like she should know a lot more than she thought she did. "Describe it," Qin Yang said. Gao Chenchen laughed, took out his cell phone, and said, "No need to describe it. I have the other party's picture here. The other party is very arrogant, not even hiding, not at all afraid of us looking for his trouble." Gao Chenchen opened her cell phone album and played a video. When he saw the looks of the person above him, Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. "You found the man, I believe," only to realize that the other was nothing more than an ordinary man. Qin Yang said. Gao Chenchen looked at Qin Yang with a shocked expression. He actually knew. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, "I know who did it. No one in the world has this kind of ability except that fellow." "Who?" Gao Chenchen asked. 1,000 illusions. 1,000 illusions? What kind of name is that? Gao Chenchen was a bit bewildered. She didn't remember offending such a person. "It's an assassin. The reason why it's targeting you is probably because someone hired an assassin to kill you, and 1,000 illusions just took the order," Qin Yang said. "A killer is trying to kill himself?" Gao Chenchen's heart jumped. She wasn't that worried, though, having caught so many bad guys on his own, it's only normal to be missed, so just be careful in the future anyway. As long as one wasn't a martial artist, even if an assassin wanted to take himself out, it wouldn't be that easy. "I'll go to that 1,000 illusions first, and then through 1,000 illusions, I'll find that employer, and then I'll give you the information, and you'll just go and take care of that employer yourself," Qin Yang said. "Thanks a lot." Gao Chenchen let out a sigh of relief. Although Qin Yang had only said it, Gao Chenchen believed it. She even gave birth to the incredible thought that as long as it was something Qin Yang had promised, he would definitely be able to do it, and there was no need to worry at all that he wouldn't be able to do it. This thought spun in Gao Chenchen's mind. Qin Yang stood up and said, "All right, take a good rest. We'll have news from 1,000 illusions today. If 1,000 illusions didn't kill you, he definitely won't leave the southern city, and he's definitely in this neighborhood." Hearing Qin Yang's words, Gao Chenchen's heart jumped wildly. It's right here in the neighborhood, so the other side shouldn't be rushing in to do something to themselves at any moment. Don't worry, I'm here. Thousand Illusions won't dare to make a move yet, unless Thousand Illusions doesn't want to live anymore. Qin Yang smiled. Seeing how confident Qin Yang was, Gao Qinshan was then slightly relieved. Qin Yang bid farewell to Gao Qinshan and headed out, all the way to the main entrance. His hand rested on a security guard's. Qin Yang smiled and said, Thousand Illusions, long time no see. That security guard's body stiffened and looked at Qin Yang with a blank expression. I'm not some Thousand Illusions. You've mistaken me for someone else. Old cousin. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, I realized that you were Thousand Illusions from the moment I came in. The reason why I didn't take you was because I didn't want to delay me from doing things myself. You don't have to struggle. The guard sighed and said, true to form, my disguise is of no use to you. He sighed and looked depressed. Qin Yang smiled. The security guard said, I'm planted this time, so you take a painful shot. Thousand Illusions knew that he couldn't beat Qin Yang. Even if they resisted, they would only be humiliating themselves and instead give themselves a hard time. In that case, it might as well be a painful admission. In this way, Qin Yang would still be able to feel a little bit of pain when he laid his hands on himself. At least it'll be a quick death. Dragon Court shenanigans. Old and ruthless. Tell me about your employer. Can you spare my life? Shifuyu asked. Qin Yang laughed as he asked rhetorically. What do you think? Thousand Illusions clenched his teeth and said, if you don't let me live, I won't say that even if you kill me, someone will still come to this young lady's trouble. He looked like he was ready to die, almost making Qin Yang laugh. This guy is a killer to threaten himself up. Qin Yang did not move, but one hand wrapped around the other party's shoulder. In the next moment, Thousand Illusions' eyes snapped wide open, and he trembled violently. Right at the moment Qin Yang approached him just now, he directly placed a heart-piercing spell on him. At this moment, when Qian Yao casually moved, it felt as if his body was going to be torn apart with pain. I said, give me a pain in the ass. Thousand Illusions said immediately. Qin Yang asked, who is it? It's the Jiang family. Jiang Changyong paid for the life of that enforcer. Thousand Illusions said immediately. The Jiang family? Surprisingly, it's them. This was somewhat out of Qin Yang's expectation. I was expecting someone else, but I didn't realize it was the Jiang family. Why did they do that? Qin Yang asked. It seems like it's because that enforcer struck down their grandson, Jiang Nanfeng, that's why they want revenge. Thousand Illusions said hurriedly. Qin Yang suddenly realized. Jiang Nanfeng killed himself, and under King Kong's arrangement, the people in the Enforcement Bureau certainly wouldn't say that. In that case, it was only Gao Qinshan who carried the charge. Jiang Changyang and the others then take revenge on Gao Qinshan to avenge their grandson. After realizing this, Qin Yang's heart was filled with apologies to Gao Qinshan. Can I have a pain in the ass? Thousand Illusions said. Qin Yang glanced at him and said indifferently, it's a pity that your skill of disguise. If you die, you will lose your inheritance. I have a suggestion. Before Qin Yang could finish his words, the other party spoke. Thousand Illusions laughed coldly. Forget it, I know what you want to say. I can only tell you, don't even think about it. I won't be joining the Dragon Pavilion. Qin Yang didn't say anything. He just shook his head and turned around to leave. Thousand Illusions' eyes gradually darkened. At this time, a person touched Thousand Illusions. Thousand Illusions' body collapsed to the ground without a sound. Thousand Illusions died. This 32nd assassin on the Blue Star Assassin ranking died in the Dragon Kingdom just like that. Qin Yang, on the other hand, went to the Chinese medicine store. He asked for some herbs and took them back. Afterwards, Qin Yang directly used his true essence to refine all those medicinal herbs, all of them, into a medicinal ointment, before placing those medicinal ointments inside the bottle, and then left the residence. Auntie, are you still coming back for lunch? The maid asked. No, not coming back, Qin Yang replied. The maid knew at once that she did not have to prepare her master's meal at noon. Qin Yang went back to the hospital. At this moment, inside Gao Qinshan's hospital room, there were all the colleagues who came to visit. When they saw Qin Yang, an unfamiliar face, appear, all of them revealed a wary expression. They all knew that the first captain was in this position because he had been assassinated. Now a raw face appears. Who knows if it's a killer? Seeing that her co-workers misunderstood, Gao Qinshan hurriedly said, don't misunderstand. His name is Qin Yang. He's my friend and came over to see me. Those members of the Law Enforcement Bureau then breathed a sigh of relief and revealed kind expressions. So Mr. Qin is a friend of our captain. Sorry about earlier. We thought it was that murderer coming. One of the enforcers apologized, a little embarrassed. Qin Yang smiled and said, it's alright, it's only right for you guys to be careful. I came over to deliver some medicine to MS. Gao, what kind of medicine? The crowd was a little surprised. Qin Yang took out the porcelain bottle he had filled with medicine and said, MS. Gao suffered a car accident. Many places on her body must have left scars. This medicine of mine has no other effects. but the scar removal effect is top-notch. As long as it is smeared on the wounds for 3 days, the scars will disappear. That amazing? You're not being lied to about me, are you? Some members of the law enforcement team asked suspiciously. None of them had ever seen or even heard of such an amazing scar remover. On the contrary, it was Gao Chenchen. Her eyes lit up and she immediately said, "Give it to me quickly." "Thank you, Mr. Qin." This drug, to the average person, may seem a little unbelievable, but none of the Dragon Pavilion were ordinary people. Since Qin Yang said it, it must have the effect of removing scars. Thinking of this, Gao Chenchen, who was still a bit despondent, suddenly became excited. Elsewhere, not to mention, she had a few bruises on her face mainly. Even if she was a goddess catcher, she was still a girl and liked to be pretty. The other law enforcement brigade members all had a thoughtful look on their faces as their gazes flicked between the two of them before revealing heartfelt smiles. "In that case, Captain, why don't you and your male friend have a nice chat, and we'll leave you alone." "That's good. We'll stop being a light bulb. Come on, Captain, try to get us your wedding candy a little sooner." The group finished and filed out. Gao Chenchen froze. Those guys misunderstood, didn't they? Chapter 43 Mutual Reckoning. She wanted to explain, but it was clear that those co-workers would not give her that chance. Seeing that everyone had left, Gao Chenchen's face flushed with some chagrin. She knew that those people wouldn't believe her if she tried to explain. "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, they were joking. Don't misunderstand," Gao Chenchen said. She knew very well that a person like Qin Yang was definitely not someone that ordinary people could match. Although she was the first captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau, she might not be able to be looked at by the other party. Qin Yang smiled and said, "I also know that everyone is joking. This time I came back, mainly to send this medicine to you, and at the same time to say sorry to you." "Why?" Gao Chenchen was a bit surprised. "I just killed Shifuyu and he told me who my employer was." "Who?" Gao Chenchen instantly asked with some excitement. She was very resentful of her employer. The other guy almost took himself out. "Zhang family, Zhang Chanyon, if I have to talk about it, I should call him Grandpa," Qin Yang said. Gao Chenchen froze. Zhang Chanyon is doing this to himself? Is it because he arrested Zhang Chanyon? If that were the reason, it would make sense. "It's because I killed Zhang Nanfeng." "But you said you shot him down. So Zhang Chanyon bought the murderer and wanted the assassin to kill you," Qin Yang said. "Surprisingly, that's why." Gao Chenchen gritted her teeth and said somewhat angrily, "They colluded with those illegal organizations abroad. Do they have any sense? People like that deserve to die. I've just recorded it. Here's the recording, so you can have someone arrested." Qin Yang sent the recording to Gao Chenchen's cell phone. "Thank you," Gao Chenchen said gratefully. She knew very well that this matter, even if it was because Qin Yang had killed Zhang Nanfeng, it was only his duty. And it wasn't surprising that Zhang Chanyon had taken things into his own hands. "After all, your own words are out there." "Afterwards," Gao Chenchen said with some hesitation. "But, Zhang Chanyon is your grandfather after all. Isn't it a bit difficult to bring him in?" Speaking here, Gao Chenchen did not continue. "You probably don't know anything about me. Ask around a little and you'll know. No need to be polite. I won't have any problem if you arrest him in," Qin Yang said with a smile. "Understood." Gao Chenchen nodded. Only then did Qin Yang take his leave. Looking at Qin Yang's departing back, Gao Chenchen took out his cell phone and asked his men to check the relationship between Qin Yang and the Zhang family. After seeing the information sent by his men, Gao Chenchen was stunned. She only had a feeling that both the Qin and Zhang families were too stupid, letting go of a capable biological child like Qin Yang. He went so far as to target Qin Yang for the sake of a wild seed born to a mistress. And, even after Qin Li's identity was revealed, the other party remained unrepentant. The Zhang family and the others were still looking for trouble with Qin Yang. Gao Chenchen was on the verge of crying from the stupidity of the Zhang family. No wonder they're looking for someone to kill them. Sure enough, this family of idiots is capable of doing anything stupid and almost got themselves killed. Thinking of this, Gao Chenchen directly arranged for the arrest. Half an hour later, Zhang Chanyon was arrested directly from his home by law enforcers. Qianhui, they are all numb. Recently the Zhang family won after another accident. Zhang Chanyon was arrested. They are surprisingly not at all surprised. "What happened to my father?" Jiang Wanru asked. She had a worried look on her face, but she was quite happy in her heart. If her father had gone in as well, leaving her mother alone, it would be impossible for her to seize control of the Zhang family with her. The entire Zhang family already completely belonged to her. Jiang Wanru felt that she had just picked up a great bargain. To her death, she had never expected that the Zhang family would eventually become hers. Buying a murderer and almost killing the captain of the law enforcement team, Gao Chenchen. And now that we've found the evidence, he probably won't be able to get out in this lifetime. That member of the law enforcement team said coldly. All of them had a lot of fire in them when they thought about the injuries the captain had sustained. if we catch Jiang Changyong this time, there's no way we'll let him out. The captain is such a good person, desperate to do good things for the people, called the Green Sky, but there are people who want to kill her. It's just so inhuman. Jiang Wanru's eyes widened. His own father, who bought a murder, and the person who killed it was still the first captain of the law enforcement team, Gao Chenchen. Her father, she thought, was crazy. It's impossible to do something like that if you're not crazy. However, this would make the Jiang family cheaper and become completely hers. Qianhui looked flustered and asked nervously, "Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? My old man has always obeyed the law." The enforcer sneered. "There's no need to talk such nonsense when the evidence is clear. They take people away." And the news that Jiang Changyong had been taken away spread. At once, the voice of the entire Jiang family dropped a lot. Many collaborators cancelled their cooperation. They were worried that if they continued to toss and turn like this, the Jiang family would be finished. Jiang Wanru wasn't in a hurry. As long as no one was blocking the Jiang family's properties, she wasn't worried. With the Jiang family's heritage, she would likewise slowly recover as long as she managed it properly. Qin Shui and his business skills are also quite strong. It was at this time that Qin Weiye approached. "Get the hell out of here. You're not welcome in the Jiang family." Jiang Wanru scolded. Not polite at all. Qin Weiye, however, said, "I've come to save you, and you're still going to whisk me away?" Jiang Wanru stared at him coldly with a disdainful expression. In her opinion, Qin Weiye was a phoenix man who knew that he had taken over the Jiang family and he had come to try to take advantage of it. At this time, he was pleasing himself for no other purpose than to get benefits from himself. When she thought of this, Jiang Wanru's eyes were filled with coldness when she looked at Qin Weiye. Qin Weiye said, "You've really misunderstood. I'm really here to help you. I've already recognized my ancestor, but if I want to become the heir amongst the family, I still need to be supported by a stronger force, and if we get back together, it's a win-win situation between us." Getting back together? Jiang Wanru sneered. She said disdainfully, "You still want to cheat me? Want me to get back together with you? Fine, but you have to do one thing. You name it, I can do it. Not to mention one thing, but 100 things." Qin Weiye said. Now in order to get support and let Jiang Wanru get back together with himself, Qin Weiye is determined that no matter how harsh Jiang Wanru's request is, he has to agree to it. Jiang Wanru sneered. "This request is very simple. I'll only get back together with you if you break Qin Li's limbs, throw him out on the street to beg for food, and swear that you won't even care about him in the future." Qin Weiye had looked as if he was on the verge of an attack, but when he heard Jiang Wanru's words, he was overjoyed and said, "It's that simple? You call that simple?" Jiang Wanru looked incredulous. She had thought that Qin Weiye would refuse, but she didn't expect him to agree so easily and say that things were simple. This made Jiang Wanru a little confused. This man, can he really be so cruel? After all, a tiger's poison is not good enough. Qin Weiye laughed. "I have already regretted it. Back then it was originally I did wrong. Let Qin Li, this bastard raised in our family. It is even more wrong. After separating from you, I realized that the person I really like is actually you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have married you, and had so many children, and we have lived together for so many years." Really? Jiang Wanru was a bit impressed. Qin Shui, who was on one side, couldn't help but want to roll her eyes. His own mother was so stupid. This scummy talk from the other side. She actually believed it all. It's no wonder she was lied to by her father for so many years. However, it wasn't like Qin Shui could open her mouth to remind her now. Otherwise, not to mention that his own father would teach him a lesson. I'm afraid that this mother, who had been coaxed into good behavior by a few words, would also teach him a lesson. On the contrary, it was Qin Wan, with a happy face, who felt like she was going back to her old life. When the time comes, the family will be happy together. Of course it's true. I only love you. The only person I love is only you. That Qin Li. I'll deal with it. I won't let him add any bit of stain on top of our relationship. Speaking here, Qin Weiye suddenly knelt down on one knee and took out a small box and opened it. Inside was a ring inlaid with a blue gemstone. "Wife, please forgive me. Will you marry me? I will treat you well and never break your heart again," Qin Weiye said with an excited face. "Okay, I promise." Jiang Wanru's eyes were red as she put the ring away. "Great. I'll get the account book now and we'll get a new license." After saying that, Qin Weiye ran out excitedly. Looking at Qin Weiye's back as he left, Jiang Wanru's face became more and more icy. "Mom, what do you think?" Qin Shui asked in a small voice. Jiang Wanru said coldly, "This scum, do you think I will still believe him?" Qin Shui froze. If mother didn't trust father, why did she agree to his proposal? Jiang Wanru coldly laughed. "You don't know. Your father is the illegitimate son of Haijiang province's top tycoon Qin family. Over the years, he has always wanted to recognize his ancestor, but has not been able to succeed. I heard that the Qin family had a big change a few days ago. The heir to the first family all died out. These illegitimate children of theirs, only to be told to go back to recognize their ancestor, and want to choose an heir out from amongst them. Qin Shui was surprised, something she never knew. His own father, surprisingly, was just a bastard. Mom, are you going to help Dad? Qin Shui asked. Qin Wan immediately said, of course, if we don't help Dad, can we help anyone else? She looked like she was taking things for granted, causing Qin Shui to roll her eyes. If his own mother was so simple, she wouldn't have changed her face just now. At first even Qin Shui thought that her mother had been fooled by her father. In hindsight, I'm afraid the person who really fell for it would have been his own father. Mother has changed. Realizing this, Qin Shui winced. Now the family, except for Qin Wan, who is still as stupid as ever. Everyone else is different. Of course, when he becomes the head of the Qin family, if anything happens to him, the entire Qin family will be our mother and daughters by then. Zhang Wanro sneered. Qin Shui understood her mother's meaning. She couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air and looked at Zhang Wanru in horror. She was simply crazy. Qin Wan, on the other hand, was at a loss and still didn't understand what her mother meant. Soon, Qin Weiye returned. He took the account book with him and went with Zhang Wanru to get the license. Qin Li, on the other hand, was kicked out of the Qin family by him and intended to have his legs and feet thrown out on the street to fend for himself. In order to get the inheritance of the Qin family, Qin Weiye was simply heartless, and he laid hands on the children born to his favorite woman. In his whole life, he was afraid that he had never loved anyone, and the only person he loved was himself. Chapter 44 10,000 Soul Streamer. When Qin Yang saw this message from his cell phone, his entire body froze for a moment. The two remarried. It took him by surprise. At the same time, Qin Shui told Qin Yang about her mother's calculations. Why are you talking to me so much? Qin Yang asked. I was sorry in the past. I just want to make up for it. You don't have to feel any psychological burden, and I don't need you to return anything to me. This is what I want to do myself. Qin Shui replied. Qin Yang was silent. In the entire Qin family, this Qin Shui was the only one who was still a little bit awakened. Qin Yang put these things behind him. He didn't really care much. King Kong passed on the information about those who killed Little Doozy. Qin Yang took a serious look at it. There were some traitors of the Dragon Kingdom among them, but they were all killed by the Dragon Pavilion. There may still be leaks, but it's hard to find them again. The other side is hiding deep. And the island forces. The island family of Yasuhita, a line of yin and yang masters. After knowing the identity of the other party, Qin Yang sneered. He directly asked King Kong to buy himself a ticket and get a visa to get to the island. Half a day later, Jin Gang came back, found Qin Yang, and asked in surprise, Divine Magus, you're going to the island, right? Qin Yang nodded. To avenge Little Bean? Vajra asked again. Aha, that's the Yasuhita family, the descendants of the great yin and yang master Yasuhita Haruaki, powerful and with terrifying underpinnings. You'll be in great danger if you go to assassinate their members alone. Vajra looked grave. Qin Yang said strangely, who told you it was an assassination? So what do you want? Vajra was slightly stunned. Qin Yang smiled and said, as you know, I am a cultivator. Vajra nodded, which he was naturally aware of. So how do those trash compare to me? I still need assassination to kill them? Qin Yang said disdainfully. King Kong grinned. Shenanigans are still as strong as ever. No, I should say he's stronger than ever. In the past, Qin Yang would at least have a little bit of scorn, but the current Qin Yang was like he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Also, I've refined a small item and need to find some materials to fill it in. Qin Yang continued. What is it? I'll get you the materials, the cleric said. Qin Yang took out a small object that looked like a streamer. It is? The cleric asked suspiciously. He was a martial artist and didn't know much about the things of the people of the cultivation. It was just a small streamer, but looking at Qin Yang's appearance, he actually looked like he was taking it quite seriously. This little thing, called the 10,000 soul streamer. The missing material is enough souls. Qin Yang grinned. The cleric's eyes widened. As long as one is from the Dragon Kingdom, is there anyone who doesn't know about the 10,000 soul streamer thing? Even if he hadn't heard of it, just from the name 10,000 soul streamer, he would know what it was. Qin Yang was going to go on a killing spree in the island country and use the souls of the islanders to refine this 10,000 soul streamer. $35 million, after all these years, with interest, it should be reasonable to collect 125 million, Qin Yang said. The cleric gulped. Is Qin Yang trying to completely destroy the island? That's a bit outrageous, isn't it? However, looking at Qin Yang's serious look, instead, he felt that Qin Yang was likely to really intend to do so. Don't worry. This time is definitely not to destroy the island. I can't bear this karma yet. When I cultivate before I reach great success, this is something I definitely want to do. A thunderbolt flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. Heading over now is just a way to go over and collect some interest first. King Kong breathed a sigh of relief. If the island was destroyed now, the Dragon Kingdom would definitely become a target. Maybe by then those horrified nations will just pull AS3 season on the Dragon Kingdom. Alright, I'll arrange it right away, King Kong said. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. That night, they boarded a plane to the island. The reason why Jin Gang followed Qin Yang was not because he thought he could help him. He just had to remind Qin Yang when he was killing his head. Of course, if he couldn't be reminded and Qin Yang had to get a billion soul streamer, there was nothing he could do. For the dragons anyway, it was the goal of almost every dragons to make the island disappear completely. There is peace now, but the dragon nation is still holding its anger in its heart. It is often said that the 10 worlds can be avenged in particular. National enmity and hatred. Mountains and rivers and foreign lands are not shared. This thought is hidden in the heart of every dragon nation. It was late at night when the plane arrived on the island. For the base camp of the Yasuhita family of Yin-Yang masters, the Dragon Pavilion had long ago taken control of the location. The reason why they didn't do it was because they didn't have enough power. Now that Qin Yang had personally taken action, there was no worry in this regard. They practically broke in. As Qin Yang kicked open the door of the Inbei family, all those Yin-Yang masters were awakened. Qin Yang's face was expressionless as he stared at the Yin-Yang master who rushed out, and he struck out. There was no such thing as nonsense. One step killed people, and no one who encountered Qin Yang could survive. And as the 10,000 soul streamer began to absorb the souls, those souls that had been decapitated by Qin Yang were all sucked into the 10,000 soul streamer. Above the 10,000 soul streamer, a faint black gas began to linger. In the White Cloud Temple, old Taoist Bai Yun snapped his eyes open. He gazed to the east with a grave expression. Have you finally made your decision? This is only right, not to kill all the Japanese invaders. The Taoist heart is not stable. The only way to kill these island countries is to make the Taoist heart tranquil. Old Taoist White Cloud sighed. The entire Yasuhita family, hundreds of yin and yang, some of them were even extraordinarily powerful, comparable to cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refining. However, in front of Qin Yang, they were unbeatable. No matter what tricks they performed, Qin Yang only needed to flick his finger and the other party would die. There's no one to beat. Jin Gang huffed backward, looking at the calm-faced Qin Yang. His heart shook. After a few years of not seeing him, Qin Yang's strength was so strong that it was simply a mess. He couldn't sense Qin Yang's strength at all, and if he didn't put up a fight, he was just an ordinary person. By the end of the day, the yin and yang of the Yasuhita family, too, crumbled. They began to flee. Qin Yang directly offered out the 10,000 soul streamer, which emitted a faint black aura and floated above. In the next moment, those who wanted to escape all fell headfirst to the ground. Their eyes were wide as if they had encountered something terrible. Only Qin Yang knew that their souls had already been sucked into the 10,000 soul streamer. The entire Yasuhita family, from the yin-yang masters to the old and infirm, more than 1,000 people in total, were all dead. Even the chickens and dogs that were kept were not spared. They all fell to the ground. Qin Yang even purposely shattered the other party's kitchen, even scattering the egg yolks. It made Vajra draw back a breath. After many years, he had finally seen Qin Yang's methods again. A real chicken and dog. Even mosquitoes passing by him were split in half. The result of this is not a single survivor. Just as they were about to leave, a little girl came back from outside with a big smile on her face. After seeing the tragic situation in the middle of the family, as well as the two people standing in front of her, Qin Yang and Jin Gang, the little girl's face turned pale. Remember my face, and I'll kill you the next time we meet, Qin Yang said indifferently as he turned to leave. The little girl was shaking like a sieve. She was glad she had escaped with her life. Just then, Qin Yang turned around and walked back. He grinned and said, "Hello again." The little girl's eyes widened in horror. After the two left, there wasn't a single living thing in the place. If someone was bored and peeled back the soil to take a look, they would find earthworms in the ground that had been split in half. That little girl. Unfortunately, King Kong sighed. Qin Yang glanced at him and said, "What? Softening your heart?" Vajra didn't say anything, and it did kind of, though he knew that he shouldn't be soft, because, back then, when the islanders killed our people, there was no mercy, including many islanders who are now dying for me. They deny history while trying to restore the glory of their ancestors. The islanders usually act like they don't know, but in reality they know more than anyone else about the things their forefathers did. The reason for not admitting it is nothing more than sophistry, and at the same time not believing that he has done anything wrong. They don't bother to admit fault to their victims and even want to do it again. It's laughable that some of the sainted mothers in the Dragon Kingdom would say that what happened in the past has nothing to do with the current islanders. People are still thinking of destroying you, and you've even started to whitewash them to go. Touch. Qin Yang kicked King Kong in the body. He coldly stared at Vajra and said in a cold voice, "Stupid as a pig, after so many years, you haven't changed the faults of your holy mother. You're at least intolerant." You know that even a little bit of softness in your heart may cause calamity, and ultimately harm yourself and your companions. King Kong grimaces in pain as he takes a kick to the face. He didn't refute Qin Yang's words and just said, "Not in the future." "Humph. Let me find out once more and you're out of the Dragon Pavilion," Qin Yang said coldly. King Kong winced as he immediately said, "Definitely not anymore. Don't worry, if you find out I have this problem again, you'll finish me off, idiot." Qin Yang was still a bit unsettled. King Kong scratched his head, knowing that he had indeed made a mistake. A sanctimonious heart is the worst thing to have, especially for people like them. "Okay, let's go back," Qin Yang said. It was only when they were on the return flight that the tragic state of the Anbei family was revealed. Immediately, countless strong people from the island nation poured into the Anbei family. "Detain the soul." A great yin and yang master stepped in and tried to detain the soul and ask what happened here. As a result, he was shocked to find that more than 1,000 people had died here though. But, surprisingly, there is not a single soul here. Usually there were a few lone souls, but now even the lone souls didn't exist, like a vacuum had been cleared out of the place. What the hell is going on? That big yin and yang master was filled with fear. Eventually, they find out what's going on in the midst of the surveillance. Tu Rukoku broke into the Yasuhita family and killed all the shades here. That's the 10,000 soul streamer. That person is a cultivator from the Dragon Kingdom. That magic weapon he's using looks like the legendary 10,000 soul streamer. It's an evil cultivator from the Dragon Kingdom, the big said in horror. The others were also filled with horror. After a person dies, they don't even spare their soul. The Dragon Kingdom's methods are really too evil. Everyone felt a chill rise from the back of their spine. Quickly go and ask the shrine to make a move to kill that evil cultivator. Someone spoke up. That was a sword Dao expert who was the first to react at that moment. Just then, the big answered a phone call. He sighed and said, "There's no need to look for them. They've already left the island and are now presumed to have flown back to the Dragon Kingdom." Damn. Everyone else had a look of pity on their faces. The only one who was staring was the big yin and yang master. He knew very well what it meant for the acolytes of the Dragon Kingdom to lay hands on them. That's definitely the biggest threat and disaster the island will ever face. Horrible days ahead. Chapter 45 Fujita-kun, we can't let that man go, an island powerhouse said to Fujita Saburo. That big yin-yang master. That's Fujita Saburo. Hearing the other party's words, he said indifferently, "In this matter, I have my own plans, so don't be impulsive and don't send yourselves to death for nothing." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Island, a shrine in the middle of a deep mountain. Fujita Saburo came and knelt before the shrine and said, "The cultivators of the Dragon Kingdom have made a move against the island. Was it an accident, or was it intentional?" A ghostly voice came. Fujita Saburo hesitated for a moment before saying, "We don't know yet, but looking at the other party's tactics, it's most likely revenge. If it's not a deliberate attack, there's no need to care. The cultivators of the Dragon Kingdom are the most arrogant. They can't look at the island as a place. As long as they don't take the initiative to provoke them, they won't fight over on a large scale." The voice continued, "When the time is right, we'll invade the Dragon Kingdom when the time comes, and by then that piece of land will be completely in our island nation's hands." After hearing these words, Fujita Saburo was filled with excitement. "I see. Go down." "Yes," Fujita Saburo said. He left the shrine and walked out some distance. An old monk from an island stopped him. "Master Matsukichi." Fujita Saburo's eyes glazed over. Master Matsuyoshi sighed slightly and said, "Mr. Fujita, as the strongest grand yin-yang master of the island, you shouldn't listen to the words of those evil existences. Although the Dragon Kingdom is good, it's not something that our island can own. Once you get your heart set on it, the end result will be your own destruction." "Master finished?" Fujita Saburo said coldly. Master Songji nodded. "There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that the paths are different, so Master Songji doesn't need to say it in the future." After saying that, Fujita Saburo left without looking back. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight Master Songji and silence him. The main reason is that Saburo Fujita is not sure of victory against Master Matsuyoshi. Otherwise, he would have already chosen to do it. Master Songji sighed. He took a deep look in the direction of the shrine and turned to leave. With his strength, even if he knew where the shrine was, he couldn't shake it. Otherwise, Master Matsuyoshi would have already made his move. As an islander, why wouldn't he have an eye for that wide open land? It was just that Master Matsuyoshi knew very well that the island was not capable of occupying that part of the earth. Otherwise, he'd be the first to approve of invading the Dragon Kingdom. It's not that he doesn't want to launch an invasion. Islanders, per capita. At this time, Qin Yang had already returned to the southern city. He sighed and said, "Pity, what do you mean?" Jin Gang looked at Qin Yang with some confusion. "Should have destroyed that club along with it, can't believe I forgot about it," Qin Yang said in a depressed voice. King Kong winced. "Brother, You've killed thousands of islanders and exterminated a family of young masters. Isn't that enough? Jean Gang couldn't help but say, Divine Magus, you're a cultivator. If you kill so many people, aren't you afraid that your Taoist heart will be unstable? Qin Yang glanced at him and said indifferently, Cultivation. Cultivation is the great Tao, and also the heart of the Tao. If the island country is not destroyed, my heart of the Tao is difficult to be at peace. I was originally following the heart of the Tao. Ah, it's much more comfortable now. Vajra was actually speechless. He then realized that the so-called obedience to the heart of the Tao actually meant this. It was no wonder that cultivators didn't hold grudges. After all, they avenged on the spot when they had a grudge. Forget it. This matter, I'd better report it to the top, in case the islanders want to make a scene. It's good to be prepared, King Kong said. Qin Yang was non-committal. Seeing that Vajra didn't support him in destroying that bull society, he also found it meaningless and was ready to go back to sleep. After tossing and turning all night, Qin Yang was a bit tired. Thinking of this, Qin Yang said, Alright then, I'll go back first. Go do what you need to do and don't bother me. After saying that, Qin Yang turned around and left. Seeing that Qin Yang threw himself away after using himself, King Kong had a grumpy look on his face. This guy, he's really ruthless. When Qin Yang returned to the Su family, the sky was already bright. Su Nuyu and Dooley were sitting there, and when they saw Qin Yang return, they let out a sigh of relief. They knew that Qin Yang had gone to the island country to take revenge. Both of them were a bit worried, fearing that Qin Yang would not be able to come back if something happened to him. You're back so soon? Dooley asked. Qin Yang sat down and prepared to pick up something for breakfast. As a result, Sun Wanyu said, Wash your hands first. Qin Yang touched his nose, or honestly had to go and wash his hands. Seeing the two gazes looking at him, Qin Yang said, Things are all settled. You avenged that little bean? Well, I exterminated the Inbei clan. More than 1,000 people. All of them were taken out by me. Qin Yang said carelessly. The two had thought that Qin Yang was just going to kill someone. As a result, both of them were confused when they heard him say that he had taken out more than 1,000 people. They both literally thought they had heard wrong. How many? It's just over 1,000 people. And they didn't make a move on ordinary people. They're all from that Yin and Yang family. Qin Yang said carelessly. Islanders, all deserve to die. Good kill. Sun Wanyu said. Dooley on one side also nodded her head and said, Indeed, all the islanders deserve to die. It would be good if you could kill them all. It's only 1,000 people, which is really not much. Qin Yang had thought that the two would have some difficulty accepting it. Hearing the words of the two, he felt that he had underestimated them. Qin Yang laughed and said, I am prepared to kill them all, but not now. When the time is right, I will make the island country completely disappear from above the blue star. Islanders are and should not exist in this world. Dooley nodded. Sun Wanyu also recognized. Alright, enough of that stomach-churning stuff. Breakfast, Qin Yang said. A breakfast that was incredibly satisfying. Qin Yang then prepared to rest. As a result, a servant came over and said that someone was visiting Qin Yang. Who? Qin Yang frowned. The man said he was the aunt of an aunt. The maid said, What aunt? Qin Yang was all a bit baffled. He remembered that Qin Weiye didn't have any siblings. So where did the aunt come from? Let her in, Qin Yang said. At this time, a woman who looked to be in her early 30s, walked in. She was all high-set and looked at Qin Yang with an arrogant face. Sun Wanyu raised her eyebrows and said, Qin Han, Mr. Su, I didn't come here to look for you this time, but to look for my great-nephew. Qin Han smiled faintly. Great-nephew? Qin Yang? Su Nuyo said indifferently. When did Qin Yang have a relationship with Qin? How come I don't know? Chapter 46 Fight It Out. Qin Yang raised his head, glanced at Qin Han, and said indifferently, I'll give you a minute to explain yourself clearly, and if you don't, I'll have someone beat you up and throw you out. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Qin Han was somewhat stunned. However, she wasn't alarmed, but said, Qin Weiye is the illegitimate son of our Qin family, and when my own brother died, Qin Weiye was recognized and prepared to inherit our Qin family. So it is. There were two Qin families in the South City, a big Qin family and a small Qin family. Originally, the crowd thought that these two Qin families were not related. Who had thought that Qin Weiye was the illegitimate son of that truly magnificent Qin family? Qin Yang was also a bit surprised. But what does that have to do with him? This explanation did not satisfy him. I'm not related to Qin Weiye, so I'm not satisfied with your explanation, Qin Yang said. Qin Han realized something was wrong. What are you going to do? She asked a little nervously. Fight it out, Qin Yang said indifferently. A few bodyguards rushed in, then made a direct move and threw Qin Han out. This made Qin Yang a bit dissatisfied that he didn't beat him up first. Sun Wanyu and the girls were a bit dumbfounded, not expecting such an outcome. Qin Weiye had been bankrupt. but now he was actually going to rise again, standing tall and even surpassing his former self. The real powerful Qin family was far from what Qin Weiye called the Qin family, and could be compared to it. With your status, if you enter the Qin family, you will be the only grandson of the third generation. The Qin family heir and his children are all dead. Your ability is completely capable of inheriting the Qin family, and you don't even need to identify yourself with Qin Weiye. I believe that those people in the Qin family can see that you are extraordinary, Sun Wanyu said. At that time, Qin Yang would directly become the heir of the Qin family, kicking Qin Weiye out. In this way, he got his revenge on Qin Weiye and got the Qin family again. Unlike the Jiang family, the Qin family was a true powerhouse, even vaguely suppressing the Su family. Together with their business, they were all quite instinctive, and becoming the heir to the Qin family would only be beneficial to Qin Yang. Qin Yang, however, shook his head and said, "Not interested. That's the Qin family. Their assets are feared to be in the hundreds of billions." Du Li said, "It wasn't even the same concept as the Jiang family and the little Qin family. Want me to be honest?" Qin Yang had a serious face. The two nodded their heads, of course wanting to hear Qin Yang's true thoughts. "Can't see it," Qin Yang said. Sun Wanyu and Du Li looked at each other. 3 simple words. Not looking at it. This would definitely dazzle the Qin family if they heard it. Being a $100 billion family, who dares to say to them that they can't see it? Qin Yang was definitely the first. While Qinihan was thrown out, she couldn't help but laugh. "Very well, it really didn't let me down. You really aren't with Qin Weiye, so I'm relieved. The only one who's a bit of a threat within those bastards is this Qin Weiye." Qinihan finished speaking and turned to leave. As for the anger on his face just now, it had completely disappeared. She had come here but was only testing Qin Yang's thoughts. Since Qin Yang did not accept Qin Weiye, he naturally would not accept their Qin family. So much for not being her enemy. Even, they might be able to join forces and deal with Qin Weiye. Thinking of this, a brilliant light flashed in Qinihan's eyes. "By the way, come with me to the old mansion in the evening and meet the people there," Sun Wanyu said. "They're looking for something?" Qin Yang asked. "Well, after all, a girl like me taking control of the Su family is definitely a great shame to them, and something they definitely don't want to see, and the last time I had a car accident, it had nothing to do with them," Sun Wanyu said. "Got it. I'll accompany you for a big kill tonight." Qin Yang laughed. "You get some rest until I get back." After saying that, Sun Wanyu and Du Li left. Qin Yang washed up and prepared to rest. As a result, Ji Daodu unexpectedly appeared inside his room. "Shouldn't you be on the air at this hour? How come?" Qin Yang said in surprise. "You know that every time Ji Daodu's live broadcast, it was very long, and at this time, it should be on the air. I have to take a few days off every month. It's impossible for me to broadcast every day." "If that's the case, it's not as good as those social animals," Ji Daodu explained. "So it was like this." Qin Yang understood. "You have such a strong smell of blood on you, but it's strange, I can't see karma on you. Instead there's some merit. What's this? Did you cut down the demons and remove the devils?" Ji Daodu asked curiously. The smell of blood on Qin Yang's body was pungent. No one else could ask, but she could. However, the qi on his body was a bit deeper and rather strange. "Go kill thousands of islanders and that's it," Qin Yang explained. Ji Daodu's eyes instantly lit up as she said in surprise. "So it can still be like this? If you kill all the islanders, isn't it possible for you to merit sainthood?" Seeing her look like she was eager to try, this made Qin Yang cry and laugh. He hurriedly dismissed Ji Daodu. "Although they can't be killed all at once, otherwise they will definitely be locked by heaven and earth. And at that time, not to mention becoming a saint, I'm afraid that they will be chopped by heavenly thunder and have no dregs left." Qin Yang cried and laughed. If this approach possessed, it would not be his turn at all. The monks of the Dragon Kingdom had already struck out long ago. The reason why he has so much merit on him should be that the Yin and Yang masters of the Yanbei family have done too many bad things, so killing them is equal to eliminating the demons. This is how he adds a lot of merit. That can't be the case when you hit a normal islander. Therefore, Qin Yang was waiting for an opportunity. As long as he could resist the heavenly thunder now, he would simply clear the island when the time came. Also, I was the one who thought it was simple. "Come on, let's start practicing," Ji Daodu said. She wrapped around it. This kind of cultivation, she really liked it too much. Qin Yang smiled and naturally cooperated. There's nothing going on during the day anyway, and those servants outside couldn't help but be staggered when they heard the commotion inside the room. "It's really amazing how well your aunt fights, Wang Ma. No wonder our young lady is willing to share her aunt with someone else. An extremely talented man like your aunt. It's absolutely impossible for a woman to want to have it all to herself," a maid said. "Wang Ma is in her early 40s and still has her charm." She sighed. "Right, we are also considered to be over our family's mouth. When has it ever been so strong? Even in his 20s, There is no way to compare with the ant. It's a real people pleaser. The maids talked about it. Qin Yang buried his head and worked hard to improve his strength. At this time in the Qin family, Qin Weiye and those bastards all entered the Qin family's ancestral home. Chapter 47. I'm your child too. An old man, in his 70s, looking quite spry. He was no one else but Qin Yutian, the head of the Qin family. Qin Yutian has been a flirt since he was a child and has caused a lot of flirtatious debts. It was only after he was finally married to his own wife that he was able to moderate himself. Even so, it has come out from time to time that he has illegitimate children. Now the first son is dead. There is only one first daughter left in the Qin family. Qin Yutian had no choice but to let those bastards enter the Qin family to find a successor. After all, it was impossible for him to pass on the Qin family's huge family business to a girl. Of these people, the one he was most optimistic about was Qin Weiye. After all, Qin Weiye had the ability to create no small industry on his own, much better than the others. There are 5 illegitimate children in addition to Qin Weiye. It's just that most of them are ordinary people. When they heard that they were recognized back by the Qin family, their first reaction was not joy, but trepidation. This kind of powerful family, fighting over inheritance, all to the death, is a little too exciting a life for ordinary people. Qin Weiye is smooth, and compared to those people, it seems much more calm, although it is also difficult to hide some excitement, but the eyes are burning. At a glance it is clear that there is a lot of ambition. Qin Yutian surveyed them and couldn't help but frown when he saw the others. The only time he faced Qin Weiye was when he nodded slightly. Although recently Qin Weiye made some jokes out of it and got hit with bankruptcy. But, who doesn't have a little setback in their life? Facing a behemoth like the Su family, even if he, Qin Yutian, stood in Qin Weiye's position, it would be impossible to do better than Qin Weiye. Another important reason why he valued Qin Weiye was because of Qin Yang. Qin Weiye and Qin Yang didn't deal with each other and didn't take him seriously. However, Qin Yutian only slightly inquired about Qin Yang and knew that this was not an ordinary person. If Qin Yang was willing, he wouldn't even mind letting him become the heir directly. This is a much more capable descendant than Qin Weiye. You guys are good. From now on, all of you are my Qin family's people. I will give each of you a company, and then give you a year's time. Whoever does the best, this heir position, will be whoever it is, Qin Yutian said. The crowd's hearts were stirred, and they all looked forward to it with some anticipation. Even if he was just a commoner's bastard before, he had some ideas at this point. If you work hard on your own, you might actually be able to spell out a future. The crowd breathed a little heavily at the thought. Only Qin Weiye, with his calm demeanor, clearly had a plan. Compared to those brothers, he's bottoming out. With the help of the Jiang family and his own ability to navigate the business world over the years, surpassing these competitors would be a breeze. Father, I'm in. A voice rang out with intense dissatisfaction. Qin Yutian didn't even see the visitor before saying directly, "No, on what grounds? I'm your child too," the visitor said. Shinihan walked in, his eyes glaring at his father. "You're a girl. You're going to marry in the future," Qin Yutian said. Shinihan snorted and said, "I'm over 30 years old. I haven't married yet. What future do I have? If father is not assured, I can find you a door-to-door son-in-law right now, so that he can join our Qin family, and the children that are born in the future will also be the children of the Qin family." Qin Yutian's heart fluttered. If this is the case, it is not impossible. Only Qin Weiye, he frowned. There is a son and a daughter in the first line of the Qin family. Shinihan is that daughter. When her brother was alive, Shinihan naturally wouldn't have any interest in the family fortune. She only needed to live under her big brother's wings, who would protect her for the rest of her life. But now the older brother and nephew are dead. It was naturally impossible for Shinihan to lie flat again. She's going to step up and guard the property that belongs to her big brother. That is the mother's life and father together to fight down the kingdom. Why should it be cheaper for the children of those mistresses? Thinking of this, Shinihan's heart became even more determined. Qin Yutian was silent. At this time, Qin Weiye said, "Your words don't make sense. With us sons around, why should we let you, our daughter, inherit the family business? It's not like the Qin family doesn't have any male children?" Shinihan's gaze fell on Qin Weiye's body. She laughed coldly. "I know you, Qin Weiye, right? You will be Junior's son. Take back to raise, will be their own son thrown away. Simply worse than beasts. You such a character incorrect person. Junior's illegitimate son. You also worthy of becoming the Qin family's heir? Let me tell you, with me here, no one can snatch what belongs to my big brother and my mother." Shinihan's words caused a flash of anger in Qin Weiye's eyes. He said indifferently, "Now that we have recognized our ancestors, according to our status, you should call me elder brother. Junior's son, also want to ascend to the throne. Simply ridiculous. In my eyes, you are even worse than a dog." Shinihan didn't speak politely at all. At that moment, the 6 bastards, all of them, glared angrily at Shinihan. Qin Han's words poked at their pain. That's enough. You shut up. Qin Yutian chided. Qin Han stared at Qin Yutian, stalked his neck, and coldly asked, "Are you giving me this chance?" Qin Yutian took a deep breath before he said, "I can give you this opportunity, but on one condition." Say, Qin Han finally breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. The old man, at last, has loosened up. Otherwise, she would have to go through even more trouble if she wanted to seize the Qin family's industry. Qin Yutian said, "If you want to inherit the family business, you must do much better than them, even far exceeding their achievements, and you must remember that you are only a daughter. Could be. Don't be in a hurry to say yes. There's one more condition, and that's that you must get married as soon as possible, or else I don't believe you'll recruit a flunky." Qin Yutian continued. Qin Han said lightly, "This is simple. I already have a boyfriend. I can get a license with him today." Qin Yutian was surprised. He almost thought he'd misheard. It is important to know that Qin Han is a celibate and has been reluctant to marry since she was a child. Originally, they thought Qin Han was looking at a joke. It was only when she was over 30 and she still wasn't interested in men that the Qin family panicked. Now, she's actually got a boyfriend. Really? You wouldn't have gotten an actor to come over and lie to you, would you? You're not going to find someone to put on a play to fool me, are you? I've read a lot of novels. Don't you dare try to fool me, Qin Yutian said. Qin Han blankly glanced at Qin Yutian and said, "He sees that not just anyone can be invited to act in a play, and none of our Qin family's people are in our eyes." After saying that, Qin Han called out to the outside, "Come in." A tall, well-built man walked in. Everyone changed color when they looked at the tall muscles all over his body and the pugnacious aura emanating from his body. Qin Yutian's eyes flickered as he stared at the man. He wouldn't be naive enough to think that the other man, with all his muscles, was a fitness trainer. The murderous aura on the other man's body made his heart tremble. Chapter 48 Upper Son-in-law King Kong. On the contrary, there was an unenlightened bastard who said mockingly, "Little sister, you've gotten a fitness trainer to come over here. Don't look at them as being all muscular, but their bodies are so weak that they aren't even as good as the physique of us ordinary people." "Yeah, you think I'm a fitness instructor?" The man grinned. "Yeah, for a guy your size, I'd be able to fight you 3 to 7. That bastard said proudly. He was called Qin Ao, as his name suggests, although he was not very capable. He was quite proud. "Shut up, dumbass," Qin Yutian chided. Qin Ao's expression instantly stiffened. He said with an aggrieved face, "Dad, I just don't want my little sister to be cheated. I heard that the fitness circle is very messy. My little sister must have been cheated." Qin Weiya was all a bit speechless. It's insulting to think that you have to compete with this bunch of idiots. This big man, at a glance, was not an ordinary person, and that aura on his body made his legs tremble a little. Even the pressure Qin Yutian brought to them was not that great. "I told you to shut up, and if you talk again, get the hell out of here," Qin Yutian said coldly. At that moment, Qin Ao shut up, facing the angry Qin Yutian. He didn't dare to say anything. "May I ask what the gentleman's name is?" Qin Yutian asked, his tone quite polite. "King Kong." The visitor opened his mouth and spoke his name. King Kong? Qin Yutian was puzzled. He hadn't heard that name before, but he knew very well that the aura on the other party was not ordinary. "May I ask from which family does the gentleman come?" Qin Yutian said. "Fatherless, orphaned, with some brothers to consider family." King Kong continued. Qin Yutian took a deep breath, and he guessed in his heart, this King Kong, it couldn't be someone from the underground world, right? With such a strong aura, he must be a capable warrior under some big shot. "May I ask if you know Yi Longfei?" Qin Yutian continued to ask. King Kong was smart and knew what Qin Yutian meant in a flash. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not from the underground world. I do know Yi Longfei. I don't have any friendship, but he shouldn't dare to make a fuss in front of him." "Got it." Qin Yutian stopped asking. He said to Qin Han, "All right, I agree to your marriage. You can get a license today." "Thank you, father," Qin Han said with a flat expression. She couldn't have been too happy, and had even more anger in her heart towards this father. If Qin Yutian hadn't made so many messes out of the whole thing, Qin Han also didn't have to compete with those bastards. Even, Qin Han suspected that the deaths of her brother and great-nephew could have been done by these bastards. Qin Yutian even asked them to come back, so naturally Qin Han was not happy. It would be strange to have a good face. She pulled King Kong away. Qin Yutian swept his gaze over the others and said, "Except for Wei Ye, all of you go down. Tomorrow someone will take you to your respective companies. I hope you can work hard and not waste this hard-won opportunity." Yes, those people all glanced at Qin Weiya with some jealousy. In their opinion, since Qin Weiya was left alone, it was obvious that the old master was more optimistic about Qin Weiya. Here in a flash, only 2 people were left walking. Qin Yutian said lightly, "I heard that you have a son." "Yes, it's called Qin Li." Qin Weiye immediately said. I'm not talking about him. Qin Weiye's heart jumped at once. He knew very well that the old man had probably checked him out all over again. Thinking of this, Qin Weiye said, there is another son, called Qin Yang, who has already broken off his marriage with me. Stupid. Qin Yutian cursed. Qin Weiye immediately lowered his head. He dared not retort. However, he also knew that he had indeed underestimated Qin Yang. The other party was not something that Qin Li could compare to, whether it was his means or his mind. If a successor was chosen, it would definitely be Qin Yang who would be the best. Unfortunately, he made the dumbest choice of all. I'm optimistic about you because your ability is the strongest amongst these few. The bigger reason is because you have Qin Yang as your son. You should understand what I mean. Qin Yutian said faintly. I will beg Qin Yang to recognize me. Qin Weiye immediately said. Qin Yutian snorted and said disdainfully. Recognize each other? Are you kidding? For what you did to that child can recognize you? Do you have a big face? Qin Weiye's face was slightly red. He knew what a bastard he had done. It was not at all surprising that Qin Yang was unwilling to identify with only. What does father mean? Qin Weiye asked. Make a good relationship with Qin Yang. Even if you can't recognize each other, don't deteriorate. When you're about to die, throw the Qin family to him. I see that child is also a sentimental and righteous. I think he won't care about the Qin family. Qin Yutian said. Qin Weiye was delighted in his heart. He heard what Qin Yutian meant. This is to give him the position of heir apparent. Qin Weiye was instantly energized as he said excitedly. Don't worry father, I will definitely follow your instructions. Don't be too happy. This heir position is not necessarily yours yet. Ihan's ability is also very strong. I may not fail to pass the position of the family head to her. After all, this huge Qin family is something that her mother and I have fought for together. Qin Yutian finished and waved his hand, signaling that Qin Weiye could leave, and a hint of gloom flashed in Qin Weiye's eyes. No one could stop him from becoming the heir to the Qin family. He didn't mind making Qin Ihan disappear if she became a hindrance to him. As long as he could control the Qin family, he could do anything. Qin Weiye excused himself and left the place. Looking at his departing back, Qin Yutian's brows furrowed gently. This Qin Weiye, the ability is there, but it's really hard to say about the person. If the Qin family were to be handed over to him, I don't know if it would be a blessing or a curse. Perhaps, giving it to Qin Ihan was indeed a good choice. Thinking of this, Qin Yutian thought of King Kong. That man, what is his identity? He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Get me an ID on a guy. His name is King Kong, and in 10 minutes, I want to know all about him. As a result, half an hour later, Qin Yutian hadn't gotten the news yet. 2 hours later, his cell phone finally rang. How's it going? Qin Yutian asked. Hello, we're from the security department. You've made unauthorized inquiries about the secrets of the Dragon Kingdom. Immediately our people will arrive at the Qin family. Please give us a reasonable explanation. After that, the side hung up the call. Qin Yutian was confused. What dragon secrets did you look into yourself? It suddenly occurred to him that he had just checked King Kong's identity. It's not possible that this matter has something to do with King Kong, is it? Thinking of the people from the security department in a while, he winced, and not caring about his face, he hurriedly dialed Qin Ihan's cell phone. Chapter 49 Cheap Auntie? What is it, old man? Qin Ihan said nonchalantly. Ever since Qin Yutian had gotten those bastards back, her respect for this father had pretty much disappeared. If you want respect from others, you must first respect them. You tell King Kong that I didn't mean to check up on him, and tell him to give security a heads up that I have no thoughts of stealing Dragon Kingdom secrets. Qin Yutian said bitterly. If he had known that this son-in-law had such a big head, he would not have checked King Kong's identity. Now well, if King Kong doesn't want to say hello, he may have to be taken away for investigation. You check King Kong's identity? Qin Ihan said angrily. Qin Yutian smiled bitterly and said, he's ultimately the man who's going to marry you. I can't not know anything about him. I just let someone go and check his basic information, and I didn't expect to be targeted by the security department. Then you'll wait to go in, and when you do, I'll kick those bastards of yours out of the house so that all the Qin family's properties will be mine. Qin Ihan sneered. She even gloated a little. Qin Yutian was so angry that he almost jumped to his feet. You rebellious daughter, he cracked. In fact, Qin Yutian wasn't very worried. He just didn't want to lose that one. As long as it went in and he came back out, he definitely had a bad face. As for doing something about stealing secrets from the Dragon Kingdom, it was just a misunderstanding that the other side could surely find out. Qin Ihan directly hung up the call. Instead, King Kong smiled and said, forget it, it's your dad after all. Don't give him a hard time. I'll make a call. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Old Chow, the person who just checked me out was my father-in-law. He just didn't feel comfortable handing his daughter over to me. so he checked out my identity. Don't get on the bandwagon. Don't go looking for him. Well, thanks a lot, and I'll buy you a drink sometime. King Kong hung up his cell phone. Cheap for the old man. I'd love to see him go in there. Sheeny Ran said with displeasure. King Kong smiled. Come on, let's get a license and then I'll take you to meet a brother of mine who happens to be in South City. King Kong said with a smile. Good. Sheeny Han was a bit excited. She's been courting King Kong for a while. Recently, she finally got King Kong's approval to be with her. She knew she was 5 or 6 years older than Vedra and was afraid that Vedra would dislike her. Now that she heard Vedra say that she would take herself to meet his brother, Sheeny Han was instantly excited. It meant that Vedra had fully accepted her and was willing to introduce her to her nearest and dearest. Being an orphan, the closest thing King Kong would have to a brother would be the one he calls his brother. The two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau after receiving their license. King Kong took a picture of the marriage license straight away and posted it in his circle of friends. And Sheeny Han operated in the same way. Xin Yang and Ji Daodu finished practicing. Ji Daodu was already sleepy and asleep. Xin Yang swiped his phone and when he saw an update on his friend circle, he clicked on it. After seeing the marriage license that Jin Gang had tanned, Xin Yang's eyes were almost glazed over. Who's so ungrateful as to look at you? Xin Yang asked directly. He had just finished replying when a number of more replies appeared below. However, Xin Yang could not see it. He could see King Kong replying to the guys. Brothers, in a while, let's get together and introduce you to your sister-in-law. He then directly chatted privately with Xin Yang. Where are you? I'll bring your sister-in-law over to meet you. Su family, come over. I want to see who is so unlucky to become your wife. With your animal-like body, which woman can resist? Xin Yang returned a message. Q. King Kong cursed outright. Then he took Sheeny Han and rushed to the Su family. At the Su family, Xin Yang patted Ji Daodu and told her to get up. My brother is here. Go out and meet him. And if you meet him in trouble in the future, you can also step in and pull him out. Xin Yang said. Hearing Xin Yang say that his brother had come, Ji Daodu immediately came to her senses. Her legs trembled and she covered her back, managed to shower and dress, and then got up. The two had just left the room when they saw Vedra and Sheeny Han standing in the middle of the hall. Sheeny Han looked odd, and had a bad premonition in her heart. When she saw Xin Yang appear, she almost went black. The brother that King Kong was talking about was actually Xin Yang? What kind of thing is this? She married her nephew's brother? Xin Yang was always calm, but he was also confused at this moment. He asked Vedra, where's sister-in-law? Jin Gang put his arm around Sheeny Han and said proudly, this isn't it, it's quite a coincidence to say that you all have the same surname. Maybe you were still in the same family 500 years ago. Hearing Vedra's words, both of them couldn't help but roll their eyes. What 500 years ago? They were the original family now. Jin Gang raised an eyebrow in triumph and said, what are you still standing there for? Call out to your sister-in-law. Xin Yang rolled his eyes and said, can't shout at all. Jin Gang got a little angry and said with dissatisfaction, God stick, you've gone too far. Are you disowning me as a brother? Do you want me to ask the boss to come and clean you up? Fart, Jo Moon is here to help me clean up after you, too, and she's going to help you clean up after me? Xin Yang said with disdain. Grass. King Kong rolled his eyes furiously. That, he really believed. With the boss's fondness for Xin Yang, he would definitely beat him up first when he came. Just at this time, Sheeny Han extended her hand and awkwardly greeted Xin Yang. Great nephew, we meet again. Great nephew? King Kong froze. Then, his eyes widened in disbelief and he said, no way? Sheeny Han laughed bitterly. It's just what you think. That Qin Wei just now. You saw it. He's Qin Yang's real father and my father's illegitimate son. So Qin Yang is my great nephew. So it is. You've become the godfather's aunt yourself? At the thought, Vedra was confused for a while, then looked ecstatic. Ha ha, that's great. Godstalker, call out to my aunt. Seeing his villainous face, Qin Yang sneered. Q. Master Dao, I don't even recognize my aunt. Where's the aunt? You do your spring dream. Despite the words, King Kong was still smug. No matter what, there was no way to get rid of the relationship between Xin Yang and Sheeny Han. No matter what, I'm also your aunt. Ha ha, in the future, let's see if you still dare to bully me. If you bully me again, you're committing treason and treason from below. King Kong said smugly. Ji Daodu said quietly, you're overthinking it. Xin Yang even dared to slap Qin Wei. What's a cheap aunt? I think you'd better tighten up a bit, or you might get beaten up. Vedra's laughter came to a screeching halt. It seemed to him that what Ji Daodu said might maybe have some truth to it. Chapter 50 King Kong gets his ass kicked. Afterwards, King Kong stared at Ji Daodu and said with some surprise, why do I feel that you are stronger than me, but can't tell your realm? He was genuinely confused. On Ji Daodu's body, there was a vague sense of oppression. which made it quite difficult for King Kong. That feeling was just like the feeling that the godly man had brought them back then. However, the Qin Yang at this moment would not give him this feeling, as Qin Yang stood in front of him like an ordinary person. Ji Daodo smiled faintly and said, "That's because you're too weak." King Kong didn't believe it. He narrowed his eyes and said, "A couple moves. Go out and fight." Ji Daodo looked around. She doesn't want to fight here. It would be bad if it ruined Sun Wan Yu's house decoration. As for the inside of the yard, you can still fix it if it breaks and it doesn't affect your life. Shinihan couldn't help but say, "You're not stopping them? Aren't you afraid that your little woman will get beaten up? Just don't get your heart broken in a minute." Qin Yang said, "Ha ha, I'm heartbroken that your woman is getting beaten." Shinihan rolled her eyes. Just at this time, a miserable scream came from inside the courtyard. Shinihan's smile came to an abrupt end. She sensed something was wrong. How the screams didn't sound like Ji Daodo's, but King Kong's. It was entirely a man's voice that was now emitting the screams. King Kong got hit? Realizing this, Shinihan's feet moved and she was about to rush out. Qin Yang, however, said, "There's no need to go out. Daodo has a sense of propriety in what she does. King Kong is my brother. She won't beat King Kong to death." Hearing Qin Yang's words, Shinihan's eyes jumped straight up. Just won't kill? The thought made her more anxious. "I'm not afraid even if he's killed. As long as the death hasn't lasted more than 24 hours, I'll be able to pull him back." Qin Yang continued. Shinihan rolled his eyes as he felt that Qin Yang was talking nonsense. At this moment, Shinihan didn't bother to take care of Qin Yang and turned around to rush inside the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, she saw a shocking scene. King Kong was brutally beaten up by Ji Daodo, and surprisingly, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. He fell to the ground, and Ji Daodo slammed his fists up, all of them hitting King Kong in the face. King Kong's angular face was bruised and swollen, and his entire face had swollen into a pig's head. Miserable. However, looking at him, although miserable, they were all flesh wounds, and Ji Daodo really didn't come down hard. After fighting for a while, Ji Daodo finally stopped. King Kong lay on the ground, still not getting up. "What have you cast upon me? And untie me?" King Kong shouted. "A small trick, just a fixation," Ji Daodo said gently. This kind of tactic, facing a strong person of comparable strength, was still going to be almost, basically useless. But against someone with a big difference in strength, it's one click away. King Kong was the one who had been put under a fixation spell by her, and that was why he could only lie there and let her beat him up violently. Now it was impossible for Vajra to stand up without undoing the fixing spell. Qin Yang also came out, and when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fighting a martial arts practitioner and an immortal cultivator is simply never on the same level. King Kong is simply giving himself a hard time. Seeing that Vajra was lying on the ground unable to move, Qin Yang pointed out a finger and directly broke the fixation spell. Only then did Jin Gang stand up, but the way he looked at Ji Daodo, he no longer dared to have the slightest contempt. The strength of a martial artist, the strongest is honored. It's as simple as that. "Alright, you guys go, I know what you mean. I won't make things difficult for Shinihan in the future. As long as she doesn't come to my trouble, I definitely won't look for trouble with her, and I'll give her a hand if I can help," Qin Yang said. King Kong immediately showed a joyful expression. This was the reason why he brought Shinihan to show Qin Yang. After all, if he goes around on missions, Qin Yang, on the other hand, had remained in the southern city. This way, if Shinihan had anything in the future, she could ask Qin Yang for help. It was just that Jin Kong had not thought that Shinihan was actually Qin Yang's aunt, and he himself had become Qin Yang's aunt. He was aware of what happened to Qin Yang and knew that he was not very fond of any of these bloodline relatives, so he did not keep letting Shinihan hang around in front of Qin Yang. After receiving Qin Yang's assurance, Vajra laughed. "I know you're preachy, Divine Magus, so we'll leave first. Get lost. By the way, you can come see me when you have time starting tomorrow," Qin Yang said. Vajra was a little confused. "Your strength is too weak, not to mention the people in my circle. Even among the martial artists, there are quite a few people who can kill you. I'm a bit uneasy. Come over here and I'll instruct you to improve your strength." Qin Yang stated his intentions. The Godstalker was instantly delighted and said excitedly, "Great, Godstalker, you're so preachy. I love you to death. Asterisk 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 off. I don't like men. Show your aunt some respect." King Kong's face straightened. Qin Yang's face darkened as he said coldly, "Do. Give him a palm thunderbolt." King Kong shivered in fear and pulled out his legs. However, he ran out of the courtyard and didn't see Ji Daodo cast Palm Thunder. This was a relief to Vajra. Ji Daodo said with some embarrassment, "I don't know how to do Palm Thunder. Is 5 thunderbolts okay?" Qin Yang hurriedly stopped it. 5 thunderbolts. The weakest power was afraid that it could make Vajra become scum. "Forget it, the crime is not mortal," Qin Yang said. Ji Daodo pursed her lips. She knew that naturally, I was only joking when I said that just now. Couldn't really take a pentagram shot at Vajra. Soon, King Kong pulled all the members of the Dragon Pavilion, including Chinihan, inside a WeChat group now. He's got everyone on the phone. I'm married. This is my bride, Chinihan. Congratulations, brother. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sibling. 96 people in all, sending messages together. The entire Dragon Court members, 108. The remaining ones, including Qin Yang, however, had not said anything. Qin Yang instantly understood. These people are mostly sacrificed. Among them was Little Bean. He took a deep breath. These 108 people were the absolute core of the Dragon Pavilion. 12 people are dead today. Was he right or wrong to leave in the first place? Could these sacrifices have been avoided if he had been there all along? He had some mixed feelings. Right at this moment, King Kong had awakened Qin Yang again. Great nephew, call out to hear your aunt. I forgot to tell everyone. Your sister-in-law is the God Stick's own aunt. I am now the God Stick's aunt. The whole group exploded. Qin Yang's face darkened. He asked Ji Daodu, who was off to the side, can we lock onto King Kong now? Ji Daodu's head was full of question marks. What did it mean? Use the 5 thunderbolts to destroy this animal. Qin Yang's eyes were on fire. Chapter 51 Father-in-law. My brother is your grandson. King Kong winced, suddenly having a bad feeling, and the group is all in a moment of silence for King Kong. Offend the godly man and you're dead. Vajra, next year's day could be the anniversary of your death. Vajra, you go well. Sister-in-law, I'll take care of it for you. Have a good trip. King Kong's forehead was sweating. After a long time, he had forgotten that that animal, the divine bastard, was the master of having an axe to grind. The guy would definitely get back at him tenfold for flirting with him so much. Wife, tomorrow you accompany me to meet Qin Yang. What's wrong? Chinihan asked. I think that guy might shoot me. Don't worry, he won't. Chinihan comforted King Kong. Really? King Kong asked excitedly. He originally had no bottom in his heart, but when Chinihan said this, he was much more relieved. Well, Qin Yang said it himself. He said that even if he beat you to death, as long as it doesn't take more than 24 hours, he'll be able to get you back. Chinihan said confidently. Now that he thought about it, Qin Yang should not be joking. Having such a godly nephew seems to be a very good thing. Thinking of this, Chinihan was in a pleasant mood. King Kong's face went black. Is this comforting? Why does it feel more like intimidation? You can still be saved if you die. That is to say, if the godly cleric wanted to torture anyone, the other person would have to go through his permission to even die. Otherwise it would be impossible to succeed. Thinking about this, Vajra looked up at the sky, and he felt sure that he would be miserable next. The two returned to the Qin family. By now, the swelling on King Kong's face had gone down. After all, he was a powerhouse who had entered the level of a land god immortal, and this kind of injury was simply too easy for him to recover from. Son-in-law, you're back. Hurry up and sit down. I didn't realize that your identity is so powerful. You should have told your father-in-law earlier, so that he wouldn't have to make such a big joke. I don't know what your identity is in the Ministry of Security? Qin Yutian asked cautiously. The fact that the identity was treated as a secret of the Dragon Kingdom meant that King Kong's identity was, well, very impressive. I'm afraid that among the Ministry of Security, it has an extremely high status, and they, the Qin family, climbed into this kind of relationship, and in the future, the development of the Qin family could be imagined. Jin Gang smiled lightly and said, Father-in-law may have misunderstood. I am not from the Ministry of Security. And why is that? Qin Yutian was a bit confused. King Kong isn't hiding anything either. Like some flunky, who is obviously capable, but pretends to be a wimpy softy and gets hit in the face in all kinds of ways, which is not possible in his case. He will tear apart anyone who dares to punch him in the face. King Kong said, some of our brothers, we have a cooperative relationship with the Ministry of Security, sort of friends, so our identities, too, have been classified by the Ministry of Security at an extremely high level, not because we are from the Ministry of Security. So it is. Qin Yutian was not disappointed. How can anyone be average who can be treated so well by the Ministry of Security? It's not like he's the kind of shallow person who would think King Kong is incapable because of that. That's also someone with great ability. Unusual people. Where can they talk to the Ministry of Security? The fact that you guys can work together shows that your strengths are comparable, and that's why you're taken so seriously. Vajra smiled slightly and didn't deny it. Qin Yutian didn't continue to ask, but only said, this girl, Ihan, has an impulsive personality, although she is smart, but she is not a bad person. I hope that you can take good care of Ihan in the future. Don't let her be bullied. Don't worry, she's yes my woman. No one dares to bully her. She can practically walk sideways in the Dragon Kingdom. King Kong said confidently. What a big mouth. This made Qin Yutian draw a breath of cold air. What the hell is this King Kong? How dare he say such a thing? Moreover, father-in-law may not know that I have a brother who is more capable than me, more powerful than me, and he now recognizes Ihan's status as her sister-in-law. Even if I can't protect Ihan, that brother of mine won't let anyone bully his brother and sister-in-law. Speaking of which, Vajra smiled and said, also, that brother of mine you know. Who? Qin Yutian asked curiously, and you know such a great man yourself? Listening to King Kong, he could walk sideways in the Dragon Kingdom, and that brother of his, who was even more powerful than him, wouldn't he be in existence that would be considered a figurehead in the Blue Star? Qin Yutian didn't remember knowing such a person. Although he was a local magnate, he was not considered prominent when placed in the Dragon Kingdom, let alone when viewed in the whole of Blue Star. Qin Ihan looked odd and said, that brother of his is Qin Yang. Qin Yang? What a familiar name. Then, Qin Yutian reacted. The cheap grandson he favored the most. He turned out to be the brother of his own daughter's husband, and his own daughter became his grandson's sister-in-law. Grass. Qin Yutian was all a bit messed up. It's amazing that there are such coincidences in the world. Then, surprise filled his heart. He really hadn't been wrong. Qin Yang was indeed remarkable, not an ordinary person. King Kong could walk sideways in the Dragon Kingdom. What was the concept of someone who was even more capable than him? Now Qin Yutian couldn't wait to immediately pick up Qin Yang and inherit the family business. Jin Gang could see Qin Yutian's thoughts. He said lightly, my brother Godstick, that is, your grandson Qin Yang, he definitely won't recognize you guys. You yourself know this clearly, and he can't look at all of this in the Qin family. King Kong didn't hide his thoughts at all. This made Qin Yutian's face look a little unsightly. His own Qin family was a top-tier South City gentry, and was even a step above the Su family in terms of status. And now someone was telling himself that the Qin family was being looked down upon. This made Qin Yutian's heart where it would be very comfortable. If I were you, I wouldn't start with Qin Yang. You can work with Sun Wanyu and win her favor. At that time, as long as Sun Wanyu puts in a few good words for you, maybe Qin Yang might be able to identify with you. King Kong said. This made Qin Yutian's eyes light up. He was instantly elated and said, really? Well, but there's a prerequisite. You can't give the industry to Qin Weiye, otherwise, Qin Yang might personally take action to destroy your Qin family. If he wants to touch your Qin family, it only takes a few phone calls, and in 3 days at the most, the Qin family will disappear in the Dragon Kingdom. King Kong said. He was still very clear about Qin Yang's strength. How is that possible? Although my Qin family isn't a top-tier powerful family, it's still considered a relatively powerful family in the Dragon Kingdom. How could he destroy us in 3 days? Qin Yutian didn't believe it and thought that King Kong was bragging. You should be glad that there is a blood relationship between you and Qin Yang. If it were any other family, you wouldn't need 3 days. You wouldn't even want an hour. Vajra said faintly. Qin Yutian became more and more disbelieving. Taking out everyone in that family is the best way to fix that family, Vajra said quietly. Qin Yutian finally understood what Vajra meant. Chapter 52 Rushing to the Old Mansion. No wonder Jin Gang said that if it wasn't for the fact that between them and Qin Yang, there was a blood relationship, it wouldn't even take 3 days for Qin Yang to solve them. Killing everyone in the Qin family solves the Qin family. Thinking of this, Qin Yutian said, I understand. I know what to do. Well, if I didn't want my brother's relatives to turn against me, I wouldn't want to point out that you guys are the ones who have wronged my brother, Vajra said seriously. When he first heard about Qin Yang, he wanted to go over and finish off Qin Weiye and the others. That's the sin Qin Weiye did. Qin Yutian defended. Pull yourself together. You're not responsible for all those illegitimate children of your own, and you have the nerve to talk about others? Qin Yutian choked. He rolled his eyes and couldn't help but curse. Rebellious daughter. Old den. Qin Yutian glared. At this time, Qin Ihan burrowed into King Kong's arms and said pitifully, hubby, he bullied me, help me beat him up. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm your father. How dare you let someone beat me up? Qin Yutian was so angry that he almost stormed off. Qin Ihan said disdainfully, my husband protected you and beat you up. It's not like I did it. It's not like I've committed treason. That being said, there seems to be some truth to it. Realizing this, Qin Yutian was a bit weak. Son-in-law, you wouldn't do that, would you? His eyes fell on Vajra. King Kong rubbed his nose and said, I only listen to my wife. Nice guy. Qin Yutian simply stopped talking. Alright, I've arranged the company for you. You go and run it, no matter what the outcome is. In the end, Ihan is the heir of our family, and all the Qin family's properties will be yours. Qin Yutian thought for a moment and finally spoke out his decision. As for Qin Weiye and the others, although one by one, they were rubbing their fists and preparing for a big fight. But, unbeknownst to them, they are out of the game. Qin Yutian knew very well that with Vajra this bottom, Qin Ihan was already in an invincible position, and since this was the case, It would be better to painfully hand over the Qin family to them. He was also aware of Qin Han's ability, so he didn't need to worry at all. Old Deng, you finally made a wise decision. Originally I wanted to have King Kong make a move to make those few people disappear, but now it seems that it's not necessary. Qin Han smiled slightly. Qin Yutian's forehead was sweating. That's when I realized how much of a no-brainer this daughter of mine is when it comes to doing things. If she didn't make that decision today, maybe she might even make herself disappear. Qin Yutian sighed in his heart. It's also because he's done so much to have so many illegitimate children over the years. This is what caused Qin Han to have a grudge in her heart against herself and not be so respectful to herself. The main problem, again, is yourself. This side of things, it's kind of set in stone. And Qin Yang and Ji Daoda had dinner at home. In the evening, Sun Wanyu returned. She said oddly, people from the Qin family contacted me today, saying that they have a project they want to work with me on, but that project they can completely eat on their own. So why do I feel that it's like they're purposely trying to curry favor with me and give me money? Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, they are just giving you money. He talked about what happened between Vajra and Qin Han. Sun Wanyu was dumbstruck. The brother who fought together became his aunt. And something so metaphysical? It was only in the morning that Qin Yang had thrown Qin Han out, and now he had to accept Qin Han. Thinking of this, Sun Wanyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the future, if the Qin family wants to cooperate, they can cooperate with them. My relationship with Jin Gang is closer than that of a blood brother. Consider it as giving Jin Gang a face. Qin Yang said, I see. It's also a good thing for the Qin family to cooperate with me. Our two families have actually been in competition all these years, both explicitly and secretly, both wanting to suppress the other, but neither one of us has been able to do so, and now that we are cooperating, it's a good thing for both of our families. Sun Wanyu said with a smile. Because of the presence of Qin Yang and King Kong, they didn't have to worry about the other party setting themselves up yet. In this way, as long as they cooperated fully, the strength of both families would be taken to the next level. The two families have many overlapping industries in many complementary areas, which can be turned into advantages as long as they fully cooperate. Thinking of this, Su Nuyu couldn't wait to immediately contact Qin Han now and bring up the matter of cooperation. She is a workaholic and stays motivated at all times. I thought we were going back to your old house tonight, Qin Yang said with amusement. Hearing that she had returned to the old mansion, Sun Wanyu instantly sobered up. She frowned, knowing full well that back at the old mansion, she was sure to face a pack of jackals. Well, I almost forgot. I'll change my clothes and we'll head out, Sun Wanyu said. When she came down again, she had already changed into a well-fitting black evening gown. Sun Wanyu stepped on a pair of high heels, did an exquisite hairstyle, and was so beautiful that it dazzled people. Even Qin Yang was momentarily dumbfounded. It was only at this time that he realized that Su Nuyu was so beautiful. Beautiful, Dooley exclaimed. Her eyes were filled with envy and awe. You're not bad, you just don't clean up. So many beautiful clothes, you don't wear any of them, and you don't clean up properly. If you really dress up, you won't be worse than me, Sun Wanyu said. Dooley's beauty is different from hers. English and beautiful at the same time. Angular, not like she was delicate like a vase, but with a different kind of charm. But in terms of looks and temperament, it was nothing less than her. I don't like dressing up, Dooley said. Don't say that. You still need to dress up. After all, now that you have Qin Yang, you naturally need to dress up for the person you like. Sun Wanyu laughed. Instead, Dooley hemmed and hawed with a smug grin. I've already cheated, so I don't even need to dress up. Can he still not want me? If he dares not to want me, I'll go and bag 10 male universities, without repeating myself every day. Qin Yang glared and said, you won't have that chance. He was wary in his mind that this woman even had this kind of mind. I think I'm going to have to make her suffer a little bit so she doesn't have the energy to go to a male university. Dooley does not know, his words, to invite their own big disaster. By the time she regretted and begged for mercy from Qin Yang, it was already too late. Qin Yang accompanied Sun Wanyu as she set off and rushed to the Su family. Dooley didn't follow because there was no need. With Qin Yang by his side, who could harm Su Nuyu? If there really is someone like that, he or she follows. She was a little worried about the Su family. She just didn't know how badly they would be cleaned up by Qin Yang tonight. Chapter 53. You'll be a little more restrained in a while. And at this time, Su Nuyu was still admonishing Qin Yang. In a moment you tighten up. You're worried about me? Qin Yang asked with a smile. Su Nuyu gave him a blank look and said, what am I worried about you for? I'm afraid you'll beat them to death. Qin Yang, is he that mean? Don't worry, after all, they are your relatives. How can they be killed as soon as they meet? Qin Yang said, at the very least, there should be a conflict before killing. This he said in his mind, not out loud. Su Nuyu knew his character and also knew Qin Yang's ability. It was impossible to suffer a loss. She just didn't want Qin Yang to kill too hard. After all, her grandfather was still alive, and she didn't want to upset him. If it wasn't for Grandpa looking out for himself and supporting him all these years, how could she possibly control the entire Su family? Arriving at the old mansion, the two men got out of the car. They were just about to enter when they were blocked. Eldest miss, the young master has ordered that you may enter, but no idle hands, no one. Loafers? Qin Yang looked around and finally pointed at himself with his finger. Yeah, that's you, the doorman said. A blowjob? It's too pedestrian. It's so meaningless. Qin Yang felt uninspired. This kind of tactic is really too low. It might make ordinary people feel the pressure, but for him, it would only increase his anger level. Once the anger level is full, it doesn't say he can control it. Those who cultivate the way do as they please. So, he kicked out. The janitor flew straight out. If you can't tell the difference between a big and a small king, you deserve to be beaten. Go, Qin Yang said. Sun Yu's eyes jumped. If he did it now, he didn't know how far Qin Yang could kill after a while. Anyway, that lobbyist of his, he's definitely going to be in bad luck tonight. Invoking Qin Yang was the dumbest decision he had made today. The other doorman, seeing this scene, didn't even dare to let out a single fart. And inside the room, seeing this scene through the surveillance, a youth's face was gloomy. What a big guts, to casually strike in my Su family. He is relying on the fact that he is Sun Yu. He doesn't put the rules of my Su family in his eyes at all. The youngest member of the Su family, Su Yulong, his ability wasn't bad, although there was no way to compare it to Sun Yu. It was quite close, only, compared to Sun Yu, he was not imposing enough and at the same time a bit headstrong. Therefore, his position in the Su family had always been below Sun Yu. Su Yulong was the one who hated Sun Yu the most. He was the eldest grandson of the Long sect, but he couldn't get the control of the Su family. Instead, Sun Yu had the Su family in her hands. As long as Sun Yu stepped down, the control of the Su family would naturally fall into his hands. In the entire Su family's generation, except for Sun Yu, no one could suppress him. He went downstairs, and the Su family was there. There were a dozen people in all, from the elders to the juniors. Some unimportant members were not qualified to come to the Su family's old mansion. Anyone who could sit here could be considered a direct descendant of the Su family. An old man in his 70s, sitting in the very center, had a somewhat ugly face. He listened to the crowd and breathed a little harder. Without exception, these people were all accusing Sun Yu. What's your hurry when the time isn't up yet? Elder Su said coldly. He finally couldn't help himself and looked at the men with disappointment in his eyes. These guys, although they were all Su family members, they only knew how to fight for power and profit. If they had half of Sun Yu's devotion to the family, the Su family would have long since become number one in the entire South City. Dad, it's not that we're talking about her, but she really doesn't know the rules. All of us elders have already arrived, but she, as a junior, didn't come over earlier. That's already very unruly. A man in his 50s said. It was Su Nuyu's eldest uncle, Su Zhengtian. Su Zhenghai couldn't help but say, Big brother, Yu is too busy. Besides, isn't it still not time yet? Just don't blow it off. Su Zhengtian coldly glanced at Su Zhenghai and said, Alright, don't say so much. Aren't you yourself dissatisfied with Yu? In the past, you kept saying Su Yu's faults in front of me, but now you appear to be like a loving father. Su Zhenghai gasped. I was compelled. My own daughter. How can I not like it? Come on, third brother, just stop talking. That girl has never treated you like a father. A man with a somewhat lazy temperament said. It was Su Zhongshan, Su Zhenghai's second brother. Yes, third brother, I think that girl, Yu, is really excessive as well, but she has never taken us seriously. It was a woman, Sun Yu's aunt, Su Chang. Seeing them all targeting Sun Yu, Su Zhenghai had a chill down his spine. Also realized that you were once one of these people. At that time, it was not known what kind of mood Sun Yu was in. After all, even her own father, had targeted her so much, so I guess it should have been difficult for her to live all these years, right? That's enough. Shut up all of you, and whoever dares to say one more word against Yu will get the hell out of here. Elder Su said angrily. With a pair of cold eyes, he swept over everyone and said coldly, Don't forget, you guys, who brought you such a good life today? If it wasn't for Yu working so hard to take care of the company, do you guys think you could have such a good life? When they heard Elder Su's words, the crowd was ungrateful. Even Su Yulong couldn't help but say, Grandpa, you're wrong. We can also take care of the company. It's just that you're not willing to hand the company over to us. I wouldn't dare to say about other people, but my own ability is no worse than Yu's. Grandpa, I don't think I'm any worse than Yu either. The person who spoke was Su Yuman, the son of Su Zhongshan. Hearing their words, Elder Su almost laughed in anger. These two people, they think highly of themselves. They forget just how much of a mess they've made over the years. If it wasn't for Nuanyu cleaning up for them, they were afraid they would have gone in. And compared to Nuanyu, how did they have the face to say that? Alright, you guys shut up. If I hear you say one more word against Nuanyu, I will give all the properties to Nuanyu. Elder Su could only come up with a killer. Hearing him say that, everyone's faces all changed. If the shares are all given to Su Nuanyu, what the hell are they playing for? At that time, Su Nuyu would kick them out of the company in minutes. Thinking of this, they hurriedly shut up, fearing that the old man would really do that on an impulse. At that point, they won't have any hope at all. Even if he got Su Nuanyu killed, the one who would inherit her legacy would only be Su Zhanghai. Su Zhanghai was a bit saddened as to why they didn't continue. As long as they keep talking, the Su family will belong to Nuanyu. After knowing that his son was not his own, Su Zhanghai now, in his heart, only thought of making Su Nuanyu's life a little better, wanting to give all the good things to Su Nuanyu. Chapter 50 For the whole family is poisoned. Just then, Su Nuanyu's voice came. Everyone is already here. She crossed Qin Yang's arm and walked in. Upon seeing Qin Yang, Elder Su's eyes lit up with surprise and said, "You are Qin Yang, aren't you? You really are a talented person. Come over here and let Grandpa take a good look." Qin Yang walked over with a smile on his face. "Hello Grandpa," Qin Yang greeted. Good. This child looks good. Not an ordinary person. Nuanyu is with you. I am relieved." Elder Su looked excited and pulled Qin Yang's hand, his face full of smiles. Qin Yang, however, frowned. Without a trace, he put a piece of true qi into Elder Su's body, and immediately sensed that something was wrong. The old man was poisoned. The toxin is chronic and not overbearing at all. It just causes the body to slowly collapse and eventually die. Even if a doctor examines it, he can't find anything wrong with it and will just assume it's a normal death. Seeing Qin Yang staring at himself, Elder Su was a bit puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Grandpa's been poisoned," Qin Yang said directly. "What?" The crowd was all startled. "What are you babbling about? Grandpa is in good health. How could he be poisoned?" Su Yulong stood up and said coldly. At this time, Su Chang also said disdainfully, "It's true that you're from the countryside. You're just going to spout nonsense and claptrap. That's why you were kicked out of the Qin family, isn't it?" Qin Yang didn't say anything. His eyes swept over everyone before he said, "Everyone here is poisoned, except for you. You poisoned them, didn't you?" Hearing Qin Yang's words, the crowd was even more dumbfounded. They looked at Qin Yang with some trepidation. He was talking nonsense, right? Su Nuyu also looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. "Qin Yang, what's going on? Grandpa trusts you, so tell me carefully," Elder Su said in a deep voice. "If he was the only one poisoned, things could be explained. It means that someone is trying to harm him for some purpose. But if the whole family is poisoned, that's a different story. It means someone is trying to get their whole family killed. And if Su Chang is not poisoned, the end result is that the whole family is dead, and the Su family will belong to Su Chang." For this youngest daughter, Elder Su was quite loving. He didn't quite believe Su Chang would do such a thing. This poison is an extremely clever one called maiden. Maiden? The crowd was puzzled. The body of a young girl of 2 or 8 is like a crisp, and secretly teaches the king to wither the marrow of his bones. Qin Yang said, "As long as you take this toxin for a long time, your life will slowly dry up, and once you take it for up to 3 years, you will surely die, and it will look like you are sick, and you will die of exhaustion." "How is that possible?" The crowd blanched. "You're full of, how could I poison my family?" Su Chang said angrily. "Yeah, don't be alarmist and talk nonsense. Auntie is not that kind of person," Su Yulong said. Qin Yang smiled and said, "This is simple. You only need to find a Chinese medicine practitioner who is highly skilled and come to verify it. They can hardly diagnose this toxin without knowing it, but if they are told about it, they have a way to prove it." "No, father, brother, you mustn't listen to his nonsense. How can he, a scion from the countryside, know anything about medicine?" Su Nuyu said, "This pair of legs of mine, at that time, was really crippled. I thought that I wouldn't be able to stand up for the rest of my life, and it was Qin Yang who treated me, and his medical skills are very skillful." Hearing Su Nuanyu's words, everyone was shocked. They had thought that Su Nuyu was disabled in disguise. Now it seemed that it wasn't a disguise at all. It was Qin Yang who had stepped in and healed her. At this time, Elder Su also reacted, and he immediately said, "Someone, invite Master Zhang over." "Dad, don't even you believe me?" Su Chang looked in disbelief, a sad look on her face. The way she looked, it made everyone think that maybe things weren't true, and that she and the others had really wronged her. They beat themselves up a bit at the thought. To doubt the family because of the words of an outsider is indeed excessive. Ask someone to come and check it out in order to prove your innocence. No. If you didn't poison it, why did you stop someone from coming over? Qin Yang asked coldly. The crowd then realized something was wrong. Elder Su looked deeply at Su Chang and said, "Go and invite Master Zhang." Su Chang's body went limp and sat on top of the chair. Seeing this scene, the crowd's hearts were in the right place. Su Zhongtian was even more incredulous. "Sister, how could you do that?" Su Chang didn't say anything, and there was still a hint of a fluke in her heart. Soon, Master Zhang came. When he saw Qin Yang, Master Zhang was startled. He immediately bowed down respectfully and said, "Apprentice grandson Zhang Xin, meet Master Ancestor." What? Everyone was stunned. Sifu? Zhang Xin actually called Qin Yang Master Ancestor? You should know that Zhang Xin is the entire Haijiang province, the saint of Chinese medicine, and even in the whole of the Dragon State, have a great reputation, belonging to the top of the Chinese medicine above the group of people. He actually knelt down to Qin Yang and addressed him as Master Ancestor. Everyone felt that their worldview was a little upside down. "Arise, and show them if they are poisoned, and the name of the poison is Maiden." Qin Yang pointed at the crowd and said. Zhang Xin couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Master Ancestor, you're here. Where do I need to show off? Aren't you poisoned? Didn't you see it at a glance?" "They don't believe me," Qin Yang said. Zhang Xin was a bit speechless. His expression was a bit cold as he said to Elder Su, "Elder brother, my Master Ancestor's medical skills exceed mine by 100 times. Since he said it, it must be that way. There is no need to doubt it." Hearing Zhang Xin's words, Elder Su couldn't help but ask, "Elder brother Zhang, why did you call Qin Yang your master?" "My master," Needle Sage Fong asked, "is the titular disciple of Master Ancestor, and to be able to call out Master Ancestor, it's all a tall order for us," Zhang Xin said. "Needle St. Fong asked, in the entire Dragon Kingdom, one of the few people with the strongest medical skills. This kind of character, even Elder Su, who wanted to see him, could not necessarily see him, and for Qin Yang to be the Needle Saint's master, and still only have the Needle Saint as a named disciple, was simply unimaginable. If this hadn't come from Zhang Xin's mouth, they would never have believed it. However, Zhang Xin would never make fun of his master. "You guys don't even understand how powerful Shizhua really is. Come on, don't blow it." Qin Yang interrupted Zhang Xin and told him to shut up. Zhang Xin immediately smiled in embarrassment, and it occurred to him that Master Ancestor was an extremely low-key person. He shut his mouth at once. The Su family's crowd, their hearts all gave birth to a great curiosity. What kind of a person was Qin Yang in the end? Chapter 55 Unsolved. They were incomparably looking forward to Zhang Xin continuing. Seeing Zhang Xin shut up, they were all a bit disappointed. However, the fact that Zhang Xin listened to Qin Yang so much already said it all. "Adverse daughter, what else do you have to say?" Elder Su asked coldly. Su Chang's face turned white. Then she said with some resentment, "I have nothing to say, but in this matter, you can't blame me." The crowd burst into some tears. Wouldn't it be a bit ridiculous to say that she couldn't be blamed when she was the one who did it in the first place? Elder Su was infuriated and laughed. "You poisoned your entire family and you say you don't blame you? Who made you favor Nuan Yu but don't care about me at all? Why is it that she is a girl and gets to be in charge of the family, while I am also a girl but can't even get into the family's company, with just a few $1,000,000 in living expenses every month? Have you ever thought about how I feel?" Su Chang said angrily. The rest of the Su family, in fact, somewhat understood Su Chang. Only, they're not that extreme. "Nuan Yu's car accident. You did it too, right?" Qin Yang said. Su Chang said coldly, "Don't put any on my head. Could I say that if I wasn't sure? Do you want me to show you the evidence now?" Qin Yang said with a smirk and a disdainful expression. "Ha!" Su Chan laughed as she sighed and said, "I'm the one who did it." Since Qin Yang had said it and said he had proof, there was no need for her to deny it. Even the poisoning thing, he could see it. What else could he say about himself? "Sure enough, I guessed right." Qin Yang laughed. "Guess?" Su Chang's eyes widened as her opponent lied to herself. Su Chang angrily stared at Qin Yang. This person, as soon as he came to the old mansion, he uncovered himself. He is not finished with him. Take them down and put them under strict guard, Elder Su said angrily. Su Chang was taken down by the bodyguard. Qin Yang bristled. This old man, still heartbroken for his own children, even if he was poisoned, he only wanted to punish the other party, and did not really want to get Su Chang the punishment she deserved. On the contrary, it was Su Nuyu who had some real dissatisfaction in her heart. Elder Su smiled bitterly. "Nuan Yu, this matter, it is your aunt who has wronged you. I will punish her. You should not stab the matter to the Law Enforcement Bureau. After all, once the matter comes to light, it will be of no benefit to my Su family whatsoever." "I disagree." When Su Nuyu didn't say anything, Qin Yang opened his mouth. Elder Su was stunned, then said, "Qin Yang, you'd better listen to Nuan Yu's opinion." "No need." Qin Yang flatly refused. Seeing the smile on Elder Su's face disappear, he said faintly, "You've all been poisoned. This poison, only I can undo it. If Su Chang doesn't get the punishment she deserves, you'll all have to pay the price for what she's done. Everyone panicked at these words, and Elder Su's gaze fell on Zhang Xin. Zhang Xin said, Maiden, this kind of poison, there is no solution. Even my master can't solve it. If you don't believe me, Master Su can go and ask other apricot masters. No solution? In other words, other than Qin Yang, who had the means to cure the poison, no one else could. In fact, Elder Su, you may not know that my master ancestor has already given you face by not punishing Miss Su Chang personally. Otherwise, just now Miss Su Chang would have been a dead person. Zhang Xin reminded. So scary? First and foremost, my master was a strong man before he was a healer. Zhang Xin shut up when he finished speaking. Strong people that are capable of killing. Elder Su's expression changed as he stared at Qin Yang and asked, Can't we discuss it again? I can promise you that I will give the entire Su family's estate to Nuan Yu. Qin Yang snorted and said, Nuan Yu's things, no one can snatch them away. If you don't give it, it's still hers. I have the means to do this. Do you believe it or not? Elder Su was silent. Moreover, the Su family's industry is nothing? You're overestimating the Su family's industry. After saying that, Qin Yang pulled Su Nuyu and turned around to leave. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. And if you haven't made a decision after 3 days, I won't give you the antidote to the poison even if you back out later. After saying that, Qin Yang and Su Nuanyu left. At this time, Elder Su asked Zhang Xin, Elder brother Zhang, tell me the truth. This poison, is it true that no one can cure it except Qin Yang? Zhang Xin nodded and said, There's one more. Who? Elder Su's eyes lit up. My great master's ancestor, old Taoist Bai Yun, master of the White Cloud Temple. Zhang Xin said. Seeing that Elder Su was a bit impressed, Zhang Xin smiled and said, You'd better not hit the idea of the Elder Grandmaster. If you go to the Elder Grandmaster, the Elder Grandmaster's biggest possibility is to slap you to death, and then come over and slap Su Chang to death. Elder Su was stunned. Is old White Cloud that cranky? His old man. He loves Master Ancestor the most. Whoever dares to make Master Ancestor suffer, he'll personally get him killed. Zhang Xin said. Elder Su sighed. Seeing him like this, Zhang Xin said, If Su family master is fine, I will take my leave. If Su Chang does not get the punishment he deserves, in the future, please ask Su family master not to look for me again. I am afraid of being expelled by my master. After saying that, Zhang Xin did not wait for the other party to stay and turned around to leave. The Su family, all of them, looked at each other in dismay. Dad, you can't leave everyone alone. Letting our whole family die for Su Chang? Su Zhongtian said. Yeah, Dad. Even if us old guys don't care, you need to think of your own few grandchildren. Su Zhongshan also said. Su Zhonghai looked grave and said, Dad, for the sake of a heartless Su Chang, do you want to lose the lives of all of you? You'd better make a choice early. What? It's like saying you don't have to die. Su Zhongtian said with dissatisfaction. What do you say? Su Zhonghai gave his elder brother a disdainful look. Has he forgotten who he is? Su Nuanyu's own father. Qin Yang didn't treat other people, but he wasn't considered other people. Even if Qin Yang was as cold as he was, it was impossible for him to watch him die. Nuanyu wouldn't watch herself die either. Su Zhongtian wanted to retort, but realized that he was unable to do so at all. He rolled his eyes and simply stopped talking. Outside the old mansion, Su Nuyu suddenly hugged Qin Yang, her body trembling. Qin Yang comforted. Don't cry. Don't worry. I'm by your side. I won't let anyone hurt you. Ha ha ha. At this time, Su Nuyu got out of Qin Yang's arms and laughed happily. A question mark rose on Qin Yang's brain. Su Nuyu then said, Cool. It's really cool. Finally I'm out of breath. For so many years, they've been making things difficult for me. Finally I can see them being made difficult. Qin Yang, you're fantastic. After saying that, she directly hugged Qin Yang and scented him. Chapter 56. You still have us. Qin Yang froze. I had thought that soon you would be a little lost. After all, what he had just done did go a little too far, and threatened their entire family with the lives of her entire family. However, seeing Su Nuyu's behavior, Qin Yang also let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Nuanyu could tell the difference. You think I'm going to be mad at you for what you just did? Su Nuanyu said with amusement. Qin Yang nodded. Su Nuyu asked in amusement. Why should I be angry? You did it for me, and they did go overboard. My aunt even tried to kill me, but then they weren't even willing to let her get what she deserved. So why should I feel bad for them? Speaking here, Su Nuyu's face was full of cold color and sneered. If it wasn't for you, I would have even been disabled in both legs. Have they thought about this? Qin Yang patted Su Nuyu's shoulder, and that was the truth. That was why Qin Yang was unwilling to let Su Chang go. What Su Chang did was too much. To lay hands on one's own niece and to kill her. Such a thing. Only Su Chang could do it. Such a person, placed outside, was a threat to Sun Wanyu. Therefore, she had to be sent in, and even if she wasn't Sun Wanyu's aunt, Xin Yang felt that he should just finish her off as the best way to solve the problem. If not for the fact that there was still a little bit of blood kinship left, Xin Yang would have already killed her. They're not willing to punish Su Chang because in their hearts, Su Chang is more important than me, and I'm just their enemy. Sun Wanyu sneered. Your grandpa was pretty good to you, Xin Yang said. Hearing Xin Yang's words, Su Nuyu scoffed a little. She laughed coldly. I know very well how my grandfather treats me. He gave the Su family to me to control, not entirely because he loves me, mainly because the other people in the Su family really can't stand up. The Su family is given to me. Those people can still get a lifetime of no worries. If it is given to other people, the Su family will soon be in decline, and will be defeated by them. Analyzed like this, Elder Su's handing over the Su family to Sun Wanyu made sense. Only Su Nuyu, who had that kind of ability, could completely support the Su family and even make it better. What he loves most is still his own daughter and son, and those grandchildren of his own. As for his granddaughter, in his eyes, she's just someone he can use. Sun Wanyu said. Xin Yang didn't even know what to say, and could only pat Sun Wanyu's shoulder. Both of them, their parents and elders were not very nice to them. It's even good enough not to go out of their way to harm them. The two can really be said to be in the same boat when it comes down to it. It's okay, I figured it out a long time ago and realized that strong people are strong. I don't need to ask for other people's feelings, I just need to live a better life than them. That's enough, Sun Wanyu said proudly. This was a very reasonable point, but it always made Xin Yang feel that there was a bit of heartache in it. Besides, I've got Dully, and you, and that's enough, so that they don't matter. Hearing Sun Wanyu say this, Xin Yang revealed a smile. He touched Su Nuyu's hair and said, You're right, you still have us. Let's go and wait for them to beg us. Sun Wanyu said. Xin Yang revealed a smile. It's really very comforting to be teammates with smart people. Even if he didn't say anything, the other party knew what he was planning to do. He never intended not to save anyone. It was like what Sun Wanyu said, waiting for them to come over and beg for themselves and the others. The two returned home. How could I be poisoned? Sun Wanyu couldn't help but say. Xin Yang smiled and said, You're not poisoned. Sun Wanyu was stunned. The response came at once. If everyone else is poisoned and you are not, at that time, I'm afraid Su Chang will put all the sins on himself, and at that time, the situation will be stirred up. And when Xin Yang said that Su Nuyu was also poisoned, even if Su Chang wanted to shrug it off, it was impossible. Once she said that Su Nuyu wasn't poisoned, things were definitely her doing. In a situation like this, it didn't matter whether she said it or not. A little surprised, Dooley asked, What poisoning? Su Nuyu told the matter once more. At once, Dooley was furious. That group of Su family, Su Chang has treated you so much, they are still unwilling to punish Su Chang. I really want to go and beat them to death. Seeing Dooley's angry look, but Sun Wanyu couldn't help but laugh. It's not like no one cares about themselves, is it? At least, Dooley and Xin Yang, who were beside themselves, were concerned about themselves. Just then, Su Zhenghai was pushed in from outside with an embarrassed look on his face. He said to Dooley, Shaoli, you cannot even scold me. I can be very angry. I have already flipped with them, so that they must punish Su Chang that. Speaking of this, Su Zhenghai clenched his teeth. Dooley, however, was not at all polite and said directly, You're not good for the lady either. This, Su Zhenghai himself admitted. He said in a deep voice, I know, that's why I've changed it. From now on, Nuan Yu is my most beloved daughter. Whoever dares to bully my daughter, I'll fight with whoever I can. Seeing him say this, Su Nuan Yu's face only looked a little better. Xin Yang, first detoxify my father. Aha! Xin Yang did not refute it. Everyone else could do without the antidote, but not Su Zhenghai. If Su Zhenghai was still the same as before, Xin Yang would definitely be too lazy to take care of him, but now Su Zhenghai, obviously changed. Xin Yang naturally wouldn't do that again. He asked Su Zhenghai to come over. Su Zhenghai honestly came in front of Xin Yang. Xin Yang pinched Su Zhenghai's wrist, then his true qi revolved and rushed into it. After a while, Su Zhenghai felt a lightness in his body, and his entire body was instantly much more relaxed. Okay, Xin Yang said. Okay? Su Zhenghai was a bit surprised. Just pinching your wrist detoxifies the poison? Even in a TV show, you wouldn't dare to act like this. Xin Yang said, There is no antidote to this poison. If you want to dissolve it, the only way to do so is to use a powerful force to directly go and refine the poison. Although Zhang Xian and his men are good at medicine, they don't know martial arts, so naturally, they can't dissolve it, and martial artists who aren't strong enough to dissolve it, can't dissolve it either. Su Zhenghai knew that Xin Yang was very powerful and should be a martial artist. Hearing his words, Su Zhenghai was relieved. What about the others? Su Zhanghai asked. Qin Yang said indifferently. The others? It's up to them to choose whether they want to protect Su Chang or want to live. If they don't care about their own bodies because they want to keep Su Chang, I won't stop them. After all, you're relatives. Su Zhanghai instantly understood what Qin Yang meant. This matter, how to do it, was not dependent on Qin Yang, but themselves. Anyway, Qin Yang's conditions had already been set. Chapter 57. Seeing no one, Su Zhanghai nodded his head and said, I know, I will talk to them. If they are unwilling, then let them die. Even the one who harmed my daughter, they are unwilling to punish. Is my daughter not as important as her? Su Chang? Seeing Su Zhanghai looking angry, Qin Yang was really a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that Su Zhanghai would have such a big transformation. After thinking for a while, Qin Yang said, I love to listen to what you say. Say more in the future, and as a reward, I will now restore the injuries on your body. What? Before Su Zhanghai could react, Qin Yang made his move. With the powerful strength that surged into his body, the injuries on Su Zhanghai's body were healing. With a face of surprise and disbelief, he looked at Qin Yang excitedly. It did not occur to him that Qin Yang would be so kind as to directly restore his injuries. Not too long after, Su Zhanghai felt as if all the injuries on his body had recovered. Qin Yang also put away his hand and said, Get up and try walking a couple steps. Su Zhanghai hesitated, but stood up. He made tentative progress, only to realize that he was hardly any different than he was before he was injured. This excited Su Zhanghai to the extreme. Recovered from his own injuries. All of this was Qin Yang's means. Regarding Qin Yang's medical skills, Su Zhanghai now had a good idea. No wonder he could be the master of the Sage of Needles. Qin Yang did have such a skill. One has earned this, having such a wonderful son-in-law. Sun Wanyu was also a bit surprised. After seeing Qin Yang's miraculous medical skills again, she felt that she still didn't know enough about Qin Yang. He surprises himself all the time. Qin Yang's entire person was like a treasure trove that could be unearthed with countless treasures at any time, making people wonder just how many more surprises he had waiting for them. Dully, however, couldn't help but be surprised. Where was Qin Yang healing his wounds just now? He was simply washing his marrow and bones, directly remodeling his flesh. This is the kind of tactic that a land god can perform. However, it definitely wouldn't be as easy as Qin Yang. Once used, the whole person has to be energized and rest for a long time. There it was like Qin Yang, like he didn't feel any consumption at all. The whole person was completely fine, not even taking a breath. We're all family, there's no need to be polite, as long as father-in-law treats Nuanyu better in the future. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Su Zhanghai became even more satisfied with him. He immediately said, Don't worry, my own daughter, I will naturally treat her well. Qin Yang nodded his head. Su Zhanghai left. When the Su family got the news and knew that Su Zhanghai came to the place where Sun Wanyu lived, his injuries had been completely recovered, and he was still dressed in a joyful manner. They knew that Su Zhanghai's toxin must have been lifted by Qin Yang. Not only that, Qin Yang also treated his injuries. It's amazing that an injury that severe can return to normal in less than half an hour's time. Such a means, never heard of before, is simply divine. They were all a little anxious at the thought. Dad, are you really not going to let that Qin Yang cure us of the poison? Su Zhongtian said. Are you afraid? Elder Su snorted. Su Zhongtian smiled bitterly and said, Who can't be afraid? That poison is in the body. Who knows when it can kill us? My sister is also too evil. Completely did not treat us as a family. For the sake of a little bit of family property, even poisoned us all. Speaking of this, Su Zhongtian had a look of intolerance on his face. You know, usually he was really good to this sister of his. But Su Chang treating him like this made Su Zhongtian quite sad. This matter, you don't have to care. I will discuss it with Nuanyu. Nuanyu is a child who knows what's right. She will definitely forgive her aunt. Speaking here, a flash of determination flashed across Elder Su's face. At this time, Su Yulong said, Grandpa, can't you see that? Nuanyu has also cooled her heart towards us. Moreover, this matter, even if Nuanyu opens her mouth, it may not be useful. The person who really makes the decision is that Qin Yang. Speaking here, Su Yulong said with great certainty, as long as Qin Yang doesn't let go, even if you go and beg Nuanyu, it's useless. Nuanyu won't even be able to agree to you. Not bad, this is equal to tearing down Qin Yang. Nuanyu won't do that. Su Zhongshan also said. Seeing them all say that, Elder Su was a bit annoyed. He said coldly, I know in my heart what to do. It's not your turn to teach me. The crowd was a little depressed. They were tempted to retort, but seeing the old man's angry face, they were afraid that he had really taken a decision and would not go to beg for forgiveness. At once, everyone dared not speak. They were anxious in their hearts, but they could only endure. This night, the Su family, except for Su Zhanghai and Sun Wanyu, could not sleep. They have thought a lot about it. and even Su Zhengtian and the others felt that they might be dead this time. If the old man didn't deal with Su Chang, and Qin Yang didn't make a move, they wouldn't be able to detoxify the poison. It's just so hard to stay alive. The next day, early in the morning, staring with dark circles under their eyes, they arrived at Su Nuyu's residence. As a result, before he could enter, he was knocked out by Dooley. "Our lady doesn't want to see you. Get out," Dooley said coldly. She was not polite at all. Although she was considered Su Nuanyu's bodyguard, she had no relationship with the Su family. Even Elder Su, there was no way he would let Dooley do anything. Unless Su Nuanyu opened her mouth, it was impossible for Dooley to listen to anyone. Facing Dooley, the Su family hadn't dared to attack. They could only leave depressed. Then, Elder Su also came. Dooley still blocks him. "Can't I go in too? Ray, do you even want to stop me?" Elder Su said with some anger. Because he usually had a good relationship with Su Nuanyu, he was the person who treated her the best in Su Nuanyu's heart. Therefore, Dooley usually treated Elder Su with considerable respect. But this time, knowing what Elder Su had done, this point of respect, instantly thrown to the sky, Dooley sneered and said, "I can't. What if I have to go in?" Elder Su narrowed his eyes and barged straight inside. In the next moment, he felt himself being picked up and thrown straight out of the, and Elder Su didn't stand on his feet and fell directly to the ground. He pointed at Dooley, his fingers shaking. "This little girl, how dare she throw herself out? I told you, Missy doesn't see anyone, and you'd better disappear from my sight right now or I don't promise I won't beat you up," Dooley said coldly. "Don't you dare." Elder Su roared angrily. Dooley sneered, clenched her fists, and said, "You can try. You only have half a minute to leave, and after that, I'm going to punch someone." Mr. Su got in his car and left. To really be beaten up in front of a crowd would be so humiliating. Chapter 58 Big Brother Gathering. Master Su left. Dooley was also furious. She originally had some good feelings for Elder Su. Still, after all, in the entire Su family, it was only Elder Su who treated Su Nuanyu the best. Now it seems that everything was faked. Elder Su's favorite people were still his own children and grandchildren. Su Nuan also didn't hold a high place in his heart. Thinking of this, Dooley couldn't help but let out a cold snort. This old man. What a load. She returned to the villa, her whole body huffing and puffing. What's the point of being so angry? It's not worth it for a bunch of people like that. Qin Yang took Dooley into his arms and said with a smile. Dooley struggled for a bit, but didn't break free, so she just let Qin Yang mess around. She said unhappily, "These family members of Miss, they are all really too strange. They piss me off. If it wasn't for the consideration of Mrs.'s feelings, I would really want to kill them all." Qin Yang smiled and said, "Killing them is simple. It's just that I'm afraid Nuanyu will be sad." At this time, Su Nuanyu came out from her room. She said indifferently, "They are but not guilty enough to die. Plus there is no threat to me. That's why I don't bother with them. But without dealing with Su Chang, I will definitely not allow Qin Yang to detoxify them. Su Chang is killing me, if they still think that the matter isn't serious. And I think that their deaths aren't a serious matter either." Su Nuanyu only adhered to one point, that is, hearts for hearts. Anything else is bull asterisk. "Okay, Dooley, you follow to the company. If they dare to find trouble with Nuanyu in the company, directly beat them out," Qin Yang said. "No problem." Dooley fist pumped. She'd wanted to do that for a long time. Su Nuyu smiled. Fortunately she had two other people by her side. Dooley and Su Nuanyu went to the company. They saw Elder Su and the others blocking the doorway. However, Su Nuanyu did not even look at them. Elder Su cried out, "Nuanyu, do you really want to do this to us?" Su Nuyu stood still, staring fixedly at Elder Su, and that look made Elder Su feel strange. At this time, Elder Su actually had some nervous feelings in his heart. "I mean, do you really want to ignore the lives of your entire family because of Su Chan's?" Elder Su's tone softened. Su Nuanyu didn't say anything. Only Dooley said with a cold smile, "Elder Su, as long as the bad guys get their due punishment, Qin Yang will treat you all. Even if you force Nuanyu, it's useless. In this matter, Nuanyu can't make the decision." "Shut up," Elder Su chided. Dooley just sneered and closed his mouth. Just from the expression on her face, one could tell that Dooley was rather disdainful. Elder Su took a deep breath before he said, "Nuanyu, if you insist on this, you don't want the control of this Su family." As soon as these words came out, Su Nuanyu's face instantly went cold. Originally, she just didn't say anything, but at this moment, her eyes, like knives, swept over Elder Su and all of them. "Could be," Su Nuanyu said faintly. Elder Su's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. He said incredulously, "Nuanyu, you have to think clearly. Qin Yang is willing to be with you because you are the one in charge of the Su family, and never because of you per se. If you lose control of the Su family, he will abandon you. Control of the Su family? And what does that count for? If Mr. Su wants it, we, Qin, can give Mr. Su a bigger industry. A cold laugh came from Lu Lixing, who unexpectedly appeared in front of the company. Seeing Lu Lixing appear, Elder Su's complexion changed slightly, and he was more shocked by what Lu Lixing had just said. Elder Su said with some trepidation, Mr. Lu, what do you mean by what you just said? Lu Lixing did not even look at Master Su. He said in a loud voice, if Sun Wanyu Su is no longer the person in charge of the Su family, all the cooperation between our Lu family and the Su family will be cancelled, and never cooperate. When these words came out, Elder Su's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected Lu Lixing to say something like that. There's definitely a lot of cooperation between them. Without waiting for Elder Su to speak, a voice rang out. I, Gu Tianming, will also put my words here today. If Mr. Su is no longer in charge of the Su family, our Gu family will also cancel all cooperation with the Su family. Gu Tianming also came, looking cold. It was only in front of Sun Wanyu that he was quite polite and respectfully shouted, Mr. Su. Sun Wanyu nodded. She was a bit puzzled and asked, why are you guys here? Gu Tianming smiled and said, it's Immortal Master. No, it should be General Manager Qin who just called us and ordered us to come over. Qin Yang did it, and Sun Wanyu instantly understood. It should be because Qin Yang was worried about the Su family's people threatening him. That's why he called them and asked them to come over. By this time, a few more came one after another. The most astonishing of all was, surprisingly, the head of the city of South City, Su Liang. Su Liang sighed, sister, brother Qin Yang is a bit too much. Even take me as an outsider, almost let sister be bullied. You have something in the future. Just find me to solve it. Whoever dares to bully sister, I can't solve it. I'll look for my old man to solve it. There are people above me, but basically there is no one above my old man. Elder Su shivered. This city chief, Su Liang, is extremely powerful. He actually wanted to protect Sun Wanyu, Su Liang's father. It's true that there's almost no one left up there, because his father was the best of the best. It was surprising that there was a relationship between him and Qin Yang. Several other old bosses also supported Sun Wanyu. This made Elder Su sit up a bit. At this time, Qin Yutian came. He laughed coldly. Old man Su, you dare to bully my granddaughter-in-law. Are you not putting my Qin family in your eyes? The Qin family's grandson-in-law? Who? The crowd was also a little confused. Not many people know that Qin Weiye is the son of Qin Yutian. This time, the children of the Qin family, recognizing their ancestors, were not too high profile and were only circulated among some people. After all, they're all bastards, and there's no honor in that. Qin Yutian, what are you babbling about? Who is your granddaughter-in-law? Elder Su cursed. Qin Yutian glanced at Su Nuyu and said with a smile, Qin Yang is my own grandson. Nuyu is naturally my grandson-in-law. Nuyu, if the Su family doesn't want you, the control of our Qin family will be given to you, and from now on, you'll be the matriarch of the Qin family. Qin Yutian had long coveted Su Nuyu's ability. Now that Su Nuyu had become her grandson-in-law, it would be the best if she could dig over and take charge of the Qin family. Thinking of this, Qin Yutian stared at Sun Wanyu, hoping that Sun Wanyu would agree. This time, Elder Su was really anxious. Chapter 59 Qin Yang is her dependence. Shut up, Wanyu is a member of my Su family. What granddaughter-in-law of your Qin family? When did Qin Weiye become your son? Elder Su said angrily. Qin Yutian said smugly, he is one of my illegitimate sons, and his son, of course, is my own grandson. Shameless, Elder Su cursed. All his life he only liked his beloved wife and never touched another woman. Therefore, this kind of behavior from Qin Yutian, in his opinion, was simply a piece of trash. On top of that, the other party was still getting in his face. Damn it, Qin Yutian, however, didn't care so much. He said proudly, shamelessness I don't care. Having such a good grandson and grandson-in-law is the most important thing. You're envious, aren't you? Envy? Of course I envy it. Qin Yang was able to mobilize so many bigwigs, without a corresponding strength. How could it be possible for these people to think highly of them and even come charging into battle for Qin Yang? Thinking of this, Elder Su took a deep breath and said, Nuan Yu, what Grandpa said just now was just a moment of anger. Grandpa has also figured it out now. I agree to your conditions, and I should also do so. To give you an explanation, this Su family will be you in charge from now on, and it will always belong to you, and no one will be able to snatch it away, and you don't have to go anywhere either. After saying this, Elder Su glanced at Qin Yutian. Obviously, this was said to Qin Yutian. Qin Yutian skimmed his lips and didn't care. Anyway, at the end of the day, the Su family's estate is not still his Qin family's descendants. Having figured that out, what did he have to be upset about? At this time, a few cars came here. Yi Longfei got down from the top of the car. He said with a cold smile, Master Su, don't need to bother. I've already sent the person to the law enforcement team. It was at this time that Yi Longfei saw Su Liang. He was taken aback. His complexion changed slightly as he shouted, the city chief is also here. Glancing at Yi Longfei, Su Liang knew that there was a relationship between Yi Longfei and Qin Yang, and, because of Yi Longfei, the crime rate in South City plummeted. Some of the social loafers were collected by Yi Longfei and restrained with rules, plus things that touch the bottom line Yi Longfei doesn't do, and even doesn't allow others to do it yet. Therefore, Su Liang had no ill feelings towards Yi Longfei. He nodded and said, well, you did a good job. Yi Longfei was relieved, and Elder Su was a little outraged. At this time, Yi Longfei called out to Su Nuyu, sibling, if there's anything you want to order, brother will do it for you if he can help. Thank you Yi. Su Nuanyu thanked him. Yi Longfei waved his hand, then led his men to quickly leave. With City Chief Su Liang here, even if he knew that he wouldn't do anything about himself, Yi Longfei was still a bit uncomfortable. On top of the car, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, Dad, is that City Chief also invited by Uncle Junior? Please? Yi Longfei sneered. Definitely your little uncle called over. As for using the word please, it's a bit inappropriate. You don't even know how many people want to flatter your little uncle. Yi Chen's mouth opened wide in surprise. Qin Yang was surprisingly so powerful. Even the city government wants to suck up to Uncle Junior. Alright, don't think so much. You'll be even more surprised in the future. There's still a lot more to come. Since your little uncle has entered the world, and has also come to the South City, that's our chance. We must seize it. Yi Longfei said. Good. Yi Chen nodded his head. The crowd also excused themselves. At this time, only the Su family and Su Nuanyu were left. Su Nuanyu's gaze fell on Elder Su's body. She said faintly, you guys go find Qin Yang. I will call him and let him treat you. As for Su Chang, I will not intentionally harm her. What kind of punishment she deserves for treating me like this? That's her own reason. I won't try to influence all of this. After saying that, Su Nuyu entered the company. Elder Su let out a sigh of relief. Only, his expression was a bit lost. Great, it's finally settled. Dad, you don't look happy, do you? Su Zhongtian couldn't help but say. Nuanyu is completely centrifuged from us, and in the future, she won't even listen to my words. Elder Su sighed. After this matter is over, father can slowly take back the industries in Nuanyu's hands, and when she doesn't have anything to rely on, she won't be able to fight against us, and then she'll have to listen to us. Su Zhongtian said. Elder Su glanced at him with some anger. You wouldn't think that Nuanyu would honestly hand over her industries without the means? And do you think that those industries are what Nuanyu relies on? Su Zhongshan asked with some doubt. Dad, could it be that Big Brother is wrong? Elder Su sighed and said. In the past maybe, but now Nuanyu's reliance has long since ceased to be these industries, but rather Qin Yang. I can tell you with certainty, if we take back the industries in Nuanyu's hands, Qin Yang will soon be able to bankrupt the Su family, and then we, all of us, will have to live on the streets to beg for food. Gulp. Su Zhongtian and the others looked appalled. Only then did he realize that if he really made a move against Su Nuyu, the consequences would actually be that serious. What gives him the right? Su Zhongshan said indignantly. Just with those people just now, they could easily do it. Not to mention, maybe behind Qin Yang, there is an even more powerful background. We all underestimated him. Elder Su sighed. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Although they were a bit incredulous, they had to believe it when they thought of the people who had just come. Qin Yang really had that kind of strength. The family once again returned to Su Nuanyu's place, and this time Qin Yang let them in. Who's first? Qin Yang asked. Me. Su Yulong immediately raised his hand. Seeing that everyone was looking at Su Yulong with displeasure, Su Yulong's expression remained unchanged and he said with a smile, I'm also doing this to test it out for everyone to see if it will do any harm, and it's also considered practicing for my brother-in-law. The crowd didn't say anything, they all knew what Su Yulong had in mind. Right at that moment, a miserable scream came out from Su Yulong. His body convulsed, and after a long time, it slowed down, and Qin Yang had already withdrawn his hand and said indifferently, some of my hands are raw. Sorry, but the toxicity has been undone. Don't worry guys, it only hurts a little. Having seen how Su Yulong almost fainted from the pain, everyone obviously didn't believe that it only hurt a little. Even if you get cut, it's not like that. They seriously suspected that Qin Yang was doing it on purpose. But, in the end, life is all that matters. Everyone came up one by one and let Qin Yang detoxify the poison. The toxins on the crowd were detoxified and Zhang Xian arrived. He said with some displeasure, Elder Su, don't you even trust my master ancestor? Forget it, I'll diagnose you one more time, and you shouldn't look for me in the future. How could they offend their master and grandmaster and still want them to be treated by themselves? Zhang Xian was just giving them one last diagnosis for old time's sake. Chapter 60 Qin Shui was arrested. Zhang Xian carefully diagnosed, though Shurzhua had made sure that the toxins were all cleaned out. However, since the other party had found him, he would not be perfunctory. It has been cleared clean. There are no more toxins in your bodies, Zhang Xian said. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, the crowd all showed joyful colors as they breathed a sigh of relief. Great, Su Zhongtian said excitedly. Elder Su, however, looked at Zhang Xian and said, Master Zhang, it's not that we believe in Qin Yang, it's just that it's a matter of life and limb, so we can only do this. I hope you can understand. Zhang Xian laughed coldly, looking disdainful, and said, this matter, you don't need to talk to me about it. I've already said that after this time, between us, there will be no more relations, and I won't be giving your Su family a visit. Elder Su's heart sank. Offending Zhang Xian, a great power player, was definitely not something to be happy about for the Su family. Even if Zhang Xian targeted them, he could even cause a considerable impact on the Su family. Not to mention that Master Zhang Xian, the medical sage known as the Sage of Needles, Elder Su wanted to stay. But Zhang Xian was quite decisive and directly excused himself. Looking at Zhang Xian's departing back, Elder Su sighed. It was clear in his mind that he had already offended Zhang Xian. Not a good idea, Su Yulong said with some dissatisfaction. He didn't think too highly of a great power player like Zhang Xian, and was even quite a bit unimpressed. In his opinion, Zhang Xian was nothing more than a doctor with great medical skills. Nothing great. What a big tale to play in front of your own family. Glancing at Su Yulong, Elder Su said in a deep voice, shut up, you simply don't understand what a top-notch Chinese medicine practitioner actually means. Su Yulong muttered, isn't it just a doctor? What can be so great about it? Elder Su said with a cold smile, his connections are something you wouldn't even dare to think about. How many families and clans are all courteous and respectful to the top doctors? If they send a word, those families and clans will be happy to do things for them. If such a person wants to make things difficult for our Su family, all it takes is a simple word, and it will make our Su family burnt out. How is that possible? Su Yulong was in a bit of disbelief. He knew that the top big herbalists were great, but to be as powerful as this was something he hadn't expected. Elder Su sighed and said, if it were Nuan Yu, she wouldn't have asked a question like yours, and that's also for the reason why I gave the Su family to Nuan Yu but not to you. Not qualified enough, or rather, not smart enough. Therefore, Su Yulong and the others were not destined to control the Su family. If the Su family fell into the hands of Su Yulong and the others, they would be swallowed up sooner or later. Of this he had no doubt at all. It was even possible that the Su family had been swallowed up and Su Yulong and the others were still counting money for them. Su Yulong, however, said indignantly, Grandpa, I may not be inferior to Su Nuan Yu. Okay, you guys cut the crap and get the hell out of here, Qin Yang said with dissatisfaction. Only then did Elder Su and the others realize that they were still in Su Nuan Yu's home. Su Yulong said even more indignantly, even if you are Nuan Yu's fiancé, you're still just an outsider now. We in Nuan Yu are our own people. You're not qualified to chuck us out yet. Qin Yang stared at him coldly and said indifferently, who is one's own person and who is an outsider? This is something you are not qualified to say. Only Nuan Yu is qualified to say. What do you think she will choose? Hearing Qin Yang's words, Su Yulong's body shook. Even if he was more confident, he wouldn't think that Su Nuan Yu would choose himself. Su Nuyu's choice was definitely Qin Yang. Alright, get lost, and don't wait for me to have someone throw you out. Qin Yang was too lazy to make false pretenses with them. Although they were Su Nuan Yu's family, they were not considered good to Su Nuan Yu. Of course Qin Yang would not be polite with them. The crowd was a little depressed, but they left. They saw that the guards inside those courtyards were staring at them with some stupidity. It was like they would be thrown out directly at Qin Yang's command. This made them mutter in their hearts. So naturally they didn't dare to stay here. It would be a shame if we did get thrown out. The Su family, reluctantly, left. Are we just going to let it go? Su Yulong said with some indignation. Glancing at Su Yulong, Su Zhongtian asked, what do you want? I'll go find someone to teach that Qin Yang a lesson. He's just too much. Su Yulong said angrily. Find who? The underground overlord of the entire South City. Yi Longfei, is the brother of that Qin Yang? Who can you find to teach Qin Yang a lesson? Su Zhongtian asked. Elder Su also stared coldly at Su Yulong and said, put away your thoughts before it's too late. Nuan Yu and Qin Yang are not something you can mess with. Don't seek death. Looking for death? Is it that serious? He only wanted to deal with Qin Yang for a bit, and at most, he would only have a few people teach him a lesson. But now, listening to the old man, could the consequences be that bad? Alright, let's go back. In the future, you guys should not hit the idea of the family property. One you will not let you guys lack money to spend. After saying that, Elder Su got into the car. Although Su Yulong was a little reluctant in his heart, he still got into the car. Only, he wasn't going to give up so much. As for Su Chang, under normal circumstances, she shouldn't be able to get out in a short period of time. The bottom of the barrel. Qin Yang went to find Ji Daodu. It's almost time for Jido to go off the air. He was driving along when he sensed a familiar scent. Qin Yang's heart fluttered as he turned the car around and followed a car. The other party stopped in front of an estate in the suburbs, and then from the top of the car, a woman was carried down. Qin Shui. It's really her. Only, at this time, Qin Shui was not in a good state. Her eyes were closed tightly, without a bit of consciousness. Obviously she was drugged. The other man placed her on top of the wheelchair and pushed her inside the room. Qin Li's breath. Qin Yang's heart stirred as he sensed another familiar aura. Qin Li, this guy is here too. Just what the hell is he going to do? Qin Yang's mind spun with thoughts before he directly jumped over the wall and entered it. At this moment, Qin Shui sat on top of her wheelchair, and a basin of cool water was directly poured over. Qin Shui woke up at once. Qin Shui looked a bit bewildered, and when she saw the scene in front of her, she immediately shivered. Big sister, it's been many days. At this time, a familiar voice instantly made Qin Shui feel like falling into an ice cave. Qin Li, it's actually him. At this moment, Qin Li stood in front of Qin Shui with a disdainful expression. Qin Shui was uneasy in her heart, but she still asked, Qin Li, what did you arrest me for? You're not. At this point, she didn't continue. According to Qin Weiye, Qin Li has had his limbs broken and thrown out on the street to beg. But looking at him now, it was clear that nothing was wrong. Qin Weiye lied to them again. Chapter 61 Qin Weiye's intention. Qin Li laughed coldly as he said indifferently, shouldn't I have already had my limbs broken and thrown out on the street to beg? Shouldn't I? Qin Shui didn't say anything. She was a bit cold. If Qin Li is fine, what exactly is Qin Weiye going to do? He tricked his mother into getting married. Did he hit on the same idea? As she did. Big sister, you're actually the smartest in the family. Even smarter than me? I think you've already guessed it. Dad is going to plot to take over the Zhang family's estate. Qin Shui said. Yeah, that's smart. I told you my sister was the smartest. If Dad didn't pretend to break my legs, how would your mom fall for that and how would they get back together? Hearing his words, Qin Shui angrily said, even if that's the case, my mom won't give the Zhang family's estate to Qin Weiye. She's not going to give it. But what if everyone in the Zhang family dies and you all disappear? As the son-in-law of the Zhang family, shouldn't father inherit everything? Qin Li said with a smile. Qin Shui was chilled to the bone. It was surprising that Qin Weiye really hit on this idea. The Qin family will not allow such a person to become the head of the family. Qin Shui said through clenched teeth. Even if Qin Weiye gets the Zhang family, once he is seen, the Qin family may not dare to let him become the head of the family. Such a crazy person. Once he was in charge of the Qin family, who knew what kind of things he would do? Qin Li said triumphantly, if the Zhang family's people can die, why can't the Qin family's people die? This outcome was already predetermined the moment Dad was recognized as the son of the Qin family. You guys are crazy, Qin Shui said incredulously. Alright, I tied you up here today to take you on, and next thing you know your mother and your sister, and those two old nobodies, will be going down to be with you? Qin Li laughed hideously. Qin Shui's face was pale. She hadn't expected that Qin Li would want to kill himself. It was. Look at him. Where's a little bit of sibling affection? Thinking of herself because of such a and then treating Qin Yang poorly, she was simply ashamed and wanted to drill the ground. I really regret that I was a fool to target my own brother because of you, Qin Shui said. That's right, you are indeed a stupid person. It's the first time I've seen people as stupid as you are. Instead of loving your own children, you loved me, who was not related by blood at the time. Do you know how ridiculous I thought it was at the time? You know even less how smug I was at the time, Qin Li said with a smile. A look of triumph filled his expression. Hearing his words, Qin Shui turned pale. In her heart, she felt endless guilt towards Qin Yang. Unfortunately, it's too late to say that now. You'll never be forgiven by Qin Yang again, Qin Li said smugly. Asterisk. Qin Shui cursed. Qin Li did not think, but said proudly, even if it is so what? This world is the only way to live a better life. You won't get a good karma. Qin Yang will clean you up sooner or later. My own brother will avenge me, Qin Shui said through clenched teeth. Right now, she could only place her hopes entirely on Qin Yang. Oh, maybe, but unfortunately, he'll never know any of this. He'll just think you guys died by accident. After saying that, Qin Li laughed out loud. Those around him laughed along with him. One of them said, alright, don't bull asterisk with her, get her killed. This was a rather tough-looking man, in his mid to late 40s, with a ruthlessness that permeated his body. Even Qin Li, when he saw the other party, was somewhat guilty of not daring to meet the other party's eyes. He did not know where his father had found this group of people. All of them were fierce. All of them looked like living hell. Let a person look at the heart of the cold. Qin Li busily nodded his head and said, "All right, you guys do it." The man walked over to Qin Shui and took out a dagger in his hand, about to slit Qin Shui's throat. Just then, a surprised voice rang out. "What a coincidence! You guys are here too? Who?" Qin Li and the others were creeped out. The man in particular was in awe. Surprisingly, someone had come near them, and he was completely unaware of it. When he saw Qin Yang walk out from one side, Qin Li was quite surprised. When Qin Shui saw Qin Yang, she was first taken aback and then shocked. "Qin Yang, run away. They'll kill you." She had an anxious look on her face. Surprisingly, she was really worried about Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled. He rubbed his chin and said, "You're making it difficult for me. I wasn't planning to save you, but you came up with this. I can't even save you even if I don't." Qin Shui was stunned. She sensed Qin Yang's confidence and did not put these people in her eyes at all. Seeing Qin Yang coming his way, the man made a wink. At that instant, several of his men walked over to Qin Yang, and each of them exuded a pugnacious aura. Their eyes were cold and indifferent, looking at Qin Yang without a trace of emotion. As he approached Qin Yang, the other party directly pulled out a knife from his arms and stabbed at Qin Yang's body. Qin Shui was shocked, and Qin Yang directly raised his slaps and slapped them one by one, sending them flying out. Everyone fell to the ground without a sound after being slapped out. The last one, his head was even exploded by Qin Yang's slap, bursting like a watermelon, with blood, flesh and brains crumbling all over the place. This made Qin Li almost vomit. He looked at Qin Yang in horror. The other party dared to kill. Qin Shui was also shocked. She then realized that Qin Yang was already quite restrained when he was in the Qin family. At that time, if he were to behave like he is now, I'm afraid that none of the Qin family would survive. The man also sensed that something was wrong. He directly stared at Qin Shui's throat with his dagger and said coldly, "Don't come over again. If you dare to come over again, I'll kill her immediately." Qin Yang had a disinterested expression on his face as he said indifferently, "Whatever, she wasn't good to me anyway, so it's fine to kill her." "What?" The man froze. He glanced at Qin Li. Qin Li nodded and said, "What he said is true." Grass. The man cursed. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Qin Shui, but instead charged directly towards Qin Yang. The dagger in his hand stabbed at Qin Yang's heart, but the real killing move was the extremely sinister kick below. If Qin Yang didn't pay attention to his bottom, this kick could totally make a strong man chicken and egg. Qin Yang grabbed the dagger and then kicked it out. Click! The man's leg was kicked right off and he fell to the ground. Qin Yang snatched the dagger and stabbed straight down. The dagger missed the man's arm, pinning it directly to the marble. The man screamed, nearly passing out from the pain. Chapter 62 Healing Legs. This scene saw Qin Li's face turn pale. He looked at Qin Yang in horror, not expecting that Qin Yang would be so terrifying. Seeing the man pinned to the ground, he felt a physical pain even as a bystander. Terrible. Qin Li thought with horror in his heart. He wanted to escape, but realized that his arms and legs were not at all at his disposal. Even trying to take a step was impossible. Qin Yang said indifferently, "Tell me, who are you?" With Qin Wei's little skill, he can't find a tough guy like you. These people, obviously, are all different. The aura on them was more terrifying than Yi Longfei's men. Unsurprisingly, these people are outlaws, and to be able to gather such a group of outlaws is impossible for Qin Wei yet. He doesn't have that kind of skill or means. "Kill me. Someone will avenge me," the man said coldly. He was in too much pain to die now. Qin Yang didn't bother with him and instead focused on Qin Li. "Looks like you don't know anything about it." Qin Li was slightly stunned. How did Qin Yang know? He didn't know anything about where this group of people came from, except that they were the ones his father was looking for. Seeing Qin Yang staring at him, Qin Li nervously asked, "What are you going to do?" "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you," Qin Yang said. Qin Li was not a little cutie. Instantly heard the meaning of Qin Yang's words. He's going to finish himself off. Realizing this, Qin Li's face went white. "You can't kill me. I'm your own brother. What flows in our bodies is the blood of the Qin family. If you kill me, you'll be scorned by the world," Qin Li said anxiously. He was really intimidated. In front of Qin Yang, he didn't even have a chance to escape. In this situation now, one could only expect that Qin Yang would not dare to make a move to kill himself. But, did Qin Yang really dare not? Qin Li muttered in his heart. With one hand, Qin Yang squeezed Qin Li's neck. Qin Li was so nervous that he directly urinated, and a smell of urine reached the nostrils of the crowd. The man who was nailed to the ground by Qin Yang was in the most pain, because Qin Li's urine flowed directly onto his face. He couldn't break free, and his mouth and nose all smelled like urine. The smell, even beyond the pain, made him sick to his stomach and he kept retching out. All he had to do was retch. His body moved, and then the dagger moved through his body. At this point, the man wanted to die. "Kill me, please." He broke down. "He is much better than you. At least people are not afraid to die. I respect him as a man. I won't kill him," Qin Yang said indifferently. Qin Shui was dumbfounded as she looked at Qin Yang. Where was he trying to spare the other side? He was clearly deliberately torturing the man. This method, it's just disgusting. The main thing was that even if Qin Yang didn't kill him, the other party would still die after being nailed to the ground and bleeding too much. Qin Li, however, was begging for mercy. "Brother, I'm wrong. I'm your own brother. Ah, we are related by blood. Please let me go. You are my own brother. Can you kill your own brother?" "Yes, as long as you let me go, brother. I won't take anything from you. Don't kill me." Qin Li was so nervous that he cried out. "Finished?" Qin Yang asked. Qin Li was stunned, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. He was just about to speak when Qin Yang's voice rang out. "Now that we're done, let's hit the road." Qin Yang exerted force in his hands. Click! Qin Li's neck was broken, and Qin Shui closed her eyes. It wasn't that she was heartbroken for Qin Li. Instead she was more heartbroken for Qin Yang. Hand to hand, killing his own brother, who was a half-brother, but not so different from his own brother, even though he was a half-brother. There was no telling how much psychological pressure it would be for Qin Yang to endure in the future. Rubbish! Casually throwing Qin Li's corpse aside, Qin Yang wiped his hands in disgust. Seeing this scene, Qin Shui suddenly felt that perhaps she was being overly cautious. Finishing off Qin Li, it appeared that there was no psychological burden at all for Qin Yang. Even, Qin Yang was a bit happy, as if he had cleaned out some trash. "Okay, let's go," Qin Yang said. "What about them? Just stay here," Qin Yang said. He then gave Qin Shui a somewhat disgusted look. "I don't want to hold you." Qin Shui glanced at her leg. Her leg was not yet healed. Qin Yang was not willing to carry himself out. Was he going to let himself climb out? Right at this moment, Qin Yang's hand touched Qin Shui's leg. Qin Shui was startled. Had Qin Yang gone crazy? She hurriedly shouted, "You're crazy. I'm your own sister." Qin Yang glanced at Qin Shui and said without any humor, "What are you thinking? Not everyone is an islander. I don't want to carry you back and treat your leg first." Qin Shui was a bit embarrassed. Then she said, "The doctor said, this leg of mine, it won't get better without dozens of days. You'd better carry me out." "Dreaming," Qin Yang said as he began to treat the leg. Soon he switched to another one. Not long after, Qin Yang stood up and said, "All right, let's go." "Okay?" Qin Shui was a bit suspicious, but tried to move his legs anyway. Then, to her surprise, she realized that she could actually move one of her legs. With a disgusted expression, Qin Yang said, "Cheap for you. If not for the fact that I really don't want to hold you or carry you on my back, I wouldn't have treated your legs." Qin Shui looked at Qin Yang with amusement. This mouthy fellow. She knew very well in her heart that the change in Qin Yang's attitude towards himself was mostly due to the fact that he had informed him of something. It was just a matter of raising his hand. But Qin Yang was even willing to come to his rescue. This can be 10,000 times kinder than that of Qin Li. To know that Qin Shui used to be so good to Qin Li, even if she was her own sister, it would be nothing more than that. However, Qin Li wanted to kill her without any hesitation at all. "Thank you, brother," Qin Shui said from the bottom of her heart, touched and guilty. "That's a lot of bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Let's go." Qin Yang skimmed his lips as he headed out. He then flicked his fingers. The place was ablaze with fire, and the whole estate was instantly ablaze. Destroy the body. Although Qin Yang wasn't afraid, he didn't like trouble. Moreover, this matter involved Qin Shui. "How did you do that just now? I can't believe you were that good. Can you teach me?" Qin Shui asked curiously. Qin Yang, however, ignored her and said, "After you go back, continue to sit in a wheelchair and pretend that your leg injury hasn't healed. And with Qin Li and these people dead, if you suddenly have your leg healed again, Qin Weiye will definitely go after you." Hearing Qin Yang's words, Qin Shui busily nodded her head. "Thanks, brother, I know," Qin Shui said. "Don't yell, there's no relationship between us, okay? Sit tight." Qin Yang drove and left the place. Qin Shui sat on the co-pilot. The corner of her mouth sketched out a nice arc. Chapter 63 Looking for an enemy. Leaving Qin Shui in the city, Qin Yang drove away. Qin Shui looked in the direction where she had left with her own eyes. She clenched her small fists. This was a huge breakthrough. Thinking of Qin Yang's command, Qin Shui immediately bought a wheelchair. She sat in her wheelchair and then called the Jiang family to come pick herself up. Jiang Wanro came in person and her eyes were red when she saw Qin Shui. "I kept calling you earlier and no one answered. I thought something had happened to you," Jiang Wanru said. She was a bit crazy now, but she still genuinely liked Qin Shui and Qin Wan. No matter who these two sisters were, if something happened to them, Jiang Wanru wouldn't be able to accept it. Qin Shui immediately said, "Mom, don't worry, I just muted my phone. It's fine." It's good to be fine, just now it all scared me to death. I thought it was Qin Yang that did it to you. Jiang Wanru said through clenched teeth. Qin Shui's heart fluttered and she immediately explained. How could that be? Qin Yang is my own brother. How could he possibly hurt me? Jiang Wanru said disdainfully. What are you babbling about? What happened to your leg? Could it be that you've already forgotten? Qin Shui wanted to tell Jiang Wanru that Qin Yang had already healed her leg. However, she knew Jiang Wanru's attitude towards Qin Yang, so she eventually held back. It's better to wait a while before you tell your mother. In time, I hope that the relationship between mother and son has eased. Come on, Mom, we'd better get back. I'm a little tired. Well, we're going home, Jiang Wanru said. Also, Mom, you should strengthen your own security lately. I always feel that there's something wrong with Dad, and I'm worried that he'll do something to hurt you, Qin Shui said. Jiang Wanru was shaken. She stared at Qin Shui and suddenly asked, when did you change your wheelchair? Qin Shui was shaken as she immediately said, the floor was just changed today. Mom, you probably didn't notice. Jiang Wanru was a bit puzzled, but didn't say anything, just looked thoughtful. Qin Shui was nervous in her heart, and she didn't know if her mother believed her words. She knew Jiang Wanru's character. If she told her mother about this now, she would immediately flip out with her father. At that point, I'm afraid my own so-called father will go after all of them. Thinking of this, Qin Shui sighed in her heart. If the relationship with Qin Yang hadn't fallen apart, with Qin Yang protecting them, they wouldn't have to worry. Unfortunately, in this world, there are no pills of regret for sale. Jiang Wanru and Qin Shui each had their own thoughts and returned to the Jiang family. And at this moment, Qin Yang directly made a call to King Kong. What is it that you want with your Aunt Me, Godstalker? King Kong asked. Find out what's behind Qin Wei. He made a move on Qin Shui today. Some outlaws, not the ones he could recruit. Qin Yang said. Okay, no problem. I'll check it now, half an hour at most, and give you the information. After King Kong finished speaking, he immediately began to do so. Next to King Kong, the sleepy-eyed Qin Han looked at King Kong suspiciously and asked, what is it? There's a bit of a problem with Qin Wei, but don't worry, it's minor. I'll have someone check it out, King Kong said. Qin Han nodded and said, that guy doesn't look like a good person, so it's also more practical to find out. King Kong immediately arranged it. Qin Yang, on the other hand, came to where Ji Daodu was. Ji Daodu was still live. Qin Yang from behind Ji Daodu hugged Ji Daodu. This caused the inside of the live stream to explode. As Ji Daodu's fortune-telling became more and more accurate, she was now famous. Inside the live room, there were thousands of people at any given time. There are also some people who are fans of Ji Daodu because of her looks. Suddenly seeing Ji Daodu so close to a man was a little too much to bear. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how can there be a man? My goddess? Who is that dog man? I'm going to duel him, and the winner has the beans. Dog man, let go of your doggy paws and let me. Off the charts. What a metaphysical doujinshi. I think it's a lust woman doujinshi. The inside of the broadcast room exploded, but there are some old fans that explain it to everyone. Originally, people had a man in Bean. Yeah, this is the older brother of the former Pungal one. Daodu's heaven-defined husband. It's not like Daodu people are playing the single persona. You guys have some drama too much. Disenchantment is disenchantment. Fans like you guys, Daodu doesn't care. Seeing that there were more and more comments on the live broadcast, some people even started arguing. Ji Daodu smiled and said, gentlemen, I am a fortune-telling anchor. Other things, it has nothing to do with me. This is my man. Everyone can accept it. If you can't accept it, just take off the powder. At once, a set of people went right off the rails. There were also some people who asked Ji Daodu to refund their money. Apparently all of them had rewarded a lot. There's no way to get a refund. Don't even think about it. Ji Daodu said directly. Those people beeped again and she kicked them right out of the anchor booth. Friends, my man's here. Got some things to do. Off the air for now. After that, Ji Daodu went off the air. She turned off the camera and turned around to wrap her arms around Qin Yang's neck. The two were passionate. Soon they were entangled. It was not until the end of the cultivation that Ji Daodu said, you smell like blood. Killed someone? Qin Yang knew that he couldn't hide this kind of thing from Ji Daodu. He nodded and recounted what had just happened. Ji Daodu pinched one hand and projected. That Qin Wei is really vicious. Even his own daughter is underhanded. However, the person behind him is not simple. The hegemon of the entire northern part of the southern province, TSK, he wants to annex the Qin family, then borrow the business of the Qin family to take down the southern city, and then march into the southern part of the southern province. I know who it is, Qin Yang said. Sonny who? Underworld overlords of the entire northern part of the southern province. He took the northern part of the southern province, but the southern part of the southern province, which was blocked by the southern city, prevented him from coveting it. Therefore, Sunny Hu thought of a way to take the southern city. He was still quite discreet and didn't make a big deal out of it at all. If the Qin family was succeeded by Qin Wei, the entire South City would quickly fall into the hands of Sunny Hu. By the time Yi Longfei realized it, it was too late for anything. It's just a few mortals. Just kill them, Ji Daoda said. She looked calm, and when her mouth said killed, it didn't feel out of place at all. Qin Yang smiled. In the eyes of a cultivator, those people really weren't enough to look at. Why the hell are you live? Qin Yang suddenly asked. Looking for an enemy, Ji Daoda said, not hiding his intentions. Use your body as bait to increase your exposure. As soon as the group of people who exterminated the Ji clan find out, they will go after you, and you will be able to find them to take revenge. Qin Yang said. Brilliant, Jido said. It's too dangerous. Qin Yang looked a bit serious. Chapter 64 Incompetent Rage. Ji Daodu, however, laughed. It might have been a bit before, but now that I have you, I naturally don't have to worry. Qin Yang shook his head and said, it's still not good. I don't feel confident. Do you have a little information about those people? Hand it over to me. I'll check it out for you, but it can't be that risky. Ji Daodu hugged Qin Yang and nibbled on his face before saying, don't worry. Back then, our Ji family, although a little bit of strength, but it is only good at projecting, not yet into the immortal path. Now I have already built the foundation. Those who destroyed our Ji family, but are just mortal dust martial artists. Even if they find them, I am not afraid of them. Qin Yang, however, was somewhat unimpressed. He stared at Ji Daodu and asked, with your projection ability, you haven't even found the whereabouts of the enemy by now. Do you really think that the people who exterminated the Ji family are just a bunch of ordinary people? Ji Daodu was shaken. She raised her head and looked at Qin Yang. In this case, leave it to me, and you don't go back on air, Qin Yang said. Seeing Qin Yang's firm tone, Ji Daodu thought for a moment before saying, good. If it wasn't an ordinary person who was also a cultivator, her strength at the foundation establishment level, although not bad, the other party might be stronger. Things that were not as simple as he thought. Qin Yang didn't talk nonsense and directly dialed by Yun Guan's phone number. Apprentice, miss your master? Old White Cloud said. Qin Yang said, Master, help me check something. Sure enough, you rebellious disciple, there is no such thing as not thinking of your master. Tell me, what is it that you want to find out? Old White Cloud said. The Ji family in the Dragon Kingdom was exterminated. I suspect that it was the work of cultivators. Please help me find out the identities of those people. Master, Qin Yang said. Old Taoist White Cloud was shaken. Why are you going to look into this? Old White Cloud asked. The only bloodline of the Ji family is now my woman. Qin Yang explained. Mama Batch, dare to bully Old Taoist's disciple daughter-in-law. Sinful disciple. This matter is wrapped up in Old Taoist. I'll go find that group of people. Thank you, Master. Qin Yang thanked him. Old Taoist White Cloud smiled and said, bring your disciples and daughters-in-law back to see your master sometime. White Cloud View is only 20 kilometers from where you live. Tomorrow, Qin Yang laughed. He had heard from his master's words that he knew about his having several women. This is the good sinful disciple of the master. Okay, hang up. The master went to check on the Ji family's matter. I will give you the answer tomorrow. Bai Yun Lao Dao hung up the phone. Qin Yang revealed a smile as he said to Ji Daodu, it's done. We'll know the answer tomorrow? Well, the old Taoist priest has his hand in the sky. This matter, for others, may not be able to find out at all, but with my master's hand in the matter, this matter is nothing more than a lift of the hand. Ji Daodu staggered. How powerful is Qin Yang's master? Let's go out now, Ji Daodu said anxiously. Qin Yang, go buy gifts. I'm meeting my parents tomorrow. I'm a bit nervous. By the way, call Nuan Yu and the girls and tell them to come over as well. We can't favor one over the other, Ji Daodu said. Qin Yang raised his thumb. Other than that alone makes Ji Daodu very poised. He called Su Nuan Yu and the girls. When Su Nuan Yu heard this, she immediately agreed. Even if there were things that were even more urgent, this matter, which concerned going to see Qin Yang's master, she still had to make time for it. I'll pass, Du Li said thoughtfully, blankly glancing at Du Li. Su Nuyu said without any good humor, how can you not go? You are also Qin Yang's woman. But, Du Li still wanted to say something, but as a result, Su Nuyu pulled her back and said, alright, no more nonsense, let's hurry up and get going. Qin Yang and the others have already departed. In the famous big commercial building in the South City, Qin Yang and the others met here. It is home to many luxury brands. Qin Yang personally selected some things, and then a few people paid for them separately. Are you sure, master? His old man likes these things? Su Nuanyu said with an odd expression. It wasn't that she questioned Qin Yang, it was mainly because the things that Qin Yang had picked were really a bit unimaginable to her. All kinds of men's clothing, suits and pants, branded shoes, even Qin Yang asked her to look for connections and find a ticket for the lingerie show. There are also some peripheral products for actresses. These things are really not what a high person should like. Unfortunately, it can't be given away. Otherwise, I'd like to give Master a beautiful woman to save him from being so lonely every day. Qin Yang sighed. The three were speechless. At once, their sense of anticipation for old Taoist White Cloud was instantly pulled down to a very low level. They couldn't imagine how such a master could have taught such a powerful disciple as Qin Yang. My master is the odd man out, with the most spontaneous personality, Qin Yang explained. The crowd reluctantly accepted his explanation. Subsequently, Qin Yang bought a lot more wine. By the time they got back, all this stuff, they could have hauled a truckload of it. Almost, Qin Yang said. The crowd was speechless. These things, which seem like a lot, didn't actually cost much. All three can afford it. Even Dooley, although she was nominally a bodyguard, she had a share in Sunwon Yu's company. She wasn't sure herself how much money she had in her bank card right now, but a conservative estimate is in the 10 figures. These things, to them, are nothing. Just then, Dooley's cell phone rang. She read the number on it and frowned, then walked over and picked up the phone. Qin Yang's ears twitched slightly before he raised an eyebrow. He definitely didn't mean to eavesdrop. He just had too good an ear. Soon, Dooley approached. Despite the smile on his face, he always gave off a sullen vibe. Is there something going on? If you can't handle it, I can help you, Qin Yang said. Dooley shook her head. She smiled and said, where's the matter? I'm now a land goddess, the strongest existence amongst martial artists. What else can't be solved? Qin Yang did not continue to ask. Anyway, if you find a problem when the time comes, just help yourself to it. Qin Yang, you did it right? How did you get off? Right at this moment, a roar came out as Qin Weiya rushed over from not far away, and while roaring angrily, one of his hands was about to grab at Qin Yang's neck. Before Qin Yang could do anything, Ji Daoda kicked Qin Weiya away. She said with dissatisfaction, trying to hurt Qin Yang in front of me. What are you thinking? Qin Weiya gritted his teeth and angrily looked at Qin Yang with eyes like he was looking at an enemy. Qin Yang stared at him indifferently and did not say anything. Only the eyes that did not contain any emotion caused Qin Weiya to shiver. Only then did Qin Weiya react. He took a deep breath, his eyes still a little red as he stared at Qin Yang and said, you know what I'm talking about, right? I killed them, but unfortunately, you can't avenge them. You can only be impotent and furious. Qin Yang's voice rang out, which caused Qin Weiya's face to turn pale. Chapter 65 Calling on the Big Brother. Qin Weiya's face turned pale as he stared at Qin Yang and asked coldly, why, don't you know yourself? Qin Yang asked rhetorically. Qin Weiya took a deep breath. It was then clear to him that Qin Yang was afraid that he knew everything. Now that you know, you still dare to make a move on Shaoli. Do you not want to live? Yeah, why don't you call and ask the guy behind you and see if he still answers the phone? Qin Yang smiled faintly. Qin Weiya's face changed. He didn't understand what Qin Yang meant. Still, he took out his cell phone and dialed. The cell phone rang, but no one answered. This caused Qin Weiya's expression to change drastically. He called several times in rapid succession. All the same, how come? Qin Weiya looked at Qin Yang incredulously. Sunny who right, has disappeared. This kind of scum, just kill it, Qin Yang said. King Kong was afraid to make a move after checking out the other side. He knew King Kong's character too well, and in the face of the Dragon Pavilion, the district's one underground force didn't even have the ability to resist, and was instantly exterminated. Qin Weiya turned pale. The more he understood Qin Yang, the more he felt that Qin Yang was terrifying. The disappearance of Sunny Hu had further caused him to feel alarmed about Qin Yang's ability. If you're so capable, why did you come back to recognize us? Qin Weiya asked in a trembling voice. Qin Yang glanced at him and said indifferently, my parents gave birth to me. I naturally have to return this favor and recognize you guys. If you treat me well, I will naturally guard you for the rest of your lives, so that you will be clothed and fed, and your hearts will be fulfilled. If you don't like me, it's just right that I take this opportunity to completely break off my family's love, and completely break off this layer of karma. Obviously, Qin Weiya and the others chose the second path. They are not good for Qin Yang. Therefore, Qin Yang also chose to sever his kinship with them. Just a stranger from now on. So it is. Only then did Qin Weiya realize what Qin Yang was thinking. Did you already know that you were thrown away by me just to keep Qin Li and the Qin family? Qin Weiya suddenly asked. I knew it when I came back, but I wouldn't have said anything about it if you were guilty and kind to me. But unfortunately, it's a shame what? That's something that Qin Weiya knows very well. It's a shame that he's not nice to Qin Yang and the whole family is not nice to Qin Yang. Therefore, Qin Yang revealed this secret. The entire Qin family, too, began to fall apart, and Qin Yang took the opportunity to jump out. All of this was brought on by Qin Weiya and the others. But you shouldn't have killed Qin Li either. He was your own brother. Qin Weiya said bitterly. I'm just acting on behalf of the heavens. What kind of reasoning is it that you can let Qinli kill Qin Shui, but I can't kill Qinli? Could it be that all the reasoning in this world is for you alone? When these words came out, the crowd was all surprised. Soon Yu couldn't help but say, Qin Weiye, are you crazy? A tiger's poison doesn't eat its son. Crazy man. Qin Yang hates you guys so much that he didn't even put a hit on you, and you're even trying to kill your own daughter. Dooley said incredulously as well. Qin Weiye laughed out loud as he looked disdainful. Daughter? It's just a piece of rotten meat born from a woman I don't love. Just kill it. Qinli is my son. Everyone else is rotten meat. They all deserve to die. Crazy. Ji Daoda shook her head, then kicked Qin Weiye's body, sending him flying out a long way, falling to the ground and passing out. Want to finish him off? I'll do it. You don't have to. It's your real father after all. Ji Daoda said. Qin Yang shook his head and said, there's no need. Sometimes it's better for people to live than to die. I'll let him stay alive and then suffer the pain. If killing Qin Weiye would make him suffer more, Qin Yang didn't even need Ji Daoda to say anything. He would have done it himself. But now in this situation, as long as Qin Weiye lives, he will suffer even more. So, killing him would be cheap. Qin Yang is letting him live and suffer. Then, let everything he had be taken away from Qin Weiye. Killing and killing is nothing more than that. Go, Qin Yang said. The three women, looking at each other, didn't dare say anything else. They felt that Qin Yang was definitely not in a very good mood right now. After getting into the car, Qin Yang looked at them strangely and asked, why are your expressions so gloomy? Dooley hesitated for a moment, but still said, are you sad? If you're sad, just cry it out. It's better. Yeah, don't hold it in. None of us are outsiders. No one will laugh at you. Ji Daoda chimed in. Sun Yu also nodded. Qin Yang said strangely, why should I be sad? Qin Weiye treated you that way? Aren't you sad? Dooley asked. Qin Yang smiled and said, from the time I can remember, I was surrounded by my master. My master raised me and taught me all my skills. He is the closest person to me. I don't lack fatherly love. Master, in his mind, was equal to his father. As for Qin Weiye, in my eyes, it's just a stranger with a blood relationship. Even counted as an enemy, how could I be saddened by an enemy? A little blood relationship is just that. What does it count for? Qin Yang continued. Within his expression, he really didn't care at all. Only then did a few people believe that what Qin Yang said was true. Seeing that he really didn't care, everyone was relieved. Okay, let's go home, tonight, and get some rest. Aha. The three women nodded. They, however, hadn't thought about Qin Yang's so-called good rest, was taking a break from them all. Only after tossing and turning until morning did Qin Yang get up refreshed. Let's go and meet the master, Qin Yang said. All three shook their heads, and they decided to go over in the afternoon. Why? Qin Yang asked suspiciously. You animal, Dooley said and went to catch up on her sleep. So did the other two. They also realized that wanting to be alone, monopolizing Qin Yang, did not seem possible. He can toss people. This guy, he's basically an animal. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that they set out and arrived at the White Cloud Temple. Three girls, thinking they were going to see a bunch of Taoist priests. As a result, he found that after he arrived, a group of people dressed in black suits stood there, headed by an old man with crane hair and a straight spine. Seeing them get out of the car, the dozens of people behind the old man bowed together and shouted, greetings to eldest senior brother. Sun Yu and the others were startled. That's too much pizzazz. Inexplicably a bit of an underworld boss. They hadn't expected that Qin Yang's prestige in the division was so high. Chapter 66 Dooley's Parents. Hello three sisters-in-law. The next moment, dozens of people shouted. Even Sun Yu, at this moment, was somewhat stunned and at a loss for words. Asterisk 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 off. Scaring my wives. Qin Yang cursed. Okay, dozens of people, scattered. This was a relief to all three. It was the first time they had seen such a scene, and they were all a bit unable to carry it. However, Qin Yang had too much prestige in the division. Master, you're just going to mess around, letting them make a whole place like this. If you don't know, you'll think that our White Cloud Temple isn't a good person, Qin Yang said. Old Taoist White Cloud laughed. Isn't this to give you face? Let the three disciples-in-law know your status in the White Cloud Temple. Old Taoist White Cloud said with a smile. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. He definitely didn't believe it. The old man did it on purpose. You have come to meet the master. Sun Yu and the girls walked over. Good day, master. The three shouted together. Incredibly well behaved. Even the usually wild and untamed Dooley, the kind that blew up spikes with Qin Yang from time to time, at this moment, was also honest. Old Taoist White Cloud smiled, nodded, and said, hello guys, you're Yu, you're Dooley, and you're Ji Daoda, right? Upon hearing Old Taoist White Cloud's words, the three of them immediately stared in disbelief. How did the master know himself and the others? Could it be that Qin Yang had sent his picture over first? Qin Yang, however, shook his head and said, "It's not me. Master is skillful and has many means. It's not difficult for him to know your identities." "So it is." It dawned on the three. Just then, old Taoist White Cloud said, "All right, let's not talk about that for now. Go in." "Master, that one is a gift we brought. I hope you don't mind." Sun Wan Yu pointed at a truck. She was a little embarrassed. Sun Wan Yu's words were really not polite. "They're a lot of stuff, but they're really not very valuable." In Sun Yu's view, when she and the others came to see their master, they should at least send the kind of extremely precious goodies, the kind that could easily cost hundreds or tens of millions of dollars, to be appropriate. These things, they seemed so cheap. For his part, old Taoist Bai Yun's eyes lit up as he smiled and said, "Not bad, I like it a lot. This was picked by that kid Qin Yang. Right, he is the one who knows what I like the most." Seeing old Taoist White Cloud say this, they were finally relieved. When the three came to meet old Taoist Bai Yun, they all had the feeling of meeting their in-laws. They knew very well that although old Taoist Bai Yun was only Qin Yang's master, there was no difference between him and his father in his heart. If he wanted to gain the approval of old Taoist Bai Yun, he naturally couldn't make him angry. "Come on, let's go inside," old Taoist White Cloud said with a smile. Just then, a few cars stopped outside of the White Cloud Temple, and then a group of people came down from above. On their bodies, they all exuded a strong aura, and at a glance, they were not ordinary people. Seeing them appear, Du Li's face changed violently. The other party also saw Du Li and instantly took a big step forward. "Why are you here, you rebellious daughter?" A woman in her 40s, pointing at Du Li, shouted. Du Li took a deep breath, then walked over and called out, "Mom and Dad, is this Du Li's family?" The woman pointed at Du Li with an unpleasant expression and said coldly, "I told you to prepare the place. We will come to South City today. Why are you here? Did someone tell you that we are looking for Taoist White Cloud, and you want to come over and cause trouble?" Du Li couldn't help but retort, "Mom, what are you talking about? I've already arranged a hotel. I didn't even know you guys would come to Baiyunguan. Didn't you guys say you'd arrive at night?" The woman sneered, "I'm still afraid that you'll spoil your brother's good deed." Du Li gritted his teeth in anger. From a young age this mother favored her brother, and he was like a blade of grass, worthless in her eyes. "What are you doing here?" the man beside the woman said. He was in his early 50s, tall and unruffled, and was obviously of no low status. Du Li could only reply, "I'm here to see an elder." "Elder?" The man looked skeptical. "How come I don't know my Du family has any relatives here? How dare you lie?" After saying that, the man slapped at Du Li's face. Du Li was startled and she closed her eyes. It wasn't that she didn't know how to fight back, it was mostly because she was used to being beaten as a child, coupled with the fact that the person who had struck was her father. Du Li had no intention of fighting back. Just as the man's slap was about to land on Du Li's face, a hand grabbed his slap. "It hurts. Let go." The man was shocked and angry. He was a grandmaster martial artist, but he was actually held by a junior and couldn't even break free. A dangerous light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. He didn't say anything, he just fiercely embraced. Click! The man's arm was twisted. Without waiting for him to react, Qin Yang kicked him out. The man lay on the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The rest of the Du family was taken aback. They nervously ran to the man and helped him up. Qin Yang stared at them coldly and said indifferently, "I can't even afford to hit her, but you guys dare to bully her? Du Li, you rebellious daughter, how dare you let someone beat your father?" The woman was furious and cursed at Du Li. Snap! A slap sound rang out and a clear slap mark appeared on the woman's face. She covered her face and looked at Qin Yang with eyes filled with fear. No one saw how Qin Yang struck. Even Du Hong, who was a patriarch, was the same. "Who are you? How dare you hit my parents? Do you know where this place is?" A youth stood out, 18 or 19 years old, and scolded Qin Yang sternly. This person was no other than Du Li's younger brother, Du Ziteng. Qin Yang smiled faintly and asked, "What is this place?" "This is the White Cloud Temple. It's the place of Taoist Master Bai Yun's cultivation. Taoist Master Bai Yun is a wunderkind amongst the people of cultivation. You dare to beat up people in his territory. You don't want to live?" Qin Yang snorted and said disdainfully, "How come I didn't know that the White Cloud sect even had such a rule?" Du Ziteng laughed coldly. "Bai Yun Guan is not there, but you beat up the parents of the disciples of Bai Yun Dao Master. Do you think he will let you go? The parents of the disciple of the White Cloud Taoist Master? Which one?" Qin Yang asked in amusement. Du Ziteng smiled proudly and said, "I've passed the Taoist Master's test. This time I came here to formally pay my respects to the Master. When I become the Taoist Master's disciple and cultivate the immortal technique, you and that woman, Du Li, you're all going to die." Du Li couldn't help it, she chided. "Du Ziteng, what are you talking about?" "Oh, Du Li, you money loser. Haven't you always wondered why mom and dad have been treating you so poorly when you're both mom and dad's children? Du Ziting said with a cold smile. Why? Dully's mind tightened. Was her years of doubt about to be solved? Chapter 67 fated to have a brother. Tam, don't talk nonsense. The woman opened her mouth. Du Ziting, however, smiled and said, Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry. I'll soon be a disciple of Baiyin Taoist master, and I'll still be an immortal on high in the future, so I don't have to worry about that much. Du Hong two couples, which did not stop. At this time, Du Ziting said, because you're not mom and dad's child. Mom and dad didn't have a child back then. They looked for a high-ranking person, and after forgetting about it, they adopted you from inside the orphanage. You're not a member of the Du family at all. What? Du Li paled. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about it, but it was still a bit much to take after getting confirmation. Today, you dare to let someone beat up mom and dad. From today onwards, you are not the daughter of our Du family. Du Ziting laughed sardonically. Du Li paled and stumbled a bit. This made Du Ziting look fastidious. Qin Yang's gaze fell on Du Hang's husband and wife and asked, You guys think the same way? They were a little hairy from Qin Yang's look, but still said, Not bad, this rebellious daughter. We have raised her for 20 years. Even if she doesn't know how to return the favor, she is not obedient at all. We asked her to marry the Qi family's family head and she was not willing to do so. We have long since stopped wanting her. Du Li said angrily, The head of the Qi family is over 70 years old? You are trying to ruin me by making me marry him. It's so shameless. Sun Wan Yu, although she had been a sister to Du Li for many years, but it was still a shock to hear Du Li say that. All these things, Du Li didn't tell her. Shameless, Ji Doubta said. Humph, you're just a cheap bastard adopted from inside an orphanage. It's your honor to marry Master Qi. You actually dare to disagree, causing the Qi family to ask questions about our Du family. You simply deserve to die, the woman said. Qin Yang raised his hand and there was a crisp ringing sound. The woman covered her mouth and her face was covered in blood. A mouthful of teeth, moreover, was shattered by the slap, and Qin Yang's action also shook the hearts of the Du family. The Big Dipper's aura is externalized. This is an innate powerhouse. This girl, Du Li, had climbed up to an innate powerhouse, and hadn't even told herself in advance that she was deliberately counting on herself to embarrass her family. When they thought about it, they looked at Du Li with anger in their eyes. Good enough. When I worship the White Cloud Taoist master, all of you will die. You can't worship, Qin Yang said indifferently. Ha, who do you think you are? Can you be the master of White Cloud Taoist? Du Ziting was full of disdain. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, The White Cloud Taoist master you are talking about is none other than my master. And as I am the eldest disciple of the White Cloud Guan, if the master accepts a disciple without my nodding his head, he won't even agree. This was said in front of old Taoist White Cloud. Between the two of them, it was not a simple master-disciple bond, but the same as father and son. Being the lord of one's own father and rejecting an outsider is not a problem when placed in the midst of 99% of families, I believe. Moreover, at that time, how much effort and energy Taoist Master Bai Yun had spent for Qin Yang to survive. No one else could even think about it. It is natural that the depth of feeling between the two is self-evident. The Du family froze. Du Ziting pointed at Qin Yang and then couldn't help but burst out laughing. The rest of the Du family inexplicably looked at Du Ziting. The other party was a disciple of Master Bai Yun. How could he still laugh? In their place, I'm afraid they'd be in a crying mood right now. What are you laughing at? Du Hong asked. I'm laughing at him being ridiculous. White Cloud View's senior brother. That's a godlike character. How could he look at Du Li? What kind of woman can't he get? Du Ziting laughed maniacally. Taoist White Cloud shook his head. How did this guy pass the test? With such a heart, how could one become his disciple? Just then, a surprised voice rang out. Master, eldest brother, why haven't you guys gone in yet? It was a man in his early 30s with a respectful face. Seeing the man appear, Du Ziting excitedly shouted, Senior brother Lu, it's me, I'm Du Ziting. Lu Min caught a glimpse of Du Ziting and thought for half a day before he realized. It's you, Du Ziting, the kid from the Du family. You came to enroll, why don't you go in? Du Ziting just wanted to point at Qin Yang and say that he assaulted his family. Suddenly he thought of what Lu Min had just called him, and a tremor ran through his heart. Senior brother Lu, what did you just call out to him and that old man? Lu Min instantly sank his face and chided. Shut up, that's master and eldest brother. The White Cloud Guan Observatory Master and Young Observatory Master. You'd better speak respectfully to them. Du Ziting was dumbfounded. What Qin Yang said was surprisingly true. Du Li was surprisingly really looked upon by the White Cloud View senior brother and became his woman. Doesn't matter, whatever he's respectful about, Qin Yang said. Lu Min smiled and said, eldest senior brother is just down to earth. No, what I mean is that he doesn't deserve to be a disciple of the White Cloud sect. Get rid of him for me, and in the future, If there's another such commodity chosen, you can get out too, Qin Yang said coldly. Lu Min's smile faltered, terrified in his heart. He looked at Du Ziting angrily. What have you done to eldest brother and master? No, eldest brother is my brother-in-law, and my sister is eldest brother's woman, Du Ziting said hurriedly. Lu Min looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Qin Yang said indifferently, not anymore. Du Li is the adopted daughter of the Du family, there is no blood relationship, and just now, they have already kicked your sister-in-law out of looking at the Du family and severed the relationship. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Lu Min's face sank, and he instantly knew what to do. Alright, you guys can go back. The White Cloud Temple doesn't accept disciples like you, Lu Min said. He was disgruntled in his heart. These guys who didn't know any better almost caused him to be expelled from the division by his eldest senior brother. Thinking about this, Lu Min's eyes were practically murderous. Get out. Now get out immediately and don't let me see you guys again, Lu Min cursed. And at this time, Du Hong's couple also reacted, and they were instantly anxious. Du Hong even shouted, rebellious daughter, you immediately let the White Cloud View senior brother withdraw his order and let your brother join the White Cloud View, or I will beat you to death. Not bad, we've raised you for so many years, you can't be envious of us. Hurry up and plead for Xiao Tang so that we still recognize you as a daughter of the Du family and you'll still be our Du family's eldest young lady. A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Du Li's mouth. Now they know to beg? You guys have just expelled me from the Du family. I have no relationship with you guys anymore, so don't say I'm your daughter again, Du Li said coldly. She wasn't going to compromise. Knowing her own life, and thinking about what had happened to her over the years, Du Li was disappointed in her heart. Seeing that Du Li didn't listen, Du Hong and the others got anxious. Du Li, you can't be like this. Are you not going to repay us for all the years of raising you? If it wasn't for us taking you out of the orphanage, where would you have the scenery you have now? It's you who owes us, Du Hong shouted. Qin Yang laughed coldly. Whether she owes you or not, you all know in your hearts. Why did you adopt Du Li back then? Don't you have any idea? The Du Hong couple panicked. Du Hong said even more nervously, we just saw her as poor, so we adopted her. What purpose can we have? Qin Yang smiled as he stared at Du Ziting and said, the two of you are destined to have no children, so you got someone to do some math and found a way to crack it, which is to adopt a child who is destined to have a younger brother, so that you can give birth to your own heir. Am I right? I can't believe there's such a thing. Sun Wan Yu and the girls were stunned. So, this son of yours, he is here because of Du Li. It is you who owe her. Not only have you not been thankful all these years, but you have also bullied Du Li at every turn, and now you have expelled him from the Du family. Have you ever thought that this son of yours can still be saved? Qin Yang smiled faintly. Husband and wife, their scalps went numb. They understood what Qin Yang meant. The two were a little creeped out. If anything happens to Du Zitung, I'm afraid they don't want to live. Xiao Li, mom and dad were wrong. You go back to the Du family. You are still our Du family's first lady, our daughter. We will treat you like our own daughter from now on, the woman said nervously. Get rid of them, or break their legs and throw them all out of South City, Qin Yang said coldly. He then turned away with the crowd. Du Hong and the others tried to chase after them, only to be stopped by Lu Min. Du Ziting looked angrily at Lu Min and roared, Lu Min, you have received benefits from us. Are you not afraid that we will tell your eldest senior brother and Taoist White Cloud about this matter? Receiving things is allowed by senior brother. He once said that when choosing a disciple, if the other party sends things, then they will receive them. It's useless for you to talk about it, Lu Min said easily. He's my brother-in-law. Even if he's angry now, after we repair our relationship with my sister, he'll listen to our family. If you treat us like this, be careful that I'll find my brother-in-law to complain in the future. Du Ziting opened his mouth to threaten. Lu Min snorted and said, you want to eat? What kind of person is big senior brother? Still want to repair the relationship? You guys didn't die. It's already the big senior brother who has shown mercy. If you dare to go around in front of him again, your family, none of you will survive. The people of the Du family, their faces changed wildly. Chapter 68. Where are you flying? We're family. He's my brother-in-law, Du Ziting said. Not bad. We just had some conflicts with Shaoli just now. As long as we are willing to apologize, Shaoli will still recognize us, and then we and your senior brother will be a family. You'd better think clearly about the consequences of offending us, Du Hong said. Rolling or not, Lu Min said coldly. The Du family couldn't help but glare at Lu Min. A chill surged through Lu Min's body, including Du Hong, a patriarch. He shivered. He immediately understood that there was really no way to compare himself, these martial artists, with the immortal cultivators, and that if he stayed here any longer, he would definitely be cleaned up. Realizing this, Du Hong hurriedly said, we'll leave now. Don't be angry. After saying that, Du Hong left with his family. Du Ziting and the others were still indignant. However, Du Hong glared at them and told them to keep quiet before getting into the car. Hubby, we're just leaving? He won. Duli's adoptive mother couldn't help but ask. Du Hong said coldly, of course we can't just let it go. This is Xiao Tong's chance. No one can let him lose this chance. He said with a bitter smile, what else can we do? Now that Wild Girl's man is the White Cloud Temple's senior brother, and if he doesn't allow our Xiaotong to worship the White Cloud Temple, Xiaotong won't be able to become a disciple of the White Cloud Temple. Du Hong sneered twice and said disdainfully, that dead girl. She is just a little bit hardened. Tonight, I will call her and say a few good words. Her attitude will be softened. So let her let that White Cloud View senior brother let you worship the mountain gate. What if she doesn't listen? Du Ziting was a little worried. How dare she? We gave her everything, so why should she disobey us? He said coldly with a glare. Du Ziting was relieved. Mom and Dad, you're wonderful. Alright, let's go find a place to rest for a while. And your father's injuries, too, need to be treated. Speaking here, he said coldly, when that what's-his-name White Cloud View senior brother gets tired of playing with Dooley, then let's see how I'm going to teach her a lesson. A feral seed who also dares to turn against the heavens. Not bad. She must be taught a good lesson so that she knows what it means to have a high heaven. Du Ziting chimed in. In the White Cloud View, Daoist White Cloud looked at the three girls with satisfaction. He had his disciples serve tea, and then one of them gave a jade pendant. The three had wanted to push back. As a result, Qin Yang immediately said, you guys put it away? It's a good thing that can save your life. This jade talisman that protects the body is difficult to refine and can block 3 deathly calamities. There are some rich people who couldn't get one for the price of one. Now, Taoist Master Bai Yun had 3 pieces in one go, thus showing how much he favored Qin Yang. Under the love of the house, naturally, it is also good for his women. Keep it. Our family still has a bit of heritage. These things are not considered good. When Qin Yang takes you, and you enter the Taoist sect, and you have a certain level of cultivation, Master will give you better ones. Taoist White Cloud laughed. Thank you, Master. Soon Wan Yu and the girls thanked and finally took it. At this time, Bai Yun Taoist Master said to Qin Yang, Xiao Yang, your parents' destiny is thin. There is no need to be too extravagant, but in this life your confidants are destined to be many. Don't treat them thinly. Don't worry, Master, I'll treat them all well, and absolutely protect them with my life. Qin Yang said. Taoist White Cloud smiled. He looked at the dome of the sky and said, the one who killed Daodu's family is an extremely mysterious organization. If you go up against them, don't have any mercy. See one and kill the other until you have eliminated them. Master, which organization is it? Qin Yang asked. God of the Hunt. It's them. Qin Yang moved. The organization that his own master, who was bent on destroying, had been unable to find the other side. It hadn't occurred to me that this God of the Hunt was the murderer who had exterminated the Ji Daoda family. In the battle back then, I crippled the God of Hunt, but they escaped some people. I didn't expect that it's only been a few decades, and they revived. Even more mysterious. Even I can't find them now, but I counted. You and them, there will be a battle. Old White Cloud said. Why aren't you the one fighting them, Master? Qin Yang asked with some surprise. People in the sky don't care about mortal matters. Old Taoist White Cloud laughed. Master, are you dying? Qin Yang said in surprise. Old Taoist White Cloud directly gave him a pop. Qin Yang's white eyes rolled and he was almost knocked unconscious. He looked sadly at his master, but he was the only one who had a full-fledged senior apprentice, and he didn't know how to be gentle with his hands, so he wasn't afraid that there would be no one to give him a final send-off. Old Taoist White Cloud sighed and said, I'm about to go up. Ascension? Qin Yang was shocked. He looked incredulously at the White Cloud Elder Taoist. Don't tell me that you can really become immortal by cultivating? And you're going to become immortal? Seeing Qin Yang's shocked face, the crowd looked odd. Could it be that Qin Yang had been practicing monasticism but didn't think that monasticism could lead to immortality? Right. Taoist White Cloud said as a matter of course. Master, why don't you take us all with you? As the saying goes, when one man wins, a chicken and a dog can rise. Can you bear to leave your disciple to suffer in this world? Qin Yang rushed over and directly hugged Taoist White Cloud's thigh. Roll. Taoist White Cloud kicked Qin Yang out. He said in a bad mood. I've given you all my inheritance. Your talent is even stronger than mine. I can even ascend. You still want me to bring it with me? Have some backbone, okay? Qin Yang thought about it for a moment. He stood up at once and said, Master, you're going up. You can hand over all your belongings. There's no use for you to bring them up anyway. Leave them below for the disciples. This is the key to the treasury. Take it. And those disciples throughout the White Cloud Temple. They are all the men that Master trained for you, lest you be bullied after Master left you. Old White Cloud said. Just at this time, Qin Yang, however, laughed coldly and said, All right, Master, Don't try to fool me. What ascension? It's all bull *******. Just stay inside the White Cloud sightseeing honestly. You don't believe it? Taoist White Cloud narrowed his eyes. Xin Yang smiled faintly and said, the end of the pre-Qin era, the absolute heaven and earth passes through. Before that, there may be so little possibility that one can really become immortal, but now the so-called becoming immortal. But it's all just a bull *******. You said that you want to disintegrate your corpse or soldier. I can still believe a little. You said that you want to fly up. Where are you going to fly to? White Cloud Taoist. It's not a good thing to have an apprentice who's too smart. I have no objection to your wanting to try a new path. But how can a new path be opened when the old one has not been exhausted? You wait some years and I will explore the old path. Xin Yang said. Okay. After a long time, Taoist White Cloud finally agreed. That's a good master for an apprentice. Come and smile. Off. Taoist Master Bai Yun said without a trace of anger. Ha ha. Xin Yang laughed out loud. By the way, give me the key to the treasury. Taoist White Cloud suddenly thought. Xin Yang looked as if he hadn't heard and said, go, wives, I'll take you to get the good stuff. That asshole. Taoist White Cloud laughed. Chapter 69 Straight to the door. Opening the treasure trove. All three women were dumbfounded. This place was different from what they had imagined. It was filled with the scent of medicinal herbs, and just smelling it was refreshing. There are also some small porcelain vases that sit on top of some shelves. Xin Yang casually took a few and handed them over. The green-colored bottle is the resident face pill. It can make one's youth pass slowly. There are 3 pills inside a bottle, guaranteeing that you'll still look the same as you do now when you're 60 years old. Xin Yang said. The 3 women's eyes instantly lit up, and without saying a word, they simply grabbed the bottle tightly. The white bottle is the Peiyuan Dan. Eat it to increase your cultivation. There are 30 pills inside a bottle. Eat one in 12 days to raise your cultivation. Xin Yang continued. He looked again and led the crowd into another room. The place is full of weapons. However, judging from the sharpness emanating from those weapons, they were not ordinary things. Dooley, what's your favorite weapon? Sword, Dooley said. Her gaze fell on a blood-red long sword. Xin Yang laughed and said, good eye. This sword is called Blood Zephyr. It was once the matching sword of a great devil who killed people all over the field. It is one of the top divine weapons in the world. Xin Yang casually picked up the Blood Zephyr and handed it to Dooley. A cold aura came from the sword, and Dooley's body trembled. Xin Yang flexed his finger and flicked it on the sword, saying in a disgruntled manner, be honest with me, this is my woman. If you dare to be dishonest, I'll melt you. At that moment, the Blood Zephyr let out a soft chirp, then fell honestly. This sword has a spirit? Dooley said in surprise. Well, blood drops, Xin Yang said. Dooley cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. In the next moment, the Blood Zephyr emitted a burst of red light and disappeared. What about the sword? The crowd asked in surprise. Inside my body. How did this happen? Dooley looked shocked. Base do not 6. Ji Daodu wasn't surprised at all. How could a cultivator's weapon be the same as something ordinary? What are your favorite weapons? Xin Yang asked the 2 men. Ji Daodu took a tattered tortoise shell and her eyes glowed. It's good stuff for projections. And Sun Wanyu waved her hand and said, I don't know. I just don't want it. Xin Yang thought about it and took a dagger for Sun Wanyu. For defense. After recognizing the owner, they then went out. Xin Yang found Taoist White Cloud and casually threw the key over. Master, you have the key back. We're leaving. Taoist Master Bai Yun cried and laughed as he glared at Xin Yang and said, you don't know to stay for a day. At least stay here at night and have some dinner. Xin Yang firmly shook his head and said, forget it, that craft of Master Chu's is too much for a dog. Thinking about how bad the food cooked by Senior Chu was, Xin Yang winced and pulled a few people to hurry away. Is that Master Chu's cooking hard to eat? Sun Wanyu asked curiously. Xin Yang thought for a moment before saying, let's put it this way, a piece of prime beef. Once it's done well by Master Chu, dogs shake their heads at the sight of it. That bad? Sun Wanyu was a bit incredulous. Is it that hard to cook? I'd probably cook better than him even if I didn't know how to cook. Sun Wanyu said, okay, you cook tonight. Xin Yang said. Sun Wanyu was dumbfounded. She was tempted to say, I'm just saying, Sister Su, you're not bragging, are you? Ji Daodu asked with an innocent face. Su Nuyu had a strong nature. How could she admit that she was bragging? She immediately said, not at all. I'll go back and make it for you guys. Isn't it just cooking? Anyone can do it, okay? Great. We're in for a treat tonight. Ji Daodu laughed. Sun Wanyu's face darkened. Being racked up here, she couldn't regret it now if she wanted to. Gulping, Sun Wanyu began to check her cell phone. She was looking for the recipe, and after a quick look through it, she was instantly sure in her mind. Humph, I'll show you my cooking skills today, Sun Wanyu said confidently. 2 hours later, Sun Wanyu brought up a few dishes. Eat, she said smugly. Qin Yang looked at it, and it was kind of decent. His nose twitched twice and his eyes flickered as he handed his chopsticks to Ji Daodu and said, "Your mouth. You do it." Ji Daodu gulped, a little nervous. Still, she fearlessly took the chopsticks. After she took a bite of beef into her mouth, her entire face turned green. Vomit. Ji Daodu spit the stuff right out. "Is it that bad?" Sun Wanyu asked with a surprised face. "Didn't you taste it yourself?" Ji Daodu's face turned green. Sun Yu said in a serious manner, "I'm not stupid. The first time I cook, the probability is that it will not be delicious, and I definitely won't eat hard without suffering." "That's smart. Feeling like you're the stupid one. I'm such a fool. I single-handedly knew. Never mind, that I was doing myself a disservice." Ji Daodu sighed. Qin Yang grinned, somewhat gloating. Seeing his appearance, Ji Daodu said quietly, "This is Sister Su's first time cooking." "Qin Yang, are you sure you won't eat a single bite?" Qin Yang's smile froze. "Yeah, Qin Yang, you try it too. Maybe this one dish can be a little more delicious." Sun Wanyu pointed to a plate of lotus root slices. Qin Yang took a look at the lotus root slices, and from the surface, at least, there didn't seem to be any problems. "How can you take a bite? At least finish it to show you're sincere," Ji Daodu said. She hadn't forgotten that it was Qin Yang who had asked her to taste it just now. "Okay, you wait." Qin Yang picked up the plate and he tasted it first. Then, Qin Yang's eyes lit up. "What's wrong?" Sun Wanyu was a little apprehensive. "It's so good," Qin Yang marveled. "Really? I taste it." After Sun Wanyu finished speaking, she immediately clamped a slice in her mouth. She froze in her movements, then said with a shocked look on her face, "It's really good." Dooley and Ji Daodu couldn't help it and both picked up their chopsticks and tasted it as well. Bah, it's hard to eat until it explodes. Seeing Qin Yang and Sun Wanyu spit out the food in their mouths, they realized that they had been fooled. "You guys are such dogs," Ji Daodu cursed. "Ha ha." Both of them couldn't help but laugh. "Forget it, let's just have it redone." After Sun Yu finished speaking, she directly asked the maid to collect the plates. Just then, Dooley's cell phone rang. She looked at it and hung up straight away, blacking out the caller's number. Du Hong called the phone over again. A busy tone came from inside the cell phone, and he understood at once that Dooley had blacked himself out. "This wild seed even dared to pull the plug on me. Let's go directly to the door. Not in that white cloud view. I'll see who can protect her. I'm a strong sect master. Who can block me?" Du Hong said confidently. "Good. Let's just go straight to her door and see who's still defending that bastard." Du Ziting's eyes lit up. The family rushed toward Su's house, ready to come to the door. Chapter 70. Thoroughly flip-flopping. They knew that Dooley was in the Su family in the South City, with Miss Su, her bodyguard. In fact, they knew better that Dooley was only grateful that Miss Su had once helped her, so she had come to protect her. As a martial artist, he was above the ordinary people he faced. Even if the other party was a lineage among the common people, they came to Su's house and were quite forceful, directly asking Dooley to come over and pick themselves up. The guard was a little puzzled, but said, "Let's get a message through." Just then, Du Ziting said, "This is Dooley's mom and dad. I'm her younger brother. What's the point of passing the message? Get out of the way. We'll go straight in." The guard's faces changed and immediately blocked in front of Du Ziting and the others. "No, please don't do anything, or I'll call law enforcement." Off, Du Ziting said coldly. As soon as he pushed the guard out of the way, he sent the other man rolling several meters on the ground, unable to get up in pain. Du Ziting laughed coldly, his face full of disdain, and said, "I told you not to stop us, but you still disobeyed. You are simply looking for death." That guard, forcibly enduring the pain, said loudly, "This is the Su family. If you guys mess around, our family's Mr. Su won't let you off the hook. No one has dared to mess with our Mr. Su in the South City yet. Su Yu, is it? Just an ordinary person. In our eyes, she's just about the same as a mole cricket that can be crushed with our hands." Du Ziting sneered. Seeing him say that, the guard was a bit incredulous. Surprisingly, there were people who didn't put the Su family in their eyes. Just then, an icy voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Dooley walked out from the middle of the villa with an ugly face. Seeing Dooley come out, Du Hong revealed a smile and said, "Shaoli, you finally came out. Mom, Dad and younger brother are specially here to look for you. What happened before? Is that we were wrong? Please don't take it into account with Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad are only in a momentary hurry. In fact, Mom and Dad still love you in their hearts." "What the hell are you trying to say?" Dooley asked coldly. She knew this family too well, and now that she knew, she was not of the Du family's bloodline, she was relieved instead. For Dooley, it was rather a blessing to be able to avoid contacting Du Hong and the others in the future. It was. Only then did Du Hong say, "It's like this, we only have your brother as a biological flesh and blood. I hope you can see the face of mom and dad and speak to that man of yours, so that he can enroll shouting into the Bai Yunguan. And of course, in the future, we'll treat you well while you're still the little princess of our Du family. Finished? Dooley said coldly. The two froze for a moment, then nodded. When you're done you can leave. I have nothing to do with you anymore, so please leave me alone in the future. Dooley looked cold and unmoved. The faces of Du Hang's couple, who were still full of smiles, all sank at this moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Give face or not, isn't it? Do you agree or not? Du Ziting rushed over. He slapped towards Dooley's face. Dooley sneered and slapped her face at the same time. Snap. Du Ziting covered his face and fell backward. He was a little incredulous. His own teenage genius had already been promoted to a first-class martial artist. Compared to Dooley, he's not even remotely close in strength. Just now, he had taken the lead and was surprised to be taken after by Dooley, which was a little hard for him to accept. It was hard to believe that Dooley's strength was even stronger than his. Dooley said coldly, I've said it before, now I and your Du family have nothing to do with each other. If you dare to make a move with me again, don't blame me for not being polite. Speaking here, Dooley's gaze fell on Du Ziting's face. She sneered, what are you so incredulous about? How did you get that strength? Is it not clear in your own mind? If it wasn't for your parents spending a lot of resources to help you improve your strength, how could a fool like you step into the ranks of a first-class martial artist and really consider yourself a character? Du Ziting's breath caught in his throat. He turned red, stared at Dooley, and growled, you're ing bolting me. Dooley snorted, looking disdainful, and said, am I talking nonsense? If you don't believe me, ask your own parents if I'm bull asterisk 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 ting? Du Ziting turned around incredulously and looked at his parents. Du Hang's eyes flickered. On the contrary, it was he won. She immediately said, Xiao Tang, don't listen to that. She's talking nonsense. If you have a bad qualification, how could you have been spotted by the White Cloud View? If it wasn't for this reason, you would already be a disciple of the White Cloud View by now. Hearing his own mother say this, Du Ziting was relieved. Alright, don't talk nonsense with her, hubby. You take this woman down. If she doesn't want to help, nullify her martial arts skills, and then disfigure her appearance. I'd like to know, by that time, the White Cloud View Grandmaster, will he still like her or not? When these words came out, Dooley was filled with disbelief. She knew the two didn't like each other, but she hadn't expected that he one would be so vicious. I can't believe she's trying to destroy herself. Whether it was the abolition of martial arts or the disfigurement of her face, it was a difficult thing for Dooley to bear. Dooley then smiled bitterly and said, I still fought too much of you guys. You guys have much less of a lower limit than I thought. After saying that, Dooley's eyes went cold. She made the final decision. Since the other party wanted to hurt themselves, it was time to cut them off completely. Thinking of this, Dooley said coldly, I have severed my relationship with you. We have no relationship in the future. If you dare to make a move, don't blame me for not being polite. I know that you have strong talent, but you are ultimately too young, and are now only at the realm of a first-class martial artist. How can you dare to act recklessly in front of this patriarch? Du Hong sneered. He walked over to Dooley. Dooley glanced at him coldly as she said coldly, I have already entered the realm of the land goddess. Du Hong looked like he had heard the best joke in the world. He looked disdainful and was just about to speak. Right at this moment, Dooley reached out and grabbed in vain, an invisible force that grabbed Du Hong and then threw him out directly. What? The astral energy is externalized. This is the innate realm. Du Hong fell to the ground as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief. Could it be that Dooley had really advanced to the realm of the land goddesses? Otherwise, with this level of astral energy exodus, how could she have done it with such ease and ease of lifting? Don't you guys believe it yet? Dooley said coldly. How is that possible? How is it possible for you to enter the innate realm? Not even father has stepped into this realm, Du Ziting said incredulously. Just then, his pupils shrunk violently as he saw the appearance of a person. Chapter 71 Evil Way Technique. Xin Yang stood behind Dooley, leaning against the door, his eyes like cold stars. My woman, not to mention becoming an innate expert, even if she succeeds in building the foundation and steps into the immortal path in the future. It's still a matter of course. The gap between you guys and Dooley will only get bigger and bigger. Xin Yang's voice came out. Until the day you look at her as if she were a mole looking up at a dragon. Du Ziting and the others immediately looked like they had been dealt a huge blow. With complex expressions, they looked at Qin Yang, and in their eyes, they didn't dare to be a bit unconvinced. Brother-in-law, my talent isn't weak, so why can't you let me enter the White Cloud Temple? Du Ziting asked. My woman, no one can bully. You have bullied her. This is the retribution you deserve. Qin Yang said indifferently, but our family has raised her. Du Ziting argued his case. He felt like he'd never been more awake. Du Ziting knew very well that tonight, If he could convince Qin Yang, he would be able to enter the immortal path. If he couldn't convince Qin Yang, he was afraid that he would never have another chance to become a cultivator. Cultivators and martial artists are not a concept at all. Qin Yang snorted and said, "The favor of raising you has already been paid back this afternoon. I didn't kill you guys just for the sake of Dooley. She doesn't owe your Du family after that." Du Ziting's face was ugly. All over his body, a coolness also arose. It turned out that in the afternoon, Qin Yang was trying to kill them. However, Du Ziting was also clear that he was afraid that it would be impossible for him to join the White Cloud sect. He gave Dooley a vicious look. If it wasn't for her, he would have become a disciple of the White Cloud Temple. As for the Du Hein couple, they also hated Dooley in their hearts. But they dare not speak out now. Not to mention that behind Dooley, there was also a Qin Yang. Even Dooley's own strength was above them now. At the very least, they were innate masters, and possibly even terrestrial deities. The strongest person in the Du family, Du Hong, was only a Zhongshe. There was still a great distance to the innate, and the probability was that he would not be able to become an innate master in this lifetime. Not to mention the fact that Dooley was probably a land goddess. One must know that land immortals were mythical and legendary existences to clans like theirs, and even the patriarchs had basically never seen a land immortal. That was among the martial artists, an overwhelming existence, a divine dragon. Even if they wanted to get back at Dooley, they couldn't. After seeing Dooley's strength, they knew that if there were no accidents, there wouldn't be any more interactions between the Du family and Dooley already. None of them belonged to the same world anymore. Husband and wife, with complicated looks, they greeted a reluctant Du Ziting and left the place. Seeing them leave, Dooley then took a deep breath, her breathing surprisingly a bit rapid. Obviously, she wasn't as calm as she appeared just now. "Cry out if you want to," Qin Yang said. Dooley was instantly amused. She gave Qin Yang a blank look and said, "I'm not going to cry. I can't wait to be happy when I finally get rid of them." It was obvious that she was really somewhat happy by the way she looked so relaxed. This made Qin Yang a bit surprised. He had thought that Dooley should be very sad. "I've suffered so much at the hands of their family over the years that I've long wanted to cut ties with them, and now it's just the right time to do it. I can't wait to be happy, so how could I cry?" Dooley said with a smile. Qin Yang realized that he had been overly concerned. And yes, how can Dooley be so fragile? "Okay, then I'm relieved," Qin Yang said. The two returned to their room, but Ji Daoda said, "Qin Yang, I think you should kill them." Qin Yang was slightly stunned. Why did Ji Daoda say that? "I was suddenly touched just now and projected that Du Ziting might cause some trouble for you," Ji Daoda said. Qin Yang said with amusement, "What trouble can he cause me? Even if I let him enter the Dao sect, with his talent, it's impossible for him to catch up with me. That's how I feel," Ji Daoda said. Qin Yang's heart stirred. Since Ji Daoda said so, maybe there really was some kind of threat too. "Well, if he doesn't leave tomorrow, I'll go and observe him." And at that moment, in the middle of the hotel, Du Ziting's face was filled with hatred and his eyes were resentful. Just then, a voice rang in his ears. "Do you want to return today's humiliation with a vengeance?" "Who?" Du Ziting was violently shocked. "You don't have to know who I am. Just tell me if you want to or not." The voice continued. "Want? I dream. Today is my most humiliating day. I want to kill Dooley that, and even more, I want that what a White Cloud view big brother. Kneel in front of me to admit my fault." Du Ziting looked hideous. "I can help you," the voice continued. "On what grounds? Because that Qin Yang is also my enemy, and you also possess this kind of natural talent, so I need your help." The voice continued. "How are you going to help me?" Just then, a book floated in through the window. Du Ziting took it in his hand and he opened it. Inside was surprisingly a cultivation spell. It was just that it was completely different from what he understood as martial arts. Just watching a little bit of it made Du Ziting's heart skip a beat. This is not a method of practicing martial arts. It is more like the method of an evil demon. All of them are ways to utilize living beings to cultivate. "What is this?" Du Ziting asked. "Supreme Devil's Way. As long as you cultivate according to the above, between 1 month at the most, you can become a land god, and within half a year, you can defeat that Qin Yang and take revenge." "Really?" Du Ziting's eyes lit up and his breath caught. "But, if you are discovered by the righteous cultivators, you will be hunted down by all the righteous powerhouses." The voice continued. Du Ziting, however, was not afraid at all as he sneered. "There is no difference between good and evil power, and as long as it is strong enough, what am I afraid of chasing and killing? Anyone who dares to come and kill me is material for my cultivation." "Good. A character like yours is the material to cultivate the devil's way. Ha ha, I finally chose the right person. The late generation will certainly not fail seniors' expectations." Du Ziting laughed. He also knew in his heart that the other party was definitely not something good. Giving himself this piece of gongfu must also have been calculated. It is. But Du Ziting doesn't mind. riches and riches. If you are not even willing to take this little risk, how can you become a master? I'm relieved when you say that. After that, the voice disappeared. Du Zitung, on the other hand, carefully studied that book, and the more he read, the more excited he became. This Gong method, it was simply too amazing. Utilizing the origin of other living beings to cultivate, not looking at qualifications, only looking at whether it was ruthless enough. It was the most suitable Gong method for him. Qin Yang, you wait for me, Du Ziting said through clenched teeth. He fantasized that one day, Qin Yang and Du Li would kneel in front of him and beg him to spare him. Chapter 72 Du Li's attitude. The following day, Qin Yang found Du Ziting's family. Seeing Qin Yang appear, Du Ziting and the others felt a bit weak in their hearts. Du Hong was a Zhongshe realm expert, but at this moment, facing Qin Yang, he didn't even have the heart to resist. How can man fight against God? He was just a martial artist, and cultivators were almost indistinguishable from gods in the eyes of them martial artists. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, don't mess around. Even if you're an immortal cultivator, there are so many people here. If you do anything to us, you won't be able to take it, Du Ziting said. There was a lot of tension in his mind, and some weakness. In his opinion, Qin Yang mostly didn't care about those. In particular, the cultivation method that he obtained yesterday was clearly not an ordinary technique. It was evil. But he didn't care what it was as long as he could gain power. Qin Yang glanced at Du Zitang and couldn't help but be speechless when he saw him looking colorful. Such a person can threaten himself? He couldn't tell anything different from Du Zitang's body, just an ordinary martial artist. Thinking of this, Qin Yang shook his head and turned to leave. Seeing Qin Yang leave, Du Zitang's family, all of them breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell is he doing here? Du Hong asked. The Du family shook their heads. Let's just get the hell out of here. This guy is coming from a bad place, Du Ziting said. Well, let's go. Can't we still hide if we can't afford to mess with her? In the future, we don't have any relationship with that woman Du Li. She is no longer the daughter of our Du family. Du Hong said coldly. Not bad, it's just a shame about our Tang's future. Speaking of which, He Wen gritted her teeth. Du Zitung, however, said, it's fine, maybe I have another chance. Mom, you don't have to care. With your son's qualifications I may have other cultivators looking at me. Not bad, my son has outstanding natural talent, and it's not like there's only one White Cloud temple in the world that's a monastic sect. Having said that, Du Hong felt a little more comfortable in his heart. However, he still said, however, even if I leave, I won't let that girl have a good time. Call the Chi family and tell them that we agreed to the marriage. Let them come to fetch the bride by themselves, as long as they have the ability to fetch the bride back. We don't want any bride price. Hearing Du Heng's words, Du Zitang and He Wen both lit up. In this way, even if the other party found Du Li and the girls couldn't find themselves in trouble. Besides, the Chi family is not scrupulous at all. It is. The Chi family was said to have a deep relationship with the cultivation sect. If that Qin Yang offended them, he might be questioned by the cultivation sect. In that case, even if the White Cloud sect was also a cultivation sect, it might not be able to protect Qin Yang. At that point, they could make Du Li pay. The family was thrilled at the thought. This matter, leave it to me, I'll contact the Qi family, Du Ziting said with some excitement. Qin Yang didn't know that after he left, the Du family, again, rose with bad intentions. Otherwise, Du Hong and the others would definitely not be able to leave. I went to see. There is nothing different. He is not guilty of death now, and there is a relationship between him and Du Li. It is better to let him live for a while, Qin Yang said. In fact, he was quite confident in Ji Daodu's projection. As long as he was prepared, he wasn't really afraid of what the other party would do. Ji Daodu nodded her head, but in her heart, she was thinking that Qin Yang was soft-hearted and kind. But she would not be like that. This is something that Qin Yang doesn't do. She does it herself. I'm a little tired. I'm going back. Don't see me off. Stay here and keep Dully company. Aha. Qin Yang nodded his head. Ji Daodu turned to leave. She didn't go home, but rushed to Du Heng's place where they were staying. Miss, I'm sorry, those guests you asked about, they've been gone for about half an hour, and they're more than likely out of the city by now, the receptionist said. Ji Daodu had a look of pity on her face. She was still a little too late, allowing her opponent to escape. It was so close, he could have caught up. Pity. I'll just have to pay more attention to that family in the future. Just count on the slightest movement on their part and go straight for it. Thanks. Ji Daodu leaves. Just then, a figure appeared not far from Ji Daodu. Du Li. Ji Daodu was slightly stunned. I didn't expect Du Li to follow me. And looking at her expression, it was obvious that she knew what she had just done. Du Li looked at Ji Daodu and asked, is it because you have calculated something? Well, that Du Heng of the Du clan will likely cause trouble for Qin Yang in the future, and I'm here to kill him. Ji Daoda said. She stared at Dooley's expression as she continued. Unfortunately, he was allowed to get away without chasing them. Dooley took a deep breath and asked, "Does Qin Yang know?" Ji Daoda said. "She doesn't know I'm here. I told him before that he came to meet Du Ziting and the others, but didn't lay a hand on them." Dooley broke into a smile and said, "He did it for me. Yes, with his character and means, killing a person is not a difficult task, and he also believes in my projection. The reason why he didn't do it is because of you," Ji Daoda said. She didn't lie to Dooley, it was the real reason. Dooley said, "Next time, just tell me and I'll take the shot." Ji Daoda was stunned. She expected some blame from Dooley. After all, they were her foster parents. But now it seems that Dooley is thinking clearly and not at all to blame. Even, she had to do it herself. "I don't have any relationship with that family anymore. Qin Yang is my family. If they are a threat to Qin Yang, I won't be soft, and I know in my heart who is really good to me," Dooley said seriously. Ji Daoda revealed an expression of appreciation. She smiled and said, "The Qin Yang you're referring to is so good to you. I'll kill them," Dooley said. Ji Daoda pulled her back and said, "Forget it, there's no need for you to do it yourself. At most they'll just cause some minor trouble for Qin Yang. It's not too late to do it again when they really bring trouble for Qin Yang in the future. They're ultimately tied to you for many years. I've been overly aggressive in my approach." Switching gears, Ji Daoda felt that she was being overly aggressive. But, it's not her fault. Her whole family was killed and she was the only one left in the whole family. For Ji Daoda, the people close to her are incredibly important, even more than her own life. That was why Ji Daoda was so aggressive. As long as he perceived the slightest threat, he wanted to get rid of the other party. "Let's talk about it later. You just need to know that Qin Yang is genuinely good to you, and if trouble comes in the future, if he gives a killing, you must not blame him for it," Ji Daoda said. "I understand." Dooley nodded seriously. Chapter 73 Traitor. "Go back," Ji Daoda said. "Aha." Dooley smiled. The two of them left the place and Ji Daoda urged Dooley, "Don't tell Qin Yang, or else he'll know that I lied to him and he'll definitely teach me a lesson." "Got it. Don't worry about it." Dooley laughed. This girl did things without thinking that much, and now she was actually scared, making her cry a little. The two left talking and laughing. When Ji Daoda returned to her place, she found that Qin Yang was already waiting there. This made her heart jump, a little uneasy, and she said, "I just went out to buy something. Why are you here? How long have you been waiting?" "1 hour, Qin Yang said. "Ki do do, is your acting that bad?" They all saw what they were thinking. With Qin Yang like this, it was obvious that he was completely unconvinced by the claim that she wanted to go home, and had already seen what she was up to. "Okay, no need to explain. I know you're doing this for my own good. It's not like I don't know any better." Qin Yang laughed. "Just so you know." Ji Daoda blankly glanced at Qin Yang. There had been some muttering. However, when he heard Qin Yang's words, he was instantly much more relieved. As long as Qin Yang didn't blame herself, she was relieved. "However, I've just seriously thought back. I was at that hotel, and I seem to have sensed some evil aura." "Evil?" Ji Daoda was taken aback. It would be scary if it was an evil cultivator. Those guys, completely no different from the killing of people to practice. There is no humanity. "Are you saying that an evil cultivator has approached Du Ziting?" Ji Daoda asked. Qin Yang nodded his head, then said, "Why do you think the evil cultivator sought out Du Ziting? In order for Du Ziting to deal with you?" "No, with your strength. Even if Du Ziting starts practicing evil kung fu now, it's impossible for him to pose a threat to you. The only possibility is to attract your attention for other purposes," Ji Daoda said. Qin Yang looked like he agreed. Afterwards, he sighed and said, "In fact, this is the most frightening part. I have no fame amongst the cultivators. Even our White Cloud Temple is not very famous. Where did they know about me and speculate about my strength? The White Clouds have their people?" "Right," Qin Yang said. Ji Daoda was surprised. It really wasn't an ordinary person who could hide it from Qin Yang and Taoist White Cloud. The exact strength of Taoist White Cloud was unknown to her. However, listening to the meaning of the conversation between Qin Yang and Bai Yin Daolong had the ability to ascend. The reason why he didn't ascend was because the path to heaven had been broken. The absolute heaven and earth passes through, so the world couldn't become immortal. What kind of tactics does it take to be able to hide from a strong person who is about to become an immortal? It's not easy to be on the other side. "God hunting?" Ji Daoda said. They were the defeated men of Taoist White Cloud, so they knew the strength of Taoist White Cloud. At the same time, they also knew the terrifying nature of the White Cloud sect as a result, and valued Qin Yang as the White Cloud sect's senior brother even more. Explained this way, it makes perfect sense. "It's them, these guys, they're harder to deal with than I thought," Qin Yang said. "I'll help you and avenge our Ji family." Ji Daoda looked grave, killing intent in her eyes. "So, I'm going to help you get stronger, Qin Yang said. Ji Daoda's body instantly softened as she gave Qin Yang a blank look and said, "Why are you so greedy? This guy, after eating his heart out, is not idle any day. All that time last night wasn't enough?" Now, Qin Yang told her with his actions that this time was not quite the same, this time with the main premise of improving strength. The next day, Ji Daoda woke up and was pleasantly surprised to find that her realm had already reached the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage. This already belonged to the late stage of foundation establishment, and once one succeeded in reaching the 9th heaven of foundation establishment, one would start working on condensing the Jindan to become a great Jindan expert. How can it be that fast? Even if you're a Jindan, even if this combined cultivation method is very skillful, it's impossible to help me improve that fast. What exactly is your strength? Jido asked. She then realized that she couldn't see through Qin Yang's realm even at the 7th level of foundation establishment. In that case, there's only one possibility. That was that Qin Yang's realm was far higher than what he had imagined. It was at least over the Jindan level. On top of Jindan, Qin Yang laughed. Elder firstborn? Ji Daodu drew in a breath of cold air. Yuaning level. That was a legendary existence. An existence at this level in the cultivation world could already be called a real person. And it had been hundreds of years since we had heard of anyone advancing to the Yuaning level. Qin Yang laughed and said, "I'm not an old ancestor, and Yuaning is just a first glimpse of the immortal Tao." At this time, Ji Daoda was certain that Qin Yang was the elder Yuaning ancestor. You have to remember one thing, that even in the cultivation world, there's nothing I can't solve, and you don't have to worry about anyone you meet. You have me as your backing, Qin Yang said. Good. Ji Daoda nodded. She was in an excited mood and then hugged Qin Yang. Again. It was simply too lucky that he had found a Yuaning elder as a man. In the middle of the White Cloud Temple, Taoist Master Bai Yun's body shook as he snapped his eyes open. Has it started? He had a smile on his face. A great world is about to open. This is the Feast of Geniuses, the Song of the Powerful, and the Turn of the World. The pattern of thousands of years will change as a result. Seeing as how my disciple was right, I shouldn't rush and wait for him to grow up to deal with it. The day is not far off, and God of the Hunt, the fact that you have provoked me, your disciple, will be the greatest misfortune of your lives. When Taoist Master Bai Yun finished speaking, he motioned for all of his disciples to come in. He then pointed his finger at one of the disciples. 10, come out. Chang Ming walked out and cried out respectfully, "Master, you have something to order, disciple?" "Oh, 10, you've been following me for 15 years, haven't you?" Taoist White Cloud asked. With a grateful face, Chang Ming said, "Yes, when I was on the verge of death, I was picked up by my master, and now it has been 15 years. It's already Yuaning. Your talent is really good. Within the Master Brothers, it's considered to be the upper middle class." Taoist White Cloud sighed. "It's all because Master cultivated it well," Chang Ming said seriously. Taoist White Cloud swept his gaze to the others and said in a disgruntled manner, "Look at you all. A trader can work so hard and enter the Yuaning, but you all, you're still no better than a trader?" The crowd was a bit mortified at first, then they all froze. "What? Trader? Chang Ming is a trader?" All focused on Chang Ming's body. Chang Ming, however, was calm as he said with a bitter expression, "Master, I know that your old man likes eldest brother and won't allow anyone to be able to threaten eldest brother, but even though I have cultivated to Yuaning, I have no desire to replace eldest brother. You can rest assured." These words directly said that Taoist Master Bai Yun was deliberately slandering him for Qin Yang's sake, fearing that he, Chang Ming, had taken Qin Yang's place. "You can't even beat a finger of your eldest brother." Taoist White Cloud smiled faintly. Chang Ming's reaction was expected. Chapter 74 Expulsion from the Sect. Chang Ming snorted. "Master, I know that you extremely favor your eldest senior brother and are unwilling to admit that others are better than him. This is even if you are the master. You can't turn right and wrong, right? Don't you think so, senior brothers?" No one answered him. Chang Ming's expression changed slightly. He was a bit anxious and continued to incite. "Gentlemen, why aren't you guys saying anything? Master is treating us like this, not allowing our strength to surpass that of our senior brother. Today it's me, tomorrow it might be you all. Aren't you all worried at all?" At this time, Lu Min couldn't help but say, "Chang Ming, you really don't know?" "What?" Chang Ming was puzzled. "You won't be able to catch up with eldest senior brother. With his strength, you don't even have the qualifications to look up to him," Lu Min said seriously. "Impossible. Nonsense. I'm already a Yuaning powerhouse. How strong can eldest brother be?" Chang Ming pressed on. "All right. Don't struggle. They all know the strength of your elder brother, only you don't know. I purposely hid it from you. That is, I was worried that you would pass your elder brother's information to the God of the Hunt, but I needed you to pass on some information over there. That's why I kept you," Taoist White Cloud said. Chang Ming was cold. Surprisingly, I've known who you were from the moment you started coming. Taoist White Cloud laughed. The other disciples angrily stared at Chang Ming. He turned out to be a traitor. Chang Ming was exposed, and he knew there was no way he could deny it. At this moment, Chang Ming stared coldly at Taoist White Cloud as he sneered. Even if you know that I am a traitor, what can you do? Even if I die, there will still be other people from the God Hunt who will go after you. You can't get away. Chang Ming, you're crazy. How dare you talk to your master like that? Lu Min chided loudly. Chang Ming glanced at him and said with a cold smile, what kind of bull master? He doesn't treat us as disciples at all. How long have you been in the gate and you're only a Jindan? If he treats you and I as disciples, how would he let us cultivate so slowly? In his eyes, we are all just henchmen he prepared for Qin Yang. You think 10 years of Jindan is called slow? Taoist White Cloud smiled faintly. Yes, according to you, eldest senior brother's strength is far above ours, and he hasn't cultivated more than us for a few years. Why is that? Isn't it because you're biased? You're afraid that everyone will surpass eldest brother? Chang Ming sneered, still provoking. Then do you know that in other cultivation sects, Jindan is the headmaster, and Yuanin are all old ancestors? Lu Min said. How is that possible? Chang Ming had an incredulous look on his face. You don't even know what kind of sect you're worshipping, and you still have the nerve to clamor there. Lu Min scoffed a little. Alright, Chang Ming, go away. The White Cloud Temple can't accommodate you anymore. Taoist White Cloud said. Chang Ming was a bit incredulous, looking at Taoist White Cloud in disbelief. He's actually going to let himself go? What the hell does he mean? However, your cultivation will have to stay. Taoist White Cloud continued, dreaming. Chang Ming laughed coldly as he rushed outward at the first opportunity. At this time, Taoist White Cloud stepped in and directly grabbed Chang Ming back with one hand. Without waiting for Chang Ming to react, a powerful force rushed into his body, directly destroying Chang Ming's cultivation. Chang Ming's eyes were resentful as he looked at Taoist White Cloud, hatred in his heart. You wasted my cultivation. You're simply too vicious, Chang Ming said spitefully. Taoist White Cloud smiled faintly and said, throw it out. Lu Min and the others went straight to work and threw people out. If Chang Ming was not a traitor, they might even have begged for mercy. But not now. Chang Ming was a traitor, and they hated to kill Chang Ming with their own hands. Now it's only a matter of scrapping his cultivation and throwing him out, which is already the master's grace. Chang Ming had been cursing Taoist White Cloud when he was thrown out. This made those disciples more and more angry. After they threw Chang Ming outside, they beat him up again before returning. Don't be complacent. Sooner or later you'll all be thrown out like garbage. Just like me, Chang Ming said coldly, his eyes resentful to the extreme. Hearing his words, Lu Min's face was filled with disdain as he sneered. What are you farting about? You're a traitor and that's why you were thrown out. We're not traitors, so why did Master throw us out? All of you are nothing more than just thugs he has prepared for eldest brother. Aren't you clear about that? So what? Lu Min sneered, looking disdainful. We are willing to serve eldest brother as a battering ram. Besides, eldest brother treats us, all of us, like brothers. Only a white-eyed wolf like you can't feel it, because you don't have good intentions to begin with. When the crowd finished, they all spat at Chang Ming before turning to leave. Chang Ming's expression was somewhat dumbfounded. He gritted his teeth and said, wait for me. None of you will end well. I'm going to laugh and see you all cry. After saying that, Chang Ming stood up with difficulty and left the place. Lu Min stared at Chang Ming's distant back and said coldly, I really want to kill him. Who isn't? But unfortunately, Master won't allow him to be killed. I don't think it's because Master is soft-hearted. He should have other plans. Another disciple, Kong Wei, said, well, wait and see how Master handles it. I don't think it's going to be that simple anyway. The group of people returned to the middle of the White Cloud Temple. Chang Ming's expulsion from the division didn't cause much of a ripple. People quickly digest this kind of thing. There's a traitor in the clan now. What's the point of keeping it if you don't get rid of it? Master's approach is right. Chang Ming managed to call a cab and set a place. Then he closed his eyes and looked pained, suddenly losing his cultivation. To him, the feeling of falling off was so huge that it made him want to go crazy. Soon, he arrived in the middle of a manor on the outskirts of the countryside, and then directly swiped his face to enter it. He had just appeared in the middle of the manor when the owner of the manor came out. Chang Ming, what's wrong with you? The owner of the manor, an old man, suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Chang Ming said, my identity was known by old Taoist Bai Yun, and he wasted my cultivation and expelled me from Bai Yun Guan. That old man's breath caught in his throat as he said in surprise, so, you just found your way straight to me? Yeah, I want to cultivate the evil Dao technique. I need to recover my strength as soon as possible, so give it to me quickly, Chang Ming said. The old man's face darkened. He couldn't help but curse. Are you an idiot? Who told you to come straight to my place? if he wasn't an idiot, how could I have let him go? A cold laugh came as Taoist White Cloud appeared. You did that on purpose? I finally get it. Chang Ming's complexion changed drastically. That old man had a pained look on his face. This idiot. Chapter 75 Helpers. The old man turned and ran without a moment's hesitation. He knew very well that the White Cloud old Taoist was terrifyingly incomparable, and if he was targeted by him, if he didn't flee immediately, there was almost no chance of escaping. That idiot, who had brought old Taoist White Cloud here, was simply deliberately trying to get himself killed. Right now, the old man didn't want to care about Chang Ming's death at all. Can't get away. Taoist White Cloud smiled faintly. When Qin Yang received the news from old Taoist White Cloud, he was also a bit stunned. He hadn't expected that the traitor was actually Chang Ming, and Master had always known that Chang Ming was a traitor, and had deliberately asked him to pass on some information to the god of prey. It's a shame. That guy worked so hard. I thought he had a great future ahead of him, but I didn't realize he was a traitor. Qin Yang sighed. If that Chang Ming is a traitor, won't all the news about your White Cloud Temple be known by the god hunters? Ji Daodu asked with some concern. Qin Yang, however, smiled and said, don't worry, since Master knows that he's a traitor, he'll calculate it and won't really let him pass out any useful information. He'll be used by Master instead. Hearing Qin Yang say so, Ji Daodu was then relieved. I'm going to stay on the air, Ji Daodu said. Qin Yang frowned. And live? Now that they had struck out, there was really no need for Ji Daodu to take any more risks. Ji Daodu said seriously, they are not just doing this to the Ji family to silence them. There must be another purpose. As long as I show up, they will definitely make a move against me, and at that time, they will reveal their footsteps. You'll be in danger too. Don't worry, they don't know that I now have the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, and the people who start coming to find me can't be very strong. Besides, aren't there still you? Ji Daodu pouted. Well, do as you say, Qin Yang said. Thank you Qin Yang, Ji Daodu said excitedly. She was then worried that Qin Yang would object because she thought it would be too dangerous. Now that Qin Yang didn't object, she was relieved. Go out and get a bite to eat first, Qin Yang said. Good. The two left the room. They had just stepped out of the neighborhood when there was a loud bang. Qin Yang's body swayed as a bullet grazed his body. Someone shot him. It was meant to kill him. If he was just an ordinary person, he would be dead by now. It's gunfire. Watch out, Ji Daodu said. Well, you go into the cell first, and I'll find the shooter, Qin Yang said. Aha. Ji Daodu nodded. She turned around and headed back to the cell. Ji Daodu was not worried about Qin Yang's safety. Even with her foundation stage cultivation, it would be almost impossible for others to kill her with a gun. Not to mention that Qin Yang's strength was far above hers. If a strong person on top of Jindan was killed by a gun, cultivation would become a joke. The other guy misses with one shot and fires two more. Only, they were all dodged by Qin Yang. The assassin, too, knew it was too late. He retreated immediately. It took a long run until he got into a car a few blocks away, and the assassin breathed a sigh of relief. She was sitting on top of the driver's seat, her tilted face revealed. What a scary guy, able to dodge bullets. Could it be an expert above the innate? No, innate experts astral chi outwardly, they don't even need to dodge, but it can't be an ordinary person. Fortunately I reacted fast and prepared a retreat in advance, otherwise I would have been caught on my first mission. The girl looked relieved. She felt she had escaped. Yeah, your first mission? Just then, a man's voice rang out, instantly causing the girl to freeze. She turned around violently, sitting alone on top of her passenger seat. She hadn't even noticed at all just now, how the other person had sat up. Without any hesitation, the girl simply pulled out her gun and just pulled the trigger on the visitor. The visitor smiled faintly and grabbed the pistol, snatching it away. Then in the eyes of the girl's surprise, he casually squeezed his hand and the pistol directly turned into a lump of iron. The girl was instantly honest. A pleasing smile appeared on her face as she said, "Big brother, I was wrong. I can give you as much money as you want. It's my first time out on a mission, so just let me go." She had a pitiful look on her face and kept begging for mercy. Just then, one of her hands, however, grasped a dagger and swiftly stabbed at Qin Yang's neck. Qin Yang did not make any movement and allowed the dagger to stab above his neck. When the dagger and the neck made a sound of gold and iron, the girl was dumbfounded. Is this a monster? How sharp was his own dagger? Even raw iron could be cut right through, but it couldn't cut through the skin of the man in front of him. The girl gulped at the thought, knowing she'd messed with the irony. Thinking of this, she nervously said, "Big brother, as long as you don't kill me, you can do whatever you want." Speaking of which, she puffed out her not-so-majestic chest. This made Qin Yang look a bit amused. "Yeah, can't afford it," Qin Yang said. "What's on A?" The girl was confused for a moment, then instantly realized what Qin Yang meant. She burst into a rage. glaring angrily at Qin Yang and said, "Nonsense, I'm obviously a 2B. You're on A. I'm 2B. The girl argued reasonably. Her face was red and she was totally pissed off. It had been completely forgotten that he was now a prisoner. Okay, you win. You're 2B. Qin Yang said with a helpless face. The girl smiled smugly and said, "Humph, this girl said that this girl is 2B. Don't you slander this girl." Argument over. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Qin Yang asked. The girl's expression froze. "Is it okay to choose to die of old age?" she asked cautiously. Qin Yang stared at her with a smirk. The girl gritted her teeth and said, "All right, you kill me." She looked heroic. The girl closed her eyes and waited for death. A long time passed without the girl feeling death. A little puzzled, she opened her eyes. At this time, where was there any trace of Qin Yang? Just now Qin Yang simply did not exist, as if he had never existed. The other guy let himself go? The girl was a little puzzled. Just then, Qin Yang's voice came from her ears. "Zhongli, I'll let you off this time. If you have any difficulties, come to the Su family to find me. I'll solve them for you." "How do you know me?" "I saved you once. 4 years ago, on the Black Continent." Qin Yang's voice came out. Zhongli was shaken. The one who saved his life on the Black Continent? Surprisingly, it's him. Zhongli vaguely remembered that it was a nice little boy, sunny and strong. His name, I think, was Godstalker. It belongs to a mysterious organization in the Dragon Kingdom. Back then, when she was in the War Ministry and was sent to the Black Continent on a mission, she encountered danger, and it was the other party who saved her. The person he was going to kill was actually the person who saved his life back then. Zhongli was instantly ashamed to the extreme. Chapter 76. Apologize to your benefactor. "I'm sorry, I'll never be a slayer again." Zhongli's voice rang out. Qin Yang's voice, however, no longer sounded. This made Zhongli a little uneasy. "Is this a disappointment from your savior?" She was chagrined to the core. And as Qin Yang went back, he made a direct call to King Kong. "What are the orders again?" King Kong asked. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Commanding you. I wouldn't dare. I just want you to check the information of a girl called Zhongli, and what has happened to her over the years." "Ginger Li? Aha, another girl you've had your eye on?" Vajra asked with a smile. He couldn't help but marvel at the godly man's loins, which were anything but ordinary. "I can't believe you're not satisfied with so many women. You have to find another one," Qin Yang said without any good humor. 4 years ago, we were once on a mission in the Black Continent and saved a female soldier from the War Ministry. She became an assassin and her first mission target was me. I want to know what happened to her. Originally, King Kong immediately said, "I know, I'll check now. I should be able to find out soon." He then hung up the phone. In less than half an hour, Jin Gang dialed Qin Yang's phone. This girl's mom and dad went into business, got ripped off, and then were made to jump off a building. King Kong said, "So, she's a killer to make money to pay off her bills?" Qin Yang asked in surprise. "Yes," King Kong said. Qin Yang didn't know what to say. She works as an assassin killing people for money. However, it did not kill the debtor who had forced her parents to die, which made Qin Yang not even know what to say. "How much?" Qin Yang asked. 15 million. King Kong replied. "Find out her account for me and I'll transfer it to her." Qin Yang said, "And you say you don't want to sleep with people. If you don't want to sleep with people, what are you paying out this money for?" King Kong laughed strangely. Qin Yang sneered and said, "Is your skin itching?" Jin Gang's expression stiffened. Then he said with some smugness, "I'm your elder now. Your aunt. You can't hit me. I don't even recognize my aunts. Where do I get an aunt? And if you keep your mouth shut, I guarantee that within 10 minutes, you're going to get your ass kicked." Qin Yang said. King Kong, forget it. It's better not to provoke Qin Yang. Otherwise, who knows what this guy could do. Anyone who offends a godly man won't end up well anyway. This is something that Vajra is quite aware of. Soon after, King Kong sent over the account. Qin Yang directly transferred $15 million. Ginger Li had only just arrived home when she received an alert text message from her bank card. She was a little confused. Who transferred $15 million to himself? It's not a scam, is it? Even if she had come close to being a killer, she had gritted her teeth and was quite wary of scammers. Soon after, Zhongli checked and realized that he really had $15 million in his account. She tried transferring the money and found that it really worked. Who gave it to me? Just enough to pay off my debt. Zhongli thought in his mind. Could it be Qin Yang? She checked the account number of the transfer. It was a place called White Cloud Group, not Qin Yang. After thinking for a moment, Zhongli searched for the Bai Yun Group's phone number and called it. "May I ask if there's anyone called Qin Yang in the top echelons of your White Cloud Group?" "I'm sorry, miss. We don't have one called Qin Yang here." "And who is your boss?" Zhongli continued to ask. "Our boss is called Lu Min. May I ask this young lady if she has anything else to ask?" "No more. Sorry to interrupt." At this time, Lu Min walked over from one side. then asked, "Someone was asking me just now?" The receptionist hurriedly said, "No, it's just a lady asking who our boss is." Lumen nodded and didn't take it to heart. He headed to his chairman's office and got to work. The entire White Cloud Group, all under his name. But Lumen knew very well that the White Cloud Group was the property of the White Cloud Guan, belonging to the master as well as to the eldest brother. All he had to do was to develop and grow the White Cloud Group and make more money. For Big Brother and Master. For Big Brother. Who the hell is it? Zhang Li's mind was filled with questions. However, after thinking about it for a while, she didn't dwell on it that much, and just paid off her parents' debts, all of them. Now that the debt is cleared, it's time to settle our vendetta next. You set up a trap, forced my parents to die, and caused my family to die. I won't let you off the hook. A stern look flashed in Zhang Li's eyes. Before that, however, she was going to meet someone. Ji Daodu and Qin Yang, once again, came out from their residence. They found a restaurant, ordered some food, and the two of them talked and laughed as they ate. Zhang Li saw the scene from afar and felt a little sour in his heart. She had adored Qin Yang after being saved by him in the beginning. Only, then she never saw it again, but still had that figure in her heart. The Qin Yang of that time, although still a bit green, was already more attractive than 99% of men. That woman has been watching you, Ji Daodu suddenly said. Unbeknownst to Zhang Li, he had been discovered. She was staring at Qin Yang and the others from a distance, and it was hard for ordinary people to notice. However, both Qin Yang and Ji Daodu were not ordinary people. They noticed Jiang Li's arrival when he appeared. Well, it's the same assassin who just killed us, a deceased friend of sorts, and she's not going to strike at us again, Qin Yang said. Ji Daodu did not doubt Qin Yang's words at all. If you like her, you can call her over. I don't mind. Ji Daodu laughed. Qin Yang shook his head and said, no need. If she wants to see me, she will come over on her own without me calling out to her, Qin Yang said indifferently. Ji Daodu nodded. The two finished eating and left under the watchful eye of Zhang Li. Soon they entered the villa. Zhang Li waited outside, waiting for Qin Yang to come out alone. You were waiting for me? Just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind her, immediately startling Zhang Li. She turned around expansively, and when she saw the visitor, she was instantly a little terrified. Eunuch! Zhang Li shouted. Qin Yang cried and laughed a little. That's a bit of a twisted term of endearment. Alright, just call me Qin Yang. Did you receive the money? Qin Yang asked with a smile. Surprised, Zhang Li said. The money was really given to me by the benefactor. Aha! Qin Yang nodded without denying it. He had no intention of hiding Zhang Li's intentions. I came this time to apologize to Eunuch. I didn't know that you were Qin Yang, and since all these years have passed and you've grown up, I couldn't recognize you, Zhang Li said with some shame. Qin Yang shook his head and said, it's fine, since the debt has been cleared. Why is he still killing? Is he going to kill someone next? Zhang Li's face changed slightly. How did Qin Yang see it? Chapter 77 The assassin sought by the Zhang family. Zhang Li lowered his head, not daring to look at Qin Yang, but said, the revenge of my parents must not go unrevenged. Qin Yang didn't say anything but asked, who told you to kill me? The Zhang family, gingerly said. The Zhang family? Qin Yang was still a bit surprised. Originally he thought it was Qin Weiye who did it. I hadn't thought that it would be a mission issued by the Zhang family. Even though I took the mission, I didn't finish it, and there may be others who will come after you, Zhang Li said with some concern. It's okay, don't worry about it, I just need who's going to do it to me, Qin Yang said. Aha! Ginger Li nodded. She hesitated for a moment, but still said, I'll keep an eye on those killers, and if any of them enter South City, I'll try my best to help you get rid of them. She didn't dare say that she got rid of all of them. Zhang Li had a bit of strength, but amidst the world of killers, experts abounded. Even as confident as she was, she didn't think she was better than all the slayers. There must be something she can't beat. So, she just said she tried her best to get rid of it. But, the most crucial thing is to make the Zhang family withdraw this mission, Ginger Li said. You think I'd be afraid of those killers? Qin Yang asked in amusement. Nature is not afraid. Zhang Li thought of this and was a little embarrassed, saying, it was me who was overly concerned. Go on, do things sharply, and when you're done, if you don't have anywhere to go, you can come to me, Qin Yang said. Really? Zhang Li's eyes lit up, looking at Qin Yang with some disbelief. He even supported her revenge and asked her to let herself go to his place after her revenge. Thanks, Ginger Li said. A little excitement grew in her mind at the endless possibilities. As for the assassin thing, you don't have to worry about it. It's been a long time since anyone has dared to lay a hand on me, and I'm curious to see if the assassin community has grown any now, Qin Yang said indifferently. Ginger Li spat out her tongue. Qin Yang was really too strong. In his tone, he blatantly didn't put the Slayer community in his eyes. Ginger Li left. Everything she had to do, she had done. Qin Yang looked at Zhang Li's departing back as he shook his head. What a nice girl who has come to this because of a change in her family. And, in this case, Zhang Li's parents were not really to blame. It was his parents' most trusted friend who did the bureau for them, and Zhang Li's father, who also saved someone's life. How could the family not have imagined that what they ended up rescuing was a white wolf? Killing each other is the best thing that can happen to the good people of this world. Qin Yang's mind spun with thoughts. He thought of the Zhang family. Who did this thing, anyway? Jiang Wanru? Or maybe it was his own so-called grandparents. Thinking of this, Qin Yang was prepared to make a personal trip to his door. Qin Weiye is working harder and harder to please Jiang Wanru because of Qin Li's death. This made Jiang Wanru's attitude towards Qin Weiye, that was getting better and better. This caused Qin Shui to look in her eyes and be anxious in her heart. She knew very well that when Qin Li was fine, Qin Weiye was still trying to harm herself and her mother. Now that Qin Li is dead, he's corrected? Qin Shui was completely unconvinced. Qin Weiye did this. There is only one possibility. What he is scheming is quite big. That's why he is so tolerant. Thinking about this, Qin Shui wanted to remind her mother many times. Only the words came out of his mouth, but he couldn't say them. She knew very well that her own mother wouldn't listen to her even if she did. She only trusted her own judgment and was, indeed, infatuated with Qin Weiye. Now that the love brain is on top, it is natural to trust Qin Weiye's words even more. Sis, why do you look so bad? Is something wrong with mom and dad? Qin Wan asked curiously. At this time, Qin Shui couldn't help but say, don't you perceive anything wrong with dad? Even in the past, dad was never that kind to mom. Hearing Qin Shui's words, Qin Wan laughed. Isn't this a good thing? Mom and dad have a good relationship so that our family can be harmonious. Don't you think there's something a little off? Qin Shui said in surprise. Qin Wan, however, smiled and said, what's wrong with that? That's our real father. Can he still harm us? Sister, why don't you trust dad so much? Because, one has already experienced persecution. If Qin Yang hadn't happened to pass by, she would have been a dead person by now. Qin Shui also realized that both Qin Wan and her mother were too trusting of her father these days. If he or she said something out of the blue, he or she would definitely be treated as having a problem, and might even be expelled from the house. At that time, if Qin Weiye wanted to do something to himself, it would be easy. Thinking of this, Qin Shui could only endure it. Just then, the servant nervously ran in from outside and reported to them, Master and Madam, the young master is back. Which young master? Jiang Wanru frowned. Jiang Nanfeng was caught in. Could he get out that fast? If that was the case, there was no way she could return this Jiang family. It's not young master Jiang Nanfeng, it's young master Qin Yang. He's coming inside, the servant said. Qin Yang? What's he doing here? Could it be that she was dumped by Sun Wanyu, so she came to look for herself? Thinking of this, Jiang Wanru instantly revealed a smug expression. Let him in. Qin Weiye's complexion changed a bit as he couldn't help but say, that guy is a calamity. What's the point of letting him in? He's my own son. As long as he's a bit more obedient, what's mine in the future is all his. What's a calamity or not? Jiang Wanru said. Speaking of this, with a suspicious face, she stared at Qin Weiye and said, you're still targeting Qin Yang. Are you still thinking of that bastard in your heart? Qin Weiye was flabbergasted and hurriedly shook his head, saying, wife, you've misunderstood. I don't even know where that bastard is right now, so how can I still be thinking about him? Qin Weiye had a righteous look on his face, which made Qin Shui skim her lips. If he hadn't known Qin Weiye's character and heard what they were planning to do, she would have believed it. No wonder mom got screwed over back in the day. Qin Weiye is really too good at cheating. It's good that you know. If I find out that you went to see that bastard, don't blame me for being rude to you. Bring Qin Yang in, Jiang Wanru said. As soon as she spoke, Qin Yang walked in. When he saw Qin Yang, Qin Weiye's spirit abruptly tensed up. He stared at Qin Yang. Could it be that he was going to expose his plan to the world? Anyway, when the time comes, just beat a dead horse and see what they can do. With his mind made up, Qin Weiye wasn't too worried. Just then, Qin Yang walked in from outside. The smile on Jiang Wanru's face instantly disappeared. You finally know enough tea. Oh, come home? Is this your plan to recognize me as your mother? Jiang Wanru said faintly. Chapter 78. Send Grandma and Grandpa inside. Qin Shui opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She knew very well that Qin Yang definitely did not come back to recognize his family. Having seen Qin Yang's ability, Qin Shui was clear that the entire Qin family and Zhang family were afraid to be nothing in Qin Yang's eyes. I was assassinated by an assassin, so here I am, Qin Yang said. When these words came out, Jiang Wanru's face changed slightly. She stared at Qin Yang and asked, you suspect that I found an assassin to kill you? Qin Yang shook his head and said, no. Then what are you doing here? Looking for the Zhang family to shelter you? You've been causing trouble day in and day out. And now that something has happened and you know to seek refuge in the family, don't you think it's a little late? Jiang Wanru said somewhat sarcastically. Qin Yang smiled faintly, then ignored Jiang Wanru's angry eyes as he sat himself down, a pair of eyes staring at Jiang Wanru as he said, "The person who is looking for the assassin comes from the Jiang family?" When these words came out, Jiang Wanru's face changed. She stared at Qin Yang and said with a cold smile, "You're still saying that you're not suspecting me?" At this time, Qin Shui reminded, "Mom, it's not like there's no one else in the Jiang family besides you. Who else could it be? It can't be your grandparents, can it?" Jiang Wanru said with a cold smile. Qin Yang's expression remained unchanged. He only stared at Jiang Wanru. "No way," Jiang Wanru said. "Invite them out and find out, won't you?" Qin Yang said. "Don't you dare. Don't think others are as nasty as you are. Your grandpa and grandma would never do such a thing," Jiang Wanru said coldly. Qin Yang sighed and said, "Then there's nothing more to say. The Jiang family will have to go bankrupt." "What are you doing?" Jiang Wanru's face changed drastically. Now that she was in charge of the Jiang family, if the Jiang family went bankrupt, she would be the last person to see it. Qin Yang smiled faintly. Qin Shui said, "Mom, it's better to invite Grandpa and Grandma over." "No need to invite. We're here." Jiang Changyong and Qian Hui walked in. The two looked at least 10 years older than when Qin Yang first met them. The two of them stared viciously at Qin Yang, their faces full of resentment. The two of them had gone to live in another house since Zhang Nanfeng and Zhang Chenglong had been in an accident. Not wanting to see anything, they had been informed by the servants and rushed over. Originally, between the two villas, they were not very far apart. "Mom and Dad," Qin Yang said, "someone assassinated him. Did you guys do it?" Jiang Wanru asked. She was not to be believed. Parents' hearts and minds, though the benefits are the main thing. However, under normal circumstances, but not to the extent of killing Qin Yang. After all, Qin Yang was also their grandson. "I did," Zhang Changyong said faintly. Jiang Wanru was taken aback. She stammered a little and couldn't help but ask, "Dad, why are you doing this? Even if the relationship between Qin Yang and us isn't good, it's not as bad as killing him." Jiang Wanru only wanted to suppress Qin Yang and take control of him, but killing Qin Yang, she hadn't really thought about it. At most, she would just beat him up and take a bite out of the bad anger in her heart. Jiang Changyong laughed coldly, looked at Qin Yang resentfully, and said, "Of course I'm going to kill him, because I want to avenge Nanfeng. This wild seed killed Nanfeng, your own nephew, and made our family cut off from our grandchildren." Jiang Wanru's body shook as she was filled with disbelief. Zhang Nanfeng is dead. It's rumored that he was killed by that Gao Chunchen. It is not uncommon for criminals to be shot by law enforcement while resisting arrest. It's not like they didn't think about retaliating against Gao Chunchen, but after Jiang Changyong checked, he found out that the real murderer, surprisingly, was Qin Yang. This matter, in fact, is not difficult to investigate. With the Jiang family's power, it's entirely possible to find out. He then locked onto Qin Yang and wanted to kill him to avenge his grandson. "Grandpa, how can you be like this? Qin Yang is also your grandson," Qin Shui said in shock. Zhang Changyong laughed out loud with a disdainful face. "What grandson? He's just a foreigner. He's the grandson of the Qin family, not my Jiang family." "Not bad. Only Nanfeng is our grandson. He killed Nanfeng and made our Jiang family extinct," Qian Hui said through clenched teeth. Qin Shui looked at the two in shock. Even Qin Wan was dumbfounded. They had originally felt that their position in their grandparents' hearts was similar to that of Jiang Nanfeng. However, now from the two of them, they were outsiders in the eyes of the Jiang family. It left the two with a sense of falling out and being lost. "You actually killed Nanfeng," Jiang Wanru said angrily. She stared at Qin Yang as if she was looking at an enemy. Qin Yang smiled faintly, without any waves in his heart. He stared at the two Jiang Changiongs and said, "Since I know that you hired the assassins to kill me, you will be duly punished. What do you want? Can you still kill us?" Jiang Changyong sneered. "It's cheap to kill you. Go in and stay with your sons," Qin Yang said indifferently. "What do you mean?" Before Jiang Changyong could react, a group of people rushed in. The person in the lead was no other than Gao Qinshan. She nodded to Qin Yang and said directly to Jiang Changyong and the two of them, "Your intent to assassinate a senior marshal general of the war ministry is well proven, so please come with us." "What? Senior general of the war department? Who?" Their gazes, then, landed on Qin Yang's body with a look of disbelief. "How is that possible? Qin Yang is a military general of the war ministry? A military general in his 20s. How is this possible?" "Nice," Gao Qinshan said faintly. As for Jiang Wanru and the others, they were also shocked. Qin Yang was actually a military general of the war ministry. Those who could be called generals were of extremely high status. How far will you go in the future if you become a military general in your 20s? They were unimaginable. Thinking of the Qin family, treating Qin Yang as an ordinary person, a country bumpkin, They simply wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Qin Yang, you won't have a good ending, Jiang Chanyang said. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, it's a pity you can't see it. Jiang Chanyang and Shen Hui were taken away. Being executed is unlikely, but I guess it's unlikely to come out. Qin Yang, you can't do this. That's your grandpa and grandma. They're so old. You can't lock them in. Zhang Wanru reacted and said loudly. Qin Yang snorted and said disdainfully, I told you I'm an orphan, fatherless and motherless, so where do I get grandparents? Zhang Wanru almost died of anger. She gritted her teeth and said, you are simply a man. Killing your own cousin and taking your own grandparents in, you shall not die. Qin Yang glanced at her, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Zhang Wanru was startled by Qin Yang's eyes and subconsciously stepped back. She slipped and fell directly on the ground. Ms. Jiang, remember one thing, you and I are strangers. If you ever talk to me like that again, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Yang's voice came without any temperature. He's outta here. Chapter 79, to make him pay for his life. When Qin Weiye returned, he saw Zhang Wanru sitting there with an ugly face. Qin Shui sat in the wheelchair while Qin Wan comforted Zhang Wanru. What happened? Qin Weiye looked a little tired. He was literally fighting for his life to run the company Qin Yutian had given him. Qin Weiye knew very well that the only way to deal with Qin Yang was to get the Qin family by himself. With his current power, he could not do anything to Qin Yang at all. Qin Wan said angrily, Qin Yang arrested Grandpa and Grandma into the law enforcement team, and said that they had bought and paid for killers to assassinate a senior marshal general of the war ministry. What high-ranking military general? Hearing that Jiang Changyang's husband and wife had been taken in, Qin Weiye's heart rejoiced. But then there was some confusion when I heard about the high-level military generals. How did the Jiang family get involved with a high-ranking military general? That Gao Qinshan said that Qin Yang is a senior marshal general of the war ministry. Qin Wan said. Qin Weiye's first reaction was that it was impossible. How is that possible? How old is he? He's a senior marshal general of the war ministry. He must have bought off that Gao Qinshan to trick you all. Qin Weiye said. That means my parents are okay? Zhang Wanru's eyes immediately lit up. Qin Weiye, however, shook his head and said, not necessarily. They would have been arrested if they bought the murderer if it was true. Hearing Qin Weiye's words, Zhang Wanru's expression darkened. Zhang Wanru said bitterly, Mom and Dad admitted that they bought the murderer. That's not good. How can they be so confused? Qin Weiye shook his head. It was just that in his heart, he was more than happy. The Jiang family's pair of two guys, once they went in, according to their bodies, without quality medical care, they would more than likely die very quickly. At that time, the Jiang family will have two less old undead. It was much better for him to want to pin down Zhang Wanru. Thinking of this, Qin Weiye was pleased in his heart. Qin Shui glanced at Qin Weiye and sneered in her heart. Qin Weiye's hypocrisy made her want to vomit. This father of his, who tried to kill himself, even called his grandparents confused. This matter, since it has become a fact, there is no way for us to intervene. I can only find someone to inquire about it. If it really doesn't work, you can only collect your father-in-law's and mother-in-law's properties, even if it is affordable to them. Qin Weiye said. Zhang Wanru was full of bitter smiles. However, thinking that she could completely control the Jiang family's industry, she suddenly felt that it wasn't that hard anymore. I'm a woman after all. Doing business is also a little short of meaning. Now I have Qin Shui to help me. It's also a little bit better, but after all, it's a little short of meaning, or else, you'll enter Jiang's. Come and help me deal with some things, Zhang Wanru said. Qin Weiye was delighted in his heart and just wanted to agree. At this time, Qin Shui's voice rang out. Mom, you and Dad just remarried. It's not the best time to get Dad into Jiang. Qin Weiye glanced at Qin Shui with some dissatisfaction. In this family, only Qin Shui had some brains. He said lightly, Snow, what are you babbling about? What's inappropriate about me wanting to help your mom share her worries? Qin Shui's expression remained unchanged. She had already thought of something to say. Grandpa and Grandma were taken in because of Qin Yang. If Dad moves back into Jiang now, it will definitely be speculated by those patriarchs that our family intentionally counted on Jiang to do all these things. And when that happens, it will surely cause dissatisfaction among those people, and it won't be as easy for us to take complete control of Jiang. Qin Weiye said with dissatisfaction. What are you babbling about? We have severed our relationship with that Qin Yang, and the entire South City knows it. But others won't think that way. Others will only think that our family is making a play with the purpose of seeking the Jiang family's estate. And at that time, how does father think we can stabilize people's hearts? Qin Shui said. Qin Weiye sneered. Now that we have absolute control of Jiang's, whoever dares to disobey will be kicked out directly. Qin Shui snorted and said. Father said this. Some quick success. Jiang's patriarchs, none of them are oil lamps. Their hands are in control of a portion of Jiang's important work. Casually dismissed one, is a huge loss. likely to cause Zhang's big problems. How can you casually dismiss it? Speaking here, Qin Shui stared at Qin Weiye and said if she had any thoughts. Dad, your words will make people feel as if you're hitting on Zhang's idea. What are you babbling about? Qin Weiye's face turned blue. He hadn't expected that he was about to break into Zhang's, but as a result, Qin Shui, his own daughter, had given him a knife and stopped him. Qin Weiye said to a skeptical Jiang Wanru, wife, don't listen to Xiao Shui's nonsense. I reckon she's all been brought down by Qin Yang and just knows how to talk nonsense. Jiang Wanru hesitated for a while, but still said, I think Xiao Shui has a point. Forget it, let's wait for complete stabilization before letting you enter Zhang's. Besides, what you need to do now is to fully develop the current company, and then inherit the Qin family. Okay. Qin Weiye knew that Jiang Wanru was suspicious and would not easily let himself into Jiang. He smiled and said, Xiao Shui's concern is also justified. Besides, if I master the Qin family, although Jiang is powerful, compared to the Qin family, it's still a lot worse. I'd better go all out to fight for the Qin family's inheritance. Well, when the time comes, the Qin family and Jiang clan will join forces. I don't believe that rebellious son Qin Yang won't bow down. A brilliant light flashed in Jiang Wanru's eyes. Qin Weiye's heart stirred, then said, in fact, that Qin Yang's biggest dependence is Sun Wanyu. If he can make something happen to Sun Wanyu, he won't have that much of a backbone. Be specific. Jiang Wanru's eyes lit up. In that case, we can find someone and use the reason of talking about a project to lure Sun Yu out, then drug her and make her a who is as good as anyone else's. And at that time, do you think Qin Yang will still want her? Qin Weiye hemmed and hawed. Jiang Wanru, however, shook her head and said, we used this method last time, but it failed. Do you think it's possible to succeed this time? Qin Weiye, however, sneered. This time I'll make better arrangements and find someone else to do it. Sun Wan, you definitely won't have any defenses. Alright, go ahead and make the arrangements. If there is less of this woman, Sun Wan Yu, dealing with Qin Yang will be simpler. Jiang Wanru said. Qin Shui couldn't help but say, Mom, Qin Yang is your own son. Do you really want to lay hands on him? Humph, he killed Nan Feng. I want him to pay for Nan Feng's life. A stern color flashed in Jiang Wanru's eyes. At this moment, Qin Yang, who had already walked away, felt something, his kinship with his parents, completely broken. Qin Yang felt that his realm was rising. No wonder so many people cultivate the emotionless Tao. It's really simple. Qin Yang snorted. Chapter 80 Once and for all. On the path of emotionlessness, if you break off your love, you will be able to achieve a small amount of success, and the so-called breaking of love is, I'm afraid, the easiest thing in the world. Qin Yang didn't even have to make an effort to follow his own heart and broke almost all of his affinities. However, he was only referring to it, not to cultivate the heartless way. Qin Yang's mind spun with thoughts. He drove the car, but stopped on a deserted stretch of road. There are not many people here, and at this time there is even not a single pedestrian. Qin Yang got down from inside the car and said easily, they've all followed me for so long. It's time to come out. With his words, two figures appeared. They were all foreigners and radiated a holy light. The two men's eyes stared at Qin Yang with icy killing intent. Mr. Divine Stick, truly worthy of being the first expert of the Dragon Pavilion. He was able to spot us. One of them spoke up, a woman who was stunningly beautiful. The whole person's body, completely is the golden ratio. The 5 features are even more delicate as a doll. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, two intelligent angels. You guys are really looking down on me. You want to kill me, but you only used 2 intelligent angels. Who are you looking down on? God Stick, we admit that you are powerful, and not long ago, you even took down one of our companions. But the 2 of us, among the wise angels, are 2 of the most powerful, not something that guy can compare to, the female wise angel said. Qin Yang shook his head as he took out his cell phone and dialed King Kong's number. What are your orders again, Godbearer? Vudra's voice came. I'll give you a big present later. 2 wise angels, like it? Qin Yang laughed. What? 2 wise angels went to you? They are also too much. Right, even want to use 2 wise angels to deal with you. They also look down on you too much. I'm also disappointed. It seems that heaven is not taking me too seriously. Taking down 2 more of their wise angels this time will be a lesson to them. Hopefully next time they can send their blazing angels over. Qin Yang sighed. I'm just afraid they won't dare to send anyone next time. King Kong said. With the loss of 3 wise angels in a row, heaven surely had some thinking to do. 2 wise angels, both speak Chinese. They were naturally able to listen to Qin Yang's words, and on their faces, they all showed a touch of coldness. The 2 were not afraid of Qin Yang asking for help. There was a Vajra here, but they were sure that they could settle the battle here before Vajra came. At this time Qin Yang hung up the phone. He stared at the 2 of them and said with a smile, You've heard it. Will I do it, or will you waste your own cultivation and follow me? The two of them looked like they had heard the best joke in the world as they looked at Qin Yang incredulously. How could he say such a thing? And you'll lose your kung fu and follow him? Does he think it's possible? Kellen, let's strike together and kill him, the male wise angel said. Kylan smiled slightly and said, it's better to take him alive. I quite like him, and I haven't tried a man from the Dragon Kingdom yet. Okay, don't get all wavy here. Take it down, the male wise angel said. Kylan's eyes went cold and she suddenly struck out. She was extremely fast and killed Qin Yang. Qin Yang stood there. Seeing that his opponent's attack reached in front of him, he smiled faintly and directly struck out. 5 minutes later, the two beaten and swollen foreigners were thrown on top of the car. Qin Yang drove the car, asked about King Kong's residence, and directly brought the person there. King Kong heard the knock on the door and walked right out. Seeing Qin Yang throw two foreigners out, he was startled. It's been dealt with. All cultivation is ruined. Take it and ask for clarification. It would be best if we could find out where Paradise's lair is. Qin Yang said. Qin Yihan is also there. She was a little surprised to see this. Qin Yang's methods were too powerful. These two foreigners, at first glance, are not ordinary people. It's bad luck for them that Paradise is staring at you, but it's not easy to ask about their lair. King Kong said. They, the wise angels, are specially trained. It's simply too hard to ask anything from them. The last one, now pretty much tortured, didn't ask much. Feel free, when I have time, I'll make a direct trip to the west. They definitely won't be able to hold back on me, and then I'll go find their lair. Qin Yang said. Vajra's eyes lit up and he said with some excitement, you're planning to make a move? I just don't like trouble. Qin Yang said. Shinihan is a little strange. Do not like the trouble, but also to go out to deal with the trouble. Some does not make sense. Why go out of your way if you don't like trouble? Shinihan asked. Qin Yang didn't answer, and King Kong answered her. It's because you don't like trouble that you have to tackle the people who make it, so you can get it over with. King Kong said. Shinihan was startled. What a domineering style of acting. Qin Weiya had such a son, but he didn't cherish it. Instead, he severed his relationship with Qin Yang, which made Shinihan feel ridiculous when she thought about it. Qin Weiya is now afraid that his intestines are green with regret. I'm leaving, leave these two to you guys. If there's anything that can't be solved, talk to me, since I've stepped in. If there's anything that can't be solved by the Dragon Pavilion, you can look for me, Qin Yang said. At this time, Shinihan couldn't help but say, Qin Yang, you're so strong, can you help Jin Gang raise their strength as well? As long as they're strong enough, wouldn't it be a lot less trouble? Qin Yang looked at Shinihan with a somewhat odd expression. Shinihan thought that Qin Yang was unwilling. She immediately said, of course, if it doesn't work, just pretend I didn't say it. No, I just think you're quite smart. It's a good idea, Qin Yang said with a smile. At once, Shinihan's heart was delighted. Qin Yang said to Jin Gang, tell your brothers, if you have nothing to do, go to the White Cloud Temple, and look for Taoist Master Bai Yun to instruct you on cultivation. That's my master, and it will allow you to raise your cultivation quite a bit in a short period of time. Jin Gang's heart stirred. He had actually been very curious about Qin Yang's origin. Hearing the name White Cloud View, Vajra had a clue in his mind. That White Cloud Taoist master must be a very powerful person. Thinking of this, King Kong wasn't polite at all and directly said, no problem. This matter, I will talk to my brothers about it. Aha! Qin Yang has really gone this time. Jin Gang sent this message, directly to all the brothers of the Dragon Pavilion. The crowd was abuzz. We can't go to so many people at once, we'll go to about 20 at a time, and each person will practice for a week, and in a month or so the brothers will be able to receive guidance from the Divine Stick Master. Not bad, let the captain arrange it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone was a little agitated. If they didn't have a mission to perform, I'm afraid that all of them wouldn't be able to help themselves and would go to find Taoist White Cloud together. Chapter 81 No Sharing of Heaven and Earth. Su family, Jiangli sat there somewhat uneasily. Sun Wanyu and Dooley sat on the side, curiously sizing up Jiangli. She was here to find Qin Yang. Only, Jiangli didn't say what her relationship with Qin Yang was. Su Nuyu wanted to call Qin Yang, but Jiangli refused. There's no need to call. If Qin Yang doesn't come back today, I can come back tomorrow. There's no need to have him come back specifically. He's a man of great deeds. He's most likely busy working on something big outside. Gingerly said, doing great things? Is there another name for Ji Daodu that's a big deal? Qin Yang didn't come back now. Most likely he went to look for Ji Daodu, so it's called doing great things. However, these words can only be thought about in the mind, and it is a bit embarrassing to say them out loud. Okay, Sun Wanyu said. None of the three knew what to say, so they just sat there, and no one opened their mouths. Dooley transmitted, Miss, what do you think is the relationship between this girl and Qin Yang? It couldn't be another woman he found, right? I don't know, We'll know when Qin Yang comes back. Sun Wanyu said. That guy, he's a womanizer, Dooley said indignantly. Sun Nuyu laughed lightly and said, actually it's okay, look at these capable men. Which one of them is single-minded? Secretly who knows how many women they have? And they're still different from Qin Yang. What's different? Aren't they all philanderers? Dooley said in surprise. Sun Nuyu laughed softly and said, those people still most likely can't. Unlike Qin Yang, who is not getting satisfaction at home. Dooley blushed instantly. And that's really true. Qin Yang didn't seem to have a good time every time. Who knows what this guy's loins are made of? In that case, it was still their fault that Qin Yang had gone out to look for someone. Zhongli was a little uncomfortable as he watched the two of them frown at each other, their lips moving slightly, but he didn't know what they were talking about. After thinking for a while, she was ready to say goodbye and leave first, and if she came a little earlier tomorrow, she should be able to meet Qin Yang. Just then, a figure walked in from outside. Qin Yang is back. Upon seeing Zhongli, he was slightly stunned, then laughed. Zhongli is here. Why didn't you call me? Qin Yang naturally walked over and sat between Sun Wanyu and Dooley, and with one hand, wrapped them in his arms. This scene saw Zhongli's eyes glaze over. At this time, she realized that Qin Yang was not only that Ji Dao to a woman, Su Nuyu and this big beautiful bodyguard beside her were actually Qin Yang's people as well. But soon, Zhongli was relieved. What woman wouldn't like a capable man like Qin Yang? It's only natural to have so many women, isn't it? It would be truly strange if he wasn't surrounded by beauty. Thanks for the money, Zhongli said, looking at Qin Yang with some anticipation. Well, just pay off what you owe. Qin Yang nodded his head, and Sun Wanyu and Dooley's faces changed. Qin Yang paid this beauty in front of him? Why did he give her money? Did he make some kind of deal? The two looked at each other and both saw the surprise in the other's eyes. Qin Yang, however, didn't feel anything as he directly said, just this matter. You don't need to make a trip yourself. Only then did Zhongli determine that the money was actually really given to him by Qin Yang. Her heart was grateful. Ginger Li continued, I want you to know that I will never do that line of work again. What line? At this point, Sun Wanyu and Dooley had already established it. Qin Yang because he's too strong to be satisfied at home. That's why he went out to look for a woman, but ended up meeting a poorly built Zhongli, who then offered him money to free the other party from the wind. But, how can he go out whoring? Thinking about this, Sun Wanyu and Dooley's faces had darkened. If they couldn't, they could just grit their teeth a little more and go out looking for the big one. Thinking of this, both of them looked at Qin Yang with a somewhat unfavorable look in their eyes. Qin Yang still didn't know that he had already been misunderstood as that kind of person. He nodded and said, it's good that you know. You used to be a member of the War Department. You've even gone on more than one mission abroad and shed blood for the Dragon Kingdom. You shouldn't have gone that far. Hearing Qin Yang's words, the two were taken aback. They hadn't thought that Zhongli had once been a warrior. Moreover, listening to Qin Yang, the other party had even gone abroad on a mission. This isn't your average warrior anymore. I can't believe she's fallen to the wayside. The two looked at Zhongli with eyes filled with heartache. Sun Wanyu immediately said, Zhongli, aren't there many more warriors just like you? How about this? I'll take out $300 million and set up a fund that specializes in helping our warriors in difficulty. We can't let warriors bleed and shed tears. There are some, but not many. I was just introduced to them by a comrade in arms, Gingerly said. Hearing this, Sun Wanyu was a bit angry. What kind of comrade in arms is it that goes so far as to introduce his comrade in arms to something like this? That war buddy of yours is in this business too? Was she forced into it as well? You guys learned your skills in the War Department, so there's really no need to trample on yourselves like that. Dooley couldn't resist. But we won't do anything else but this kind of thing, Zhongli said with a bitter smile. And, doing this kind of thing, it's fast money, and we all have special reasons why we have to make tons of money to solve our problems. Zhongli sighed. Then you can't trash yourselves. How can you learn only such things in the Ministry of War? The big thing is to become an assassin, or become a guard for a big family can be Dooley said. I did become an assassin, which I apologize to the Dragon Kingdom that trained me. Ginger Li said shamefully. What? You work as an assassin? Dooley and Sun Wanyu exclaimed at the same time. Ginger Li looked at them with a somewhat bewildered expression and asked, yeah, what do you guys think I'm doing? Misunderstood. Sun Wanyu and Dooley immediately reacted. Sun Wanyu said, we're talking about killers too. Dooley nodded furiously. If Zhongli knew what they were talking about, he wouldn't die of embarrassment. Zhongli sighed and said, I was wrong. What do you want to go and do after you've paid your debt? Qin Yang suddenly asked. Ginger Li didn't say anything. Is it going to kill someone? Qin Yang asked. Zhongli raised his head violently and looked at Qin Yang incredulously. It's hard to look away when your thoughts are written all over your face, Qin Yang said. Zhongli gave a bitter laugh. Afterward, biting hatred flashed in her eyes as she said, Those people killed my parents. I must take revenge. The hatred of my parents is not shared. If I don't take this revenge, I'm not a man's son in vain. Chapter 82 All busted. After saying that, Zhongli looked at Qin Yang. She was a little worried that Qin Yang would not allow her to take revenge. However, Qin Yang appeared calm as he nodded his head and said, "The revenge of your parents must not go unavenged. I won't stop you." Really? Zhongli was instantly surprised. Qin Yang nodded and said, "Naturally. Thank you," gingerly said. She stood up and bowed deeply to Qin Yang. Then, Zhongli turned around and left. She didn't say anything. Even if one wanted to repay, it would be impossible. Once she kills her parents' enemies, the death penalty is certain. To say that repaying Qin Yang would be a bit too fake. Qin Yang smiled, then took out his cell phone and spoke into it. Could have fixed those guys. Su Nuyu glanced at Qin Yang and asked, "By those people, do you mean that MS? Jiang is an enemy?" Aha. Qin Yang nodded his head. This group of people, though, didn't go out and kill anyone, but they have set up traps and cheated many families, leaving many people with broken homes. But they are so skillful that the general public has not been able to find evidence. Qin Yang just got someone to check the evidence and sent those evidences to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Those people, they're all going to be caught soon. I'll have someone find the evidence, then capture the people and send them all to the Law Enforcement Bureau, so that if Zhongli wants to kill them, it's impossible, and he won't have to go on the road of no return. Qin Yang said. Sun Wanyu and Dooley were a bit surprised. I didn't expect Qin Yang to quietly do such a thing. Why don't you say it in front of Gingerly? Dooley asked with some surprise. Don't want her to feel indebted to me. She's a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom. She shed blood for the Dragon Kingdom. She shouldn't have ended up like that. Qin Yang said seriously. Fair enough, Sun Wanyu said. What I just said is not a joke. I'm willing to take out $300 million to set up a charity fund to help those retired soldiers. Sun Wanyu's tone was quite firm. Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, I'll add another $700 million. What? Su Nuyu and Dooley were both a bit overwhelmed. They knew that Qin Yang had money, but to take out $700 million out in such a light manner was really not something that anyone could do. How much money does he have? Seeing the two men's surprised faces, Qin Yang laughed. You've heard of the White Cloud Group, right? Could it be? Sun Wanyu was shocked. That world-spanning conglomerate, the uncrowned king of the Dragon Kingdom, was actually related to Qin Yang. Qin Yang knew what she was thinking. He immediately explained, don't misunderstand. The White Cloud Group belongs to the White Cloud View, not me personally. Then who owns the White Cloud Temple? Sun Wanyu asked in amusement. My masters. Is there a difference between masters and yours? Qin Yang thought for a moment, then shook his head. This one really doesn't. Everything the master has is for him, so what is the master's is his. Their bond is even deeper than that of a normal father and son. I remembered that Master had said that the reason he had created the White Cloud Group was because he didn't want Qin Yang to be embarrassed by financial problems in the future. Although by that time, they were already rich. Just the gifts and dry shares from those tycoons alone make it impossible for some of the great and powerful to match them. Okay, I admit it. The White Cloud Group is mine, Qin Yang said, blankly glancing at Qin Yang. Su Nuyu felt that he was in Versailles. In reality, Qin Yang really hadn't thought about any of this. He has no concept of money, not that he likes it. Anyway, he had a few accounts which were filled with money from his senior brother. As for how much, Qin Yang himself didn't even know anymore. It's just a big string of zeros anyway. If I had known that Baiyun Group is my own family, I would have looked for Baiyun Group to go and ask for projects to go. There are so many projects that I want to participate in. It's just that Baiyun Group's volume is too big for you to look at such a small company like us. Sun Wanyu sighed. Qin Yang tilted his head and said, why don't I ask Lu Min to hand over the group to you? He has long wanted to go back to the middle of the White Cloud Temple and cultivate properly. If you're willing to do so, I'll just let him go back. Sun Wanyu froze for a moment. That Lu Min, surprisingly, is the president of the White Cloud Group? She then said that the last time she saw Lu Min, how she felt that the other party was somewhat familiar. But when the other party called Qin Yang as her senior brother, Su Nuyu felt that she was mistaken again. Now it seems that it wasn't a case of misrecognition at all. The other party is that Lu Min from the Baiyun Group. It was just that he was just too respectful in front of Qin Yang, so he didn't connect him with that Lu Min himself. It's not necessary. I just have a few projects that I want to cooperate with the White Cloud Group for a while. Can you ask Lu Min to give me the projects? Sun Wanyu said with some anticipation. If those few collaborations came to fruition, the Su family's industry, in her hands, would be on a higher level. This sense of accomplishment was even stronger than taking over the White Cloud Group. Qin Yang shook his head and said, if you're willing to take over the White Cloud Group, you can do whatever you want. There's no need to be so troublesome. He took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Min's cell phone number. A tone came from inside. saying that Lu Min's cell phone had been turned off. I can't believe it's off. Let's go straight to the office tomorrow, Qin Yang said. As well, Sun Wanyu said with some excitement. She then had the information on those programs, all prepared. Sun Wanyu was full of anticipation, and this night, she was extremely proactive. Qin Yang was a bit surprised, not expecting that just a few items could make Sun Wanyu so hardworking and proactive. I should have known to give her a few more items to keep her happy. After bidding farewell to Qin Yang, Zhongli found the home of his first enemy. As it turns out, there's nothing here. This left Zhongli a little confused. What's the situation? As she stood hovering at the front door, an ant approached her and said, "Little girl, are you looking for this family?" Ginger Li nodded. All have been arrested, allegedly committed a crime, and the evidence is overwhelming, and all have been taken away, Auntie said. Zhongli was taken aback. Is there such a thing as coincidence? He himself was just about to take revenge when those people were arrested. She immediately said, "Thank you, Auntie." Auntie nodded and said with a smile, "Little girl." Auntie said something she shouldn't have said. This family are not good people. Don't associate with them. Don't harm yourself. Well, thank you, Auntie. I just came by to check it out. I didn't know the family well in the first place, Gingerly said. Zhongli then rushed to the next house. The result was the same as the last one. All caught. She patronized all the families of her enemies. When they reached the last house, a muscular, tall man stood there like he was waiting specifically for himself. Gingerly, he reached into his arms. There was a pistol there, and she could sense that the man in front of her was very scary and could threaten her life. Chapter 83. The real master of the group. The visitor smiled slightly and said, "The gun in your arms is of little use to me." Despite the words, Zhongli still gripped the gun in his arms. "I'm called Jin Gang. I'm Qin Yang's brother and his aunt. I'm the one who caught those people in there. The evidence of the crime has already been collected. I mean to arrange for you to carry out the execution when it's time to shoot," King Kong said with a smile. Qin Yang's brother? Another aunt? What the hell kind of identity is that? Zhongli's heart stirred. She suddenly felt that the other party looked somewhat familiar, like she had seen them somewhere. "I've seen you before. Are you Qin Yang's teammate?" "Not bad. Little girl is very smart. No wonder Qin Yang is willing to help you. He originally didn't let me tell you, but I think that since Qin Yang did something good, he should let you know," King Kong said. "Qin Yang did all this?" Gingerly said. Although she already had some guesses, she couldn't help but be shocked after hearing it. What followed was moving. Qin Yang said that you shed blood for the Dragon Kingdom. You shouldn't have gone that far. He'll help you with these things, King Kong said. "Thanks," Gingerly said. "Save this to say to Qin Yang later, when you shot your enemy with your own hands. At that time, you'll go back to Qin Yang." King Kong laughed. Zhongli nodded without saying anything else. King Kong also excused himself. The reason why he told Zhongli and even arranged for him to become a gunman was that he was worried that Zhongli wouldn't be able to think of anything else and directly kill the law enforcement bureau, wanting to avenge his parents. If he really did that, Qin Yang's arrangement would be in vain. He then rushed to the White Cloud Temple with peace of mind. In the past 2 days, they had just entered the White Cloud Temple to cultivate, and their strength was growing by leaps and bounds. This made Vajra uninterested in anything but wanting to work hard to cultivate in the middle of the White Cloud Temple. The main thing is that the boost is really too big. All the years of cultivation he had done before were not even as big as these few days. As for Lu Min, he was meditating and practicing. He didn't start practicing anymore after he was busy with the work at hand, and he didn't notice at all that his cell phone had run out of battery. "I woke up the next morning and saw that my cell phone was dead." Lu Min was a bit surprised. There shouldn't be any important calls. Lu Min thought darkly in his heart. It's his private phone number and only some people know about it. Usually those people don't call his phone. As for the brothers among the White Cloud View, most of them are contacted by WeChat. Charging his cell phone up, Lu Min didn't think about it that much and went straight to work. White Cloud Group. Qin Yang and Sun Wanyu arrived here. He headed straight inside, only to be stopped. "Excuse me, sir, who are you looking for? You're not an employee of our company. You can't just go in," the receptionist said. Qin Yang froze for a moment before he said, "I'm looking for Lu Min. I'm sorry, the chairman doesn't have an appointment today. You should call and make an appointment before you come over," the receptionist said politely. "The main thing is that there are especially many people who want to find Lu Min. You call him and ask him to come down. He'll understand when he sees me," Qin Yang said. The receptionist shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, sir. I really can't help you without an appointment." Qin Yang took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Min's number again. The call did go through, but there was no answer. Qin Yang's face darkened. What's this guy up to? Just then, Qin Wei and Zhang Wanru walked in. Upon seeing Qin Yang and Sun Wanyu, Qin Wei was slightly stunned, then sneered and said, "Qin Yang, why are you here?" Qin Yang didn't even look at him, but glanced around and asked strangely, Where did the dog bark from? Qin Weiye's face instantly darkened. He said coldly, Qin Yang, watch what you say. I'm your real father. Where's the wild dog coming from that's barking around here? Bark again and have the wild dog knocked out. Qin Yang said with a straight face. Sun Wanyu almost laughed out loud. Qin Yang is aware of how to be angry. Sure enough, Qin Weiye's face darkened. He took a deep breath and said to the front desk, White Cloud Group, how can anyone come in? Don't throw them out yet. Seeing that Qin Weiye spoke with a strong voice, the receptionist didn't dare to be negligent and asked respectfully, May I ask who you are? I'm your manager Ye's client. I'm going to sign a contract with your manager Ye soon. If I'm disturbed by boring people, you can't afford to pay for the delayed contract. Qin Weiye said coldly. The receptionist's face went white. If she really delayed the big business, she would definitely be fired by then. That manager Yi, she also knows, although only a department manager, but the means is very powerful. Many big business are negotiated by him. Thinking of this, the receptionist immediately said, Don't worry, I'll get rid of the people now. Qin Yang patiently dialed Lu Min's number again. At this time, the cell phone was answered. Lu Min, get your ass down here. I'm downstairs in your company now. Qin Yang suppressed his fire and roared. Eldest brother, I'm not Lu Min. His cell phone landed in the Guan. Shui Tao, yes, eldest brother. No Lu Min's company number? Call and tell him to get his ass down here. Qin Yang said. Okay, call him right away. Shui Tao said hurriedly. In his heart, he prayed for Lu Min. This guy had really made Big Brother angry this time. I hope that Big Brother won't beat him to death later. Shui Tao hung up the call and directly dialed Lu Min's office. Who? Lu Min asked. I'm Shui Tao. What does senior brother want with me? Don't delay me from doing my job. Lu Min said as he hugged the female secretary in his arms a little tighter. You left your cell phone at home. Big Brother called your number and couldn't get through. And then he's downstairs at your office right now. Sounding angry, Zitao said. Lu Min instantly had a jolt of energy and exerted force in his hands. The female secretary screamed miserably, and only then did Lu Min react and hurriedly loosened his hand. Shui Tao knew what this guy was doing. He smiled and said, You're still in the mood for this kind of thing now. When you see eldest senior brother in a while, I hope you won't be in trouble. Grass. Lu Min hung up the call. The pretty female secretary was a little aggravated and started to undress herself. It really hurt just now. Did the chairman want to reward himself now? What do you do? Didn't you just say? The female secretary was a bit aggravated. It was only at this time that Lu Min reacted. He said without curiosity, I didn't mean that. Forget it, don't bother explaining to you. You follow me down to pick up a valued guest. What kind of person needs to be picked up by you personally? The secretary was a little incredulous. The true owner of this group is also my young master, Lu Min said in a deep voice. The secretary was filled with shock. She practically suspected she'd heard wrong. Chapter 84 Parents? She was just about to say something when Lu Min had already left the place. The fact that Lu Min wasn't actually the real boss of the White Cloud Group filled her heart with shock. However, thinking of Lu Min's usual spending inside, she felt that there was no difference between Lu Min and the real boss. Presumably, he gives himself gifts in the tens of millions of dollars at his fingertips, and he really doesn't have to think about it that much. Thinking of this, the secretary hurriedly straightened his clothes and followed behind Lu Min. At this time, downstairs, Qin Weiye had a sneer on his face. He said indifferently, Qin Yang, you're almost done. How much longer do you have to pretend? You were just raised in a countryside Taoist temple. How could you possibly know the boss of the White Cloud Group? Qin Yang smiled faintly and asked rhetorically, have you forgotten what that Taoist temple is called? Qin Weiye's expression froze. He hesitated a little, then said incredulously, White Cloud Guan? Impossible. It's definitely just a coincidence. How could the White Cloud Group be related to the White Cloud Temple? Whether it matters or not, you won't know when that Lu Min kid comes down in a while. Qin Yang sneered. At this time, Qin Weiye mostly realized that something was wrong. He said to the front desk, you still don't blow people out. If Manager Yi comes in a while, be careful that Manager Yi and I will complain about you. The receptionist was taken aback. She was also just a battering ram, and if she was embarrassed by the manager, she would surely be out of a job. At this time, she had no choice but to command the security guards and have them pull the two Qin Yangs out. Stop! What are you doing? An icy voice rang out as Lu Min walked over. Qin Weiye had a heart that was sinking. Jiang Wanru hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. She smiled and said, You're Mr. Lu, right? I'm Jiang Wanru of the Jiang family, the one in charge of the Jiang family nowadays. And this is the heir of the Qin family. Qin Weiye, we, husband and wife, are here to sign a project with the Baiyun group this time. Hearing Jiang Wanru's words, Lu Min's brows furrowed as he said indifferently, What Qin family? Jiang family? Haven't heard of it. Qin Weiye and Jiang Wanru's expressions stiffened. At this time, Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh. The family that the two were so proud of had never even heard of it from Lu Min, and it had to be said that this matter was simply too ironic. Qin Wei and Zhang Wanru were also a bit embarrassed. If the person in front of them was someone else, they would have already exploded. But this person in front of me was the president of the White Cloud Group. Therefore, Qin Wei and Zhang Wanru were just awkwardly compensating for their smiles. Just then, Qin Yang stepped forward and kicked Lu Min's body. Bump! Lu Min was kicked to the ground. He looked embarrassed and a bit weak, not daring to look at Qin Yang. Qin Wei and Zhang Wanru, all of them were stunned. They hadn't expected that Qin Yang would be so bold. How dare you hit the president of the White Cloud Group? That receptionist, too, was pale. The bosses are beaten up. What if it angers them? Everyone went pale at the thought. Qin Yang, you're finished. You've offended the boss of the White Cloud Group. You're dead. Qin Wei was slightly stunned, then couldn't help but laugh out excitedly. Sun Wanyu glanced at Qin Wei and couldn't help but secretly shake her head. What about a tiger's poison? This guy is not even as good as that. Zhang Wanru also sneered, looking at Qin Yang with eyes filled with gloating. In her opinion, Qin Yang was dead. He dared to hit the boss of the White Cloud Group, and I don't know who gave him the guts. This guy's done. The two security guards were about to rush over and lay their hands on Qin Yang. Stop it, you guys, get out of my way. Lu Min was startled. Naturally, he was not worried about the two security guards hurting Qin Yang. He knew that Qin Yang now had a fire in his heart and kicked himself, right out of anger. If these two people interfered and made senior brother really angry, it would be themselves who would suffer at that time. The two guards froze as well. It didn't occur to me that the president wouldn't let them do it. They stood there, somewhat at a loss for words. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? This person hit you. You should punish him properly. Qin Wei said. Shut up. What are you? If you can't shut up, get out. Qin Wei was taken aback, and he shut up. Instead, Zhang Wanru said, Mr. Lu, we are customers of your company, and manager Yi asked us to come. Yi Tiannan? Right. Lu Min took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Tell Yi Tiannan that he is fired, and if you want to ask why, just say that he found two clients and offended me. Lu Min said directly. Sun Wan, you were dumbstruck. Is this the management style of the White Cloud Group? It's also too rough. However, only a president of the Baiyun Group like Lu Min would have such a boldness, right? Qin Wei and Zhang Wanru were also confused. Yi Tiannan bragged in front of them, saying that even the bosses were in awe of him and sometimes they had to listen to him. That's why Zhang Wanru said what she said just now. Now it seemed that Yi Tiannan was simply bragging. What bosses were listening to him? In Lu Min's eyes, it was obvious that he, Yi Tiannan, was an ordinary employee. But the two Qin Wei couldn't figure it out. Just because the two of them said more words, Lu Min was able to fire Yi Tiannan. For him to be so temperless in front of Qin Yang, was it because Qin Yang had kicked him? Otherwise, why don't you go up and try kicking it yourself? Thought spun in Qin Wei's mind. At this time, Qin Yang, however, walked over and kicked Lu Min's body, saying, crawl up, don't be a disgrace. Okay. Lu Min immediately climbed to his feet. Although he was older than Qin Yang, his initiation was younger than Qin Yang. Even their senior brothers who had started a little later in their cultivation were all taught by Qin Yang. In their eyes, Qin Yang was the eldest senior brother and was also considered a master, passing on the cultivation method on behalf of his master and teaching these senior brothers to cultivate. Although Qin Yang was young, his status among his masters and brothers was conceivable. Seeing Lu Min so obedient to Qin Yang's words, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Qin Yang. At this time, Qin Wei's heart stirred and suddenly revealed a smile as he moved forward to Lu Min. Mr. Lu, I wonder what kind of relationship is between you and your canine son, Qin Yang? It's surprising that you are so tolerant of him. Lu Min's expression changed slightly. He stared at Qin Wei and asked with some surprise, You're my eldest senior brother's father? Qin Wei nodded his head furiously as he smiled and said, That's right, we are Qin Yang's biological parents. You just said that Qin Yang is your eldest senior brother. Could it be that you're really from the White Cloud Temple? Eldest brother? Is it true what they say? Lu Min naturally couldn't easily listen to Qin Wei's words. Even if it was true, if Qin Yang had already accepted them, he wouldn't have behaved the way he did just now. Whether or not they are the parents of one's elder brother depends mainly on whether or not one's elder brother recognizes them, not on what they say. Chapter 85 The Sky is Falling. Without waiting for Qin Yang to speak, Qin Wei immediately said, Of course it's true. If Mr. Lu doesn't believe me, I can bring out the paternity test for you to see. Qin Wei said with some urgency. However, Lu Min didn't bother with him. He knew that his senior brother had gone to recognize a relative, but what the result of the recognition was, he had no idea. I've only vaguely heard my brothers and sisters mention that it didn't go very well. Naturally, Lumen was not very enthusiastic when Qin Weiye stated his relationship with Qin Yang. Otherwise, with Qin Yang's position in their hearts, he wouldn't even need to reconfirm it. Jiang Wanru also realized that something was wrong. She immediately said, Qin Yang is having a falling out with us lately, but it's impossible for us to lie about this kind of thing. The blood relationship is there. Lu Min, however, didn't pay any attention to her, but instead landed his gaze on Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, I'm an orphan. You all know this. It was master who raised me from a young age. Lu Min understood for a second. His face sank as he said indifferently, blast both of them out, and in the future, but refuse to cooperate in any business that is related to these two people. Yes. The two security guards heard their boss give the order and immediately stepped forward, ready to blast the man out. Qin Weiye struggled and said, Mr. Lu, you can't be like this. Even if we don't have a good relationship with your senior brother, you can't refuse to cooperate with us. Can we not put our personal feelings mixed in business? He's counting on working with the White Cloud Group and then solidifying his position, the identity of the Qin family's heir. He must sit down. This is an opportunity that Qin Weiye will never let go of. Lu Min laughed coldly. It seems that you and my eldest brother really don't have a very good relationship. Don't you even know that this White Cloud Group is my eldest brother's property? What? Both were stunned. They looked at Qin Yang incredulously. The White Cloud Group was actually Qin Yang's property. How was this possible? No way. You must be lying to me. Qin Weiye couldn't accept it. Lu Min laughed coldly. The White Cloud Group belongs to the White Cloud Guan. And the White Cloud Guan, my eldest brother, is the young master. The future Guan master. The entire White Cloud Guan is my eldest brother's. Do you think I'm lying to you? Qin Weiye and Jiang Wanru were filled with shock. What are they missing? Qin Yang's own abilities went without saying. It's amazing that he has such a powerful background. The White Cloud Group is his. When they thought about it, the two of them simply felt like the sky was falling. They were going to watch Qin Yang get dumped by Sun Wanyu herself and then come back to the two of them so they could teach Qin Yang a lesson and even avenge the people they cared about. Now it seems that they are simply delusional. As the young master of the White Cloud Group, Qin Yang didn't need anyone's help at all. They felt that Sun Nuyu was Qin Yang's backing, but now it seemed that it wasn't like that at all. Qin Yang himself was so strong that Sun Wanyu had to look up to him. Those two security guards were also a bit surprised, and realized that the person they were just about to hit was the real boss of the company. They had a jolt of cold sweat that nearly drenched their clothes. If they really did it just now, losing their jobs, I'm afraid, would only be the lightest result, and they would probably vaporize. They were aware of the White Cloud Group's methods, and could easily do things that ordinary people didn't dare to think about. Senior brother, let's go in and talk. Don't be disturbed by idle people. After saying that, Lu Min added to Su Nuyu, sister-in-law, I didn't know that you would come today. I didn't prepare. Please forgive me. It's okay, and we didn't inform you. Sun Wanyu laughed. Hearing these words, Qin Yang sneered. Lu Min laughed bitterly and said, this is all my fault. I forgot to bring my cell phone. Otherwise, eldest brother wouldn't have been unable to contact me. Just know that you're the fault. Get up there, Qin Yang said without any good humor. Lu Min breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Qin Yang wouldn't teach himself a lesson. Maybe it was because Sun Wanyu was there. Thinking of this, Lu Min's heart grew more and more respectful towards Su Nuyu. A woman who could make senior brother change his mind was definitely the woman that senior brother loved the most. Entering the office, Qin Yang huffed as he frowned and said, change to a clean place. Lu Min froze for a moment. He smiled awkwardly and immediately changed places. Why change places? Sun Wanyu asked with some confusion. Qin Yang glanced at Lu Min before saying, that's where he usually does his business with his secretary. And as soon as he went in, he smelled it. Isn't the office just for business? Sun Wanyu was a bit puzzled. She felt that Qin Yang was too harsh. If you don't do your business inside the office, do you want to do it on the street? They run a non-corporate business. Qin Yang said, not a company thing? That's between two people. Seeing the secretary's enchanting appearance again, Sun Wanyu finally understood what Qin Yang's so-called errand was all about. Aren't you guys monks? Why are you still so interested in women? Sun Wanyu asked curiously. What do women have to do with monasticism? Qin Yang asked curiously. Doesn't cultivation require a clear mind? That's how you can have a calm Taoist mind and increase your strength by leaps and bounds. Sun Wanyu said. That's what she read from novels and TV shows. Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh as he directly said. Cultivators cultivating to become stronger and prolonging their lifespan is originally the strongest of desires. So how could they possibly just clear their minds of their desires? If they don't have obsessions and desires, how could they possibly hold on and go all the way forward? So, TV and novels are misleading? Sun Wanyu understood. Qin Yang laughed. Not really, it's better to be calm when practicing. Not necessarily. Sun Wanyu said. At least, When one practiced, it was not peaceful at all. It was almost like an intense battle. It's a fierce battle. Qin Yang knew what Sun Wanyu was talking about, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It was only at this time that Lu Min cautiously asked, "Senior brother, what are you and your sister-in-law looking for me for?" "Your sister-in-law wants to talk to you about some projects and wants you to give them to her," Qin Yang said. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Lu Min couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh and said, "Sister-in-law, you're joking. This group was originally eldest brothers. Not to mention the project, I wouldn't even hesitate if you asked me to transfer the company into your name right now." Speaking here, Lu Min looked like he thought of something. He said with some excitement, "Sister-in-law, why don't you take over the Baiyun group?" "Really, sister-in-law, your business talent is better than mine. As long as you take over the Baiyun group, you will definitely do better than me. I'll let someone transfer the group to you now." Seeing the way Lu Min immediately wanted to act, Su Nu Yu hurriedly shouted, "Wait, I didn't say yes." Lu Min's face fell at once. Chapter 86, Taking Over the White Cloud Group. "Sister-in-law, if you take over the entire White Cloud Group, you'll have all the projects you want, and you can also use the White Cloud Group to facilitate the Su family's development. How cost-effective is this? How can you not agree to this?" Lu Min said anxiously. Glancing at Lu Min, Su Nu Yu looked a bit odd and said, "It always feels like something is wrong somewhere." Qin Yang smiled and said, "This guy just wants to get rid of this burden, and has been searching for a candidate, but the masters and brothers in the Guanzhong, who are good at fighting and cultivating, wouldn't have that skill if they were to be allowed to go into business." "I see. So Lu Min has been in charge of the White Cloud Group and has been unable to get rid of it, right?" Sun Wanyu said. "Not bad. It's not like the White Cloud Temple lacks money, so this White Cloud Group isn't that important to the White Cloud Temple," Qin Yang said carelessly. He wasn't talking big, mainly because Baiyunguan also owns shares in a number of other businesses. The annual dividends alone are inexhaustible and have accumulated into an extremely large number, not to mention the money earned by the White Cloud Group. The things they used for cultivation were not something that could be bought with ordinary money. Let's just say that the money made by the White Cloud Group will make them richer without running out of money. "So it is." Sun Wanyu nodded. "So, sister-in-law, don't feel any pressure. As long as you're willing to take over the White Cloud Group, do whatever you want with it, even if the White Cloud Group goes bankrupt," Lu Min said hurriedly. He had already said anything to get Sun Wanyu to take over. Sun Wanyu smiled faintly and said, "No merit. This White Cloud Group, I can't take over. Let's talk about cooperation. Sister-in-law, this is my eldest brother's stuff and yours. If you don't take it over, are you going to give it to other sisters-in-law?" As soon as these words came out, Qin Yang kicked Lu Min's ass as he said without a trace of anger, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll expel you from the division." Lu Min ignored him. It was absolutely impossible for Qin Yang to expel them from the division because of this small matter. There was no need to doubt the bond between their master and brother. Lu Min just looked at Sun Wanyu with an expectant face and said, "Moreover, Master said that this White Cloud Group, in the future, is to be handed over to eldest brother's rightful wife to take care of, and if someone else takes over, you'll be a concubine." Qin Yang really wanted to punch someone. What kind of wife and concubine is that? Where is this division? What age is this already? However, Sun Wanyu seriously considered it. She had no feelings for any first wives and thought it was pretty bull ********. However, if others were to bully the sisters in the name of this, it would still be a bit unpleasant. Perhaps it really is time to take over the group. Thinking of this, Su Nu Yu raised her head and said, "Okay, I promise you, I'll take over this Baiyun group, but the Su family won't be merged into the Baiyun group, but I will strengthen the cooperation between the two. Do you have any comments?" Without thinking, Lu Min said, "Then merge the White Cloud Group into the Su family's estate. Anyway, the Su family is now in charge of his sister-in-law, and it's not like he's afraid of being taken by someone else." Sun Wanyu finally realized completely that Baiyunguan really didn't have any regard for this Baiyun group. Even, in Lu Min's mind, this was a hot potato. As long as she could take over, she didn't care at all what would eventually happen to the White Cloud Group. Thinking about this, Sun Wanyu's heart shook. "I'll take over then." Lu Min was instantly delighted and immediately said, "Okay, I will immediately transfer all the shares into my sister-in-law's name, and the entire White Cloud Group, from now on, is my sister-in-law's." Speaking of which, Lu Min was all at ease, and that secretary had been dumbfounded. Lu Min gave Sun Wanyu all of his estate. What else did he have for himself? However, thinking that he was just a secretary and saying anything was useless, that secretary had no intention of opening his mouth, but only secretly worried for Lu Min. Just at this time, Lu Min hugged the secretary as he smiled and said, Xin, you'll go with me to get a license this afternoon. I'm going to marry you." Putting the group down was a relief for him. The next time is to take a wife and practice and enjoy life. Liang Xinxin was a bit incredulous. She thought that Lu Min was just playing with herself. Boss, she just wanted to say something. Lu Min opened his mouth. He smiled and said, I know what you're going to say. You think I'm just playing around with you. Don't you know, when you came for the interview, I had my eye on you. If it's just for fun, I can keep you by my side for 3 years. Have you seen me touching any other woman in these 3 years? Naturally, no. This was something that Liang Xinxin knew too well. Almost apart from the necessary socializing, he was only with himself, or else he was back in the middle of the White Cloud Temple. In that case, Lu Min really liked himself. Also, you don't have to worry that I don't have any money left. I have some shares of other companies myself. There are $100 or $200 million in dividends a year, and our White Cloud View disciples also have some money every year. There's about $70 to $80 million. It's enough to support you. Speaking here, Lu Min glanced at Qin Yang and said, besides, if you're really short of money, and a lot of money at that, you can just ask your eldest brother for it directly. Qin Yang gave Lu Min a blank look. This guy, in order to marry his secretary, said everything he could and couldn't say. However, if Liang Xinxin married Lu Min, she would be considered one of her own. Knowing these things is nothing. Will you marry me? Lu Min asked. Liang Xinxin blushed and said with some embarrassment, where would you propose like this? Lu Min was slightly stunned. Then he knelt down on one knee and a small box suddenly appeared in his hand. He opened the box and inside was an exquisite ring. This is the heart of the ocean. Liang Xinxin said in surprise, when she first saw with her own eyes that Lu Min had spent $500 million to put this ring up for auction. She didn't expect it to be for herself. I've been ready for this for a long time. Will you marry me? I do. Liang Xinxin replied without any hesitation at all. Lu Min directly gave the ring to Liang Xinxin to put on. He smiled and said to Qin Yang and the two of them, elder brother, the matter of equity transfer, I'll let someone do it. Now I'm going to go and get a marriage license. Not this afternoon? Liang Xinxin was a bit surprised. She's not ready yet. Go now. I'm afraid I'll be cheated by someone else if I'm late. Lu Min said seriously. Seeing how nervous he looked, Liang Xinxin suddenly laughed. One doesn't seem to have picked the wrong person. Sibling, go ahead. Don't worry. After you get married, if this brat dares to bully you, find Master and I to complain, and we will naturally teach him a lesson at that time. Qin Yang said, thank you, elder brother. Liang Xinxin hurriedly thanked him. What's the point of thanking him? Let's hurry up and get a license. After saying that, Lu Min pulled Liang Xinxin's hand and left. Qin Yang gritted his teeth, really wanting to give him another kick. Chapter 87 Chairman Su. By the time the formalities were completed, it was afternoon, and Sun Wanyu was a bit confused. She just took over the White Cloud Group. Su Zhanghai called Su Nuyu and asked where she was. There were some things inside the formula that needed to be handled by her. I'm at the White Cloud Group, Sun Wanyu said. Su Zhanghai was slightly stunned, and then said, you've hooked up with the Baiyun Group. How are the talks on those several cooperative projects going? This matter, I can make the decision. 100% is our group's. Other companies can't snatch this project, Sun Wanyu said seriously. However, Su Zhanghai was somewhat unimpressed. He immediately said, you don't Mrs. Confidence, but if you are now in the Baiyun Group, this matter, just wait for the Proposition A to deal with it. What is it? Sun Wanyu asked. Regarding the division of the Su family estate, your grandfather is leaving a will. Tell them to come to the White Cloud Group, the office of the chairman of the White Cloud Group, Sun Wanyu said. What? Su Zhanghai was a bit confused. Hearing the busy tone coming from inside the phone, Su Zhanghai took a deep breath. His gaze landed on Elder Su's body and said, Dad, Nuanyu is currently in the chairman's office of the White Cloud Group. If we want to find her, we can go there. Elder Su frowned. What kind of place is the White Cloud Group? The White Cloud Group's know-it-all chairman was even a great god that even he hadn't seen before. Sun Wanyu actually said that she was in the other party's office, which was nonsense. Let's go check it out, Elder Su said. I'm afraid that we'll be thrown out. What is the concept of other people's White Cloud Group? Is Nuanyu worried that we're going to grab the family business with her? But we've already given up. Su Zhongtian couldn't help but say. Su Zhongshan also smiled bitterly and said, Nuanyu's hard eyes are too much, wanting to use the White Cloud Group to pressure us. Isn't she afraid that she won't be able to get down if we really go? The more Su Zhanghai listened, the less he felt. These two people were saying inside and out that what Su Nuanyu said was not true, although Su Zhanghai also felt that Su Nuanyu's words had an element of intimidation. But, seeing both of them say that, he immediately quit. Big brother, second brother, what are you talking about? Do you mean that my family Nuanyu is cheating? Su Zhanghai said with dissatisfaction. Isn't it? Su Zhongtian said disdainfully. Su Zhanghai laughed coldly. My family Nuanyu has never cared to do this kind of thing. since she said she was in the office of the chairman of the White Cloud Group. She must be there. You guys don't slander her. Do you dare to verify it? Su Zhongtian was also angry. Just go. What are you afraid of? Su Zhonghai stood up at once. However, the words came out and he regretted them a little. After all, the probability of Sun Wanyu being able to meet the chairman of the White Cloud Group was really not that great. In case this was dismantled and Sun Wanyu was really talking big, he and Sun Wanyu would lose face. It wasn't that Su Zhonghai didn't have confidence in Su Nuyu. The main reason was that he knew the Baiyun Group very well, and he also knew that his own family wasn't in existence that could talk to the Baiyun Group on an equal footing. Even if Sun Wanyu went, it would be good to meet one of the other party's senior leaders. That bull just now, it did blow a little big, but the words had been said to this point. If he shrank, wouldn't he be admitting to himself that Sun Wanyu was talking? This will never work. Then go over there and take a look, Elder Su suddenly said. This made Su Zhonghai's heart sink. He immediately said, People's White Cloud Group is not ordinary, and it's not very good to disturb the chairman of the board, or else it's better to wait for Nuanyu to come back at home. By this point, Su Zhonghai had shrunk a bit. If you don't shrink, you're going to be revealed. At least, in his mind. Old 3, you don't dare? Su Zhongtian said disdainfully. Su Zhonghai was instantly anxious and immediately said, Who wouldn't dare? We'll go see it now. Driver, prepare a car, leave now, go to the White Cloud Group. Su Zhongshan immediately said. Although the Su family's industry no longer had much to do with them, but they still wanted to see Sun Wanyu suffer, being suppressed by their own nieces. For so many years, they were very upset in their hearts. It was nice to see a little bit of Sun Wanyu's jokes. At Su Zhonghai's expression of regretful self-respect, they set off. White Cloud Group. Sun Wanyu ordered the news of the imminent arrival of several people. At this point, the entire group knew that their boss had changed. They naturally didn't dare to do anything about their new boss's orders. Who knows if the new boss will be new to the job? And Qin Yang was bored looking at Sun Wanyu familiarizing herself with the things here. He suddenly felt that he was somewhat sorry for letting Su Nuyu manage the White Cloud Group. Sun Wanyu now was afraid that she would have even less time to be able to accompany herself. Thinking of this, Qin Yang swept a glance at Lu Min, who was making love to his newly licensed wife, and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. This caused Lu Min to shiver. He glanced around and saw Qin Yang staring at himself with displeasure, immediately reacting that his eldest senior brother was coming back to his senses. He must be looking at himself pretty bad right now. Thinking of this, Lu Min decided that when he returned to the division today, he would speak to his master and then go to honeymoon fulfillment with Liang Xinxin. By the time they returned, elder brother's fire had, more than likely, died down. Just then, the Su family, too, arrived at the White Cloud Group. At this time, Su Zhonghai's legs were a little weak and he didn't dare to move forward. What? Third brother, you don't dare to go? Su Zhongtian sneered. The grandson doesn't dare to go. Go? Who's afraid of who? Anyway, Manhwa you won't lie. After saying that, Su Zhonghai lifted his somewhat heavy feet and walked forward. Su Zhongshan, however, generally pulled Su Zhonghai and said, Alright, third brother, don't hold on. This Baiyun Group, it's not something we can offend, or forget it. I'll just pretend that Nuanyu was meeting the chairman of Baiyun Group. Alright? This time, Su Zhongshan was really thinking for their Su family. If they went in and found out that what Su Nuanyu said wasn't true, their Su family would be disgraced. Hearing Su Zhongshan's words, Su Zhonghai was instantly displeased. He strides inside and mouths, I'm telling you, my daughter is definitely not lying. Seeing him enter the White Cloud Group, the crowd could only follow him in. Su Zhonghai gathered his courage and came to the front desk, saying, I'm looking for Su Nuyu. I'm her father. Is she talking business with your chairman right now? The receptionist smiled slightly and said respectfully at once, Chairman Su is waiting for you up there. You can go up directly. The 9th floor is the chairman's office. It's actually true? Su Zhonghai let out a steep sigh of relief. He glanced proudly at his big brother and the others, oblivious to the fact that the receptionist was talking about Chairman Su. Chapter 88 Shocked. Led by a company employee, they arrived at the chairman's office of the White Cloud Group. Please come in. The chairman is already inside waiting for you, the female employee said. Elder Su and the others looked at each other. Surprisingly, they were all a little nervous. This was the first time they had met with the chairman of the White Cloud Group, and the excitement in their hearts could be imagined. Elder Su pushed open the door and entered the chairman's office. A few others followed them in. This is an extremely spacious office. They were nervous in their hearts. Only when they saw the person seated among them, the Su family members froze for a moment. Qin Yang sat on the side, playing with his cell phone. Su Nuanyu, was sitting on top of the office chair, looking at some information. Seeing several people enter, Su Nuyu raised her head and said, Grandpa, you guys are here. Sit down. The crowd was a little confused. Su Zhongtian couldn't help but ask, "Where is the chairman of the White Cloud Group?" "It's right here," Sun Wanyu said. They looked around and realized that only Qin Yang was sitting there. Su Zhongtian couldn't help but say, "Don't tell me that Qin Yang is the chairman of the White Cloud Group. I don't believe it. He's not." Sun Wanyu shook her head. Su Zhongtian's heart was instantly relieved. He immediately said, "I really guessed correctly. But, great niece, what are you doing sitting there? That's the position of the chairman of the White Cloud Group. Hurry down. If people see you, our Su family will be finished." It was obvious that he was nervous, afraid that Sun Wanyu would offend the White Cloud Group. In that case, their Su family would definitely not have a good time. Su Nuyu extinguished without moving and just said, "You guys sit down first." Seeing that she didn't move, the crowd had no choice but to sit down first. Su Zhonghai shrunk his neck, looked at the Su family's old man's face, and braced himself, saying, "Nuan Yu, what's going on? Where is the chairman of the White Cloud Group?" "I am." Su Nuyu wasn't hiding anything anymore. She called Su Zhonghai over, originally to inform about this matter. "What?" The Su family couldn't sit still. Even Su Zhonghai couldn't help but say, "Nuan Yu, don't joke. How could you possibly be the chairman of the White Cloud Group? I've said it before. I'm the chairman of the White Cloud Group now. Do you guys not understand?" Sun Wanyu said faintly. "Why? You're the chairman of the White Cloud Group. How come we didn't know?" Su Zhanghai said, "Just became one today." Sun Wanyu said, "What the hell is going on?" Elder Su said, "The White Cloud Group is owned by Qin Yang's family. Qin Yang transferred the group to me. It's as simple as that." Sun Wanyu said easily, "You call that simple? White Cloud Group?" A large group that spanned the world had just given the company to Sun Wanyu. This was a bit too metaphysical. "Is this true?" Elder Su's gaze fell on Qin Yang's body. "You think I have to lie to you? Tomorrow night, the White Cloud Group will hold a banquet to announce this matter, so you can come and find out," Qin Yang said. Seeing Qin Yang say this, the crowd looked at each other and they all fell silent. In other words, Su Nuyu had really become the chairman of the White Cloud Group. Otherwise, Qin Yang wouldn't be so confident. The crowd couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. The White Cloud Group had unexpectedly become their Su family's property. It's like being in a dream. Of course, they were also clear that Sun Wanyu could not possibly let them get their hands on the White Cloud Group. But, that doesn't mean they can't reap the benefits. The mere fact that Sun Wanyu was the chairman of the White Cloud Group was enough to give them heavenly benefits. "Grandpa, what did you guys come here to discuss with me this time?" Sun Wanyu asked. Elder Su gave a bitter smile and said, "This time, I originally wanted to find you to talk about the issue of our Su family's industries. I want to transfer all the industries to you, so that you can inherit the entire Su family." "What about the conditions?" Sun Wanyu asked. "It's the dividends they get from mid-heaven that can't be withheld," Elder Su said. "Yes, I agree." Sun Wanyu nodded her head. Su Zhongtian and the others did not expect that Su Nuyu would agree so quickly. However, come to think of it, the Su family's industries were all given to Sun Wanyu, and it didn't seem like it was something unacceptable for her to give a few people a share of the dividends. "Okay, this matter is finished, and I have nothing more to do. Let's go," Elder Su said. He greeted the Su family members and left the place. Su Zhonghai hesitated and wanted to stay. Now that this was Sun Wanyu's company, as Sun Wanyu's father, wouldn't it be quite dignified to be a leader here? It didn't matter as far as the money was concerned. He mainly wanted face. This way, let's see who dares to call him a loser. "Zhonghai, you go too. If you want to hold up Wanyu's work here, don't get her in trouble either." Where did Elder Su see Su Zhonghai's thoughts? He said coldly. Su Zhonghai had no choice but to follow Elder Su away. All the time after they left, Su Nuyu then asked Qin Yang, "You won't blame me for doing this, right? After all, once the Su family knows that I'm now the chairman of the White Cloud Group, they will definitely not be able to avoid borrowing from the White Cloud Group to gain some benefits for themselves." "Doesn't matter. No harm, no foul," Qin Yang said. He walked over and picked Sun Wanyu up, then placed her on his lap. Qin Yang said in Su Nuyu's ear, "Anyway, the White Cloud Group is given to you. You can do whatever you want to do. No one can control you, and I won't have any opinions either." Seeing that Qin Yang had said so, what else could Sun Wanyu say? She hugged Qin Yang and sent her own passionate kiss. "Thank you. I should be the one to thank you. Lu Min has been bothering me for a long time because of the Bai Yin group. This time it's finally resolved for him. He won't bother me in the future." Qin Yang laughed. Su Nuyu knew that Qin Yang was just saying this to put her mind at ease. It was naturally not a difficult task for the hallowed White Cloud Group to find someone to take over. "There's a bedroom in this office. Why don't we?" After saying this, Qin Yang stared at Sun Wanyu's expression. If Sun Wanyu was unwilling, he would naturally call it quits. If Sun Wanyu agreed, he would carry Sun Wanyu inside now. "Good," Sun Wanyu said with her head lowered. Xin Yang hemmed and hawed and carried Su Nuyu into the room. When Lu Min arrived at the office door, he realized how his hand could not touch the top of the door. He understood at once that his senior brother had isolated the place. Not wanting to be disturbed, he hemmed and hawed and said to Liang Xinxin, "Come on, let's go back." "Why? Isn't there something to say?" Liang Xinxin was a bit puzzled. After getting a license with Lu Min, she treats him with less respect and more intimacy. This is what Lu Min would like to see. Elder brother is on business, Lu Min said. Liang Xinxin understood in seconds. Chapter 89 Stalker. It seems that senior brother is also a person of nature. Liang Xinxin laughed lightly. We've all been there, so it's okay to joke about it. Lu Min, however, said, that's of course, the gong method that senior brother cultivates, is the most masculine and rigid. It would have needed to be reconciled with a woman, but senior brother's cultivation is too strong, unless it's a woman who is equal to senior brother's strength. Otherwise, a woman would simply not be enough. And senior brother has a lot of redheads. Only then did Liang Xinxin realize that Su Nuyu wasn't Qin Yang's only woman. She said with some surprise, then does senior brother really like them? Or is it just because of the need for the gong method? Lu Min laughed. You underestimate senior brother too much. Senior brother's Taoist heart is flawless. Naturally he won't be affected by the gongfu. It's just that having a few more Taoist couples is just more beneficial to him. He's following his own Taoist heart before he stays with his sisters-in-law. What a womanizer. A man who can like several women at the same time. Liang Xinxin bristled. Afterward, she stared at Lu Min somewhat warily and asked, the gong method you cultivate, it can't be the same gong method as your senior brother's, right? Hearing Liang Xinxin's words, Lu Min let out a bitter smile and said, you overestimate me. Senior brother's technique. Where is it that someone like me can cultivate it? It requires top-notch talent and luck. Even our master, who cultivates it, is not that kind of technique. That good? Liang Xinxin was shocked. Well, master even said that senior brother will soon be able to surpass him, and as for us senior brothers, we can simply only look up to senior brother and cannot reach him. Lu Min said, they were actually considered geniuses, or else they wouldn't have been looked at. But, to enter the White Cloud Temple, genius is only the threshold, and Qin Yang was a genius among geniuses. That's a relief. Liang Xinxin said, don't worry, I'm not the same as my senior brother. One you and I is enough. I can't cope with anymore. And my body won't allow it. I can do without my senior brother's supremely masculine body. Lu Min said with a smile. Qin Yang had more of that kind of thing, and with his physique and gong methods, it was good for him, and although Lu Min was a cultivator, if they were too immersed in this path, it was consuming their origin. So naturally, Lu Min would not look for more women. He also only had eyes for Liang Xinxin alone. By the time Qin Yang and the others left, it was already dark. However, the company's employees also knew that the chairman was not off duty. And the security guards did not dare to lock the door. They were relieved to know that the two had left. When she returned home, Ji Daoda came and said with a smile, congratulations to Sister Su, you figured it out? Su Nuanyu said in surprise, I can only figure out that you've gotten rich and suddenly have a lot more wealth, but I can't figure out what exactly is going on, and my cultivation level is too low to do anything that impressive. Ji Daoda said. Dooley said with some surprise, Miss, you've negotiated the project with Baiyun Group? Su Nuyu smiled slightly and said, in the future, there's no need to even talk about projects with Baiyun Group. Talks fell through? Dooley was taken aback. The only way this is true is if the talk falls apart and it offends the other side. And you don't even have to talk about it in the future. Su Nuyu shook her head and said with a smile, no, it's the current White Cloud Group, which is already mine. What? Dooley was stunned. Even Ji Daodu was a bit surprised. Then, as if she thought of something, she said, I remember. White Cloud Group and White Cloud View. It can't be that White Cloud Group is the property of White Cloud View, right? Right. I'm still wondering why it could fall apart. After all, it's the White Cloud View's property. It's all their own people. Dooley said. This matter, on the contrary, she didn't say anything to Ji Daodu. After all, it wasn't like they were with Qin Yang for his money. Prior to this, the relationship between Qin Yang and the White Cloud Group was not even known. Not talked down, is now the White Cloud Group. Has been handed over to the Warm Moon. Now the Warm Moon is the controlling person of the White Cloud Group, is also the chairman of the White Cloud Group. In the future, what project, as long as she makes a decision, can give the Su family group, don't have to go to talk about it. Qin Yang explained. Surprisingly, that's why. Ji Daoda looked surprised. She had only counted on Su Nuanyu getting rich, not realizing that Su Nuanyu had gotten the White Cloud Group. It's not the usual get rich. How many industries does this kind of group have? If it was counted and made known, I'm afraid it would shock the world. And Su Nuanyu is now the chairman of the White Cloud Group. Qin Yang even gave the entire White Cloud Group to Sun Wanyu. Yes, the White Cloud Group is the property of the White Cloud Guan, and Qin Yang is the young master of the White Cloud Guan, and this property is his, so Lu Min passed it directly to me. Sun Wanyu said, you're losing a lot of money. At this time, Ji Daodo suddenly said. Sun Wanyu looked at Ji Daodo suspiciously. White Cloud Group over or not to you? In fact, the difference is not big. You should not let that Lu Min go, so you do not have to do it. He also has to work for our family. Is not it a 1-2 punch? Ji Daodo sighed. That makes sense. Qin Yang all but gave a thumbs up. This little goddamned man. He knows how to squeeze people. Now it's good. You have to earn your own money. And Lu Min is still relieved. You've lost a lot of money. Ji Daodo sighed. It made everyone laugh. Alright, don't be ridiculous. Let's go out to eat today to celebrate me becoming the chairman of the White Cloud Group. Sun Wanyu said. Good. Jido and Dooley both cheered. Qin Yang naturally had no opinion. He could see that Sun Wanyu was still very happy. With the support of the White Cloud Group, some of her ideas could be realized. That's why she was so happy. If it was just about money, naturally it wouldn't be. At Sun Wanyu's point, money was just a symbol to her. She's made enough money in her own right to last her 10 lifetimes. The four of them prepared themselves and left Su's house. They hadn't been out there long before they were being watched. Targets have been located and they are being tracked. What's the next step? Someone in the dark stared at Qin Yang and the others before speaking. Follow first. A voice came out of the man's ears. Without any hesitation, he followed. And at this time, Sun Wanyu suddenly whispered, someone is staring at us. What should we do? Even she spotted the stalker. Qin Yang was naturally even more needless to say. He smiled and said, don't worry about it. Do what you need to do and let them follow. Aha. All four were not worried at all. Not to mention that there was Qin Yang here. Even Ji Daodu and Dooley were all exceptional experts. Su Nuyu also learned some fists and kicks. Coupled with the cultivation level of refining chi level already nowadays, it was still possible to fight some small minions. The other party was completely unaware that he felt that he had been completely exposed long ago when he secretly followed Qin Yang and the others. Chapter 90 Who is your brother? Until he saw Qin Yang and the others enter a restaurant, the stalker was hesitating to follow them in. A voice rang in his ears. Go in and sit down. The man was creeped out and stiffened. He turned around just in time to see Qin Yang staring at himself with a smirk. The other party was so agitated that he turned around and was about to flee. As a result, Qin Yang grabbed the man and could not break free no matter how hard the other party tried. Say, who sent you? Qin Yang asked. I couldn't have told you that even if you had killed me. The stalker opened his mouth, filled with a sneer. He's tough. Click. In the next moment, Qin Yang snapped his neck. The man's eyes widened, the gleam in his eyes fading. He couldn't believe how Qin Yang didn't follow the routine. Shouldn't we just do it after we continue to ask questions and really can't get anything out of them? The next moment, a soul flew out. He saw Qin Yang laughing with him. Stalker? Damn it, the other side can see the soul. In the next moment, he grabbed Qin Yang in one hand and then directly searched the soul. Amidst the screams of the stalker's soul, Qin Yang also obtained something useful. He had thought it was the god of the hunt, but he didn't realize it wasn't. People who track themselves belong in heaven. It seemed that exterminating 4 of their wise angels in a row was still not enough of a blow to heaven. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in a hurry to come over and die. Paradise still needs to be settled, or else the trouble will keep on coming. Qin Yang secretly thought in his heart, it's mostly heaven on someone else who hasn't suffered. This time when they lost so many experts at once, of course they couldn't stand it. A brilliant light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. He went back to the hotel. As for the corpse, a flame landed on it and directly burned down to nothing. Qin Yang returned to the hotel. All settled? Sun Wanyu asked. Qin Yang nodded and said, kill. Is it one of the god hunters? Ji Daodu asked with some anticipation. Qin Yang shook his head and said, no. This was a bit of a disappointment to Ji Daodu. She thought it was someone from the god hunt, so there would be hope for revenge, but she didn't realize it wasn't. Don't worry, God hunts people. They've already got some eyebrows. It's only a matter of time before we find them. Besides, even if we don't go looking for them, they won't let us off the hook. Qin Yang laughed. The god of prey and his own master were old rivals. Even earlier, he had arranged a secret agent at the White Cloud Temple. If it was said that they did not intend to make a move against Qin Yang, beating Qin Wei at Qin Yang to death would not believe it. Aha! Ji Daoda nodded. She believed Qin Yang's words. 4 people ordered food for dinner. At this time, on the outskirts of South City, in a villa, someone was having a conversation. Failed. Su Lei is dead, killed by that Qin Yang. This thing was done well. Su Lei is a person from heaven, so Qin Yang won't suspect us. That Qin Yang's strength may be stronger than what we know, and I'm afraid it won't be that easy to deal with him. Don't worry, it's all accounted for up there. And that Ji Daodu, she's the one they want. We must find a way to capture her. It's been arranged. Bump. Xin Yang and the others were eating happily when the door of the box was kicked open. I'll take it from here. All of you get out. The visitor shouted directly, not at all polite. Xin Yang sat there with a somewhat playful expression, staring at the youth who had kicked the door without speaking. The others were the same. Even Dooley buried her head in her food, not bothering with the other party at all. In the youth's heart, a surge of anger arose. These guys, how dare they not listen to themselves? He stared angrily at Xin Yang and the others before walking over, his hand about to rest on Xin Yang's shoulder. Did you hear me? Get the hell out of here. Without waiting for his hand to land on Xin Yang's body, Xin Yang kicked out. Bump! The youth flew directly backwards and landed at the entrance of the box. His face twisted in pain, and his eyes stared viciously at Xin Yang. Damn! You dare to hit me. I'm going to tell my big sister and make you look good. Xin Yang snorted as he didn't say anything. On the contrary, Ji Daodo said disdainfully, so it's a guy with no balls inside his pants who relies on a woman to give himself a head start, laughing me to death. The youth's face turned blue as he took a deep breath and said coldly, you guys will regret this. He stumbled and turned away, looking like he was going to find someone. Xin Yang skimmed his mouth, not really caring. A few people continued to eat. After a while, a group of people rushed in. You're the ones who beat up my boyfriend? Who gave you guys the nerve? As a familiar voice rang out, Xin Wan rushed in. She was followed by a few bodyguards, and some other men and women, but they were all centered around Xin Wan. I hit it? What do you want? Xin Yang turned around and stared at Xin Wan with a smile on his face. Xin Wan had originally put down harsh words, but after seeing Xin Yang, he was frozen. She stammered, a little nervously, brother, who is your brother? Isn't your brother Qinli? Xin Yang said indifferently. At this time, that youth also said, big sister, he's not your brother. You've mistaken him for someone else. He beat me, you must help me out. Let your bodyguard hammer him to death. Xinwan now had the heart to hammer the youth to death. She turned and slapped the youth across the face. The youth froze. He looked at Xinwan incredulously and said, big sister, it's a mistake to hit him, not me. Bull asterisk. You think I'd beat up my brother for you? Xinwan looked angry, but she was scared inside. She hoped that Xin Yang would leave herself alone, or else she would be beaten again today. Kneel down, apologize to my brother, and this is over for today, or you'll never be my boyfriend again, Xinwan said. The youth's face was extremely ugly. He glanced at Xinwan resentfully before kneeling down. I'm sorry, roll. Xin Yang faintly spat out a word. Xinwan pulled the youth and hurried away, bringing the door with her as she left. Something may be going on with your sister, and bad thoughts are growing in that man's mind, Ji Daodu reminded. Xin Yang nodded and said, it has nothing to do with me. He took out his cell phone, sent a message, and then continued eating. As for what followed, that wasn't something he needed to be concerned about. Xin Shui had just finished her bath and was ready to sleep. When she picked up her cell phone and saw the message on it, her entire face changed drastically. Not caring about anything else, Xin Shui hurriedly put on her clothes and walked out at the first opportunity, saying to the several bodyguards, follow me. At this time, Qin Weiye entered the villa, and when he saw that Qin Shui was actually able to walk on her own, his entire body was a bit dumbfounded. Yuki, your leg? Qin Weiye said in surprise. Qin Shui didn't have time to pay attention to him and led her people to quickly rush out of the villa. Chapter 91 Chinese Medicine. Qin Weiye's face was ugly. He suddenly seemed to have thought of something and looked at Qin Shui's departing back with a wave of resentment. Qin Shui's leg was healed, and there was only one Qin Yang who had such a skill. After all, Qin Yang had helped Su Nuyu heal her leg. Now Qin Shui's leg is better, and Qin Li died after taking a shot at Qin Shui. If Qin Yang hadn't saved Qin Shui and killed Qin Li, how could he not explain it? Even, Qin Shui was Qin Yang's undercover agent in their home. Realizing this, Qin Weiye exploded his lungs in anger. What's wrong with you? What's with the huffing and puffing? Zhang Wanru walked in and asked in a somewhat strange manner. We have a thief in our house, Qin Weiye said with a cold smile. What thief? Zhang Wanru asked with some doubt. Qin Weiye said coldly, Qin Shui, that little man, is Qin Yang's undercover agent. A lot of our news, he told Qin Yang. No way. Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Wanru directly denied it. Qin Weiye said coldly, do you know that Qin Shui's leg was healed? If he hadn't hooked up with Qin Yang could have treated her leg? In such a short period of time, the only person who can treat the leg is Qin Yang. Zhang Wanru's expression remained unchanged as she said coldly, even if Qin Yang had treated Qin Shui's leg, it was because between them, there was a bloodline connection that he did so, and it had nothing to do with whether Qin Shui was a traitor or not. But, Qin Weiye wanted to continue. Zhang Wanru interrupted him as she said coldly, I don't care if you want to deal with Qin Yang. He killed Nanfeng and needs to give an explanation to our Zhang family. but if you want to hurt Xiao Shui, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Qin Weiya's face was ugly. He hadn't expected Jiang Wanru to be so strong. She had only just said a few words herself, and she was being so rude to herself. Thinking of this, Qin Weiya took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I won't say anymore, but you really need to pay attention." He was annoyed in his heart. If it wasn't for the big brother who supported him, suddenly having an accident, he would have arranged for someone to get rid of Jiang Wanru and their mother and daughter three, and to have her hold herself and talk to her like that. But now that Qin Weiya had lost the support of the other party, he could only look forward to inheriting the Qin family himself. As for the Jiang family, now was not the time to turn the other cheek. He needed the Jiang family to support him. Jiang Wanru looked disdainful. She glanced at Qin Weiya, unable to fully trust the man's words. The other party was using her. Jiang Wanru knew it very well. She was not yet using Qin Weiya. When the time comes, there's no telling who's really holding who. Each of the two men had their own agenda, and Qin Shui had already arrived at the address given by Qin Yang. He took his bodyguard and went straight to that private room. In the middle of the private room, Qin Wan was pressed by the young man. She was struggling, but looking at her face, it was obvious that she had been hit by the means. The youth was startled when Qin Shui rushed in. He immediately left Qin Wan's body, and the youth anxiously explained, "Sister Shui, I didn't do anything just now. I was just joking with Qin Wan again." He had a nervous look on his face. Qin Shui said coldly, "Dispose of it, take the second young lady with you and find a hotel." Yes, 2 bodyguards dealt with that youth, and 2 more bodyguards, carrying Qin Wan, followed Qin Shui away. At this time, the head of the hotel came over and made such a big commotion that it was impossible for them not to know. Qin Shui coldly glanced at that person in charge and said coldly, "In this matter, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, you don't have to open this store anymore." That person in charge was sweating profusely, and he laughed bitterly in his heart. Nowadays, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family's head, the weight of these words was definitely enough in the South City. If they didn't want their store to stay open, they would really have to close. The connections of these powerful families should never be underestimated. "Gone," Qin Shui said. They found a hotel and then put Qin Wan in the middle of the bathroom. "Call Dr. Li and get him over here. You guys go on out," Qin Shui said. A few bodyguards immediately went out. "Right, and those bodyguards following Miss too. Fire them all." Speaking here, and anger flashed in Qin Shui's eyes. Qin Wan was in such a big trouble that they couldn't find anyone. "I want, help me," Qin Wan suddenly said, and Qin Shui waited for the bodyguard to go out, and directly carried the nozzle, turned on the cool water, and poured it down. Stirred by the cool water, Qin Wan instantly felt better. She sobered up a little. "Big sister, help me, I've been drugged," Qin Shui said without a trace of anger. "I know, I'm cooling you down right now, don't be in a hurry. Dr. Li will be here in a moment." 20 minutes later, Dr. Li arrived. He brought some medication and then gave it directly to Qin Wan. "It's okay, those drugs are wearing off, along with this one I took. Just need to get some sleep and I'll be fine," Dr. Li said. "Thanks Dr. Li," Qin Shui thanked him. "Missy is polite. If there is nothing else, I will leave." "Aha." Qin Shui nodded. Dr. Li left. Qin Shui, on the other hand, guarded Qin Wan's side. At this time, her cell phone rang, and Jiang Wanru's voice came from inside. "Snowy, why aren't you back so late? Do you know what Qin Wan is doing?" Jiang Wanru asked. Qin Shui said, "Mom, Qin Wan was drugged. I came over to save her." "What? Is she okay?" Jiang Wanru was startled. Qin Shui hurriedly said, "It's fine, it came in time. The other party didn't succeed. I've already had Dr. Li come to see me, and now Qin Wan is resting." Jiang Wanru then breathed a sigh of relief. Then, pretending not to notice, she asked, "By the way, is your leg healed?" Qin Shui knew that the secret could not be kept. After all, Qin Weiye saw it. Well, Qin Yang cured it, this time when Qin Wan had an accident. It was also Qin Yang who sent me a message to come and save him. I think Qin Yang is really kind. He still has us in his heart. "Mom, can you stop treating him as an enemy? Qin Yang is your own son after all." Qin Shui spoke in one breath. Jiang Wanru didn't say anything. She just said, "Rest well." She gave no reply to Qin Shui's words. This made Qin Shui sigh. Is there no possibility of repairing their relationship? At this point, can't even make peace with each other? Forget it, it's better to take your time later. Right now the main thing is to prevent Qin Weiye from making a bad move and urging mom to do something irrational. Qin Shui thought secretly in her heart. And at this moment, Qin Weiye said, "I told you there was a connection between her and Qin Yang. You're not going soft, are you?" "I'm tired," Jiang Wanru said. Chapter 92 Confession. Qin Weiye's heart sank. Had Jiang Wanru changed her mind and defected as well? If that was really the case, It was naturally impossible for her to treat herself with the utmost care in the future. Realizing this, Qin Weiye was a bit anxious. He wanted to say something else. Jiang Wanru suddenly exploded. Enough, do you have a problem with all the children I've had? All wanting to destroy them before you can? Qin Weiye hurriedly waved his hand and said, how could that be? I didn't mean that. If you want to deal with Qin Yang, I won't care about you, but if you lay your hands on Xiao Shui, don't blame me for being rude to you. Jiang Wanru said coldly. A grim color flashed in Qin Weiye's eyes as he stared at Jiang Wanru. If it wasn't for the current Jiang Wanru, she didn't trust him 100% and had a great deal of defensiveness. He's lost the support inside his back again, and there's absolutely no way he's going to stoop so low. In fact, he felt that Jiang Wanru, despite her stiff upper lip, had somewhat come around and did not want to deal with Qin Yang. After all, Qin Yang's ability was there. Even if he wanted to deal with Qin Yang, he had to be strong enough to do so. It seems that one has to move faster. A cold light flashed in Qin Weiye's eyes as he thought of this. If the Qin family's people who could compete with themselves had an accident and all died, wouldn't that mean that this Qin family's heir would definitely be himself? A thought arose in Qin Weiye's mind. The only one who could be a threat to him now was Qinihan. As long as he got Qinihan killed, the Qin family would inevitably fall into his hands. A cold light flashed in Qin Weiye's eyes as he thought of this. Right now, dealing with Qin Yang was not the main thing. First get Qinihan killed. Thinking about it, his mind was already made up. The next day, Qin Wan woke up. She glanced around a bit blankly. Then with a sudden shock, she hurriedly sat up and checked her body. At this time, Qin Shui opened the room and walked in with breakfast. When she saw Qin Shui, Qin Wan said with a sobbing voice, "Sister, that scumbag drugged me. I'm unclean." Apparently, she'd pretty much forgotten about last night. Qin Shui glared at her without any good humor and said faintly, "You're fine, as good as it gets. Thanks to me last night, I arrived in time and saved you." "Really? Great." Qin Wan was instantly relieved. She hugged Qin Shui and said sweetly, "Thank you, big sister. If it weren't for you, my life would be over." Hearing Qin Wan's words, Qin Shui said, "The person you have to thank isn't me, but Qin Yang. If it wasn't for Qin Yang informing me in time, you would really be finished." "What? Did Qin Yang inform you? How did he?" Qin Wan didn't believe it at all. In her heart, Qin Yang hated for their whole family to die. How could he possibly go and help himself from being insulted? Qin Shui knocked her on the forehead and said without any good humor, "Qin Yang is your brother. You need to treat him with more respect in the future, and he even saved you, but he bullied me too." Qin Wan muttered. Only she spoke with some weakness. Qin Shui laughed coldly. "You treated Qin Yang so well, it would be strange if he didn't bully you. I've figured it out. It was all our fault in the first place. It has nothing to do with Qin Yang." Qin Wan looked at Qin Shui fixedly, somewhat incredulous. Even if she was stupid, she could hear that Qin Shui didn't resent Qin Yang at all anymore, and even recognized him. In the next moment, Qin Wan suddenly reacted. "Sister, is your leg okay?" "Yes, it was Qin Yang who healed me," Qin Shui said. "He's actually willing to treat you?" Qin Wan said with some incredulity. Qin Shui sighed and said, "In the past, we were all tricked by Dad, treating Qin Li as a baby and treating Qin Yang poorly. You have to know that Qin Yang is the one who was closest to us." "I know, big deal. I'll just not mess with him in the future. He's not likely to forgive me anyway," Qin Wan said with a pout. "You're quite self-aware." Qin Shui cried and laughed. She also sighed a little at the thought. Qin Yang hadn't been able to forgive himself until now. Even if he saved himself, it was because he had once tipped him off. Although to Qin Yang, his own ventilation was not of much significance to him. "Okay, get up. Let's go home, and when we get back, be careful that Mom might clean you up," Qin Shui said. Qin Wan winced and said somewhat nervously, "Can you not go back? I'm worried that Mom will beat me to death." "What do you say?" Qin Shui sneered. She then reminded Qin Wan and said, "In the future, you should be more careful, father." "Why? He tried to kill us. I was captured by Qin Li at that time. If I hadn't met Qin Yang, killed Qin Li and saved me, now I'm a dead man. Dad only has Qin Li, the child born from a mistress, in his heart," Qin Shui said. Surprisingly, Qin Wan felt like her three views had collapsed. Originally, when her father came back, she thought that the family was sort of back to the old days, except for the missing Qin Li. "I never thought that my own father would try to kill them." "I know, sis. About this, did you tell Mom?" Qin Wan asked. "Not yet, but now that I'm going back, I'm going to tell her, put her on the defensive, and hopefully she'll believe me." Qin Shui was a bit unsettled in her mind. How much her own mother loved her father was clear to her. Even if he, himself, said bad things about his father, even if they were true, his mother wouldn't necessarily believe them. Enough, even Qin Wan thought so. Qin Shui let out a bitter laugh. When Qin Shui returned home, Only Jiang Wanru was sitting in the middle of the hall. Qin Wan looked like a child who had done something wrong and followed behind Qin Shui. Qin Wan, go to school. I have something to say to your sister, Jiang Wanru said. Qin Wan was instantly a bit incredulous. I'm surprised my own mother didn't get angry. She had thought that Jiang Wanru was going to get angry and might even hit her. This made Qin Wan breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, I know, I'll go to school now. She hurriedly left, giving Qin Shui a look of self-seeking. Tell me, are you hiding something from me? It wasn't until Qin Wan left that Jiang Wanru asked Qin Shui. Qin Shui nodded and said, Qin Yang healed my leg. Jiang Wanru nodded. This was something that was already known. Dad didn't give up on Qin Li at that time. He secretly let Qin Li capture me, wanting to start with me and kill the three of us. Then Dad could inherit the Jiang family's estate. Qin Shui continued. Jiang Wanru's face changed abruptly. She knew that Qin Weiye must have had something up his sleeve, and she didn't expect him to be so beastly. Chapter 93 Iconoclasts. Are you telling the truth? Jiang Wanru asked. Qin Shui nodded and said, if it wasn't for Qin Yang saving me at that time, I would have already been a dead man. And later on, I inquired about the person behind Dad, who seemed to have been arrested, and it should have been Qin Yang's doing as well. Jiang Wanru closed her eyes as she took a deep breath, her voice a little hoarse. In other words, whether it was intentional or unintentional, Qin Yang sort of saved the three of us. Yes, Qin Shui nodded. She knew that Jiang Wanru might have some difficulty accepting it, but it's a fact. She was going to say it anyway. The barrier between the two must be made to disappear. Even if between Qin Yang and Jiang Wanru, they couldn't recognize each other, but they definitely couldn't let Jiang Wanru do anything bad to Qin Yang anymore. So Mom, no matter how much you hate Qin Yang, I hope you won't take another shot at him. Qin Yang hasn't wronged us. It's always been us who have wronged him. Qin Shui's eyes were a little red. Jiang Wanru took a deep breath before saying, I understand. That's all she said. As to how she planned to do it, she didn't say. Qin Shui wanted to persuade a bit more, but Jiang Wanru waved her hand and said, Alright, you go and rest first. After taking care of Qin Wan for the whole night, you must be very tired as well. Seeing that Jiang Wanru was unwilling to say anything else, Qin Shui could only leave helplessly. She sighed in her mind and wondered if she could talk her mother into it. Jiang Wanru took out her cell phone and dialed Qin Weiye's number. Honey, what's the order? Qin Weiye's gentle voice came. At this moment, after Jiang Wanru heard his gentle voice, instead of feeling a little happy, she wanted to vomit a little. This man tried to kill himself and his two daughters. It wasn't enough for him to harm Qin Yang, he also wanted to harm the three of them. This was the guy who was the pillow talker that he loved with all his heart, the guy that he must have married back in the day. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanru said faintly, We'll go over together to the White Cloud Group's banquet tonight. When these words came out, Qin Weiye was immediately delighted and said, Wife, you have an invitation? Well, a friend gave it to me. She didn't have time to go over there and asked me to go over there for her while looking for the chairman of the White Cloud Group to see if I could pull back a little bit of an impression. Jiang Wanru said, Okay, then let's go together tonight. I'll prepare some gifts and hopefully we'll get each other back by then. Qin Weiye said excitedly. Jiang Wanru hung up the call and she sneered. Just then, Jiang Wanru's cell phone rang. It was her best friend calling, the same person who gave her the invitation. Wanu, there's a big melon. Jingyi, what big melon? Hearing her best friend's voice, Jiang Wanru's emotions eased a little. Li Jingyi said, You know, who is the president of that White Cloud Group? Who? Jiang Wanru asked with some doubt. Isn't it Yu Min? It's Sun Wanyu. That Lu Min, for some reason, transferred all of his shares to Sun Wanyu, and the banquet held by the White Cloud Group tonight is to announce this. Li Jingyi said excitedly. Then, she said with some pity, Isn't Qin Yang your son? Mother and son, what deep hatred can there be? You were just cheated by a scummy man. You apologize properly to my great-nephew. Won't he forgive you? Jiang Wanru let out a bitter smile. Li Jingyi had no idea what was going on. That's why she said it so easily. If she knew what was going on, she wouldn't have said that. Wait until you get back. Jiang Wanru said with a bitter smile. Okay, you go to the dinner tonight and don't bring that scumbag with you. That guy is up to no good. I can tell. Aha. Jiang Wanru said. Okay, hang up. Li Jingyi said. She hung up her cell phone before her eyes went cold and she surged forward, rushing into a villa. In the middle of the villa, there were screams one after another. Soon, Li Jingyi walked out from the villa, a blood-stained dagger cupped in her hand. Completing the mission. I can go back soon. It's said that the God Stick has appeared. He's my idol. I'm going back to my country to meet him. If I can get the God Stick's approval, that would be the best. Li Jingyi said with some excitement. That godly man was the first man she had liked in 30 years. The other side is powerful and unbelievably good. It took Li Jingyi several years before she finally got the chance to join the Dragon Pavilion. This one was the final trial, and she had succeeded. As long as you join the Dragon Pavilion, you'll be close to your idol, Godstalker. Thinking of this, she could not wait to put on her wings right now and immediately fly to the Dragon Kingdom. With thoughts turning in her mind, Li Jingyi's figure flickered and disappeared. At this moment, Xin Yang, who had Ji Daodu lying in his arms, suddenly sneezed. This surprised him a little and he touched his nose. Was someone chanting about him? How else could he have sneezed? With his health, it is impossible to get sick. After thinking for a while and not figuring it out, Xin Yang didn't bother thinking that much. He patted Ji Daodu and said, "Let's go. Let's go cultivate for a little while longer and wait until the evening when we attend the banquet before we go out." "You beast, you don't treat me like a human being, do you?" Ji Daodu's face changed. "There are 8 hours between now and the banquet. Even with 2 hours of preparation, there's still 6 hours left." Xin Yang was trying to toss himself to death. However, it was not Ji Daodu's turn to make the call now. Xin Yang picked her up in a hug, then directly entered the room. At night, Xin Yang was refreshed. With the techniques he cultivated, such things were complementary to him, not consuming. Ji Daodu was also flushed and her eyes looked a little misty. She could feel that her strength was improving. The process is, well, not unbearable. Happy to raise your cultivation. It seems like it's not too bad. Tang Yu Restaurant, South City. Xin Yang walked to the door and happened to meet Qin Weiye and Zhang Wanru, who also walked to the door. The doorman held out his hand and stopped them. "Invitation, please." Xin Yang shrugged and said, "No, I'm sorry sir, you can't get in without an invitation." The doorman said, He, I thought you had what it takes. You can't even get into a banquet. It seems that Lu Min doesn't have a good relationship with you either." Qin Weiye sneered with a disdainful expression. Xin Yang said oddly, "Where are the dogs barking? What did you say?" Qin Weiye was furious. Xin Yang was so treacherous as to compare him, his father, to a dog. "Okay, go inside and don't embarrass yourself here." Zhang Wanru took out the invitation and said with some impatience. Qin Weiye didn't dare to offend Zhang Wanru now, so he could only follow him in. Chapter 94 Almost Forgot About You. Only after Qin Weiye and Zhang Wanru went in did Qin Yang take out his cell phone, preparing to dial Sun Wanyu. At this time, Lu Min got down from the top of the car, and when he saw Qin Yang, he immediately greeted, "Eldest senior brother." Qin Yang nodded as he put away his cell phone. The doorman hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Lu." Lu Min nodded, and his gaze fell on Qin Yang as he asked, "Senior brother, why don't you go in?" Qin Yang said somewhat helplessly, "I forgot to take an invitation." Lu Min cried and laughed, saying, "You're just too low-key. You can't even get into a banquet hosted by your own family. If it were up to me, eldest senior brother, you should show up more often so that everyone knows you." "There's no need," Qin Yang said. It was blocked, but he wasn't angry at all. That doorman's heart was shaken when he heard the conversation between the two. Can't it be that this young man, actually also hand White Cloud Group senior not? General Manager Lu has to call out senior brother. Doesn't it mean that his status is at the very least comparable to that of General Manager Lu, if not even higher? Remember my senior brother's face, he's the real big boss. The current Chief Su is my sister-in-law and my senior brother's wife, Lu Min said. The doorman looked a little odd and glanced at Ji Daodu. "If she's Mr. Su's wife, why are you bringing another woman? This is also my sister-in-law. You must be respectful in all future meetings, remember?" "Yes," the two doormen said hurriedly. "Elder brother, go inside." "Aha." Qin Yang nodded. The three walked in together. "Where's your wife?" Qin Yang asked curiously. Speaking of this, Lu Min was a bit angry and said in a bad mood, "Elder brother, you also manage your sister-in-law. I originally wanted to go on a honeymoon with Xinshin, but as a result, my sister-in-law insisted on promoting Xinshin to become a vice president, and this time, Xinshin is now addicted to officialdom, and she is not willing to take a vacation, and she is bent on making a career." Speaking of which, Lu Min gritted his teeth in depression. The thought of Liang Xinshin being more interested in her career than herself made him furious. "That's what you deserve. If you'd made her a VP before, she'd have gotten tired of doing it all these years and wouldn't have been that interested." Qin Yang bristled, not sympathizing with him at all. Lu Min sighed and said, "I wasn't worried that she would have more contact with other people and fall in love with them. That's why I made her my secretary. After all, near water is the first thing to go." Seeing how he looked like he was taking things for granted, Qin Yang cried and laughed a little. This guy, a Jindan cultivator, was worried that a woman from the mortal world wouldn't be able to see him. All he could say was that being in love really did bring down one's wits. Although Lu Min is not much good looking, but he is a cultivator, a temperament, very transcendent already, plus in the White Cloud Group as the head, long time in the upper position. The charm is definitely not those who only have the face of the young can be compared. The fact that he was still not confident in himself made Qin Yang not even know what to say. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. get lost, Daodu and I will hang out by ourselves, Xin Yang said. Yes. Lu Min smiled and left directly, not being a light bulb. Xin Yang and Ji Daodu found a corner and ate, naturally unwilling to get involved. Just then, Xin Weiye came over. He stared at Xin Yang and said coldly, "Look at you. Were you dumped by Sun Wanyu? And now you've been adopted by this woman? Really shameless. As a man, you only know how to eat soft food." Xin Yang frowned lightly as he raised an eyebrow and faintly spat out a single word, scram. He felt diaphragmatic when he spoke even one more word with Qin Weiye. The few people who followed Qin Weiye were a bit surprised to see Qin Yang being so nonchalant. One of them asked curiously, "Mr. Qin, who is this young man? Surprisingly, he's so fiery?" Qin Weiye smiled faintly and said, "It's not even my son who got back from the countryside, especially rude and impolite, and likes to eat soft food. I don't know how he got mixed in, so it's your son who came back from the countryside. I've heard of him. I heard that he ate Sun Wanyu's soft rice, but look at his looks. It's really a good footbook. It's also your good genes from General Manager Qin that made him look so handsome. It's reasonable to say that he should be properly grateful to General Manager Qin." A middle-aged man with a big belly said with a smile, "Mr. Xia is right. That Qin Yang right? Why don't you hurry up and stand up, kowtow to our Mr. Qin and thank him." This was a man of about 60. He was lean and dressed in good taste. Only when he opened his mouth, he was extremely fawning and tendentious, making people feel sick. At this time, Ji Daodu asked in amusement, "Do you guys think he looks good to mess with?" Mr. Xia laughed, "Little girl some face not our Nanchung people it. Listen to your accent, is the field over it, or not an uncle to get to know? In Nanchung I cover you." "You?" Ji Daodu stared at him. Mr. Xia thought Ji Daodu was interested. He smiled and said, "Not bad, I, Xia Hui, am also considered a prestigious figure in South City, and I also have 1 billion or so. If you follow your uncle, I will guarantee that you will eat fragrantly and drink hot water, and you will have whatever you want." Ji Daodu immediately looked disappointed. "Listen to your mouth so big. I thought really rich lord it. I did not expect that it is a callow on your pocket inside the few dimes. Also dare to take out to show off. South City, is there no rich people?" Being mocked by Ji Daodu for a while, Xia Hui immediately turned pale. He stared coldly at Ji Daodu and said, "Smoking woman, do you know what the concept of more than $1 billion is? I'm afraid you won't be able to earn that much money by selling 10 lifetimes." As soon as Xia Hui's words fell, a hand cupped his neck. Xin Yang's eyes were slightly cold as he stared at Xia Hui while that hand was exerting force. "What are you doing? Let go of Mr. Xia," Qin Weiye said angrily. Xin Yang exerted force in his hands. Xia Hui's neck gave a crunch. His head tilted down. Qin Weiye and the man in his 60s all had dull gazes. Murdered? They looked at Qin Yang in horror. Right at this moment, Qin Yang let go of his hand while Xia Hui's body, in the eyes of the two terrified people, slowly walked outward. This bizarre scene, moreover, made Qin Weiye and the man in his 60s scared strong enough to almost pee. What kind of tactic is this? The two watched Xia Hui leave. In a moment he'll find himself a high, unoccupied spot and jump right off. Xin Yang spoke to Ji Daodu. Insulting him would result in a beating, and daring to insult those close to him would result in nothing but death. That Xia Hui wasn't a good thing anyway. With a strong aura of resentment wrapped around his body, it was obvious that he had done a lot of unethical things in private. Such a person, killing is just as good as killing. "How dare you kill someone?" Qin Weiye roared in a low voice. Xin Yang's gaze landed on his body, instantly causing Qin Weiye's expression to stiffen. "Almost forgot about you." Qin Weiye drew in a breath of cool air and had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 95 Attitude Change. The man, who was in his 60s, was the first to react and immediately said, "This matter has nothing to do with me." With that, he turned around and walked away. Xin Yang glanced at him and flicked his fingers. A piece of true essence didn't enter the man's body. Looking for presents in front of himself, of course he had to leave something for him. Qin Weiye stood in front of Qin Yang. He stared at him and said coldly, "What exactly do you want? Are you going to kill me?" Qin Yang didn't say anything as he directly flew up and kicked Qin Weiye out. Qin Weiye screamed miserably and fell 7 or 8 meters away. The commotion here startled everyone. At once, the defense of the party, all focused on it, asking what had happened. Qin Yang sat there, his expression unchanged. Qin Weiye lay on the ground, his face purple with pain. His body was trembling as he pointed at Qin Yang, but he couldn't say anything. At this time, Jiang Wanru walked over and didn't help Qin Weiye, but asked him condescendingly, "Is everything alright?" Qin Weiye rolled his eyes. He was tempted to say, "Does he look like he's fine in this state?" However, at this point, he was in such pain that he was on the verge of fainting and couldn't speak at all. "It's okay, it was just a joke. We're all family and he's our son," Jiang Wanru said faintly. The security guards at the party were a bit incredulous. The The son beat up the old man and hit him so hard. They were all a bit speechless, but since it was the other party's family business, they didn't care that much. The head of security came over, his face a bit uncomfortable. If you have any conflicts, go home and settle them. Don't make trouble here again or we'll have no choice but to evict you. Hearing the security guard's words, Zhang Wanru smiled and said, don't worry, it definitely won't happen. The security chief nodded before leaving. It was only at this time that Zhang Wanru said to Qin Wei, who was lying on the ground, I told you that this is the White Cloud Group's banquet, and we came in with other people's invitations as well, and I told you not to mess with him, so are you not growing a brain? At this time, Qin Wei finally eased up a little. He gritted his teeth and said, it was Qin Yang that little hit me, how can you blame me? And we are the grasshopper on the same rope. Do you feel sorry for him? You're the one who's getting beat up now. Do I need to feel sorry for him? Zhang Wanru sneered. Qin Wei choked on her words. Alright, stand up if you're not dead. Don't embarrass me again. With your current behavior, it would be strange if the Qin family could give you their heir. After Zhang Wanru finished speaking, she stood up and took a step, leaving straight away. As for whether or not Qin Wei could get up, she surprisingly didn't care at all. Qin Yang acted as if he hadn't done any of these things. He was sitting there, talking and laughing with Ji Daodu. Qin Wei gritted his teeth as he struggled to stand up, but he was in so much pain that his body was trembling slightly. A pair of eyes stared viciously at Qin Yang. Qin Wei's heart was filled with resentment towards Qin Yang. Your own father, really wanted to kill you. The killing intent could be felt from 2 miles away. Ji Daodu said. Qin Yang nodded. If you're not good enough to make a move, I'll make a move to help you kill him, so as not to be so troublesome later. Ji Daodu gave a suggestion. Qin Yang smiled and said, the bloodline relatives, after all, must all be broken cleanly, and now there is still some fire missing. Well, it's me who was overthinking. You guy, your realm is much higher than mine. I thought you were soft-hearted and unwilling to kill him. Ji Daodu spat out her tongue. She knew very well that Qin Yang would not be soft when it came to his enemies, no matter what relationship that enemy had with him. Qin Wei, naturally, is the same. Nuan Yu is out, Qin Yang said. At this time, Su Nuyu and Liang Xinxin walked out together. People all recognized Liang Xinxin, the beautiful secretary of Lu Min, and knew that the relationship between her and Lu Min was not ordinary. When did the Su family get so close to Liang Xinxin? Does this mean that the White Cloud Group is going to cooperate with the Su family? Qin Wei's face instantly turned ugly. He walked to Zhang Wanru's side and said with some worry, things are a bit unusual. I'm worried that the two of them have teamed up. Zhang Wanru said faintly, got it. Seeing that she wasn't in the least bit anxious, Qin Wei was instantly anxious. He couldn't help but say anxiously, once they've cooperated, they'll definitely say bad things about us. And if we can't get the White Cloud Group's cooperation at that time, how am I going to fight with Qinihan for the Qin family's inheritance? I have the Zhang family and that's enough, Zhang Wanru said. Qin Wei looked at Zhang Wanru incredulously. Did she know what she was saying? At this time, Liang Xinxin came on stage. She smiled and said, thank you all for coming to this White Cloud Group's banquet. Everyone must be wondering why we, White Cloud Group, are preparing this banquet. After finishing, she glanced at Su Nuyu and said, this time, we held a banquet and invited many celebrities and famous entrepreneurs in South City, as well as some well-known media people, just to make an announcement. The crowd was all in high spirits. What is the White Cloud Group announcing with such fanfare? Can it be that the White Cloud Group is going into some field? Everyone tensed up. Now what other areas are there that are not covered by the White Cloud Group? Once you get into that field, will it be a huge impact on other businesses in the South Side? It is important to realize that all the companies involved in the White Cloud Group will basically become the benchmark in the industry within a short period of time, without exception. Seeing that everyone's interest was mobilized, Liang Xinxin continued, this time our group, the main thing is to announce that the chairman of the White Cloud Group from now on, changed to become Miss Su Nuyu. Miss Su Nuyu owns 100% of the group's shares, and is the real boss of the White Cloud Group. When these words came out, the room was filled with shock. Everyone was stunned. Su Nuyu, the proud daughter of the Su family, she had unexpectedly become the absolute controller of the White Cloud Group, owning 100% of the equity. How did she do it? The Su family's volume isn't enough to acquire the White Cloud Group, either. Everyone was a little confused. However, since the White Cloud Group had announced so, it meant that Sun Wanyu had become the true owner of the White Cloud Group. As for how she did it, it rather didn't matter. Qin Wei's face paled, and he knew that it was impossible for him to have any cooperation with Baiyun Group. The Su family, on the other hand, stood on the other side with an incredulous look on their faces. What Sun Wanyu said was surprisingly true. She had really become the chairman of the White Cloud Group. I really looked away. Qin Yang is even more powerful than we thought, Elder Su said. He knew very well that Su Nuyu had all this because Qin Yang had given it to her, and it was simply unimaginable how powerful Qin Yang, who could easily give away the White Cloud Group, was. Qin Yang stood up and said with a smile, "We're full, let's go." And at that moment, Xia Hui, from above a sky bridge, leapt up. Bump! He fell on top of the highway, blood soaking the ground. Chapter 96 The Weak and the Strong. Soon, someone noticed and called law enforcement directly. Gao Chenshin brought people over and then surrounded the place. After confirming the identity, they quickly determined the cause of death. Suicide. Only, for the fact that Xia Hui would commit suicide, they were a bit confused. "Captain, something's wrong, look at his neck," one of the enforcers said. Gao Chenshin was also in the midst of the surveillance video and realized that something was wrong. Xia Hui's neck was crooked and extremely scary, as if it was broken, and he didn't move like a normal person. "There's a problem, you guys find out who Xia Hui has been in contact with before," Gao Chenshin said. Yes, the men acted at once. Gao Chenshin looked grave. She had an intuition that this matter was definitely not that simple. "By the way, check to see if there are any other people's fingerprints on Xia Hui." "Good." A series of things that are arranged. Soon Gao Chenshin got the answer. All the evidence, it all points to one person. Qin Yang. Fingerprints not belonging to Xia Hui himself were also found on his body. Did Qin Yang do this? Gao Chenshin looked grave. "Although I don't know how he did it, I'm certain that his neck broke before he was not dropped, but before he jumped off the catwalk, like it was wrenched by a huge force," the coroner said. "Judging from the part of the ground where Xia Hui crashed, it wouldn't have broken his neck at all. In other words, there's something wrong with Xia Hui's death, but once the neck is broken, let alone walking on top of the sky bridge, even staying alive is basically impossible. How did he come to the sky bridge? It's really strange," the coroner said, and Gao Chenshin wasn't surprised at all. She thought for a moment and said, "This matter, for the time being, don't publicize it, wait for me to come back to make a decision." "Yes," the coroner said in a rush. In front of Ji Daodu's house, Gao Chenshin came over. Qin Yang was a little surprised when he sensed Gao Chenshin's aura. He opened the door. His gaze fell on Gao Chenshin, and smiled. "What does Captain Gao want to see me about?" Gao Chenshin said, "There's something I want to ask you. Is it convenient now?" Ji Daodu smiled, signaling that she didn't care. "Okay, let's talk outside," Qin Yang said. Gao Chenshin nodded. Then, she and Qin Yang walked out. After walking for a while, Gao Chenshin said, "Xia Hui is dead." "Aha." Qin Yang nodded. "He looked like a suicide, but what we examined was that he should have been dead before he jumped off the overpass, and fingerprints that didn't belong to him were found on the top of his neck." "I killed it," Qin Yang said. Gao Chenshin choked. She had thought that Qin Yang would pretend a little, but it turned out that he didn't pretend at all. "Why did you kill him?" Gao Chenshin asked. "He insulted my people," Qin Yang said. "That's it?" Gao Chenshin froze. She hadn't expected that Qin Yang would kill someone for such a simple reason. Qin Yang laughed and said, "You think I would give any grand reason?" He wanted to use his power to suppress others, but he ended up not being as strong as me and was killed by me. It's as simple as that. The weak is strong. Is that what your world is like? Gao Chenshin asked. Qin Yang shook his head. Gao Chenshin was a bit surprised. Had he guessed wrong? At this time, Qin Yang explained, "In our world, as long as you're weak and not one of your own, living belongs to a sin, and the strong can kill or be killed by that person. It's entirely up to the strong's heart." So cruel. Gao Chenshin was shaken. She could somewhat understand Qin Yang's attitude. "I see." Gao Chenshin finished and prepared to leave. Qin Yang was a bit surprised and said in astonishment, "Aren't you here to arrest me?" Gao Chenshin shrugged and said, "You're a good person. Your mouth is cruel but you're not bad at all. You killed Xia Hui because he already deserved to die. I know that he did a lot of disgusting things, but because of the lack of evidence, I couldn't catch him. I like what you did." Qin Yang smiled. He gave Gao Chenshin a high look. "In that case, we're still confidants," Qin Yang said with a smile. "It's supposed to be heroic." Gao Chenshin laughed. She stretched out her hand and said to Qin Yang, "In the future, I'll leave the people I can't handle to you." Qin Yang touched his nose. Was he idle anywhere? But seeing as the other man looked expectant, he put his hand out anyway. "I'll reluctantly oblige you," Qin Yang said. Gao Chenshin was all amused by Qin Yang. However, she could sort of tell that Qin Yang was not very keen on ridding the people of evil. Qin Yang would only step in if he had provoked him. This made Gao Chenshin feel quite sad. Having strength like Qin Yang but not using it made her regret. "Okay, it's okay, you're a man of great deeds and I know it well, so I'll leave you alone," Gao Chenshin said. She knew very well that what the Dragon Pavilion was going to deal with was not supposed to be ordinary people. It was indeed a bit of a big deal for him to ask Qin Yang to help him to deal with some ordinary people that he had no way of dealing with, so it was no wonder that Qin Yang was unwilling. Gao Chenshin was ready to leave. Just at this moment, a figure, rushing not far away, drilled out, then a dagger in his hand, directly to Gao Chenshin, stabbed over. Gao Chenshin was startled and was about to dodge, but thinking of the fact that behind him was Qin Yang, once he dodged, that dagger was about to stab Qin Yang's body. Thinking of this, Gao Chenshin clenched her teeth and stood still. She had to carry the knife, or at least not let the other party hurt Qin Yang. Qin Yang had known that someone was following them, and when he saw the other party make a move, he just smiled. It was just an ordinary person who was a bit more aggressive, not a threat to him yet. It was just that I didn't expect that the person the other party wanted to kill was Gao Chenshin, and Gao Chenshin was clearly able to dodge it, yet she still had to stand in front of herself to help block the knife. Qin Yang laughed as he hugged Gao Chenshin, bringing her body in his arms. Then with his other hand, he directly grabbed it. The sharp dagger was grasped directly in his hand, and his hand, without a single scratch. In the next moment, Qin Yang reversed the dagger and threw it directly on top of the opponent's thigh. The other screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Qin Yang was a bit distracted and kicked over. At that moment, the other party's miserable voice came to an abrupt end. Only then did Gao Chenshin react and hurriedly asked, "You killed him?" "No, just fainted. It should have been directed at you. My enemies aren't that stupid to let a commoner kill me," Qin Yang said. He had originally that knife was going to be stabbed on the other side's head, but later changed his mind, which was stabbed on the leg. This is something that Gao Chenshin also recognizes. With Qin Yang's strength, ordinary people could not pose any threat to him at all. Chapter 97. The sky is the limit. It should have come to me, Gao Chenshin said. It seems that this job of yours, which is also quite dangerous, is not as good as one might think, Qin Yang said. Gao Chenshin smiled bitterly and said, the salary is not high and it offends many people, so it's really not a good job, but it's my dream. Qin Yang was non-committal. If you have time tomorrow morning, when here, come and visit me and I'll teach you something. Gao Chenshin's eyes immediately lit up and said excitedly, really? Is it martial arts? You can teach me martial arts practice? Won't your clan blame you? Do I need to worship a master? That's not necessary. My division. I make my own decisions. Qin Yang laughed. Gao Chenshin stared at Qin Yang suspiciously and laughed. You can't be the only one in your division, right? Qin Yang gave her a blank look and said, there are dozens of people. I'm the eldest senior brother. You can also understand it as the sex young master. Got it. Then I'll meet you here in the morning. Aha. Qin Yang nodded. I should get back. I don't want to waste my time with you when such a beautiful wife is waiting for me at home, Qin Yang said. Blankly glancing at Qin Yang, Gao Chenshin said without a trace of humor, am I not pretty? Can you do it? How did I get to be a captain of law enforcement if I can't do it? Gao Chenshin smiled proudly. Qin Yang looked odd and stared at Gao Chenshin as he didn't say anything. Gao Chenshin suddenly realized that Qin Yang's words might not mean what he understood them to mean. Stinking hooligans, Gao Chenshin ranted. Qin Yang laughed as he waved his hand and left the place. Gao Chenshin tightened her smile, but her face turned a little red. Her heart was pounding like a deer in headlights for the first time in her life. This man, what he did, was completely unexpected, powerful, mysterious, handsome, and deadly. Most of all, he was a member of the Dragon Court. She knew very well what the Dragon Court was. It was an organization that truly had a great love for the Dragon Kingdom. Since the Dragon Pavilion became a reality, it has been fighting to protect the Dragon Kingdom, and Qin Yang was a part of it. When someone from the Dragon Pavilion killed someone, she wouldn't think that the Dragon Pavilion had committed a crime. She would only think that there was something wrong with the one who had been killed, and whether or not he or she had committed some damn crime. That's the beauty of Dragon Court. After making a phone call, the Law Enforcement Bureau quickly came and took the person who was going to kill Gao Chenshin just now away from the place. The members of the Law Enforcement Bureau, moreover, asked if Gao Chenshin was injured. It's fine. This guy was unlucky. When he tried to lay his hands on me, I happened to be followed by an expert from a special organization, and was put down by someone else with a single move. Gao Chenshin sighed. Awesome. As expected of a special organization, it's really not an ordinary person, the crowd exclaimed. Alright, enough of that. Let's go back. Get this guy to the hospital and take care of him. I want to know tonight who the hell sent him to kill me. A cold light flashed in Gao Chenshin's eyes. Trying to kill herself, no matter who the other party was, she would not let them go. Killing himself, the first captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau, the other party could be said to be bold. Qin Yang went back and Ji Daoda was already waiting for Qin Yang. She was dressed in an Ultraman costume with a delicate figure, causing Qin Yang's breathing to be a little heavy in an instant. This woman, she really wants to seduce people. A lot of passion. The two lay on the bed. Ji Daoda suddenly said, The girl who came to you just now might be in trouble. Someone tried to kill her just now. It's not just that. It's career-wise. Someone's out to get her. And unsurprisingly, she's not going to be able to keep her position as a law enforcement brigadier general. Ji Daoda said. Xin Yang shook his head inside. How hard it is to be a good leader. How hard it is to want to be a good leader. If she doesn't go along with it herself, those people can't sit still and tolerate her. When Ji Daoda saw that Xin Yang understood, she continued. If you have connections, help her out. She has offended a lot of people. If she loses her current position, she will definitely have a tough time. You think she's nice? Xin Yang was a bit surprised. Ji Daoda nodded and said, she's a good person and has done a lot of good things. Good people have to be rewarded, don't they? Xin Yang snorted. Good things happen to good people. That's just a nice wish for ordinary people. God has no eyes, kills and sets fire to gold belts, and builds roads and bridges without corpses. Not many people who have had a good life through the ages have been truly good people. Good people can't keep their family business. Don't worry, getting to know me changed her fate. Xin Yang said. You're so nice. Ji Daoda hugged Xin Yang with a face full of appreciation. Now it's time to give the good guys the benefit of the doubt, isn't it? Xin Yang violently rolled over. Ji Daoda did not say anything, but acquiesced to Xin Yang's move. The next day, Ji Daoda couldn't get up. She didn't even continue the live broadcast, and when Gao Chenshin came to find Xin Yang, she was still sleeping soundly. Shall we go out? This place will disturb Miss Ji's rest. Okay. Xin Yang nodded his head. I'm going home, Gao Chenshin said. Xin Yang had wanted to say that the other party's home wasn't necessarily spacious enough, and that there might be disturbances. However, after seeing Gao Chenshin's home, Xin Yang knew that he had underestimated the other party. Gao Chenshin's home, a mid-mountain villa, had 2 nannies at home, and the entire home was spacious and cleaned up quite sharply. Your house? Xin Yan looked a little odd. Did he or she look at the wrong person? In fact, is Gao Chenshin a corrupt official? Gao Chenshin seemed to see Xin Yang's mind. She knew that Xin Yang misunderstood and immediately said, it's my house, but you have to misunderstand. It's not from greed. My parents bought it for me. My mom is a businesswoman, and her family has a little bit of money. Xin Yang nodded. However, having a mansion like this in the south side is not something you can do with a little bit of money. Let's get started then, Xin Yang said, pulling Gao Chenshin's hand after he finished speaking. Gao Chenshin froze for a moment and just wanted to ask Xin Yang what he was doing. In the next moment, a wave of warm qi, from her hand, did not enter Gao Chenshin's body. Gao Chenshin's eyes widened. Is this what's called inner strength? Right at this moment, Gao Chenshin's ears, Xin Yang's voice came. Concentrate and run your breath with my power. Gao Chenshin's heart was startled as she immediately began to follow Xin Yang's words. Consciousness followed Xin Yang's power as it ran through his body. And soon, Gao Chenshin sensed a qi appearing, albeit weakly, but it was truly felt. This is your own true qi? Gao Chenshin's heart was agitated as she focused her attention and began to move her breath according to the route Xin Yang had just run. It ran continuously for a week. Only then did Gao Chenshin wake up. She was just about to speak when a gurgling sound came from inside her stomach. Her whole body was about to be starved. Looking at the clock on the wall, Gao Chenshin was shocked that it was already 1 in the afternoon. Running his own breath as if only a moment had passed, it was surprising that so much time had passed. Chapter 98 80% full, and Xin Yang sat not far away, lazily basking in the sun. Seeing Gao Chenshin wake up, he nodded and said, awake? Gao Chenshin nodded her head as she said with some incredulity, I can't believe I've been cultivating for so long. Well, it's kind of okay, it's all like that for the first practice, not knowing the time. Xin Yang said, so I'm a martial artist now? Gao Chenshin said with some anticipation. Although I saw that all the TV shows said that they had been practicing for a long time before they were considered martial arts masters, but she was still looking forward to it. Xin Yang thought for a while before he said, a master is not considered a master, but it's enough to deal with ordinary people. By general, he meant there were martial artists. After all, what he taught Gao Chenshin was practicing qi, not martial arts. Gao Chenshin naturally didn't know. She only knew that she should be able to fight very well now. Although she might not necessarily be able to beat a martial artist, she could beat a normal ordinary person as well. Thinking of this, Gao Chenshin said excitedly, thank you, I'll treat you to dinner later. Xin Yang looked at Gao Chenshin incredulously. What do you mean? Invite yourself to dinner later? Shouldn't he be eating now? Looking at the time, Xin Yang said, it's already 1:30 p.m. Yeah, it's 1:30 and I have to go to work, Gao Chenshin said. When she finished, there was a gurgling sound from her stomach. However, Gao Chenshin didn't care, and then took some bread from the top of the table and turned around to leave. Xin Yang pulled her back and said in tears, if you're going to go out now, you'll definitely faint in less than half an hour. Why? Gao Chenshin asked dully. Don't you feel very hungry? The first time you cultivated, you used up too much physical energy. You need to replenish food now to replenish your strength, Qin Yang said. So that's how it was. Gao Chenchen grabbed a few more pieces of bread. Qin Yang, he rolled his eyes and said, forget it, I'll go to the enforcement bureau with you. What are you going to do? Gao Chenchen asked curiously. Solve a problem, Qin Yang said indifferently. Gao Chenchen didn't understand, but looking at Qin Yang, she still nodded and said, alright then, let's go together. Your law enforcement bureau has a cafeteria, right? Qin Yang continued to ask. Well, there is. Is there any food left now? Yes. Gao Chenchen gave Qin Yang a somewhat puzzled look. Qin Yang's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, if you have it, I want to eat. Gao Chenchen was somewhat speechless. Why is Qin Yang so obsessed with eating? Didn't they say that people with high cultivation levels have very little need for food anymore? Qin Yang didn't say anything. His eyes were a bit deep. The two drove to the law enforcement office. Everyone was a bit curious about Qin Yang's arrival. They sized him up and then scowled at Gao Chenchen. Gao Chenchen gave them a blank look and said without any good humor, get lost, it's not what you think. Got it. Definitely not. The crowd laughed meaningfully. There was even an older enforcer who patted Qin Yang's shoulder with a sigh. Qin Yang was a bit confused. What do they mean by that? Do you really think you have something with Gao Chenchen? Even if there was something, he himself wouldn't be suppressed. He would make Gao Chenchen kneel and sing his conquest. Where's the cafeteria? Qin Yang asked. There. An older member of the team pointed in one direction. Go, eat. Qin Yang pulled Gao Chenchen over. Gao Chenchen had already felt it at this point. Even with a few slices of bread in her belly, she felt a bit unable to hold on and her face paled. This made the rest of the team, at once, think the wrong way. Our captain took a leave of absence to meet this one, didn't he? I think so. Look at our captain. This one is really fierce. Look at our captain's face is white. I think so. TSK. It's true that the man who can subdue the captain is awesome. The crowd exclaimed. Qin Yang heard what they were saying and the corner of his mouth twitched. When we got to the cafeteria, the cooks were eating. Seeing Gao Chenchen come in, they immediately stood up. Good day, First Sergeant. Get some food, quick, Qin Yang said. The cooks do it immediately. There were 3 of them, and they opened fire. Soon, several small dishes were stir-fried. Not enough, get a couple more meat dishes, Qin Yang said. The chefs glanced at Qin Yang. So much isn't enough? How much can he eat? Mind you, they make a large enough amount for 4 grown men. Do what he says, Gao Chenchen said. Seeing that the first captain had said so, the cooks had to do as they were told. Soon, a few more dishes were made and served. And at this time, Gao Chenchen had already 3 bowls of rice down, and those dishes were also winded up and eaten clean. The cooks were shocked. When did the first captain become so edible? Although she had a larger meal than the average girl, she was still just a girl and couldn't eat that much. It's okay, she's consumed too much. Get some more meat dishes and bring them up, Qin Yang said. In his mind, however, he was a little embarrassed. He helps Gao Chenchen, stepping into the path of cultivation, but forgets that her body is just average. The first time you cultivate, you will definitely consume a lot, and you will need to use heavenly materials to stabilize it. There was no advanced preparation of the heavenly materials, so you had to eat. It's just that the food that was eaten contained so little energy that it needed to be replenished with a lot of food. Not long after, a few more dishes came up. This time it was all meat dishes, and Gao Chenchen opened to eat. As the plates of meat dishes were wiped clean, Gao Chenchen was on the verge of crying. She was still hungry. You shouldn't keep eating so much yourself from now on. She winced at the thought. She definitely didn't want to be a rice bucket. At this time, that chef from the law enforcement bureau, suddenly holding a cell phone, said excitedly, everyone, come and see. The senior captain just ate at least 10 people's meals, and he's still eating now. At that moment, Qin Yang heard the sound of footsteps all rapidly approaching the place. The corner of his mouth twitched. Were these guys that bored? The entire law enforcement team here all went into the cafeteria. They were stunned when they saw Gao Chenchen still eating when she had so many empty plates in front of her. The captain eats more than my pigs. Is this what the captain is really like? Who can afford her? Our captain's own family is rich, okay? And Qin Yang just asked the chef to bring things up again. Gao Chenchen was helpless and could only continue to eat the braised pork that she didn't finish at lunch. She dried 2 big bowls of it straight away. It only eased the hunger inside her stomach a little. It was only after the equivalent of roughly 20 people had eaten the meal that Gao Chenchen burped. 80% full. She sighed contentedly. The crowd was stunned. Chapter 99, Killing a Tiger with One Punch. Looking at Gao Chenchen's still flat stomach, it was a little hard for the crowd to imagine where all the food she ate had gone. At this time, Gao Chenchen finally had the strength to train someone. She turned and chided. You all have nothing better to do, you? What are you doing here? Did you get your case closed? Chen Tao, did you get the murderer back? The man who was called Chen Tao, suddenly his neck shrank, turned around and walked out. Li think, have you completed your mission? Why do I remember that the time is up tomorrow? You're not asking me to give you a little more time, are you? What kind of man is a big man who doesn't keep his word? Li Xiang's face darkened as he smiled awkwardly and turned around. Afterward, Gao Qinshan's gaze fell on the others. Everyone's expression froze. They immediately turned around and ran. Jokingly, if they were targeted by the first captain, the end would definitely be ugly. It would be very simple for the first sergeant to try to put shoes on them. Little man, still trying to laugh at me. Gao Qinshan skimmed his lips. Her eyes fell on the cook. Gao Qinshan remembered that he was the one who called out for people to come over just now. The chef smiled awkwardly and said, Captain, would you believe me if I said I didn't do it on purpose just now? Gao Qinshan sneered and asked in return, what do you think? That chef cried out, but then said somewhat smugly, you can't punish me anyway, or I'll put more salt in your dishes. Had ha. Gao Qinshan was calm as she said lightly, I saw you cooking some dishes for Sister Zhang to bring back yesterday. What do you think you'll do if your sister-in-law finds out? The chef's face changed and he immediately said, no, you can't do that. Gao Qinshan took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Sister-in-law, I saw Brother Liang delivering groceries to a woman yesterday. Yes, do you still not believe my words? You must discipline him well. Many big sisters on our side love Brother Liang, and some of them are saying they want to marry him. That chef sat there with a lifeless look on his face, mumbling that it was over. Gao Qinshan smiled smugly, looked after Qin Yang and said, let's go. I haven't eaten yet. Qin Yang glanced at the empty plates on the table. Gao Qinshan instantly blushed as she was embarrassed. Just now, he really couldn't care less about Qin Yang. She then said with some concern, by the way, I won't have to eat this much at every meal from now on, will I? Qin Yang shook his head and said, no, it's just the first time it will be like this, but you still need to eat more tonic things in the future. Cultivation is extremely physically exhausting. You don't want to train yourself out of it. Understood. I'll have my mom buy me a truckload of ginseng rasher or something back. Gao Qinshan said. Qin Yang was speechless. A truckload of ginseng. This big girl's family is not normally rich. The older the vintage, the better. Qin Yang said. I remember my grandfather's house, and a few thousand-year-old ginsengs. Gao Qinshan's eyes lit up. Also, remember to not use your full strength when you're striking with people in general. It's easy to kill people. Qin Yang admonished. Although, with Gao Qinshan's current strength, it was a bit of a stretch to say that it was the first level of qi refining. But, when facing an ordinary person, if they didn't know how to restrain their power, a single punch could blow them away. Martial artists below the innate could not withstand her power. I'm good now? You can kill a tiger with one punch, and it's not considered impressive? Qin Yang asked rhetorically. That's really awesome. Gao Qinshan moved. She tentatively used 1/10 of her strength and blasted her fist on top of the table. The table, of solid wood, shattered in response. The chef's master and disciple were startled, and their eyes changed as they looked at Gao Qinshan. When did the first sergeant become so powerful? That table, it was real solid wood, not a rare wood, but it wanted to be broken with one punch, unless the hand was unwanted. Captain, is your hand okay? At this time, Gao Qinshan also reacted and hurriedly said, it's fine. How much is this table? Turn around and talk to the finance. Deduct it from my salary. Aha. The chef nodded. Gao Qinshan made a clear distinction between public and private matters, not because he was the first captain. Besides, she wasn't supposed to be short of money. Just at this time, an enforcer trotted over and said to Gao Qinshan, Captain, Chief He is here and wants you to go over. Chief Ho? Gao Qinshan frowned. She had a rather bad feeling about this Chief He. Obviously, he is only the deputy chief executive, but when others call him, they must remove the deputy, or else they will be put in his shoes. It certainly couldn't be anything good for him to come to himself this time. Thinking of this, Gao Qinshan said to Qin Yang, I have some things to do, so I won't be able to accompany you. When I have time, I'll treat you to dinner as a thank you. No, I also want to go and meet the so-called Chief He. I'm still quite interested in the big brother. Usually I can only see it inside the TV. Now I can see the real person. How can I miss it? Qin Yang said with a smile. That enforcer said with dissatisfaction, you are not a member of our law enforcement team. If you are questioned, it's a bit inappropriate. You'd better leave. Don't cause trouble for our captain. Gao Qinshan, however, looked deeply at Qin Yang. You've been following me today. Do you know something? Qin Yang didn't say anything and just smiled faintly. Forget it, just follow along. Anyway, with your status, even if Chief He sees you, he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful. Gao Qinshan muttered. The enforcer, on the other hand, revealed an appalled expression. He looked at Qin Yang with some disbelief. What exactly was his status? How could he make even chief he dare not disrespect him? Thinking about what he had just said, he was a little embarrassed. It seemed that he really did have eyes that didn't recognize the true Buddha. The three left the cafeteria. Qin Yang met the so-called chief he. The other man was small, pot-bellied, wearing some sort of jacket, and followed by a group of men who looked formidable. Only, his brows were now furrowed, and there was a hidden anger in his eyes. Qin Yang knew that the other party was mostly here to find trouble. Looks like Ji Daoda did the math right. Without waiting for Gao Chenchen to open his mouth, Qin Yang walked over to him. He directly took out a token while saying in a disgruntled manner, "Xiao He, you're a bit unintelligent. I'm in the middle of discussing things with my girlfriend. You interrupted us. Do you have a problem with me? Ho, who's that?" Afterward, the crowd looked at Qin Yang incredulously. They then realized that this cry, "Xiao He," was calling out to Vice President He. As the second person in the province in the law enforcement team, when had Vice Chief He ever been humiliated like this? Just when everyone thought that Vice Chief He was about to get angry, he suddenly kept his eyes straight and took a serious look at the token in Qin Yang's hand, instantly revealing a look of respect. "I'm sorry, this lord, it was my mistake, please forgive me." What? Everyone present was stunned. Chapter 100. Aren't you my boyfriend? What the hell? Isn't this person the boyfriend of the first captain? Does he have some heavenly origin? So that vice commander he called the adults. The other party's identity is not bad. What Qin Yang took out was the token of the Dragon Pavilion. Moreover, the token belonging to the Dragon Pavilion's special offerings had a very high status, only below the Dragon Pavilion's Grand Captain, and the Dragon Court and the Dragon Kingdom have been working together for decades. They faced the courtiers with some privileges. At the very least, meet the local people and meet the big level. Moreover, the Dragon Pavilion's intelligence capabilities were amazing. It's not like there wasn't a bigot who offended them back then, but the next day, all the dark information about that bigot appeared in front of the public, and that bigot went down for it. No one was willing to mess with the Dragon Pavilion. In their eyes, it was a group of extremely capable and terrifying lunatics, not to mention Vice President Ho. "My girlfriend and I were discussing something. I heard you were looking for her. What's up? Tell me about it. I can help you too." Qin Yang smiled faintly. Deputy Chief He's expression stiffened and he said awkwardly, "No, just recognizing Captain Gao's work. She's done a good job of creating security in South City." Qin Yang was non-committal as he nodded and said, "In that case, there's nothing going on. I thought you were here to find trouble with my girlfriend." At this time, Gao Chenchen also reacted. She somewhat understood why Qin Yang had been following her. "I'm afraid it's not just about eating." He didn't know what to expect and knew he might be in trouble. It's coming to help itself. As for Qin Yang's claim of being his boyfriend, Gao Chenchen didn't take it seriously. She knew very well that Qin Yang had said this on purpose to make the other party jealous. It was. Deputy Chief He was startled and immediately said, "Where can I be? You're joking. Captain Gao works very hard." And the people who came with Vice President He looked at him with some incredulity. They all wondered if there was something wrong with Vice President He. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Could it be that this person in front of us is really some kind of big shot? In that case, now look good. You can go. Don't delay me from spending time with my girlfriend. By the way, since my girlfriend did things so well, the reward that should be there can't be less. If I don't see the reward, I might think that you're snubbing me. There is, for sure. Vice President He was startled and hurriedly said, "Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to Chief He like that?" "Someone who followed Vice President He," said with dissatisfaction. As a result, Vice President He's face changed drastically, and he slapped him across the face. The opponent was a little confused by the beating. He looked at Vice Generalissimo He and asked suspiciously, "Generalissimo He, what are you doing hitting me? I'm speaking for you. This kind of person should not work in the court. I don't like it." Qin Yang said indifferently. "Understood." Vice President He said immediately, then pointed at the man and said, "You're fired." "What?" The other man was stunned, then a little panicked. It was then that he realized that he might have offended someone great. Deputy Chief He also ignored him, but respectfully bowed to Qin Yang and turned to leave. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry, and the eyes of the entire law enforcement bureau, looking at Qin Yang, had changed. What the hell is he? Only a few people, who vaguely knew Qin Yang's origin, marveled in their hearts. "Thank you." Gao Chenchen thanked him. Qin Yang laughed. "A show of hands, as long as you don't mind me talking nonsense. Who says you're bull ting me? Aren't you my boyfriend?" Gao Chenchen said with a smiling face. "Qin Yang." He stared at Gao Chenchen. What did this woman mean? Fancy yourself? Soon, Qin Yang realized that he had overthought things. Gao Chenchen said, "Since I'm your girlfriend, can't you do something for your girlfriend? Like if I can't handle someone, you handle the other person." Good lord, so that was the idea. Qin Yang smiled, then turned around and left. "It doesn't take much, Just deal with one a month, Gao Chen shouted. Qin Yang waved his hand and said goodbye to her. He's not going to find himself something to do. Some of the bad guys, when you meet them yourself, you might be able to dispose of them by hand. But working with Gao Chen to specifically deal with the other side is a big no-brainer. If dealing with these people required his hand, the Dragon Kingdom would be rotten to the roots. I'm afraid. Seeing Qin Yang leave without any hesitation, Gao Chen was a little disappointed. This guy, surprisingly, didn't even have the slightest idea of agreeing with himself. Captain, this boyfriend of yours is impressive enough. What exactly does he do? A member asked. Gao Chen glanced at the other party and said, secrets. In the future, when you encounter him doing things, just cooperate with him fully. Remember what I said. What if he kills someone? That enforcer said with some disbelief. You just help him with the aftermath. Gao Chen said. The crowd was all dumbfounded. At this time, they also reacted and instantly realized that I'm afraid Qin Yang should be someone from a special organization, and the people he disposed of should all be damned. Got it, Captain. All right, go about your business, Gao Chen said. Then her cell phone vibrated. Gao Chen took out her own cell phone, and when she saw the number on it, she frowned. Answering the call, Gao Chen said, Dad, you busy man, how come you have time to care about me and know to call me? What's that boyfriend of yours? Hearing his own father's words, Gao Chen snorted and said, You're really well informed. You know about something that just happened. Answer my question. Hello? Authoritative voice came from the other side of the phone. Answer my ass. Find out for yourself if you can, and don't call me if you have nothing else to do. I'll just pretend my dad is dead. I didn't have any parents around when I was growing up anyway. After saying that, Gao Chen hung up the call. On the other side of the phone, a middle-aged man. His face darkened. He took a deep breath, then forced down the anger in his heart. Have I been too indulgent with this girl? He asked to those around him. Boss, I do think that the eldest niece is pretty good. Without relying on your relationship, she has come to this position by herself. Her vision of choosing a man should be pretty good. It was a somewhat lazy man, in his mid-30s, who spoke in a lazy manner and was not very polite when confronted with men. Did you find out who the man was? Gao Tianshang asked. Can't find out. It's top secret. This son-in-law of yours, he's no ordinary man, the man said with a smile. Gao Tianshang was a bit surprised when he couldn't even find out about his own people. He thought for a moment before he said, You go to South City and make contact. Remember, don't hurt him. Good. Chapter 101 Li Jingyi returns to China. Gao Tianshang's eyes flickered with essence. A person who couldn't find out his identity. Could it be those people? If it was really those people, he wouldn't want it. That bunch of guys, they're all pikers. Thinking of this, Gao Tianshang snorted coldly. Qin Yang returned to the Su family. Su Zhonghai was sitting in the middle of the hall, and when he saw Qin Yang appear, his eyes immediately lit up. Son-in-law, there's something I'd like to ask you, Su Zhonghai said. Go find Nuan Yu yourself. I won't help you. You know what kind of things I'm talking about? Su Zhonghai froze. It's nothing more than hanging a position in the White Cloud Group. It appears that you have face. You go to Nuan Yu and talk nicely. As long as you don't cause her any trouble, there's definitely no problem, Qin Yang said. As soon as Su Zhonghai appeared, Qin Yang knew his purpose. Su Zhonghai looked a little embarrassed, but still asked with certainty, Are you telling the truth? To tell you the truth, Nuan Yu is sometimes too unemotional. I'm worried that she'll reject me, and how faceless she'll be when the time comes. Qin Yang glanced at him and shook his head. You, as a father, don't understand Nuan Yu as well as I do. She had to be in charge of the entire Su family business before, and since you all are no good, it's only natural that she has to be stricter and unapproachable, or else with just the likes of you, how could the Su family's business be as good as it is now? Su Zhonghai was a bit embarrassed. Were they that bad? In their minds, they all felt like they were capable of it, and it still looked good. Now that they were being talked about like this by Qin Yang, it was as if they were all wastes and would only be dragging Nuan Yu's feet. Thinking of this, Su Zhonghai said with some embarrassment, In that case, I'd better not go looking for Nuan Yu, so as not to add to her troubles. Don't worry, as long as it's a hanging position with a little bit of power, you don't mess around. Basically there won't be a problem. A really important position. You don't have enough ability either, and Nuan Yu won't give it to you, Qin Yang said. Although Su Zhonghai knew that what Qin Yang said was the truth, still, he was rather stifled to hear such words. Qin Yang was close to just saying that he was useless and a waste. However, with Qin Yang's words, Su Zhonghai was much more relieved. One last question. If Nuan Yu really gives me the position, will it affect her position in the White Cloud Group? Some people will think that she's using her power for personal gain. Speaking here, Su Zhonghai hesitated a bit. Although he was incapable, he really didn't want to cause trouble for Su Nuan Yu right now. Qin Yang glanced at him with some relief. It's really good if you have such thoughts, but you don't have to worry. The entire White Cloud group is our own family. Nuan Yu has absolute control over the White Cloud group. You don't have to worry about anyone daring to say anything. Qin Yang said. I see. Thank you, son-in-law. Su Zhanghai smiled and then turned to leave. As long as Nuan Yu gave him a position, he could blow awesome in front of his old friends. When the time comes, those guys will definitely think highly of him. Qin Yang shook his head as he sat on top of the sofa and closed his eyes, preparing to rest for a while. At this time, the penal colony. Zhang Li held a gun in his hand and pointed it at the murderers of his parents before pulling the trigger. That's what Vidra arranged for, so that she could take her revenge herself. She shot straight at those guys for an hour, until the men were almost beaten to pieces, and then only then did this drop the weapons in their hands. The escort, seeing Zhang Li come out, his face changed. They had been standing outside for a real hour and knew what was going on. This girl is really too crazy. Moreover, after killing so many people, she walked out without any change in her complexion. Like she was fine. This kind of mental quality is so shocking that you can't help but be shocked. Relieved? King Kong asked. Where's a tofu brain store around here? Gingerly asked. Tofu brain? King Kong was a bit surprised. Yes, my favorite thing about tofu brain is that whenever I do something that makes me happiest, I go and have a bowl of tofu brain, and I'm so happy right now, Gingerly said. I'll take you. King Kong nodded, and the escorts nearly threw up. Tofu brains and brains, pretty much, right? Thinking about this, the way they looked at Zhang Li was almost like they were looking at a monster. This woman is simply horrible. Zhang Li finished the tofu brain and elegantly wiped the corners of his mouth. Isn't it time to deal with me? Gingerly asked. King Kong shook his head and said, No, I'm just telling you to live a good life in the future. Your parents in heaven would surely want you to live a good life. Your life has just begun. Don't give up on yourself. It's as if the God stick didn't give up on you. Hearing Vidra's words, Zhang Li asked, Can I join you? King Kong was shaken. He hesitated for a moment before he said, This matter, I need to report it up. You are just an ordinary person. Even if you start practicing martial arts now, it's a bit late. If you want to join the Dragon Pavilion, you need to put in several times the effort of others, and you may even lose your life. I do, Gingerly said. Because of the goddammit? Vidra asked with a smile. Yes, I have no motivation to live in this life anymore. But, for his sake, I'm willing to live. And I'll be a sharp blade guarding him in the future, Zhang Li said seriously. Vidra gave her a deep look and said, Okay, I'll set you up. Please don't tell Qin Yang. If he knew about this, he would definitely not agree. No problem. King Kong nodded. Thanks. Jin Gang laughed bitterly. In the future, if the God Stick knows the news and wants to beat me to death, just protect me a little. Hearing King Kong's words, Zhang Li couldn't help but laugh out loud. She hadn't expected that the people from the Dragon Pavilion would be so humorous. At that moment, a woman walked out of the airfield. Zhang Wanru stood at the exit of the airport, and when she saw the woman, she instantly revealed a look of surprise. Jingyi, you're finally back. I haven't seen you for almost 2 years, Zhang Wanru said excitedly. She jogged over and hugged Li Jingyi. The two are quite different in age, but they are very close. Li Jingyi had once saved Zhang Wanru, and then the two became friends and had known each other for almost 10 years. Li Jingyi said, I miss you too. By the way, how is that scumbag treating you now? Him? Can't wait for me to die now, Zhang Wanru said. Li Jingyi sneered. That trash. If you don't dump him, what's the point of keeping him? If you can't, I'll help you get him and see if I can send him in. That's fine, but what made you think of coming back? Zhang Wanru asked curiously. My idol has appeared. Right here in South City. I came back to look for him. It would be even better if I could become his girlfriend, Li Jingyi said with some excitement. It must be a very fine man to be in your sights. Zhang Wanru sighed. He is the best man in the world, and I don't know what kind of godly parents it took to give birth to someone like him. Li Jingyi sighed. Chapter 102 Old Cow Eating Young Grass. Zhang Wanru sighed. What's wrong? Li Jingyi asked. Zhang Wanru smiled bitterly. I originally had an extremely outstanding son as well, but unfortunately, I've lost him now. You are indeed wrong, even if it's not because of that scumbag, but you're not close enough, and I would have broken with you if I were in your son's position, Li Jingyi said. She didn't give her best friend any face at all and spoke rather rudely. This made Zhang Wanru sigh. Who says it isn't? It was only when she came to her senses and thought back that she was covered in a cold sweat. I can't believe I did something stupid like that. Also, that husband of yours now, what are you keeping him for if you don't dump him and let give him all the hell? Li Jingyi continued. Zhang Wanru's eyes flashed with brilliance as she said, he is the illegitimate son of the Qin family, and now that he has been retrieved by the Qin family and has already recognized his ancestor, I can't easily move him just yet. You're worried about the Qin family's wrath? Li Jingyi asked. Well, after all, Now that the Qin family's heir is dead, and Qin Weiye is the most outstanding one among this group of people. Aside from the Qin family's Qinihan, no one is more competitive than him. Speaking of this, Jiang Wanru frowned. If it wasn't for the Qin family, she would have already dealt with Qin Weiye. Qin family, why don't I help you deal with that Qin Weiye? You're afraid of that Qin family. But I'm not, Li Jingyi said. Forget it, your organization has rules. You can't take shots at ordinary people for no reason. Besides, you didn't just turn. If you do something like this, it will probably affect you, right? Jiang Wanru said. Li Jingyi was in a special organization, which Jiang Wanru knew. She knew more than anything else that Li Jingyi had gone to great lengths to follow in her idol's footsteps. She didn't want to cause her own matter, thus causing the efforts made by Li Jingyi to be wasted. Li Jingyi sighed as she patted Jiang Wanru's shoulder inside. If you were that good to that great nephew of mine, he wouldn't have been so gracious with you. Jiang Wanru blankly glanced at her and said without a trace of anger, can you reveal my scars anymore and rub salt into my wounds? Li Jingyi smiled and didn't care. In her mind, however, she decided that she would go to the great nephew and see if she could warm things up between the two. Seeing her best friend like this, Li Jingyi was also a bit bad. Come on, go back and change your clothes first. I'll take you to dinner. Good. After being abroad for so long, what I miss the most is domestic meals. I want to eat stinky tofu. I want to eat hot pot. Li Jingyi's mouth was watering. Those things from abroad are okay to eat occasionally, but eating them every day is simply not something one can carry. She didn't even know how she had survived the last few years. Is it that outrageous? Jiang Wanru cried and laughed. Li Jingyi, however, urged, forget it, change what clothes, go eat first. Aren't you afraid of running into your idol? Didn't you say he's in South City now? Jiang Wanru asked with a smile. She was originally joking, but Li Jingyi considered it seriously before saying, I'll go back to change my clothes and make a nice look before going to eat. Jiang Wanru was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but spit out. You're not, are you? The entire South City is so big, how could you just meet it? Even if there's a slight possibility, it can't be ignored. I want to look my best to my idol. After saying that, Li Jingyi got into the car and shouted, drive and go. Jiang Wanru cried and laughed. She got into the driver's seat and drove herself. Since she was coming to pick up her best friend, she didn't bring a driver and drove herself. The two of them returned to Li Jingyi's home, changed their clothes, and did a delicate makeup. And then, that's when they set off. I want fondue, Li Jingyi said. No more stinky tofu? Jiang Wanru asked with a smile. Eat hot pot and stinky tofu, then go jerk off. Hang out until 11 or 12, then go get some seafood. Li Jingyi said her arrangement. Jiang Wanru was dumbfounded. She shrunk her neck and smiled bitterly. You're still young and not afraid of tossing. I'm an old man, but I can't toss, so spare me. Still a sister or not? Li Jingyi asked. Could have been your mom. Jiang Wanru blankly glanced at Li Jingyi. On generation regardless of age? Come on, let's go. The old lady can't wait. Li Jingyi's harumph was coming out. This made Jiang Wanru cry and laugh. The two of them left Li Jingyi's house and then rushed to the hot pot restaurant. The two came to the most famous hot pot restaurant in the South City. As soon as she entered, Jiang Wanru's body stiffened. Let's eat at another store. Jiang Wanru said. What? See who? Could it be my great nephew? You're his mom. What are you afraid of? After saying that, Li Jingyi pulled Jiang Wanru forward. At this moment, Qin Yang was eating hot pot with Du Li. Ji Daodu was on the air and didn't come out, and Sun Wan Yu had things to be busy with. She had just recently taken over the White Cloud Group and there were just too many things going on. Eating hot pot was suggested by Qin Yang, who felt that most girls liked hot pot barbecue. Sure enough, Du Li was no exception. Arriving here, Du Li ate without a care in the world. She had rarely been so relaxed since meeting her parents. This made Qin Yang feel that he had indeed done the right thing. Right at this moment, a not-so-weak aura approached Qin Yang. Then a hand clapped on Qin Yang's shoulder. Qin Yang had wanted to dodge it, but after some hesitation, he still didn't move. Great nephew, introduce yourself. My name is Li Jingyi. I'm your mom Jiang Wanru's sister. You can just call me sister-in-law. Qin Yang turned around and saw the person who had spoken, and he saw that the other party's face, which was originally smiling, instantly turned into surprise, quite exaggerated. Li Jingyi panicked. She hurriedly removed her hand from Qin Yang's shoulder and then said, what I just said doesn't count. Let's do it again. Afterwards, she stretched out her tender white little hand and said, hello, Godstalker, I'm Butterfly, your admirer, and this MS. Jiang Wanru is my elder. Auntie Jiang, don't you think so? After saying that, Li Jingyi desperately gave Jiang Wanru a wink. Jiang Wanru only reacted at this time. A magician? Isn't that the object of Li Jingyi's admiration? Could it be that what she liked was actually Qin Yang? Jiang Wanru ignored Li Jingyi's words. She couldn't help but say, Li Jingyi, Can you stop being such a beast? You're 10 years older than Qin Yang. How can you want an old cow to eat young grass? Li Jingyi said with dissatisfaction. Auntie Jiang, don't talk nonsense. I'm not as old as you say, okay? And love is regardless of age. Jiang Wanru blared at Li Jingyi. Chapter 103. I've given you my seal of approval. Just at this time, Qin Yang's voice rang out. Are you guys done? The two men shut their mouths at once. Roll. Qin Yang said indifferently. Li Jingyi wanted to say something else, but Jiang Wanru pulled Li Jingyi and turned around. Li Jingyi was a bit reluctant, but she was still helplessly pulled away by Jiang Wanru. Who was that crazy woman who was just about to hit on you? Your mom's best friend? Dooley said with an odd expression. Qin Yang said indifferently. It should be Butterfly who just joined the Dragon Pavilion. She has just been converted into an official Dragon Pavilion member. From the looks of it, she probably joined the Dragon Pavilion for you. I didn't realize that you were quite the peach blossom attractor. Dooley laughed softly, not waiting for Qin Yang to open his mouth. She teased. You were liked by your own sister-in-law. May I ask how you feel? Qin Yang stared at Dooley with an unpleasant expression. Firstly, I have no relationship with Jiang Wanru. Secondly, Butterfly is not my sister-in-law. And thirdly, just because she likes me doesn't mean that I will like her too. He's beautiful to look at, Dooley exclaimed. Qin Yang skimmed his mouth. Good looking? How good looking is he that he hasn't seen? Eat your food. Qin Yang lightly rebuked. Dooley gave him a blank look and continued to eat. It was just the fire of gossip in his heart that was getting stronger and stronger. As for Li Jingyi and Jiang Wanru, they went to a distant location. Li Jingyi was a bit disappointed and full of depression. My idol. I can't believe we met like this. He's even your son. Auntie Jiang, you're crazy. You don't even want a son like this. Is your brain filled with? Jiang Wanru's face darkened as she was filled with displeasure. I told you not to call me auntie. Will you stop acting young? Okay, Mom, whatever you say. Li Jingyi nodded. Jiang Wanru's breathing stopped. This woman, what is she calling herself? I must become Qin Yang's woman. Sooner or later I'm going to call out to your mom. Right now it's just an early practice, so don't pay too much attention to it. Li Jingyi said. Shut up. Jiang Wanru chortled. Li Jingyi suddenly blushed bitterly and sighed. That's true. I really shouldn't call you mom. After all, Qin Yang doesn't even recognize you. Why don't the two of us stop seeing each other and cut our robes? I always feel that if I go with you, my idol will definitely not be able to accept me, Li Jingyi said with a serious face. Jiang Wanru gritted her teeth and said, have you said enough? Forget it, we've been sisters for so many years. I can't let you go. I'd better think of a way to let you mother and son recognize each other, Li Jingyi said again. She was so godly that Jiang Wanru was a bit speechless. Forget it, whatever, but I have to remind you, if you really want to be with Qin Yang, don't get involved in things between us to your disadvantage, Jiang Wanru said. Li Jingyi, however, did not speak. She just patted Jiang Wanru's shoulder. At this time, Qin Yang sent a message inside the group. Who allowed the butterflies to turn? Kick it out. Li Jingyi also saw the message and she exploded, wanting to walk over and argue with Qin Yang. At this time, a message popped up. It's me. You have a problem with that? Jo Moon was the first to come out and reply. Qin Yang, it's on. Drive your ass off. Do you have a problem with me? When I go back, you to death. Jo Moon typed a line. At this time, the members of the Dragon Pavilion who had time to look at the phone, all began to coax. The boss is mighty. Asterisk 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 God stick. Asterisk 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 the boss is a real man. Butterflies together. Ah, help the boss to the God stick. Qin Yang's face darkened. He simply blocked the group. Li Jingyi was relieved and at the same time a little indignant. He got into the Dragon Pavilion by his own efforts. Why did he open himself up? Thinking of this, she stood up and walked over to Qin Yang. What are you going to do again? Jiang Wanru cried and laughed. Can this auntie stop for a while? Li Jingyi sneered. I can't. He wanted to open me. Although he didn't succeed, but he messed with me. I'm going to go over and settle the score with him. After saying that, Li Jingyi ignored Jiang Wanru's obstruction and rushed to Qin Yang. Qin Yang's gaze was calm as he stared at Li Jingyi. He naturally heard Li Jingyi's words and wondered how she was going to settle the score with herself. Li Jingyi suddenly bent down, then directly printed her red lips on Qin Yang's mouth. Qin Yang was dumbfounded. There's such a thing? It wasn't that he couldn't fight back. He just didn't want to hurt his opponent, and he wanted to know what he was trying to do. As a result, he was forcibly kissed himself. Many of the people around them screamed, while others whistled and cheered for Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi smiled smugly, looking at Qin Yang's dumbfounded expression. She sneered. Ever since I first met you, I decided that I want to be your woman. I will definitely succeed. You can't get rid of me. We've met before? Qin Yang asked. 5 years ago. You saved me, Li Jingyi said. Qin Yang was taken aback as he said with a dark face. So this is how you are enjoining the enemy? 5 years ago I was at least 15 years old. You're such a beast. You actually had your heart set on such a young boy. How was I to know you were so small? I thought you were about my age at that time, Li Jingyi said with displeasure. The main reason was that Qin Yang, at that time, gave off the impression that he was already mature, not like a brat at all. Okay, I've got you stamped. You're my man from now on, Li Jingyi said triumphantly before turning to leave. There were shouts of approval all around. Qin Yang blackened his face and sat there. He was actually molested. Dooley almost laughed out, and only when she saw Qin Yang's eyes looking towards her did she curb her smile. Do you want me to help you teach her a lesson? She's gone too far to molest a good woman and man in public, Dooley said, stifling a laugh. Qin Yang glanced at her and said, you can laugh if you want to. It's hard to hold it in. Ha ha. Dooley couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qin Yang took a deep breath, and for the first time, he had the feeling of wanting to find a crack in the ground to drill into. As Li Jingyi returned to her position, Jiang Wanru couldn't help but say, you're much crazier than before. Li Jingyi, however, was a bit unimpressed. She smiled and said, I was brave. When I meet someone I like, I naturally have to be brave and go after them. Can I still watch the person I like miss out? Fair enough. Jiang Wanru nodded her head. Also, I don't think Qin Yang is that kind of heartless person. If you apologize sincerely, he should be able to forgive you, Li Jingyi said. Jiang Wanru, however, shook her head and looked a little lost. Never mind. Not interrupting would be considered an apology. I wasn't there when he needed motherly love. He doesn't need it anymore, so naturally I don't have to be around to upset him anymore. Li Jingyi sighed. She patted her oldest sister on the shoulder and said no more. A hot pot meal that was a bit tasteless. Chapter 104 Qinihan Car Accident. By the time Li Jingyi and the girls finished eating, Qin Yang and the two of them had already disappeared. This made Li Jingyi a little disappointed. Originally, when she saw Qin Yang, she had a lot of things she wanted to say. Now it's good. Because of her relationship with Jiang Wanru, there's no telling if Qin Yang will accept himself in the future. Why don't you stop hanging out with me and go after that kid? I know that around Qin Yang, there are a lot of girls, and with your looks, he'll definitely be able to look at them, Jiang Wanru said. Li Jingyi skimmed her mouth and said, is my sister the kind of person you think she is? I'm not a bigot at all, okay? Don't worry, even if the godly man is your son, I can still take him. Seeing Li Jingyi's confident look, Jiang Wanru no longer said anything. When the time comes, I'll put in a good word for you guys, and you'll definitely be able to resolve the conflict, Li Jingyi said smugly. Jiang Wanru just gave a bitter laugh. She pressed on, and Qin Yang and the others returned to the Su family. He hadn't even sat down when a call came in. What's wrong, King Kong? Qin Yang asked. If King Kong called himself this late, something must be up. Jin Gang said anxiously. Your aunt has been in a car accident. Come to the first hospital. Be right there. Qin Yang looked serious. It wasn't because of Qinihan's blood relationship with him, mainly because of the relationship between her and King Kong. She was King Kong's woman, so Qin Yang couldn't possibly watch her die just like that. He definitely had to go and save her. King Kong hung up the call, his hands shaking. We're going to the first hospital now, Dooley said as she personally drove and sent Qin Yang over. She was familiar with this road, and if she drove, she would definitely be faster than Qin Yang. It was supposed to be a 20-minute trip, but it took 10 minutes to get there. Along the way, Dooley ran an unknown number of red lights, so that those passing cars could not help but break into a rage. They were mostly scared by Dooley's insanity. It's the first time they've seen someone drive like that. The car soon stopped in front of the first hospital. Qin Yang sensed King Kong's aura and then found him. Before Qin Yang could ask, the doctor came out. He looked heavy and said, sorry, we tried our best. What? King Kong blanched. This kind of result was something he hadn't expected in any way. Qin Ihan is dead? King Kong's eyes were red and his whole body was a bit dazed. Afterward, he pulled Qin Yang by the hand and said, Divine Magus, you must have a way, right? You're the godly stick. You must have a means. Go and revive the people. Get out of the way. Qin Yang said. He made his way toward the middle of the operating room, and the doctor wanted to stop Qin Yang. As a result, King Kong pushed his opponent to the side. That doctor was a little disgruntled and wanted to see, but when he saw King Kong's man-eating eyes, he didn't dare to speak. As long as it's not a cutie. Could tell that King Kong was in a bad state right now, looking like he wanted to eat someone. Anyone who dared to stop King Kong and the others would more than likely be beaten. The other doctors and nurses were a little surprised when they entered the operating room. Qin Yang struck out and a silver needle appeared in his hand before landing on Qinihan's body. That doctor came over and said, Don't you mess around. We've already determined that the person is dead. It's just too serious. Right at this moment, he was shocked to find that Qinihan seemed to have moved a little. In the next moment, Qin Yang's hand pressed on Qinihan's heart. His true essence surged and did not enter Qinihan's body. Everyone could see that Chinihan's fingertips were actually trembling slightly. Although faintly, they did move. That doctor said incredulously. How is that possible? No, too much damage, Qin Yang said. Jin Gang's face turned white. Even Qin Yang couldn't do anything about it? He was aware of Qin Yang's methods. If even Qin Yang couldn't do anything about it, then it was truly hopeless. Just then, Qin Yang cut open his own fingertips. A drop of blood dripped into Chinihan's mouth. In the next moment, everyone was shocked to find that Chinihan's face quickly recovered a trace of blood color. What? That doctor was shocked. In the next moment, Chinihan's chest began to rise and fall slightly. She gradually breathed and literally came to life. Everyone looked at Qin Yang as if they were looking at a monster. What did he just give Chinihan? It's just a drop of blood. It can bring back the dead. Is he the reincarnation of the Tang monk? Qin Yang's hand did not leave Chinihan's heart, and his true essence entered Chinihan's body as if it did not need money. Completely without joking, all of this true essence would be able to create an XP of the 9th level of Qi practicing. However, at this moment, Qin Yang was continuing to output his true essence. Just then, his gaze fell on a corner and he said faintly, "This person can't die. I've kept him. You guys can go back." "Who are you talking to?" that doctor exclaimed. "Is it?" Everyone felt a chill. "Wake up." Just then, Qin Yang shouted. The next moment, Chinihan opened her eyes. Her eyes were a little blank. Qin Yang withdrew his hand as he said to Vajra. Fortunately, Jin Gang almost kowtowed to Qin Yang. "Qin Yang, thank you so much. From now on you'll be my own father. I'll give you my old age," King Kong said. Qin Yang kicked over as he said without a trace of anger. "Screw you. If you die, Lao Zi won't die." He was really pissed off enough that this guy was going to be gracious enough to be his son. King Kong gave a dry laugh. It was then that he reacted to his words, which seemed a bit inappropriate. Qin Yang was ready to leave. Chinihan's body was fine. The doctors will take care of the other injuries. And as for warming up the injuries, King Kong can do that too. Vajra was a great master himself, and that ability still had to be there. Right at this moment, Chinihan said somewhat weakly, "Qin Yang, you have to be careful of Qin Wei. I suspect that this matter was done by Qin Wei." Qin Yang was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, "Rest well. If you die, Jin Gang will be sad." Chinihan gently looked at Vajra. This man, she hadn't been wrong about him at all. Jin Gang, on the other hand, gritted his teeth as he said coldly, "Qin Wei, I won't let him have a good time." A cold light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes as well. "Qin Wei, it is indeed time to die. He does things that can no longer be called human. Every single thing that happens pushes the limits of human nature. A guy like that shouldn't be alive anymore. This matter, leave it to me. I will give you a satisfactory explanation." Qin Yang finished speaking before he turned around and left. Chinihan glanced at Qin Yang worriedly. Her lips moved slightly, but nothing came out. Jin Gang smiled and said in her ear, "Don't worry. This matter, I'll take care of it, and won't let Qin Yang bear the curse of patricide." Chinihan instantly revealed a pleased smile. Chapter 105 Qin Wei's captivity. Qin Yang had saved her, and Jin Gang had also told Chinihan a lot about Qin Yang. Therefore, Chinihan's feelings towards Qin Yang had changed a long time ago. In her eyes, Qin Yang was a poor child. Besides, this time he had saved himself. Now Chinihan was completely recognizing Qin Yang as a person. Qin Yang's face, cold, was somewhat frightening. "I'll take care of it for you. You can't take the blame for patricide," Du Li said. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, "It's just a false name. I don't really care. Now go to the Jiang family." Du Li's heart was shaken. Was this to immediately finish off Qin Wei? Just then, Qin Yang's cell phone rang. "Qin Wei has been taken away," Qin Shui said. Qin Yang was a bit puzzled, but still said, "Who did it? I don't know. It's very mysterious. We can't do anything at all. And those bodyguards are like paper mache in the hands of those people. They can't beat them at all. They can't even resist." Qin Shui said, "I'll go over there," Qin Yang said. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Qin Wei has been robbed, and I don't know who did it. Could it be King Kong?" Du Li asked. Qin Yang thought about it and made a call to King Kong. King Kong said in surprise, "What? That old guy was taken away? I'm rushing to the Jiang family right now, ready to finish off that old guy before you do. I didn't realize that he'd already been taken away." "It wasn't me." "Got it," Qin Yang said. He took a deep breath. "Looks like it's either God hunting or heaven. Both places, it's possible." Their purpose in taking away Qin Wei was nothing more than to deal with themselves or the White Cloud sect. As for Qin Wei himself, it was meaningless to them. There was really no need for them to take away Qin Wei. Come to the Jiang family. At this time, Li Jingyi was also here. When she saw Qin Yang appear, her eyes instantly lit up. "Darling, there you are. We meet again," Li Jingyi said excitedly. Qin Shui and Qin Wan, all of them were dumbstruck. looking at Li Jingyi with some disbelief. What did they hear? Li Jingyi even called Qin Yang darling? Did they mishear? Or what's going on? It was important to know that Li Jingyi was their mother's best friend, and although they were not very old, they had always called Li Jingyi their sister-in-law. Qin Yang asked indifferently, what have you found out since you came here? Li Jingyi, however, said, but it's just a Qin Weiye, even if he's been captured. It's just captured. What are you so nervous about? It's only good if he's dead. Qin Yang's face sank directly. He said coldly, how did you pass the examination? Members of the Dragon Pavilion, when faced with a question and answer session with their superiors, are expected to answer what they know unconditionally, the first time they answer. Did you learn it inside a dog's stomach? Li Jingyi looked a little embarrassed. She mainly didn't want to be with Qin Yang, just in a superior-subordinate relationship. That was why he spoke to Qin Yang with such an attitude. Seeing Qin Yang getting serious, Li Jingyi hurriedly said, I observed the state of those bodyguards. They didn't look like they were knocked down. According to them, the other party just looked at them and they fainted on the ground. God of the hunt. Qin Yang opened his mouth. What is the hunt for God? Li Jingyi asked curiously. Qin Yang didn't care about her as he turned to leave. Knowing that it was the god of prey who captured Qin Weiye was enough. To this so-called god hunt, Qin Yang did not take it lightly at all. Maybe they weren't terribly strong, but they were too mysterious. The organization that even Master has not been able to get rid of all this time. It seems it's not as simple as I thought. Qin Yang secretly thought in his heart. However, he was in no hurry. Whether it was God hunt or heaven, he would settle the score with the other side. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Now that the god of prey had started on him, everything was much better. What Qin Yang was most worried about was that the god of hunt did not dare to make a move. Having captured Qin Weiye, they will soon have to make other moves. Thinking of this, Qin Yang sneered. This Qin Weiye is still somewhat useful, and it is not bad to be able to draw out the hunting god, which is a little better than waste. And at that moment, Qin Weiye had already been taken outside the southern city. He woke up in the middle of an estate. Qin Weiye saw a man with his back to himself, unable to see his real face. However, the aura on the other party's body was quite terrifying, giving him an urge to kneel down and submit. Qin Weiye instantly realized that the other party was not an ordinary person. Do you want revenge? The man opened his mouth without turning around, but each one was quite powerful, like it was knocking on top of Qin Weiye's heart. Qin Weiye immediately said excitedly, I especially want to take revenge. For my dead beloved. For me and my beloved son. I'll give you this power and a chance, but it requires you to cooperate with us. Can you really? If you have such power, why did you capture me and let me deal with Qin Yang? Qin Weiye asked suspiciously. He wasn't some rash, or cutie pie, well aware that pie in the sky doesn't fall. The other party wanted to deal with Qin Yang, but they were unwilling to do so personally, obviously because there was a possibility that they would not be able to deal with Qin Yang's strength. As a result, they said that they would give themselves the power to deal with Qin Yang, which made Qin Weiye scoff. They really think of themselves as cuties, do they? The other party laughed coldly and said, you're very smart, but you don't understand our world. The reason why we're not willing to deal with Qin Yang personally is not because we're afraid of him, but because of his master. We don't want to confront his master for the time being. That's why we borrowed your hand to deal with Qin Yang. Qin Yang's master? That old white cloud road. This Qin Weiye naturally had an impression. He thought about it for a moment, and felt the other man's words were reliable. Okay, I promise you guys. How are you going to help me? Come with me. The other man smiled faintly. Before Qin Weiye could say anything, his body was propelled by a force and he walked forward with the man. This made Qin Weiye a little excited. He was about to have transcendent power? At that time, he would be able to take revenge with his own hands. He was going to kill Jiang Wanru, kill her in the most horrible way. And that Qin Yang, he was the one who killed Qin Li. Qin Weiye hated Qin Yang in his heart. Once Qin Yang fell into his hands, Qin Weiye was going to make Qin Yang suffer and die. Thinking of this, the corner of Qin Weiye's mouth revealed a vicious smile. And at this moment, Qin Yang was already rushing beyond the southern city. He relied on the sense between his bloodlines to search for Qin Weiye, allowing him to find his location. Once you find Qin Weiye, it's the same as finding the god of hunters. A cold light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. After arresting Qin Weiye and not completely staying away from the South City, these people must be plotting something. Chapter 106 Qin Weiye arrested. Qin Weiye stood before a pool of blood, which was filled with boiling blood. The pungent smell of blood made him want to vomit. His face changed drastically, and he looked at what was in front of him with horror. Go inside. This is the power we bestowed on you to help you deal with Qin Yang. The man spoke. At this time, Qin Weiye saw the other party's looks. He was taken aback. It's a big name, often seen on some of the news. The other party has a not-so-low status in the business world of the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Shen, I can't believe it's you. Qin Weiya said in shock. Mr. Shang smiled faintly and said, why can't it be me? With your status and position, if you want to deal with Qin Yang, wouldn't it be a breeze? Why do you still need to find me? Qin Weiya said in surprise. Mr. Shang smiled disdainfully as he glanced at Qin Weiya and said, you simply don't understand your own son. How excellent he is far exceeds your imagination. Put it this way, if it wasn't for the fact that you're Qin Yang's father, you wouldn't have the qualifications to even meet me. Qin Weiya was shaken. Is it possible that Qin Yang can still compare to Mr. Shang? Could he even compare to you? Qin Weiya asked, the doubt in his heart. Mr. Shang snorted, looking disdainful and somewhat self-deprecating. What am I? How can I be compared to Qin Yang? He's much more powerful than me. The two of us are not at the same level. And this opportunity in front of you is not something that I've prepared for you. Do you know how much I envy you? Envy yourself? Qin Weiya's heart fluttered. Could this blood-colored pool really be something particularly amazing? He hesitated, but jumped in. The next moment, Qin Weiya let out a miserable scream. And when Qin Yang was about to approach the place, he sensed someone stopped him. There were 3 people in total, all shrouded in a layer of black mist. Unable to see their faces clearly, Qin Yang frowned. They were God Hunters people, trying to stop themselves from going to Qin Weiya? Qin Yang snorted coldly and slapped his hand. Pust. One of them, directly shattered, and then disappeared into bits of light. A puppet charm, not a real person. Qin Yang was a bit surprised. This kind of tactic, the God Hunt even had it. Could it be that there was also a Taoist orthodoxy joining it? He struck again and crushed the other 2 puppets. The opponent didn't dare to meet him head-on and used a puppet to stop him. Obviously, the person who had struck out was worried about exposing his heel by making contact with Qin Yang. By the time Qin Yang rushed to the place, he sensed it was already empty. The only thing that came from it was the pungent smell of blood, causing Qin Yang to frown. He found the pool of blood, and here was a body of none other than Mr. Shang, and the pool of blood has dried up. However, the evil power contained within it could still be clearly sensed by Qin Yang. Can't sense Qin Weiya's aura anymore. Is he dead? Or is he the one who metamorphosed out of this blood pool? Qin Yang frowned. If it's the same as one's guess, what was the other party doing making Qin Weiya metamorphose? Did you just want to see yourself and Qin Weiya's father and son fight each other? But, the thing is, he doesn't care either. Even if he killed off Qin Weiya, it wouldn't have half the impact on Qin Yang's heart. Qin Yang shot out, intending to detain the soul, wanting to detain Mr. Shang's soul over. As a result, he detained a blank. In other words, Mr. Shang even had his soul disposed of. Qin Yang thought for a moment and immediately sent a message to Lu Min. Have the brothers and sisters guard the entire South City. Qin Weiya may have metamorphosed into an evil cultivator. If you encounter him, kill him. Lu Min was making out with Liang Xinxin when he heard the cell phone message tone and immediately got a jolt. He immediately picked up his cell phone to watch, then suddenly looked solemn. I've got some things to do. I'll be back with you. Aha. Liang Xinxin didn't ask anything more. She knew very well that Lu Min was not an ordinary person, and there were many things that it was best for her not to ask about. Lu Min began to notify his brothers and sisters, and the entire White Cloud Temple's disciples poured out. Dude, what are you guys doing? The people in the Dragon Pavilion who were cultivating in the White Cloud Watch couldn't help but ask at this time. It's fine. It's just that an evil cultivator has appeared. Let's keep an eye on it and deal with it directly when we find it. You guys don't need to care. Chang Jun, a disciple of Baiyun Guan, said with a smile, do you want us to help? I also want to see how powerful evil cultivators are. That Dragon Pavilion member said with some excitement. Chang Jun shook his head and refused outright. Why? The members of the Dragon Pavilion were a bit puzzled. You're too weak. You'll die when you see an evil cultivator. Chang Jun said with certainty. My current strength, comparing to the cultivators, is at least considered the 7th level of chi refining. It's still not strong? That Dragon Pavilion member was a bit incredulous. The 7th level of chi refining is equivalent to the best of the land immortals among the martial artists, and belongs to the existence of the top of the pyramid. Is it still impossible to deal with evil cultivators? Well, it's quite impressive. It takes much more effort for an evil cultivator to kill you guys than it does to kill an ordinary person. That's for sure. That member of the Dragon Pavilion laughed. It takes half a second for an evil cultivator to kill an ordinary person anyways, and it will take at least a second to kill you guys. Chang Jun said lightly. The Dragon Pavilion member couldn't laugh anymore. His expression was a bit stiff. You might as well practice more. You'll have your chance to do it later. Chang Jun laughed. They left the White Cloud Temple, and the people from the Dragon Pavilion, depressed as hell. They were so strong, guarding the people, and they didn't realize that now they were weak. But, having seen the power of the cultivators, they did not have the slightest doubt in Chang Jun's words. Cultivate hard and try to catch up with them soon. A few members of the Dragon Pavilion all secretly thought, They were originally gifted and cultivated hard. Knowing this opportunity, which was not easy to come by, they certainly did not dare to slack off. And at this moment, because the disciples of the White Cloud Temple were out in force, the entire South City had become an ironclad. Once Qin Wei appeared, he was bound to be blocked. Late at night, a bizarre figure was approaching South City, bone-deep hatred shone in his eyes. At this moment, Qin Wei only wanted to kill Qin Yang and Zhang Wanru to avenge Qin Li and his mother. As for the rest, he couldn't care less. Feeling the vigorous power within his body, Qin Wei was thrilled in his heart. He's about to get his revenge. Just then, a sword light fell. Qin Wei was startled as he subconsciously stepped back and dodged the sword light. However, a true essence shot over and sent him flying across the room. This caused Qin Wei to look horrified. Who on earth had made the move? He thought that he was very strong, but this force, however, directly lifted him out of the air. Without the ability to fight back, Qin Wei subconsciously tried to escape. As a result, a figure stopped him, then a hand pressed on his shoulder, suppressing his power. Qin Wei was dumbstruck, and then there was some despair in his heart. Didn't he himself become stronger? How come any random person you meet is so weak? Chapter 107 Dead. He heard the voice of the man who struck. Killed? Let's not kill it for now. Leave it to the eldest brother. Well, I also think it should be handed over to eldest brother to deal with. There might even be a reward. When this conversation ended, Qin Wei felt himself being picked up. Then, the sound of the wind whistling in his ears made him close his eyes at once in fear. Who the hell are these people? Which one was the big brother they were talking about? With his mind spinning, he knew that Qin Wei saw a familiar figure. Qin Yang. It's him. Qin Wei remembered. Qin Yang is the senior brother of the White Cloud Temple. In other words, all these powerful people were sent by Qin Yang to capture him? Thinking of this, Qin Wei was a bit flustered in his heart. He stared at Qin Yang and said, "You rebellious son, do you still want to kill my own father? Real father? Just you. You don't look at what the hell you are now. Human-like, ghost-like, just a monster." Qin Yang snorted. He then had a mirror carried over. Qin Wei's gaze landed on the mirror and he froze. Who's that in the mirror? It was a blood-red skinned monster, all over, and with bizarre scales, and although it was humanoid, it clearly had nothing to do with humans. How is it possible? How can this be? Qin Wei said incredulously. Qin Yang snorted. I thought how much power the other party gave you. I didn't expect it to be just a lowest class blood demon. TSK, trash like a blood demon. I could have personally slaughtered it when I was 3 years old. Qin Wei was dumbfounded. He's screwed. Eldest brother. What to do with him? Chang Jun asked. Handle it according to the normal process. Destroy it if you have to. There's no need for such a harmful monster to remain in the world. Qin Yang said. Chang Jun nodded and said, okay, I'll handle it. After knowing Qin Wei's identity, there was no way that Chang Jun would let Qin Yang make a move to kill him. Patricide. This kind of offense should never fall on eldest brother. Thinking of this, Chang Jun glared at the two White Cloud Temple disciples with some dissatisfaction. Where would they be if they met and decapitated each other? And those two disciples, realizing this, immediately lowered their heads in some shame. If they hadn't wanted the reward, they wouldn't have come close to letting their eldest brother take the charge of patricide. Qin Wei also realized what was going on. He said in horror, you can't do this to me. Qin Yang, Xiao Yang, you're my son. Don't kill me. Dad will treat you well in the future. Qin Yang smiled faintly as he turned around and prepared to leave. Did the other man really think that he needed that cheap fatherly love? Right at this moment, Qin Wei's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and his body surged with bloodlight, transforming into a shadow that directly rushed towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang's body shook as the blood-colored shadow rushed into Qin Yang's body. Qin Yang was a bit surprised and said, blood demon taking over. It's a bit interesting. Ha ha, Qin Yang, you've been tricked. We never wanted Qin Wei to kill you, but we just wanted to use him to paralyze you, and then take you over. From today onwards, your physical body is mine. A voice rang out from within Qin Yang's body. Extremely pleased with himself and looking like he had succeeded in his plot, Chang Jun and the others changed their faces drastically. And at this moment, Qin Wei's breath was all gone. Qin Yang didn't kill him, but he himself fell for the other party's scheme and died. Perhaps, this is his destiny. And Qin Yang didn't carry the charge of patricide after all, although he didn't really care about it either. Yeah, you think you've got me? Qin Yang's voice rang out. Naturally, I'm stronger than you, so I can naturally succeed in taking you over. Even if old Taoist Bai Yun came, he would still be helpless, unless he was willing to kill his beloved disciple's physical body. The voice said excitedly. Qin Yang smiled and said, you think your cultivation level is higher than mine? Chang Jun and the others looked odd. They were a little worried a moment ago, but now they were relieved. Master once said that between this piece of heaven and earth, there would be no more than 10 people whose cultivation level was higher than that of senior brother. And there can't be more than 5 people who have a chance of defeating their senior brother. It says here that there is a chance, not a certainty of beating him. So, they press on without worrying. Just then, the voice suddenly became alarmed. No, how can your cultivation be that high? I don't believe it. No, spare me. That voice gradually became weak and eventually disappeared completely. Dead. Qin Yang had a calm face. He nodded to Changjun and the others and turned to leave. As for Qin Wei's body, it also became normal. Having lost the power of the blood pool, he was an ordinary man. After a lifetime of calculating, Qin Weiya had finally put his life on the line. Qin Yang sent a message to Qin Shui. Qin Weiya is dead. When he finished, he sent another locator. Qin Shui was shaken. She glanced at Jiang Wanru and hesitated for a moment before she said, Mom, Dad is dead. Jiang Wanru's face turned slightly white. Then she squeezed her fists, and only after a while did she calmly ask, Where is it? On Hengchuan Street. Qin Yang has already sent me the location. Go collect his body. Jiang Wanru said. By the time they arrived here, the Changjun few had not yet left. Seeing Qin Shui and the girls arrive, Changjun said, The people weren't killed by our eldest senior brother. They were killed by eldest senior brother's enemies. Thanks. Jiang Wanru thanked him. Changjun arched his hand and left with his master and brothers. He didn't have a good feeling about the family. Everyone is clear about what happened to Big Brother. This family, they think none of them are good. It's enough to make it this far today. Jiang Wanru let the security guards take away the body, and that's when she got into the car. Qin Shui and Qin Wan both reddened their eyes. Qin Weiya was their father after all. Whatever he was like as a person, he used to be kind of nice to them. Now that they're dead, it's impossible for the two to say they're not upset at all. Mom, are you okay? You shouldn't feel too bad. Luckily the father wasn't killed by his brother, Qin Shui said. Jiang Wanru smiled faintly and said, It's just a scum. Why should I be sad when he died? He lied to me all my life and never liked me. Why should I be sad for such a person? Qin Shui and Qin Wan were instantly relieved. As long as their mother wasn't sad, they weren't so worried. The way back was somewhat silent, and Qin Yang returned to the Su family. At this time, Su Nuyu had already returned. Only her complexion was a bit tired. Seeing Qin Yang come in, Su Nuyu immediately walked over and asked, Are you alright? Well, it's fine. It's just that getting rid of Qin Weiye is one less trouble. Sun Wanyu and duly glanced at each other, but they weren't surprised. They just sighed that the two of them had still come this far. Chapter 108 My eldest grandson is great. You killed him yourself? Sun Wanyu asked. Qin Yang shook his head and said, No, he was counted and used against me, and the other party killed him when they utilized him. Sun Wanyu and duly steeped in relief. It wasn't done by Qin Yang, so that's a relief. They weren't worried about Qin Yang killing Qin Weiye. There was something wrong with that. The main reason was that he was worried about Qin Yang carrying the reputation of patricide, fearing that in his mind, it would create some kind of shadow. Now it seems that there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Qin Weiye had died at the hands of someone else, not killed by Qin Yang, and that was enough. Okay, get some rest. I'm a little tired too, Qin Yang said. He yawned and walked into the room. Du Li and Sun Wanyu looked at each other, both seeing the worry in the other's eyes. Qin Yang was still under some influence. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to just sleep. He was usually the most dishonest. Let him have a quiet night to himself. Inside the room, Qin Yang snorted. Seeing Qin Weiye die, he actually had a trace of discomfort. Although it was far from sad, but his heart still gave birth to waves. It made him feel ridiculous. However, Qin Yang also understood that the so-called connection between bloodlines was just that subtle. Even if he had no sense of recognition or affection for Qin Weiye, he could even kill him with his own hands. But seeing Qin Weiye die in front of him, there were still some waves in his heart after all. Go to sleep and wake up to a new beginning. Qin Yang fell back to sleep. At this time, in the middle of the hospital, Shinihan had already recovered most of the way. The fact that Qin Yang personally took action and didn't let her out of the hospital immediately was only for fear of shocking the world. Not that he didn't have the means to do so. At this time, Vajra received a message that took him by surprise. What's wrong? Shinihan was playing with her cell phone, and when she saw the expression on Vajra's face, she asked at once. Jin Gang looked odd, but still said, Qin Weiye is dead. Qin Yang killed it? Shinihan was taken aback and hurriedly asked. No, it seems like Qin Weiye was used by someone to deal with Qin Yang, and as a result, when the other party struck, they killed Qin Weiye, and it had nothing to do with Qin Yang. Vajra looked a little relaxed, and Shinihan was relieved. She smiled and said, That makes me feel relieved. I thought that Qin Yang had killed him, and since he didn't kill him, I'm not worried. Well, I'm afraid he'll be burdened with the charge of patricide, by the way. In this case, go and speak to the old man and go over there yourself. Shin commanded. King Kong nodded. I'll be right there. At around 12 in the morning, Shin Yutian was shouted out of bed by Jin Gang. He blew out his beard and eyes, and said with dissatisfaction, "What's so heavenly that you can't talk about it tomorrow? You have to talk to me today. I'm already asleep." Seeing his disgruntled look, Vajra didn't care and just said, "Your son is dead." "Which son?" Shin Yutian froze for a moment. He recognized several illegitimate children at once, and how another one died. "Shin Weiye, what's going on?" The old man's expression became serious for a moment. You should know that before. He was the most favorable to Qin Weiye, because, among these illegitimate children, Qin Weiye was the most capable and had a son like Qin Yang. If the industry was handed over to Qin Weiye, it was believed that the Qin family would not decline and would even become stronger. Later, because of King Kong, he favored Qin Han. But, it's not an indication that he doesn't think highly of Qin Weiye. Now that his valued son was dead, Qin Yutian was naturally shocked. Trying to harm Qin Yang, he ended up dying himself. Subsequently, Vajra told him all about what Qin Weiye had done. It started when Qin Han had a car accident and continued until Qin Weiye died. What a man. For the sake of a little bit of industry, he even went so far as to lay hands on his own family. And the tiger's venom does not eat his son. He even had to kill his own son. Qin Yutian said with some anger. Jin Gang patted Qin Yutian's shoulder and said, "It's a good thing that Qin Yang was there so he didn't succeed. Otherwise, if your Qin family were to be handed over to someone like this, it would be sooner or later that your family would be destroyed. All of these giants, though, are very capable. But sometimes it's better to do things with a bottom line. Too bottomless and others will use the same bottomless tactics against them." At that time, it was like breaking Pandora's box, and the end result, destruction. Qin Yutian was a bit saddened and couldn't help but sigh. Qin Yang, this child, I am most optimistic about him, but unfortunately, he is not willing to return to my Qin family, such a large industry of my Qin family. Alas, come on, that little thing of yours, Qin Yang can't look at it, he's much richer than you. King Kong cried and laughed. Isn't it just the Su family's property? That's also Nguyen Yu's girls. What does it have to do with Qin Yang? When he said this, Qin Yutian's expression froze as his eyes suddenly widened. It can't be. I heard that the girl from the Su family now became the controller of the White Cloud Group. Could it be? Yes, the White Cloud Group is owned by Qin Yang, King Kong said. Qin Yutian drew in a breath of cool air, then with a bitter smile on his face, he didn't speak again. No wonder Qin Yang couldn't look at these three melons and jujubes of his. He was actually the owner of the White Cloud Group. Never mind, I'm the one who's delusional. Qin Yutian laughed bitterly. Jin Gang just laughed as he patted Qin Yutian's shoulder and said, "It's good to know." Qin Yutian blanked him and said with some indignation, "Pay attention. I'm your father-in-law. Don't be rude to me." Jin Gang smiled awkwardly. He was usually so used to playing around with his brothers that he didn't pay attention, completely forgetting about Qin Yutian's identity. "Okay, next time pay attention," King Kong said. "How is Ihan now? You're really something too. She didn't tell me when something so big happened to her. Is the injury serious?" "Almost died. Luckily Qin Yang stepped in and saved the person. You almost wouldn't have seen Ihan." Qin Yutian was shaken and could not help but curse. "Qin Weiye that." Then, somewhat surprised, he asked, "Are Qin Yang's medical skills that powerful?" "It's more powerful than you can imagine. It brings the dead to life, raises the dead, and prolongs life," Vajra exclaimed. "Prolong life?" Qin Yutian's eyes lit up. For an old man, isn't prolonging one's life the most desirable thing? Thinking of this, Qin Yutian said with some excitement, "Is it true what you said about prolonging life?" "Of course, would I lie to you?" King Kong cried and laughed. This old guy still doesn't believe in himself. "My oldest grandson is awesome." Qin Yutian had an excited look on his face. Looking at him, Vajra could probably guess what he was thinking. He skimmed his mouth. This old man's thoughts were quite beautiful, but to ask Qin Yang to make a move, he was afraid that it would not be that simple. Chapter 109 Older Companions XXII. Qin Yutian suddenly said with some embarrassment, "Do you think it's a bit inappropriate for me to take another wife at my age?" King Kong stared at him, not really thinking about it that much. He smiled and said, "You're single now. There's nothing inappropriate about finding an older companion, and I'm sure Ihan won't object either. The other side isn't so old." Qin Yutian said with some embarrassment. "How old?" Vajra asked curiously. "A little younger than me." "How old exactly?" King Kong continued to ask. 22. Qin Yutian said. "You call that a little bit? It's too small to be his granddaughter." This Qin Yutian is so shameless. "Are you sure the little girl wants to? And you didn't force it?" Vajra looked a bit displeased. If the other party forced Liang into prostitution, even if it was his own old husband, he would not let Qin Yutian go. Shin Yutian glared and said disgruntledly, "Do I look like that kind of person to you?" "Ha!" King Kong sneered. Shin Yutian was also a bit weak, but still said, "She and I truly love each other. She thinks that I am mature and stable, but also very gentle and good to her. I think she is innocent and lovely, without the slightest bit of heart, like a white snow lotus flower on top of a high mountain." He tried so hard to get King Kong to believe that the two were together because of love. "She knows who you are?" King Kong asked. Shin Yutian glared and flatly denied, saying, "Of course I don't know. How could I possibly reveal my identity? I'll just say that I'm a retired employee, a few $1,000s a month, with a 2-room apartment, but she just took a liking to me, and I didn't think that I'd be able to reap such a love in my later years." Vajra was speechless. He also knew he was in his later years. Shin Yutian is not said his identity, but that a high fashion, coupled with inadvertently revealed a few $1,000,000 worth of watches, as well as a temperament. Whereas like an ordinary retired old man, anyone with a little bit of eyesight could see that he was either rich or wealthy. This old guy is surprisingly still a relationship brain. King Kong shook his head and said, "I am fine with it. Just ask Ihan." "No, I mostly wanted to know if my oldest grandson had an opinion," Shin Yutian said. Vajra was a little confused. "What does this have to do with Qin Yang?" Shin Yutian said with some embarrassment, "As you know, I am at this age, slightly older than other people's girls. After all, I am not a young man anymore, and my body has deteriorated in all aspects. So I would like to ask my oldest grandson if there are any means to harmonize me and other people's girls a little bit." Grass. Jin Gang finally understood what Shin Yutian meant. This old man didn't care at all about Qin Wei's death. Instead he was concerned about whether his brother was good or not. "You can personally go to Qin Yang and ask. I believe that with Qin Yang's character." With that said, Vajra stopped talking. "What? He's definitely going to help me, isn't he?" Shin Yutian said excitedly. "No. He'll definitely throw you right out and beat you up every time he sees you from now on." King Kong looked serious. Shin Yutian was speechless. He was empty. "No, I still need to go to my eldest grandson tomorrow and ask him. I'm getting married as a grandfather and naturally I want to get my eldest grandson's blessing." Shin Yutian gritted his teeth. Vajra glanced at him, sneered, and said, "Godspeed." After that, King Kong left. He felt that he was talking to this old guy about this. It was pure nonsense. Early the next morning, Shin Yutian came to visit. Qin Yang's expression was somewhat flat as he said indifferently, "You're here for Qin Wei's matter?" His expression was flat, but his eyes were a bit stern. If Qin Yutian admitted it, Qin Yang would definitely whip him. Shin Yutian scratched his head. He laughed dryly and said, "No, how can I be here for that?" Qin Yang was a bit puzzled. It's not about Qin Wei yet. What's he doing here looking for himself? It seemed that he and the Qin family, too, didn't have any dealings with each other to be right. Like this, "Great-grandson, I've heard that you're a great healer. Can you take a look at my body?" Shin Yutian said periodically. "Look at the body?" Qin Yang glanced at him and said, "You are in good health. No major problems. A little bit of minor problems, but it won't affect your lifespan. And if nothing unexpected happens, you can live to be over 90 years old." Shin Yutian was instantly delighted. He immediately said, "The eldest grandson is really great. By the way, recently I want to find an old companion, but there is a problem. I want you to help me out." "What's it to me if you're looking for an old partner?" Qin Yang frowned. "That, and my old partner is a little younger than I am and will probably need me to fulfill my conjugal duties. So I'd like you to help me tune up that side of me." Speaking here, Shin Yutian looked at Qin Yang with an expectant face. "How old is she?" 22. Shin Yutian laughed dryly. Sun Wan Yu and Dooley, who were eating on one side, couldn't help but stare in disbelief. This old man is an animal. He's got it in for such a young girl. "Come on man," Qin Yang said. Several bodyguards rushed in. "Throw him out. In the future, if he dares to appear within 100 meters of our entrance, directly break his legs for me and throw him out," Qin Yang said. Yes. A few bodyguards directly framed Shin Yutian and headed outside. Shin Yutian struggles, but it's no use at all. This was the Su family's bodyguard, who only obeyed Qin Yang and the others. What an old disgrace, Dooley sputtered. No wonder it gave birth to something as shameless as Qin Wei. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Qin Yang shook his head. Shin Yutian was thrown out and King Kong appeared in front of him. "Son-in-law, talk to Qin Yang and let him help me," Shin Yutian said hurriedly. "Did someone just talk?" "No, there's no one here," Jin Gang muttered, crossed over Qin Yutian, and went straight into the Su family. This made Qin Yutian dry his eyes. He tried to get closer, only to have a few bodyguards' eyes glaze over at once. It sent a shiver down his spine. Shin Yutian didn't doubt for a second that if he dared to approach the Su family, these bodyguards would definitely break his legs. With a depressed look on his face at the thought, he turned to leave. Jin Gang entered the Su family and when he saw Qin Yang, he directly said. The woman beside Qin Weiya has a problem. People in heaven? Yeah, I'm surprised you guessed, King Kong said in surprise. A 22-year-old girl who charmed him to the core. This would have been abnormal. This old man is a scum, but he has read 1,000 sales. What kind of woman has he not seen? Now this state is obviously not right. Qin Yang had a calm face. Jin Gang was speechless. Since Qin Yang had guessed it, he still threw Qin Yutian out? You keep an eye on that girl. Find out who's in charge of this operation and then just exterminate them. And then have a few brothers go to the west, look for Paradise's lair, and just terminate them. Qin Yang said. No problem, King Kong said confidently. Chapter 110 Speak or Die. By the way, let Lu Min find a master and brother from the Taoist temple to accompany you in your actions, so that in case you encounter anything outside of your abilities, you will have enough strength to solve it. Qin Yang said after some thought. Jin Gang was shaken and said with some incredulity. You've overestimated that heaven a bit too much, haven't you? But it's just an assassin organization, and you still need those senior brothers inside the Taoist temple to do it? It's good to be careful in the end, and they need to get out and practice a bit. Qin Yang said. Okay, I'll contact Lu Min here to make arrangements. King Kong chuckled. It's a much safer arrangement for the brothers to do their thing. He naturally wouldn't object. He was just a little surprised just now. As for Qin Yang, his mind was now on god hunting. If we could find the god of hunters and destroy them, this big trouble would be solved. The hardest part of dealing with the god of hunters was not destroying them, but finding them. Even the White Cloud Taoist has never been able to do that. By the way, how's that Mr. Shang checking out? Qin Yang asked. It didn't turn up anything wrong, but there is one thing you might want to know. King Kong finished, and glanced at Dooley. Dooley's heart fluttered. Was there something that concerned him? Go ahead. Qin Yang nodded his head. The people of the Du family in Hai Chang, who are said to be looking for their lost biological daughter, suspect that Dooley is their daughter, and now they've gone to meet Dooley's adoptive parents. The Du family of Hai Chang? Qin Yang was a bit surprised. Yes, Dooley's adoptive parents are a branch of the Hai Chang Du family, and back then, the loss of the Hai Chang Du family's Missy should have something to do with them. King Kong said. Why don't they come to the south side and look for Dooley first? Qin Yang asked. Maybe he wanted to take revenge, but was afraid that Dooley would stop him, so he chose to go for revenge or find out what happened back then before coming to Dooley. King Kong explained. What do you think? Qin Yang asked Dooley. Dooley thought for a moment before saying, I want to go back. Okay, I'll go with you, Qin Yang said. Dooley was taken aback and just wanted to refuse. Qin Yang directly said, You can't refuse. Your business is my business. You don't need to be so clear with me. Good. Dooley was painfully straightforward and nodded. It was like what Qin Yang had said. There was no need to be so polite in their current relationship. Qin Yang was able to accompany her, which was putting Dooley in her heart. From this point of view, Qin Yang was really a perfect man except for being a bit of a womanizer. We're leaving today, Qin Yang said. Dooley's home is not very far from the South City, but 100 or 200 kilometers. Qin Yang drove directly and rushed to Dooley's home. They came to this ancient city. This is an ancient city with an extremely long history and once had a brilliant culture that was highly colorful in history. Even in today's society, it is widely celebrated and talked about. Qin Yang drove directly to Dooley's home under Dooley's guidance. This is a manor on the edge of the scenic area. Extremely luxurious. Only, at that moment, the gates of the manor were wide open, and there were some people collapsed on the ground, moaning in pain. Qin Yang and Dooley glanced at each other, and they immediately knew that the Du family of Hai Chang must have come to their door. Otherwise, this place wouldn't look like this. Just then, a surge of evil aura was quite alarming. This caused Qin Yang's heart to tremble. What kind of breath is this? Why is it so evil? Dooley said in surprise. Evil cultivator? The Du family even has an evil cultivator. Let's quickly go inside. After saying that, the two of them, Qin Yang, rushed in, passing through a door. Inside a courtyard not far away, Du Ziting was cupping a person with one hand, a sneer and disdain on his face. That monstrous evil aura was emanating from his body. What the hell, main vein? Dare to show yourselves in front of me. You guys are looking for death. From today onwards, our family is the main vein. Du Ziting laughed sardonically, and his parents had been stunned. The two men looked incredulous. When did Du Ziting become so strong? It's already built up, and the people who have died at his hands are feared to be in the hundreds. Qin Yang said. Among the evil cultivators, there was a saying that there were 100 people who built foundations, 1,000 people who had Jindan, and 10,000 people who had Yuaning. In other words, if they devoured 100 people, they would be able to build the foundation. If they devoured up to 1,000, they would become Jindan, and if they devoured up to 10,000, they would be able to step into the Yuaning stage and become a Yuaning elder. and Du Ziting had already built his foundation, which meant that he had killed at least hundreds of people. He swayed and walked over, slapping Du Ziting on top of his chest. Du Ziting immediately let go of his hand, and his entire body flew out like a cannonball. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth as he stared angrily at Qin Yang and roared, "It's you! I'm going to kill you!" Du Ziting struggled, but realized he couldn't move at all. The demonic power he was so proud of was as if it had completely disappeared at this moment. His meridians were empty of anything, and the intense pain made it difficult for him to move. "You nullified my immortal technique?" Du Ziting said incredulously. Qin Yang skimmed his mouth. "What kind of bull ***** immortal technique? It's just an evil cultivator." He stared at Du Ziting and asked, "Who gave you the evil cultivation technique?" Du Ziting sneered and didn't say anything. He was certain that Qin Yang would not kill himself. His family had raised Du Li for so many years after all. No matter what, Qin Yang should not be able to kill himself in front of Du Li. "I'm going to give you one more chance to speak or die," Qin Yang said indifferently. Du Ziting laughed coldly and said disdainfully, "If you are not afraid of Du Li hating you, just kill me. I definitely won't tell you." Put. A ray of true essence shot over, directly piercing through Du Ziting's brow. He fell down on his back, his eyes wide with disbelief, obviously not expecting Qin Yang to actually dare to kill himself. And Du Ziting's parents, all red-eyed, they stared angrily at Qin Yang and said spitefully, "You actually killed Xiaodong. I'm going to kill you to avenge Xiaodong." The couple rushed over, wanting to kill Qin Yang and pay for Du Ziting's life. Qin Yang frowned and was about to strike. Just then, Du Li couldn't help but say, "Don't kill them." Qin Yang stayed his hand and just shook them out. At this moment, the two of them had a look of despair, recognizing the gap between the two sides, and that they were simply incapable of taking revenge. "Du Li, you, wild seed, we raised you for so many years, you even enmity, bring people back, kill Xiaodong, should have strangled you back then. Du Li, you shall not die." The couple cursed Du Li, resentful to the core. A stern light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. He really wanted to make a move and directly finish off the two. Their words alone had already moved Qin Yang to kill. Chapter 111 As You Like It. Those other people, who were also a bit surprised, gave Qin Yang a scornful look. To casually make a move and take someone's life, this kind of character is too ruthless. However, hearing the couple abusing Duri, a woman rushed up and slapped them one by one. She said coldly, "You two damn things, causing us to be separated from mother and daughter for so many years, and you still dare to insult my daughter like this?" Du Li had actually guessed the identity of the other party, but she was still shaken when she heard the other party's words. She took a deep breath, but nothing moved on the surface. She didn't know this family, at all. Now although the other party looked like he was filled with righteous indignation, who knew what was really in his heart? It was not true that she was related to the other party by blood, but Qin Yang's example, laid out years ago, Du Li was not without a brain, so how could she easily trust the other party? Qin Yang said indifferently. He practiced an evil technique and entered the foundation establishment level. He killed at least hundreds of people to do so. Such a person, if he doesn't die, who will die? It's not me who will kill him, and sooner or later, someone else will kill him as well. Impossible. My Xiaodong is so kind. How could he be the kind of person you are talking about? Hewen said angrily. Du Hong also had an angry look on his face as he stared at Qin Yang. This is easy to verify. Just need to get the local law enforcement bureau to check it out. I don't believe you guys haven't heard anything. How big is your small city? Hundreds of people died in a short period of time. It's impossible to not have a single whisper. Don't fool yourselves, Qin Yang said calmly. Hearing Qin Yang's words, they didn't dare to speak. You have no proof. This is a false accusation, Hewen said, still angry. I don't need evidence to do what I do. My word is evidence. Qin Yang looked calm. I won't let you go. I must avenge Xiaodong, Hewen said coldly. She was slapped as soon as the words left her mouth. The woman who struck out said coldly, "You'd better think about yourself first. Stealing my daughter. You think you can still seek revenge from others?" When these words came out, Hewen trembled. "Mrs. Family Head, are you trying to kill us?" The woman shook her head and said, "I'm not as vicious as you guys think, but you guys snatched my daughter and caused our family to be separated for so many years. So naturally, I can't let you off easily. I'm going to waste your cultivation, and then I'm going to make you sit in jail." Qin Yang coughed lightly and reminded, "They are at most considered to be guilty of child abduction, and according to the law, they can only squat for a maximum of 5 years. Sitting in jail is a bit of a stretch. These people really think that the prison is run by their family and that they can't move without going to jail. You killed a man, and you can't get away with it, whether my son did it or not." Hewen snapped. Qin Yang smiled faintly and did not pay any attention to him, and that woman stepped in and nullified the cultivation of both of them. The two men were pale and paralyzed. 5 years is also enough time to call law enforcement, the woman commanded. Xin Yang shrugged his shoulders. He gazed over at Dooley. Xin Yang had thought that Dooley would be a bit nervous, but he didn't expect that Dooley was quite calm, as if these people in front of him had nothing to do with him at all. And the woman approached Dooley, looking a little nervous. She wanted to say something, and it was like she was afraid of scaring Dooley. Instead, it was Dooley who spoke up and asked, "Are you my mother, Wenxiao?" Wenxiao nodded excitedly and said, "Yes, son, I am your real mother Wenxiao, and the main mother of the Du family in Haichang, and he is your real father Du Jianghe." Dooley nodded and said, "Got it." The couple, who had been so excited, were a bit dumbfounded at this point. They had expected that Dooley would be as excited as they were. It didn't occur to me that Dooley was so calm, even safe from any happy emotions. It confused them because it was a little different than what they expected. Shouldn't you be happy to see your real parents? How come Dooley is acting like this? Is he blaming himself for hurting Dying and the others? Du Hong and Hewen also saw the scene and they laughed maniacally. "Ha ha, your own daughter disowns you. She was raised by us after all, and is not of one mind with you at all. Not bad, she must hate you all in her heart now that she sees you treating us like this, and she will avenge us later." These words made Wenxiao's face pale. However, she quickly reacted that it simply couldn't be that. Maybe Dooley was a little out of sorts, but it definitely wasn't what they said it was. At this point, the two are still picking fights, sowing discord. "Are you? If you dare open your mouths to stir up trouble again, I'll send you to your sons," Xin Yang said indifferently. Hewen sneered. "I'm telling the truth. I raised my own daughter. Can I not know myself?" In the next moment, a true essence pierced through her brow. Hewen fell on her back, dead. Xin Yang had actually killed him. Du Heng's face was filled with resentment as he glared at Xin Yang angrily and roared, "If you have the guts, you can kill me as well." "As you wish." Xin Yang struck out and killed Du Hong. The scene stunned everyone, except for Dooley. Dooley knew that Xin Yang's character was such that there was nothing he didn't dare to do. He was even less likely to show mercy in the face of his enemies. Both of them, Moon Su, were startled. None of them had expected that Xin Yang would strike so viciously. "No good. We just notified the law enforcement bureau. This is trouble," Moon Su said. "No harm, no foul," Xin Yang said indifferently. Seeing his calm demeanor, both Wenxiao and Du Jianghe were a bit surprised. Who the hell is he? How come he's so bottomless again? "Lily, are you willing to recognize us? It wasn't that we intentionally lost you back then, and we didn't expect that the two Du Hongs would harbor evil intentions and steal you away, and we've been looking for you all these years." When Xiao's eyes were red, Dooley gave her a look and said calmly, "I didn't say I disowned you guys. I'm just a little uncomfortable." "Really?" "Aha." Dooley nodded. She said calmly, "Besides, I'm old enough now to have a life of my own and the ability to make it work for me, and my parents aren't a necessity for me." Hearing Dooley's words, Wenxiao and Du Jianghe, both of them, only felt a surge of surprise that slowly became cooler. They could see that Dooley was really not excited at all, and even vaguely resisted. "Then you are willing to recognize us, right?" Mansu asked nervously. "Aha." Dooley nodded. "Great." The two men were instantly thrilled. They were even a bit of a handful. "We're going back to Haicheng tomorrow. Can you follow us back? Everyone at home wants you to go back. They've all been waiting for this day for too long," Mansu asked cautiously. Dooley's gaze fell on Xin Yang and asked, "Can you accompany me?" "Aha." Xin Yang nodded. When Xiao wanted to say something, she wanted to say that Xin Yang had killed so many people. "I'm afraid it would be hard to walk away." Chapter 112 I Can't Die. That's something Moon Su didn't dare to say, because she could see that her own daughter valued Xin Yang. If he said something like that, who knows if his daughter would turn against him and disown him at that time. Just then, the men they brought with them said, "The enforcers are here." When Xiao looked a bit gloomy, she glanced at Xin Yang and found that he was incomparably calm. A group of enforcers rushed in. They were all startled when they saw the sight before them. 3 bodies, lying on the ground, made their hearts skip a beat. Quite a few law enforcers immediately pulled out their weapons and pointed them at the people present. They don't know who killed the man, but everyone present is a suspect. "I killed the man. No need to be nervous. This is for you. If you don't recognize it, ask upwards." Xin Yang pulled out his credentials that belonged to the Dragon Pavilion. The man in the lead, after seeing the documents, he was shaken. Then he took it with both hands and carefully surveyed it before respectfully handing it over. "May I ask what Sir's code name is?" the man asked. Obviously, this was an enforcer who knew about the existence of the Dragon Pavilion. Xin Yang said indifferently, "God Stick, a magician?" The corners of everyone's mouths couldn't help but twitch. No one had thought that the man who was as strong as a king would have a name like that. Xin Yang also couldn't help but roll his eyes at his own one-time fame. "So you are the divine cleric. I've heard Coyote talk about you. He said that you are the strongest, and that all of them tied together are no match for you," the man said excitedly. The other party actually knew Coyote. Qin Yang smiled. "That boy is most broken and loves to make friends. Once you're chatting, you're willing to say anything. These people have problems?" Pointing to the body on the floor, the man asked. "Did a lot of people die in Ancient City recently?" "They did it," Qin Yang said. When these words came out, all the enforcers revealed their anger. In this bout, the entire Ancient City, at least hundreds of people died. Even the girlfriend of one of the enforcers was killed. It made them quite angry. They were bent on finding the murderer, but they didn't expect it to be the ones in front of them. This group of people, they killed more than 100 people in such a short time. Really worse than beasts. A good death. And many thanks to you, sir, for ridding the people of evil. Thanks a lot, Godbearer, the enforcers shouted. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth twitched. He wanted to tell them that it was fine to call out his name. There was no need to call out the code name of Godly Man. After all, the moniker really wasn't all that catchy. You guys handle the aftermath of things here. By the way, this MS, Dooley, is the last one left in this family? Their property. All of them, give it to MS. Dooley, Qin Yang commanded. Understood, the man said. Having once carried out some missions with Wild Wolf, he knew very well that no one could restrain the people of the Dragon Pavilion when they did things. Following their orders is enough. And the Dragon Pavilion was definitely not treacherous and evil, and the people they killed basically deserved to die. Dooley just wanted to say no, but Qin Yang said, "This is what you deserve." Aha. Dooley nodded. They left the place and went to the hotel where Wenxiu and the others were staying, booked a room and stayed in it. At this time, Wenxiu and Du Junhe realized the relationship between the two. They were in the midst of their rooms, their faces a little unimpressed. That Qin Yang, what exactly is his identity? After killing someone, he doesn't even dare to interfere with the law enforcers? To even do whatever he says and help him with the aftermath? That's too amazing, Moon Su said. Du Junhe said in a deep voice. In the vast Dragon Kingdom, the only place that has such a skill is that place. Dragon Court? Mansu huffed backward. To them, the powerful families, especially the martial arts families, the Dragon Pavilion was a sharp sword hanging over their heads. They didn't dare to do anything out of the ordinary for fear of being approached by the Dragon Pavilion. If Qin Yang was a member of the Dragon Pavilion, that would make sense. Remember what that enforcement team leader said? The entire Dragon Pavilion together is no match for that Qin Yang. I really don't know what his status is among the Dragon Pavilion. Du Junhe smiled bitterly. Wenxiu revealed a joyful expression and said happily, "Our daughter was able to find a great expert from the Dragon Pavilion as a man. It's really a blessing in disguise. This is a great thing." Glancing at Wenxiu, Du Junhe shook his head and said, "What's so good about it? You don't know. The Dragon Pavilion has sacrificed a lot of people in these recent years. What they do is too dangerous. Maybe one day." Speaking here, Du Junhe did not continue, but Moon Su knew what he meant. "No, when we return to Hai Chang, I'll introduce a few more young talents to my daughter. Maybe she'll be able to come around. I'd rather her be an ordinary person for the rest of her life and live her life in peace and quiet, than to have her be scared every day." Munsu made a decision. Just then, their ears twitched slightly and they heard a sound coming from the next room. The two men looked at each other. Du Junhe said with an odd expression, "Are you sure you can keep the two of them apart?" Moon Su laughed bitterly. The next day, when Qin Yang saw Wenxiu and the two of them, he said lightly, "Don't worry, I can't die and won't let Dooley be widowed." The two men were appalled. When they talk, it's in a low enough voice. Even a martial artist with superior ear power would have a hard time hearing it. Qin Yang was even able to hear their conversation under those circumstances. What level of strength has he reached? Exactly? Definitely much stronger than they perceived. Dooley looked a bit puzzled. What did Qin Yang mean by saying such a thing? She was a little confused, but also realized that the problem was mostly with her own parents. Thinking of this, Dooley looked at her parents with a look of dissatisfaction. It didn't say anything, don't overthink it. Qin Yang patted Dooley's shoulder. Dooley held Qin Yang's arm, her eyes looked at her parents, but with a warning flavor. In her heart, right now, the only people who were her family were Qin Yang and Sun Wanyu. As for everyone else, they all have to take a back seat, even the so-called biological parents. They boarded the moving train and rushed to Haicheng. Haicheng Station, a row of cars waiting there. This is the Du family, to welcome the big lady home. This was deliberately arranged by the two Mansu. They want to give Dooley the utmost importance, so that she feels a sense of belonging to the family, and identifies with them. When Dooley came out, a group of people in black suits neatly shouted Missy. There was no ripple in her mind. Following Sun Wanyu, what kind of row she hadn't seen before. This kind of row was big, but it wasn't enough to blow her away. There's no need. I don't like high profile, Dooley said. She and Qin Yang got into a car. When Xiu and Du Junhe looked at each other, both somewhat helpless. There wasn't a single thing they could do about Dully's greasy attitude. Chapter 113 Dooley makes a move. Hi Chang-do family, the entire Do family, today, was quite lively, because, the long-lost Missy of the Do family is coming back. Everyone knew that the head of the family and the wife of the head of the family had searched for Missy for many years, and now they had finally gotten Missy back, and the family was reunited. A girl, with a sweet look. At this moment, her face could not see any joy, but instead was a bit worried. Brother, what do you think if my sister doesn't like me? After all, I'm the one who enjoyed the life that should have been hers for so many years. The girl is called Do Yu. Beside her stood a handsome-looking young man. The youth was tall and calm, with a superior's majesty. Obviously the kind of person who often gave orders. Hearing Do Yu's words, he smiled slightly and said, "No, you're so cute and kind. Everyone will like you. But what if sister wants to target me? Why don't I just leave, lest my sister is unhappy to see me when she returns?" Do You said with a pitiful look as she bit her lip. This made the youth's heart even softer. This silly girl is just too kind. Don't worry, you are my Du Tianqing's sister. No one can make you leave. After all, the one who has accompanied your family for 20 years is you. I know. Brother is the best for me. After saying that, Do You hugged Du Tianqing's arm? However, she still said, "Of course, if my sister is dissatisfied with me and can't tolerate me." Brother, you shouldn't blame my sister. After all, she was raised by someone like that, and her personality and values, more than likely, will be a bit different from ours. Well, I won't let anyone embarrass you, Du Tianqing said indifferently, one hand still rubbing Du Yu's hair. A flash of sternness flashed in his eyes. The girl he had raised was not to be bullied by anyone, even if that person was his long-lost sister. Just then, the car that greeted Dooley and the others returned. Du Tianqing took Du Yu and walked over. The car door opened and the first person to get down was a youth. This caused Du Tianqing to be slightly stunned. Who was this person? Qin Yang glanced at him and walked towards the other side of the car door, personally opening the door for Dooley. Dooley walked off. Du Tianqing's pupils shrunk slightly. He recognized at once that this was his sister, because Dooley and his mother looked so much alike when they were young. Only Dooley was a bit prettier, giving the impression of being awestruck to the core. Du Jianghe and Wanxiu, too, got down from the car. They said to Dooley, "Lily, this is our home. Welcome home." Dooley nodded, looking at the manor in front of him. To be able to own such an estate in the middle of High City, the strength of the Du family could be imagined. She also saw Du Tianqing and Du Yu. Dooley just swept a glance at them and averted her gaze without lingering on the two. At this time, Du Yu came over and tried to pull on Dooley's hand, only to have Dooley directly dodge it. She frowned a little. Seeing this scene, Du Yu was a bit aggravated. She stood there like a wounded beast. Pitiful. "Sister, I'm Du Yu, your sister." Dooley nodded and didn't say anything more. Du Tianqing was a bit dissatisfied and snorted coldly with a somewhat unhappy expression. Seeing that the atmosphere is a bit stiff, Du Jianghe hurriedly said, "This is your brother Du Tianqing. Du Yu is a daughter that your mother missed you after you were lost, and then we adopted her. But for so many years, we also treated her as our own daughter, and we hope that you two sisters will get along well." Dooley said, "I'm tired. I want to rest." "Okay, the room is ready for you. We'll go in now," Du Jianghe said. At this time, Du Tianqing's gaze fell on Qin Yang and asked, "Mom and Dad, who is he? Why did you guys bring any misfits into the house?" "Misfits? Yourself?" Qin Yang was slightly stunned before revealing a smile. "You're looking for a fight, aren't you?" Before he could speak, Dooley threw up a slap. Snap. Du Tianqing covered his face and took a few steps back, feeling the fiery pain on his face. He looked at Dooley incredulously. How dare the other guy hit himself? "If you say one more word about him, I'll beat you until you can't talk," Dooley said coldly. "You're crazy. I'm your brother." Du Tianqing had an angry look on his face. He said with dissatisfaction, "Mom and Dad, look at this woman. He just came back and he dared and hit me. Who knows what else she will do in the future? Such a person is not worthy of being the Du family's first lady." Du Jianghe and Wenxiu's faces changed drastically. They hadn't expected that Dooley would clash with Du Tianqing as soon as she returned. They also blamed Dooley a little in their hearts, but they just said, "Qin Yang, why did she make a move?" Dooley's gaze was slightly cold as she stared at Du Tianqing and said, "Don't think I don't know your intentions, but it's just that just now when you saw that I didn't give face to this adopted daughter, you were displeased in your heart and wanted to give me a hard time, but you couldn't directly target me, so you targeted my man. You think that everyone else is as stupid as you are, and that you can't even see through this little thought?" Du Tianqing's complexion changed slightly. He hadn't thought that Dooley had such a good head on his shoulders. He was purposely targeting Qin Yang to drop Dooley's face. Who had thought that Dooley would strike so decisively and give him a direct slap? How does he know? Dooley followed Sun Wanyu for so many years? Shopping malls, hooks and corners, observing words and colors, see too much. This little heart simply cannot hide from her. It would be truly stupid to treat her like a normal girl. And remember, I beat you for your own good. My man, not just anyone can insult him. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth, Dooley said coldly. If someone wanted to make a fool of himself in front of Qin Yang, then he would definitely die. This was something Dooley knew very well. That's why Dooley said what he did. Sister, don't be angry. It's all my fault, causing you and Big Brother to have a conflict. If you want to be angry, just hit me. Du came over and said carefully. Bump. Dooley kicked out and Du flew straight out 7 or 8 meters. She fell to the ground, halfway out of her skin. Dooley is not afraid of Du being kicked to death. The Du family is a martial arts family. This Du's strength is not strong, but at least it is also a second-rate martial artist. This kick will also not be able to kill her. Know that it's your fault and put away those little thoughts from now on. I don't know what you really think. All I need to know is that whoever dares to count on me is going to get a beating. Du Tianqing hurriedly ran over. He angrily stared at Dooley and roared. Are you crazy? Daring to make a move on Xiaoye? If you don't, you can avenge her, Dooley said coldly. Qin Yang stuck out his thumbs. Dooley's way of dealing with this was something he agreed with. Chapter 114 Have no right to talk to me. Du Tianqing was about to make a move at that moment. This caused the two Du Jianghe to be startled. They hurriedly pulled Du Tianqing back, and Du Jianghe even chided. You're crazy. Lily is your sister. Didn't you used to want your sister back the most? Du Tianqing grunted coldly. I don't have such a rude sister. His face was ugly as he inquired about Du Yu's injuries. Du gave a strong smile and said still gently, Mom, Dad, brother, you don't want to be angry with your sister for me. There is nothing wrong with me. If your sister doesn't like me, just feel free to hit me. I'm fine. Hearing her words, Du Tianqing couldn't help but grit his teeth even more. He gave Dooley a vicious look and said coldly, what an uneducated country wild girl. Snap. Du Tianqing covered his face as soon as the words left his mouth. Qin Yang withdrew his hand as he said indifferently, my woman defends me, and I naturally won't allow others to insult her. And the next time there is a next time, I will kill this woman. Qin Yang's gaze fell on Du Yu's body. Du Yu's face changed drastically. She couldn't help but spit in her heart. Du Tianqing invoked him? What was he doing killing himself? Seeing Qin Yang's ghostly speed just now, Do you knew that the other party had the ability to do what he said? Du Tianqing is going crazy. Being hit twice in a row had never happened before in his life. At this moment, his face was ferocious and he looked viciously at the two Qin Yangs, itching to tear them apart. He still wanted to have a fit when Du Jianghe's voice rang out. Alright, you guys stop messing around and get in the house for me. These words were directed at Du Tianqing. As the eldest son of the family, the future heir, he was so brainless in what he did, and he was so graceless even to his own sister, which made Du Jianghe quite disappointed. Du Tianqing also sensed his father's dissatisfaction, and his heart was already dissatisfied with Dooley at this point. When this woman came back, she made a mess of the house, and she really shouldn't have been allowed to come back. Seeing that his father was angry, Du Tianqing could only keep his mouth shut. After all, the one who is in charge of the family is still his own father. When they entered the Du family, Dooley and Qin Yang went straight into their rooms to rest. Seeing them enter the room, Du Tianqing finally couldn't help himself. He said with dissatisfaction, Mom and Dad, why did you bring her back just like that? You didn't even examine her. Look at her temper and her style of behavior. Does she look like a lady of the house? Denigrating your own sister. And where are you acting like a brother? Du Jianghe said coldly. When Xiao also said, Lily left us for so many years, and has not had a good time over the years, we are already happy to get her back. As for what she does, don't care too much. All we have to do is to make it up to Lily. Yes, brother, we have to be nicer to our sister. We can't make her feel uncomfortable. Even if she beats us, we have to put up with it, so that she can fit in better in our home. Du said hurriedly. Du Tianqing's complexion relaxed a little as he sighed. It would be good if that Dooley was half as understanding as you are. There's no upbringing at all. You shut up. Du Jianghe finally got angry. He stared at Du Tianqing and said coldly, if your sister has any problems, you can help her correct them instead of talking about her here. Tianqing, you disappoint me too much. Have you forgotten how your sister lost it back then? Du Tianqing's face changed drastically as a flash of weakness flashed in his eyes. Alright, the day after tomorrow I'm going to prepare a recognition banquet to officially let Dooley return to our Du family. You too, you are not allowed to mess with Li in these days, Du Jianghe said. Although Du Tianqing was a bit unconvinced, under his own father's gaze, he could only whisper, okay, Du you also said, I actually like my sister very much, and want her to return to the Du family even more. I definitely won't provoke my sister. Moreover, I'm just an adopted daughter. Where do I have the qualifications to make my sister angry? Hearing her say that, a flash of heartache flashed in Du Tianqing's eyes. He hurriedly said, What adopted daughter or not, you are my own sister. Don't worry, in the future, you will still be our Du family's young lady. No one will treat you as an adopted daughter. Brother is so nice. Do you was moved to say? Okay, you guys go back too. And remember not to provoke Lily into getting angry again. Moon Su said. Both went off to do their own thing. As for Qin Yang in the middle of the room, the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he heard the conversation of several people. What's the plan? Qin Yang asked. When the recognition feast is over, we'll go back to the South City, which is our home, Dooley said without hesitation. Qin Yang was a bit surprised and said, you don't want to spend more time with your own biological parents. Dooley snorted. Her voice was somewhat disdainful. They are only guilty in their hearts. It's not like they have much affection for me. Besides, after that, they adopted a daughter. They have long ago put their feelings for me on this daughter's body. Finding me only makes their hearts no longer guilty. They don't like me. Hearing Dooley's words, Qin Yang sighed. He didn't bother to comfort Dooley. This is the kind of thing that only you can figure out for yourself. And by the look of Dooley, it was clear that he had thought it through. I have family and friends. With or without them, I actually don't care. But between me and them, there are ultimately some bonds above the bloodline. After recognizing their relatives, their knots unraveled. The intersection between us will only become less and less. Don't have to care too much about it, Dooley said with a smile. Qin Yang knew that the family and friends she was talking about were herself and the others. However, Qin Yang felt that it was nothing. He was the same way, not liked by his real parents, but he never felt anything, because, again, he had family and friends and women who liked him. It didn't matter if his so-called real parents liked him or not. At noon, a servant knocked on the door. Missy, this gentleman, dinner is served, the maid said. Only then did Dooley and Qin Yang go downstairs. At this point, everyone was seated at the table. At this time, You said, Mom and Dad, sister just came back. She doesn't know the rules and habits of the house. That's why she let the yelling wait for her to eat. You guys don't blame sister. Dooley and Qin Yang sat down. Du Tianqing glanced at the two of them and said in a conspiratorial manner, some people don't know what their status is, so they just stay in other people's homes without any shame. Qin Yang pulled Dooley's hand that was about to be drawn out, stared at Du Tianqing, and asked with a smile, were you talking about me just now, or what? Du Tianqing sneered. Qin Yang laughed, then slapped out. Snap. Du Tianqing was directly jerked to the ground. This scene took everyone by surprise. Qin Yang said coldly, if it wasn't for Dooley, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to talk to me and you dare to be sarcastic? Chapter 115 Not to be aggrieved. Du Tianqing was furious. He stood up and was about to fight with Qin Yang. Enough. Stop. Du Jianghe roared angrily. Dad, why are you helping an outsider instead of me? Du Tianqing said angrily. He hadn't expected his father to not help him and berate him when outsiders beat him up. Du Jianghe had seen Qin Yang's hands, which could be described as ghostly and unpredictable. He knew very well that if Du Tianqing dared to make a move against Qin Yang could kill him with a snap of his fingers. Thinking of this, Du Jianghe said coldly, Qin Yang, your sister's boyfriend, is also your brother-in-law. Be polite to him. Sister? Is there a sister who disrespects her brother so much? Du Tianqing said angrily. Du Jianghe's face sank as he said coldly, you want to go against my words? I didn't mean that. Seeing that Du Jianghe was really angry, Du Tianqing suddenly changed his face slightly. At this time, Du immediately said, Dad, it's all my fault. Don't blame your brother, or I'd better leave. If it wasn't because of me, between my brother and sister, there wouldn't be a conflict. Du Tianqing's face changed. He said coldly, you can't leave. If you want to leave, she's the one who left. Du Tianqing pointed at Dooley and said what his heart wanted to say. When these words came out, both Du Jianghe and Wen Xiu's faces changed drastically, and a smirk flashed under Du Yue's eyes. Snap. Wen Xiu slapped Du Tianqing's face as she said coldly, do you see that you still have a look of being a brother? Your own sister who has been missing for many years has returned and you treat her like this. Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Mom, you hit me? Du Tianqing looked disbelieving. His mother, who usually loved him the most, was now slapping him for the sake of Dooley, who had just been retrieved. This made Du Tianqing's heart instantly hate Dooley. If you do that again, I'm going to hit you again, Wen Xiu said coldly. Du Tianqing clenched his teeth, knowing that at this time, his parents were already angry. He gritted his teeth and finally endured. Just a pair of eyes looked at Dooley, full of mischief. At this time, Du Tianqing had hated Dooley to the extreme in his heart. Du Tianqing turned around and walked away with intense anger, and Du said, Mom and Dad, I'm going to check on my brother. Good. Mansu nodded. Du hurriedly chased after him. Du Jianghe let out a bitter smile and said to Qin Yang, sorry to make you laugh. He knew that Qin Yang's identity was extraordinary. He should be a person from the Dragon Pavilion. and all of them had a very high status in the Dragon Pavilion. Therefore, Du Junhe didn't dare to offend Qin Yang. Now there was this layer of relationship with Du Li. When the time came, they exclusively were considered to have an additional backer. Unfortunately, Du Tianqing's performance disappointed him. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, "I'm a person, just one characteristic. I can't suffer a little bit of wrongdoing, and the people around me also can't suffer a little bit of wrongdoing. If you guys can't treat Du Li well, this pro-disowning is just a matter of fact. She will still live a good life without her parents." When Xiao was anxious, immediately said, "You can rest assured that in the future, this kind of thing will not happen again. Tianqing is just a moment of some discomfort, not dislike his sister. I believe that they get along for a period of time, the relationship will be good, and we will not let Lily be aggrieved." Qin Yang was somewhat non-committal. He nodded and said, "I'll trust you guys for once. Remember, Du Li isn't without someone to back her up. I and the division behind me are her backers. She's an apprentice daughter-in-law recognized by my master, and my master won't allow anyone to bully her." Hearing Qin Yang mention his division, this caused Wen Xiao and Du Junhe to tremble. It was a little hard for them to imagine that Qin Yang was so powerful. How strong should his master be? His master had recognized Du Li, so it seemed that he was sincere about Du Li. If his own family let Du Li suffer, maybe the other side will really come to the door to ask for punishment. At that time, although his Du family was powerful, it was expected that they wouldn't be able to hold out. Thinking of this, the two did not dare to slack off in the slightest. "Don't worry about it," the two said. Qin Yang just smiled faintly. He was relieved. After all, Du Li's strength was there. As long as she herself was unwilling, the people of the Du family could not yet bully her. However, with that Du family's adopted daughter around, I'm sure this family won't be too peaceful. After a meal, Wen Xiao wants to take Du Li shopping, wanting to make up for so many years of regret. Aha! Du Li didn't refuse and agreed painfully. This made Wen Xiao's heart happy. Qin Yang also followed along. Moon Su said, "That's natural. Buy something for your son-in-law too," Wen Xiao said with a smile. They arrived at the famous shopping mall in Haicheng. This is their family's mall, which is basically filled with luxury brands. Someone once said that when you spend money in this mall, you take $100 in and have $100 left over when you go out. Because there's nothing under $100 here. Qin Yang and Du Li, both of them didn't really care. They had all seen the world, so naturally they wouldn't be shocked. Seeing their behavior, Wen Xiao also probably guessed that the two did not lack money. It was only natural that Qin Yang, who was so strong, would not be able to lack money. Powerful martial artists who wanted to get money had plenty of means. "Mr. What? You're here to shop too?" A woman comparable in age to Wen Xiao came over and greeted Wen Xiao. "So it's Mr. Zhang. It's been a long time. I brought my own daughter and son-in-law here to buy some things," Moon Su said. "Mr. Zhang said in surprise, "When did Yaya find a boyfriend? I still wanted to introduce my family's boy to her, but now it seems there's no chance." "It's not Yaya, it's my oldest daughter, Du Li." After saying that, Mansu said with a smile. Mr. Zhang revealed a look of surprise. His gaze fell on Du Li's body, and he said with some astonishment, "How come I've never heard you guys talk about it before?" Wen Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "I got lost early on, and I've only just gotten back now. She must have had a hard time all these years." Mr. Zhang exclaimed. Just then, Du Li picked up a men's watch and asked, "How much?" 3 million. Swipe. Dory took out his bank card. Mr. Zhang said with some surprise, "Mr. Wen is so nice to his daughter, giving her so much pocket money as soon as she comes back. Isn't he afraid that she will develop the habit of spending money lavishly?" Wen Xiao was a bit embarrassed and said, "Mr. Zhang misunderstood. That was her own money, not from me." When these words came out, Mr. Zhang was filled with shock, pulling out $3 million out of her hand. "How good does this girl have to be to do that? May I ask where your daughter is in high school?" Mr. Zhang asked. Wen Xiao was a bit speechless. She really didn't know. "She's now the vice president of the White Cloud Group," Qin Yang said indifferently. "White Cloud Group?" Both men were shaken. That's one of the giants of the Dragon Kingdom's business community. Chapter 116 Vice President of White Cloud Group. Not to mention Mr. Zhang. Even Wen Xiao was a bit surprised. She just knew that her daughter was doing things around Sun Wanyu, who was now the controller of the White Cloud Group. But the fact that Du Li was actually the vice president of the White Cloud Group was something she hadn't expected. Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, "To be precise, I should say that it's one of the owners of the White Cloud Group. The vice president isn't quite accurate." "What?" Mr. Zhang and Wen Xiao were stunned. They finally realized why Du Li was able to spend $3 million directly without batting an eye. If it was the owner of the White Cloud Group, it would indeed be too powerful. That's not right. The White Cloud Group was founded 20 years ago. Could it be that you were adopted by the owner of the White Cloud Group? Mr. Zhang said in surprise. Obviously, she had some knowledge of the White Cloud Groups. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, the person who was adopted by the owner of the White Cloud Group was not Du Li, but me, and what's mine is hers. Got it. Only then did Mr. Zhang realize that the man in front of him was the real big brother. Still, it's impressive that Du Li found such a man. Thinking of this, Mr. Zhang said with an envious look on his face, Mr. What? I really envy you for having an excellent daughter and an excellent son-in-law. Moon Su smiled. She didn't know what to say. Originally thought that picking Du Li back was to enjoy the blessings. Who would have thought that Du Li's background is so big now? Vice President of the White Cloud Group, or the woman of this mysterious and powerful man of Qin Yang's, his master's recognized disciple's daughter-in-law. In either capacity, it doesn't appear to be any worse than their exclusivity. The White Cloud Group, which has grown so fast and to such a large scale, is still standing. Ordinary people might not know, but Mansu knew very well that it was because of the White Cloud Group, which possessed strong supernatural powers. It wasn't that there weren't any martial arts sects or families that had hit on them, but it was mainly because the wealth of the White Cloud Group was just too much for people's eyes. But the result is also obvious. All those people have disappeared, or even can be said to have evaporated. This also made the White Cloud Group a taboo amongst the martial arts. Although they did not dabble in martial arts, none of the strongest men in the martial arts dared to underestimate the White Cloud Group and dare not take offense. I'm done shopping. Is there anything else you want? Giving the watch to Qin Yang was the first gift Du Li gave to Qin Yang, and Qin Yang put it on directly as he smiled and said, I like it a lot. Du Li flashed a smile. As long as Qin Yang liked it, she was happy. When Xiao shook her head and said, there's nothing more to buy. Let's go back. Aha. At this time, two people rushed out from the side. It was none other than Du Tianqing and Du Yu. Seeing the large bags in the hands of the three, Du Tianqing's face changed immediately. He said with dissatisfaction, Mom, she just came back. You're giving her so much money. You'll spoil her. I know you have guilt in your heart for Du Li, but you can't be like this. Spoiling a child is like killing a child. You misunderstand. I didn't spend the money. Lily spent it herself. Munsu immediately said. Du Tianqing, however, didn't believe it at all. He laughed coldly. Mom, don't lie to me. The family that my sister was taken to, although they have a bit of money, they have been treating my sister poorly. It's impossible for her to have so much money. This money must have been given to her by you. Speaking here, Du Tianqing's gaze fell on Du Li's body and said with a cold smile, don't think that when you come back home, you can spend money in big and small ways. I'm telling you, the family can't possibly spoil you in this way. You'd better give up those ideas that you shouldn't have. Du Yu, however, persuaded Du Tianqing, saying, brother, don't blame your sister. She just came back. That's why she's so generous. It'll be fine when she adapts to it for a while, and that's what our family owes her. No one owes her. She was stolen. We didn't lose her. Du Tianqing said coldly, you shut up. When Xiao was shivering with anger. Mom, don't be angry. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, my sister wouldn't have had no peace in the house as soon as she came back. I should have left. Du Yu said with a guilty face. Du Tianqing stared viciously at Du Li and said coldly, if you can be half as understanding as Du Yu, I won't even talk about you. Mr. Zhang was dumbfounded. What's going on? Du Li raised her head. She stared at Du Yu and said faintly, who is your sister? You're an adopted daughter. What qualifications do you have to call me sister? Raising a daughter? Mr. Zhang's mouth opened wide in shock. This Du Yu, who called herself the eldest lady of the Du family, was actually just an adopted daughter. At this point, she suddenly pinned over. Just now, Du Yu's words, where was he saying that he was at fault? It was clear that he was doing it on purpose, and by saying it like this, it rather appeared that Du Li did not have the capacity to tolerate others. Mr. Zhang didn't expect that the girl he had spotted for his son was a green tea. No wonder his own son was a bit impatient when he mentioned Du Yu. He is a natural tea connoisseur, inherited from his father. This Du Yu is definitely a scourge. Fortunately I saw her true colors today. Du Yu's eyes reddened as she said accusingly, I'm sorry, Missy, I'm wrong. I'm just an adopted daughter. I've been enjoying the blessings belonging to you for so many years. I should be contented. I'm really not qualified to be your younger sister. I just can't bear to let go of my mom, dad, and brother. Her whole body was pitiful, giving her a feeling of pity when I saw her. With me here, no one can kick Yaya out of the house. Du Tianqing's eyes were red. Who's going to kick her out of the house? Du Li asked. Who else is there if not you? You're jealous that Yaya was raised better than you at home, so you can't tolerate her. Don't think I can't see that. Du Tianqing sneered. She's better than me? Yes, she's a second-rate martial artist by now. Of course she's better than you. And Yaya is also the student council president now. Do you have that kind of ability? Du Tianqing said with a proud face. Qin Yang sighed. Both Mr. Zhang and Wen Xiu looked odd. This thing, Du Yu, is considered excellent in front of Du Li? Right at this moment, Du Tianqing realized that he couldn't move his body, and then he violently knelt on the ground. A huge force that suppressed him so much that he couldn't get up. How is that possible? Du Tianqing exclaimed. He was shocked to realize that the power came from Du Li. If a second-rate martial artist is called excellent, I wonder if a land god is considered excellent. Du Li asked. She's a land goddess? How is that possible? Du Tianqing couldn't believe it, yet he had to disbelieve it. He himself was still one step away from becoming an innate martial artist. How can you control yourself so easily if you're not a land god? You said that the student council president is excellent. Don't you know that the vice president of the White Cloud Group is better than her? Du Li continued to ask. Du Tianqing's eyes widened. Do I need to be jealous of such a little green tea? She's not even qualified to lick my toes. Du Li had an icy face. Chapter 117 The Receiver. Du Yu's face paled. She assumed that Du Li must not have been favored in that family, and therefore was not capable of much. Who would have thought that she was a land goddess? Also, the White Cloud Group didn't just have a huge reputation in the business world. It was also an absolute behemoth amongst the supernatural world. Everyone in the martial arts world knew that behind the White Cloud Group, there was a powerful clan supporting it, and Du Li turned out to be the vice president of the White Cloud Group. The fact that he himself was trying to compare Du Li to him was laughable to the extreme. I don't want to play this over-the-top game with a little green tea, and a dumbass. I have too much on my plate to waste time with you guys, Du Li said coldly, with a face of shame. Du Tianqing stared viciously at Du Li and asked angrily, who are you calling a fool? You also know that Du Yu is a little green tea. Ah, a dumbass herself. Then you still spoil her so much. Let me guess. You don't like her, right? Du Li smiled faintly. Du Tianqing's complexion changed slightly, glancing at Wen Xiu, and was just about to defend himself when Qin Yang's voice rang out. They're asleep. What? Du Li was surprised. Qin Yang said with certainty, they slept, and they all have each other's scent within their bodies. Surprisingly, Mr. Zhang's eyes widened as he looked like he had eaten a big melon, and Mansu was in disbelief. Then, she directly gave Du Tianqing a slap and said angrily, she is your sister. Du Tianqing didn't expect that the things he had been hiding were revealed. He simply admitted it. I just like yeah, she's not my real sister. There's no blood relationship between us. That won't do. Where will you let our Du family's face go if you do this? Wen Xiu said angrily. I don't care. I just love Du Yue. There's no way I'm separating from her. No one can drive her away. Du Tianqing said through clenched teeth. The word is out. Wen Xiu could only look at him with a disappointed face. Her gaze fell on Du Yu and she asked, do you like Tianqing too? Or did he force you? Du Yu hurriedly said, it's not that my brother forced me. It's a two-way relationship between us. Mom, if you're angry, just hit me. Don't hurt my brother. She looked like she was thinking of Du Tianqing, making both Qin Yang want to laugh a little. When Xiu glanced at Du Yu, she clenched her teeth, sighed, and said, I just know that you siblings have always been very close, but I didn't think that you would do something like that. Find a time for you guys to get your certificates, and the day after tomorrow, at the recognition banquet, I'll announce the marriage between you and Tianqing. Thanks Mom, Du Yu said excitedly. Du Tianqing was also agitated, with a strange look on his face. Qin Yang whispered in Du Li's ear, why is this guy so happy after being a receiver? His voice was small, so small that an ordinary person couldn't hear him. But, there wasn't a single ordinary person in the room, except for Mr. Zhang. The Du family was a martial arts family. All practiced martial arts. Even Du Yu, who had the lowest strength, was a second-rate martial artist. Her face turned white. She glanced at Du Tianqing in panic and hurriedly defended herself. Brother, Mom, he's slandering me. You're pregnant? Moon Su asked. You didn't dare to hide it and nodded in resignation? Du Tianqing, on the other hand, was delighted in his heart. But after hearing what Qin Yang had just said, he was a little hesitant. Could it be that Du Yu had really cuckolded herself? Who's that? Moon Su asked. Du looked at Wen Xiu with a look of disbelief as she said accusingly, Mom, in your eyes, am I the kind of girl who messes around? I only have my brother as a man. Wen Xiu also felt that the girl she had taught would not speak unpleasantly to Qin Yang. She said with some embarrassment, Qin Yang, are you looking at it wrong? Qin Yang said in a serious manner, have you ever heard of the White Cloud Temple? Mansu nodded. I'm the eldest senior brother of the White Cloud Temple, the eldest disciple of the White Cloud Taoist master. So do you think I'd be wrong? White Cloud Group? The White Cloud Temple? Together with the relationship between Du Li and Qin Yang, Wen Xiu instantly identified Qin Yang's identity. He turned out to be the eldest disciple of the legendary monastic sect White Cloud Temple. Wen Xiu was shaken. Then she turned around and slapped Du Yu's face, coldly asking, whose baby is it anyway? Mom, how could you doubt me? Do you look disbelieving? In case you didn't know, a child can have a paternity test even if it's not born, Qin Yang said. Now do you finally panicked? She broke down and cried, saying, the child is Lin Xiaodong's. I didn't mean to lie to you guys, I really do like my brother. Lam Shutong? Hearing this name, Du Tianqing's face turned white. This baby, it's 2 months old. Qin Yang continued. Do you panicked? She looked at Qin Yang angrily and roared. Shut up. It's you who should shut up. Du Tianqing roared, as he pulled Du up and stared into her eyes, saying coldly, I've been so good to you, how could you do this to me? You didn't dare to look him in the eye? It was only a month ago that you were with me. You should have found out that you were pregnant with Lin Xiaodong's child. What exactly do you want to do? Du Tianqing said viciously, although he did have some fondness for Du that was different from that of a sibling. If it wasn't for Du's deliberate seduction, the two wouldn't have done that kind of thing. Du said aggrievedly, I really like my brother. It's just that I accidentally fell for Lin Xiaodong's tricks in the first place. That's why I was scourged by him. I didn't want to. Seeing her with a pitiful look, Wen Xiao and Du Tianqing were instantly softened. Du Tianqing thought for a moment before he said, I'll still marry you if you get rid of the child. Wen Xiao glanced at Du Tianqing and didn't say anything. If Du didn't mean it, Du Tianqing's decision like this was the best for her. At this time, Qin Yang's cell phone message alert sounded. He opened it, then revealed a smile and said, So you and Lin Xiaodong have already been together for a long time. You slept together 2 years ago, and now you're making a child and wanting Du Tianqing to be the receiver. You don't want to join Lin Xiaodong in calculating the Du family, do you? What? Du Tianqing and Wenxiu were stunned. No, you're talking nonsense. You're slandering me for my sister. I'm not like that. Du was even more aggravated. Qin Yang shook his cell phone and laughed. I have evidence here. Do you want to take a look? And Du violently reached out her hand, trying to snatch Qin Yang's cell phone. Qin Yang smiled and dodged it. Seeing this scene, Du Tianqing and Wenxiu's heart sank. Their gazes fell on Du's complexion. Obscure. Chapter 118. To return to the South City. Looking at the two men's expressions, Du's heart trembled. She immediately walked over to the two and tried to explain. Mom, brother, he's lying to you, deliberately slandering me. I'm not like that. Qin Yang was also too lazy to dwell here any longer. He said to Du, let's go. Go back and rest. Too lazy to waste time with irrelevant people. Aha. Du nodded and the two of them left, holding hands. Mr. Zhang is also leaving. When Xiao shouted to stop Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, please don't spread the word about today's incident. It's considered that my Du family owes you a favor. Mr. Zhang immediately revealed a smile and said, Good to say. I have my heart in the right place. How can such a thing be spread out? But your Qianjin is really powerful. She is not only the vice president of Baiyun Group, but the man she is looking for is even a great disciple of the Baiyun Guan. I'm going to be envious of you. When Xiao let out a bitter laugh. With all this going on at home, she really didn't know what she had to envy about her family. But, with the other party saying so, she could only give a bitter laugh. Let Mr. Zhang see the joke. Mr. Zhang excused himself and left the place, and Du Yue looked lost in thought. When Xiao stared at her, her eyes gradually becoming stern. Take away. When Xiao said coldly, Mom, you have to believe me. Brother, you said you'd like me no matter what I look like. Did you forget? Du was completely flustered. This won't end well for her if she's taken away. Thinking of this, her true qi exploded and she ran off into the distance. But she hadn't gotten far before Du Tianqing grabbed her. Brother, how could you do this to me? Du was filled with disbelief. Du Tianqing's face was expressionless, only in the depths of his eyes there was some pain. He said coldly, You can lie to me, but you can't count on the Du family. I didn't count on the Du family. I'm innocent. It's that Qin Yang who's talking nonsense. Du Yue defended. Is it nonsense? When we go back, I will personally go to check. If what he said is false, I will fight with my life to help you take revenge. If what he said is true. Du Tianqing did not continue. If what Qin Yang said was true, Du's fate could be imagined? When Xiao's eyes looking at Du did not carry a bit of emotion at this point, they brought Du back and sealed the true qi. And, it was impossible for Du to escape in Du's house. When Du Jianhe heard the two men's account, he was astonished. How can it be? Ye is so kind. Before he could finish his words, he was stunned by Wen Xiao's icy cold eyes. Are you having an affair with her too? Why else would you be helping her out? Wen Xiao asked coldly. Du Jianhe was stunned and then almost died of anger. Does this woman know what she's talking about? How can you insult yourself like that? And Du Tianqing stared at his father skeptically. At this time, Qin Yan walked down from upstairs with Du Li by his side. He smiled and said, There's no relationship between them. If there was a relationship, I would be able to tell even if more time had passed. Du Jianhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Wen Xiao, Did you hear that? Qin Yang all but proved it for me. But, Qin Yang's one however, almost scared Du Jianghe to death. He didn't care about offending Qin Yang and immediately said, "You have to be responsible for your words, don't just talk nonsense." Qin Yang nodded and laughed. However, lately, his peach blossoms are a bit strong. I think there are quite a few women around him, throwing themselves at him, although he has rejected them all. In the long run, I'm afraid something will happen. When Xiao now fully believed in Qin Yang's words, she called out coldly, "Butler, in." The butler rushed over. "From today on, even if there are mosquitoes around the master, make sure they are all males. Do you hear me?" When Xiao's face was cold, the butler looked serious and immediately said, "Don't worry ma'am, I will definitely do it." When Xiao nodded in satisfaction at this, Du Jianghe cried and laughed. At the same time, he complained about Qin Yang in his heart. Even if he had seen it, there was no need for him to say it. Although he had no intention of cheating on his wife, Du Jianghe was still enjoying himself somewhat with so many beautiful women chasing after him, though he was also well aware that those people were only after his power and money. Also, check the relationship between Du Yu and Lin Xiaodong for me. I want all the information before 12 o'clock tonight. Moon Su instructed the housekeeper. The butler immediately said, "Yes." Du Tianqing walked out of the room, looking a bit tired, cheated out of his body and heart by a scummy woman. Even if Qin Yang hadn't uncovered it, I'm afraid he might have been cheated out of his life. After all, if he had lived, it would have been impossible for Du Yu to get the Du family fortune. The only possibility is that he's dead. Thinking of this, Du Tianqing couldn't help but shiver. That woman, she really is so cruel. He looked at Du Li with a tinge of guilt in his eyes. Earlier, he had even said some hard words to Du Li because of Du Yu. In hindsight, he really wasn't a thing. "Sister, Before his words could fall, Du Li's voice rang out. "You don't have to express your apologies. After all, I didn't take you seriously either." Du Tianqing was embarrassed. He touched his nose and didn't say anything. "After the recognition feast, I'm going back to South City," Du Li said. When these words came out, the crowd was shocked. "But you just got back," Moon Su said. Du Li murmured, "I've decided." In other words, there is no room for negotiation. Du Tianqing laughed bitterly. He persuaded his parents, "Mom and Dad, don't feel too bad. Your sister just went to the South City. Our Haichang is close to the South City. That what? If you guys want to see your sister, you can go over there often. Your sister has grown up and has her own life. She shouldn't just stay by your side." When Xiao's eyes lit up as she instantly said with excitement, "Not bad, I can buy a house in the South City and live there to accompany my daughter. What about me?" Du Jianghe asked. "Feel free," Moon Su said. Duj. He was a little speechless, looking at his wife. "Never mind, I'll follow you to the south side." Du Jianghe thought about it and made a decision. "What about me?" Du Tianqing, who was on one side, asked. He could sort of tell that the two were forgetting about him as their own son. When Xiao then reacted that there was still Du Tianqing, Du Jianghe said unconcernedly, "In this case, I will now divide the family's industry between you and your sister. When the time comes, you will preside over the family's affairs, and your sister will just take the dividends every year. Anyway, she is now the vice president of the Baiyun group, and can't look at that little thing in our family." Du Tianqing was dumbfounded. He was tempted to ask if he was his own child, and how he had been left alone in Sea City. And Du Li, too, had an unexpectedness about the transformation. Chapter 119 Sent to coal mining. She looked at the crowd and said, "You guys don't have to do this." Wan Xiao walked over, took Du Li's hand, and said, "Why not? I know you may not be able to accept us very well, but we are your parents, and not being there for your growth all these years is our fault, and your father and I don't want to be absent from your time in the future anymore. Well, your mom and dad's real daughter. In fact, we just came back yesterday, and we've already decided that if you don't want to stay in Haichang, we'll go to South City to accompany you." Du Jianghe also said. A flicker of warmth flashed through Du Li's heart. She accepted the two slightly better. Just then, a group of people rushed in, all enforcers. "What do you do?" Du Jianghe frowned and opened his mouth to ask. A middle-aged man walked out and said to Du Jianghe, "Mr. Du, just now we received a call that you were illegally detained, so we came over to take a look." "Who called?" Du Jianghe asked. "Me." At this time, a voice came from upstairs. "Do you stumbled out of the door?" Her true chi was sealed and now her body was not as good as an ordinary person. "Uncle law enforcement, help me. They're going to abuse me, lock me up, and kill me." Du Yu pleaded. There was some smugness in her heart. The Du family wanted to shut themselves down. There was no door. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the enforcers changed. They immediately had to bring the Du family under control. "Stop!" Qin Yang shouted. That enforcer frowned and stared at Qin Yang, saying, "What are you doing? There is something wrong with this man that falls under our purview to deal with and is out of your hands." After saying that, Qin Yang handed over his documents. Dragon Court. The leaders of the Law Enforcement Bureau in Hai Chang naturally knew what the Dragon Pavilion was. He immediately saluted Qin Yang and said, "We will leave now. Please pardon us for disturbing you." After saying that, he left with his men. And Du Yue was dumbfounded throughout. She hadn't expected that the people from the Haichan Law Enforcement Bureau would come and leave immediately. What exactly was Qin Yang's identity? Surprisingly, he had made the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau so fearful. If they leave, they are finished. Realizing this, Du Yue instantly shouted, "You can't leave. You're law enforcers, you can't see death." The other party turned around and said with a cold smile, "We don't save everyone." The people arrested by the Dragon Pavilion, all of them belong to the most heinous crimes. Dragon Court? A big crime? Du Yue's face turned white, finally knowing where Qin Yang came from. He was actually someone from the Dragon Pavilion. No wonder he was so powerful. Casually finding out about the collusion between himself and Lin Xiaodong, she looked at Qin Yang with indignation, her eyes almost as if she wanted to eat him alive. Qin Yang asked suspiciously, how could she contact the Law Enforcement Bureau? Du Tianqing blushed and said with some embarrassment, "I was afraid that she would be bored and gave her a cell phone, but didn't put in a cell phone card." As he said this, Du Tianqing's voice became smaller and smaller, ********. Qin Yang gave him a 2-word rating without mincing words. Du Tianqing's face turned red and he wanted to retort, but found himself speechless. To be able to do such a thing, it seems that it is not wrong to say that he is not wrong. How did we give birth to such a retarded son? Du Jianghe sighed. It should come with you. When Xiu glanced at Du Jianghe couldn't help but retort, "It said that a son's IQ follows." Before he could finish his words, he realized that when Xiu's icy gaze, tinged with warning, landed on his body, Du Jianghe winced and immediately changed his words. "My son's IQ follows his father's, and it's indeed because I'm mentally retarded." Man Su looked like a child. This made Du Jianghe cry and laugh. "Forget it, your own wife. What's the point of worrying so much? Stupid." He gave Du Tianqing a contemptuous look, looking for balance in him. Du Tianqing's face turned into a pig's liver color. "Butler, in." The butler came over immediately. "Take Du Yue out and deal with him as you see fit." "Yes," the butler said. "No, I'm wrong. Daddy, don't you do this to me." Du Yue's face changed drastically. She begged bitterly, but it didn't help a bit. The butler took her away. A flash of intolerance flashed in Du Tianqing's eyes as he sighed. Qin Yang was a bit curious and inquired, "What are you going to do with her? Kill it?" "Of course not." Du Jianghe shook his head. "What's that?" Qin Yang asked curiously. "Nullify your martial arts. Send them to dig coal, and after 10 years, give them a release," Du Jianghe said. Qin Yang was speechless. Surprisingly enough, I have to say, the method didn't kill anyone, but it was pretty simmering. Digging coal for 10 years, and scrapping your martial arts skills, and not being able to come out during that time, is really the greatest punishment for a girl. I'm afraid that after 10 years, Du Yue will come out again, and even if she doesn't go crazy, she'll be almost there. And as a member of the Du family, Du Yue knew this punishment all too well, which was why she was so afraid. "Okay, enough about her. Bad luck," Moon Su said. She was still upset with Du Yue in her heart. "I raised myself for so many years and ended up with a white wolf." At this point, when Xiu didn't even want to mention Du Yue, the recognition banquet is held and Dooley is formally introduced. She wore an evening gown, noble and cold. Unlike the Wenwei of a lady, she also had a wild feeling. Several temperaments in her body, perfectly blended together. Let a person marvel. "May I ask where Ms. Du Yue is? Why hasn't she come?" a youth asked, glancing at the youth. When Xiu's face was slightly cold as she said lightly, "I didn't think that Lin Xiao cared so much about Du Yue. That girl was adopted by me, but she was a bad character and unmarried and pregnant. She has already been kicked out of the house by me, and I don't know where she's gone now." Lin Xiaodong's face changed slightly. When he hadn't been able to contact Du Yue lately, he had gotten a little worried. "I didn't expect to hear that." Lin Xiaodong was incredibly worried in his heart. Although he could let Du Yue sleep with Du Tianqing in order to seek the Du family's industry, he had a real fondness for Du Yue in his heart as well. This is not a conflict at all for someone like Lin Xiaodong. Chastity wasn't worth even a penny to him. Lin Xiaodong couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect the Du family to be so vicious." In order to make room for their own daughter, they slandered their adopted daughter who had been raised for so many years, and drove people out of the house. Their life and death unknown. "I've really gained a lot of insight today." Just then, Du Tianqing rushed over. He slapped Lin Xiaodong's face, his eyes icy cold. "How dare you hit me?" Lin Xiaodong stared angrily at Du Tianqing. Du Tianqing said coldly, "If you had admitted the relationship between you and Du Yue, I would still be able to think highly of you and maybe let you two be reunited. But it turns out that you don't even have the courage to admit it. You coward." The crowd was in an uproar at these words. That Du was unmarried and pregnant, and it was actually Lin Xiaodong who did it. Chapter 120. Qin Yang was arrested. Lin Xiaodong's heart jumped wildly. The other party knew about the relationship between himself and Du Yue. Could it be that Du Yue had told them about their scheming as well? If it was as he suspected, the Lin family would be in trouble. Lin Xiaodong laughed coldly. Du Tianqing, what are you farting about? What does this matter have to do with me? It couldn't be that you fell for that adopted sister of yours, then slept with her, got pregnant and then kicked the person out of the house, and now you're blaming it on me. You're really shameless. Du Tianqing stared at Lin Xiaodong coldly, his icy eyes, making Lin Xiaodong a little creeped out. He felt that Du Tianqing had changed and was somewhat different from before. Is it because you found out the truth, so you're irritated? Right at this moment, Du Tianqing said coldly, it's useless for you to be clever with your words. From today onwards, our Du family will make every effort to block your Lin family until your Lin family goes bankrupt and everyone sleeps on the streets. Lin Xiaodong was confused. The crowd also clamored. There was some difference in strength between the Du family and the Lin family, but it was impossible for the Du family to overwhelmingly crush the Lin family. Du Tianqing, however, openly announced this news. It seemed that the matter was really the work of Lin Xiaodong, and this was to bring the Lin family to a complete end. The crowd came to be interested. Two tigers fighting, there will be one injury, or even possible both losses. When some of them, they can reap the benefits and take their place. The crowd grew more and more excited at the thought. When Lin Xiaodong reacted, he said coldly, Du Tianqing, you're crazy. There's not much difference in strength between our two families. If you want to destroy my Lin family, you Du family can be better off. We'll sleep on the streets and you'll have to go out and beg for food. This is not alarmist talk. It is something that is highly likely to happen. As the vice president of the White Cloud Group, I announced that the White Cloud Group will globally block the Lin family from now on, and anyone who cooperates with the Lin family is working against my White Cloud Group. Dully's voice rang out, instantly silencing the entire party. They looked at Dully incredulously. Vice president of the White Cloud Group? This daughter that the Du family had just retrieved had such an identity. Everyone was stunned. No wonder the Du family was so determined to block the Lin family. With the White Cloud Group behind them, a mere Lin family was really nothing. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were filled with sympathy as they looked at Lin Xiaodong. They knew that the Lin family was finished. Lin Xiaodong's face turned pale as he stared at Dully and said, I don't believe it. You're definitely not the vice president of the White Cloud Group. You can look it up on the official website. You know if I am or not. Dully said faintly. Kill and kill. Lin Xiaodong went on the official website. After seeing the introduction on top of the official website, he immediately blanched. Surprisingly, it's true. He looked at Dully in horror. The eyes of the crowd looking at Dully were also filled with awe. The vice president of the White Cloud Group, the absolute big brother. If they can climb up to Dully, people casually give some envy. It is enough for them to earn a lot of money. The crowd perked up at the thought. Lin Xiaodong didn't speak anymore. His eyes were ice cold as he glanced at Dully before turning to leave. Everyone could see that Lin Xiaodong was thinking about Dully and would probably launch a retaliation. Mr. Zhang reminded. Mr. What? You have to remind Mr. Du to be careful. This Lin Xiaodong is not a good person. They are also a martial arts family. Be careful of them laying their hands on Mr. Du. Mr. Zhang didn't know much about the realm of martial artists, but in her opinion, Dully couldn't be much stronger. After all, she wasn't very old. When Xiao smiled and said, thanks for reminding Mr. Zhang, but I'm worried that he won't do it. If he does, I won't worry instead. This left Mr. Zhang somewhat stunned. Then it dawned on her. When Xiao this is extremely confident in Dully. She laughed and said, rather, I was overthinking it. And thanks to Mr. Zhang's concern, our two families can cooperate more in the future. Mr. Zhang's character, I can trust it. When Xiao laughed, Mr. Zhang immediately said excitedly, that's natural. You can rest assured that there won't be a single problem when you cooperate with me. She was thrilled. All along, she has been deliberately approaching Wen Xiao to get the Du family's project. But all this time, the Du family had only had some small cooperation with her, and were quite cautious. It didn't occur to me that today, I was just a reminder, but it made Wen Xiao lose her tongue. This matter, I will talk to him Tianxing. If you cooperate in the future, look for Tianxing. We, husband and wife, are going to the South City to accompany our daughter. Moon Su said, Mr. Man, you guys aren't staying in Haichang? Mr. Zhang was a bit surprised. Wen Xiao nodded and said, we owe our daughter too much, so we want to spend time with her. Pity the parents. Mr. Zhang exclaimed. The party went on until it lasted until after 10 o'clock in the evening, which was the end of it. Dully changed out of her evening dress and walked out with Qin Yang. She wanted to walk with Qin Yang. The sea city at night is gorgeous and beautiful, full of modernization. There were also a lot of people. and even after 10 p.m. There was no sign of a decrease in foot traffic. It's a little different than the south side. It was past 10 o'clock at night in the south side, and the streets became thinned out. The only thing is that there are some snack streets and whatnot that have some crowds gathering, but it's not comparable at all to Haichang. They strolled through the streets of Sea City, people of all shapes and sizes, rubbing shoulders, Du Li and Qin Yang holding hands, have a feeling of the quietness of the years. This tranquility, however, was soon broken. A car pulled up in front of them and yanked both of them directly on top of it. Qin Yang and Du Li looked at each other. Neither of them resisted. A man glanced at Du Li lustfully, but made no move. If he had dared to make a move, he would have been a dead man by now. It should be Lin Xiaodong's people. Qin Yang transmitted his voice. Go meet him. Du Li spoke up as well. Aha! Neither of them spoke, even a little too calmly. This was a bit of a surprise to those who caught them. It's the first time I've seen someone like that, who wasn't even a little nervous about being arrested. The man at the head of the group said, looking surprised. People who come out of martial arts families, even if they don't have the strength, their stamina is a little stronger than the average person, right? If this were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would be scared to death, the man exclaimed. Qin Yang and Du Li smiled at each other. Seeing that the two were so cooperative, they didn't do anything to them, and soon brought them to their destination. It was a warehouse in the outskirts of the city. No one usually came over and it belonged to the Lin family's property. Lin Xiaodong stood there, condescendingly looking at the two with a face full of disdain. Vice President of the White Cloud Group. Right, do you still dare to be wild in front of me now? Lin Xiaodong stared at Du Li. What do you want to do? Du Li asked. Kneel and talk to me. Lin Xiaodong rebuked. Chapter 121 Garbage deserves to die. Du Li froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. She stared at Lin Xiaodong with eyes that looked like she was looking at an idiot. Lin Xiaodong was irritated by Du Li's eyes. He said angrily, what kind of look is that? Dare to look at me like that? Believe it or not, I'll make you look good? I was already pretty good looking, Du Li said. Lin Xiaodong gritted his teeth, seeing that Du Li looked as if she had not put herself in her eyes at all. He sneered, and said, okay, I hope you're still that tough in a bit. After saying that, he waved his hand and a few people approached Du Li. What are you going to do? Du Li asked. Let my brothers do you and take some pictures. When the time comes, I don't believe you'll still dare to let the White Cloud Group deal with our Lin family. Lin Xiaodong sneered. Don't you think you're being shameless by doing this? Du Li said. What shamelessness? Just be useful. My Lin family is no match for your Du family, much less the White Cloud Group. I can only do so much. If you don't want the entire Dragon Kingdom to appreciate your body, you'd better listen to me honestly. Qin Yang touched his nose and couldn't help but say, you want to deal with my wife? Have you ever put me in your eyes? You? What can you do when you're just an ordinary person? Lin Xiaodong looked disdainful. If he wasn't afraid of angering Du Li, by that time, even if he had a photo in his hand it would be useless. He would have already asked him to kill Qin Yang. In his eyes, Qin Yang was just a little white boy who was dependent on Du Li. Qin Yang laughed as he flashed and came to Lin Xiaodong's side, and in the next moment, Qin Yang's hand cupped Lin Xiaodong's neck. Lin Xiaodong looked at Qin Yang with a face of disbelief. The other guy knows Kung Fu? It was something he hadn't expected. Moreover, with his strength close to innate, he was not even Qin Yang's casual hand, and was instantly held by him. With this kind of strength, it was at least at the innate level. If you dare to kill me, my father won't let you go. You probably don't know that my father is about to step into the ranks of the land immortals, the peak of the innate, only a hair's breadth away from a land god. However, Lin Xiaodong also knew that it was not an easy task for his father to become a land god. In all likelihood, it won't work out in this lifetime. It may seem like a line of separation, but it's like a moat. I, a land god immortal, haven't even said anything yet, and you, a person who hasn't even stepped into a land god immortal yet, are so forceful? Du Li said faintly. No way. Lin Xiaodong had a look of disbelief on his face. How could Du Li be a land god? Not even his father had reached that level. Just then, Du Li's feet left the ground and just floated in front of him. Lin Xiaodong was scared silly, and those who had brought Du Li in were confused. They thought that both Du Li and Qin Yang were scared silly. That's why they were so honest on top of the car. Now it seems that people don't give a damn about them. Would two powerful men who were at least land gods be afraid of a few of their little shrimps? Not to mention them, even if 10 Lin families were tied together, they would not be a match for others. The Lin family had kicked the bucket this time. Thoughts flashed quickly through their minds, and some fled outward. As a result, a true essence caught up with them and directly struck through their bodies. Those people fell to the ground without a sound. This scene caused Lin Xiaodong to be completely dumbfounded. The hairs on his body stood up in sweat as he looked at Qin Yang and the others in disbelief. At this time, he realized what a terrifying existence he had incurred. Feeling Qin Yang's hand pinching his neck, getting tighter and tighter, Lin Xiaodong finally got scared. Spare. Click. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking rang out as Lin Xiaodong died. His eyes were wide with disbelief, clearly not expecting that he would be taken out so easily. He wanted to say something else, but there was never a chance. Garbage deserves to die, Qin Yang said. In the next moment, he threw out a few flames that landed on the bodies of several people. The corpses of several people instantly burst into flames, and within a few seconds, they completely became ashes. Only then did Qin Yang say to Dooley, "Alright, let's go back. As for that Lin family, let your brother clean them up." "What brother?" "Just a confused man," Dooley said in a no-nonsense manner. When she thought of Du Tianqing's previous behavior, she couldn't help but spit. If he hadn't gotten lost later on, Dooley would have wanted to teach even him a lesson. "Come on, it's okay to be repentant and get lost. Who can't make a mistake?" Qin Yang said. Seeing him say that, Dooley nodded and didn't say anything else. Back home, Moonsu and the others are waiting for the two. Handed over a document, a list of their possessions, and the share of them to be given to Dooley. Dooley and Duchess, basically 50-50. The Du family didn't have the idea that their daughters couldn't inherit the family business. In their eyes, sons and daughters were all the same. Dooley was a little surprised. She hadn't expected that her parents would give her so much. Dooley waved his hand, about to refuse. Du Jianghe, however, said, "Originally intended, all to you. Let your brother start from nothing. After all, a boy, if you still need to inherit the family's industry, in order to make some fame, is also too useless, but his brain is really too bad, so we just gave him half. You do not mind." How could Dooley mind? She just thought the two were giving too much. "Alright, just take it, and in the future, let the White Cloud Group and your brother work together a few more times, and by then these things given to you will be returned," Qin Yang said. Dooley's heart fluttered, and she felt that this solution was also very good. With that in mind, she signed her name. "We're going back tomorrow," Dooley said. After leaving South City for so long, she was a little homesick. When Xiao and Du Jianghe were shocked in their hearts, they didn't realize that Dooley was leaving tomorrow. She had no attachment to Hai Chang. Surprisingly, Dooley knew what they were thinking. She spoke, "You're all going to South City, so there's no need for me to stay in Hai Chang. You know my status, there's still a lot of things to deal with." Dooley usually would assist Su Nuyu in handling some projects. This vice president, when she was in the Su family, Su Nuyu didn't dare to give it, but in the Baiyun group, she certainly didn't have any scruples. Dooley's ability to do that really helps her a lot. When Xiao and Du Jianghe's hearts fluttered, now the entire White Cloud Group had 4 vice presidents, responsible for 4 different regions. Even so, there were still quite a few things that needed Sun Yu's personal attention, and she was incredibly busy. "Fine, go back then. Career is important," Du Jianghe said. "Thanks for understanding," Dooley said, but up until now, she hadn't called her parents mom and dad. Chapter 122 Leaving Sea City. At night, Qin Yang left for a while. No one knew about it. Even Dooley thought that Qin Yang had gone to the toilet. By the time Qin Yang returned, it was already half an hour later. Dooley hugged Qin Yang and slept more soundly. Qin Yang smiled. Early the next morning, while eating breakfast, Du Tianqing suddenly exclaimed, Lin Xiaodong's father died. Originally, Du Jianghe wanted to chide Du Tianqing, thinking that he was a bit humiliated for shouting. However, after hearing Du Tianqing's words, he revealed a shocked expression before pulling Du Tianqing by the hand and asking, "Are you telling the truth? It's all over the news." In one night, Lin Xiaodong disappeared and Lin Strike was killed. Some people even speculated that it was our Du family that did it. Are they ridiculous? Where does our Du family have that kind of strength? There was not much difference between the strengths of the Lin family and the Du family. Even if the Du clan had done it, they wouldn't have been able to decapitate the two so easily. The only explanation was that someone stronger had struck, and it shouldn't be a strong person from the Du clan. "I'm afraid someone will point the finger at us," Munsu said worriedly. "I don't know which warrior did it. I simply admire him." Du Tianqing sighed. Qin Yang pointed at himself. "Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? You're not saying that person is you, are you?" Du Tianqing said with amusement. Qin Yang nodded. "Very sure. That guy's strength is on the verge of becoming a land god. I'm worried that after we leave, you'll be persecuted by their family, and the biggest possibility is that both of you will lose." Qin Yang was all smiles. "So you took him out?" Du Tianqing was shocked. Qin Yang nodded. "It's not easy for those who cultivate immortality to fight those who practice martial arts. It's pretty easy." They were greatly shaken in their hearts. It's mainly because there are some things that Xiaodong Lin has done that have gone too far. Qin Yang talked about what happened last night. Hearing Qin Yang's words, fire rose in Du Tianqing's and their eyes. "That scum, Lin Xiaodong, tried to harm Du Li? Where is Du Xiaodong? I'm going to set his bones to ashes, Du Tianqing said angrily. Du Jianghe was also filled with killing intent. The other party dared to treat his daughter in such a way, and although it didn't work, it still angered Du Jianghe. At this moment, he couldn't wait to immediately rush to Lin Xiaodong's front and scrape him alive. Already Jan, Qin Yang said calmly. The two of them stiffened and looked at Qin Yang with a touch of horror in their eyes. Already Jan. They naturally knew what that meant. Lin Xiaodong is surprisingly all dead. Without saying a word, Du Tianqing directly rushed out. What's he going to do? Du Li asked. When Xiao smiled and said, now that the Lin family's father and son are dead, it's the best time to make a move against the Lin family, so he naturally doesn't want to miss it, and wouldn't he regret it to death if someone else took advantage of him? Du Li got it. Du Tianqing is going after the Lin family? It's really a good opportunity to do it now. Alright, let's leave him alone. I'm sure Tianxing can do it. You guys have a good meal. Then Dad and I will take you to the station, Moon Su said. After a few people finished eating, Du Jianhe personally drove and sent the people to the station. It could be seen that Wenxia was a little reluctant to let go and took Du Li's hand, never letting go. And Du Jianghe also sighed. Come on, don't be sad. It's not like we won't see each other again, Du Jianghe said, blankly glancing at Du Jianghe. Wenxiao said, it was not easy to meet with my daughter, but now I have to part again. Of course I don't feel good about it. Who is like you? Hard-hearted. Du Jianghe was speechless. How did he become hard-hearted? The love for your daughter is not a penny less for yourself. Okay. After watching the two check their tickets and get on the bus, Du Jianghe and the others left. At this point, both of them were a bit down, and Du Li was a little emotional. The time before, she didn't feel very good about anyone in the Du family, but now it's a little different. She could feel that the other person was family, blood connected. There were some waves in between, but it still brought a few warmth to her heart. Thinking about what? Qin Yang asked. Only then did Du Li react. She smiled and said, there's nothing, it's just that we're suddenly parting ways, and there's surprisingly a bit of reluctance in our hearts. That's normal. It's your parents after all. They didn't raise you as a child, but blood is different. There's an innate emotional bond. Qin Yang laughed. Du Li couldn't help but ask, I'm not useless? Qin Yang shook his head and said, how could that be? You originally grew up under an environment of lack of love, and in your heart, there is an expectation of love and being loved, especially from your family, so it makes sense to accept them in this way. Thank you Qin Yang, Du Li said before lying in Qin Yang's arms. The picture is beautiful. Just then, a strong smell of feet came through. Qin Yang frowned as a man next to him took off his shoes, revealing yellowed white socks that were still misting. The people around them, all frowned. Apparently, they all smelled it too. Only when they realized that the source of the smell was a big bald man, they all couldn't help but shrink their necks. They feel that they can't afford to provoke the other side, so they don't dare to speak. Qin Yang said to the bald man, put on your shoes. It stinks. The bald man glanced at Qin Yang, then pretended not to hear him. Looking at the look of disbelief on his face, it was clear that he didn't care about Qin Yang's words at all. Qin Yang's face sank as he directly kicked over. Bump! The man kicked in the leg and let out a ghostly scream. Help! Murder! The man shouted. Qin Yang's face turned colder. He kicked his opponent in the head and then he fainted magnificently and expired. Amidst the shocked eyes of the crowd, Qin Yang carried the man, kicked the other's shoes under his feet, and threw him into the middle of the aisle. He then took one of the shoes and kicked it into the man's face, the mouth of the shoe right over his nose. After doing this, Qin Yang came back again and the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Qin Yang didn't care. He just closed his eyes and faked sleep, and Du Li smiled. That guy just now. I don't know if he dares to take off his shoes in public casually after what he just went through. When the car arrived at the station, the steward was startled to find the man passed out and couldn't be woken up by shouting. So at once he was taken off the car and taken to the hospital. The man wakes up in the middle of the hospital and asks blankly, where is this? River City. How did I get down in River City? God damn it. Where's my luggage? I still have 9 more stops before I get to the place. The man broke down a bit, and at that moment, Qin Yang was taking the man's luggage and throwing it into the dumpster. He went back to the south side. Chapter 123. Are you my father? Sun Wan Yu personally drove and came to pick up Qin Yang and the others. Seeing Qin Yang and the two of them coming out from the station, Su Nuyu immediately waved her hand. Qin Yang and Du Li walked over. Boss, aren't you busy today? Du Li was a little surprised. It's okay, at least there's still time to pick you guys up, Sun Wan Yu said. Seeing her say that, Qin Yang scratched his head and said, it seems like there are really a lot of things going on in the White Cloud Group. I didn't even know that doing business was that busy. Blankly glancing at Qin Yang, he shouldn't think that a huge White Cloud Group was easy to manage, right? Okay, enough of that for now. Get in the car and we'll talk as we go, Sun Wan Yu said. Aha, Qin Yang and Dooley got into the car. The car started and left the train station. In fact, it's just a little busy in the early stage. Now basically has been rationalized. A lot of things, there are people below responsible for. I only need to control the general direction can be. Some particularly important things, only will look for me. Speaking here, Su Nuyu sighed. Lu Min is a business wizard. He's built the White Cloud Group to perfection. I took over and just made some slight adjustments. That kid's got some skills. Xin Yang laughed. A few people went back to the house. Along the way, Dooley also told her about recognizing her family. I didn't realize that your real parents were actually the power holders of the Du family of High City. The Du family of High City are the premier big family in High City. Sun Wanyu sighed. Although, there was no way to compare it with the White Cloud Group. After coming into contact with the White Cloud Group, Sun Wanyu realized that the original White Cloud Group was strong in more than just business power. Lu Min had also trained a group of powerful alteration experts. These people couldn't be compared to cultivators, but to martial artists, they were difficult to fight against. And now this power was in Sun Wanyu's hands. If there was anything, Sun Wanyu could just let these people handle it. It didn't occur to me that they were actually related to my adoptive parents, who belonged to a side branch, and who stole me back then, Dooley said. Surprisingly, that's what happened. Sun Wanyu couldn't help but sigh. The evil of the human heart is truly unimaginable. It's downright vicious that relatives can go down on each other. However, thinking about what happened in their family, Sun Wanyu felt that it was actually quite normal. The cook prepared the meal and brought it up. Qin Yang and the others ate, chatting as they ate. Just at this time, Qin Yang's cell phone rang. He took it out and it was an unfamiliar number. Qin Yang picked up the phone. Are you my father? Can you take me away? Fifi is so hungry and it hurts. Inside the phone, a milky voice came. Qin Yang was slightly stunned as he said in surprise, Little girl, did you make a wrong call? You're my dad. Will you come pick up Fifi? The little girl's voice came from the other side of the phone, a little weak, making it a little heartbreaking to listen to. Qin Yang thought for a moment before asking, Okay, where are you? I'll go pick you up. Something didn't feel right to him. The little girl's voice was overly weak. Although he didn't know why the call came to his cell phone, but something happened to a kid, he could still go and save the day. Just then, a loud curse came from inside the cell phone. Good you wild seed, how dare you steal a cell phone to make a call? Let's see if I don't beat you to death today. Aunt Fifi doesn't dare anymore. Don't hit Fifi. Then, a cry of pain came from inside the cell phone, accompanied by the little girl's cries, causing Qin Yang's heart to tighten. He was just about to inquire when the call was cut off. When I called again, I couldn't get through. Your daughter? No, I don't have any other women besides a few of you, Qin Yang said decisively. That little girl seems to be having a bad time. Let's help her. Dooley's eyes were a little red. Her situation when she was a child. Then this little girl. In fact, not much better. At this time there is a feeling of empathy. Qin Yang sent his cell phone number to the Dragon Pavilion and asked them to trace the address. It's in South City, but in the suburbs, 50 kilometers from your place in God's Stick. And I've already sent you the cell phone head of household information. Dragon Court gave a quick reply. Qin Yang immediately moved. He did not have any hesitation. For some reason, he had a feeling that if he didn't go and save this little girl, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. We'll go too, Dooley and Sun Wanyu said. Qin Yang drove his car and his speed directly flew up, rushing to that place. He ran a lot of red lights. The traffic enforcement team was all alarmed and immediately wanted to stop Qin Yang and their car. As a result, upon seeing the license plate, they immediately abandoned their intentions. Don't intercept. That's the car of the chairman of the White Cloud Group. They should have something urgent. Just send the list of penalties over in a moment. Don't delay them. The captain of the traffic enforcement team said. Captain, this isn't right. Even the chairman of the White Cloud Group doesn't have such a privilege, right? The player said disgruntled. The brigadier glanced at him and said indifferently, the White Cloud Group has always been law-abiding and easily won't do anything that violates the rules like this. This is something I understand very well. Plus the fact that the White Cloud Group has set up its headquarters in the southern city, which has solved at least more than 100,000 people's employment problems, plus some of the jobs that have been derived from the radiating places of their industries. Are you trying to offend such a god of wealth? Do you want to offend such a god of wealth? Can you afford the consequences? That member of the team scrunched his neck and instantly didn't dare to speak. He hadn't thought that the White Cloud Group's influence in South City was actually so great. Qin Yang went all the way and arrived at the place. According to the address given by the Dragon Pavilion, Qin Yang finally found the place. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was King Kong who called. Pick up the phone. King Kong's anxious voice came. God Stick, just called you that little girl. We found out. He is the monkey's daughter. When the monkey talked about a girlfriend, we're going to get married. but the result is that he died in the war, and his girlfriend has been pregnant, will be the child was born, then committed suicide to go to the monkey. It left a daughter, by his girlfriend's brother to raise. The person who called you just now, is that child? Xin Yang's eyes reddened when he heard this. He said coldly, why didn't you guys take care of her? Hearing this, King Kong angrily roared, monkey that year did not tell us that he was in love. We simply do not know. If not just now the little girl called you, we cannot find out. That, when he finished speaking, Xin Yang's eyes became even redder. He kicked open the iron door in front of him and walked right in. Chapter 124 Both Ends. The people inside the room were taken aback. They stared angrily at the three Xin Yangs and questioned, who are you? Why did you kick down the door of my house? Xin Yang gazed over. There are 4 of them here. 2 adults, 2 children. The adults were both in their 30s, a married couple, and didn't look like kind people just from their looks. 2 children, one a little chubby boy, not very old, were at that moment riding a big horse on the back of a thin little girl. The little girl was skinny and bony and looked tiny. Her face was slap marks and her exposed arms and calves were covered in bruises. Seeing this scene, Xin Yang walked over, grabbed that little chubby peer and threw it to the side. Tubby cried out in pain. The couple was angry too. The man directly rushed over with a chair and slammed it down on Xin Yang. Xin Yang's back was turned to the man as he reached out his hand and carefully held the little girl in his arms. Bump! The chair smashed into his body, and Xin Yang's body didn't even tremble. He turned slowly, his gaze falling on the man, the cold light in his eyes, causing the man to tremble. He was so scared that he took a few steps backward, shivering. Who are you? What are you doing? Don't you mess around. Xin Yang wanted to kill someone. Just then, a group of enforcers rushed in. Chen Chunbao, Zhang Wenyun, you're suspected of child abuse and unlawful appropriation of other people's property. Please come with us. Chen Chunbao's face instantly turned white. His face was ugly and he immediately wanted to defend himself. You don't need to defend yourself now. Wait until the Enforcement Bureau has your say, the enforcer said. Chen Chunbao's face was ugly, and the little fat man had been scared silly. He stayed there and cried out. No one took any notice of him, just a born bad seed. Xin Yang glanced at the enforcer as he nodded and left with the girl in his arms. These enforcers were mostly arranged by the Dragon Pavilion. Everyone in the Dragon Pavilion knew his character. He came here and presumably stepped in to take out the other guy. Seeing Xin Yang leave, that enforcer also let out a sigh of relief. Carrying the girl inside the car, Xin Yang drove and slowly drove towards the center of the city. It was at this time that the little girl timidly asked, "Are you daddy?" Xin Yang nodded and said, "From today onwards, I am your father." And Sun Wan you couldn't help but ask, "Baby, how do you know he's daddy?" "I saw a diary that mom left behind with a lot of numbers with words that mom wrote to Fifi saying that all Fifi had to do was call those numbers and whoever answered the phone would be Fifi's dad." Speaking a little downcast, the little girl said, "The first time I called my dad's phone, his cell phone was turned off, and thankfully this time it didn't matter." Xin Yang was shaken, then directly gave himself a few slaps. The cell phone number he used in the middle of the Dragon Pavilion was after he came into contact with Vajra, and that's when he reused it. And when the girl called, it was mostly before he made contact with King Kong. Thinking of this, Xin Yang's face was extremely ugly. I can't believe I almost missed the distress call from my monkey daughter, causing her to suffer for so much longer. The girl saw Xin Yang's action, but she wasn't afraid. Instead she said, "Daddy, don't hit yourself. It will hurt." Every time auntie and uncle hit Fei Fei, Fei Fei was in pain. Xin Yang's chest was clogged. His nose was so sore that tears almost fell from his eyes. "It's okay, Daddy's got thick skin." Dooley rushed to comfort. What had been a somewhat sad atmosphere was punctured by a single word from Dooley. Xin Yang glanced at Dooley and cried and laughed a little. This girl is comforting. Returning to Su Nuyu's residence, the little girl looked at the opulent house in front of her and was a little afraid to move. Sun Wanyu made her sit on the sofa while ordering the maid to go buy some clothes and shoes over. Xia Fengfei's clothes were very worn and very ill-fitting. They looked like boys' clothes. They should have been given to the little girl because that little fatty couldn't wear them. Looking at the fruits on the table, a strange growl came from Xia Fengfei's stomach, which made the little girl embarrassed. "Hungry? Ha, have a bite of banana first." Su Nuyu brought over a banana and peeled it open to Xia Fengfei's mouth. Xia Fengfei ate 2 bites, then stopped eating. She looked at Sun Wanyu expectantly and said, "Sister, can I keep the rest and eat it at night? I'm always hungry at night. Sometimes I'm so hungry that I can't sleep." Sun Wanyu's tears fell. What kind of life is this kid living? He can't even get enough to eat. "It's okay, you don't have to save it for the night. Eat it all now. You follow us. You won't go hungry." Speaking here, Sun Wanyu said, "Moreover, you can't call me sister. You should call me mom. I'm your father's girlfriend." "Mom?" Xia Fengfei's eyes widened. She envied children with mothers the most. Children with mothers had people to love them. so that they didn't have to be beaten, and still had enough to eat. She's your mom too. Sun Wan Yu pointed at Du Li and said. Xia Fengfei was instantly happy and cheered. I have a mom. Great, I have a mom. Xin Yang took a deep breath and said, King Kong is here. I'll go greet him for a bit. After that, he walked out. Coming outside the house, he huffed. Before he greeted Vajra, who had entered the yard, King Kong pulled out a journal and handed it over. A couple of slap marks on his face, like he'd been hit by himself. Xin Yang opened it up and saw that it contained many cell phone numbers that belonged to the Dragon Pavilion brothers. Although Monkey hadn't introduced his girlfriend to everyone yet, he had also left their contact information, just in case he was worried that if he himself had an accident and his girlfriend had any difficulties, he could call Qin Yang and the others for help. And the phone number that came first was Qin Yang's. We're sorry about the monkey. King Kong's eyes were red. He, a guy who once fell into the hands of the enemy back then and had his limbs wrung out of his body without even a single wrinkle, was crying at this time, like a child who had made a mistake. It's my fault. From today onwards, Xia Fengfei is my daughter, and from now on, she'll be the brightest jewel in this world. Qin Yang's voice came out. King Kong didn't say anything. He knew very well that Qin Yang had adopted the girl, which was more appropriate than them adopting. By the way, those two cut them alive. Qin Yang said. Don't worry, I'll do it myself. King Kong said. He had found out a lot of things and could only say that Xia Fengfei's aunt and uncle were not human. These 2 times almost killed Xia Fengfei. If it wasn't for the little girl's hard life, she wouldn't have been able to wait for them to save her. Chapter 125 can be fed. King Kong went to see Xia Fengfei. He was so big and thick, with a brawny look, that the average small child would be afraid of him at first glance. But Xia Fengfei is different. When she saw King Kong, she was surprisingly not afraid at all, but instead took the initiative to call out to her uncle. Jin Gang's eyes were red. He took out a handful of bank cards and stuffed them into Xia Fengfei's hands, saying, Girl, this is Uncle's meeting gift for you. There's a lot of money in it. The password is 6 zeros. Buy whatever you want later on. Not enough and then ask Uncle for it. Thank you, Uncle. The little girl didn't refuse. She took it in earnest. It was hard for Vajra to see her so understanding again. From the face of the little girl, vaguely can see a little bit of the monkey Xiao Miao. Father and daughter have quite a lot of similarities. Vajra's heart trembled. If the monkeys knew that their daughters had suffered so much, and if they saw the monkeys when they got down there in the future, they didn't know if the monkeys would blame them. At that moment, the clothes bought by the servants were delivered. Soon Wanyu they took the little girl to take a bath. King Kong took a deep breath and said, I damn well want to smoke myself right now. Xin Yang didn't say anything. His thoughts were the same as Jin Gang's. You be good to the little girl, and I'll go to those two now. After saying that, Vajra turned to leave. Apparently, he was going to vent his anger on Xia Fengfei's aunt and uncle. Said they'd cut them alive, and more than likely they'd actually do that. Monkey died to guard the Dragon Kingdom, and as a result, his daughter suffered this kind of treatment. Besides, the monkey's girlfriend had left a lot of money to her brother and sister-in-law before she died, and the little girl hadn't dragged them down, but they still treat Xia Fengfei that way. Qin Yang nodded and watched Vajra leave. Soon the little girl was washed and brought out. Soon Wanyu handed the prepared food to the little girl. The little girl was so well behaved that she took the spoon herself and ate. Those two girls are all bruised and cigarette burned, thin to the bone, completely malnourished, Dooley said through clenched teeth. She won't suffer in the future. Aha! Soon Wanyu and Dooley all nodded their heads and looked at Xia Fengfei with a face of pain. The little girl ate quickly, but not much. She was not getting enough food for a long time, so she had a small appetite. This made Qin Yan look sad. Mom and Dad, I'm full, Xia Fengfei said. Before the crowd could speak, she picked up her bowl and headed for the kitchen. Soon Wanyu hurriedly stopped her. What's Fifi going to do? Wash the dishes. Auntie said to let Fifi wash the dishes when she's done eating so Fifi isn't a drag. Grass. That. Dooley wanted to kill someone. A 4 or 5-year-old. Skinny, and she was even asked to do chores. What else does your aunt and uncle make you do besides washing dishes? Mop the floor and play with your brother. Speaking of this, Xia Fengfei said with some uneasiness, I don't like to play with my brother. He always beats me. When she finished, she gave a few people a somewhat uneasy look. I'm afraid they have older brothers too, to keep themselves company. In that case, someone will bully themselves again. Asterisk. Soon Wanyu said, don't worry, from now on, Fifi doesn't have to work at home. From now on, Fifi will just be happy as a little princess. Soon Wanyu said. Xia Fengfei raised her head and looked at Sun Nuyu with a hint of anticipation. Really? Really? Mommy and Daddy wouldn't lie to Fifi. Great! Xia Fengfei cheered. Afterward, Sun Wanyu led her to the room. Looking at the exquisitely and beautifully decorated room, Xia Fengfei was a bit in disbelief and asked, is this really for me? Yeah, Fifi will live here from now on. Thanks Mom and Dad. Xia Fengfei said thank you. Sun Wanyu stroked her little head and told her to rest for a while. Seeing the little girl sleeping, Sun Wanyu then went out. I want to change my little girl's last name to Qin with you. Yes. Qin Yang agreed. He knew Sun Nuyu's thoughts, and by sharing the surname Qin with himself, he established that she was his daughter. That way the little girl wouldn't be gossiped about because her last name was different from her own. The account will just fall in with me for now, Sun Wanyu said. No problem. Qin Yang nodded his head. It's not even hard for them. By the way, Fifi hasn't been to kindergarten yet. I'm going to find a kindergarten for Fifi to go to first. Good. Sun Wanyu had arranged everything. So naturally, Qin Yang had nothing to say and just listened to the arrangements. After receiving Qin Yang's affirmation, Su Nuyu started arranging all this. Qin Yang took advantage of the little girl falling asleep and began to temper her body. The little girl's brow, which had been furrowed, quickly stretched. Monkey, don't worry, your daughter, she won't suffer anymore, Qin Yang said. And at that moment, in the law enforcement team, King Kong directly lifted two people. Captain Gao, we're just going to let him take the people away like this? One of the enforcers asked. Gao Qinshen glanced at him and said faintly, or what? Isn't that a little non-compliant? The enforcer said, they are the rules. Gao Qinshen said faintly. This made that enforcer look appalled. Even the upright Captain Gao didn't dare to offend the other party and said that the other party was the rule. This horrified that enforcer. What exactly was the identity of the other party? Xia Fengfei's aunt and uncle both looked at Vajra with some fear. They don't know what King Kong is going to do, but feeling the terrifying aura emanating from his body, both of them had a feeling that the other party was definitely not trying to let them go. A suburban warehouse, accompanied by gurgling screams, King Kong cut two people alive. It was the next day after this was done. He looked a little better after King Kong left the warehouse, and at this time, Qin Yang and the others had already brought the little girl to change her name. Qin Fengfei. From today onwards, she was Qin Yang's own daughter. Sitting in the car, they passed a kindergarten. An envious look appeared on Qin Fengfei's face. She didn't bother to say anything, though, as the little girl's eyes darkened and she sat there obediently. Does Fifi want to go to kindergarten? Sun Wanyu asked. Qin Fengfei shook her head and said, no, Aunt said that going to school is a waste of money. Fei Fei is a girl. When she grows up and marries, she will be fine. She doesn't need to go to school. Sun Wanyu's expression froze. She immediately said, Auntie, that's a lie. Fei Fei will listen to Mom and Dad from now on. And Mom and Dad are very rich. You won't be able to spend it all even if you spend more. Really? Aha. Then Fifi wants to go to kindergarten. And I can envy the kids who get to go to kindergarten. Qin Fengfei said excitedly. Why does Fifi like kindergarten? Sun Wanyu asked. Qin Fengfei pinched the corner of her coat and said, Brother said that the kindergarten manages meals at noon, so you can have a full meal. Qin Yang and the others' expressions stiffened. Chapter 126. Who's being sarcastic? Surprisingly, that's why. None of them knew what to say. Back home, Su Zhenghai is here. Upon seeing Qin Fengfei, Su Zhenghai took out a large handful of food and handed it over. Then said, Fei Fei, I'm Grandpa. He heard the news of a little girl coming to his home, asked about it, and then came to his door the next day, wanting to meet the little girl. After seeing Qin Fengfei, he fell in love with this girl. As if he saw the tiny Sun Wanyu back then, he neglected Su Nuyu too much and even targeted her because of his second marriage. Now coming to his senses and being realistic about this daughter, he wants to make amends. Love some kids too. Extremely patient and caring with them. Hello Grandpa, Qin Fengfei shouted obediently. Su Zhenghai was overjoyed, as he picked up Qin Fengfei and then slipped a bank card over. Password 68. Whatever Fifi wants to buy, just swipe it away and ask Grandpa for more if you don't have enough. Same rhetoric as King Kong, Qin Fengfei said obediently. Thank you, Grandpa. A large and small group, snacking and whispering together. This made both Qin Yang and Sun Wanyu somewhat change their views on Su Zhenghai. He's really different. Qin Yang smiled and didn't care about them. Soon, Su Zhenghai and Qin Fengfei's relationship got better. The two were a total master and grandson, and no one would have guessed that they were not related at all. Ji Daoda finished her live broadcast in the afternoon and also rushed over. She tells Qin Fengfei that she is her other mom. This made Qin Fengfei a bit confused. How do you have so many moms when you only have one dad? Because your dad is a womanizer. Ji Daoda laughed. What's a philanderer? Qin Fengfei asked curiously. Before Ji Daoda could speak, she was knocked by Su Nuyu. You shut up and don't bring the kids down. Ji Daoda covered her head and let out a cry of pain before closing her mouth. After she finished teasing Qin Fengfei, she pulled Qin Yang to the side and asked, I might have news of the god hunt. Qin Yang's heart stirred as he stared at Ji Daoda. Ji Daoda said, Someone chatted with me privately today and told me to go to a place tomorrow where he could tell me the truth about the Ji family's demise. You mean, the other side is the God Hunters people? Xin Yang's heart stirred. Ji Daoda nodded. Okay, tomorrow you go over there and I'll secretly follow you. That's what I was thinking. When the time comes, you'll secretly follow them there, then strike and take them down straight away. Maybe you can ask for information about the god of the hunt. If you can't, search your soul, Xin Yang said. Soul searching. Ji Daoda was taken aback. Soul searching was too sinister, and the normal righteous sects were not allowed to do so. Moreover, once discovered by the righteous sects, it was likely to be treated as an evil demon. Don't worry, it's just a soul search. I used to use it a lot before, but I've rarely used it in these recent years when I haven't been on a mission, Xin Yang said. Used frequently. Ji Daoda was speechless. As expected, Xin Yang did things just like his character, without any inhibitions. Soul searching is used so often that even evil demons don't dare to say such things. Don't leave tonight. Stay here. I'm afraid they might have other plans. Well, that's what I thought. Ji Daoda nodded. She came over first thing after getting a private message from the other side. By the way, Feng Fei's qualifications are good for cultivation, Ji Daoda suddenly said. Xin Yang nodded and said, when her body recovers, I intend to teach her the introductory heart technique. This girl is blessed. Ji Daoda sighed. Xin Yang just smiled. He didn't feel that following him was a blessing. For children, following their own parents is the greatest blessing. At night, at Ji Daoda's residence, a group of people rushed in, only to find nothing. This caused them to be startled in their hearts, and they immediately prepared to retreat. Where are you going? A soft laugh came. It was a disciple of the White Cloud Temple, blocking their back way. There were a total of 7 people on the other side. 6 of them were at the Qi refining level, and 1 of them was at the foundation establishment stage. They made a direct move to kill that White Cloud Temple disciple. Su Liang shook his head inside. You guys are just so outrageous that you dare to make a move against me. After saying that, the aura belonging to the Jindan level erupted out, instantly making everyone on the other side's hearts jump. This was a great expert at the Jindan level. Even in the cultivation world, it was a member of the core of some sects. Even some elders had this kind of strength. The other party must be an important figure among the White Cloud Temple as well. Thinking of this, that foundation establishment stage powerhouse said coldly, I didn't think that the White Cloud View would place so much importance on that Ji Daodu, that it would allow a great expert at the Jindan level like you to make a move to intercept us. A great master at the Jindan level? Su Liang looked odd. He spat in his heart. What a bull great master. His own strength, at the bottom of the White Cloud View's masters and brothers, had just been promoted to the Jindan level. That's why he was sent here. How dare this guy think he's a great master? Who's the satire? Dare to satirize Master Dao? None of you will leave today. Su Liang said coldly. Sarcasm? When was he being sarcastic? A few people didn't understand. However, he didn't need to understand. Su Liang struck out. When strength at the Jindan level erupted, it could not be blocked at all under Jindan. 7 experts. All of them were slapped to death by him one by one. The god of hunters even sent such trash to look down on who? Su Liang said indignantly. He felt that it was the god of prey who had deliberately humiliated them. And at this time, outside the southern city, a man shrouded in black robes saw 7 jade tiles explode in front of him. His heart shook as he muttered. 6 quasi-experts at the Qi refining level and a great expert at the foundation establishment stage were all killed. Could it be that the people from the White Cloud Guan made a move? And only they, I guess, could have done this. At the thought, he took a deep breath. It seemed that the other party had seen through their calculations, ambushed the masters there in advance and took out their men. This time didn't take Ji Daodu. There's a next time. There's only 1,000 days to be a thief. Haven't heard of 1,000 days to defend against thieves, the black-robed man said. He left the place with a flash of his body. Xin Yang glanced at his cell phone, which had a message from Su Liang. 7 strong men, 1 foundation stage, 6 Qi refining stage. While Su Liang didn't understand what this force represented, Xin Yang knew very well. The other side is actually putting in a lot of blood. It was just a pity that they had underestimated the strength of the White Cloud View disciples. Nowadays, above the blue star, the aura is thin, the great Tao is not visible, and even the absolute heaven and earth passes through, so it is difficult for the cultivators to cultivate, and the Yuaning is even an old ancestor. They could never have imagined how long their master had lived through, and even more so, how many heavenly treasures he had collected. Cultivation resources were really abundant for them, which was why they were able to create so many experts in a very short period of time. Chapter 127 Revealing the Cloven Foot. The next day, Qin Yang returned to the White Cloud Temple. All the disciples of the White Cloud Temple, all came back, except for the ones who went to the west. They're cooperating with the Dragon Pavilion and hunting down that group of guys from heaven. Xing Yang's gaze fell on their bodies, revealing a faint dissatisfaction. Yesterday South City was infiltrated by God Hunt's cultivators. 7 cultivators? Is that how you took control of South City? Hearing Qin Yang's words, the faces of all the people were a bit unsightly. Lu Min, Qin Yang shouted. Lu Min stepped forward and lowered his head. I remember when Master handed over the White Cloud Group to you. Did he ask you to weave an intelligence network out of the southern city? So that once there is any breeze, all of them should be able to perceive it. And you were able to get 7 experts to blend in? Qin Yang's gaze fell on Lu Min. Lu Min trembled as he opened his mouth and finally said, Senior brother, I'm sorry, it was me who failed to do so. At this point in time, no explanation is useful. Failure to do so is failure to do so. Let's forget about this one time. If this happens again in the future, don't blame me for punishing you, Qin Yang said. Lu Min was shaken as he immediately nodded his head and said, Don't worry, eldest senior brother. I promise that such a thing will never happen in the future. And you guys, don't always focus on cultivation. Should go out to sea, go out to sea. Cultivation got a body of cultivation. You don't go out to walk. This body of cultivation to have what is the use? Qin Yang said. This group of brothers and sisters, everything else is good, but they are too uninformed. They had experienced too little, and didn't have an accurate position of their own strength, and the world outside. And Qin Yang, next, was going to break it all. It's time to reveal the power of the White Cloud Goddess. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Su Liang stepped forward and said with some uneasiness, Eldest senior brother, we also want to go out and walk around a bit, but we're too weak to dare. Yes, eldest senior brother, I'm only in the late Jindan stage. If I go out and provoke any strong people, I can't beat them. That's right, eldest brother, I'm considered powerful within our senior brothers, but I'm only at the Yuaning level. With such a weak cultivation, I'll only be bullied when I go out, right? Lu Yao said with some concern. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth twitched as he swept his gaze across the crowd and shouted, Lu Min, you now arrange that the disciples of the Tao Academy be divided into 3 groups. 1 group to cultivate amongst the Taoist temple, 1 group to monitor the movements of the entire southern city, and the other group to go out to practice, and in the meantime, to probe into the whereabouts of the god of the hunt. Yes, Lu Min said. Other than Qin Yang, he was the only one here who knew how much of a commotion these masters and brothers would cause if they went out. All right, this matter, it's decided. Qin Yang finished speaking and turned around to leave. The disciples were worried. They were all quite worried about the adventures, quite worried about the outside world, full of unknowns. In front of Taoist Bai Yun, Qin Yang told him about his decision. Taoist White Cloud nodded and said with a smile, You've done a good job. It's really time to let them all go out and see the world. I believe that if we have a movement in the White Cloud view, the god of the hunt will definitely make a corresponding movement. As long as they move, it will be easy to road out of the horse's foot, and then we will directly clean up all of them. Qin Yang said, Your method is very good. In fact, the god hunter is not enough to worry about. It's just a group of rats that don't dare to show their faces. I projected a few days ago that you're going to encounter a series of great wars in the future. And your future is a bloody one. Taoist White Cloud looked grave. Qin Yang was stunned. A piece of blood? How is that possible? But, Master's projection is absolutely not wrong. Does Master know what will happen in the future? And which are some of my enemies? I don't know. Can't do the math. Taoist White Cloud shook his head. He had only seen a glimpse of the future, and the scene was so grand that it made his heart skip a beat. Qin Yang laughed. Who cares? Soldiers will come and go. Whoever the enemy is, the future victor will definitely be me. You are confident. Taoist White Cloud laughed. Qin Yang didn't say anything. Alright, you can get lost too. The old Taoist is going to rest. Taoist White Cloud said. Qin Yang excused himself. Looking at Qin Yang's back, Taoist White Cloud looked grave. After that corner of the future, I only saw your back alone, traveling far and wide alone, on top of a bloody road, killing your way to the distant unknown. What kind of a future is it that would allow you to go on your way alone without a single companion? Taoist White Cloud was filled with bitterness. He was certain that if he hadn't died and had enough strength, he would have definitely accompanied Qin Yang, but there was no sign of him. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that he was dead, and the other was that his strength, unable to catch up with Qin Yang's footsteps, was unable to influence the battle, and could only watch Qin Yang leave alone. It looks like the old Taoist priest still has to work hard to change the future. Bai Yun Taoist master cultivated and became more and more diligent. Qin Yang returned to his residence and told Ji Daodu about what happened last night. Ji Daodu was taken aback, then asked, Did it ask for anything? No, that stupid kid. All of them killed everyone. Not a single one. Qin Yang had some brain pain. These raw bastards, although they do things dryly, they don't want to do anything else, they just kill people. So are we still going to the promised land? Jido asked. There shouldn't be anyone there, but let's go anyway. Jidao went on the road alone while Qin Yang followed him in the dark. Arriving at the agreed place, Jidao got off alone. As it turned out, no one showed up. It seems to be true that the other party just wanted to paralyze you, and then move ahead and take you down, and didn't genuinely want to ask you to come over and tell you something, that the person from last night, and the person who asked you to come over, were in cahoots with each other. Qin Yang appeared out. He looked all around him and found nothing. No security cameras or anything. Those guys are so crafty, Jidao said through clenched teeth. It's fine. I've already arranged for some of the disciples of the White Cloud View to go out and practice, looking for the whereabouts of the god of the hunt in the meantime. I hope they can carry on, Qin Yang said with a smile. That group of his own senior brothers, apart from their cultivation being slightly inferior to his own, how heaven-defying their means were, Qin Yang knew very well. Those disciples, almost all of whom he had taught on behalf of his teacher, knew their cultivation and skills quite well. Once they went out and searched for the god of hunt, even if the god of hunt hid deeper, they would be uncovered. Really? Jidao's eyes lit up. Qin Yang nodded. Jidao immediately said excitedly, Great, my revenge is expected. Go back first, Qin Yang said. Aha. Jidao left with Qin Yang. Not long after they left, someone showed up. That's just an ordinary guy who was just out in the fields planting. At this moment, his eyes were gloomy as he stared at the direction Qin Yang and the others had left, his gaze flickering slightly. Dude, you rode out the horse's foot. A teasing voice rang out, and it was none other than Lu Min. Chapter 128 Car Accident. The other party was startled and revealed a naive smile. Just wanting to speak, Lu Min directly searched his soul. Quickly, he frowned. There's something really amazing about the tactics of these god hunt guys. Among them, there were not only cultivators, but also many ordinary people. It is surprising that there are people of theirs from the top to the dignitaries to the common people. Just now, I learned from the soul search on this person that the entire god hunt, in the South City, was very numerous. There are dozens of members of the general population alone. It's amazing how much the South Side has been infiltrated. Lu Min blamed himself a little. He thought he had controlled Bai Yun Group for so many years and had a good hold on the southern city. Who would have thought that it had been infiltrated to this extent? Forget it, it's not too late to mend. Now that Master Dao isn't in control of the White Cloud Group anymore, he's specialized in dealing with you god hunts little trash. Lu Min sneered. However, there wasn't much useful in the other person's memories. Members of the hunt are, essentially, a one-way connection. It takes a superior to reach a subordinate who is completely unaware of the superior's contact information. Even, they sometimes don't know the identity of their superiors. That's why the god of prey hasn't been completely uprooted after all these years. They're too cautious. It's still necessary to knock out the god hunter's top brass in order to completely exterminate this organization. Lu Min thought darkly in his heart. However, now that the White Cloud Guan had made a move with the god of prey, the other party would not have a good time either. Qin Yang looked at his cell phone, which contained a message from Lu Min. He shook his head. It was just as he suspected. Even if someone is watching, it's someone who doesn't matter. It's not that easy to find the top brass of the god hunt. What's wrong? Jidao asked. Qin Yang showed his cell phone to Jidao. After Jidao finished reading, she immediately looked a little ugly and said, This group of guys, they are really shameless. Being in the cultivation world, they even take advantage of ordinary people. At the same time, a sense of powerlessness was born in her heart. It was really too difficult to find each other with such a god of hunt. Even if Qin Yang had enough strength, overriding the god hunters would require finding them in order to do so. Don't worry, it won't take long for the god of the hunt to be overthrown. Qin Yang, however, was extremely confident. Seeing that Qin Yang had said so, Jidao no longer said anything. She trusted Qin Yang's words 100%. The two men's car had just driven into town when the front became clogged. A car is parked on the highway, and it's already starting to smoke. By the looks of it, this car is probably going to burst into flames. There's someone inside the car, Jidao said. Qin Yang stopped the car, got down from it, and rushed over. Inside the car that was about to burst into flames, two people were passed out inside the car, while the door had been badly warped. Qin Yang saw that the two people inside the car were actually Jiangwan Ro and Qinwan. Someone next to me was yanking on the car door, but it wouldn't budge at all. The man was in a hurry as he saw the car going up in flames. Little brother, do me a favor and tug along. The man was about 50 years old, with a loyal look and a straight face. Get out of the way, Qin Yang said. The man didn't hesitate and stepped aside at once. Qin Yang yanked the car door out as soon as he could, then reached out and yanked Qinwan out. He put Qin Wan aside and was about to save Jiang Wanru when the car suddenly burst into flames, and that man had already started dragging Jiang Wanru, only he didn't have as much strength as Qin Yang, so he couldn't possibly yank it out all at once. The man gritted his teeth, some parts of his clothes having been set on fire, but he endured the pain and yanked the man out, dragging Jiang Wanru to the side. The man then rolled on the ground a few times, and he then extinguished the fire on his body. Luckily, saved. The man smiled nervously, and he was ready to leave. Qin Yang tugged at him and handed over a bottle of ointment. Take it back and rub it on. It'll cure the burns, and you've got a pretty bad burn on you, Qin Yang said. The man smiled, and without being polite, he turned out the ointment and said, "Thank you, little brother. It's me who should thank you," Qin Yang said indifferently. The man was slightly stunned. Qin Yang glanced at the two people lying on the ground and said, "They are the mother and sister of my already severed biological relationship." The man froze for a moment before he realized why Qin Yang had said thank you to him. He patted Qin Yang's shoulder and comforted, "Little brother, don't be too upset. No one can't live without anyone. I see you are a good boy. Since you have severed your relationship, let yourself live a happier life so that you can afford to be honest with yourself." "Thanks." Qin Yang was a bit surprised. One would have thought the man was going to talk himself out of it. The man laughed, "Without the suffering of others, do not advise others to be good. I never go to moral abduction of others. I respect the decisions made by others. It is said that there is no such thing as a parent in the world, but the world does not have so many ungrateful children. A child if the parents cut off the relationship. This can only mean that there is a great reason for the parents in which there is a good saying, called the parents are not kind, the children are not filial piety." Qin Yang was a bit surprised. He hadn't realized that men could see so thoroughly. "Thank you, big brother," Qin Yang said with a smile. The man waved his hand in a dashing manner, then got into his van and left. Ji Daodu looked odd, glancing at Jiang Wanru and then at the departing man, wanting to speak. "What do you want to say?" Qin Yang asked. Jido shook her head and just said, "Let's call the emergency center." "Aha." Qin Yang nodded and called the emergency center. He waited for the car to arrive before he left with Ji Daodu, and by the time Qin Shui received the news, the two had already been sent to the hospital. Their injuries were not serious, which made Qin Shui sigh in relief. "Who saved my mom and sister?" Qin Shui asked. She wanted to thank the other party properly. The doctor shook his head and said, "I don't know. By the time we got there, there was no one there. The other guy might have left, but if it wasn't for the other guy saving the people from the fire, your mom and sister would have been burned to death." Qin Shui's face went white, and she was grateful in her heart for the hero who saved her life. Then, Qin Shui took out her cell phone and dialed her assistant's number. "Find out for me who really saved my mom and sister, and in half an hour. I want results." In fact, in less than half an hour, 10 minutes, a video came through. When she saw that it was Qin Yang and a 50-year-old uncle who had saved the people, Qin Shui instantly became excited. The one who saved the people turned out to be Qin Yang. He was even willing to save the people. Sure enough, in his heart, he still had some affection for himself and the others. As for the older man, she would have to find and thank the other man properly as well. Just at this time, the nurse called out to Qin Shui, "Hello family, the patient is awake." Qin Shui was instantly agitated. Chapter 129. Don't believe a word of it. Jiang Wanru woke up first. Glancing around, she knew she was now in the middle of a hospital. Jiang Wanru's gaze fell on Qin Shui's body and asked, "Where's Wanru?" "It's okay, in the next ward. Have hired a caretaker. No big deal, we'll wake up soon," Qin Shui said. Jiang Wanru then breathed a sigh of relief. "Who saved us?" Jiang Wanru asked. "Qin Yang and an older man," Qin Shui replied. Hearing the name Qin Yang, Jiang Wanru froze for a moment. She obviously did not expect that Qin Yang would save herself. Jiang Wanru was a bit silent, and after a while, she said, "Give Qin Yang a call, and thank him on my behalf." "Mom, I think this is a good opportunity. Since Qin Yang is willing to save you, it means that he still has us, his family, in his heart, and may be able to ease the relationship between us," Qin Shui said with some excitement. Although she really shouldn't be so happy about her mom and sister being in a car accident, but she couldn't help but be happy at the thought of easing her relationship with Qin Yang. Their family, they were too sorry for Qin Yang. Jiang Wanru didn't know what came to her mind as she nodded and said, "Call then." Qin Shui immediately took out her cell phone and dialed Qin Yang's number. "What is it?" The call was connected and Qin Yang's voice came through. "Qin Yang, Mom knows that you saved him and wants to talk to you," Qin Shui said with some excitement. It was as if she saw a family making up. Right at this moment, Qin Shui heard Qin Yang snort a laugh, then said, "Not interested. You guys don't misunderstand. I'm not saving her because she's Jiang Wanru, but no matter what kind of person is in that car, even if it's a stranger, I'm going to save the person. The focus is on the saving of the person. I don't know if you guys understand?" Saying this, Qin Yang didn't wait for Qin Shui to speak and continued. Forget it, you don't need to understand. Please don't call me in the future to harass me and disturb my life. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he hung up the call. Qin Shui was dumbfounded. How could this be? She had thought that it was a good opportunity to ease the relationship, but she did not expect that Qin Yang would say something like this. Okay, what needs to be said and what shouldn't be said has been said. I'm hanging up. Qin Yang ended the call. Mom! Qin Shui shouted. Jiang Wanru, however, just smiled to herself and said, late deep love is even cheaper than grass. I'm not surprised that he reacted this way. Qin Shui sighed. She really didn't know what to say about this matter. It was too difficult to talk Qin Yang out of it. I thought there was some hope, but now it seems that I was overthinking it. Come on, don't you care so much? Mom did her own mistakes and took them on herself. Now Mom has you guys, Jiang Wanru said. As for Qin Yang, just not bothering him anymore should be what Qin Yang wanted. Qin Shui sighed. On Qin Yang's side, he hung up the call. Ji Daoda lay in Qin Yang's arms and observed his expression. Seeing that Qin Yang was not affected at all. Are you really not going to recognize them? Ji Dao asked. Qin Yang laughed and said easily, there were no feelings in the first place, so of course there's no need to recognize them. Well, I'm worried that you've gone soft for a moment, Ji Daoda said with a smile. Qin Yang shook his head and sighed. How thoughtful I am. I've never lacked affection or the warmth of a family. Why would I want to go and get myself in trouble at this age when I don't need my parents? Aren't you hungry? Let's go get something to eat. Qin Yang changed the topic. Ji Daodu's eyes lit up when she heard about food. I want fondue. No problem. Fishing in the sea. Okay. The two went fishing in the sea. To be honest, the Hai Liao is only a little better in terms of service. The pot base is average, and the sauces are almost interesting. Qin Yang didn't think it was that tasty anyway. However, Ji Daodu was eating it up. She gorged herself and wasn't afraid to get fat. Cultivators have this benefit of eating as much as they can without gaining weight and can stay in shape. Daodu, is that you? Just then, an excited voice rang out. Ji Daodu's expression froze as she glanced over to where the sound came from. A well-dressed youth was staring at Ji Daodu excitedly. Zhang Lai? Ji Daodu said with some surprise. This caused Qin Yang to raise his eyebrows. They actually knew each other. What was their relationship? Zhang Lai walked over and said in a low voice, Subordinate Zhang Lai, meet the eldest miss. He is Zhang Lai, the son of Uncle Zhang, the Ji family's housekeeper. Back then when the Ji family was wiped out, I thought he was killed as well, but I didn't expect that he was still alive. Ji Daoda said. Zhang Lai looked gloomy and said bitterly, I was greedy and went to play somewhere else, and when I went back, the Ji family had already been destroyed, and I escaped because of that. So it is. Ji Daoda came to a realization. All these years, I've been tracking down the truth of the Ji family's demise back then, and finally I've found some clues. Zhang Lai said. This made Ji Daoda's heart flutter and she immediately asked, what did you find out? Zhang came to look at Qin Yang. Ji Daoda immediately said, don't worry, he's my man, he can definitely be trusted. Hearing Ji Daoda's words, Zhang Lai's eyes were glum, but he still said, I've found out. The one who exterminated the Ji family back then was an organization called the God of Hunters. They are very powerful, and I'm on the verge of finding out their lair in the southern city. Qin Yang stared oddly at Zhang Lai and said, the God of Hunters even has a lair in South City? You know about the Huntress too? Zhang Lai stared at Qin Yang with some surprise. Qin Yang didn't pay any attention to him and just glanced at Ji Daodu. Ji Daodu continued to inquire, and Zhang Lai told him what he knew. Zhang Lai, thank you for doing so much for me, Ji Daoda said. Zhang Lai, however, looked serious and said, this is what I should do. If there is not a Ji family, there is no father and son. My father was also killed by that group of god hunters. I also want to avenge my father, not just the hatred of the Ji family. Ji Daoda nodded seriously. I'm about to find out where the God of Praise lair is, so let the lady know when I do. Fine, as long as you can find out where the God of Praise lair is, we'll have enough power to take down that lair. Qin Yang smiled faintly. Zhang Lai glanced at Qin Yang with some disbelief, like he didn't believe Qin Yang's words at all. That left Ji Daoda ready to say something. Qin Yang, however, signaled her not to say anything. At this time, Zhang Lai's cell phone message alert sounded, and he glanced at the two men and whispered, I have some clues that I need to go over and take a look at in person, so I'll come back to report to Missy when I'm done with this matter. You go, and be ever so careful, kiddo reminded. Zhang Lai left. Just as his back completely disappeared, Ji Daoda suddenly asked, do you believe him? Without waiting for Qin Yang to speak, Ji Daoda directly said, I don't believe a word of it anyway. Chapter 130. Is this okay? The two looked at each other and both saw the laughter in the other's eyes. They all don't believe a word of it. This Zhang Lai appeared too coincidentally. Let's just watch him perform quietly and see what he's up to, Ji Daoda said. Qin Yang smiled. The two men bowed their heads and dried their food, and Zhang Lai left here and got on the phone with someone. Well, did they believe you? A voice came from inside the phone. Don't believe it, Zhang Lai said. Waste, the other man cursed. Zhang Lai, however, smiled. I do think that this is a good thing. They don't believe it and guess that I'm a god hunter. They must think that they're very smart and want to turn the tables on me. So, I'll also trick them into going to the designated place, and the result won't be the same then. Zhang Lai was full of smugness. It was a good idea that he had thought of, so it didn't bother him at all that his identity had been recognized. You have a point, and I don't care about you, as long as you can do it, and bring them to that place. It will be a great achievement for you when the time comes. Thank you, Hall Master, Zhang Lai said excitedly. A great achievement. He would be able to step into cultivation by then. This was an opportunity that was impossible to have as an underling in the Ji family. The clansmen of the Ji clan, although they had some cultivation, were more focused on divination. As for letting the subordinates cultivate as well, it was even more impossible. If one could really embark on the path of cultivation, it would be like starting a different life. It is full of temptation for them. Zhang Lai began to make arrangements, and Qin Yang they ate and returned home. He saw someone, no other than Zhou Moon. She was accompanied by Li Jingyi. When Li Jingyi saw Qin Yang, her eyes instantly glowed. Xiao Yu, your mission is complete? Qin Yang greeted Xiao Yu and directly ignored Li Jingyi. In Qin Yang's mind, Li Jingyi was more than likely not quite right in the head. Xiao Yu gave Qin Yang a blank look and said, the monkey's daughter was found. Of course I have to come back. Otherwise how can I stand up to the dead monkey? At this moment, Qin Fangfei, hugging Qin Yang's leg, stared at Xiao Yu with some fear. The main reason was that Xiao Yu had just returned from a quest and was covered in undiluted killing intent. The senses of small children, all of whom are quite keen, are naturally somewhat fearful. Done, back in an instant. Done with you. Zhou Moon was blunt. The crowd suddenly looked odd, but they knew very well that the word done in Xiao Yu's mouth meant sleeping. Her obsession with Qin Yang was really heavy. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. When can this woman pay attention to her words? There are still children here. What's she doing here? Qin Yang glanced at Li Jingyi. Originally, he wanted to kick Li Jingyi out of the Dragon Pavilion, but he hadn't expected that Xiao Yu would disagree. This made Qin Yang towards Li Jingyi quite opinionated. Li Jingyi said, of course I'm here to pursue you. Thank you. I decline, Qin Yang said directly. Reason? Li Jingyi asked. Ugly refusal. Qin Yang simply said two words. You'll agree. For your sake, I can join the Dragon Court and I'm sure I can make you fall in love with me, Li Jingyi said confidently. Qin Yang was too lazy to bother with her. He stared at Xiao Yu and asked, say, what else is going on? Protecting someone, Zhou Moon said. Qin Yang was a bit surprised. He wasn't a bodyguard. What kind of person was he protecting? I can't leave South City, Qin Yang said. It's the truth. In this situation now, he needs to sit in the South City. If it wasn't necessary, Qin Yang wasn't even willing to leave. That's not necessary. The other party is just coming to visit South City for a few days, so I'm asking you to protect her in South City. Xiao Yu looked grave. Seeing her look of gravity, Qin Yang was a bit surprised. Who the hell is that? How could you make Zhou Moon look like this? It's a princess from the West, Zhou Moon said. No way? Qin Yang was suddenly stunned. He thought of someone. It can't be that woman, can it? Yes, that's her. She knew you showed up and came looking for you, Zhou Moon said. Qin Yang said thoughtfully, do you believe it? I don't believe it. She must be trying to calculate something, or there is something that she needs to use your power to deal with. That's why she chose to come to the Dragon Kingdom, Zhou Moon said in a serious voice. So you agree? Qin Yang looked odd. Xiao Yu sighed and said, what can I do if I don't agree? It was the Chancellor who nodded. Since when did our Dragon Pavilion have to listen to the Chancellor? There was disdain in Qin Yang's expression. The other party has promised a lot of benefits, which are very favorable to the Dragon Kingdom, Zhou Moon said. Qin Yang sighed. It seems like trying to say no is simply impossible. The other side is completely calculated. All right, let her come, but I have one condition. Seeing Qin Yang agree, Xiao Yu was instantly delighted. Hearing that Qin Yang had conditions again, Xiao Yu stared at Qin Yang with a dangerous expression. Say, I'll arrange everything she does here, and if she doesn't agree, then she doesn't have to come over. Hearing that it was just such a request, Xiao Yu was relieved. Don't worry, she'll definitely agree. Zhou Moon laughed. Qin Yang blackened his face. That woman definitely comes with trouble. Qin Yang really knew each other too well. However, seeing Xiao Yu looking happy, Qin Yang could only say nothing more. Anyway, as long as Zhou Yu was happy, it wasn't a big deal to herself. Can't fight to help that woman. Just settle the trouble. Now to the matter between us. Xiao Yu stood in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang panicked in his heart, clasped his hands to his chest and took 2 steps back. asking vigilantly, "What are you going to do?" "Naturally, we do what we have to do." After saying that, she grabbed Qin Yang with one hand, then carried him up and walked into a bedroom. This left the crowd a little confused. They had seen tough ones, but it was the first time they had seen a woman as tough as Xiao Yu. Is she trying to push Qin Yang backwards? So exciting. Li Jingyi's eyes lit up. Is that okay? Looks like you'll have to take a page out of the book yourself. Otherwise, if he wanted to be with Qin Yang, he didn't know how long it would take. Day 2. Qin Yang woke up refreshed. He looked like nothing was wrong with him, while Jotsu lay on the bed, huffing and puffing. By the look of her, it was obvious that she was tired and unclear. She's not expected to get up until the afternoon. Have the servants prepare the ingredients and have Zhou eat as soon as she wakes up. Yes, the butler said, keeping an eye on the matter personally. I'm going to take Fifi to school. Kindergarten is already checked in. Dooley said. Well, instruct the teacher and the dean not to let anyone bully Fei Fei. Qin Yang instructed. Don't worry. Sure. After finishing her speech, Dooley pulled Qin Fangfei and went to school. Chapter 131 Big Trouble in the Middle of Nowhere. Dooley just left and Su Nuyu went to work. Only Ji Daoda was left and was getting ready to go live. Just then, Qin Yang's cell phone rang. He picked up his cell phone and connected the call. Which one? Qin Yang asked. Honey, you've forgotten all about me, haven't you? Haven't you heard my voice yet? A petite voice came from the other side of the phone. Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, Your dog egg? No, they're female. How can they be called doggies? That's a duck egg. Qin Yang continued. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't guess right, people are going to go back. A disgruntled voice came from over there. Nay egg. Qin Yang was instantly delighted. The other party was silent for half a day. Then said, You guessed it. Come pick me up at the airport. I'm alone now and I'm a little scared. Grass. Qin Yang cursed. He went out the door helplessly. Chrissy, this asshole, is so difficult to deal with? She definitely doesn't have a good heart. Qin Yang couldn't help but spit. Ji Daodu, on the other hand, began to broadcast live. It was her thunderous program. At the airport, Chrissy waited 30 minutes for Qin Yang. Seeing Qin Yang, she flew over to him and then gave him a big hug. She smiled and said, My dear Qin Yang, you have finally grown up. Now you can promise Sister Clarice to be Sister Clarice's lover. The woman had blonde hair, a tall figure, sexy but not greasy, and a cheek that was angular but with some of the delicacy of the East. This made a lot of men around, who couldn't help but look straight in the eyes. This woman is a little too good looking. She looks somewhat similar to Sophie Marceau, but surprisingly gives a bit more of a wow factor. It was a bit unbelievable to the crowd. Qin Yang said indifferently, I'm here to pick up an egg. What does it have to do with you? Chris? Chris gave Qin Yang a resigned look and immediately said, I'm just called Nay Egg. Qin Yang. He looked at Chris with a speechless face. This woman is also unbeatable. Thinking of this, Qin Yang said with a bit of a headache, I'm very busy right now, so tell me, what exactly do you want me to do for you? I'll help you with anything that I have time to fix. I want you to sleep with me, Chrissy said directly. The surrounding travelers' jaws dropped. They looked at the two men incredulously. Many men even exclaimed that Western women are really open, that they are so direct. However, could Qin Yang really do it? It wouldn't be a toothpick stirring a vat, would it? Thinking of this, they stared at Qin Yang skeptically. How could Qin Yang not know what those people's eyes meant? He rolled his eyes and said without a good mood, Shut up. If you want to remain in Dragon Kingdom, don't say these words that make people misunderstand. If Lousy really sleeps with you, you're wimpy again. Clarissa's expression stiffened as she said with some disappointment, Brother Qin Yang, you've become no gentleman at all now. How rude. Qin Yang slapped her on the buttocks with a crisp slap that made everyone couldn't help but be taken aback. Get out if you don't like it. This is my brother Qin Yang. What a man. Chris grinned. Qin Yang was used to it. The male passengers, on the other hand, were puzzled. One of them fought the urge to give his girlfriend a slap on the body. Before he could speak, his girlfriend slapped him across the face. In the end, the man was covered in slap marks, lying on the ground, kicked by his girlfriend, who then said outright, I didn't realize you were violent. Break up. After saying that, his girlfriend took off, and the men were dumbfounded. That's not the right script. He wanted to settle the score with Qin Yang, only to find that Qin Yang and Chris had already left Ji Daodu's residence. Qin Yang brought the person here. This is where you live? Qin Yang shook his head and said, No, I live somewhere else. This is the place of one of my girlfriends. Since you're here, she doesn't live here for the time being, so I'll let you have it. After saying that, Qin Yang prepared to leave. As a result, Chris grabbed Qin Yang. No, Chrissy said directly. Qin Yang glanced at her and said with some surprise, It seems like you've really gotten into big trouble. You don't even dare to live in a place alone. Chrissy gave a somewhat embarrassed smile and said, It's not much trouble. How old is it? Qin Yang's face was expressionless. This woman was bold. If he hadn't gotten into serious trouble, how could he have come to himself? Chrissy said sheepishly, it's a little big. Go ahead. I'll hold up. Qin Yang took a deep breath. I betrayed the Holy Court, and now the Holy Court is bent on killing me. Ah, what are you doing? Just as Clarice finished speaking, she was yanked by Qin Yang's arm and pulled towards the outside. You're taking me to where you live, aren't you? Qin Yang glanced at her and shook his head. Could there be a safer place than where you live? Chris was a little surprised. After betraying the sacred court, the safest place she could think of was where Qin Yang was. And to think that there was a safer place than Qin Yang's side, Chrissy was thrilled. No, I'm going to send you back to the Holy Court so as not to get me in trouble, Qin Yang said with a serious face. Chrissy came close to crying. She directly sat on the ground and hugged Qin Yang's thigh. You can't abandon me. You're the only one I know in this foreign land. I left my country for you. Are you going to abandon me like this? Chris's cries immediately drew the attention of many homeowners in the neighborhood. They're not in the villa yet, just outside. Seeing this scene, a story was immediately conjured up in their minds. A simple beautiful girl, who was cheated by a scumbag man in the Dragon Kingdom to cheat her body and heart, traveled to the Dragon Kingdom. But the scumbag man changed his mind and didn't want her anymore. Realizing this, the eyes of everyone looking at Qin Yang were filled with contempt. Get up and stop it, Qin Yang said indifferently. He naturally wouldn't try to explain. The more he described this kind of thing, the darker it got. Chris stared at Qin Yang accusingly. If you don't get up, I'll really send you back. Chris instantly heard the meaning of Qin Yang's words, and she directly stood up, her tears instantly disappearing. The crowd was dumbfounded by this scene, which made them realize that the original foreign woman, too, was not an oil lamp. Don't get me wrong, people. I'm messing around with my boyfriend, Chrissy said hurriedly. She knew very well that if she didn't explain clearly, Qin Yang would definitely send her back directly. The crowd suddenly found it uninteresting and dispersed. It is human nature to eat melons. Without melons to eat, there is naturally no need to stay here. Seeing them leave, Chris said to Qin Yang invitingly, I'm great, aren't I? I helped you out. Chapter 132 Can't go back. What responded to her was a slap from Qin Yang, covering her ass. Chris gritted her teeth. This stinky brother. It's all swollen there. Don't they say that men in the East are the most compassionate? How come the stinky brother can't show any mercy at all? Is it because you're not good looking? At the thought, Chris immediately dismissed it. There are absolutely no words for your own good looks. It's just that stinky brother is too young to know the goodness of women. Actually, I'm very surprised that you, a holy daughter of the Holy Court of Light, would betray the Holy Court? Is it hard to believe that that old man, the Holy Emperor, is trying to subvert you? Qin Yang drove and took Chris to Sue's house. Since there was such a big trouble, he naturally couldn't put Chrissy aside. Just now, he said that he was going to send people away, but he was just joking. Clarice gritted her teeth and said with displeasure, that old man, he's just too petty. I just wanted an item, but he didn't agree, so I took it myself, and he even had to kill me. What is it? Qin Yang asked. Angel wings, Chrissy said. Qin Yang's eyes changed as he looked at Clarice. He had known Clarice for a long time, so naturally he knew what angel wings were. It is said that angel wings, when heaven and earth were still connected, allowed believers to become angels and enter heaven if they received them, and later Jedi heaven and earth passes. Even heaven and earth cannot come and go. Angel wings only increase strength and longevity. Whenever an angel's wing was transmitted, it was received by the Holy Emperor and used on his body. Therefore, the Holy Emperor of the Holy Court of Light has lived until now. Ordinary people think that the Holy Emperor is changing constantly, and that is nothing more than a self-directed trick by the Holy Emperor. The person has always been the same person, just with a few changes made to the appearance. That guy has been the Holy Emperor for 1,000 years, and he's still not satisfied. It's time for someone else to be the one, so I grabbed the angel's wings, Chris said with a straight face. Qin Yang looked odd as he stared at Clarice and said, no wonder he wanted to kill you. Angel's wings aren't really important. What's important is that you want to be the Holy Emperor. Chris said rightfully, that's natural. Of course I want to be the Holy Emperor. We have an old saying in the West that a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good saintess. Qin Yang was speechless. What a mess. Then you probably won't make it back. Qin Yang sighed. Chris looked at Qin Yang in surprise and said, on what grounds? I just need to wait for that old dang of the Holy Emperor to die. Then I can go back and become the Holy Emperor. And by then, I'll have refined the angelic wings as well. So who else in the Holy Court will be my rival? Saying this, she rubbed her shoulder against Qin Yang. No longer can. Not still have you. Then you help me not just can. The big deal is that I can let you sleep. According to the Dragon Country words how to say, in return for the body. Chrissy said bashfully. Qin Yang shook his head. I didn't mean that, but the Holy Emperor can't die. Chris was a little dumbfounded. Impossible, how can a person not die? Qin Yang snorted. What if he's not human? Chrissy was confused. What the hell is he? My master once said that the Holy Emperor might be an angel left behind in the mortal world. Qin Yang told Chris the news seriously. Maru Spice. Chrissy's head was spinning. Angel? So Dang is an angel? Where does he look like an angel? Thinking of this, Chrissy asked Qin Yang with a serious face. Let me ask one thing just one thing. That is it too late for me to go and admit my mistake now? Ha! Qin Yang let out a laugh. Chris had the urge to die. It was fine when she came, but now Qin Yang told her that she couldn't go back. Trying to boil down an angel, that thing is immortal. At the thought of it, Chrissy's whole body was lost and no longer as jumpy as it had been when she arrived, until she came to Sue's house. Seeing that Ji Daoda was broadcasting live, Clarice barged right into the middle of the camera. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a beautiful woman. Foreign chicks. It's beautiful. Ji Daoda was also startled. Where did this woman come from? How did she break into her room? Just as she was about to say something, Chrissy shouted to the camera. Hello there old timers watching the live stream. My name is Chrissy and I like my single snap a 6. Soon, the comments section was swept right up. All 6s. By the way, this lady is an Eastern Magus. I'm a Western Magus. I can also help people predict their fate. If you want to get a fortune teller, you can swipe a carnival. Chrissy shouted. Ji Daoda was dumbfounded. Who the hell is this woman? However, when she saw Qin Yang appear on the opposite side of the room, signaling her not to be nervous, Ji Daoda was instantly relieved. She immediately understood that this woman was, more than likely, the woman that Qin Yang had gone to pick up. It's just, how she feels like some social cow. Not quite normal. Because of the addition of Chris, the broadcast room was instantly active. This comedian also did not know whether the Dragon State language was learned from the Iron Sons of the Northeast. Active atmosphere that is called a great. Not too long ago, just the reward gifts alone were already in the tens of thousands. The popularity of the live streaming room is at a record high. Ji Daoda suspected that if this woman joined the live broadcasting world, another big netizen would definitely appear. That mouth alone kills a lot of people. And on top of that she's so pretty. If it wasn't for Ji Daoda's own good condition, she was close to having an inferiority complex. All the way to the end of the broadcast, Chrissy just looked unimpressed. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you can't afford to go back. Being in the Dragon Kingdom is quite interesting. Chrissy's easygoing, big-hearted personality made Qin Yang a little powerless to spit. Who is this man? Turning off the live stream, Ji Daoda asked. The Holy Court's holy daughter, but now she has betrayed the Holy Court and is being hunted down by the Holy Court. Qin Yang explained. Ji Daoda was taken aback and immediately said, then what do we need her for? Why don't you just whisk her away? The Holy Court is a big trouble. Ji Daoda's first reaction was to chuck it. As for Madonna's heart, sorry, it doesn't exist. Clarice looked at Ji Daoda aggressively and said, Sister Daoda, you're also too heartless. Are you just going to watch me get killed by the people of the Holy Court? Ji Daoda laughed coldly and said disdainfully, as a person of the Sacred Court, you can betray the Sacred Court. Who would dare to take you in? You also don't need to pretend to be pitiful with me. Someone who dares to betray the Sacred Court can be some kind of simple guy? The green tea set won't work with me. She's not bad. Stay, just as a fighter. Qin Yang said with a smile. Is it strong? Ji Daoda asked. Nodding his head, Qin Yang said, among the White Cloud sect, other than Master and I, they can all be ranked in the top 3. Ji Daoda changed her face in a second as she said enthusiastically, Clarice, just make this your home and stay as long as you want. Chris was dumbfounded. What a realistic woman. Chapter 133 No Mouths Left Behind. When the two of them, Sun Wanyu, came back and were a bit surprised after seeing Clarice. Holy Court Holy Maiden. I've heard of it. I didn't expect you to know Qin Yang, Sun Wanyu said. Hearing Sun Wanyu say that she had heard of herself, Clarice was a bit surprised. Heard it from a business associate who mentioned you with gnashing teeth and hatred, Sun Wanyu explained. Chris grinned instantly and said, then I know. He's either from the Holy Court or the Dark Guild, and only people from those two places would gnash their teeth at the mention of me. Sun Wanyu was a bit puzzled. The Dark Guild would gnash their teeth at the mention of Chris, but hadn't the Holy Court been on their own with her before? Don't take her for any good person. You guys, this woman is always bullying people, Qin Yang explained. Chris glanced at Qin Yang and said disdainfully, the strongest of us in the supernatural realm is the most respected. I don't call it bullying. Besides, she's just a soft girl. If she's not a bit fierce, she'll be bullied, not to mention becoming the Holy Maiden of the Holy Court. This was something that Sun Wanyu and the girls recognized. Compared to boys, girls are naturally weaker in terms of physical fitness, and without a background outside, they are really easy to be bullied if they aren't a little more fierce. Qin Yang laughed coldly, looking disdainful, and said, Is that so? Then you take advantage of King Arthur's absence to break the legs of the 12 knights of the Round Table and call that being bullied? Who made King Arthur look at me more than once during the feast? He clearly had no intention of treating me well. Take the fact that you beat Magistrate Solo so badly that his father didn't recognize him. And for what? Qin Yang continued to ask. Clarice immediately shook in spirit and said, this one was really Solo who provoked me. I proposed to take out the Holy Emperor with him and then I would become the Holy Emperor. He was unwilling and had to snitch on me, so I beat her up. Soon Wan Yu and the girls were dumbstruck. They knew that Chrissy couldn't be a saving grace, without realizing that Chrissy had done so much. Looking at her, she looked aggrieved, and I'm afraid she still sees herself as a victim. In reality, the victims are all others. At this moment, they thought of what Qin Yang had just said, that Clarice had betrayed the sacred court because she had stolen something from the sacred emperor. And when they thought of this, their eyes changed as they looked at Clarice. At this time, Clarice said in dissatisfaction, people still don't want to take down the Holy Court, then conquer the entire Western supernatural world, and use the entire Western supernatural world as a bride price for you to be with me. Is that what she's playing at? The crowd froze for a moment, looking oddly between the two men. Come on, you're ambitious yourself, don't count me out. Qin Yang bristled. Chris sighed inside. Alas, a piece of my heart was fed to the dogs. Qin Yang stared at Clarice with a strong feeling of wanting to throw her out. Just then, another person came in. What are you doing here? Qin Yang asked. Li Jingyi directly said, it's the captain who asked me to follow you around, so when you have something to do, you can let me do it. Sort of your personal assistant. No need. Qin Yang shook his head. Li Jingyi, however, grinned and said, the captain said that if you don't listen to her, she'll come back and you to death. Qin Yang bristled. Who was afraid? However, looking at Li Jingyi's appearance, it was obvious that she was relying on herself. He was a bit headstrong and couldn't help but spit out. What do you guys like about me? Can't I change? I like that you're alone. I like you alive. Li Jingyi and Chris said at the same time. Gotta. No need to change it. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, suit yourselves. The two of them immediately smiled at each other, and they had a feeling of heroes cherishing heroes. It turned out that there were people like himself in the world. Soon Wan Yu and the girls were dumbstruck, knowing that Qin Yang was very recruiting, but being so recruiting was something they hadn't expected. How long has it been? And so many women around. However, thinking about Qin Yang's strong combat power, they felt that these people were not bad. At least they did not have to work so hard. Looking at the time, Qin Yang said, I'm going to pick up the kids. You guys don't need to follow me, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Qin Yang left as if he was escaping. It was mainly Chrissy and Jingyi Li who were a little too much for him. These two women. One is a big, trouble-making granddaddy. Moreover, she appeared to be close to Qin Yang on the surface, but no one knew what she was really thinking inside. It's nice that the two are friends, but they're just friends. Qin Yang would not sleep with her easily. Once he accepted her, he was bound to be involved in many things. It's like Ji Daoda said, just be a punching bag. As for Li Jingyi, she was no lightweight either. This woman wants to pounce on herself at any moment. Only, Qin Yang had no feelings for her. The main thing was that she was also Jiang Wanru's BFF, which was even more senseless. However, since the other party had become a member of the Dragon Pavilion and was also so highly regarded by Qiao Yu, Qin Yang would not just target her. It was fine to use them as henchmen. That was Qin Yang's decision. The car drove to the kindergarten. Qin Yang came to the entrance of the school. When he saw Qin Fangfei, Qin Yang walked over and was about to hold the child in his arms. As a result, a hand beat into it and took the child in its arms. It was a little girl, very good looking, staring at Qin Yang with a wary face, saying, what are you doing? Qin Yang was slightly stunned, then smiled and explained, I've come to pick up my child. This is my daughter. No way. How old are you? You look like you're about 20. How can you have a child that old? You're not a human trafficker, are you? The girl grew more and more wary. She glanced at the side of the white-haired defense master, originally wanted to call out to him, but as a result, now she felt that he mostly cannot be relied on. It is better to personally protect the child yourself is more reliable. Qin Yang touched his nose. He knew that he was misunderstood because he was too young. Fifi, call out to someone. Dad, Qin Fengfei shouted. The little girl knew at once that she had misunderstood this excessively young youth in front of him was really the little girl's father. She was a little embarrassed at the thought. I'm sorry, Qin Fengfei's parents. It's mainly because you're too young. I didn't think of it, the little girl said awkwardly. Qin Yang smiled and said, it's fine, I do look young, give me Fei Fei. The teacher then handed Qin Fengfei to Qin Yang. Come on, daddy's taking you to a nice dinner, Qin Yang said. Qin Fengfei instantly revealed a happy smile. After they left, a middle-aged female teacher mocked, that man, I think, Is not the real father of that student of yours, like a stepfather? It's good. They don't look alike at all. And the one who came to check in was a very good-looking woman who drove a luxury car and was very classy. And the man was more than likely a gigolo she kept. That must be right. A few of the teachers murmured. The little girl was a bit disgruntled and gave them a look, saying, "Teachers, please leave some tongue-in-cheek and don't make such wild guesses." When she finished, she turned to leave. Those teachers looked disdainful. What's the point of pretending to be noble? It's just that you see that he's rich and want to seduce him. That's right. It's great to look pretty and come to be a kindergarten teacher. Who doesn't know what she's thinking? Most likely she's just coming for the rich student's parents. I don't think she's got her eye on that guy from earlier. I think they know each other. And it's possible that they're the man's mistress. Right. The group began to gossip. At this moment, Qin Yang, with his little girl in tow, had just entered a Western restaurant and ordered 2 fully cooked steaks to eat. Chapter 134. And he dared to adopt a child. Qin Yang cut his steak and then sent it inside the little girl's plate. Eat more. The little girl is too skinny. Though dressed in valuable clothes, his face was still a bit dishwatery. The little girl said, "Thank you, Daddy." "Dad?" Just then, a cry of alarm came. Jiang Wanru walked in with a group of people, and she exclaimed when she heard the little girl's name. Qin Fangfei was startled by Jiang Wanru's voice and looked at the other party with some trepidation. Then seeing Qin Yang's calm face, she quietly continued eating. Jiang Wanru looked a little complicated as she stared at Qin Fangfei. Was this her granddaughter? Why is she so skinny? "Mr. Jiang, are they disturbing your meal? Or should I kick them out?" a man said fawningly. Before Jiang Wanru could say anything, the man shouted like Qin Yang, "You are not welcome here. Do you hear me? Settle the bill immediately and get out." Qin Fangfei was frightened. Her little mouth flattened and she was about to cry out. Just then, Jiang Wanru walked over and slapped the man in the face. The man covered his face, a little confused. "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, don't be in a hurry. I'll let them go now." When he finished speaking, he shouted, "Men, blow them out." Snap. Jiang Wanru slapped him in the face again. The man was blindsided. "You're fired." After Jiang Wanru finished speaking, she walked over to Qin Fangfei's side and whispered, "Baby isn't afraid. No one dares to kick you out." Qin Fangfei looked at Jiang Wanru and was a bit puzzled. How did this aunt look so much like her father? Thinking of this, the little girl asked directly, "Hello auntie, are you daddy's sister? You guys look alike." Jiang Wanru glanced at Qin Yang and sighed in her heart. That's her own son. Can it not look like that? "I'm your dad's mom. You can call me grandma." "Who's your mom?" Jiang Wanru said. And the man gaped. "This man is Mr. Jiang's son and granddaughter? How is that possible? Didn't you say Mr. Jiang only has 2 daughters? Jiang always has a biological son. It's just that the 2 of them didn't get along very well because of some things." A man whispered beside the man. The man's body softened, and he knelt directly in front of Jiang Wanru. "Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. I had eyes but didn't recognize Tai. I didn't know that these 2 were the young master and young miss. Please spare me this time." Jiang Wanru ignored him. She just waved her hand and someone pulled the man out. Qin Fangfei glanced at Qin Yang and saw that Qin Yang didn't refute Jiang Wanru's words before she said, "Fei Fei's mom is Sun Wan Yu. How is that possible?" Qin Fangfei said with some incredulity. If it was really Su Nu Yu and Qin Yang's child, the 2 were only how old when they gave birth to this child? Then, Qin Fangfei broke her fingers again and said, "Fifi's mom or Duli, and Ji Daoda's mom, and Xiao Yu's mom who came back yesterday." Jiang Wanru was puzzled. She seemed to understand something. This child should be adopted by Qin Yang. As for why she had adopted this child, that was not for Jiang Wanru to know. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanru took out a card and handed it to Qin Fangfei. "If Fifi wants to eat something here in the future, just bring this card over and eat whatever you want," Jiang Wanru said. Qin Fangfei glanced at Qin Yang and only put it away when she saw that Qin Yang did not object. "Thanks grandma," Qin Fangfei thanked in a milky voice. "That's a good boy. That's a good boy." After saying that, Jiang Wanru looked at Qin Yang with a complicated expression. She hadn't thought that Qin Yang, who had been hurt by the Qin family's adopted son, would still be able to adopt another child. Did he really not mind at all? This kind of breadth of mind is not something that can be compared to ordinary people. This son of his own is really too extraordinary. "I own this store. Bring Fifi here often in the future. Since she is your daughter, she is naturally my granddaughter." After saying that, Jiang Wanru did not wait for Qin Yang to say anything and turned around to leave. As for those of the others, this looked at Qin Yang with some awe. The waiter, in particular, had memorized Qin Yang's appearance. They don't know the reason. They only know that this is the young master. And in the future, when the young master comes, they mustn't be neglected. And that little lady, she's a little too well behaved. They've seen too many bear children who need parents to coax them to eat something, and who can't move without throwing a tantrum. After a meal, Qin Yang left with the child. The assistant manager of the restaurant came over and told Jiang Wanru that Qin Yang and the others had already left. Got it. Jiang Wanru nodded. She personally came to inspect the operation of the restaurant, which was a surprise inspection, and she did not expect to meet Qin Yang. Before Qin Yang got into the car, a figure, coming down from another car, was none other than Qin Wan. She entered the office and was surprised to see Jiang Wanru. Mom, guess what I just saw? Qin Yang brought a little girl with him. He wouldn't be so beastly as to lay his hands on a little girl, right? What nonsense. That's his daughter. She's supposed to be adopted. The girl is called Fifi. You'll be her little aunt from now on. Be nice to her after you see her. Jiang Wanru admonished. How dare he adopt a child? Qin Wan said in surprise. What's there to be afraid of? That's the child of one of our organization's members. After that member's warrior, the organization didn't know about this child, and only in the past few days did they get the news and pick it up. A hero's son or daughter, naturally, is different from Qin Li. A voice rang out, Li Jingyi is here. The two men gave a look like that was the case. Qin Wan spat out her tongue and couldn't help but say, in that case, it seems that Qin Yang is still very kind. Blankly glancing at Qin Wan, Li Jingyi said without a trace of anger, that's for sure. It's impossible to become an official member of the Dragon Pavilion if you're not truly kind. It's you guys who underestimate Qin Yang too much. I didn't understand it before. Right, Auntie Li. It's said that the person you like is also in South City. Where is he now? Agreed to be with you? Qin Wan had a curious look on her face. Li Jingyi immediately blushed bitterly and said glumly, it's a bit difficult. Can anyone else refuse you? Your brother. Li Jingyi said glumly. What? Qin Wan was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that the person Li Jingyi liked was actually Qin Yang. If the two were together, the sense of back virtue would be too heavy. So, in the future, don't call me Auntie Li, call me Sister Li or sister-in-law. Auntie will be a generation away. Li Jingyi reminded. Qin Wan looked odd, then said, Auntie Li, I found out something. What? Li Jingyi looked puzzled. You're cheeky. Roll. Li Jingyi rolled her eyes. Jiang Wanru was all amused by the two. However, she also looked at Li Jingyi with some worry and wondered if she and Qin Yang could be together because of herself. If she spoiled Li Jingyi's marriage, she would be guilty of a great sin. Chapter 135. Did you report it? Seeing Jiang Wanru's worried face, how could Li Jingyi not know what she meant? She smiled and said, you don't have to worry. You're me. I'm me. What's between Qin Yang and I has very little to do with you. If he likes me, even with you in the middle, he'll accept me just the same. If he doesn't like me, even without you, it's impossible for me and him to be together. That's true, but, Jiang Wanru sighed. How could she not know that her best friend was consoling her? If it wasn't for her own reasons, it would definitely be easier for her and Qin Yang to be together. But now, not so much. Don't talk so much if you're a sister, Li Jingyi said without a trace of anger. Jiang Wanru could only give a bitter laugh. When Qin Yang returned to the Su family, dinner was already prepared. Seeing the two return together, Su Nuyu said, Fei, come over for dinner. Qin Fangfei touched her somewhat bulging little stomach, but still obediently walked over. Already ate. I just took her for some steak, Qin Yang said. He'll make up for what the little girl was missing before. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Sun Wanyu smiled as she gently said to Qin Fangfei, Fei, you have to remember, in the future, if you can't do something, you have to know how to refuse it, okay? Mom and Dad won't blame you, much less force you to do things you don't like. I know, Mom, Qin Fangfei replied. Chris sighed. This little girl is like an angel. I wish I had a daughter like that. After saying that, her gaze fell on Qin Yang's body. Qin Yang said indifferently, what are you looking at me for? Why don't you give me a baby? Chrissy winks. Qin Yang said indifferently, don't talk nonsense in front of the child. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking, but you're just trying to use the child to tie me down so that I can help you with the matter of the sacred court. Chris spat out her tongue. Her own idea was seen through by Qin Yang. Qin Yang glanced at her, shook his head, and said, whoever is your daughter is simply unlucky. The children you teach will never be angels. Everyone felt that Qin Yang's words were definitely a bit too much, and it was expected that Clarice would be a bit angry. As a result, Chrissy said excitedly, I knew it, honey, you know me best. How else would you know me so well? Let's round up tonight. Qin Yang directly picked her up by the back of her neck and stuffed her into his room. Qin Yang, I like you. How would I live without you? You can't do this to me. Chrissy's voice, from inside the bedroom, with an odd expression, duly asked. She really is the holy daughter of the holy court, as in fake. Qin Yang nodded his head. Is she of the same virtue in the midst of the holy court? Duly asked with some incredulity. Qin Yang nodded and said, so, you know why the people of the sacred court are after her. Even without her angel wings, she would have tossed something else sooner or later. However, she's not as crazy as you guys think. She's just a bit jumpy. She's actually quite nice. Otherwise, Qin Yang wouldn't have left her behind. Invoking the holy court was definitely a big trouble. Even Qin Yang would have to weigh up the situation and would not easily confront the sacred court because of other people. The crowd was thoughtful. It seems that they still judge people too much by their appearance. If it was just a crazy woman, it wouldn't be possible for her to become the holy maiden of the holy court. At night, Sun Wanyu took the little girl to sleep, and Qin Yang had wanted to find Dooley, but it turned out that Dooley also wanted to accompany the little girl. Now that there was only one Ji Doubta left here, Qin Yang didn't ask her and directly carried the person into the room. Overnight, Ji Doubta cultivated hard and her strength improved a lot more. At noon the next day, Lu Min arrived. Senior brother, someone from the sacred court has come, Lu Min said. Where are the people? Qin Yang was calm. This was all expected. He would be truly surprised if the other party didn't come today. We stopped them outside. They wanted to have a chat with Senior. Lu Min said. Go. Qin Yang glanced at Clarice on the side. Chris shrugged and could only stand up, leaving with Qin Yang with a helpless face. Lu Min glanced at Clarice, then gave a wink to Qin Yang. Elder brother, Bull, are you sure you can handle it? Shut up or you'll tell your wife about chasing other girls when you were a kid, Qin Yang said indifferently. Lu Min, big brother is just too ruthless. If Liang Xinxin believed this, she wouldn't be able to go over old scores with him if nothing else. You know that Lu Min had said that Liang Xin was the first person he had ever liked. Thinking of this, Lu Min directly closed his mouth. They came to the suburbs. A few Western men, sitting inside a fly tavern, eating and waiting for Qin Yang and the others. Seeing Qin Yang coming, they hurriedly wiped their mouths and stood up. Boss, check out. One of them, a Western man of about 60, said. 1,500, the owner said. The man was slightly stunned, then pulled out his money and paid directly. They are eating a dish of mapo tofu in foreign countries, which costs tens of dollars, and the cheapest one costs $12. Just now, they ordered a table of food and only spent $1,500, which was considered a bargain for them. The owner hemmed and hawed and collected the money sharply. These dishes are only $200 or $300. He just looks at it as a foreigner and rip off the other person a little more. People are stupid and have a lot of money, Chrissy exclaimed. The group left the restaurant and went to a deserted area. At this time, the man who was around 60 years old said, Please, holy maiden, return the angel's wings. As long as you are willing to return the angel's wings, the holy emperor won't start hunting you down again. What if I say no? Chrissy asked. Then you may have to be hunted by the holy court forever until your death, the man said. Clarice snorted as she put one hand on Qin Yang's shoulder and said with a smiling face, Then try chasing one down. With Qin Yang by her side, she was emboldened. The man looked at Qin Yang with a touch of scorn in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, This is Mr. Qin Yang of the White Cloud Temple, right? May I ask if Chrissy's words are what you meant? Qin Yang didn't answer him, but instead stared at them and asked, Did you report to the Dragon Kingdom when you entered it? The man was slightly stunned as he frowned and said, I'm a little confused as to what you mean. As a supernatural powerhouse? Entering another country without permission and not reporting to their own supernatural organization. The supernatural powerhouses of their own country all have the responsibility to kill each other. Have you thought about how to die? Qin Yang asked with a calm face. Chapter 136 Great Opportunities. The members of the Holy Court who came forward were a bit confused. They naturally know the rule. But, what does this rule, which binds martial artists now, have to do with them? They no longer belong to the secular plane. In their opinion, Qin Yang was just looking for an excuse to make a move. Your Excellency is trying to kill us? The other side spoke. Jack, isn't it obvious? You have illegally trespassed into the Dragon Kingdom, and the strong people of this country, naturally, have the qualification and obligation to kill you. Shut up, Jack chortled. He just couldn't look at Chrissy like she was a little person. Could it be that she really thought she was afraid of some Qin Yang? However, he was afraid of the division behind him, and it was also the magistrate's order that no big fights were allowed in Dragon Kingdom unless necessary. People from the Holy Court don't need to report. We're different in the Holy Court. Jack looked proud. As members of the Holy Court, they all walk sideways in the West. Jack didn't believe that he could be bullied in the East. When Qin Yang moved, it was unreported. He said to Lu Min, Do it. Qin Yang didn't even have the intention of personally making a move. Lu Min smiled as he made his move. There were 6 people on the other side, and when they saw Lu Ming make a move, Jack grunted coldly, and a long sword coalesced out of the sacred power in his hand, then slashed out across Sword Chi directly. His heart was shaken with anger. The other party dared to underestimate himself, just letting one of his men do it. Even if the other party was a cultivator from the East, he would still give the other party a good look. The next moment, he saw a scene that horrified him. Lu Min grabbed a handful of cross sword chi, then directly crushed it. he came on top of Jack and the others, emanating a strong might that made Jack's face change. The majesty of a yawning powerhouse enveloped their bodies. Jack and the others looked horrified. That kind of might enveloped their bodies, making them unexpectedly feel like they couldn't catch their breath. This Oriental in front of me was really powerful. After they realized this, it was already a little late. Lu Min didn't even use his means, directly blasting out with pure power. Jack and the others blew right up. They were killed in one hit. So weak? Lu Min was a bit dumbfounded. Xin Yang gave him a blank look and said, "They're very strong now, equivalent to Jindan level cultivators, but you're a Yuaning. So, I thought they were strong." Lu Min scratched his head. He was a little embarrassed. In the middle of the White Cloud Temple, there were not many strikes. Therefore, his judgment of his own strength, as well as his opponent's strength, was somewhat not so reasonable. Suddenly facing an enemy, it is natural to go all out. It's also considered very strong. This guy's status in the Holy Court isn't low. If we kill him this time, the Holy Emperor will definitely be enraged. At that, Chris couldn't help but laugh. If the Saint Emperor dared to come to the East, I'm afraid that she wouldn't even need to instigate it. The strongest people in the East would finish off the Saint Emperor. Even if the Holy Emperor was truly an angel in the mortal world, it was impossible to stop the Dragon Kingdom cultivators from joining forces, which was something that Clarice was quite confident in. Pack up, and at the same time notify the Holy Emperor that Clarice I, White Cloud Guan, have bailed out, and if he is dissatisfied, he can come directly to me, Xin Yang said. Understood. Lu Min nodded. Going up against the Holy Court is exciting to think about. He was a bit excited and couldn't wait for the Holy Emperor to come to the East immediately. At that time, it would be possible to let the people of the Sacred Court know how powerful the Eastern cultivators were. Xin Yang drove his car and went back to the city with Chris. He snapped, "You got me in big trouble this time." Chrissy, however, smiled and looked a little imploring. "Isn't that what you were hoping for? You're so not stupid." Xin Yang sighed. The little geezer isn't just not stupid, he's smart. She was afraid that she had already guessed part of Xin Yang's intentions. "Originally I was a little worried that following you would be boring. Now it seems that I was overthinking. How could you be someone who was willing to live a peaceful life? There will be fun to be had in the future." Chrissy laughed softly. "I'm a little curious, though, what exactly do you want to do?" Chrissy asked. Xin Yang did not speak, and had absolutely no intention of explaining. "Never mind, just follow you and you'll finally know what you're after." "I'm so smart," Chrissy exclaimed. "Don't forget what you promised Rikoku," Xin Yang reminded. Chris, however, laughed. "I gave it a long time ago, otherwise you think I would be so calm around me? I would have been watched by your Dragon Kingdom people." This is something that Chrissy still has in mind. Xin Yang just smiled faintly. There was no way such a dangerous fellow, entering the Dragon Kingdom, would be allowed to run amok. It wasn't long before the Western Holy Court was located. When the Holy Emperor got the news, he just laughed coldly and said, "The Eastern cultivators are powerful. Don't make enemies with them for the time being. Naturally, someone will deal with them." Could it be that with the Saint Emperor's strength, he still can't sweep across the East? Solo couldn't help but ask. The Sacred Emperor's expression condensed as he said faintly, "The East isn't as simple as you think. It's the graves of the strong. You'll understand later. Unless there's a great chance, you can kill your way into the East." "Big chance?" Solo said in surprise. "Yes, more than 100 years ago, there was once an opportunity. That time almost capsized the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, that time was surprisingly survived by the Dragon Kingdom people, and now if they want to wait for that kind of opportunity again, it will take some time," the Holy Emperor said calmly. 100 years ago? The same one that was treated as a disgrace by the dragons 100 years ago? What had happened to the Dragon Kingdom at that time? What kind of a chance is there to make such a powerful and mysterious East suffer that kind of terrible havoc? With his mind spinning, Solo didn't continue to ask. What the Holy Emperor hated most was others asking more questions. Seeing that the Holy Emperor stopped speaking, Solo retreated in a sensible manner. The Holy Emperor's gaze was deep, staring at the distant East, his eyes gradually firming up. The Eastern earth above should also be bathed in the glory of God. It will be done by him. Not only that, but the Holy Emperor had bigger plans in mind. Maybe he has a chance to go back. At this moment, Xin Yang, who also felt something, looked far to the west, separated by an unimaginable distance. Their gazes seemed to collide. It's like the feeling of a fated enemy. The corners of Xin Yang's mouth rose slightly. "What's wrong?" Chris asked, sensing the fluctuations in Xin Yang's body. "Interesting," Xin Yang laughed. "What's interesting?" Chrissy was flabbergasted. Xin Yang also ignored her and just withdrew his gaze. "Do you know about the Huntress?" Chrissy asked suddenly. Xin Yang's eyes stared as his gaze fell on her body. "You know about the Huntress too?" Xin Yang asked rhetorically. The two men looked at each other, and both were instantly somewhat interested. The god of hunters is in the west and is now the strongest force besides the Holy Court and the Dark Guild. Could it be in the east as well? Clarice asked with some disbelief. Xin Yang was thoughtful. No wonder it's not too easy to find them in the east. They're surprisingly focused on developing in the west. Chrissy was surprised. Xin Yang glanced at her. The god of hunters was originally an organization in the Dragon Kingdom that was once crippled by my master. I didn't expect the remnants to hide and develop again. Chapter 137 Precedents? Chrissy was a little incredulous. A god hunter that powerful could almost call out the Holy Court and the Dark Guild. But surprisingly, he had once been crippled by Xin Yang's master. How powerful should his master be? The current god hunter was only a remnant of that time, which was too terrifying. I realized that I still underestimated you. Underestimated the power behind you. I thought that it would be considered good if you could protect me, and it's even possible that you wouldn't even be willing to protect me, but now it seems that I was the one who underestimated you, Chrissy exclaimed. Xin Yang smiled. A white cloud temple, relative to the entire Dragon Kingdom, only represented a small portion of that power. His opponents, never abroad, but at home, so I can rest easy, happy today. I'm going shopping. Who's tagging along? I'll pay the bill, Chrissy said. Everyone except Xin Yang raised their hands. Chrissy gave a small wave of her hand and everyone followed. The corners of Xin Yang's mouth rose slightly. I'm afraid that after a while, Chris will regret it. These people following her around. Which one of them is not a rich master? Just her little treasury. I'm afraid it can't withstand the toss. Xin Yang was ready to lie down at home. The cell phone rang. Xin Yang saw the unfamiliar number on top of the phone and still chose to connect. Are you Qin Fengfei's parent? Yes, Xin Yang said. Qin Fengfei got into a fight with someone at school and injured them. So hurry over and take care of it. The voice inside the phone was rather nonchalant. Xin Yang's face changed slightly and he immediately said, I'll go over immediately. As for what the other party said, Xin Yang didn't believe a word of it. How could a child like Qin Fengfei, who had been oppressed and bullied since she was a child, fight with others? And injuring someone else was simply impossible. It was highly likely that the other party had bullied Qin Fengfei, and then the kindergarten chose to favor the other party when they saw Qin Fengfei looking like she was cowering. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Xin Yang's eyes. He picked up his car at breakneck speed and drove to the school. In less than 10 minutes, Xin Yang arrived. He explained his intentions and the security guard let him in, and then found where the office was. At this time Qin Fengfei, standing in a corner, there was a slap mark on her face. Not far from her, a group of people were talking and laughing, and there was also a chubby little boy, looking smugly at Qin Fengfei, and what he was playing with in his hands was none other than Qin Fengfei's hair card. Seeing Xin Yang come in, the other party immediately snapped. A kindergarten teacher said, You're Qin Fengfei's parent, aren't you? This child just came to school and bullies other children and fights with people. You must educate her properly. Xin Yang didn't pay any attention to her, but asked Qin Fengfei, Fei, tell dad what's going on. Qin Fengfei looked at Xin Yang aggressively and lowered her head in the face of her teacher's cannibalistic eyes. Xin Yang blocked the teacher's gaze and said softly, Fei, tell daddy what's going on. Don't worry. Daddy is here. No one dares to bully you. Under Xin Yang's comfort, Qin Fengfei then dared to raise her head and said, Sure Xiaoming grabbed my hair card, and when I didn't give it to him, he grabbed it hard and wanted to hit me, and was pushed by me and fell to the ground. Who did you get that slap mark on your face? Xin Yang continued to ask. Sure's mom hit her, and the teacher caught me making her do it, Qin Fengfei said aggressively. Speaking here, she raised her head, took Xin Yang's hand, and said, Dad, there's also Ms. Xiao Wei, who was expelled from school in order to protect me, and Ms. Xiao Wei is very sad. Daddy knows. Daddy helped you get justice. This thing is not your fault. The fault is theirs, Xin Yang said. Qin Fengfei blinked. Really? But that's what Dad said, so that must be it. Thinking of this, Qin Fengfei's eyes became firm. Xin Yang turned around, his face expressionless as he stared at the few teachers and parents and asked, Say, this matter, how do you intend to handle it? What to do about it? Your kid pushed my son. Can she afford to pay for it if my son gets hurt? I haven't asked you for compensation yet, Sure Xiaoming's mother said in a loud voice. She looked haughty and disdainfully glanced at Xin Yang. Those teachers told her that the man in front of her was just a soft touch guy, and that she didn't need to take it to heart at all. It's time for compensation. Is $10 million enough? Xin Yang asked indifferently. Sure Xiaoming's mom, Chen Yan, was taken aback. She looked at Xin Yang with some surprise. This guy is really or still fake? Is a guy who can just take out $10 million really a gigolo? Even if it's a white boy, it's not something you can normally offend. What are you pretending? A little white boy only, not to mention 10 million. You can take out $1 million. I live upside down to eat. It was a female teacher in her 40s with a disdainful look. Card number, Qin Yang said indifferently. Chen Yan laughed coldly and said disdainfully, bluffing me? If you come up with $10 million, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you and apologize. She then gave her bank card number. Qin Yang laughed and said, rather, there's no need to be so troublesome. He took out his cell phone and gave it a whirl. Soon, on Chen Yan's cell phone, a message tone came. As soon as she looked at her cell phone, her pupils shrunk slightly. $10 million arrived on the bank card. It's amazing that the other side can actually come up with that much money. Chen Yan was a bit vain. She laughed dryly. This gentleman, in fact, there is no need to be like this. I will return the money to you in a moment. This matter, my child is also at fault. I apologize to you. Qin Yang, however, ignored her. He said to a few teachers, my child has made the teachers angry. Teachers, I will compensate you $5 million each. Please tell me the card number. A few teachers looked at each other. Although they felt that something was wrong, the temptation of $5 million was really too big for them. They all at once reported their card numbers. Soon, Qin Yang transferred all the money to their bank cards. Several of the teachers were instantly delighted. Mr. Qin, don't worry. From now on, when we're at school, we'll definitely take good care of Qin Fangfei and won't let be bullied. Yes, little friend Qin Fangfei is very understanding, and we can't all blame her for what happened today. Qin Fangfei looked thoughtfully at the several teachers, who were completely different from her own little MS. Way. Also, why did Dad give them money when he did nothing wrong? Just then, Qin Yang revealed a smile and said, next, it's time for you guys to give me an explanation. At these words, several teachers' expressions froze. Chen Yan also sensed that something was wrong. Was this a first courtesy? What is the other party going to do? Just then, Chen Yan's cell phone rang. She picks up the phone. Idiot, who have you offended? Our company is finished. The Baiyan Group and the Su family announced that they would block us. Our capital chain is completely broken. Now the accounts are all blocked. You're ready to beg for food on the streets. Chen Yan instantly turned pale. Chapter 138. Who's on top of you? Next, several other teachers, too, received calls. Their family members' jobs, all of which were in trouble, were kicked out outright, without even the slightest compensation. Their company put the word out that their wives had offended someone, and from today onwards, none of them would have a good life in the Dragon Kingdom. It made those teachers' faces pale. There was even the teacher's man, a civil servant, in the system, who was taken directly by law enforcement. That teacher's face turned pale as he looked at Qin Yang in horror. Luckily, we still have 5 million. Just then, a group of law enforcers rushed in, armed with arrest warrants, and said to them, hello, you are suspected of extortion. Please come with us. Those law enforcers, at once, put the people under control. They wanted to take the person away, but Qin Yang stopped them. He then walked over to Chen Yan's side and grabbed her arm, twisting it right off. Chen Yan let out a pig-killing scream. This caused those enforcers to be startled as well and wanted to stop Qin Yang, but they were stopped by the leader. It was ordered from above that whatever this one wants to do, don't bother. Even if it means killing these people, let him do it, that lead enforcer said. Qin Yang glanced at him and nodded. The other party also revealed a smile and nodded to Qin Yang. He had met Qin Yang and knew how powerful he was. Even chief he could only shrink in front of Qin Yang. These people dared to offend Qin Yang. They were simply tired of living. Afterward, Qin Yang grabbed Chen Yan's other hand. At this time, Shi Xiaoming became anxious. He pushed towards Qin Yang and said anxiously, don't hurt my mom. Snap. Qin Yang threw a slap across his face, and the little boy fell back and lay on the ground, fainting. Seeing this scene, Chen Yan's eyes were red. She forced herself to endure the severe pain, angrily staring at Qin Yang, cursing, you even beat your child. You are not a human being. Qin Yang sneered, I'm not human? Wasn't it you who made the first move? You speak in such a grandiose manner. Who hit my daughter with the slap marks on her face? Originally, those law enforcers were still somewhat unable to look away. When they saw the slap marks on the face of the delicate, timid, and skinny Qin Fangfei, the little bit of sympathy in their hearts was immediately gone. She knew heartache when it hit her own children. How did she get off on beating someone else's child? This girl I know. Her father is a special department. A few years ago to guard the country died in the war. A while ago to know her existence. Was her father's colleague to take back to adopt? You all do not know. Her uncle and aunt how much? Several times almost will this child to death. One of the enforcers said. At that time, he was one of the enforcers who went to Qin Fangfei's home. The many law enforcers, all of a sudden, gritted their teeth and had no sympathy for Chen Yan at all. They're not a special department, but people will be sacrificed. When they thought that they had sacrificed themselves to guard the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and that their children would have to be bullied after their own deaths, their chests were close to exploding with rage. This kind of thing is never allowed to happen. The sons and daughters of heroes should not be subjected to such indignities. Qin Yang extended his hand and once again twisted one of Chen Yan's hands off. The teachers, their faces were pale. When they saw Qin Yang approaching, they were a bit flustered. You guys grabbed my daughter and let this woman beat her, right? Qin Yang said indifferently. The teachers were shaking their heads frantically. They were going to regret it. Qin Yang didn't bother to talk nonsense with them and directly made his move. Several people's arms, they were twisted off. He suddenly turned to Qin Fangfei and asked, "Is Fei Fei afraid? Does it feel like Daddy is too fierce?" Qin Fangfei immediately shook her head and said, "It's not like that. Daddy did it to protect Fei Fei. Daddy isn't mean at all. Fei Fei likes Daddy the most." Qin Yang smiled. This girl was worthy of being the daughter of the monkey, quite sober and calm. This was very similar to the monkey. Thinking of this, Qin Yang then turned around and said to the several people, "You should be glad that I don't have a big temper today, or else it would be your necks that would be snapped, not your arms." A few people's faces turned pale. The other party still dared to kill people? At this time, a man in his 50s was arrested. Your kindergarten is suspected of assaulting children and food safety issues. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation, the lead enforcer said. Team leader Guan, do you know what you're doing? How dare you mess around in my place? Don't you know I have people above me? The kindergarten director said angrily. He was so strong that he dared to threaten even the enforcers. Qin Yang slapped him across the face, causing half of his face to swell. Who do you have up there? Tell me, I'm interested. Qin Yang stared at the head gardener. The other man froze, and although the sharp pain in his face made him angry, the gardener had a wit and said, I'm bull asterisk 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 ting. There's no one above me. He knew very well that posing the person above him now would instead lead to trouble and expose the other side. Team leader Guan sneered, beating Mr. Qin's daughter is useless even if you have people above you. Mr. Qin doesn't have many people above him. The gardener was shocked in his heart as he stared at Qin Yang with some disbelief. Is the other side that good? There aren't many people left up there? Who dares to say such a thing in the big dragon kingdom? There really aren't many people who would dare to say and be able to say something like that. What's the other guy's story? Take it away, Qin Yang said. Team leader Guan saluted Qin Yang, then turned around and left, and those who were involved in the incident were all taken away. The kindergarten employees still left were a little panicked. Gentlemen, the kindergarten is running normally. Tomorrow the kindergarten will have a new boss. Your wages will be raised by 20%, and those who are willing to come will continue to come back to work. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he took Qin Fangfei and left. The rest of those kindergarten employees and teachers were looking at each other a little bit in disbelief. The kindergarten will change owners tomorrow, and it's a 20% raise, which makes them look forward to it a bit. They're bound to show up for work tomorrow if that's really possible. At this time, Qin Yang had already gotten into the car with Qin Fangfei, and the car started and drove towards the outskirts of the city. Daddy, aren't we going home? Qin Fangfei asked curiously. Not go home. Go help you get Mr. Wei back. Let Mr. Wei be the kindergarten director in the future. What does Fifi think? Qin Yang asked. That's great. Fifi loves little Mr. Wei the most, Qin Fangfei said excitedly. Seeing him happy, Qin Yang instantly felt that he had made the right decision. He had Mr. Wei's address in his hand, and following it, he rushed straight over. The car quickly pulled into a somewhat rundown neighborhood. Chapter 139 Master Qin. Qin Yang stopped the car and found Mr. Xiao Wei's building. The unit door was open and there was no access control. He and Qin Fangfei walked in and came to Mr. Xiao Wei's residence. Before he could knock on the door, he heard a shrill voice from inside. Sister, it's not that we want you to go on a blind date. Now that you don't have a job and you're not dating, do you want your brother and I to support you for the rest of your life? Qin Yang's hand, which was about to knock on the door, paused for a moment as he stood in the doorway, signaling the little girl to keep quiet for a while as well. Wei Xian's voice came. Sister-in-law, when did I ask you to support me? This house was left behind by my parents. My brother and I each have a general, and I pay living expenses every month. I don't seem to have burdened you, right? Wei Xian's voice rang out. This made Qin Yang nod. This little teacher Wei, not a noodle melon, still knew to resist. He had originally thought that if Wei Xian were to become the head of the garden, would he have to pair her up with a more powerful deputy in order to hold down the others? In hindsight, it shouldn't be necessary. You're just a girl. What does the Wei family's house have to do with you? This house is just your brother's. You white-eyed wolf, money loser, and you want to rob your brother's house. That shrill voice sounded again. At this time, a man's voice also sounded. Wei Xian, you're a girl. How can you think about the family's house? This place was left by mom and dad for me. Their son, you'd better listen to your sister-in-law and marry brother Lu. When the time comes, I'll still be able to collect some of the dowry. and you'll be able to live a good life as well. Obviously, the person who spoke was Wei Xian's brother. No way. Who I marry is my own business, as well as this house has my half. Don't try to cheat me. Wei Chang, I never thought that you would be so shameless. Not only do you want to rob your own sister's house, but you also want to take your own sister and sell her for money. Wei Xian said through clenched teeth. You get out of here now. Marry or get out of my house. You're not welcome here. The woman with the shrill voice snapped. This is my home and I'm not going anywhere. Wei Xian, that's enough. This isn't your home. This house is mine. If you don't agree, I will now throw your things out. Wei Chang, you're crazy. Wei Xian's angry voice rang out. Snap. A crisp slap sounded. Qin Yang's heart fluttered as he kicked the door open. At this moment, the three people inside the room stared at the doorway dumbfounded. Qin Fanfei rushed in, and the little girl shouted, "No bullying, teacher Wei." She was so milky that it really didn't kill her. And Wei Xian's sister-in-law, Li Hong, suddenly sneered and said, I finally understand why you don't want to marry Brother Lu. It turns out that you've hooked up with the student's parents, and the other party even found their way to the house. Since this is the case, how much dowry do you intend to pay to marry my sister? Let me tell you, less than 300,000 is absolutely impossible. Wei Xian's face was incredulous as she stared angrily at Li Hong and blurted out, What are you babbling about? Wei Chang had a slap mark on his face. He also stared at Qin Yang and said, What 300? 000. At least 500. 000. Without 500. 000. Don't want to marry my sister. Qin Yang glanced at him and said indifferently, If I dare to give it, do you dare to take it? What's there to be afraid to ask for? You're scaring me. Wei Chang said disdainfully. Qin Yang took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Huating Beiyuan, Building 3, 201. Come over in 10 minutes. With that, he hung up the phone. Who are you calling? Believe it or not, I'm calling law enforcement. Wei Chang's face changed. Law Enforcement Bureau? Why don't I give you the number of the first captain, Gao Chenchen, and you can just call her directly? Qin Yang said after some thought. When these words came out, Wei Chang's expression changed drastically. That goddess of capture. Listening to the other party, he actually knew Gao Chenchen, and had a private phone number. Obviously the relationship between them should be very good. Who the hell are you? Gao Chang's face was ugly. Qin Yang didn't pay any attention to him, but instead asked Wei Xian, Ms. Wei, I've already had someone acquire your kindergarten. I wonder if you're interested in becoming the kindergarten's director? Wei Xian was a bit incredulous. She didn't expect Qin Yang to come to her and want her to be the kindergarten director. She pointed to herself and said, somewhat incredulously, May I? Absolutely no problem. I trust you very much. Let's do it this way. I'll give you a salary of $100,000 a month. What do you think? Qin Yang said. Wei Chang's eyes lit up and he immediately said, Of course. Wei Xian agrees. Wei Xian, however, ignored Wei Chang's words as she hesitated. $100,000 was really a lot for her, a salary she would never dare to think of in her life. But can she do it right? Seeing Qin Yang staring at her with burning eyes, Wei Xian clenched her teeth and said, I can try, and if it doesn't work, you can switch. I trust my eye for people. In that case, now let's go. Going to work now? Wei Xian immediately prepared to leave. No, finding you a house to live in is considered an employee benefit. I don't want some messy people to affect your working condition. Qin Yang swept his gaze over Wei Xian's brother and sister-in-law. This made the two men blush. Li Hong sneered. What kindergarten director? I think he's the one Wei Xian found to trick us. Wei Chang's heart fluttered. He immediately stared at Qin Yang angrily and said, Damn, you dare to lie to me. You don't want to live. I'm a Brother Leopard person. Do you know Brother Leopard? Brother Leopard is the man under the South City's bearer, Yi Longfei. No one in the entire South City dares to offend Brother Leopard. Just at this time, a teasing voice rang out. Little Leopard, what about you being so powerful? No one even dares to mess with you in South City. Why don't I ask my father to give you his position? Yi Chen rushed in with a group of people. A youth following behind him had an ugly face. Upon seeing the youth, Wei Chang cried out in surprise. Brother Panther, you're here. Great. This kid is pretending to be here with me. You quickly help your brother teach him a lesson. Zhang Bao's face went black. He rushed straight over and kicked Wei Chang in the stomach, sending him flying out. Afterward, he directly knelt in front of Qin Yang. Master Qin, I don't know this kid well. I've just seen him twice. Who knew that he just used my name to cause trouble? Please forgive me, Master Qin. Seeing this scene, Wei Chang was dumbfounded. He still knew a little bit about the rules of the underground world. Zhang Bao called out to Yi Longfei, but also just called out to the boss, and called out to the youth in front of him as Master Qin. This showed that the other party's status was still above Yi Longfei. What kind of a man did her own sister find? Wei Chang's face was pale. Chapter 140 Good things come to those who do. Yi Chen said to Qin Yang. Uncle, I can prove that this guy Zhang Bao is still quite decent and rarely does anything to oppress ordinary people. Seeing that Yi Chen had said so, Qin Yang nodded. Okay, get up. Zhang Bao was instantly relieved as he stood up with a face full of excitement and thanked him incessantly under his breath. Thank you, Master Qin. At this time, Li Yan, however, was full of smiles as she approached Qin Yang and said fawningly, Brother-in-law, we are all misunderstandings. Why do we need to find Brother Panther and the others to come over? Don't worry, we don't want a dowry either. It's a blessing for her sister to be able to marry her brother-in-law. Wei Chang is a little puzzled. His wife has always loved money. How did she suddenly loosen up? Qin Yang glanced at her and saw through her mind at a glance. You've changed your tune now? Trying to climb up my ladder so you can get favors from me, right? Li Yan, however, didn't think this was anything at all. She smiled and said, after all, Wei Xian also only has one brother, Wei Chang. For so many years, it's also us who have been taking care of Wei Xian. The two siblings depend on each other. She also wants her brother to live a better life, right? Now that Wei Xian has the ability to do so, she of course wants to help her brother out a bit. What do you think should be done? Qin Yang asked with a smirk. Li Yan's eyes flashed a touch of greed. She smiled and said, let's do it this way. That kindergarten director, let Wei Chang do it. My sister will be his deputy, and there is no need for you to pay more salary. Wei Chang will take 90,000 a month. The rest of the 10,000 will be given to Wei Xian, and we will not treat my sister poorly. A flash of incredulity passed through Wei Xian's eyes. She thought Li Yan was crazy. How could she say something so outrageous? That's a good idea. Qin Yang nodded. A flash of ecstasy flashed across Li Yan's face. She didn't expect Qin Yang to actually agree. Then it's a deal. We'll go to work tomorrow. Qin Yang looked puzzled and asked, what class? Li Yan was also confused and couldn't help but say, didn't you just promise? Let Wei Chang be the head of the garden. Qin Yang snorted with a disdainful expression. Just the way he is. His brain is as full of poop as a thatched pit. How can he be a kindergarten director? Am I not afraid of smothering other children? So what did you just mean? Teasing me? Li Yan was filled with anger. Qin Yang nodded and replied seriously. Yes. Li Yan was so angry that she pointed her finger at Qin Yang, and that hand was shivering. The feeling of falling from heaven to hell in an instant almost made her gasp and pass out. Give them a beating, and if they dare to go to Wei Xian in the future, give them a crippling beating. Qin Yang's face sank. Yes. A group of men rushed in and beat the two men up. Li Yan shouted, wanting Wei Xian to save herself. The result was a slap back from Zhang Bao. Looking for a house, one in the neighborhood of Zwei Nursery School. How soon can I do that? Qin Yang asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and said, Uncle, isn't this a coincidence? I happen to have a house near the Ziwei kindergarten. It's just a little bit smaller. 4 rooms, 2 halls, 150 square feet. Wei Xian's eyes were almost glazed over. This was still small? How much? Qin Yang asked. Yi Chen was just about to speak when Qin Yang directly transferred $5 million over. That's all. Qin Yang said. Yi Chen smiled bitterly and said, Uncle, it can't be that much. I only bought it for more than 1,600,000 at first. Even now, it's only about 3 million. The rest is for your allowance. Qin Yang didn't care. Thank you, uncle. Yi Chen instantly accepted it. And this little sister is? Yi Chen was a little worried. This one wasn't Qin Yang's sister, right? This would give himself another little aunt. The thought of calling a 4 or 5-year-old girl his aunt made him squirm a little. My daughter, Qin Fangfei, your sister, Qin Yang said. Sister, I'm your brother Yi Chen. This card is for you. The password is 6/8. There are some pocket money in it. If you want to buy anything in the future, just brush this card directly. Although he didn't know how Qin Yang had such a big daughter, Yi Chen still immediately delivered the gift. Thank you, brother, Qin Fangfei sweetly shouted. So good. Yi Chen was filled with fondness. He'd always wanted a sister, and this was another way to make it happen. Pack up your stuff and let's go, Qin Yang said to Wei Xian. Wei Xian nodded and went in to pack her things, soon coming out with a box, which was all she had. After all these years of being bloodsucked by her brother and sister-in-law, she was lucky to survive, and basically had nothing for herself but some clothes and stuff. Wei Xian glanced at her brother and sister-in-law who were being beaten. Don't worry, they've got their hands full. They can't be beaten, Yi Chen explained. He didn't dare to treat Wei Xian lightly, thinking that she would likely become his little aunt in the future as well. Wei Xian was relieved to hear him say that. She also wanted to teach her brother and sister-in-law a lesson too. Just now, before Qin Yang entered the door, she heard the sound of slapping. It was Wei Xian who slapped her brother. Of course, if Qin Yang hadn't come in, she would have definitely been mixed doubles by her own brother and sister-in-law. Yi Chen led them to his house, and at this time, Qin Yang's cell phone also transmitted a message sent by the White Cloud Group, which had already acquired the kindergarten. And then the director's notice of appointment also came down. The 4-bedroom, 2-bath home is nicely decorated. Xin Yang just looked at it and knew that 5 million was not much to give. What are you doing buying so many houses? Xin Yang asked strangely. Yi Chen awkwardly smiled, hesitated for a moment, then said, the first 2 years I like to talk about girlfriends. Every girlfriend, I will find a place for them to live. So, no wonder you are young and have a serious lack of kidney qi. This is a loss that is too severe. Tomorrow you go to the Su family to find me. I'll give you some physical conditioning, and by the way, I'll teach you some small spells that will strengthen your body and also improve your stance. Xin Yang said after some thought. It was mainly because Yi Chen treated him with respect and used it smoothly. He called himself a little uncle again, and if he died young, it would be a disgrace to him. Thank you uncle. Yi Chen was instantly excited. Teacher Wei, you can stay here. Ziwei kindergarten has already been acquired and the appointment letter has gone down. So take a rest and go to your post tomorrow. And if anyone doesn't listen to you, deal with them directly. Don't worry, Xin Yang said with a smile. Wei Xian was a bit excited, but also puzzled. Mr. Xin, I'm a little confused. Why did you choose me? It didn't occur to her that it was because Xin Yang had a crush on her. Wei Xian had seen Su Nuyu and Duli. No matter which one, they were both absolutely beautiful, completely different from a small family like herself. Listening to Qin Fangfei, these two were both Qin Yang's women. All of them were her moms. No good deed goes unpunished. Isn't that the way it should be? Xin Yang had a smile on his face. At this moment, Wei Xian was in a trance as if she had seen God. Chapter 141 Knife Demon. Wei Xian put her bags down and went to the kindergarten. Now that the appointment letter had come down, she would now have to go and acclimatize herself to her new job. Xin Yang had handed over the Ziwei kindergarten to her, so Wei Xian would not let Xin Yang down. Xin Yang left with Qin Fangfei. Yi Chen was prepared to follow Xin Yang. It was hard to have a chance to get close to his little uncle, but it turned out that Qin Yang told him to go back and not to follow the two of them. He took Qin Fangfei with him and prepared to go to the amusement park for a while. Hearing the words amusement park, Qin Fangfei nodded. She hadn't been there. She just heard her uncle and the others talk about it, saying the place was a fun place to visit. The two of them went into the amusement park and found some items that kids could play with, and the little girl had a blast. Xin Yang stared at the little girl with a hint of a smile on his face. TSK, when did our hallowed White Cloud View young master have such leisure time to bring a little girl to an amusement park? A voice rang out with a touch of flirtation. Xin Yang smiled faintly and said, don't tell me that you came to the amusement park to have fun, not to find me. He turned around and saw a buxom young man, lazily leaning against a tree, his eyes like stars, staring at him. Little Tiancher Zhang Rui, that's what I came to see you about. I just didn't realize how colorful your life is now, with a woman and a child, and you can still lift a knife? Zhang Rui walked over to Qin Yang and sat down next to him. Do you want to try my knife sharp? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Rui waved his hand as he directly said, forget it, who wants to compare with a pervert like you? I have something to ask for your help, and there's something you can't solve? Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. Zhang Rui sighed with a helpless expression. You think I'm like you, with heavenly skills in myself, and a terrifying master behind me, but I'm a father who doesn't love my mother, and even though I have the name of little heavenly master, I have to rely on myself for everything. What the hell? Qin Yang asked. A friend of mine from Fandango found that he had offended an old devil and wanted to ask me to settle this matter, and since I wasn't sure, I had no choice but to look for you. Zhang Rui looked sincere. Just help me out for the sake of us two being good friends. You can't watch me get killed. Zhang Rui continued, looking pitiful. It was a bit of a surprise to Qin Yang that the little heavenly master of the heavenly master Dao had fallen to this state. It was. He was also curious as to who it was that had managed to push him this far. Who are the people you're going to? Qin Yang asked. Just a martial artist. You don't have to worry, Zhang Rui said with a smile. A martial artist? Qin Yang stared at Zhang Rui suspiciously. Who the hell is it? The first person in the martial arts. The Mad Blade Song Tianji. Zhang Rui lowered his head and said somewhat sheepishly. Blade Immortal Song Tianji? Qin Yang raised his voice. Using martial arts to enter the Dao, he cultivated his own Dao of the blade and was known as the Blade Immortal. Song Tianji. Of course, there were also people who called Song Tianji a sword demon. He kills a lot of people. 90% of the people he fights are dead. It was also during these years that Song Tianji seldom struck again, and because his strength was so high that the cultivators didn't dare to challenge him, there were a lot fewer killings. Zhang Rui's eyes didn't even dare to look at Qin Yang. He knew he'd gone too far. However, that friend, who was quite close to him, couldn't just ignore it and could only find Qin Yang. It's just as well to take this opportunity to try your own knife sharpness. Zhang Rui didn't have much of a backbone to speak with. He was on good terms with Qin Yang, but this matter, it was just too dangerous. Even if Qin Yang did not agree, he had nothing to say. It's not impossible. I promised you when I would leave. After a while, Zhang Rui heard Qin Yang's words. He raised his head violently and stared at Qin Yang with some incredulity in his eyes. Qin Yang actually agreed? He thought he'd heard wrong? Qin Yang patted Zhang Rui's shoulder. Zhang Rui excitedly hugged Qin Yang's waist and said happily, "Righteous Father is above. Please accept my child's worship." Roll. Qin Yang kicked him out. Leaving tomorrow. Zhang Rui rolled on the ground twice, and he took the opportunity to tell Qin Yang the departure time, after which Zhang Rui skipped off. Qin Yang smiled. This guy, despite being tortured by his family for so many years, still has this sunny, big-headed nature, and finally hasn't been cut down by his family of origin. Daddy, who was that uncle just now? Qin Fengfei played well and walked out, then asked curiously, "He's Dad's righteous son. Call him brother when we meet later." Qin Yang joked, "But he's so old, he looks older than Dad," Qin Fengfei said with some incredulity. In the distance, Zhang Rui's expression froze. Old? He's in his prime, okay? Kid has no aesthetic. Forget it, just leave her alone. With thoughts spinning in his mind, Zhang Rui resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Qin Yang took Qin Fengfei to play for a while and then went back. "I'm going out tomorrow, so stay here honestly and help me protect my family in the meantime," Qin Yang admonished Clarice. Clarice's eyes lit up as she stared at Qin Yang and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Fighting," Qin Yang replied. "Take me with you. I'd like to know how powerful Eastern monks really are." Chrissy was a little agitated. Qin Yang glanced at her and shook his head. "You despise me?" Chris instantly understood what Qin Yang meant. That look on his face was just too obvious that he was looking down on himself. "No, you're still pretty good. You could probably block one of his moves," Qin Yang said carelessly. "You can only block one move? Can't you block two moves by fighting for it?" Chrissy was a little incredulous. Qin Yang shook his head. "That's impossible. After one move, you'll be scum. The kind that can't even be picked out when you're pasted on the ground. It's impossible to block the second move." Chris was silent for a moment, then raised her head and said seriously, "I suddenly remembered that I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't be accompanying you. Don't worry, with me in South City, no one can hurt your wives." Seeing that Qin Yang was still going to speak, Chris turned around and left. "Daodu, aren't you going live?" "We're together." Qin Yang smiled. Su Nuyu glanced at Qin Yang with some worry. "Is it really that dangerous?" Qin Yang nodded and smiled. "Fortunately, it can hold up. You be careful. We and the kids are waiting for you to come back." "Don't worry, if I really wasn't sure, I would have shouted for my master to come on, and since I didn't shout for my master, it means there's no problem." Qin Yang looked certain. Sun Wanyu was then relieved. She knew that Qin Yang was a man of great numbers. Since he said so, there must be no problem. Chapter 142 Direct Question. The little celestial master, Zhang Rui, came to Su's house. He greeted the crowd. Hello to a few of the younger siblings. Sun Wanyu nodded. "Please, little heavenly master, take care of my family's Qin Yang." Su Nuyu's words caused Zhang Rui to open his mouth, somewhat unsure of what to say. Taking care of Qin Yang? Just him? He couldn't even defeat the Blade Demon, so he came to Qin Yang for help. However, seeing Su Nuyu's serious eyes, Zhang Rui also said seriously, "Don't worry, I will definitely not let anything happen to Qin Yang, unless I hang up first." This made Sun Wanyu and the girls' hearts jolt. It seemed that this time, it was not as simple as they thought. This little celestial master was clearly not at all sure. Thinking about it, the girls were a little guilty in their minds. "Let's go. Don't worry, I'll be back when I settle things. The person who can kill me in this world hasn't been born yet." Qin Yang had a relaxed face. He waved his hand and drove off with Zhang Rui. The two of them arrived at the high-speed train station and left the car in the parking lot before they boarded the train. Alas, it's so inconvenient. All want to fly over and forget about it. But unfortunately, the technology is too advanced nowadays, and you can't even fly with a sword if you want to. He had a depressed look on his face. Qin Yang glanced at him. "How comfortable is it to take a moving train? And is there any bitter hard food? By the way, what percentage of certainty do you have against the Blade Demon?" It was only at this time that Zhang Rui thought to ask about this. Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, "It depends on how the Blade Demon's attitude is." "What do you mean?" Zhang Rui froze for a moment. "You'll see when the time comes." Qin Yang smiled. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Zhang Rui also shrugged. He knew that Qin Yang had something in mind, so he wasn't too worried. The car traveled for more than 2 hours and finally arrived at the place. There were already people waiting at the exit, and when they saw Zhang Rui, they immediately greeted him. It was a middle-aged man, looking to be in his 40s, who said excitedly, "Little heavenly master, you're finally here. Take us to the knife demon." Zhang Rui said. Only after getting into the car did he introduce Qin Yang, saying, "His name is Kong He. He used to help me a lot back in the day. And he's the one who's been taking care of all my properties in the mortal world all these years. Qin Yang nodded. Zhang Rui introduced Qin Yang to the other party again. This is Qin Yang. I can't beat that guy from Blade Demon. I asked him to help me deal with Blade Demon. Zhang Rui said frankly. Hearing Zhang Rui say that he couldn't fight, Kang Hyuk was shocked for a moment. This youth, who was as young as the little heavenly master, was actually certain of dealing with the Blade Demon. You should know that just now. The little heavenly master had said that he was no match for the Blade Demon. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, I can't say it with such certainty. I can only say that I will see the Blade Demon first. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Kang He's face turned white. He said bitterly, this Mr. Qin Yang, you must make sure that there is no certainty. If you are defeated, my family will be dead. Qin Yang glanced at him and said indifferently, that's your life. Khan choked on his words. He glanced accusingly at Zhang Rui. This is a matter that apparently only Zhang Rui can solve. Zhang Rui frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Kang He, are you not trusting me? Since I brought Qin Yang, I'm here to solve the problem. Besides, even if you're going to die, we're still not in the same danger. What kind of attitude is that? Sensing Zhang Rui's fire, Kang He hurriedly said, young celestial master, you are misunderstanding. I don't mean that. I'm just worried about my family's safety. I'm grateful that you and Mr. Qin can come to help me. You still haven't told me how the hell you messed with the knife demon? Zhang Rui asked. Kang Hyuk's eyes rolled as he deliberately made an aggrieved look and said, it's because of some business conflicts. I acquired a person's company, and it turned out that there was a relationship between that person and the knife demon. So he hired the knife demon to deal with me. Just that? Zhang Rui stared at Kang Hyuk. Kang He nodded and said accusingly, little heavenly master, you know, I've never been the type of person to cause trouble. I'm very timid. How could I take the initiative to provoke others? If the other party hadn't been targeting me, I wouldn't have acquired their company. In that case, it's a good thing. Zhang Rui looked relieved. Qin Yang glanced at him. Is this guy serious? This Kang Hyuk, at first glance, was not normal, and when he casually said that, Zhang Rui actually believed it. How did this guy manage to sit in the position of little heavenly master without being persecuted to death by that mother and son of the family? What's that look in your eye? Zhang Rui said with displeasure. It's okay, it's just that I think sometimes you're very. Qin Yang said with a serious face. Zhang Rui. He rolled his eyes and didn't bother with Qin Yang. This guy just bullies himself. Qin Yang glanced at Kang He and sneered. Kang He's heart was beating wildly. For some reason, he suddenly developed a feeling of being completely penetrated by Qin Yang. This made his heart flinch, and he instantly realized that this person in front of him was not as easy to fool as the little heavenly master. I just hoped that, when he met Blade Demon, he would never say too much, and that a straight fight would be the best outcome. The car stopped in front of a manor house. Kanher got out of the car and walked in front of the doorman and said, please tell Mr. Song that Kanher is here. There's no need to pass the message. Come in, and bring an expert. A little heavenly master from the heavenly master's way, right? A loud voice came. A master? Kang He strangely glanced at Qin Yang, who hadn't even been discovered by the Blade Demon. The three entered the courtyard and walked out a short distance when a man walked out from the middle of the manor. He appeared to be only in his early to mid-30s, extremely handsome, with strands of gray hair between his temples. Clearly his true age was not what it appeared to be. When he saw Qin Yang, a flash of horror flashed across Song Tianji's eyes. Just now, he had unexpectedly failed to perceive Qin Yang's presence, thinking that only little heavenly master Zhang Rui had come. Meet Mr. Song, Kanher said a little nervously, and Zhang Rui also arched his hand in greeting. Fellow Daoist Song. As a junior heavenly master of the heavenly master Dao, he naturally wouldn't address Kang He as a senior. One word of dog is enough. And Qin Yang also arched his hand and smiled. Qin Yang has met Brother Song. I have heard for a long time that Brother Song is the #1 sword in the Dragon Kingdom, and is almost invincible even among the cultivation world. Today, I have seen that the name is indeed true to his word. Brother Song should have already cultivated to the point where everything in the heaven and earth can be used as a sword. Brother Qin has good eyesight, Song Tianji said in surprise. He himself couldn't sense Qin Yang's presence, and the other party could still tell his realm on the Tao of the blade at a glance. This person was not simple. This time I came over here to resolve the conflict between Kang He and Brother Song. May I ask Brother Song, is there any misunderstanding in this? Just now, Kang Hyuk explained to us that he and your friend, it's just normal business competition. I wonder if that's the case. Qin Yang didn't hide anything at all and asked directly. This caused a flash of appreciation to flash across Song Tianji's face. His least favorite was people who beat around the bush. Chapter 143 Stupid. Song Tianji stared at Kang He, a hint of killing intent spilling out, nearly causing Kang He to faint. He dropped to his own knees, his body trembling. Is that what you said? Song Tianji asked coldly. Kang Hyuk was trembling as he held back his fear and said, "Does Mr. Song want to use his power to oppress people? What I said was originally the truth." "Damn," Song Tianji said coldly as a strand of blade chi flew out to obliterate Kang He. Qin Yang did not make a move, while Zhang Rui could not help himself and made a move to block the strand of blade chi. His blood churned and he fell backward, almost getting hurt. This horrified Zhang Rui in his heart. Just now, Song Tianji's strike. I'm afraid that it was even less than 1/10 of his strength, and he himself even almost didn't follow it, and even almost got injured. Qin Yang shook his head, and he said that sometimes Zhang Rui is very important. Looking at the situation in front of him, anyone with a brain without a hole in their head would know that Kanher had problems. But, Zhang Rui is still protecting Kang Hyuk and simply has a deep pit in his brain. Zhang Rui stared at Song Tianji and said coldly, "Do you want to kill to silence?" Stupid. Song Tianji's face sank. He didn't have a very good temper to begin with. Previously, seeing that Qin Yang was powerful and a pain in the ass, he had wanted to speak to them properly, but Zhang Rui's behavior angered him. Does this honored one need to kill to silence? If this honored one wanted to deal with anyone, he could just kill them directly. If he hadn't given your heavenly master Dao a face, he would have already been a dead man for what he did. Song Tianji sneered. Zhang Rui, however, smiled disdainfully and said, "I see that you just want to kill and silence people, and don't dare to confront us, the person beside me. I know very well that it's impossible for him to do anything that will harm heaven and earth." Song Tianji stared at Zhang Rui. In the end, he couldn't help but shake his head inside. "I finally realize why Heavenly Master Zhang wanted to change his successor. You're too stupid and brainless." Qin Yang thought deeply. "Do you have to say that again at least?" Zhang Rui was instantly touched to the bottom line. He glared angrily at Song Tianji. Song Tianji slapped him across the face. Qin Yang sighed and still had to make a move. The main reason was that this guy, Zhang Rui, was indeed too simple and easy to be fooled. It was because of this reason that Zhang Rui was able to become friends with him in the first place. If it was someone with malicious intentions, Qin Yang wouldn't have bothered with the other party. Qin Yang instantly arrived in front of Zhang Rui, and his hands similarly slapped forward. Boom! The palms of the two collided, and there was a terrifying blade aura radiating in all directions. However, Qin Yang suppressed these blade chi with his true essence and did not destroy anything around him. Qin Yang laughed. "If Brother Song's hand is itching, I can accompany him." As for Zhang Rui, he is a junior celestial master. If there is any damage, it will not be easy to explain to the celestial master Dao. Brother Song is right, right? Song Tianji said indifferently. "You and I will fight. If I lose, this matter will end. If I win, that person must be handed over to me to deal with." Could be. Qin Yang nodded his head. Song Tianji stood with his hands behind his back as he said indifferently, "I won't take advantage of you, so make your move first." Qin Yang shook his head and pointed outside, saying, "It's a shame to break such a good house. Let's go outside and fight." "According to you." Song Tianji nodded. The two instantly rose up in the air and left the place. In the distance, on top of a barren mountain, a great battle erupted between the two. The terrifying blade awnings looked like they were going to tear apart the heavens and the earth, and they were tens of feet long. Even before getting close, Zhang Rui could feel how terrifying the collision between the two was. A flash of horror flashed in his eyes. Qin Yang's strength had actually been promoted to this point. He could really resist the blade demon Song Tianji and fight him, no matter what. It was remarkable that they had managed to kill up to this point. After all, Qin Yang's age was there. If he really defeated the blade demon, even if he couldn't be called the number one person in the cultivation world, he would still be close. He had really underestimated Qin Yang. No wonder he didn't even call out to his master. At this time, a flash of viciousness flashed across Kang He's eyes as he said to Zhang Rui, "Little heavenly master, we can't just wait like this." Zhang Rui glanced at Kang Hyuk and asked expressionlessly, "What are you going to do?" At this point, he had some doubts in his mind about Kang Hyuk. Already, Song Tianji, as a former strong man with a lofty nature, he had absolutely no need to defame an ordinary person. The only explanation is that Kanher did do something bad. Not only that, Kang Hyuk was hiding it from himself and wanted to use his power against the knife demon. Kang Hyuk didn't notice Zhang Rui's change in expression as he glanced inside the manor and said, "We can now control the people in the manor and use them to threaten the blade demon so that he throws in the towel. And then when the time comes, we can force him to swear that he won't look for trouble from us, and we can even take the opportunity to get rid of him." Zhang Rui's face became extremely ugly as he stared at Kang He, his icy eyes, finally making Kang He notice something. Kang Hyuk's heart jumped, and a bad feeling arose. He immediately explained, "Little celestial master, don't misunderstand. I just don't want Mr. Shin to risk his life." He was a bit vain, but in his heart, he felt that Zhang Rui should believe his story, right? After all, it's been lying to him for so many years. This little celestial master, Pure and simple was not even as good as a girl just out of school. Do you really think I'm stupid? Zhang Rui asked coldly. What do you mean, little heavenly master? Kang Hyuk's heart was beating wildly, and he immediately had a bad feeling. Zhang Rui laughed coldly. I now feel that what Song Tianji said might be true. What exactly have you done that is so outrageous that a top-tier powerhouse amongst the cultivators had to seek revenge on you? Misunderstanding. Little heavenly master. I'm really wronged, Kanher hurriedly called out. However, he had some bad feelings in his heart. Zhang Rui sneered. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll know when they come back. From now on, you stand here honestly, don't go anywhere, don't do anything, or else I won't have to use Song Tianji's hand. I'll kill you with my own hands. Kanher's face changed wildly. He tried to explain, but now Zhang Rui was no longer listening to him. Zhang Rui has some regrets. Had he known that he would have checked before going to Qinyang, in case he harmed Qinyang because of a villain, even if he lost his life, it would not be enough. In the distance, the battle continued. The two strong blade intentions collided, and that was the two people's cultivation paths colliding. Zhang Rui's heart jumped. This kind of collision of cultivation paths, it is very easy to go wrong. If not careful, it is easy to shatter the foundation of the Tao. All the cultivation is destroyed. The battle lasted half an hour and a hill disappeared. Qin Yang and Song Tianji came back hooking up. Their clothes were both a bit tattered and there were some wounds on their bodies, but they obviously weren't seriously injured. But looking at the two of them, it was surprisingly like they had become good friends. Chapter 144. Too simple and straightforward. Seeing that both of them had injuries on their bodies, Zhang Rui's heart was shaken. It's fine, just a few flesh wounds. Brother Song deserves the title of Blade Immortal. No one in the world can surpass him in the Tao of the Blade. Qin Yang sighed. Song Tianji, however, said with dissatisfaction, Brother, you're being too modest. Your cultivation on top of the Tao of the Blade is extremely close to mine, and I don't even dare to say that it's really stronger than yours. And what's your best it isn't the Tao of the Blade. Zhang Rui was dumbfounded. Is Qin Yang that strong? Thinking about their strength back then, although there was some gap, it wasn't this big yet. Qin Yang smiled as his gaze fell on Kong He. Now for your question. Kanher shuddered. His mouth was dry and he said nervously, Mr. Qin, what do you mean? You don't have to pretend. I'm a person of cultivation. I know the art of face reading. What you are, I can tell at first glance. Say it, what the truth of the matter is like. Qin Yang said indifferently. Kong He bitterly grimaced, his gaze falling on Zhang Rui as he said accusingly, Little heavenly master, didn't this friend of yours come to help me? How come he's now flirting with you to find trouble with me? Zhang Rui stared at Kong He and sneered. By now, you still want to hide it? Kong Hyuk's face went white as he said in a trembling voice, I don't know what little heavenly master means. Qin Yang took out his cell phone and read, Kong He, for 9 years, relying on the name of Zhang Rui's little celestial master, he has taken advantage of the situation by trickery, seeking to murder people for money, harming a total of 15 people, and causing 7 families to be broken up. And the reason why he is facing off against Brother Song this time around is that he almost forced one of Brother Song's friends to die. Kong Hyuk panicked a batch in his heart, but still said, You can't say that. It's something that didn't happen. You just couldn't beat Song Tianji. That's why you slandered me like that. Still talking tough? Qin Yang laughed coldly. If I didn't have solid evidence, do you think I would have said it? After meeting you, I let people go and check your details. How many things have you done? Some of which you may have forgotten yourself, but I've already found them all out for you. Kanher paled. He stared at Qin Yang incredulously and asked, Who the hell are you? Those things that I did so stealthily and have eliminated the traces. How could you know? Your so-called elimination of traces is a joke in front of a truly superior person. It's me who was too stupid to be squinted at and keep believing in you because of your kindness in saving my life. Zhang Rui gritted his teeth. Qin Yang glanced at Zhang Rui. He said with dissatisfaction, You can't get away with this matter. Once I know about this matter, I will definitely go to find you. Although you didn't kill those people, their deaths were partly due to you. You didn't know people well enough to make such a result. Zhang Rui was silent, then nodded. I'll take care of this Kanher and the people around him first, then I'll make it up to those people. I know that no amount of compensation is better than a life, but that's all we can do for now. Speaking of which, Zhang Rui sighed. Go on. Qin Yang nodded. Zhang Rui directly carried Kong Hyuk away. Qin Yang, on the other hand, stayed with Song Tianji. Song Tianji invited Qin Yang into the house and changed his clothes. The banquet was already prepared. There were only 2 people, Song Tianji and Qin Yang. Some spirit fruits that were rare in the cultivation world were also placed on the table. This was treating Qin Yang as an honored guest. That Zhang Rui is too simple and naive. He may be a good hand at cultivation, but he's not suitable to be the head of a sect, and I'm afraid that Tiancha Dao is going to decline in his hands. Song Tianji sighed. That's not so bad. Qin Yang smiled. After glancing at Qin Yang, Song Tianji was slightly stunned before he slapped his own head and laughed. Look at my memory. I forgot that with you as a friend by his side. Even if little Tiancher is a bit naive, he won't be able to let the Tiancher Dao decline. Qin Yang didn't say anything. That's what he meant. He naturally had nothing to say to those around him. It's a blessing for him to have you as a friend, but you have to warn him, that stepmother and brother of his, they're no slouches, and this one might be exploited and used against him. Song Tianji reminded. Which of the existences that had cultivated to the top tier of powerhouses were not human beings? Song Tianji was naturally the same. Qin Yang smiled and said, Brother Song, don't worry, that mother and son, I haven't put them in my eyes yet. If they really dare to lay their hands on Zhang Rui, I'll just kill them, and then only Zhang Rui will be left as the heir. And the position of this heavenly master of Tiancher Dao will still fall into someone else's hands? Song Tianji was slightly stunned, then stuck out his thumb. In other words, with Qin Yang as his friend, Zhang Rui was innately invincible. As for Zhang Rui, as a junior heavenly master of the heavenly master's way, as long as he didn't commit the great crime of treason, none of his lives were likely to be in danger. Thinking about this, Song Tianji couldn't help but sigh that Zhang Rui had really made a good friend. The two of them drink to each other and say something about the cultivation world. Qin Yang didn't have much contact with the cultivation world and only had some understanding of it. Hearing Song Tianji say something about the cultivation world was still quite interesting. The holy daughter of the Putua Holy Land, Yu Rou, is said to have recently stepped into the Yuan Ing level and has entered the world. The Sky Demon Sect's young Lord Ouyang Yu has also entered the world, and is said to have come for Yu Rou. His purpose is to shatter Yu Rou's immaculate Buddha heart and bring her back to the demon sect to become the Sky Demon Sect's young lady. Rather delusional. Qin Yang laughed. He didn't have a good feeling towards the heavenly demon sect. The other party was too overbearing. Though demonic cultivators, it wasn't like the legends were so overwhelming. But there is still some conflict between them. Qin Yang did not have a good feeling towards the heavenly demon sect, either. They acted badly, killing innocent people at every turn, and were much more troublesome than the hypocrites among the cultivators. It is said that the recent obstruction between heaven and earth is going to disappear, and the cultivators of the mortal world can resume their ascension, and I don't know if it's true or not. Song Tianji continued while staring at Qin Yang's expression. In his mind, Qin Yang should know something. Qin Yang shook his head and said directly, Impossible, Jedi heaven and earth pass. Whoever can open that barrier between heaven and earth, my master would have to fight for his life to try it out. If there is really that kind of tendency, it's impossible for him to have that kind of idea. Song Tianji was a little disappointed. He had spoken the news just now because he wanted to get some news from Qin Yang's mouth. Unexpectedly, the news he got was disappointing. Right at this moment, Qin Yang said, Of course, maybe there really is that possibility, but I haven't gotten the news or sensed it for the time being, so I should ask the person who passed out the news. I can't find the person who spread the news. It's the news that comes out of nowhere, and I know it's mostly false, but there's always some anticipation in my heart. Song Tianji laughed bitterly. Qin Yang smiled. He understood Song Tianji's feelings. Just then, a voice came. The Putua Holy Land's Yu Rou has come to visit Senior Song. Chapter 145 Desire to make a name for yourself. Speak of the devil. Qin Yang and Song Tianji looked at each other with some surprise. However, this holy maiden of the Putua Holy Land, how come her voice was a bit off? With an air of mid-air, come in. Song Tianji's voice came out. A figure, all of a sudden, jumped in. Not a bit of demeanor left. Qin Yang and Song Tianji walked out, and only then did they see that a woman was covered in blood. Her face was pale, and her feet were staggering as she ran forward. After seeing Qin Yang and Song Tianji, a flash of joy appeared on her face and she immediately rushed over. Right at this moment, 5 figures came after them from behind, directly shooting out 5 pitch-black true essence, blasting towards the Moon Rouge Sacred Maiden. Song Tianji frowned as he flicked his fingers. 5 channels of true essence stopped the other party's true essence, and said with some displeasure, 5 heavenly demon sex Taoists, aren't you going a bit overboard by barging into Mr. Song's home without even asking? The other man was austere. The middle-aged man at the head of the group glanced at Yu Rou somewhat unwillingly as he was filled with coldness. Senior Blade Immortal, this is a matter between our heavenly demon sect and sacred maiden Yu Rou. Please do not intervene. Fine, leave my place and I'll stay out of it. I'll give the Sky Demon sect this face. Song Tianji nodded. The man was a little dissatisfied. His eyes were ice cold as he said, What does Senior mean? Is that he is in charge of this matter? Senior should know that although you are the number 1 person in the Tao of Blades and are powerful, my heavenly demon sect is not something to be messed with. Senior wouldn't think that the number 1 sect in the Tao of Demons is something that you can suppress casually, right? Song Tianji's face, which was originally smiling, instantly turned cold. He stared at the man and asked, Did you just threaten me? It can't be considered a threat. It can only be considered a warning. I just hope that Senior recognizes the situation clearly and doesn't get himself into trouble. After all, Senior is only one person. Before his words even fell, Song Tianji struck out. A flash of blade light emerged and landed directly on the man's body. The man saw the powerful blade light surging towards him, but he was completely unable to dodge or fight it. He looked terrified, unable to even operate his power under that flash of blade light. In the next moment, the man directly burst into pieces. There were 4 people left, looking horrified. They looked at Song Tianji, terrified to the extreme. Disrespect me, deserve to be killed, Song Tianji said. He didn't look at the remaining 4, just decapitated their leader. The 4 heavenly demon sect powerhouses turned around and wanted to leave. Let you go? Qin Yang's voice rang out. The 4 men stopped in their tracks, and Yu Rou looked at Qin Yang somewhat strangely. She didn't recognize Qin Yang and had thought that he was just a junior or disciple beside Song Tianji, but now it seemed that perhaps the other party's identity was not simple. Senior Song, what do you mean by this? We didn't offend Senior Song, and we forced our way into Senior's private residence because we didn't know that this was Senior's residence. So please forgive us if we have offended Senior. One of the heavenly demon sect's powerhouses opened his mouth. Song Tianji shook his head and said, since I've already killed one of you and you haven't offended me too much, I naturally won't make things difficult for you. What does he mean? One of them questioned. What Brother Qin wants to do? That's not something that Mr. Song can control, Song Tianji said indifferently. Brother Qin? This title made everyone present's hearts beat wildly, including Yu Rou. She knew that she had underestimated the person in front of her. The other party was actually in existence that could be on par with Song Tianji. Even, looking at Song Tianji's meaning, it actually seemed like he was respecting this Qin surname powerhouse. May I ask what this Senior Qin has to teach me? The heavenly demon sect powerhouse asked. You have not saluted me when you came in just now. This is a great disrespect, so cut yourselves, Qin Yang said indifferently. What? Just didn't salute him and let himself cut himself? What kind of sense is that? Besides, one doesn't know him, and there are even more powerful people than the heavenly devil sect? The 4 heavenly demon sect powerhouses were naturally unwilling. We're willing to apologize to Senior and ask for Senior Qin's forgiveness, but there's no need to cut ourselves, right? Our crime is not to death, the heavenly demon sect powerhouse said. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and laughed lightly. You guys aren't willing? The 4 sneered. They were naturally reluctant. Qin Yang shook his head and sighed. Then I can only do it myself. When he finished, he flicked his finger. 4 small flames emerged and fell toward them. The 4 of them laughed coldly. What could a mere 4 flames do to them? They were invulnerable to water and fire, and at this realm, they were not afraid of ordinary flames at all. After those flames landed on their bodies, the 4's faces changed. Samadhi. No. Help. Ah. The 4 men screamed in terror at the same time, and the next moment, they were burned to ashes. Song Tianji glanced at Qin Yang with some surprise. He even had this kind of tactic, and the eyes of Yu Rou as she looked at Qin Yang also carried deep scorn. Brother Qin is preparing to show his face in the cultivation world? That's why he's looking for a powerful sect to start with, to make a name for himself as fast as possible, Song Tianji said in surprise. He surmised Qin Yang's meaning. Aha! Qin Yang nodded. Then there's no need to pick the heavenly demon sect. This sect is really strong. You might be in quite a bit of trouble in the future. Song Tianji laughed bitterly. Even he felt tricky when facing the heavenly demon sect and didn't kill the other party just because of scruples. Qin Yang, however, laughed. If the heavenly demon sect wasn't strong, I wouldn't have chosen them. I originally wanted to go to the heavenly master Dao to find some trouble. After all, Zhang Rui, that scummy father, I've been watching him for a long time and wanted to take out my anger for my buddies. And now since the heavenly demon sect has taken the initiative to send me to their doorsteps, I will choose the heavenly demon sect. It was only then that Yu Rou realized that Qin Yang was trying to make a name for himself in the cultivation world, and that's why he went after the strongest members of the heavenly devil sect. She looked at Qin Yang incredulously, speculating in her mind what exactly his status was, that he did not place the heavenly demon sect in his eyes in the slightest. Holy maiden Yu Rou, let me introduce to you, this is Qin Yang, the chief senior disciple of the White Cloud Temple. The White Cloud Temple? Where is that? Could it be some kind of hidden clan that one had never heard of? Seeing Yu Rou's puzzled face, Qin Yang laughed. It's only normal that the holy maiden doesn't know. My White Cloud Temple was just established 20 years ago. Only 20 years? No wonder I hadn't heard of it. How could such an expert appear in such a short period of time? Could it be that the White Cloud Temple has some hidden gaijin? Otherwise, how could a 20-year-old sect have an expert like Qin Yang? Seeing her puzzled face, Song Tianji didn't explain and just smiled faintly. He was aware of Taoist Master Baiyun. He had met him once, and Taoist Master Baiyun had once even instructed him on some cultivation. He just hadn't thought that Qin Yang's strength was also that powerful. It's unimaginable. I would like to pay a visit to the White Cloud Temple. I wonder if fellow Taoist Chin can oblige, Tsukiyokari asked. The main reason was that she was just too curious in her heart about the White Cloud view. Moreover, Song Tianji's friends were not so bad that they would do anything against her. Song Tianji has a fiery character, but is bright and open-minded, a true great man. Chapter 146 Fighting Tigers and Brothers. Qin Yang laughed. Naturally, he had no intention of refusing, since he intended to make a name for himself in the monastic world. Engaging with the cultivation community is also an inevitable thing. There's no excuse for the other side wanting to visit. Yuro immediately felt joy in her heart and said with some excitement, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Chin. I wonder if fellow Taoist Chin can wait for me for a period of time. I need to heal my injuries first, and then after my injuries have stabilized, I will join fellow Taoist Chin and head to the White Cloud View." Qin Yang glanced at Yuro, nodded, and said, "Good point, I can still wait for half a day." Half a day? Yu Zuo was slightly stunned. Her injuries were so severe that it would take at least 3 days for her to stabilize. Half the time, she was in a bit of a bind. This injury of Yuro's, I'm afraid it will take 3 days to stabilize. Yu Zuo didn't hide it. Qin Yang was a bit surprised that it took so long. He then smiled faintly and said, "Let me help you. Let's not bother fellow Taoist." Tsukiyokari said thoughtfully, "It's no trouble. I just don't want you to hold me up," Qin Yang said directly. This caused Tsukiyokari to choke. Qin Yang was too direct, leaving her with a feeling of being speechless. But this lack of hypocrisy on the other party's part also made Yuro feel that the other party was a person who didn't make a fuss, and her heart was a lot less wary. "Then I'll trouble fellow Taoist Chin," Tsukiyokari said gratefully. Qin Yang made his move. His fingertips of true essence surged, quickly tapping a few points on several orifices on Yuro's body. A huge amount of true essence surged into Yuro's body, and she was instantly shaken. Yuro was able to feel that as Qin Yang moved, the huge true essence, driving the rich heaven and earth aura, did not enter her body. The injuries on her body began to get better in a very short period of time. Even with the infusion of the huge heaven and earth spiritual chi, Yuro could feel that her realm was climbing. It was a little unbelievable to her. What exactly was the means Qin Yang used? Not only that, but there was also his realm, which was definitely extremely profound. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to easily execute this kind of means of healing his injuries, allowing his injuries to be recovered within a very short period of time. But in half an hour's time, the injuries on Yuro's body had completely healed. With the infusion of heaven and earth aura, her realm had unexpectedly risen quite a bit. "Many thanks to fellow Taoist Chin," Yu Zuo said excitedly. She had just stepped into the Yuaning level, and her foundation wasn't very stable yet. However, after Qin Yang's means, she had not only stabilized her foundation, but was even close to the middle stage of Yuaning. This was a great opportunity for her. Heaven Mending Finger, Sacred Maiden Yuro is a good creation. From now on, the Yuaning realm is solid and incomparable. There will be no more bottlenecks before stepping into the next realm. Song Tianji sighed. The Mending Finger? Yuro's body was shaken, and she realized what kind of creation she had received. She seriously bowed to Qin Yang and said, "I owe you, fellow Taoist, a favor." Qin Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't take it to heart. I'm just trying to save time." Yuro smiled bitterly. Her own favor, in Qin Yang's heart, was even less important than 3 days. This would be unbelievable if it were in the eyes of the rest of the cultivation world. "Do we leave now?" "Waiting for someone," Qin Yang said. "Waiting for someone? Who?" "His own hallowed holy daughter of the Putua Holy Land." Qin Yang wasn't even prepared to give himself time. Who else could make him wait? Yu Zuo didn't inquire, but just waited. In the evening, a man returned, smelling strongly of blood. This made Yuro's body tremble, and she thought that some big devil had come. She was a little surprised when she saw what the visitor looked like. Surprisingly, it's the little heavenly master of the heavenly master's way. Yu Zuo immediately greeted him. When Zhang Rui saw Yuro, he was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, "Holy Maiden Yuro, why are you here as well? Are you here to pay a visit to Elder Song?" He had a guilty conscience in his heart, and while he had previously addressed Zhang Rui as Dao friend, he now directly addressed his senior. Yu Zuo's expression was a little embarrassed. Before she could speak, Zhang Rui said, "I see, you're also one of Qin Yang's Dao couples, aren't you? And this is to find Qin Yang? I didn't realize that the hallowed sacred maiden Yuro had become my younger sibling." "What's that? One of the couples? Qin Yang's? What the hell is this guy talking about?" Without waiting for Yuro to open her mouth to explain, Qin Yang kicked Zhang Rui's ass. Without curiosity, he said, "Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Sacred Maiden Yuro and I are meeting for the first time today. Then how come I felt the breath of the heaven mending finger on Sacred Maiden Yuro, and that's the only thing you've used on me all these years? What kind of relationship do the two of us have? Carried a gun together? Horde. Together. Boo. Qin Yang kicked Zhang Rui's words directly inside his stomach with this kick. If you can't talk, you don't have to. And Yu Rou looked odd, staring at Qin Yang. He had actually whored himself out? This caused Sacred Maiden Yu Rou's senses towards Qin Yang to immediately drop. Don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is a bit simple-minded, has no mouth, and loves to talk nonsense, Qin Yang said with a smile. Seeing him with an open and honest look, the Moonro Holy Maiden also reacted to the fact that a great expert like Qin Yang, if he liked women, what kind of one could not get what he wanted? How could he possibly need to do that kind of thing? At this time, Zhang Rui rushed out and said discontentedly, "Isn't whoring for nothing also whoring? You forgot about us." "You shut up." Qin Yang glanced at Zhang Rui. "A good person just has a long mouth." Zhang Rui rolled his eyes. "Forget it, he's not talking. It's wrong to say anything." Somewhat aggrieved, he glanced at Qin Yang. This guy really is a bigot. Yu Rou looked at the two of them. He could feel that the relationship between Qin Yang and Zhang Rui was really good. The two of them were definitely the kind of close friends. Otherwise they wouldn't get along so casually and naturally. "Is everything settled?" Qin Yang asked. Zhang Rui nodded and said, "It's almost resolved. I've asked the Dragon Court to follow you, to sweep up and clean up completely, so that mother and son can't catch you in the act," Qin Yang said. Zhang Rui was instantly relieved. "Great, come on, let my brother give you a kiss as a reward." After saying that, Zhang Rui was about to go forward and hug Qin Yang. Qin Yang sneered and stared at him. If he dared to do that, he wouldn't mind letting Zhang Rui see his methods. Zhang Rui smiled sarcastically. "Finally, not particularly outrageous. Tomorrow morning, I'm going back to the South City. You return to the Heavenly Master Dao by yourself, and if there's any trouble, send me a message, and then I'll carry a knife and chop up your stepmother and brother." Qin Yang patted Zhang Rui's shoulder. Zhang Rui revealed a smile as he directly said, "Don't worry, fighting a tiger is like kissing a brother. When it comes to that point, I will have to trouble you, brother. When that time comes, it would be best to scrap that scummy father of mine as well, so that I can go straight to the stage." Chapter 147 Killing People to Silence Them? A smile appeared at the corner of Song Tianji's mouth, and Tsukiyokari had this dumbfounded look on her face. "Is this something you can listen to yourself?" "Ha, I forgot that sage lady Yu Rou is still here." Zhang Rui suddenly remembered Yu Rou. What's he gonna do? Yuz was suddenly panicked a little. Just then, Zhang Rui asked Qin Yang in a low voice, "Should we finish her off and kill her?" "Forget it, she doesn't look like she has a bad mouth either." Qin Yang refused his offer. Saint Empress Yu Rou was instantly relieved. Zhang Rui nodded and said, "Alright, just do as you say." The Moonro Holy Maiden stared at him oddly, not knowing why she, surprisingly, saw a look of disappointment on Zhang Rui's body. Does this guy really want to kill someone? He wasn't kidding? This caused the Sacred Maiden Yu Rou to stiffen. Qin Yang kicked at Zhang Rui's body and said in a bad mood, "Alright, don't scare others here, get lost." Zhang Rui hemmed and hawed, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Where did he go? Saint Empress Yu Rou asked curiously. "I don't know, don't bother with him, we'll leave tomorrow." Qin Yang shook his head. He and Zhang Rui were friends, and it wasn't like they had a superior-subordinate relationship. Seeing that Qin Yang really didn't care, Yu Rou was a bit surprised, and she didn't ask much. Don't ask anything in the end. And Zhang Rui has the idea of killing again. The fact that he was covered in the smell of blood just now clearly told Yu Rou that Zhang Rui's brain might be a bit simpler, but there would definitely be no hesitation in laying down a killer. Qin Yang stayed over at Song Tianji's place. In reality, it was impossible for Song Tianji to let Qin Yang rest, and the two of them were together, discussing some things on cultivation. Yu Rou was also listening on the side, and she got a lot of inspiration from the discussion between the two. Yu Rou knew that she had really gotten a heavenly benefit from Qin Yang's body today. The legendary heaven-mending finger healed her wounds and consolidated her realm, and she heard Song Tianji and Qin Yang discussing the Tao, and some of their theories and epiphanies made even Yu Rou gasp in amazement. It wasn't until the next morning that Yura realized that she had been spectating all night, and, surprisingly, she hadn't interjected a word the entire night. "Brother Song, farewell." Qin Yang arched his hand. Song Tianji smiled. "Well, I hope to discuss the Tao with Brother Qin again in the future. There will be opportunities." Qin Yang smiled faintly. He left with Tsukiyakari and went to the train station. Sometime after they left, a group of people came to where Song Tianji was. They exuded an icy demonic aura, and were obviously also strong members of the heavenly demon sect. Arriving at Song Tianji's residence, they rushed straight out. Even Song Tianji's gate was torn apart. The face of Song Tianji, who had previously been quite gentle in front of Qin Yang, sank. Without waiting for the heavenly demon sect's powerhouses to open their mouths, an uncountable number of sword lights drowned them out. By the time the light of the blade cleared, there was no one left standing there. Not even blood or bone could be found. Everything was flying dust. Song Tianji looked indifferent, as if he had done something insignificant. Do you really think he, Song Tianzi, has a good temper? That was when he was good-natured in front of a strong man of equal strength. Song Tianji, what do you mean? Continuously killing my heavenly demon sect's powerhouses. Do you really think that my heavenly demon sect is easy to bully? An icy voice rang out. After the sky demon sect's powerhouse died, a middle-aged man in a long black robe appeared. He looked to be in his mid-20s, but he had a twilight aura about him. Not like a young man. Li Chang'e. They were rude to me. They should be killed. Song Tianji said indifferently. What about yesterday? Li Chang'e asked coldly. I killed one yesterday. Who killed those four? Li Chang'e asked. Song Tianji stared at Li Chang'e as he shook his head and said, You really want to know? Li Chang'e stared at Song Tianji, as if trying to figure out what Song Tianji meant by this. Song Tianji had a teasing smile on his lips, as if he was gloating. Speak, there aren't many people in this world that I, the heavenly demon sect, am afraid of. Li Chang'e said calmly. Qin Yang. Song Tianji said a name. Li Chang'e felt his head jerk as he frowned. Which one was Qin Yang? He had never heard of the name Qin Yang. You're lying to me? Li Chang'e's eyes were slightly cold. Song Tianji slashed out with a blade light. Li Chang'e blocks. He took 2 steps back and said faintly, You can't kill me easily yet. This was something Song Tianji also knew. I don't have the need to lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can think of me as the one who decapitated your heavenly demon sect's strongest person. Just come and kill me despite. Song Tianji coldly said. Seeing as how he's talked about it all. Li Chang'e stared at Song Tianji as he said in a deep voice. I understand. I'll go find that Qin Yang. As for the dozen or so disciples you killed today who offended you, this matter, let it go. After saying that, Li Chang'e turned around and left. Song Tianji smiled faintly. What else can I do if I don't count? You're not going to fight with yourself? He, Li Chang'e, had that kind of guts, but only if the heavenly demon sect could carry the loss. After Li Chang'e moved away from here, he directly dialed the cell phone of the heavenly demon sect's sacred lord. In modern times, something as convenient as a cell phone is also used by the monks. It was always much more convenient than using a jade talisman to send a message. Qin Yang, I see. You come back first and don't act without authorization. The heavenly demon sect's sacred lord Ouyang Zhan's voice was cold. Li Chang'e was a bit surprised. Didn't he immediately go to find out the identity of that Qin Yang and then strike? Does the holy lord know who Qin Yang is? Well, his master is terrifying. This matter, you should not pursue it. I will arrange for someone to handle it. Hearing the holy lord say this, Li Chang'e was appalled in his heart. Someone who could make the holy lord say that he was very powerful was not normally powerful. He hung up the call and glanced in the direction where Song Tianji lived before turning around and rushing to the sect. South City, White Cloud View. Qin Yang brought Yu Rou directly here. When a group of Jin Dan and Yuaning stood in front of them, Yu Rou was confused. A randomly picked one of these people, even if placed in a large sect, could be an elder. Instead, a group of people appeared in front of him, all with strength above Jin Dan. Most of all, they are all very young. If these people were placed in other sects, all of them would definitely be of the same status as holy sons and daughters. But in the White Cloud Temple, it's just ordinary disciples. There are still half of them out there, not coming back. Right now just these disciples. They can't get into the eyes of sacred maiden Yu Rou. Qin Yang laughed. Yu Rou hurriedly nodded her head and said, They are too powerful. I didn't expect your sect to be so strong. A sect that had been established for 20 years, and Qin Yang was still the eldest senior brother, which meant that these people wouldn't cultivate for more than 20 years at most. What an amazing talent this is. Even Yu Rou, comparing herself to them, felt dwarfed. Eldest senior brother. Is this also sister-in-law? She's so strong. She's at the early Yuaning stage, Evergreen said. Yu Rou glanced at Evergreen. The corner of her mouth twitched. Amid Yuaning saying that she was strong for an early stage? Isn't that a joke? Chapter 148 Teacher's Grandfather. Qin Yang glanced at Chang Jun and said, Don't talk nonsense. This for is the holy maiden of the Putua Holy Land. Yu Rou, be polite to others. Don't talk nonsense. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Chang Jun was a bit embarrassed. However, he was also curious about Yu Rou's identity. The sacred land of Putua, one of the 9 great sects of the Buddha sect, the holy daughter of the Putua Holy Land. It was thought that her identity was quite extraordinary and her strength was astonishing. However, Yu Rou's strength, which was only at the early stage of Yuaning, made Chang Jun a little strange. He was just about to open his mouth when Qin Yang glanced at him and knew what he was going to say, signaling him to shut up. Chang Jun closed his mouth and smiled slightly. Holy maiden, come with me. I'll take you to my master, Qin Yang said. Since he wanted to make a name for himself, he naturally had to get in touch with the powerful sects among the cultivation world, and the Putra Sanctuary is one of them. This lineage is relatively speaking, counted as a righteous man. except sometimes a little too paranoid. It is also considered to be the clan with the least amount of heart eyes among the righteous path. Aha! Suki Akari was a bit expectant. She and Qin Yang, together, came to old Taoist White Cloud's residence. Old Taoist White Cloud walked out of the room, and when she saw him, Yu Ro was taken aback. Yu Ro has met Master Uncle Ancestor. Yu was saluted. This scene made Qin Yang a little confused. His own master, wasn't he a Taoist? When did he become a Buddhist disciple? Sifu Zhu. Old Taoist Bai Yun glanced at Yu Ro and laughed. You're that little girl from back then? The little girl who followed Hui Yun around. I didn't expect to grow so big in the blink of an eye. When I first met you, I couldn't even speak well. Hui Yun? Wasn't that the previous Holy Lord of the Putua Holy Land? Now the old ancestor of the Putua Holy Land? She used to be the #1 beauty in the world back then, making countless cultivators pursue her. But in the end, she chose no one but to live her life alone. Could it be that Hui Yun was actually related to his master? Senior Uncle Ancestor. I didn't think that you founded the White Cloud Temple. Master Ancestor has searched so hard for you. Why don't you go see Master Ancestor? Yuzwa asked excitedly. Old Taoist White Cloud, however, calmly said, my destiny with her is over, so naturally I don't need to see her again. Suki Akari froze. She finally realized that it was actually Shibu Zhu who was deliberately avoiding Zhu. Master, you and Hui Yun are a couple? Qin Yang blinked. White Cloud Old Taoist shook his head. He laughed. Your master, I'm a big old man, on the matter of love, has long been fated. Hui Yun is a little girl I saved back then. I'm a big man with a girl is not appropriate, so I will give her to the Putua Holy Land. Who had thought that she after many years, but still remember this thing, we occasionally met. She followed me for a period of time, but as the master also only instructed her on some cultivation paths, without having any personal feelings. So it seems to be unrequited love. Yu Ro originally had some blame in her heart for old Taoist Bai Yun, but she realized what was going on when she heard what old Taoist Bai Yun said. With some shame in her heart, she immediately said, don't worry, Senior Uncle Ancestor. I definitely won't tell Senior Ancestor about your whereabouts. That's not necessary. If she wants to come to me, you can tell her that there are some things that need to be made clear to her, so as not to keep her mind less than perfect. The late generation knows, Suki Akari said thoughtfully. She also wanted Shifu to unravel her mind. Over the years, Master Ancestor's moods were getting more and more unstable. Her strength even showed signs of regression. The disciples of the entire Putra Holy Land were extremely worried. You can have more contact with Xiaoyong. It will be good for you. This disciple of mine is very capable. If you have his shelter, your future path will be much better. Old Taoist White Cloud reminded. The late generation knows. Yu Ro believed in old Taoist Bai Yun's words 100 times over. This was someone that even the Master Ancestor worshipped as a god, and no one would ignore his words. Afterwards, Yu Ro and Qin Yang left. Old Taoist White Cloud also returned to his room, his eyes looking in one direction as he formed seals with both hands. Dozens of miles away, a thunderbolt fell and blocked a figure. Poof! The figure snorted coldly, then turned around and left. Ouyangzhan, the holy lord of the heavenly demon sect, who had just tried to sneak into the southern city, was sensed by old Taoist White Cloud, and was the first to make a warning move. Old White Cloud, I'd like to see how long you can live. Absolute heaven and earth pass. Even if you cultivate to the peak in the mortal world, you won't be able to push open the gate of heaven and ascend to immortality. Once you can't suppress your strength, when the time comes under the rules, even if you have monstrous strength, you can only be finished off by the rules. Ouyangzhan sneered as he turned away. At this time, the White Cloud Old Taoist could not be messed with for the time being. If he does, he'll die. If Qin Yang felt something, he looked in the direction Ouyangzhan had left, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. What's wrong? Suki Akari asked. Qin Yang shook his head and said, it's nothing. By the way, why don't you stay at the White Cloud Temple, just so that you can discuss some cultivation matters with those senior brothers of mine? Don't you live in the White Clouds? Yu Zuo was a bit surprised. Qin Yang laughed. A delicate wife and a beautiful wife. What am I doing living in Bai Yunguan with these smelly old men? Wouldn't it be better to warm the jade? Yu Ro was surprised that Qin Yang had a wife. There is still time to pay a visit to your honorary wife, Suki Akari said. Qin Yang nodded and said, that's fine, but it needs a suitable opportunity when they all have time. Them? Suki Akari was surprised. Qin Yang has more than one woman? How can a cultivator be like him, indulging in that thing between men and women? In that case, how else can you raise your cultivation? Thinking of this, Yu Ro suddenly realized that Qin Yang's cultivation level was much higher than her own. Up until now, he himself didn't even know Qin Yang's true realm. Anyway, one thing was certain. It definitely wasn't Yuaning. It was definitely above Yuaning. Could it be that indulging in the affairs of men and women does not hinder cultivation? Right. Qin Yang nodded. Yu Zuo looked a bit odd. While Chang Jun arranged a place for Yu to stay, Qin Yang returned to the Su family, just entered it and a man was sitting there. He was a little surprised and didn't recognize the other man. "You're Qin Yang?" the man asked. Qin Yang nodded as he felt the man's hostility. "Which one of you?" Seeing that Qin Yang looked like he didn't put himself in his eyes, the man frowned as he said indifferently, "Leave Sun Wan Yu. You don't deserve her." "What?" Qin Yang suspected that he had heard wrong. "What's with this guy?" Qin Yang snapped his fingers. The butler came over first thing. "Which end is he on?" Qin Yang asked, pointing at the man. The man's face sank as he chided. "Uneducated thing. Is this how your parents taught you to treat guests?" Qin Yang smiled and said carelessly, "I'm sorry, I'm an orphan, fatherless and motherless." The man choked. "Also, this is my house, and you, an outsider, are yelling at me, the owner, so who the hell is uneducated?" Qin Yang asked rhetorically. Chapter 149. Who are you? The man sneered. "What's your home?" "This is Nuan Yu's sister's home. You're nothing but a fishing man. Don't think that I haven't checked you out. Your parents don't want you and you caused your parents to get divorced. Do you really think that I don't know anything about it? That's all you found out?" Qin Yang asked in amusement. How dare this guy call himself a fishing man? The man's face was full of cold smiles as he said arrogantly, "It seems like I need to introduce myself to you. I'm called Long Shuai. I'm from the Long family in Shuzhou, and it's Nuan Yu and I who are the childhood sweethearts. The door is right for each other." "So?" Qin Yang asked in amusement. Long Shuai took out a check and directly slapped it on top of the table, saying arrogantly, "Here is $50 million to buy you out of Nuan Yu's sister. You better not refuse. Otherwise, I'll make it impossible to get this $50 million. Are you threatening me?" Qin Yang stared at Long Shuai. "You can interpret that as good advice," Long Shuai said faintly. Qin Yang suddenly slapped Long Shuai's face. Long Shuai was hit in the head. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 bloody teeth. "It's also good advice for you, to tell you that there's not just anyone you can offend," Qin Yang said indifferently. Long Shuai's eyes were going red. He looked at Qin Yang angrily and gritted his teeth. "You seek death. You're back, Mr. Su." At this time, the butler suddenly shouted. Long Shuai was the first to react, and he covered his face with an aggrieved look. Su Nuan Yu saw this scene when she entered the door. She instantly frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Long Shuai stood out, covered his face, forced a smile, and said to Su Nuan Yu, "Nuan Yu's sister, don't be angry. Qin Yang just looked at me and gave me a slap. I'm fine. Don't let my reasons affect your relationship." This tea talk made Qin Yang sick to his stomach. It's outrageous that a big old man would be just like a green. Su Nuan Yu gave Lang Shuai a puzzled look and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Lang Shuai was dumbfounded that Su Nuan Yu had forgotten about herself, and Qin Yang directly laughed out. This guy had talked for half a day, but Su Nu Yu didn't even recognize him. Lang Shuai was also a bit embarrassed, but still said, "Nuan Yu's sister, you forgot. I am Long Shuai, that Lang Shuai brother of the Long family in Shuzhou. When you were 3 years old, you once said that you wanted to marry me." Su Nuan Yu then remembered. Her frown deepened. Su Nuan Yu's gaze fell on Qin Yang's body and asked, "You hit it?" "Aha." Qin Yang admitted it painfully, and at this time, Lang Shuai immediately said, "Nuan Yu's sister, you should not be angry with Qin Yang. After all, he knows the relationship between you and I. It's normal for him to be a bit jealous. It's okay to hit me a little bit. Let's just take it as me taking it for Nuan Yu's sister." Speaking of this, Long Shuai said with a concerned face, "I'm just worried that with this kind of character, Qin Yang will not make a move against Nuan Yu's sister. And if he hits Nuan Yu's sister, that won't be too good." By implication, he said that Qin Yang was a violent maniac. "Men, throw him out," Su Nuan Yu said coldly. Long Shuai gave Qin Yang a smug look. Skyfall is ultimately no match for a childhood friend, and he or she is Su Nu Yu's white moonlight since childhood. In the next moment, Lang Shuai was grabbed by the bodyguard and brought out directly. "What are you guys doing? You've arrested the wrong person. The person Nuan Yu told you to arrest is him, not me," Lang Shuai shouted anxiously. As a result, he was thrown straight out by the bouncer. Several of the bodyguards looked at him with contempt. "You guys dare to treat me like this? Believe it or not, if Nuan Yu marries me in the future, I'll make you all suffer," Lang Shuai said angrily. "Just you? How can you compete with Mr. Qin for Mr. Su? You don't have a mirror in your house. Do you have urine? You also don't take a piss to look at it," one of the bodyguards said in amusement. "You can't even compare to a single finger of Mr. Qin, and you still want to steal General Manager Su from Mr. Qin. It's just a fool's dream. Forget it, don't bother with this idiot. If he dares to approach the Su family again, he'll just be crippled." A few of the bodyguards were full of mockery. "This guy is a toad who wants to eat swan meat. How dare he hit on Chief Su and say that Mr. Qin is a fishing man?" They are well aware that even the White Cloud Group was given to Mr. Su by Mr. Qin. Which fishing man needs to do this? Seeing the several bodyguards with a ferocious look, Long Shui said coldly, you guys remember, when I get together with Sister Nuanyu and become the male master of the Su family, I won't let you guys have a good time. After saying that, seeing a few bodyguards looking like they were going to make a move, Long Shui hurriedly fled. He doesn't have to leave if he doesn't. A bodyguard sneered. They were all ready to do it just now. Anyway, if anything goes wrong, Mr. Qin will surely be able to fix it. Of this they had no doubt at all. After leaving the Su family, Long Shui gritted his teeth and said coldly, Qin Yang, I won't let you go. Just wait for me. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Go get me someone from the Feng Family Martial Arts School to help me waste the Qin Yang. After saying that, Long Shui hung up the call. With a cold smile on his face, he glanced at the Su family and said, Nuan, you can only be mine. Qin Yang, you won't have a good ending. Dare to compete with me for Nuanyu, you're dead. He was already looking forward to the day when Qin Yang was wasted. In his mind, a mere Qin Yang was nothing more than a salvage boy, and once he was wasted, Su Nuyu would surely abandon him and find her door-to-door self. As for what happened between Su Nuyu and Qin Yang in the past, he could ignore it. Who hadn't been blind when they were young? Su's, that guy won't stop. Dooley looked odd. If he wants to seek death, just let him be. Are you still worried about Qin Yang being bullied by him? Sun Wanyu laughed. Dooley smiled. That really didn't worry her. Why are you guys back so early? Qin Yang looked at the time and asked curiously. It's okay. I'm back a little early since I'm done with work for the day. Sun Wanyu explained. Dooley looked odd as she asked rhetorically. Wasn't it because someone got the news of Qin Yang's return that they asked to rush back in the first place? Is that so? Qin Yang glanced at Sun Wanyu. Su Nuyu blushed slightly as she blanked Dooley and said, You're the one who talks too much. Qin Yang hugged Su Nuyu and whispered in her ear, Do you want me to treat you well? Sun Wanyu's body went soft. She really couldn't do anything at all to reject Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled, then directly picked up Su Nuyu and entered the room. Dooley smiled slightly. These two would probably not come out until the night. Chapter 150. We can't afford to mess with this guy. Soon, Chris and the girls returned and asked where Qin Yang was. However, after hearing the voices faintly coming from the room, Chris pouted inside. This guy Qin Yang, he has never accepted me. I originally thought that he didn't like women, but now it seems that he just doesn't like me. Seeing her depressed look, the crowd couldn't help but laugh a little. However, they know the situation. Qin Yang had never been very accepting of Clarice, and although he had left her behind, he was only a friend. Without those things between men and women, that's what made Chris depressed. Ji Daodo said nonchalantly, If you cause him less trouble, maybe Qin Yang will accept you. Hearing Ji Daodo's words, Chris bristled and said disdainfully, What do you mean by less trouble for him? He just doesn't like it. The one you're messing with is the god of hunters. Qin Yang was willing to help you even before he knew that the god of hunters was in conflict with his division. Do you think that the god of hunters would be easier to deal with than the sacred court? Naturally not. Even the god of the hunt is likely to be more troublesome. Ji Daodu smiled at the thought. Chrissy sighed. It's just so obvious to love or not to love. Love you and anything goes. Don't love you and you're principled and, well, scummy. Ki do do. Though she thought Chris was being a bit spiteful, it still seemed to make sense. Sometimes likes and dislikes are such bull asterisk. Okay, let's not talk about that. I'm hungry. Are we having hot pot tonight? Chris suddenly changed the subject. I think the roast is good. Ji Daoda said. Eat some vegetables. I'm a little tired of eating meat all the time lately. Dooley offered. As a result, one of the three had hot pot, one had barbecue, and the other had veggies. Luckily, the Su family was not an ordinary family. Otherwise it would have been difficult. It was not until late at night that Qin Yang and Su Nuyu got up. Su Nuyu was a little embarrassed. She pinched Qin Yang and said, It's all because of you. This guy, causing me to go hungry now. Why don't we go out to eat? Although now you can call the chef to come over and cook. However, Qin Yang felt that it was indeed a bit too virtuous. It's now 12 o'clock at night and people have to rest. Go out to eat. Sun Wanyu nodded her head. The two tiptoed away. Clarice stood upstairs, looking at the backs of the two departing men with a depressed expression. I don't know when Qin Yang will be able to accept himself. She was still counting on Qin Yang to help her, to take out the Saint Emperor of Light, and make to herself the Saint Emperor of the Sacred Court. Thinking of this, Chris resolved in her heart that she must work hard. Qin Yang and the others arrived at a barbecue restaurant, which was a semi-buffet barbecue restaurant. After cultivating, Su Nuyu didn't have any mental burden about eating late-night snacks. You won't gain weight if you eat more anyway. At this time of day, the barbecue restaurant was also already sparsely populated. They ordered something and grilled it. The two ate and talked at the same time. Just as they were about to finish eating, a group of people came out from the middle of the booth. Soon Wanyu swept her gaze over and saw a familiar face, Qin Wan. However, at this point, she was a little out of it, already drunk, and being held by a good-looking boy. The boy had a look of triumph in his eyes. Soon Wanyu immediately realized that the man did not have bad intentions. It's Qin Wan, none of my business, Qin Yang said. Seeing that Qin Yang was unwilling to care, Su Nuyu did not say anything. She wouldn't force Qin Yang to do anything. Thinking of this, Su Nuyu couldn't help but laugh somewhat to herself. He himself had discovered Qin Wan, so Qin Yang should have discovered it in the first place. He didn't even say anything, obviously unwilling to care about Qin Wan's affairs. In that case, there was no need to bring it up himself. The group laughed and talked. Tak, now you're blessed. Not bad. I heard that this Qin Wan is still a virgin even though she's a little too young to be a virgin, and she's not bad looking either. So Tak is going to enjoy himself tonight. Oh, that's for sure. It doesn't matter who our Tak is, who can resist our Tak's charm. The crowd was laughing and smiling as they passed by Qin Yang's table. Their eyes went straight when they saw Sun Wanyu. At this time, that the brother stood at the edge of Qin Yang and Sun Wanyu's table. He said to Sun Wanyu, "This young lady, how are you? My name is Wang Di. I'm the second young master of the Wang family from Shuzhou. My grandfather is from the Lai family of our southern city. Do I have the honor to get to know you?" The crowd also knew that Tak had his eye on this woman. A few of them looked slightly changed and wanted to warn Tak. Some of these people had seen Sun Wanyu. They couldn't afford to mess with Sun Wanyu when she was in charge of the Su family, and now that she was also in charge of the White Cloud group, they couldn't afford to mess with her even more. Tak, don't mess around. We can't afford to mess with this guy. One of the minions whispered a reminder. Wang De, however, laughed. In this world, there is no woman I can't afford to mess with. Okay, you don't have to worry. My grandpa's family is one of the top 10 families in our southern city. Who would dare to mess with the Li family? After saying that, Wang Di extended his hand towards Sun Wanyu with a smile. He was still holding Qin Wan in one hand. At this moment, Qin Wan reluctantly opened her eyes. When she saw Qin Yang, she opened her mouth and shouted feebly, "Brother." Qin Yang sat there as he said indifferently, "Put her down and I'll allow you to leave if you slap yourself a few times." Hearing Qin Yang's words, Wang De then noticed him. He sneered, looking disdainful. "What a big mouth. Who do you think you are? I've never seen you before in South City." Wang De looked disdainful. "You can't see him because you're not at a high enough level to qualify. It's not that he's not high enough. I advise you to listen to him, or else not to mention that the Lai family won't be able to protect you. Even the Lai family won't be able to protect you." Sun Wanyu said faintly. "Oh, I don't know what to say. Woman, you dare to look down on me? Do you know what the consequences of looking down on me are?" Wang De sneered. He gave a wink to the few people around him, telling them to get on and take Sun Wanyu away as well. A few people who didn't know Sun Wanyu's identity were really about to get on the ball. This caused the ones who knew Sun Wanyu's identity to change their faces. They grabbed the men as soon as they could and brought them under control. "You guys are crazy. You even dare to make a move on Ms. Su. She is the head of the Su family and the chairman of the White Cloud group. You guys want to die? We don't want to die yet." Several faces went down white. Wang De's complexion changed slightly. However, he wasn't afraid. His grandfather's family and his own family were powerful enough. A mere Su family. Although he was scornful, he wasn't afraid yet. It was only the identity of the chairman of the White Cloud group that made him a bit wary. "Since it's Mr. Su, it's a misunderstanding. Let's go." After saying that, Wang De was ready to leave. Chapter 151. All things must be proved. "Stop him," Qin Yang said indifferently. The few people who knew Sun Wanyu did not hesitate to stop Wang De. Redeeming the crime. They already know what to choose. Wang De's family and the Lai family together were no match for the White Cloud group. This idiot doesn't know it, but they know it well. Wang De's face sank as he said coldly, "Are you guys crazy? Dare to make a move against me? Do you know what the result will be? Fight," Qin Yang said indifferently. The men immediately moved and began to beat Wang De. "If you waste him, you'll be fine. If you don't waste him, you'll be wasted." Qin Yang opened his mouth. At this time, Wang De couldn't hold Qin Wan either. Qin Yang directly sent a localization to Qin Shui. Without saying a word, Qin Shui immediately returned. "Be right there." She didn't know why Qin Yang had sent himself a locator, but there was definitely something going on. And by now, Wang De had been knocked to the ground. The few people who didn't know Su Nuyu's identity just now also knew her identity at this moment. Their complexion changed slightly. A few people looked at each other and started to get on it as well. All of them were still Wang De's little followers just a moment ago, but now they're all going after Wang De. Wang De screamed miserably, but there was nothing he could do. He threatened the crowd, saying he was going to kill them. This made the crowd hit harder. They all knew Wang De's virtuous, vindictive nature. Wang De really dared to make a move on them. If he crippled Wang De now, he would still have Sun Wanyu to cover for him when the time came. If Wang De was fine, when the time came, not only would he retaliate against himself, but Sun Wanyu and the others wouldn't be able to cover for him. Qin Wan, on the other hand, was lying on the ground and no one dared to touch her. Now no one knew what kind of relationship she had with Qin Yang. Wang De was quite mad at first, threatening the crowd, but at this point, he couldn't say anything and was already begging for mercy. He was originally a dude, so naturally he couldn't be all that tough. Now that he had been beaten to this extent, he also knew that the other party's origin was, more than likely, really terrifying, which made those people who usually obeyed his words, now dare to lay hands on him. He secretly thought in his heart, when he got over it, maybe he couldn't do anything to Sun Wanyu, but these people in front of him, there is one of them, he won't let any of them go, all of them have to be taught a good lesson. However, as those people moved their hands, Wang De sensed that something was wrong, and that the other party was really trying to beat himself to death. Thinking of this, he shouted, "Help! Murder! You shopkeepers still don't call the law enforcement bureau. Do you want to see me beaten to death inside your store?" The clerks then reacted and were about to take out their cell phones to call law enforcement. Qin Yang glanced at them and said indifferently, "You guys keep fighting, I'll handle it when the law enforcement bureau comes." The guys fought harder. Not much later, Wang De was no longer moving. The realization startled them all. If they maimed Wang De, they could be dealt with, but if they killed him, they wouldn't end up well. At this time, the law enforcement agency came, and the person in the lead was, surprisingly, Gao Chenchen. Seeing this goddess of capture, the crowd's necks shrank. Seeing that Qin Yang was here, Gao Chenchen's gaze stared as she walked over to Qin Yang and asked, "Qin Yang, did you beat up this man?" Qin Yang shook his head and said, "But I'm standing here. I didn't even move a bit. The people were beaten by them. It has nothing to do with me." Those who hit the man were all dumbfounded. They thought they had heard wrong. Hadn't the other party just said that he would be responsible for anything that happened after the beating? How is it that the other side now puts the fault directly on them? It made the men panic. Gao Chenchen tested Wang De's nostrils. Her face changed and she said, "The person is dead." What? The scalps of those who beat them were numb. They hadn't expected that they would actually kill someone, and Qin Yang wasn't willing to take responsibility anymore. With a wave of Gao Chenchen's hand, all those people were taken down at once. "What the hell is going on?" Gao Chenchen asked. "Here's the thing. They got this girl drunk and tried to assault her, and there was infighting, and then they shot the guy, and there's surveillance to prove it, and I haven't moved from where I'd been sitting since the beginning." Qin Yang said seriously, "I can prove it." Sun Wanyu said. Those people were dumbfounded. They almost cried out. It was only at this time that they realized that the other party had no intention of sparing any of them. Seeing Qin Wan, who was lying on the ground, unaware of her personnel, Gao Chenchen immediately understood what was going on. Her eyes were extremely cold as she said, "Call 120 to pull the person back for resuscitation, and take everyone else back." Someone couldn't help it and pointed at Qin Yang. "He asked us to beat up the people. We didn't kill them on purpose." Qin Yang looked at him with an innocent face and said, "Dude, rumor mongering is against the law. Do you have any evidence? Besides, I don't even know you guys. Why would you listen to me?" He had a strange look on his face that made the man's mind fall apart. "If you don't believe me, you can look at the surveillance. There's definitely sound on the surveillance here," the man said. Gao Chenchen immediately pulled up the surveillance, then opened the surveillance video, which realized that Qin Yang did not make any sound, although his mouth moved, but then there was no sound. The man was confused. How is that possible? There was something wrong with this surveillance, right? By what reason was there only the sound of them talking, while the sound of Qin Yang talking was not there at all? How could they know that when Qin Yang spoke, he had already bound his voice with his true essence, so they could hear it, but it could not be transmitted to the surveillance equipment. Therefore, Qin Yang's voice would not be recorded at all. Before opening his mouth, Qin Yang had already figured out what to do. Just at this time, Qin Shui rushed in with a group of bodyguards. When she saw Qin Wan lying on the ground, unaware of her personnel, she was startled. When she had asked for clarification, Qin Shui gave Qin Yang a grateful look. "Brother, thank you." Qin Yang didn't pay any attention to her and just said to Su Nuyu, "We're full, let's go." After that, the two checked out and left. Qin Shui didn't care as she said to Gao Chenchen, "Captain Gao, please make sure you deal with these scums properly before more girls are victimized by them." Gao Chenchen nodded earnestly and said, "Don't worry, for sure." At this time, Qin Shui was also furious. She helped Qin Wan up and directly slapped her twice on the face with a look of hatred. Qin Wan was jerked awake for a moment, and when she saw Qin Shui appear, she was instantly relieved. "Sis, face hurts." After saying that, she passed out again. The crowd cried and laughed, and Qin Shui sighed. It was all the result of being pampered, and she had a headache to the core. Chapter 152 First Time Out. I didn't expect you to save Qinwan. Sun Wanyu sighed. Qin Yang shook his head and let out a bitter smile, saying, if it wasn't for Qinwan, I would have made a move when I first saw it, and when I saw Qinwan, I thought about not saving her. Who let that guy find death? Sun Wanyu was silent. It also occurred to her that Qin Yang seemed reluctant to care at first. If it wasn't for that Wan De, who had found himself in trouble, Qin Yang had taken action. Thinking of this, she patted Qin Yang's shoulder and said, just be normal. Qin Yang nodded his head, then said with some irritation, how come I keep running into her? Next time I run into her, I'll just turn my head and leave. He commissioned some depression. The whole south side is so big. This has come up several times. Even if it was fate, it was a bit too much of a coincidence. Sun Wanyu laughed lightly and didn't say anything. They drove back. The south side is even less crowded in the wee hours of the morning. Just as they were about to arrive home, a figure blocked the car. The other party looked cold and stood in front of the car, not afraid of being hit by the car. Qin Yang and Sun Wanyu looked at each other. This is looking for trouble? A Zhongsher-level martial artist, on the verge of reaching innate. Su Nuyu could tell the strength of the other party at a glance. She was now practicing cultivation, and was on the verge of building her foundation, already at the 8th level of Qi refining. Of course, this was all because of Qin Yang, and the combined cultivation method allowed her realm to rise very quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to build steadily, Qin Yang could have helped her build her foundation by now. Try it out. Keep your power in check. Just put out about 1/10 of your strength, Qin Yang said after some thought. Aha! Sun Wanyu got out of the car, a little excited. This was the first time she'd been ready for a real battle. When Fengyan saw Sun Wanyu walking down while Qin Yang was even still sitting on top of the car, he frowned and said with some disdain, I thought that the person I was asked to deal with was some kind of powerful character, but I didn't expect it to be just a softie, and when things go wrong, he even lets a woman take the front. Sun Wanyu didn't immediately make a move, but asked, who are you? Who told you to come to us? Fengyan couldn't see Su Nuyu's strength. He coldly laughed. Woman, you get out of the way now. My target isn't you. Let that man come out. I just need to cripple him and that's enough. His target turned out to be Qin Yang. Sun Wanyu was a bit surprised. She immediately realized that the other party did not know Qin Yang's identity. Otherwise, it would never have said what it did just now. Crippling Qin Yang, is that something anyone would dare say? You beat me first. Sun Wanyu said. Woman, don't think that just because you're the one that guy likes, I won't dare to touch you. Fengyan's expression was slightly cold. He felt that Su Nuyu was relying on her status and deliberately blocking the way. The man's favorite woman? The other party came to trouble Qin Yang because of jealousy? Sun Wanyu thought of someone. Marshal Cold sent you? Fengyan's complexion changed slightly. He didn't expect the other party to be that smart. No, I just don't see eye to eye with him, so get out of the way or I'll even hit you. After saying that, he was ready to cross over Sun Wanyu and teach Qin Yang a lesson. Su Nuyu's face sank, and with a flash of her body, she blocked in front of Fengyan. This caused Fengyan's expression to change drastically. He didn't even see what was going on before Sun Wanyu appeared in front of him, staring vigilantly at Su Nuyu. Fengyan frowned and said, I didn't see that your excellency is also a practitioner. I wonder from what sect. You're not qualified to know. Either fight or get lost. Your choice. Sun Wanyu said coldly. A flash of anger flashed across Fengyan's face as he laughed coldly. I see that you are young and don't know the heights of heaven, so I kindly advised you that since you want to be beaten, I will fulfill you. After saying that, Fengyan directly made his move. He slammed his fist at Sun Wanyu. However, Fengyan still stayed his hand. In his eyes, what kind of strength could Su Nuyu, the big miss of the family, have? In the next moment, Su Nuyu also blasted out with a punch, directly smashing on top of Fengyan's fist. Fengyan's face changed drastically. He felt a powerful force that hit his fist and then spread throughout his arm. In the next moment, his entire arm exploded and was shattered by a punch. True essence-like substance pulsed through Su Nuyu's body. This made Fengyan's face extremely ugly. Big Dipper outside. Innate powerhouse. Blood spilled from the corner of Fengyan's mouth as he suffered a heavy blow. One of his arms completely shattered. He sealed the wound with his true chi to keep himself from bleeding too much. And Su Nuyu was stunned. She was a bit frazzled. I didn't realize that with one punch, I had blown out my opponent's arm and made him a cripple. However, she didn't feel much guilt when she thought that the other party had come with malice in mind. You're not my opponent. Go back and tell that Leng Shui that if he still dares to find trouble with Qin Yang, I won't be able to spare him. Sun Wanyu said coldly. Fengyan gave the two men a vicious look and staggered around to leave. Su Nuyu then breathed a sigh of relief. She'd seen blood before, but it was the first time she'd done it herself. Back on top of the car, Su Nuyu glanced at Qin Yang and said invitingly, I'm okay, right? Well done, but you should have touched his fist hard just now. Instead you should have attacked other parts of his body. This kind of hard hitting is not suitable for you girls, Qin Yang said. I see, you mean fighting requires skill. Su Nuanyu was thoughtful. Qin Yang nodded. Su Nuyu was a very smart one and naturally knew what to do. They drove for a while and came back home. And at this time, Feng Yun arrived at Leng Shuai's residence. Upon seeing Feng Yun's appearance, Leng Shuai was startled. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with your arm? Leng Shuai exclaimed. Feng Yun's face was pale, but his only remaining arm swung straight out and slapped Leng Shuai. Leng Shuai's face was swollen from the beating. He was furious and was about to have a fit. When he saw Feng Yun's icy eyes, Leng Shuai closed his mouth. What the hell is going on? Leng Shuai asked. You told me to teach that Qin Yang a lesson, but you didn't tell me that Su Nuyu is so powerful, that she's an innate powerhouse. How is that possible? Leng Shuai looked disbelieving. When did Su Nuanyu know martial arts? Wasn't she always just a normal person? Feng Yun stared coldly at Leng Shuai, his voice slightly cold. Do you think I would lie to you? This arm of mine, she's the one who blew it up for me, using only one move. So what do we do now? How about we just leave them alone? Leng Shuai was a little worried. He hadn't expected things to go this far. Originally, he had asked Feng Yun to waste Qin Yang, but it turned out that Feng Yun was seriously injured. Forget it? Feng Yun sneered. How could it be possible? How could he forget about it when his arm was blown out? I'll contact the martial arts school and ask my righteous father to make a move. But that price, it's going to increase a bit. $50 million. Leng Shuai immediately said. 100 million. Feng Yun stared at Leng Shuai. When Leng Shuai saw Feng Yun's missing arm, he gritted his teeth and instantly agreed. Could be. Chapter 153. How dare you look down on me? Leng Shuai didn't talk nonsense and directly transferred money. $100 million arrived. Feng Yun revealed a smile as he patted Leng Shuai's shoulder and said, quickly find a doctor to come over and treat me. I can't hold on much longer. Leng Shuai then reacted and rushed to get a doctor to come over. If Leng Shuai died on him, he'd be in trouble. That wouldn't be $100 million. When Qin Yang and the others returned home, Su Nuyu and Qin Yang went into the bedroom and looked at the time. It was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. It will be dawn soon. Resting won't be able to rest for too long. Why don't we exercise a bit now? It just so happens that we just ate. Qin Yang said with a smile. Su Nuanyu's eyes widened. How is this dog man still okay? It wasn't until the next morning that Su Nuanyu prepared to go to work. At this time, a servant informed that there was someone at the door seeking an audience. What man? Su Nuanyu asked. They said they were from the Shuzhou Feng family martial arts school and said they had come to challenge Mr. Su. The maid said. Challenge yourself? Su Nuanyu was confused. When did he get involved with the martial arts school people? Not interested. Let them go. Su Nuanyu directly refused. Just kidding. She wasn't running a martial arts school or mixing with the Jianghu, so why should she accept the challenge? A fight in the wee hours of the morning was enough for her. At this time, noisy voices came from outside. Tori and the girls were all up too, coming down the stairs. When he heard the commotion outside, he was a little disgruntled. Who's making trouble out there? Jido asked. It's some Feng family martial arts school that's supposedly challenging me. Somehow. Su Nuanyu said. A martial arts school challenge? Chris was instantly interested. She looked excited. I'll go check it out. Chrissy was the first to head outside. Go keep an eye on her and don't let her make a big scene. Qin Yang stood up. Seeing that Qin Yang also went out, the crowd followed along. Feng family martial arts school. A dozen good fighters came. Hearing Su Nuanyu refuse the challenge, they all became angry and wanted to fight their way in. While the bickering was going on, they saw someone walk out of the room. This caused those people in the Feng family martial arts hall to all look dumbfounded. Su Nuanyu several, one more beautiful than the other. All are considered to be the best on earth. The main thing is that there are several of them all at once. Even a foreign chick. When had they ever seen such a scene? Their eyes were glazed over. Poof. At this time, a man who looked to be in his 40s snorted coldly. The others suddenly woke up as if they were in a dream. They came to their senses and looked a bit embarrassed. Thinking about how they had just behaved, they felt ashamed of themselves. And at this time, Su Nuanyu saw Feng Yun in the middle of the crowd, and she instantly understood what was going on. That man. We let you off the hook in the wee hours of the morning. Why are you still coming around? Su Nuanyu's gaze landed on Feng Yun's body, dissatisfaction permeating her eyes. Feng Yun laughed coldly and said, the hatred of a severed arm is not shared. Do you think you can just let it go? So? Su Nuanyu asked rhetorically. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to cut off your own arms, and the second is to accept our challenge. If you can defeat the strongest person in my Feng family martial arts school, this matter will be settled. Feng Yun said in a cold voice. Su Nuanyu's gaze fell on the man in his 40s. The opponent was strong and had just entered the chi refining level. It is also known as the land immortal among martial artists. However, his strength couldn't be compared to Su Nuanyu. Su Nuyu was about to agree, but Qin Yang stopped her. Let Dooley make a move. Although you are stronger than him, you are too poor in real combat and will be in danger. Su Nuyu also knew that if she was allowed to step forward, she would just swing her little fists. If they really fought, although the other party was not as strong as they were, it was still very possible for them to defeat them. Okay, let's put Dooley on then. Sun Wan, you had no intention of striking again. Why don't I get on? Chris rolled up her sleeves. Qin Yang glanced at her and said without a trace of humor, you don't have to bully people, do you? Chrissy was a little aggravated, but knew that she would be too much of a bully if she went on. She was equivalent to a Yuaning-level powerhouse amongst cultivators and was extremely strong. Beating this kind of ordinary martial artist, even if it was a land god, was just a matter of moving one's fingers. All right, Chrissy backed away somewhat glumly, and at this time, the martial artists of the Feng family martial hall also heard out what Qin Yang and the others meant. These people didn't even put them in their eyes, and were even discussing who to let do it. They looked as if they didn't place the Feng family martial arts school in their eyes at all. Don't know how to die. Feng Yuan said coldly. He was the Guan master of the Feng family martial arts school and was extremely powerful. At the age of 50, stepping into the level of a land deity, even if one looked at the entire Dragon Kingdom, one would be a first-rate good fighter. The few young men in front of him dared to look down on him. This caused a strand of murderous intent to arise in his heart. At this time, Dooley stepped forward and said to Feng Yuan, I'll accept your challenge. You go first. Feng Yuan's face sank as he laughed coldly. Do you know that I am already a land goddess? How dare you look down on me? After saying that, his breath surged as a strong astral aura surged and wrapped around his body. The powerful might caused the people from the Feng family martial hall to move and couldn't help but back away. They looked smug and worshipful as they looked at their masters. His own master was a land god. Even if the other party was more powerful, he could not be a match for his master. Feng Yuan was also quite satisfied with his current state. Although he had just stepped into a land god immortal, he was about to break through the barrier once again, going even further after the land god immortal level. At this moment, he didn't put Dooley in his eyes in the slightest. According to the other party's age, even if he had some miraculous encounters, he would at most be an innate martial artist now. Seeing that Feng Yuan had already unleashed his might, Dooley was calm as she stood there and said, Don't waste time, just do it. You are a latecomer. This seat lets you make the first move. Feng Yuan said proudly. Boo! With a loud bang, Feng Yuan was directly sent flying out by a showy slap. He fell a dozen feet away, coughing up blood. A pair of eyes looked at Dooley with horror. Feng Yuan did not even see how Dooley made her move just now. He was appalled in his heart, and instantly realized that Dooley's strength, I'm afraid, was much stronger than he had imagined. At the very least, it was at the high level of the land gods. One underestimates the other. Feng Yuan had incomparable regret in his heart. With this amount of strength you have, you dare to clamor here. If I don't kill you today and spare your life, the next time, you won't be so lucky. Dooley opened his mouth. She was different from Qin Yang, who was the one who would almost die when he made a move, and Dooley is still more restrained. Otherwise, that slap just now would have killed Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan also understood this. He stood up with great difficulty, then bowed to Dooley with a grateful face. Thank you for being merciful. I'll take my people away now, and I'll never set foot in South City again. After saying that, Feng Yuan led the people and stumbled away. Long Shuai, who was in the distance, was sweating on his forehead. Even Feng Yuan was defeated in battle. He was in big trouble. Chapter 154. All of them came to my door. Qin Yang's gaze landed on Lang Shuai as he pointed at the other party and said, Come over here. Lang Shuai turned and ran. As a result, Lang Shuai only felt a tightening of his body. Qin Yang had unexpectedly appeared behind him and then grabbed him with one hand. When Feng Yuan and the others saw the scene, they all looked horrified. So long a distance, in the blink of an eye. Not even a land god would be able to do that. This man's strength was even stronger than the one who had just struck out. Feng Yuan winced at the thought. Luckily, the other party was merciful, or else he would have died knowing how he died. Feng Yuan thought of a possibility. The opponent may not be a martial artist. Monks, his face hardened at the thought. Let's get a move on, he whispered, afraid that if he ran too slowly, he wouldn't be able to get away. The others were also aghast in their hearts and knew what Feng Yuan meant. They quickly left this place, and as for what would happen to Lang Shuai, they didn't care. Lang Shuai was carried back by Qin Yang. He directly knelt down in front of Qin Yang and the others and said bitterly, Please spare me. I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. You don't know it's wrong. You just know you're going to die. Qin Yang said indifferently. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Lang Shuai winced. He said in a loud voice, I really know I'm wrong. Nuan Yu, even if you're looking at the fact that I once saved your life, you've spared me once and give me another chance. Su Nuan Yu looked like she had thought of something. She looked a little slower. He did save me, I was once pushed into the water back then, and if it wasn't for Marshal Lang's hand, I would have died. Sun Wanyu said to Qin Yang. Qin Yang instantly understood what Sun Wanyu meant. He kicked Ling Shuai and said, "Get lost. Remember, Nguan Yu owes you a life. Now I've paid you back. 2 clearances in the future. If you dare to do anything excessive again, don't blame me for coming down on you." Ling Shuai nodded his head busily. Qin Yang waved his hand, not bothering to talk to him anymore. Ling Shuai rolled away. He was relieved when he walked away. Just now, Ling Shuai had a feeling that the other party really wanted to kill him. It was better for himself to leave the South City first. This place, it was not suitable for him. If he ran into Qin Yang again, who knew what the other party would do to him? Just then, a phone call came in. Seeing the number displayed on it, Ling Shuai was slightly stunned. What is this guy doing calling himself? Nevertheless, he answered his cell phone. Fu Xian, what made you think of calling me? Ling Shuai asked. The other party was considered to be his hairdresser, but all along, Fu Xian had been relatively strong in front of him, which made Ling Shuai not actually like Fu Xian very much. The fact that the other party suddenly called himself was something that Ling Shuai hadn't expected. The guy basically wouldn't contact him if he didn't have something going on. After all, in Fu Xian's eyes, he, Ling Shuai, was no different from a dude, and there was usually no need to come and go. Fu Xian said in a deep voice, "I'm organizing a reception in the evening, so come here." "Alright, I'll rush to Shuzhou now," Ling Shuai said. "Not in Shuzhou, but in Nanchang." Fu Xian's voice came. This caused Ling Shuai to be taken aback and said in surprise, "You've come to South City." The next moment, Ling Shuai looked like he thought of something. He looked a bit odd and asked, "You can't be here for Sun Wanyu. I'm telling you, you'd better not mess with Sun Wanyu right now. She's not something you can mess with." Fu Xian snorted. "In my position, do you think I need to mess with her?" Only then did it occur to Ling Shuai that Fu Xian and Sun Wanyu were related. "I almost forgot. You are considered her nominal cousin, but you are only her uncle's stepson. She may not recognize you as her cousin," Ling Shuai reminded. The other party had a crush on Sun Wanyu just like him. Previously, although Su Nuyu was in control of the Su family, her position was unstable. But it was different now. The Su family had completely become hers. Plus now Sun Wanyu had gotten the White Cloud group. Now Sun Wanyu was the meat and potatoes in their eyes. Whoever could marry Su Nuyu would be able to take advantage of the influence of the White Cloud group to carry the family forward, and might even be able to get the White Cloud group. Therefore, Fu Xian, who was known as a high-cooled Buddha son and ascetic male god in Shuzhou, also finally had his heart moved. "I have it in my mind. All you have to do is come over," Fu Xian said faintly. He needed someone to back him up. Ling Shuai hesitated for a moment before he said, "There's something I forgot to tell you. Su Nuyu already has a man, and that man is very powerful. With high martial arts skills, even the Feng family is no match for him. I have it in mind. Just come over here," Fu Xian said indifferently. Seeing that Fu Xian still insisted on his idea, Ling Shuai shrugged his shoulders. His words, anyway, had gone so far. If Fu Xian still insisted, he would be considered benevolent. "Okay," Coldplay promised. "He'll be there for the dinner, but he'll just be a passerby and won't do anything. He doesn't want to die yet." When he was stared at by Qin Yang today, Ling Shuai really had a feeling of being on the verge of death. He could smell the smell of death. At the same time, Sun Wanyu also received a call. She spoke in a gentle tone and spoke to the other person before this hung up the call. "Accompany me to a reception tonight." Sun Wanyu's gaze fell on Qin Yang's body. Qin Yang nodded. Sun Wanyu sighed and said, "I hope nothing will happen. You don't have to worry. With me following you, no one can hurt you," Qin Yang said with a smile. Sun Wanyu shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I don't mean this. I don't want the other party to do something bad. After all, they are my mother's relatives." The one who called her just now was none other than Su Nuyu's uncle, Fu Zhili. At this time, when the Fu family found himself, what he wanted to do, Sun Wanyu knew too well. Just hope the other side doesn't go too far. Dooley was a bit indignant and said in a cold voice, "This group of people from the Fu family, it's too much. You've been in such a difficult situation for so many years. They don't care, now that you're in complete control of the Su family, and you've also gotten the White Cloud group. They're immediately looking for them. This isn't wanting to take advantage of the fire. What is it? If I say so, you just don't go to that so-called reception of theirs. Don't bother with them." Sun Wanyu shook her head with a bitter smile. It was her mother's kin. She could kill anyone, even the Su family, without any hesitation. But it's not the same for the people a mother cares about. They helped me when I was little, after all, or I wouldn't be where I am today, and I might have been killed as a child. Sun Wanyu said, "That stepmother's tactics, brilliant to say the least, but very vicious. If it wasn't for the Fu family protecting her back then, she would have been killed. So there are some favors that need to be returned. Chapter 155 Auntie, you're sick. Seeing Dooley's exasperated look, Chris laughed. Alright, this matter, just leave it to Qin Yang. When have you ever seen Qin Yang suffer? Hearing Clarissa's words, Dooley blushed a little better. She urged Qin Yang, if they dare to mess around at night, you'll give me a tough hand. Don't worry, I will, and I definitely won't let Nuanyu suffer. Qin Yang immediately assured. Nuanyu is just too kind, Dooley exclaimed. Just like with the Su family, it's not like she doesn't have the means to really want to completely tear her face off and take over the power. The Su family's people aren't even her match. As a result, a single thought almost harmed himself. Facing the Fu family is no different. However, with Qin Yang following her this time, Dooley wasn't very worried. She was just a bit angry. Su Nuyu smiled and didn't retort. In the evening, the reception began. Qin Yang and Su Nuanyu attended together. The two of them were dressed in high fashion, and Qin Yang had slightly done his hair. When the two appeared in the middle of the reception arm in arm, everyone's attention was drawn to the two. Hello Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Hello Mr. Su. Everyone greeted Su Nuanyu. They knew very well that Su Nuyu was now the chairman of the White Cloud Group. If they made good relations with Su Nuanyu, as long as Su Nuanyu casually leaked out a little bit from her hands, it would be enough for them to digest for a long time. Therefore, everyone wanted to move towards Su Nuanyu. As for Qin Yang, there were some people who greeted him with respectful expressions. This let many people know that the origin of this one, I'm afraid, is not small. Nuanyu, you're here. Let Auntie take a good look at you. Why are you so thin? My poor child. A noblewoman approached, looking like she was only in her early 40s, but in reality she must have been older than that. She was well maintained, dressed elegantly, with inexpensive jewelry. She looked quite rich. It was Su Nuyu's aunt, her uncle Fu Zhuli's second wife Li Shu. Auntie, Su Nuanyu shouted. That's great. In the blink of an eye it's been 5 or 6 years since we've seen each other. Some time ago, when Aunt heard about your accident, she was worried to death, and originally wanted to come over to see you. But as you know, Aunt's health isn't very good, and it just so happened that she was also hospitalized at the time, so she didn't come. Speaking of this, Li Shu even squeezed out 2 tears with a guilty look. The crowd was somewhat moved. This Li Shu, even though she was just an aunt, she was really good to Su Nuyu. Su Nuyu was a little uncomfortable, remembering that the person who used to hate herself the most was this aunt. She always felt that she had caused trouble for the Fu family, and the Fu family, who was unwilling to interact with Su Nuyu, also had nothing to do with this aunt. Now she was acting like she was licking her chops, which caused Su Nuanyu to have goosebumps all over her body. She was dying of embarrassment. Just at this time, a discordant voice rang out. Auntie, you're so sick. It's been so long that you can't even pass 200 kilometers. You don't have some kind of terminal illness, do you? Let me guess. Is it terminal cancer? Or is your whole body powder fractured? Li Shu's expression froze. The crowd also sobered up, and some even couldn't help but laugh. They couldn't help but sigh. This woman's acting skills were really too good. With a sound and fury, she had fooled them all. Li Shu's gaze fell on Qin Yang's body as she asked Su Nuanyu suspiciously. Nuanyu, who is this? My man, Qin Yang. Su Nuanyu said directly. Li Shu was aware of Qin Yang, and she did it on purpose. Hearing Su Nuyu's unhesitating reply, Li Shu's heart jumped, and she instantly understood that Su Nuyu's recognition of Qin Yang was, I'm afraid, quite high, or else she wouldn't have directly introduced the other party as her man. Thinking of this, Li Shu smiled and praised Qin Yang. This kid is good. He likes to joke around. He's a humorous kid. Qin Yang, however, shook his head as he looked serious. Auntie, I'm the one who likes to joke the least? I've believed your words now. You don't have cancer or powdery fractures all over your body. You have syphilis. I suggest that Auntie should hurry up and get checked and treated. Don't spread it to more people. What are you babbling about? Li Shu grimaced. Qin Yang looked scornful as he pulled Su Nuanyu's hand away from Li Shu. Auntie, you probably don't know that I'm a very good healer. I can't tell you're sick at a glance. Li Shu stared at Qin Yang. Her face was unsightly. She was just vaguely worried in her heart. Could it be that what the other party said was true? Thinking about her private life, Li Shu was a bit guilty in her mind. Just then, a man walked out. He was in his early 50s and had an imposing demeanor. At this moment, he looked at Qin Yang with dissatisfaction and rebuked. As a junior, how can you rumor about your elders? Nuanyu, you're entrusting yourself to such a man. Uncle doesn't agree with the marriage between you two. Break up. Fu Zhili looked displeased. Standing beside him was a tall, well-built youth. His eyes burned as he stared at Su Nuanyu, the very same Fu Xian who had called Ling Shuai. Just at this time, a man stood out. He looked solemn and said, Mr. Fu, Immortal Qin's words are never nonsense. You'd better take your wife for a checkup. Don't infect yourself. Mr. Lu, you're not being cheated, are you? Fu Zhili frowned. He felt that Lu Lixing's words were a bit outrageous. Just at this time, Gu Tianming also stepped forward. Mr. Fu, I advise you to listen to the words of the immortal master. I have seen with my own eyes the skills of immortal master Qin. If he says your wife is sick, she is definitely sick. Seeing that Gu Tianming had come forward, Fu Zhili was a bit flustered. He wanted to question Li Shu, but Fu Xian, who was all over again, said, Dad, if there's anything, let's talk about it at home. This gentleman should have just been joking. I never joke with strangers. Qin Yang looked solemn. Lu Lixing and Gu Tianming, too, tacitly took a few steps back. They don't want to get infected with anything. This kind of behavior made Fu Zhili and all of them irritated in their hearts. Fu Zhili changed the topic. He said in a deep voice, now it's better to talk about your marriage. I don't think this Qin Yang is reliable. You shouldn't be with him. Listen to Uncle. Uncle will find you a good man. I'm sorry, Uncle. My marriage. I make my own decisions. Su Nuyu stared at Fu Zhili, her tone calm but powerful. Fu Zhili was a bit annoyed and said, in the matter of marriage, one never listens to the elders, and since your mother is dead, naturally I, as an uncle, make the decisions, and you must listen to me. His words were followed by a voice. Is that so? Fu Zhili, you have a big face. How come I didn't know that it's your turn to make the decision on my daughter's marriage? Su Zhanghai walked out from the side with an angry expression. Chapter 156 Really sick. Fu Zhili's complexion changed slightly. He didn't invite the Su family to come to today's reception because he was worried that with the presence of the Su family, there was no way for him to pin down Sun Wanyu, who had thought that Su Zhanghai would still come. Seeing Su Zhanghai's appearance, his entire body was a bit bad. Su Zhanghai, I'm Nuanyu's uncle. What's wrong with caring about her marriage? Fu Zhili said coldly. You'd better care about yourself. My Su family's daughter. Her lifelong matters, don't need you to care. Qin Yang is my son-in-law. No one can change that. Hearing Su Zhanghai's words, Fu Zhili snorted coldly. However, he also knew in his heart that now that Su Zhanghai was here, wanting to pin down Sun Wanyu was almost impossible. Even if Sun Wanyu would agree, the Su family would not. Humph, Nuanyu can disobey my words, but what about her grandfather's words? Fu Zhili said. Su Zhanghai's expression changed. As a junior, he couldn't really say anything about his father-in-law. If Su Nuyu's grandfather intervened, he would also find it tricky. However, after glancing at Qin Yang, Su Zhanghai sneered, it's useless for anyone to intervene. The initiative of this matter is not even in Nuanyu's hands, but in my son-in-law's hands. My son-in-law wouldn't have agreed to it, and Nuanyu listens to my son-in-law. Su Zhanghai was now 100% satisfied with Qin Yang. What if you, the son-in-law, disappears? Fu Zhili said coldly. With a haughty expression, he glanced at Qin Yang and sneered, I know that he might have some means, but my Fu family has plenty of ways to make someone disappear. Su Zhanghai crowed. He was aware of how powerful Qin Yang was. Let's not talk about making Qin Yang disappear. You'd better worry about yourself first. Syphilis is something that can kill. This son-in-law of mine, his medical skills and hands are very good. Since he said that Li Shu has syphilis, he definitely has syphilis. Su Zhanghai said. Fu Zhili's face changed. If Li Shu really had syphilis, he wouldn't be able to escape. The two had an intimate act last night. Thinking of this, Fu Zhili was a little worried in his heart. After all, Su Zhanghai's look of certainty made it impossible for him to not believe it even if he wanted to. Nonsense, Fu Zhili said coldly. Uncle, you'd better listen to Qin Yang and go for a checkup. Sun Wanyu also said. Seeing that Su Nuyu had opened her mouth, Fu Zhili's expression changed slightly. He thought about it and said, okay, I'll go check it out. When he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Li Shu's body. Fu Zhili is ambitious and prefers to fight for his career. Therefore, he had little interest in women and was very clean, and if he did get syphilis, it would definitely be because of Li Shu. Does this woman really dare to betray herself? We're going to the hospital, Fu Zhili said. At this point, there was no need for the party to continue. The crowd had also seen enough and left, and the Fu family, too, rushed to the hospital. On top of the car, Fu Xian smiled and said, Dad, you don't have to worry. What kind of person is Mom? It's not like you don't know clearly in your heart. It must be the other party's nonsense. Fu Zhili didn't say anything. He just knew it too well to be a little worried. He naturally hadn't forgotten how Li Shu was with himself back then. She was never a very peaceful woman in the first place. Li Shu's heart was a little heavy. They went to the hospital and got an expedited checkup straight away. Soon, the results came in. Seeing the pickup results on the report, Fu Zhili was so angry that his body was trembling. He slapped Chen Shu's face and said angrily, How dare you? Chen Shu covered her face and cried, Husband, I'm wrong. I didn't do it on purpose. I was drunk and bullied that day. I really didn't do it on purpose. Fu Xian also said, Dad, just forgive Mom for once, she was also forced. Who is that man? Fu Zhili asked. Feast Evergreen, that punk, the punk who can't do anything but play with women. If it weren't for his brother, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to ask for food right now. Where would he be able to be so dashing? Fu Zhili gritted his teeth, hitting on the idea of hitting on the body of Laozi's woman. Very good, Fei Changchun, you wait for me. After the matter here is over, Laozi wants him dead. At this time, Li Shu said, finally, I've set out the grievances in my heart. I'm much more comfortable. Husband, if you think I've disgraced you, I'll jump from the upper floor of the hospital right now, and use my death to prove my love for you. Seeing Li Shu's determined look, Fu Zhili sighed. Then this time he said, I know you didn't mean to do it. Being targeted by that guy, very few people can escape. Don't worry, this time after we get the White Cloud group, I will definitely make that guy pay the price he deserves. But what about this sickness of ours? Even if we get the White Cloud group, we won't live long, Li Shu said bitterly. Fu Zhili was not worried at all. He smiled and said, I know that there is a Bai Yun Guan in the southern city, in which lives a Bai Yun Taoist master with powerful skills. If he is willing to take action, even syphilis is nothing with him, it can definitely be cured. Really? That's great. We'll go to the White Cloud Temple tomorrow, Li Shu said excitedly. Fu Zhili glanced at Fu Xian and said, you go and contact Su Nuanyu, and try to take her down, and when you control Su Nuanyu, the entire White Cloud group will be our Fu families. Don't worry Dad, I'm confident, Fu Xian said with a straight face. Seeing his look of confidence, Fu Zhili smiled. It's good to have faith. And at that moment, Su Zhanghai also followed Qin Yang and the others back. He said to Su Nuanyu, that uncle of yours is definitely not a good thing. He only has interests in his heart. Affection has no meaning to him. You must not fall for it. Su Nuanyu nodded and said, don't worry, I know what's in my heart. Su Zhanghai smiled. That's true. You're a smart kid, much smarter than me. Even I can see through it. How can you not? It's me who's worrying blindly. Su Zhanghai laughed. Qin Yang, you help take care of Nuanyu. If that guy dares to mess around, you'll strike hard. Don't worry about the relationship between our Su family and them. Su Zhanghai reminded. Don't worry, I won't allow them to harm Nuanyu. Qin Yang laughed. Only after patting Qin Yang's shoulder did Su Zhanghai leave. Now that my aunt and uncle have gotten sick, I don't think they should come back to me, right? After all, no matter how important money is, where is it as important as life? Su Nuanyu laughed. Qin Yang, however, said, that's not necessarily true. What disease did they have? Dooley asked curiously. Syphilis, Qin Yang said. Dooley huffed backward. They were playing with too many flowers. Chapter 157. Light and darkness go hand in hand. It's not early stage, it's already stage 2, but when it checks out, it'll be enough for them. Qin Yang laughed with some gloating. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Dooley and the girls thought deeply. Syphilis is something that can be cured, but it's humiliating. Once the news of the diagnosis got out, there was no place to put their faces. For such a person to want to arrange Su Nuyu's marriage was simply ridiculous. And don't look at themselves. Alright, take a rest. Don't think about those two rotten people, Qin Yang said. During the night, Chris got up suddenly. She stared out at the outside world. Then her form left the dwelling without a sound. Soon, she arrived outside the southern city. Several people were standing there waiting for her. Those people were pale and looked at Chris with respect. Who told you to come to me? Chrissy asked. Hearing Clarissa's words, those few people wore puzzled expressions. My lord, wasn't it you who told me to come to you? We have received your orders to find you. Hearing the man's words, Clarissa's expression changed slightly. She said coldly, you fell for it. I never asked you to come here. Those few people instantly changed their faces. In the next moment, a single strong person appeared around Clarisse and surrounded them. The one in the lead, with muscles bulging high all over his body, was tall, at least 2 meters or more. He stared at Clarisse and laughed. The Holy Maiden of the Holy Court, or is it the Holy Maiden of Darkness? Miss Clarisse, you really surprised us. No one would have thought that the offspring of a dark being would be able to become the Holy Maiden of the Holy Court of Light, with the power of light and darkness coexisting within your body. Daniel, I don't want to make an enemy of you, and you'd better not get yourself in trouble, Chris said coldly. Being surrounded by people didn't bother her at all. At this moment, Clarissa's eyes were cold, staring at those people. Daniel shrugged inside. My dear Miss Clarisse, please don't be angry. I just want to invite you back to our dark camp. After all, now that you have betrayed the Holy Court, you are welcome to come back and be the Holy Maiden of our dark world. What if I choose to refuse? Chrissy asked. We can only take you by force and then use special means to change your mind, Daniel said easily. Chrissy sneered as she stared at Daniel and asked, you think these guys can take me? You can try. I know that Her Excellency, the Holy Virgin, is very powerful, so she brings all the best, Daniel said easily. Chrissy suddenly smiled as she cocked her head at Daniel and asked, do you know where this is? Daniel's expression froze. And do you know why I came to the Dragon Kingdom? Daniel was silent. He didn't know that. In his thoughts, it was mostly because Clarice felt that the other powerful people in the West didn't dare to come to the Dragon Kingdom, so she came to the Dragon Kingdom to take refuge. As a result, he himself came in for the kill, catching Chrissy by surprise. Thinking of this, Daniel smiled and said, this is a conflict between us in the West. Even if there are Eastern powerhouses who are concerned about us, I will tell them that we are not here to find trouble in the East, and as long as we take the Holy Maiden away, we will leave. You're talking about ordinary Eastern powerhouses, but have you thought about it? What if my backer is an Eastern powerhouse? At these words, Daniel's expression changed slightly. He stared at Chris warily and couldn't help but say, is the Holy Maiden deliberately trying to scare us? You can try. Chris sneered. The men that she had, they all stepped in front of Chrissy to keep Daniel and his men away. Daniel sneered, looking a little disdainful. Just a few stragglers. He belonged to the elder class among the Western Dark Guild. Even if he was placed in the East, he would still be considered a very powerful and strong person. A few minions, even trying to block him. Thinking of this, a stern look flashed in Daniel's eyes, and then he was ready to make his move. You're not sleeping in the middle of the night. You're running out to fight. Aren't you idle? Just then, a man's voice rang out, which made Chris look happy. Daniel, on the other hand, and the others were shaken. A strong person had come, and the other party was extremely formidable. They waited until the other party spoke before they realized the other party's presence. What a terrifying strength this is. Qin Yang came over wearing slippers and big pants, and the upper half of his body was not worn. He yawned as his eyes fell on Daniel's few people with a look of surprise. Western dark beings. I'm not dreaming. When did they become so bold as to enter the Dragon Kingdom without reporting? Qin Yang looked surprised. Stop pretending and help me finish them off. They're coming for me. Chrissy pouted. Qin Yang smiled as he flicked his fingers. A ray of fire landed on one of them, and the other screamed miserably, instantly turning into flying ash. It made Daniel and the others blush furiously. It's like he said himself, this time he brought with him, all of them are masters. Under normal circumstances, even if he wanted to kill these people, he would need to spend a certain amount of means, but the visitor was able to kill one of his men just by popping a spark. What kind of tactic is this? It made his heart skip a beat. Thinking of this, Daniel didn't dare to get angry, but instead nervously said, Honorable Dragon Kingdom powerhouse, we have no ill will towards the Dragon Kingdom. We are only here to bring our Dark Holy Maiden back, and definitely have no intention of offending the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing Daniel's words, Qin Yang smiled, satisfied. I like your attitude, but it's a pity that this Darkness Holy Maiden you're talking about is my friend. And isn't it a bit too much if you want to take my friend away in front of me? Qin Yang asked rhetorically. Daniel knew that trying to get Chrissy out of there now would be nearly impossible. For those of them, it would be good to leave alive. Thinking of this, Daniel forced a smile and said, in that case, we won't be disturbed. We'll leave the Dragon Kingdom immediately now. With that, Daniel turned and was about to leave. Qin Yang's voice rang in his ears. Did I let you go? Daniel stopped in his tracks as he stared at Qin Yang and asked rhetorically, what exactly does your excellency want? Since you said that she is the Dark Saintess, how can a hallowed Dark Saintess not have a few good henchmen? How about this? If you recognize her as your master, I will let you go. Qin Yang pointed at Clarice. Chrissy's eyes lit up at once. It was important to realize that Daniel was a strong man who was no less powerful than she was. If she could take the other party under her wing, when she returned to the West in the future, she would be equal to having an additional powerful arm. At the thought, she looked at Daniel with an expectant face. Daniel's face was crimson as he stared angrily at Qin Yang and said coldly, there's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that a soldier can be killed, but not humiliated, and I definitely won't recognize my master. Then there's no way out. Qin Yang sighed and looked at Daniel in pity. Chapter 158 Swear to Qin Yang. A light struck through Daniel and he shuddered, falling straight to his knees. Then, his body changed uncontrollably. Daniel directly turned into a monster-like being, with hairs standing up all over his body, and his head turned into that of a wolf, surprisingly much taller than just a moment ago. Werewolf. The bloody hole that had just been pierced through instantly healed. His eyes were blood red as he stared at Qin Yang, his body radiating a tyrannical aura. Such strength made Chris blush. I feel like I can't beat him anymore. This guy is so powerful after he transformed. He should be the royal family among the wolves. Chrissy looked grave. Qin Yang lightly laughed as he playfully stared at Daniel and said, even if you transform, it's impossible for you to escape. Since you don't want to die, then recognize your master. As you also said, Chrissy is your darkness holy maiden. Recognizing your master to the darkness holy maiden isn't shameful. Impossible. The pride of werewolf royalty makes it impossible for us to submit to anyone unless she is more powerful than I am, Daniel said proudly, with me by her side. Do you think it's hard for her to become stronger than you? Qin Yang asked. Daniel stared at Qin Yang as he said in a deep voice, I admit that you are very powerful, even enough to rival the holy emperor of the holy court. But so what? You're just a strong person from the east. I won't submit to her because of you. What if she can beat you now? Qin Yang asked. Daniel froze, then sneered and said dismissively, no way. I mean, what if it defeats you? Then I will submit to her, Daniel said proudly. Qin Yang smiled as he patted Clarice's shoulder, and powerful true essence instantly surged into her body. At this moment, Clarice felt as if her power had instantly reached another level. She winked at Qin Yang, then moved forward and said, Daniel, since you want a match, let's fight. Good, Daniel responded. If you lose to me, let us go. Daniel made his own offer. Chris smiled and said, no problem. She was laughing in her heart. She only agreed to let Daniel go herself, but she didn't say that she promised Qin Yang to let her go. When the time came for Qin Yang to make a move, it would be out of one's hands. Naturally, Daniel couldn't think of any of this. Werewolf brains, while not as simple as the legends, didn't know much about Eastern wordplay either. He doesn't understand the sets at all. I'll let you make the first move, Daniel said. The next moment, Chris moved. A powerful force far beyond Daniel's erupted from her. Daniel's face paled, and he didn't even react before he was pinned by Chris. Daniel tried to fight back, but was simply no match for Chris. Just moments later, Daniels was pinned and knocked to the ground. He looked up to the sky and tried to fight against it, but he was no match at all. The powerful force caused him to be directly suppressed on the ground. Daniel had a feeling that it was just a matter of a thought now that Chrissy wanted to destroy herself. How can you be so strong? No, he gave you the power. Daniel looked at Qin Yang with a look of disbelief. In his opinion, only gods or demonic gods could bestow power, and he hadn't expected that Qin Yang could do the same. You've lost. Recognize your master, Chrissy said. You cheated. I won't admit it, Daniel said coldly. Hearing Daniel's words, Clarice looked disdainful and said, I didn't think that the royal clan of werewolves is also a villain who is not trustworthy in his words, and he can't even do what he promised. TSK, I know that you guys look down on the Blood Clan and think that they are capricious and thought that you werewolves are different, but I didn't think that you're also like this. You dare to insult our royal family? Daniel glared angrily at Chris. Chris sneered, looking disdainful. If you don't want to be insulted, you yourselves should talk about it. You can't talk about it, and you're saying that I'm insulting you? She had a look of contempt that made Daniel blush crimson. Daniel really couldn't find a reason to contradict Chris. He opened his mouth to say something, but realized that ultimately nothing would come out. Alright, I'll kill you first, and then I'll publicize this matter to the West, so that the dark beings in the entire West will know about it. And at that time, you can imagine that scene. The Blood Clan will start mocking when they see your Leakin clan. It's really interesting. With that said, Chrissy was about to make her move and finish Daniel off. Stop. Daniel spoke suddenly. He stared at Chrissy as if he was making some difficult decision. In the end, Daniel clenched his teeth and made a decision. I recognize my master, and the royal family's one promise will never be reversed. The dark beings that Daniel brought with him all changed their faces. They cried out, my lord, you cannot compromise. Yeah, we can't betray the Dark Guild or the Lycans. Think twice, my lord. Several dark beings shouted. Qin Yang's gaze landed on their bodies, instantly causing them to stiffen. The eyes that contained killing intent, just by landing on their bodies, made them somewhat unable to hold on, with a feeling of wanting to submit. They had a feeling that if Qin Yang wanted to subdue them, a single glance would be enough. Why did he go to all the trouble of getting Chrissy to do it? Qin Yang couldn't look at them. The moment this thought came out, they instantly wanted to find a crack in the ground and drill into it. It wasn't that Qin Yang didn't make a move to subdue them, but he couldn't look at them. That's why Chris was told to take them in. Realizing this, the little bit of arrogance they still had instantly disappeared, and Chrissy let go of Daniel. Daniel knelt in front of Clarice as he prepared to swear an oath to the demon god to recognize Clarice. Don't swear to the demon god. I don't believe in the demon god. I will replace the demon god in the future. You swear to Qin Yang, Chrissy said. Qin Yang? Swear to him yourself. Daniel was confused. Could it be that in Clarice's heart, Qin Yang was comparable to a demon god? Daniel laughed a little. Qin Yang glanced at Chris. He shook his head and said, you just know how to get me into trouble. Fine. Swearing to me is fine. If the oath is useless, you won't blame me when the time comes. Daniel murmured. He simply didn't believe that a mere Qin Yang could still be compared to a demon god. He swore an oath directly to Qin Yang, swearing allegiance to Clarice. After his oath was made, a ray of light fell from Qin Yang's body onto Daniel's body. Daniel felt at once that his oath had worked. If he dared to betray Clarice, he would surely be punished by the oath. How come? Daniel looked incredulous. Xin Yang laughed. Some small tactics of divine Dao cultivation were just that. What those elf ghost kings whose cultivation was much weaker than his could do. With his cultivation, it was naturally very simple. Chapter 159 got a response. What's going on, my lord? Daniel's men asked. Daniel looked at Xin Yang with a complicated expression and said, I just swore to him and got a response. What? Those dark beings were all shocked. Only a god can respond to an oath. Xin Yang could do this. Was he a so-called god? This, too, is amazing. Those dark beings' faces changed as they looked at Xin Yang. Their eyes were filled with awe. A man stepped forward and wanted to pledge his allegiance as well. Xin Yang nodded his head, signaling him to take the oath. The man was shocked after he swore allegiance to Clarice. Surprisingly, it really can. This one in front of him was truly an existence comparable to a god. Others began to take the oath. The main reason was that Clarice had such a backstage, so they, as henchmen, could shine. In the east and west both absolute heaven and earth passages. A god who lives on earth. How amazing is that? Alright, you guys go on back and tell them that I'm guarding this place and you can't beat me and take Chrissy. Xin Yang said. Will this reveal your identity? Daniel asked respectfully. The identity of the werewolf royalty, even if it was noble, could not be compared to the gods. Daniel was well aware of this, so he spoke to Xin Yang with respect. He had come around completely. Xin Yang smiled faintly and said, so what if I expose my identity? Do you think there is anyone in the west who can beat me? Or do you think they dare to come to the east to take a shot at me? Daniel responded. This one has no scruples. No wonder he wasn't worried at all. Thinking of this, Daniel said directly, my lord, I understand. Go on. After a while, Clarice will return to the west and join the dark camp. And in the future, the entire west will become Clarice's territory. Xin Yang said. Daniel and the others shuddered. This god of the east is trying to support Clarice in taking the entire western territory. Realizing this, his eyes changed as he looked at Xin Yang, filled with blazing heat and awe. My lord, may I ask if you can defeat the Holy Emperor? A strong person from the dark camp said boldly. There was no doubt that the Holy Emperor of Light was the #1 power in the west. Wanting to take down the west, the Holy Emperor of Light was someone who couldn't be bypassed. Xin Yang pondered for a while before he said, in a life and death struggle, I'm 30% sure I can kill him. This was a bit of a disappointment to Daniel and the others. Seeing their disappointment, Clarice sneered, a bunch of fools, what do you know? Xin Yang is only 20 years old. In a few more years, what is a Saint Emperor in his eyes? Moreover, he said that he is 30% sure that he can kill a Saint Emperor. Killing a Saint Emperor and having a strength comparable to that of a Saint Emperor shouldn't be in conflict, right? It was only at this time that Daniel and the others realized how difficult it was to kill a powerhouse like the Saint Emperor. It was already terrifying for Qin Yang to have 30% certainty. And his age, only 20, that's horrible. Who can be that strong at 20? It's not 20 years old, it's 21 in false age. Xin Yang said. The foreigners didn't understand the false age, but they knew that at Xin Yang's realm, there was no difference between being 20 and 21. Giving him a few more years, completely surpassing a Saint Emperor would not be a problem. Moreover, Xin Yang still has his master. You should know that the strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom is the older they are, the more powerful they are. Chrissy continued. Daniel and the others shuddered. They hadn't thought that someone as powerful as Qin Yang would even have a master. If he's that strong, how strong should his master be? We understand, Holy Maiden, and we await your return in the west, Daniel said. At this time, Chrissy said to a few of her original henchmen, you guys should also follow along and go back. The east doesn't allow western powerhouses to enter, so don't make trouble for Qin Yang. Those people could only leave. It was only until everyone had left that Clarice turned her gaze towards Qin Yang. You want me to take the whole west? Qin Yang nodded. Is there a payoff? Chris said with some excitement. She knew that Qin Yang had always been one who would not treat those who did things for him poorly. Hearing Clarice's words, Qin Yang shook his head and said, forget it if you don't want to. I can find someone else. Chris immediately grabbed Qin Yang's arm, said in a loud voice, that cannot. I like to help you do the most. In addition to me, this thing you find who is not appropriate. What is our relationship? Together carried a gun. Together divided the booty. Together whoring. The first two I admit. The one after that I don't admit. When I knew you, how old was I? A teenage boy. Whoring your sister. Qin Yang cried and laughed. I don't have a sister. Or I do. Chris winked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked like he was too lazy to talk to her. Let's go. Get back. Qin Yang said. Chris, however, glanced around. She hemmed and hawed and lowered her voice. Qin Yang, look, there's no one around here. There's no surveillance. It's just you and me. Shouldn't we do something we should do? Shin Yang carried the back of Chris's neck and directly left the place, casually throwing Chrissy onto the bed in the bedroom. Without waiting for Chrissy to open her mouth, Shin Yang pointed a finger on top of Chrissy's forehead. Chrissy shuddered as she looked solemn, then sat down cross-legged. A piece of information that entered her mind was the technique that Shin Yang had imparted to her. The sacred demon technique, a kung fu created by a devilish genius. You can be holy and devilish at the same time, and a perfect solution to the problem of the two forces not intermingling. Once cultivated, one thought is a god and the other is a devil. Later, that devilish genius encountered old Taoist White Cloud and the two clashed. He wagered with old Taoist Bai Yun that if he lost, he would teach old Taoist Bai Yun the sacred demon technique, and if he won, he would want old Taoist Bai Yun's legacy. The results are clearly opinionated. That devil genius lost, and he gave the holy devil skill to old Taoist Bai Yun. Shin Yang had once read and understood the sacred demon technique and knew how heaven-defying this technique was. It was only that he had a more suitable Tao for himself that he didn't bother practicing it. And Chrissy showed up just in time to practice this technique. Shin Yang turned around and left, and Clarice was already completely immersed in the wonders of the sacred demon technique. The two forces within her body operated, then mingled with each other and were distinct. It only took a moment for her to get started. It was noon the following day when Chris opened her eyes. She realized that in her violet mansion, a small person, identical to herself, was sitting there, with two types of auras, one black and one white, entwined in her body, mutually exclusive and complementary. That got Chris a little excited. She could feel that in just one night's time, her strength had increased by at least 30%. This was the counterintuitive aspect of Eastern Kung Fu, and it was not at all the same concept as the crude Kung Fu of the West. Chapter 162 Beauty's Duel. Where's Shin Yang? Chrissy asked. The maid told Clarice that Shin Yang had gone out to take the young lady to school. Chris nodded as she headed out, ready to find Shin Yang. Shin Yang had helped her subdue Daniel and taught her the sacred demon skill, and Chris was now filled with gratitude towards Shin Yang as her strength had increased. When she finished her cultivation, the first thing she wanted to do was to find Shin Yang and express her gratitude to him. Chris went out and rushed to the nursery. Just halfway there, an aura suddenly locked onto Chris. Chris was shocked in her heart. That didn't belong to the power of the masters and brothers beside Shin Yang, but rather belonged to a strong faction of powerful people, not quite the same as the people beside Shin Yang. With that thought in mind, Chrissy directly began to disappear far out. She didn't want to invite trouble for Shin Yang. Chris knew very well that if the cultivators of the Dragon Kingdom were to think that Shin Yang was harboring a foreign powerhouse, it would cause Shin Yang a lot of trouble. Therefore, she had to vanish at the first opportunity, in which case, she would be able to prevent Shin Yang from incurring all these troubles. Clarice had underestimated her opponent's strength, and the moment she vanished, her opponent chased after her. The person who locked her down was very strong. Chris frowned. The other party's tactics were a bit clever. Her own strength had increased by 30% from before, but she couldn't even shake off the other party. In the end, she was blocked by the other side outside the southern city. Instead of her disappearing out of the south city, she was forced to leave the south city. A woman appeared in front of Chrissy, the Buddha's light shining brightly. That power, unlike the very shortness of the attribute of light, is sacred but also has the characteristic of embracing all things. Clarice stared at the woman as she spoke. Honorable Eastern Powerhouse, I have no intention of making an enemy of you. Please don't make things difficult for me. She was restrained, not daring to be careless in the face of the Eastern Powerhouse. The strongest people in the East who could cultivate to a level comparable to her strength all had a master's legacy. Even if she could defeat her opponent, Clarice didn't dare to do it easily. Hit the little one, came the old one. As a dragon pass, Chrissy was well aware of this. You're a powerhouse from the Western Holy Court? Who let you enter the East? Yuro opened her mouth as she stared at Chris with murderous intent. Still wearing a smile, Chris explained. I have a friend in the Dragon Kingdom. I came over to meet my friend and tour the Dragon Kingdom at the same time. If the esteemed Dragon Kingdom powerhouse doesn't allow it, I can leave now. When she finished, she made a show of walking away. Yuro, however, shook her head and said, since you're here, there's no need to leave. Stay. Chrissy's mind shook. She immediately understood what the other woman meant. It's trying to kill her. Clarice's face sank as she said coldly, I know that all Eastern cultivators are very powerful, but you may not be my opponent. Yeah, you can try. Yuzwa smiled faintly. The next moment, her eyes went slightly cold. Thumbs up. A Buddha's light surged and transformed into a golden lion that came to life, pouncing towards Clarice. Fearless lion seal. The great powers of the Buddha. Clarice's heart shook as she chopped out a cross sword chi and blasted it at the golden lion. The golden lion went down with a claw and directly tore apart the cross sword chi. It made Chrissy's head spin. The opponent's absolute power was inferior to his own. But, Once the other party did it, that kind of explosive power was not something she could compare to. The so-called cross-sword chi was really completely inadequate in front of the other party. Seeing the golden lion continue to lunge at him, Chrissy backed up, and with a reverent look on her face, she chanted, "And God said, let there be light, and there was light." With her words, a holy light emerged and blasted down. The golden lion whistled long and loud against the holy light. The power between the two was dissolving. Chris understood that these things alone would not be able to defeat her opponent. She swung her hands forward. An uncountable cyan-colored wind blade surfaced, enveloping Yu-Ro below. Magic. Wind blade. This attack and peculiar. Similar to the spells of the East. Yu-Ro laughed coldly. She made a swastika dharma seal with both hands. The Buddha light in the sky was radiant, destroying all the wind blades, and the swastika seals did not dissipate, continuing to press down on Clarice. Clarice looked grave as she gently raised her hand and a wall of earth appeared in front of her, and she herself fell back quickly. Boom! The earth wall was pierced, and the mana seal struck the ground, causing a deep crater to appear in the ground. It made Chris draw back a breath. If this blow had struck her own body, she would have shattered, and I'm afraid that there wouldn't even be any dregs left. Seeing Clarice dodging her strike, Yu-Ro sneered. She realized that her opponent's cultivation was a little higher than her own, but the means of attack was too weak. Those spell-like means were of average power. Seeing Clarice trying to vanish, Yu-Zhuo prepared to rise up in the air. In the next moment, her complexion changed slightly. At some point, a vine emerged from beneath her feet and wrapped itself around her. In the next moment, an earth thorn appeared above the earth to penetrate Yu-Ro. Yu-Ro coldly grunted as a seven-colored lotus plant emerged under her feet, blocking the attack of the earth spikes. At the same time, the true essence within her body surged, directly tearing apart the vines. Two transparent wings emerged behind Chris as she rose into the air, and in the next moment, the fireballs that covered the sky drowned Yu-Ro. Sculpture, how dare you show off your skills, great mighty heavenly dragon, break it for me. Yuzua's voice came. A celestial dragon made of Buddha's light rushed out, directly tearing apart the fireball and charging towards Clarice. Clarice's face changed drastically, and just as the celestial dragon was about to hit her, there was a spatial fluctuation around her, and Clarice's figure instantly disappeared, and as the sky dragon rushed past, missing its target, it growled twice and disappeared. You can't run away. Yu-Ro stared in one direction, and with a flash of her body, she rushed over. In the next moment, she formed a demon surrender seal and blasted at that location. Clarice appeared helplessly, her entire aura shifting, transforming from sacred to dark. In the next moment, a single spectral soul emerged and was summoned by her, forming a spectral shield that blocked her front. The demon fall seal blasted those ghosts and landed on Clarice's body with little power left. Even so, Chrissy was blown away. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and what was even more terrifying was that the Buddha's light entered her body, and no matter if she exerted her sacred power or darkness power, she couldn't easily eliminate that force. Clarice's face was ugly as she stared at Yu-Ro and said angrily, "You forced me to do it." Seeing that Clarice looked as if she was going to fight for her life, Yu-Ro's complexion became grave. She killed directly at Chris. Judgment of God. Chrissy roared, her body's sacred power focusing together as she delivered the blow. Yu-Ro's expression was grave as she also sensed the extraordinary nature of this strike. She formed a Vajra fist seal with one hand, and a powerful Buddha's light densely covered her surroundings. And then Yu-Ro's other hand floated a wise sword, and chopped out a sword at Clarice. The attacks of the two were about to collide. Chapter 161. Use with caution. A figure that appeared between them. Then, the powerful true essence wrapped both attacks all together before dissolving them. Qin Yang! Qin Yang! Both shouted at the same time. Then they shuddered and looked at each other. They all know Qin Yang? In other words, they're their own people fighting for half a day? Chris was even more stifled to the extreme. She aggressively came to Qin Yang's side and looked at him with tears in her eyes. You finally came. If you didn't come, I would have been beaten to death by her. But people haven't been able to fight back. Look at how she beat them up. Yuzua was dumbfounded. However, she was also a little embarrassed. Yu-Ro did not expect that the friend that Chris had spoken of was actually Qin Yang. If she had known that it was Qin Yang, she definitely wouldn't have made a move. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were Qin Yang's friend, Suki Akari said awkwardly. It's okay, it's all a misunderstanding. Without waiting for Chris to open her mouth, Qin Yang said directly. Chris glared at Qin Yang with a displeased expression. I haven't forgiven her yet. Will you forgive her? Qin Yang asked. For your sake, forgive her. That was all Chris could say. Who let the other party be Qin Yang's friend as well, even if she didn't want to forgive? Qin Yang smiled and said, since all can be forgiven, it's fine. Chrissy grunted. For my sake, Qin Yang whispered. Seeing that Qin Yang had said so, Chris had no choice but to reveal a smile. This sister, you're so strong. And those tactics you used just now, are they all Oriental spells? It's really powerful, beating people without the power to fight back at all. Chrissy moved closer to Tsukiyokari. Her self-consciousness made Tsukiyokari a little embarrassed. She was a little overwhelmed. At this time, Qin Yang's voice came. You are quite wasted. Your strength is at least equivalent to a late-stage Yuaning, while Yuaro is only an early-stage Yuaning. You were even beaten by her. If I were you, I would have already found a crack in the ground to drill into. Chris gave Qin Yang a grudging look, sighed, and said, Who made you refuse to accept me and let me be your woman? As long as I become your woman, you can teach me the spells of the East. Yu Zuo was a bit surprised. There was more than just friends between Qin Yang and Chris. Qin Yang bristled and sneered. Then do you want me to take back the sacred demon skill that I imparted to you yesterday? Yu Ro's body was shaken. Holy demon skill, the kind of first-class miraculous skill in the world. Qin Yang had actually imparted it to Clarice. It seems that the relationship between him and Clarice is really extraordinary. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Chris immediately laughed. People are just joking. Don't be so serious. Clarice knew all too well that the Holy Devil's secret was practically like it was tailor-made for her. It would be better to kill her to make her give up the sacred demon skill. After all, I was wrong. I have pills here. This sister will be able to eat them and recover as before. After saying that, Yu Ro took out a porcelain vase. Qin Yang, however, stopped her. No, don't waste it. This guy has a special physique. I'm afraid he's already recovered by now. There's no need to waste the elixir. Chris glared at Qin Yang in dissatisfaction. You know she's been coveting the East's elixir for a long time. Legend has it that the Oriental elixir is able to enhance strength. You think I don't want you to raise your strength? The elixir in her hand is a Buddhist elixir, and you have half of the blood of the dark beings in your body. Once you eat it, I guarantee that your life will be worse than death. Qin Yang sneered. Chrissy scrunched her neck. She hadn't thought that the elixir would be so terrifying. Tsukiyokari was taken aback as well. She didn't mean it. Hurrying to put away the elixir in her hand, she explained, I didn't know that this elixir would harm her. This elixir can even be used by people from the demon sect. She's different. Her general lineage, belonging to the dark beings, clashes with the Buddha's light, and this elixir of yours will do her great harm. Qin Yang explained. So it is. Tsukiyokari nodded. Why have you come out? Staying at the White Cloud Temple and asking my master for cultivation advice will be very beneficial to your cultivation. Qin Yang inquired. Yu Ro had a serious look on her face. Senior Uncle Ancestor said that what I'm missing is the realization of the earthly world. He told me to enter the earthly world, and then come out of the world, so that I can better elevate my realm. Qin Yang's face darkened before he sneered. Did he also tell you that following me is the most suitable? Yu Ro looked at Qin Yang with a surprised face. How did he know? Don't listen to him. My master has nothing to do every day. This is looking for a daughter-in-law for himself. He has his eyes on you and wants you to be my woman. Qin Yang said bluntly. Yu Ro froze for a moment. Then a blush flew up her cheeks. So that's what Senior Uncle Ancestor meant. So you don't have to pay attention. Qin Yang laughed. Yu Zuo, however, was thoughtful. Master Ancestor said that Senior Uncle Ancestor is a strange man, and that he must have his own reasoning for everything he does, and if he really means this, it wouldn't be wrong for me to follow you. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. This woman was stupid. His own master, too, can really be fooled. It was just a matter of letting the other master's ancestor keep reading about it, but now even Yu Ro was like this, looking like she was being neglected and crippled. Forget it, we'll talk about these things later. If you want to stay in South City, there's no problem, it's just one more mouth to feed anyway. Qin Yang said, Welcome Sister Tsukiyokari to our family. Chrissy looked excited. Qin Yang glanced at her and a single sentence made the smile on her face disappear. 3 days later, you leave the Dragon Kingdom and return to the West. Chrissy looked sad as she said pitifully, Don't you want me? Qin Yang's expression remained unchanged, unperturbed. After you go back, you'll join the Dark Guild, and with your strength, you'll definitely be able to secure a place in the Dark Guild. And then you'll start building up your strength and gradually take control of the Dark Guild. Qin Yang said to himself. Chrissy's expression straightened. You're really going to take down the supernatural community in the West? She looked serious and stared at Qin Yang. If that was the reason, she could return to the West. I know what you really intend to do, and all I can tell you is that you can only do your dream if you help me. No one else. I believe you. Seeing Qin Yang say this, Clarice did not hesitate at all. 3 days later, you should be able to break through the barrier, and by then you'll have a stronger capital to stand firm in the Dark Guild. Thinking of this, Qin Yang raised his hand and a piece of true essence was struck by him into Clarice's body. The means I sent you to save your life. This one true essence, equivalent to my full strength strike. No matter who the other party is, it can buy you a chance to live, but this strike is too powerful. In a crowded place, use it with caution. Qin Yang said. What if I go to the island and use it once? Chrissy asked. Then naturally the more people the better. Qin Yang was all smiles, like a big devil. Chapter 162 discussing signs regardless of heart. Chris also laughed. She knew that Qin Yang would change everything but his hatred for the islanders, which would always remain the same. Do I really have to go back after 3 days? Chris was a little reluctant. The main thing is that we haven't taken down Qin Yang yet. Go ahead. I know what you want, and when you get what you want, then you can think about our relationship. Qin Yang said. Okay, but I have to tell you, I'm not going to change my mind, Chris said seriously. Qin Yang didn't answer either. Chris skimmed her mouth, then said to Yuro, let's go. Yuro sister, I'll take you to play. I'm familiar with this South City. Aha. Yuzua had some odd feelings. It always felt strange to her to follow an evil Western demon. After all, as the holy maiden of the Putua Holy Land herself, she should subdue the demons and get rid of the devils. But, this person was Qin Yang's friend, and even far more than a friend. That's why Tsukiyakari was able to accept Clarice's existence. But, going along for the ride made her squirm a little. You are a Buddhist. Buddha said that all living beings are equal. In your eyes, is there any distinction between Buddha and devil? They are all just living beings, and she only possesses the demonic aura of the West, or she was born carrying it, not cultivated afterward, and she has not done any evil. She has even done a lot of good deeds, rescuing at least hundreds of people every year. Is such a person an evil demon? Qin Yang's words caused Yuro's body to tremble. No bad things have been done, and they even rescue hundreds of people every year. Could such a person be considered an evil demon simply because he was born with a demonic aura? That's not how things are said. Even the master hadn't taught her that way. The puja sanctuary is about not looking at what that person says or what that person thinks, but what that person does. On signs regardless of mind. The criteria for judging someone as evil is to look at the things she does. Chrissy is not considered evil in this way. I see. Tsukiyakari looked like she was trying to understand. She said to Clarice, fellow Daoist Clarice, please, a friend of the road? The first time she was called that, Chris had some odd feelings. She adapted quickly, though, and just smiled. Together, the two of them, get out of here. Clarice was going to buy an outfit, and at the same time, she wanted to dress up Moonzoe, so that she would look a little better. The way she was dressed now, she was too dusty to give offense. And at this time in the Baiyunguan, Fu Zhuli's family was thrown out. To be precise, they didn't even go in. If you're sick, go to the hospital. What are you doing looking for my master? Chang Jun said disgruntledly. We're willing to pay a lot of money, mainly because we're also respectable people. And word of our cure can't get out, Fu Zhili said awkwardly. Roll. Chang Jun answered him with only one word. Seeing Fu Zhili still wanting to say something, Chang Jun said coldly, if you don't get lost, I'll close the door and release Lu Yao. Fu Zhili was startled. That one called Lu Yao, was he some kind of fierce dog? Afterwards, Chang Jun closed the door of the White Cloud Temple. Fu Zhili had no choice but to look at Li Shu and said with a displeased expression, look at the mess you've made. What do we do now? Let Fu Xian continue to pursue Su Nuyu and try to take her down while we go to the hospital for treatment. It's not like this thing is incurable. It's just that the reputation will be ruined a bit, Fu Zhili said. Hearing Fu Zhili's words, Li Shu also knew that this was the only way now. The two went into the hospital. Soon after, the Fu Zhili couple was diagnosed with syphilis, and the news spread all over the internet. Su Zhonghai had a look of contempt. I don't know how messed up the private lives of these two couples have gotten to the point where they both have syphilis. Even he, who wasn't exactly clean, didn't get the disease. Thinking of this, he made a decision in his mind that in the future, the little tender models that he had adopted, he must make them do a body checkup, so that he would not be trapped as well. And Fu Xian this came to the White Cloud Group. He told the receptionist that he wanted to see Sun Wanyu. May I ask if you have an appointment? The receptionist asked politely. Fu Xian smiled gently and said confidently, I'm your general manager Su's cousin, so just let me go up or call her. She's definitely willing to see me. Hearing his words, the receptionist's sister smiled faintly and rejected it outright. I'm sorry sir, it's impossible to go up to see the chairman without an appointment on our side. If you have the chairman's contact information, you can call her first and let her inform us. Fu Xian was a bit unhappy as he said coldly, what if I must break in hard? As soon as he spoke, two figures appeared and stared at Fu Xian. Fu Xian's body shook as he sensed that those two people were very strong. Both of them were profound realm martial artists. If he were to make a hard break for it, odds are he'd be thrown out with a brutal beating. How dare you make a move on me? I'm your chairman's cousin, Fu Xian said coldly. One of the masters, pointing to the reception room not far away, lazily said, you guys can make up any identity you want in order to meet Mr. Su. There are 7 of your dads over there, who say that they are Mr. Su's uncles, and there are 16 of your brothers. who also say that they are Mr. Su's cousins and cousins. Do you want to go and say hi to them to see if you know each other? Fu Xian's face darkened. Just then, a man stepped out from inside the elevator and headed out. Fu Xian's eyes instantly lit up as he immediately greeted. Auntie, you're off work. Su Zhanghai glanced at Fu Xian and nodded. Fu Xian had a sudden boost as he said to the two masters. You guys saw it, right? I'm really Mr. Su's cousin. Can you let me up now? The two bodyguards' gazes fell on Su Zhanghai's body, revealing an inquiring expression. Su Zhanghai nodded and affirmed. He is indeed Nguan Yu's cousin and my great-uncle's stepson, but Nguan Yu especially dislikes his uncle's family. In the future, when their family comes over, just directly beat them out. Don't worry about that much, and I'll take the responsibility for any consequences. Yes, the two masters were instantly interested. If Mr. Su's father had said so, what scruples did he have? One of them stared at Fu Xian with a threatening smile on his face. Are you going to go out by yourself, or are we going to beat you out? Fu Xian looked at himself Su Zhanghai accusingly, feigning sadness. Auntie, how could you do this to me? We are relatives. Su Zhanghai, however, laughed. He had a serious face. I'm not targeting you. I'm targeting everyone in the Fu family. If you announce here that you've severed the father-son relationship with Fu Zhili, I'd be able to consider letting you go up for a while, seeing as you called me an aunt. Fu Xian's expression changed slightly. He naturally didn't dare to say this. Chapter 163 Fu Xian disappears. Although he still had some cards, the Fu family was his dependence. Once he lost the Fu family, he was nothing. Auntie is joking. How could I possibly say something as treacherous as that? Fu Xian said with a dry smile. Su Zhanghai shrugged his shoulders. Then there's no way out. With that, he headed out the door. Fu Xian thought for a moment and chased after him. Only, Su Zhanghai didn't ignore him, but took the car and left. Fu Xian called out to his aunt a few times, but as a result, Su Zhanghai didn't even look at him and left even faster. This made Fu Xian's face gloomy. He snorted coldly in his heart, when he got the White Cloud group. At that time, what Su Nguan Yu, what Su Zhanghai, all of them did not have a good ending. Just then, he was suddenly grabbed. Fu Xian tried to break free, but couldn't do so at all. The opponent was far stronger than him. Who are you people? Why are you striking out at me? Fu Xian asked. Instead of answering, the other man simply knocked him out. When he woke up, Fu Xian realized that there was a familiar person standing in front of him. Qin Yang, you're the one who captured me? How dare you? Do you know that kidnapping is against the law? Fu Xian said angrily. Qin Yang snorted with a disdainful expression. Supernatural circles. There are rules for supernatural circles, and the collisions within our circle don't conflict with mundane rules. Fu Xian then realized that Qin Yang mostly already knew about his strength. He stared at Qin Yang with an icy expression. Since you can sense my strength, it means that you are also from the supernatural circle. No wonder Sun Wan Yu is dead set against you, but you better let me go, or else you won't have a good ending. With the god of hunters behind you? Qin Yang smiled. How do you know? Fu Xian looked incredulous. He hadn't thought that Qin Yang even knew about the hunt god. It was something that even his parents didn't know about. They thought that Fu Xian came to South City just to take down Sun Wan Yu and get the White Cloud group. However, Qin Yang knew, your strength is too low, and your status among the god hunters shouldn't be high, so you don't even know my identity. Don't you know that the god hunter's greatest enemy is me? Qin Yang smiled. He looked at Fu Xian's face, and it changed from calm to horror. Fu Xian knew very well in his heart that he could know about the god of hunt and still say that he was the god of hunt's greatest enemy. This meant that the other party did have a conflict with the god of hunt, and the god of hunt could not do anything about the other party. I'm afraid you still don't know that the god hunter's greatest enemy is the White Cloud sect, or else there's no way you wouldn't have stopped your parents when they traveled to the White Cloud sect. Qin Yang continued, and Fu Xian finally understood. What a horrible enemy one has invoked. Alright, it can be settled. He's just a cannon fodder. It's probably because he's eyeing the White Cloud group. That's why he came on his own initiative. Although he's a god huntsman, his status is too low. He can't get any useful information. Qin Yang had a look of pity. Fu Xian had a jolt and immediately understood what Qin Yang was trying to do. It's about taking yourself out. He was anxious and immediately said, you can't kill me. If you kill me, Nguan Yu has no way to explain to my parents. What do you think I'm going to give them? A voice came. Su Nuyu walked in, her pair of cool eyes staring at Fu Xian. The blood in Fu Xian's body seemed to freeze in an instant. I forgot to tell you that I gave the order to arrest you. Sun Wan Yu looked calm. Fu Xian bitterly looked at Su Nuyu and asked, why? I once saved you. Didn't you direct yourself? Putting me in danger and then coming out to save me. You think I was too young to see it back then? Sun Wan Yu asked rhetorically. Fu Xian's face was ugly. He hadn't expected that Su Nuyu's city was so deep. She had always known it, and the funny thing was that she didn't know it herself. Therefore, All the time he had been talking about the grace of saving his life. Sun Wanyu looked at himself with eyes that were afraid to be similar to looking at a joke. Thinking about this, Fu Xian had a deep sense of frustration. In terms of force, he was no match for Qin Yang, not even for one of his men. In terms of urbanity, he was not as good as Sun Wanyu. He himself even wanted to seize the White Cloud Group in their hands, but now he seemed to be a joke. Okay, you go in peace. As for your mother, if she is calm, I don't move her. If she wants to find death, I'm afraid that I don't need to use me. Fu Zhili will also get her killed. Do you think that with less of you as a son's shelter, Fu Zhili will still be so good to your mother? He is just using your mother to drive you to help him make enough profit. Sun Wanyu's words hit the nail on the head. Fu Xian looked incredulous. The other guy really sees through everything and doesn't say anything. They thought they were winning, but they didn't realize that they were nothing more than a joke in the eyes of others. Deal with it. Qin Yang finished speaking and left with Sun Wanyu. A few experts from the White Cloud Group stepped forward and disposed of Fu Xian. At this moment, Li Shu, who had just left the hospital, suddenly had a feeling of panic. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Fu Zhili looked concerned. I don't know. It's just that suddenly I'm a little uncomfortable, like something bad is happening. No, I'm going to give Xian a call. He mustn't be in trouble. When Li Shu finished speaking, she took out her cell phone. She dialed Fu Xian's number. However, the call was answered but never picked up. No one answered the phone. Did something happen? Li Shu got even more nervous. It's fine. I'll give Sun Wanyu a call and inquire. After Fu Zhili finished speaking, he took out his own cell phone and dialed Sun Nuyu's cell phone number. What's the matter, uncle? Sun Nuyu's clear and cold voice came from inside the cell phone. Fu Zhili immediately inquired. Fu Xian went to look for you. Is he by your side now? Not in. Sun Nuyu finished speaking and hung up the call, and Li Shu looked at her husband with a nervous face. At this moment, Fu Zhili's face was a bit unsightly. I have a hunch that something has happened to Fu Xian, and it has something to do with Sun Wanyu. I'll have someone investigate, Fu Zhili said in a deep voice. Li Shu was even more nervous. She said with some emotion, Hubby, Xiao Xian was killed because he did something for the Fu family. If anything happens to him, you must avenge him. Fu Zhili glanced at Li Shu and nodded. There was just a bit of impatience in the depths of his eyes. The other party could make Fu Xian disappear without a sound, and likewise make him disappear without a sound. Fu Zhili didn't want to stay. If something really happened to Fu Xian, he returned to Shuzhou at the first opportunity. After that girl Su Nuyu got the White Cloud Group, she wasn't as controllable as she used to be. Chapter 164 Who is? Without waiting for Fu Zhili to check, Gao Chenchen came. He found Fu Zhili. What is it? Fu Zhili asked. Gao Chenchen said indifferently. Fu Xian was suspected of treason and was killed during the capture. The family went to claim the body. Fu Zhili was shaken. Treason? This is no ordinary offense. How could he not have thought that hearing about Fu Xian again would put such a charge on him? Wincing, Fu Zhili said, May I ask if this crime will spread to my family? I'll start by stating that he's not my biological son. He has no half-assed relationship with me. He's just a wild seed brought back by my second wife. Li Shu had already been greatly stimulated by the news of Fu Xian's death. Hearing Fu Zhili's words again, her eyes reddened. As soon as Li Shu suddenly choked Fu Zhili's neck, she said angrily, You, my son died for the Fu family. How dare you call him a wild seed? I'll kill you. Fu Zhili did not expect that Li Shu would be so ferocious when she went mad. He struggled to break Li Shu's hand and kicked her aside. Enforcer notification. This woman is crazy. She's going to strangle me. You guys testify to me? I'm being domestically abused and she's cheating on me and giving me syphilis. I want a divorce from her. Fu Zhili shouted. The current Li Shu no longer had any use for her. In that case, he definitely didn't mind throwing Li Shu aside. Domestic violence cheating is enough to net the other person. Li Shu looked at Fu Zhili incredulously. She clenched her teeth and said, I really misjudged you. You are a wolf in sheep's clothing. I have done so many unseemly things for you, but you even said that you kicked me away? I tell you, if you dare to divorce me, I will burn with you, Jade. You're crazy. Fu Zhili's face changed wildly. He hadn't expected Li Shu to be so crazy. She wouldn't do well for herself if she told those things. However, seeing Li Shu like this, Fu Zhili knew very well that the other party was afraid that she would really be as straightforward as she herself said. Fu Zhili winced. What did he make you do that was so unsavory? You tell me and I promise to treat you lightly. Gao Qinshin's eyes lit up. Could it be that he came today and got a windfall? If that's the case, that's great. Li Shu let out a light laugh and glanced at Gao Qinshin. She didn't say anything, just that her eyes clearly looked like she was looking at an idiot. How could she say it so easily? All of these things were important things for her to hold Fu Zhili. Now that her son is dead and Fu Zhili has flipped with her, she has to think for herself. I have to say, she is a woman of cool nature. That's how long it's taken to come to terms with the death of my son and then start thinking about how I can make more. If Sifu Xian knew about this, I'm afraid he didn't know what he would think. His mother, for whom he thought with all his heart, did not seem to love him much. Gao Chenshin knew that she couldn't ask anything from the other party, so she just smiled faintly before turning around and leaving. Remember to claim the body. Gao Chenshin's voice came. This brought Li Shu back to reality for a moment. She was still a little sad that her own son had died. It's just that, now that reason is taking the high ground, it's definitely time to think about your own interests first. After Gao Chenshin and the others left, Fu Zhili pinched Li Shu's neck as he said coldly, "Stinking woman, you dared to threaten me just now? Do you want to die?" Now that there were no enforcers here, Fu Zhili wasn't afraid at all. Even if he got Li Shu killed, nothing would happen. At the end of the day, it's sure to swing it anyway, as long as things are kept out of the open. A human life is nothing to these gentry. Li Shu smiled faintly. She didn't struggle. She just said calmly, "You think I won't have any other means? You can just kill me. As long as I die, all the things you've done will appear on all the major platforms, and those evidences will also appear on the table of the law enforcers." Crazy? You're a crazy person, Fu Zhili said through clenched teeth. Li Shu smiled faintly as she said coldly, "If you want to get rid of me, I can agree to that, but I want my fair share. Just give it to me and I won't do anything to you." Are you threatening me? You can think so. Okay, we'll get divorced when we get back. Fu Zhili took a deep breath. Bring Fu Xian's body back first. When she said that, Li Shu was still red-eyed. The two men claimed Fu Xian's body and then brought it back to Shuzhou. Just after returning to the Fu family, the old man of the Fu family called Fu Zhili over. Standing beside the old man of the Fu family was Fu Zhi, the remaining child of Fu Zhili's former wife. He was calm, staring at his father with some playfulness in his eyes. This gave Fu Zhili a sudden bad feeling in his heart. "Dad, I just got back. What are you calling me back for?" Fu Zhili stared at the old man as if he wanted to know what he was thinking. At this time, the old man of the Fu family said, "It's like this. In view of your performance, from today onwards, you are not the heir of our Fu family. The shares of the Fu family have also been transferred by me into the name of Fu Zhi. You and Li Shu go abroad. You don't have to come back in the future." "What? Dad, how could you do this? I've worked so hard for the Fu family for so many years, without merit, but also with hard work. Aren't you treating me like this? Isn't it too chilling?" Fu Zhili's face changed wildly as he was filled with anger. Li Shu was the same and couldn't help but say, "Dad, Fu Zhili is right. I know you like Fu Zhi, but this is too biased, isn't it? But you only have one son, Fu Zhili. I also only have Fu Zhi as a grandson. Besides, you think I don't know what you think? I can give you a little bit of small money. After all, you followed Fu Zhili for so many years, but the core industry of the Fu family, you can't take any of it, and Fu Xian is already dead. What does a woman like you need so much money for?" The old man of the Fu family said coldly, "I just want to know why." Fu Zhili asked through clenched teeth. He knew very well that he counted himself as the most satisfied heir in his father's heart. Now in this situation, there must be something going on that you don't know about. Otherwise, his father could not have cancelled his status as heir, because that's what I mean. A voice came out, and Sun Wanyu walked out from the side. Seeing Su Nuyu, Fu Zhili gritted his teeth. "You disrespectful elders and still dare to come to our Fu family?" Fu Zhili said angrily. Fu Zhi was full of cold smiles. "Who is the one? For the sake of money, counting on your own niece? Dad, you are really something. What else is there in your eyes besides profit?" Chapter 165. My sister, you rebellious son, how dare you speak to me like that? Fu Zhili looked at Fu Zhi angrily. Fu Zhi laughed lightly and said, "Now that the heir of the Fu family is me, and all the shares, Grandpa has also transferred to me, how come I dare not talk to you like this?" Fu Zhili was furious and his face turned blue. He covered his heart and stared angrily at Fu Zhi. This sinner really wants to piss himself off. "Come on, uncle, just go abroad to enjoy your old age in peace. There are still foreign girls over there. You're so flamboyant, you'll surely like them," Sun Wanyu said. Fu Zhi glanced at Su Nuyu. This girl dares to say anything. He didn't want a few more of his little brothers to come out and compete with him for the family fortune. Thinking of this, Fu Zhi warned, "You can play any way you want. If you want to play with your life, don't blame me for being ruthless, and I won't even let you go when the time comes." Fu Zhili's face was blue as he rushed over to hit Fu Zhi, but he was kicked out by Sun Wanyu. Fu Zhili fell a few meters away and fainted. "Well played," Fu Qi marveled. The old man of the Fu family acted as if he didn't see it. This girl is really hard-hitting. However, when did she have this kind of stature? No wonder she dared to come to the Fu family alone. So she was emboldened. "Carry it away and don't stay here to disgrace yourself," the old man of the Fu family said. At once, several bodyguards appeared and carried the man away. "They'll be sent out of the pass in a few minutes, paperwork and all, and won't be in your presence again," Fu Qi said. Sun Wanyu didn't actually care. the current Fu Zhili couldn't do any harm to her. By the way, since you're here, little sister, you should stay at home for a few more days. Your little aunt's house, we've been reserving it for her, so you'll be staying in your little aunt's room, Fuchi said gently. Compared to those brothers in the Su family, Fuji was more like an older brother. This was also the impression Sun Wanyu had always had of him. This big cousin was really gentle. Good. Sun Wanyu didn't refuse. Tomorrow at noon, I will invite some of our Shujo's lineages to come and spread the news that Fuji has become the head of the Fu family. The old man of the Fu family said, Thanks Grandpa. Well, I'm tired and need some rest, so take your sister to your little aunt's room. Good. The old man of the Fu family went to rest, while Fuji took Sun Wanyu to her room. This was Sun Nuyu's mother's room when she was still in the Fu family, and it was preserved by the Fu family. It was cleaned up inside, and there were a few things her mother used to use. This made Sun Nuyu get a little emotional. Get some rest and don't think too much. My little aunt is a very gentle and kind person, and she surely doesn't want her daughter to have an unhappy life. Fu Chi comforted. I know. Thanks big cousin. I just had some mood swings just now. It's fine. You don't have to worry about me. Go and do your own thing. Aha. Fu Chi nodded. He's outta here. Having just become the heir to the family, he had so much to do. Wanting to take the entire Fu family under control and even begin to create value for the Fu family was not as simple as one might think. Now he's going to get busy. Fortunately, there was the support of Sun Wanyu and the White Cloud group. This is one of the reasons why he became the person in charge of the group. If it wasn't for this reason, his own wily grandfather, even if he favored himself, wouldn't have been able to easily hand over the Fu family to himself. All with the help of my cousin. When he thought of this, he thought of his little aunt, that gentle woman, who had loved him since he was a child, and even now, she was helping him in the underworld, letting her daughter help him take over the Fu family. Auntie, I missed you. Fuji's eyes were a little red as he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. From now on, he would make use of the Fu family's power to properly protect Sun Wanyu, not allowing her to be harmed in any way. As a reward to his little aunt, Fuji left and Qin Yang appeared in Sun Wanyu's room. Well, Sun Wanyu wasn't surprised at all. Qin Yang had been secretly following her, just to find out if the God of Hunt would lay hands on Sun Wanyu. Only until now, no one from God Hunt had ever approached Sun Wanyu. Qin Yang shook his head, somewhat depressed. Are the God Hunt's people so cautious? Just you came out alone and they didn't even dare to make a move? They should have guessed it and thought we might be setting a trap, so they didn't dare to make a move. Sun Wanyu analyzed. After all, it was a little too unusual for her to come out alone. Anyone with a bit of brains who hunts gods will be a little more cautious. Underestimating them, for them to be able to go for so many years and not be found by my master. They have some skills. It's me who thought it was too simple. Qin Yang sighed. You should rest for a while. There are still 2 days to go and you have to suffer. Sun Wanyu said. Qin Yang chose a chair and sat down. He smiled and said, No need. I'll just sit here and mediate. It's not very important for me to sleep or not. Not to mention him. Even the average chi refining level cultivator didn't need to sleep so much. After all, cultivators had a different physique, different from mortals. Su Nuyu also knew this. She herself was now sleeping very little and extremely energetic. 2 days to go. I hope they strike. Sun Wanyu said. The next day, the major families of Shujo came, and they were all talking, wanting to know what had happened. They all got wind that there might be a big change in the Fu family. Fu Zhili was ousted and his son Fu Ji is now the head of the Fu family, controlling all the power and money of the Fu family. When they saw an extremely beautiful-looking woman and Fu Ji on stage together, the Shujo families, all of them were a bit puzzled. Who is this woman? Could it be the girlfriend of Fu Ji of the Fu family? It's not possible that he's married to some big family, is it? For the hoi polloi nowadays, the significance of the union lies more in the doorway. To be called giants, all have strong connections in their respective fields. Now, the general family do not need to go to the marriage to consolidate their own family. Most want nothing more than the door to the right family, so that the three views are suitable. Together will not quarrel every day. But if it is really a marriage between the two families, it is definitely a strong combination, and both sides can complement each other. The old man of the Fu family stood out. He directly declared Fu Ji as the heir of the Fu family. With the honor of becoming the Fu family's heir, I will lead the Fu family to a better future. Fu Chi said simply. This is even finished. The others were stunned. The young man was a little too sharp for his own good. Then someone couldn't help it and looked at Su Nuyu and asked, May I ask what is this young lady's status? How can she stand with someone from the Fu family? Is she a member of the Fu family? This is my sister-in-law's daughter, my sister Su Nuanyu. Fu Chi chuckled.